Family, something outrageous just happened. Just now, Admiral Akainu threw a punch of magma at me, and I was so scared my legs went weak. But then, a glowing blue skeleton hand crushed the magma, and Madara made a grand entrance to protect me. This all started a month ago when I crossed over to the world of One Piece and bound a system to play as Uchiha Madara. It gets even more exciting. Let me tell you, things have gotten absurd. Just now, that Admiral Akainu, the guy who looks like the whole world owes him money, threw a punch of lava right at my face. It felt like a little sun smashing into me. Who understands that feeling? My legs went soft. And guess what happened next? A glowing blue skeleton hand smashed that lump of magma to bits. Then a cold, arrogant voice echoed behind me. Who gave you the courage to attack my little brother? Goodness, I jumped at that. This is what I call a perfect entrance. To understand this, I need to go back to a month ago. I, Zhao Su, an ordinary wage slave from Blue Star, woke up one day and found myself in another world. Can you believe it? The world of One Piece. The ocean, pirates, and the Navy. Just thinking about it is thrilling. What's even more thrilling is that I bound a system called Super Role-Playing System, which allows me to get stronger just by cosplaying. Can you guess who the first character template the system gave me was? Uchiha Madara. The very same Madara who almost kicked off the grand finale. But my progress was at 0 because I couldn't even gather his signature red armor. Without the attire, if you say, do you want to dance? People will just think you're crazy. I spent all my savings and shamelessly followed a merchant onto this shabby passenger ship to get my hands on a set of antique red armor. It was rusted and battered. I scrubbed for hours until my hands nearly broke. But it was all worth it. The moment I put on the armor and picked up that fan, a ding sounded and the system notification popped up. Uchiha Madara, role-playing degree, 20. In the next second, it felt like a USB drive was plugged into my brain, downloading like crazy. Memories of throwing shurikens at 6, practicing fire techniques at 9, and going on a killing spree at 11. All of Madara's memories, battle experience, and chakra poured into me. I felt my body getting stronger with every crackle. I tried forming a hand seal, and boom, a transformation technique turned me into Madara's handsome face. The system progress shot up to 30. Elite, Jonin level power. Let me tell you, that's only 30 of Madara. What if I reached 100? Wouldn't I flip this entire ocean upside down? I was happily calculating when the ship suddenly shook violently, and a scream rang out. Pirates! I thought perfect timing. This is my debut stage. The deck was already in chaos. A pirate ship flying the Jolly Roger with a leopard skull was bombarding us like crazy. A one-armed guy named Scar Leopard, with a bounty of 60 million, was acting arrogantly, jumping onto our ship with a group of misfits. The passengers were scared out of their minds, running to hide in the cabin. The pirates were grinning, ready to kick down the door, but at that moment, I kicked the door open, sending several pirates flying and made my dazzling entrance. I mimicked Madara's stance, crossed my arms, flipped my long black hair, and my crimson eyes were filled with disdain, as if saying, "You are all trash." The Scar Leopard captain was dumbfounded, sensing something was off about me. But he was tough too, and without hesitation, he shouted, "Fire!" Boom! 3 cannonballs blasted the spot where I stood into a sea of flames. He sneered, "Fool." But guess what? I instantly appeared beside him and said in the most nonchalant and arrogant tone, "I am Uchiha Madara." His eyes nearly popped out. I glanced at the surrounding pirates, who were stunned, and slowly said the classic line, "Do you all want to dance?" The feeling was incredible. The pirates rushed at me with terrifying screams that could scare a child, but to me, it sounded like mosquito buzzing. Let me tell you, I didn't even think my body just moved. Dodging, throwing punches, kicking everything was muscle memory. Uchiha Madara fought his way out of a sea of corpses during the Warring States period. Dealing with these small fry was like a dimensional strike. My 3-mo Sharingan swept over them, and their movements were in slow motion to me. One punch for one, a kick for a group. I barely exerted any effort, like cleaning up trash. The Scar Leopard watched in shock, probably thinking, did this guy crawl out from a pile of corpses? He tried to sneak attack me with his cannon, but with just a glare, I controlled him with Jinjutsu. He boom shot his own men into oblivion. In just 3 minutes, there was no one left standing on the deck except him. I walked toward him step by step, and he kept retreating in fear. Inside, I was actually panicking since it was my first time killing someone, but my face was steady as a rock, and I calmly asked him, "What's with that expression? Didn't you already know the gap between us?" After sending him to his end, I checked the system, and wow, the role-playing degree rose to 37. Shadow level power. Finally, the fortune was mine. I immediately jumped onto the opposing pirate ship to loot the spoils. There must be good stuff on a villain's ship. Sure enough, I found a purple fruit that looked like a pineapple devil fruit. What excited me even more was that the system indicated this thing could be absorbed directly to raise my role-playing degree. Eat it? Are you kidding? Who knows what kind of troublesome ability it has? What if it's a fruit that only makes nose hairs grow? I decisively chose to absorb it. Uchiha Madara 37, Uchiha Madara 40, another wave of memories surged and I closed my eyes. And when I opened them again, the 3 tomo in my eyes were spinning rapidly, transforming into a completely new pattern kaleidoscope Sharingan. While I was leveling up, the surviving crew members mustered their courage to come out. For convenience in future dealings, I had a sudden idea and created a water clone to disguise myself as Zhao Su, telling the merchant who sold me the armor that the powerhouse on deck was my brother, Uchiha Madara. After all, the Uchiha clan has a tradition of doting on their little brothers. It's much better than anything else, right? In the future, Madara would handle the show-off, and I, as the younger brother, would reap the benefits perfect. Just as I finished this ruse, the lookout started yelling again. Pirates! More pirates are coming. Everyone was initially calm since my brother was there. But then the sailor said something that made everyone panic. It's the 9 Snake. The 9 Snake pirates are here. A ship dragged by 2 enormous sea snakes, flying the Emperor's flag, was cutting through the waves. This area of the sea was their hunting ground. And there was even more explosive news. A Navy warship also appeared, and standing at the bow was Admiral Akainu. He was here to corner Hancock, forcing her to join the 7 warlords of the sea. Goodness, the Empress Hancock facing off against Admiral Akainu. What a divine scene. Their auras clashed, and the killing intent was so intense it felt like the sea was being flattened. Hancock, as arrogant as ever, declared, "No matter what I do, it will be forgiven because I am too beautiful." As it seemed like these two were about to fight, I thought this can't be good, right? As the younger brother, I have to find a way to help my brother. So my water clone stepped forward and smiled at the 2 powerhouses. "Excuse me, my brother doesn't like noise. Could you please keep it down? If you want to fight, could you do it somewhere else?" The entire place fell silent. Everyone looked at me as if I were an idiot. Akainu's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he coldly snorted, just seeking attention. "Since you're a pirate, then just clean it up." As soon as he finished speaking, his arm turned into magma, and a huge magma fist came crashing towards me. At that critical moment, a gigantic blue skeletal arm appeared out of nowhere, blocking Akainu's attack. Behind me, Uchiha Madara, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, his voice icy and piercing. "Who gave you the courage to attack my brother?" "Susanoo." Akainu and Hancock's eyes nearly popped out. They had never seen such a power before. The massive skeletal arm swept through, clearing away all the magma. Then my incredibly handsome brother, Uchiha Madara, leaped into the air and landed directly on the surface of the sea. Goodness, let me tell you, what happened next left everyone present in stunned silence. My brother Madara, along with his large blue figurine, landed with a thud on the water surface. Then, as if equipped with a water-walking cheat, he charged towards Akainu's warship. Akainu's eyes nearly bulged out, and he was probably frantically sending comments in his mind. "Aren't you supposed to be a devil fruit user? How can you parkour on water? This is unscientific." But he didn't stop. Another magma punch came flying. When the two collided, there was a huge boom, and the entire sea surface bubbled like boiling water, making the warship sway as if it were on a pirate ship. The Navy soldiers were so scared their faces turned white, shooting their guns wildly, but the bullets hitting Susanoo felt like mere tickles, having no effect at all. Akainu was genuinely a bit overwhelmed. Who understands what it's like for him, a Marine admiral, to fight without solid ground beneath his feet? It was swaying back and forth. How could he fight? The guy opposite him was evenly matched in strength, could move freely on the water, and there was also the watchful Hancock nearby. The more Akainu thought about it, the more wrong it felt. Alas, what a tremendous loss this is. Just when we all anticipated a fierce battle, the warship of Chi Quan unexpectedly turned and fled. Indeed, it simply ran away, leaving behind a bewildered crew of the 9 Snake pirates and our dilapidated ship. The Marine Admiral, in front of the entire world, was frightened away by my brother. Unbelievable. My brother band did not pursue. He merely cast a cool glance at the Empress's vessel before retracting the colossal blue figure and returning to our shabby ship. On the other hand, Hancock wore a grave expression, pondering for a long while before ultimately deciding. Back to Joshi Island. She too was uncertain of my brother's true capabilities. It was better to avoid further complications, and today, as face-saving was sufficient. With a turn of 2 enormous sea serpents, the 9 Snake vessel departed. None of them realized that within the shadows of their cabin, I, Zhao Su, was grinning from ear to ear. Haha, a free ride. Score. Before long, we arrived at the legendary Daughter Island. I must say, This place is teeming with women, each a formidable warrior, exuding an aura of dominance as if it were a currency, available in abundance. Upon Hancock's return, she attracted immense attention, as if walking a red carpet akin to that of Cannes. The first thing she sought was a bath. Upon hearing this, I sensed an opportunity. Seizing a moment when a female warrior was distracted, I slipped out from her shadow and made my escape. You cannot fathom the extravagance of Hancock's bathing ritual. The entire city was on lockdown, the palace sealed, with her two vice admiral-level sisters stationed at the entrance. It was as if a state secret were at stake. They claimed that the three sisters were cursed by monsters, with eyes at their backs, petrifying anyone who dared to look. Who would believe such nonsense? Hancock cautiously entered the bathhouse, employing her Kinbunchika haki to scan the surroundings, confirming no one was present before sighing in relief and beginning to undress. TSK, that figure cough. I am a respectable person. As soon as she submerged herself in the water, I could not help but emit a characteristic sound of a villain. Hancock was startled, swiftly retreating into the water, exclaiming, "Who is there?" With a resounding crash, her two muscular sisters burst through the door, and upon seeing me calmly seated on the floor, they were equally dumbfounded. "It's you?" Hancock was utterly distraught, biting her lip, her eyes filled with terror and indignation. He saw my back. What? The faces of her two sisters turned pale. This was their greatest secret, the mark of a celestial dragon slave. Observing their alarmed expressions, I shrugged, signaling my emotional stability. Hancock glared at me fiercely, while her sisters stealthily surrounded me, preparing to take drastic measures. "Who are you?" Hancock, wrapped in a bathrobe, inquired coldly. I smiled, completely disregarding their furtive movements. "I am Zhao Su, and my brother is Uchiha Ban. We are ninjas." Ninjas? Yes, the kind engaged in assassination, infiltration, and taking on private jobs. I replied leisurely, "We are open to employment. To eliminate certain prominent figures, such as just as Hancock was signaling her sisters to prepare for action, I completed my sentence lightly, such as eliminating celestial dragons." In an instant, the atmosphere thickened. The three sisters halted, as if the pause button had been pressed, staring at me in disbelief. The mention of celestial dragons triggered their PTSD, especially Hancock, her expression a mix of shock and fury, but more so a suppressed impulse. However, she quickly regained her composure. Touching her back, and with a cold chuckle, she retorted, "Do you think that seeing the mark on my back allows you to speak so freely? You are gravely mistaken. You must die today." Her sisters also caught on. Indeed, while her brother could contend with an admiral, killing a celestial dragon would invoke the wrath of the entire world government. No emperor could withstand that. Who would dare? I regarded them. Unfazed, do not rush. We dare to accept, for we have our reasons. It is not a loss for you. Worst case, I'll just be your hostage. Upon hearing this, the sisters grew intrigued. Hancock continued to feign skepticism, finding various excuses not to trust me. "What if you fail and expose us? What if you're merely acting?" I promptly offered a comprehensive solution. "There are risks, certainly, but we ninjas pride ourselves on professionalism and ethics. If you're not at ease, you may bind me and station an army to watch over me. Anything will suffice." After several rounds of negotiation, seeing the sisters' eager eyes for revenge, Hancock finally relented. Gritting her teeth, "All right, take us to your brother." With that settled, the subsequent matters became simpler. I merely needed to find an opportunity to use a shadow clone to replace myself and then transform into my brother-esque likeness. This task was straightforward. After all, the appearance of a man on Daughter Island was big news, and they would not dare to make it public. The three sisters stealthily followed me as we approached Uchiha Ban, who awaited on the ship. As I transformed, the aura of menace surged. I coldly glared at them. "So, this is your justification for aiming arrows at my brother?" Hancock was taken aback, sensing my brother's presence was even more intimidating than when he faced Chi Quan, and hastily clarified, "Calm down, it was your brother who requested this." My clone brother, with a perceptive demeanor, emerged to mediate. "Brother, I'm fine." Only then did I reluctantly ease my menacing aura. The ensuing events unfolded naturally. The mission was accepted, and the reward consisted of all the devil fruits stored on Joshi Island. Hancock, ever cautious, insisted that the devil fruits and my brother-esque clone be taken as hostages until my brother accomplished the assassination and the news was confirmed, after which they would be released. I, of course, had no objections. After all, it was merely me shifting from one hand to the other. Thus I, in the guise of Uchiha Ban, was sent by Hancock to an island near the Chambord archipelago. Before leaving, I continued my act, gazing at Hancock with deep emotion. I once had 4 brothers. Now only Zhao Su remains. No matter what happens, I will protect him at all costs. To my surprise, Hancock seemed genuinely moved by my brotherly devotion, assuring me she would take good care of my brother. Once their ship departed, I transformed back to my original form, exhaling a sigh of relief. Acting is exhausting. However, the rewards were substantial, as I absorbed 3 devil fruits, causing my band template to surge to 57. I was drawing ever closer to the 6 paths band. However, as the levels increase, the challenge becomes more formidable. To enhance my strength swiftly, I still required devil fruits. Where could I find them most? The celestial dragons had so many they could use them as snacks for their slaves. Thus, I must accept this task. Meanwhile, the clone I left on the 9-snake ship was having a rough time. A throng of female warriors, unaccustomed to men, surrounded him, pinching and prodding. Wow, his muscles are so hard. Look, he has no chest. Be careful, he has a knife at his waist. My clone's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Being scrutinized by a group of women whose arms were thicker than my waist. I was merely a small clone. Why must I endure the burden of charm and wit that did not belong to me? As I prepared to infiltrate Mary Geos at the Navy headquarters, Chi Quan was furiously banging his fist on the table, bellowing. Have you found out? Who exactly is that Uchiha band? The trembling subordinate reported that apart from the name, nothing could be uncovered, as if he had materialized from thin air. Chi Quan was infuriated, ordering them to continue their investigation. Little did he know, the person he sought was already scaling the vertical cliffs of the red soil continent like Spider-Man. Utilizing chakra to adhere to the wall, a height of 1,000 meters was but a matter of several minutes for me. I cautiously peered over the cliff, looking down at the center of the world, Mary Geos. Though my brother Ban would later become overwhelmingly powerful, he had certainly engaged in his fair share of covert assassinations in his early years. Using his template for assassination aligned perfectly with his character, and perhaps it would even enhance my performance rating. A patrolling soldier had just passed by me when, in the blink of an eye, I appear behind him, my hand clasping his throat and pinning him against the wall. Activating my Sharingan, I commanded, "Look into my eyes." The soldier was instantly entranced. I inquired directly, "Where is Henrietta Saint?" This individual was an adversary of Hancock. Unfortunately, the soldier was of too low a rank to know. I pressed on. "Then where is his courtyard?" With a vacant expression, he pointed in a direction, "West from here." I pressed further, "We're in the west." To which he replied, "It's all west." Truly, the so-called celestial dragons had quite the extravagant presence. I swiftly performed a transformation technique, assuming the guise of a soldier, and with the aid of illusions and various ninjutsu, I navigated my way, constantly changing identities to inquire for directions, until I finally located my target. This Henrietta Saint, a corpulent man with a disturbingly sadistic hobby, reveled in watching slave gladiatorial combat. Upon my arrival, he was gleefully fixated on the center of the arena, where a pirate who had consumed a devil fruit was engaged in a life-and-death struggle with a merman slave. Blood splattered as fists collided with flesh. The grotesque figure of Henrietta, flushed with excitement, screamed with fervor, "Yes! Hit him! Beat him to death! Bite him! Kill him!" The 2 slaves fought desperately for their lives. Their strengths evenly matched, resulting in a gruesome battle. In the end, the merman, at the brink of death, managed to vanquish his opponent. But guess what happened next? The imbecilic Henrietta stood up, dissatisfaction etched on his face, and questioned, "Did I not instruct you to bite him to death? Why did you not do so?" At that moment, I was utterly perplexed. What a preposterous demand. The merman, bewildered, was about to explain when, bang, a gunshot rang out as the imbecilic celestial dragon drew his weapon and shot the victorious slave dead. The body thudded to the ground, and shockingly, the onlookers didn't even blink. The steward waved his hand dismissively, ordering the bodies to be dragged away as if disposing of refuse. Such was the daily life of these scoundrels. Henrietta, still unsatisfied, was about to summon more combatants when suddenly, a voice that sent chills down spines echoed. "You are Henrietta Saint, are you not?" He turned to find a figure radiating a murderous aura, with blood-red eyes, materializing before him. "Who are you?" he exclaimed. "What are the guards doing?" The steward's expression shifted drastically as he hurriedly positioned himself in front of Henrietta, sensing an icy dread emanating from the figure. However, before he could brace himself, the red-eyed figure blurred, closing the distance in an instant. With a swift motion, a kunai sliced through his throat, blood gushing forth. "Let me tell you, Our protagonist, Zhao Su, had no interest in uttering a single word to such worthless filth. The surrounding guards were paralyzed with fear. He had killed Steward Olin. The most capable steward among them had been dispatched with a single strike. What hope did they have? Yet, they had no choice but to charge forward. It was not out of loyalty to that scoundrel, but rather self-preservation, as their families would suffer otherwise. However, the most shocking turn of events was yet to come. Upon witnessing his steward's demise, Henrietta's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Zhao Su, his expression akin to that of a child discovering a rare treasure. You are remarkably strong. You shall be my slave. It will surely be entertaining to watch you battle my other slaves. At that moment, I pondered whether this man had a severe delusion of grandeur, believing that no one in the world dared to lay a finger on him. Zhao Su was momentarily taken aback before he burst into laughter, a laugh reminiscent of one witnessing the folly of a terminally ill patient. Truly, there was no remedy for such stupidity. At that instant, the entire security center of Mary Geos erupted in chaos. A soldier stumbled in, breathless. It's bad. We discovered a patrolman's corpse in a blind spot of the surveillance. Initially, the commander remained composed, assuming it was yet another reckless youth who had provoked a celestial dragon and met a swift end. They had grown accustomed to such occurrences. However, the soldier's next words silenced him. But we saw in the footage that someone capable of transforming into that soldier is heading towards Henrietta Saint's courtyard. What? The commander's complexion drained of color. This was a direct threat to the celestial dragons. If it were the Revolutionary Army, he couldn't even dare to imagine the implications. Quick, notify the Navy headquarters. In an instant, the entirety of Mary Geos was set into motion. Akainu, the magma dog, was summoned with an expression darker than the bottom of a pot, begrudgingly called to deal with this mess. He was loath to involve himself with these incompetent fools. Yet the Navy headquarters was adjacent, leaving him no room to evade responsibility. As Akainu, accompanied by a team of elite soldiers, rushed to the entrance of Henrietta Saint's courtyard. They were halted by several guards. His Highness is currently enjoying the gladiatorial games. Do you dare to disturb his amusement? I was utterly exasperated. The situation was dire, yet they were still adhering to protocol. Akainu was not one to indulge such nonsense. Bellowing, enough. Open the gates. Trembling, the guards complied and opened the door. Upon stepping inside, Akainu's heart sank. It was eerily silent, too silent. When had the celestial dragons ever experienced such tranquility? He hastened forward and, indeed, found corpses strewn across the courtyard, with Henrietta Saint, adorned in opulent attire and a bubble hat, lying lifeless at the center. Just then, a figure emerged leisurely from a rear passage, a faint smile playing on his lips. Uchiha Madara's eyes turned crimson, a wave of heat radiating from him. What are you doing here? Let me tell you, Madara's subsequent words could be etched into history. He approached, crushing the bubble atop Henrietta Saint's head beneath his foot, and calmly stated, "Oh, it appears this friend," gesturing to the corpse beneath him, "has suddenly contracted a condition known as stupidity." Akainu was taken aback, narrowing his eyes and asking, "And what of it?" Madara chuckled lightly, "I cured him." "And how did you achieve that?" "I severed his head," Madara replied nonchalantly, asserting that once anyone's head was removed, they would no longer suffer from stupidity. To emphasize his point, he contemptuously kicked the severed head aside, the last expression frozen in disbelief, as if asking, "How dare you strike me?" What a brilliant solution. Akainu, infuriated, laughed, and in the next moment, his magma arm shot forth. Magma dog. The collision of searing magma and deep purple energy reverberated through the hall, shaking the very foundations. Akainu, relying on his Logia abilities, unleashed a relentless barrage of fists, confident that Madara, lacking haki, could not harm him physically. Yet, Madara's Susanoo proved as impenetrable as a fortress, rendering Akainu's attacks ineffective. They were locked in a stalemate. But upon noticing the endless stream of Navy reinforcements arriving, Madara decided it was time to withdraw. Well, the task is complete. It's time to retreat. With a powerful punch, he sent Akainu sprawling into a puddle of magma, and then, with his colossal Susanoo, he strode purposefully towards the cliff's edge. Those long strides covered distances that would take others an eternity. Akainu instantly regained his human form, realizing the gravity of the situation. Allowing someone to kill a celestial dragon in Mary Geos and walk away unscathed? Would the world government's reputation remain intact? Not a chance. He bellowed, "You shall not escape." Unleashing his ultimate technique, Great Eruption, countless massive magma fists rained down like a volcanic eruption, overwhelming the skies. Madara, without a glance back, countered with a swift motion of his hand, summoning the Yada mirror. Numerous energy orbs flew forth, colliding with the magma projectiles, producing a deafening cacophony. Seizing the explosive shockwave, Ban Yu was on the verge of reaching the cliff's edge when, suddenly, a piercing sound echoed as a golden laser descended from the heavens. Piercing through the shoulder of his Susanoo, a lewd, elongated voice followed. How terrifying. But if you escape just like that, our navy will lose face. Family, Huang Yuan has arrived. With Akainu and Huang Yuan flanking him, the two admirals prepare to strike. The navy soldiers in the rear were on the verge of popping champagne. Believing victory was assured. With the two admirals in action, even the four emperors would think twice. But what was Banya's reaction, you ask? He actually laughed. Ha ha ha. An admiral, is it? Quite interesting. Then came the iconic scene. Well then, TheUchiha Ban shall exert a bit of effort. In the next moment, his deep blue chakra surged skyward, causing his Susanoo to expand wildly. It transformed from a mere humanoid form into a small mountain. Astonishing. With a Tengu mask, wings sprouting from its back, and wielding two colossal swords, its aura was akin to that of a divine being. Just with this complete Susanoo, everyone stood dumbfounded. Huang Yuan, undeterred, unleashed another laser, but guess what? It could barely leave a mark now. His eternally stoic face finally cracked. Standing atop the giant's forehead, Ban Yu looked down at the two admirals, who appeared as insignificant as ants, his voice cold and calm. The only one capable of stopping me is Senju Hashirama. Unfortunately, he is no longer present. The deep blue giant slowly drew its sword. However, perhaps this is a good fortune for you, for if it were just me, the scope of the altered map would not be so vast. With a thunderous roar, Akainu and Huang Yuan's full power attacks were rendered as fragile as paper before that single flash of sword light, instantly pushed back. In the wake of this, a tremendous crash resounded as the red earth beneath them was cleaved open, revealing a bottomless chasm. The two admirals, relying on their elemental forms to preserve their lives, stared blankly at the massive sword scar, utterly stunned. And what of our protagonist? After showcasing his prowess, he had already slipped away, concealing both his achievements and name. Following this wave of actions, the entire world went wild. Newspapers rushed to print special editions, selling out almost instantly. Extra, the Holy Land Mary Geos was attacked, and the Red Earth continent was severed. The titans of the New World, Whitebeard, Kaido, Hawkeye, and Don Quixote Doflamingo, all focused their attention on this unprecedented man. The world government was beside itself with rage, releasing a bounty notice that spread across the globe. The Avenger Uchiha Ban, bounty of 1.5 billion berries. While the world frantically searched for him, what was our protagonist doing? He calmly strolled into a bar, Summer's knockoff bar. Just as the drink was being prepared, an old man with silver hair and glasses entered. The Dark King, Rayleigh. Banyi identified him in one breath. Rayleigh was taken aback, but more so intrigued. Fascinating. Fascinating. The one who can take down the celestial dragons is indeed far more interesting than the ordinary. He laughed heartily and offered to buy Banyi a drink. Banyi, straightforward as ever, replied. Thanks, but I came in a hurry and didn't bring any money. Rayleigh laughed even harder, asking if Banyi wished to leave the island, offering his assistance, yet mentioning that Sengoku had gone mad and the entire Subidi archipelago was now sealed off, making it difficult for him to act. Banyi maintained his nonchalant demeanor. I said I merely came to visit the Dark King. Summer, beside them, was nearing a state of panic. Brother, please don't stay any longer. Because of you, my bar has been inspected by the Navy over a dozen times in a single day. Just as he finished speaking, Rayleigh's expression shifted. The Navy is coming. Follow me. His kin Bunchika Haki had already sensed the soldier's presence. Rayleigh and Summer, frantic as ants on a hot pan, tried to pull him toward a secret passage. But turning around, they found Banyi still leisurely seated, sipping his freshly made Bloody Mary. What are you still drinking for? I can prepare 10 more for you. Summer was on the verge of losing it. If they didn't leave soon, it would be too late. Though none of them were weak, none wished to reveal their hiding place. Don't worry, it's fine, Banyi said calmly. What do you mean, fine? Summer's heart raced. Of course it's fine. Even the weakest here, Summer, could easily deal with that squad of Navy outside. But what good does that do? Sengoku and the three admirals are lurking just a few kilometers away. For the sake of moment's bravado, risking one's life? I truly would be grateful. But let me tell you, Banyi was remarkably composed, comforting Summer. Don't panic, it's just a small matter. Summer was nearly at the brink of a heart attack. A small matter? This is hardly a small matter. With a loud crash, the bar door was kicked open, and a squad of elite Navy soldiers stormed in, armed to the teeth. The leading rear admiral, with eyes like an eagle, scanned the room and barked. Have you seen any suspicious individuals? Let me tell you, Rayleigh and Summer's expressions were priceless. Their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Suspicious individuals? Yes. Family, who understands? The most suspicious man in the entire universe is currently sitting quietly at the bar, sipping his drink. Yet, something absurd occurred. That squad of Navy soldiers, including the rear admiral, walked past Banyi multiple times, utterly failing to perceive him, as if he were merely a wisp of air. It was as though Banyi had activated some invisibility technique, employing physical concealment. Rayleigh and Summer instantly understood. Goodness, an illusion. This wasn't merely boldness. It was pure technical dominance. Once the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was activated, not only could these soldiers be overlooked, even shadow-level powerhouses would be rendered helpless. Unless the three admirals personally led a team to knock on every door, no one would stand a chance. Rayleigh took a deep breath, his eyes filled with a knowing smile. Having retired, his greatest pleasure now lay in watching the Navy face defeat. Just picturing his old rival Sengoku, forced by the celestial dragons to scramble around the world, made him want to pop a bottle of champagne in celebration. The Navy searched around, finding nothing, and could only curse as they departed. They still had to scour the entire Sabeti archipelago 3 more times. The pressure of their KPIs was immense. Once they were gone, Rayleigh immediately resumed his seat and personally poured a drink for Banyi. All right, now I believe you. You truly came to see me. Banyi took a sip and replied nonchalantly, I said that from the very beginning. Now that you've seen, what do you plan to do next? Set sail. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes. Now, the oceans are swarming with Navy patrol boats, like dumplings. Unless the 4 emperors come with a fleet to provide cover, you won't be able to fly away. I have my methods. This piqued Rayleigh's interest. Oh, may I take a look? As you wish. Half an hour later, at the coast. Let me tell you, Rayleigh was utterly petrified. What did he see? A sea king the size of a small mountain, obedient as a pet cat, lowered its massive head, and within its eyes, a pair of blood-red Sharingan patterns glimmered. Then, Banyi strolled calmly into the mouth of the sea king, which closed its jaws and dove into the deep sea, vanishing from sight. Rayleigh was left bewildered in the sea breeze for quite some time before finally managing to utter. The newcomers these days are increasingly abstract. Meanwhile, aboard the pirate ship of the 9 Snake Pirates, Empress Hancock had finally received the latest newspaper and bounty notice. Upon reading its contents, she was left in a state of shock. You really did it? The celestial dragons were truly killed? The phrase on the newspaper, which left the Navy baffled, revenge, I have taken, was unmistakably directed at her. It was a response to her request. The cost was that exorbitant bounty of 1.5 billion berries and the still unlifted seal on the Sabeti archipelago. Her 2 younger sisters beside her fell into silence. In the next moment, the 3 sisters exchanged a glance, and tears cascaded down their cheeks as they embraced each other, weeping uncontrollably. The nightmare that had haunted them throughout their lives, the indelible mark that instilled fear deep within their bones, had finally been put to rest by someone. At that moment, my shadow clone, which had been resting in the cabin, finally heard a knock at the door. There was no choice. Even clones need to conserve energy. Consequently, the women warriors of the 9 Snake crew had been gathering at my door daily, documenting their observations of men who were notably capable of sleeping soundly. I truly felt exasperated. When the door swung open, Hancock entered with her 2 younger sisters. In unison, they bowed at a 90-degree angle, exclaiming, Thank you. The once proud and imperious Empress Hancock lowered her noble head. My clone smiled and replied, It's merely part of the job. Not at all. Hancock shook her head. Her cheeks flushed. A few mere devil fruits are hardly worth risking so much for you. Your brother currently has a bounty of 1.5 billion. My clone mused internally, while my main body dazzled the crowd. I was here reaping the rewards. What a delightful situation. Ultimately, Hancock gritted her teeth, declaring that the 9 Snake would never betray their friends. As a gesture of gratitude, she presented a platter containing 3 extraordinary devil fruits, which were strategic reserves from the treasury of 9 Snake. Thank you very much. My clone graciously accepted. Subsequently, matters unfolded rather simply. Hancock was on her way to make contact with the world government to accept the title of Warlord of the Sea, and she conveniently transported my clone to a small island in the East Sea. My clone found a spot and securely buried the 3 fruits using earth manipulation. Then with a loud bang, vanished in a puff of white smoke. Far away, within the belly of a sea king, I shuddered slightly as I received all the memories from my clone. The devil fruits were in hand, and just as I was contemplating this, a sudden announcement echoed. Congratulations. Host, you have unlocked the 2nd character template. My eyes narrowed, and I exclaimed internally, what? It's him? That Kate figure, that bald egg. This is a truly invincible character. However, to embody him, a fitting stage was required. I gazed at a nearby small island, a smile creeping onto my lips. This will do. Daz Island, an unremarkable isle in the East Sea, was home to a naval training base. Yet today, it had transformed into a hellscape. Kill. Annihilate them all. The Sword Demon, with a bounty of 110 million, led his pirate crew in a frenzied massacre of the naval recruits. The base's major, drenched in blood, watched in despair as the recruits he had raised fell one after another, his heart aching. A young female recruit, no older than 12 or 13, brandished her sword and shouted, "Despicable pirates! Dasky, focus!" The major roared. The Sword Demon grinned maliciously. Who told your teacher, Zephyr, to pursue us relentlessly? Today, I shall slaughter all his precious recruits and see if it pains him. As his words faded, he severed Dasky's sword with a single stroke and struck down the major who rushed to her aid. Watching the Sword Demon raise his famed blade, Shiyu, Dasky closed her eyes in despair. However, the anticipated pain did not come. She opened her eyes to find a peculiar figure before her, clad in a yellow bodysuit, red gloves, and a white cape. The individual sported a shiny bald head and an expression of utter simplicity. The Sword Demon stared in confusion. Who are you? The bald man paused momentarily and spoke in an oddly flat tone. I am Saitama, a hero driven by interest. Hero? Ha ha ha. The pirates erupted in laughter. What era are we in? And there are still those who call themselves heroes. How quaint. Saitama merely surveyed the fallen Navy personnel and the raucous pirates. Emotionless as he stated, this is no longer a matter that can be resolved with an apology. Apology? The Sword Demon laughed until tears streamed down his face. Did you hear that? He wants us to apologize. In the next instant, his expression twisted into a snarl. You bald. Before he could finish, Saitama threw a punch. Whoosh. The once formidable Sword Demon was instantly reduced to a mere speck, vanishing into the sky. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The pirates' laughter caught in their throats as if frozen in time. 3 minutes later, a mass of flesh plummeted from the sky, creating a crater upon impact. The pirates, terrified, scrambled frantically back to their ship. Saitama, however, looked down at the crater, pondering, I hope I won't have to pay for this. He yawned and turned to leave. Wait, Dasky finally reacted, calling after him. That Shiyu is your trophy. I don't need it, he replied nonchalantly. If you like it, keep it. Then what do you mean by hero? Saitama thought for a moment before responding. In this world, there are countless villains, and those who dare to stand against them are the true heroes. With that, he walked away without a backward glance, leaving Dasky staring blankly at his retreating figure, clutching the famed sword. Before long, naval reinforcements arrived, led by the illustrious former admiral, Black Arm Zephyr. After listening to the major and Dasky recount the events, he gazed at the remnants of the Sword Demon's remains, falling into a long silence. Suddenly, he burst into hearty laughter, filled with exhilaration and admiration. Well said. Such a person is undoubtedly a hero. After laughing, Zephyr turned to Dasky, who was looking at him with admiration, and asked, Your name is Dasky, correct? Would you like to graduate from the recruit camp and join me? Can I? Dasky's face lit up with joy. Of course. Zephyr nodded with a smile. I must say, the old man's eyes lit up at that moment. He whispered to the nearby young major that a gem like her, brimming with justice, should not be wasted outside the Navy. He intended to personally invite her to join. Meanwhile, what was I doing? I was leisurely making my way towards a secluded corner of the East Sea. Having hidden a few devil fruits, I needed to retrieve them. I was quite relaxed, occasionally stopping to buy a newspaper to catch up on the news, only to discover that the Shabandi archipelago was still under lockdown. My goodness, it had nearly been a month. Who were the Navy performing for? The inhabitants of the island must have exhausted their food supplies, relying solely on the Navy's rations to survive. Just imagining Rayleigh, the former vice captain of the Pirate King, now lining up for Navy welfare, made the scene too beautiful for me to bear. I decided I could not allow them to suffer further due to my interference. After contemplating, I sent out a clone in the guise of Madara to make a brief appearance on any island within the Grand Line, simply to assert my presence and inform the Navy. The person has slipped away. Stop playing your charade for the celestial dragons and regroup. Besides, they were well aware that capturing a shape-shifting monster was a dream. Unless they trapped me in a restroom, there was no chance of success. In any case, my main body, wearing Saitama's face, strode confidently through the East Sea. I dealt with any pirates I encountered with a single punch, regardless of their reputation as 100 million bounty sword demon from the Grand Line. It was all effortless and enjoyable. Before long, I reached the island where I had hidden my treasures, unearthed the rather unappealing devil fruits, and upon inspection, found them intact and unharmed. I directed the system to absorb them, channeling all the energy into the Saitama template. What a delightful surprise. The Saitama template skyrocketed to level 43. Once that was completed, I glanced at the map and noticed that the neighboring country was none other than the Goa Kingdom, Luffy's hometown. I simply had to visit. Meanwhile, on another front, 2 naval ships crossed paths at sea. One belonged to Zephyr, while the other bore Dog's head. I didn't need to look closely to know that Old Man Carp was on board. Zephy's countenance turned a shade of green upon seeing him, while Carp, with an air of nonchalance, picked his nose and inquired about his presence in this desolate place. With a quick flick of his eyes, Zephyr, fearing Carp might snatch away his recruits, stammered, "I came to reminisce." Carp's expression was as bewildered as if he had witnessed Kizaru voluntarily working overtime, clearly conveying disbelief. Meanwhile, I had already strolled into the bustling heart of the Goya Kingdom. The disparity between wealth and poverty was striking. On one side, the opulent district behind high walls thrived in revelry, while the other side lay in utter chaos. Clad in my signature yellow bodysuit, I found a corner and began to embody a reclusive youth, quietly awaiting fate's encounter. Just then, a loud crash erupted from above as 3 youngsters, clutching water pipes, plummeted down like dumplings. Their pursuers shouted curses. "Stop right there, you freeloaders!" Upon closer inspection, I realized it was none other than the trio destined to upend the new world: Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. What a fateful coincidence. However, the 3 little rascals barreled towards me, shouting, "Hey, bald guy, move aside." Those words struck a chord deep within me. 3 minutes later, I had one in each hand, dragging the bruised trio back to the restaurant. I kindly admonished them that freeloading was unacceptable, but Ace, gritting his teeth, retorted, "Damn bald guy." Bam, bam. I responded with a punch to each of their faces, achieving symmetry. Later, while wandering alone in the mountains, I pondered how formidable Saitama's template was. A mosquito buzzed around me for half an hour without finding a way in, ultimately flying off in existential despair. Yet, I was too impoverished. Here I was, the strongest man, fretting over my next meal. As I contemplated life, a thunderous roar erupted from the bushes behind me. Attack. True pirates must avenge their grievances. Bald guy. It was those 3 rascals again. Without turning around, I resolved the matter in 3 seconds. Looking at the trio, sprawled on the ground, I sighed. What on earth are you 3 up to? The little rogues, undeterred by their previous defeats, had stealthily followed me after escaping the restaurant. After a few more scuffles, Sabo proposed a scheme, digging a trap. The 3 of them busied themselves for half a day, digging pits and setting rolling logs, only to tire themselves out and fall asleep in a tree. The next day, a loud crash echoed, followed by a tremendous thud. The trio jolted awake, grabbing their water pipes and rushing towards the trap, not even bothering to check who it was, and unleashed a barrage of strikes into the pit. Amid their fervor, Luffy rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, "Huh, Grandpa." At the edge of the pit, Zephyr ambled over, looking quizzically at the scene. "Carp, what are you doing down there?" I must say, the expressions on Ace and Sabo's faces were priceless. In the next moment, Carp leaped from the pit, seizing both by the neck. Nothing much. Just felt the urge to educate my grandsons, followed by a brutal session of his iron fist of love. Once Carp had his fill, he inquired from the trio what they intended. Upon hearing they sought to ambush a formidable bald-headed figure, Zephyr's eyes lit up. Was this not the very Saitama he sought? Carp's interest piqued as well, insisting on accompanying Zephyr to meet me. Thus, the 2 naval commanders found their way to my humble straw hut. Carp, akin to a demolition crew, banged on the door, bawled little Brad inside. "Come out." I yawned, sleepily peering at them. "Good day, but I have no need for newspapers. Nor am I interested in insurance." The atmosphere grew quite awkward. Ultimately, Zephyr stepped forward, directly inviting me to join the Navy. Then came the bombshell. to persuade me. He produced a newspaper, pointing at the wanted poster of Uchiha Bito, declaring with righteous fervor, "Young man, look at this dastardly villain, Uchiha Bito. If you join the Navy, you might just have the chance to bring him to justice." I was momentarily taken aback. What was this? Asking me to capture my own doppelganger? This was surreal. Perhaps the trendiest concept of 2025, emphasizing a physical remedy for pain, wasn't it? I feigned reluctance, claiming my free spirit made me averse to hierarchies. But Zifa countered with a bombshell. "No worries. You'll be under my name, free to act without orders and with generous pay and bonuses. No more straw huts for you. Pay, bonuses." Upon hearing those words, I instantly teleported to his side, grasping his hand, my eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "I agree. I'll join." And thus, I became Zifa's subordinate, a naval lieutenant. Once aboard his warship, I inquired, "Elder, where are we headed?" His expression turned grave as he solemnly replied, "The Grand Line. The Navy has significant operations underway, and I'm taking you to capture Uchiha Bito." I could only think, this old man truly intends for me to stage an annual performance of capturing my own self. Well, the play had already begun. What could I do but proceed boldly? To maintain my Saitama persona's charm, I felt my facial muscles nearly stiffening from forced smiles. We encountered various incidents along the way. The Grand Line is rife with pirates. They were as numerous as dumplings. Each time we encountered them, Zifa's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to witness my prowess. But could I unleash my strength indiscriminately? I was but a gentle newcomer. My strategy was to remain still while the enemy moved. Observing the rookie sailors clash with the pirates. Once they were on the brink of defeat, I would step in and deliver a single punch to the pirate captain. Problem solved, case closed. Zifa's admiration for me grew. He believed this newcomer not only strong, but also considerate of the opportunities for his juniors. A veritable hope for the Navy's future. Little did he know, my reluctance to wear a uniform stemmed from a fear of standing out while attempting to capture my own self. On board, I encountered a young girl named Daski, the one to whom I had casually gifted a sword. Upon seeing me, her eyes sparkled like those of a fangirl. "Saitama-sama, do you remember me?" I was taken aback. "Who?" She hurriedly presented the sword named Shiyu, and I recalled her. I blurted out, "What are you doing on this ship?" She excitedly explained she had been recognized by Zifa and promoted. I was appalled. Wasn't she underage? My sense of justice flared as I frowned. Are they really recruiting such a young child? Does the world government have no labor laws prohibiting the enlistment of minors? It's 2025. How can anyone be so ignorant? Daski looked utterly bewildered, her expression reminiscent of an elderly person struggling to use a smartphone on the subway. Let us set aside these trivial interludes. Our main fleet soon reached the target island. The sight was staggering. A multitude of warships filled the horizon, as if the Navy had laid bare a portion of its resources. Zifa insisted I attend some high-level military meeting with him. Once inside, I was nearly blinded by the sight. Kizaru, Akainu, Akiji, the three admirals of the Navy were all present. There was also Vice Admiral Tsuru and even a masked CP-0 figure. This assembly could easily engage the four emperors in battle. An ununiformed bald man, stood out like a drop of ink on a pristine sheet of paper. Akainu, with his notorious temper, furrowed his brow first. "Zifa-sensei, who is this?" Zifa proudly waved his hand. "This is my new recruit, Saitama. Don't mind him. I brought him to broaden his horizons." I thought to myself, broaden horizons? I am the very embodiment of those horizons. Vice Admiral Tsuru began outlining strategies on a map, detailing a complex plan to surround the island, gradually closing in, with the admirals leading the charge, and if they couldn't find the target, they would directly issue an extermination order. I was left dumbfounded. Bishangme She'efa, resembling a top-tier sales representative, fervently extolled in my ear, "Saitama, do you see? This is the power of the organization. Joining the Navy is the wisest decision of your life. Look at our intelligence network and the coordination of these experts. That Uchiha Madara is undoubtedly doomed this time." At that moment, I could only think, brother, enough already. Do you not realize that the Uchiha Madara you seek has long completed his mission and dissipated back home? You are surrounding nothing but solitude. With the plan finalized, the operation commenced. Countless warships surged towards the island from all directions, while the three admirals, ZFA, CP-0, and 5 elite fighters charged directly towards the island center. The atmosphere was utterly cataclysmic. Rear Admiral, he presided over the center, exuding an air of calm confidence. Holding a teacup, waiting for the fish to bite. As for me, I returned to my room, contemplating that I could not allow them to toil in vain. Thus, I unraveled Saitama's transformation and reverted to my true self, my hands swiftly forming seals. The real performance was only just beginning. Suddenly, the phone bug in the command room rang frantically. Rear Admiral He, this is the bowman. We have located Uchiha Madara. His eyes brightened as he seized the phone bug. Hold him, at all costs. Reinforcements are on the way, just as she was about to deploy troops. Another phone bug rang. Rear Admiral He, this is TheUchiha Bailey, I cannot leave. He was instantly incensed. What nonsense! The voice on the other end was nearly in tears. I am not joking. I also have an Uchiha Madara here. What? He was rendered petrified. Before she could react, every phone bug in the command room erupted simultaneously. Chief of Staff, this is Wushu. We have discovered Uchiha Madara. Gumi Air calling headquarters. Uchiha Madara has appeared, requesting support. Uchiha Madara is breaking through my side. Send the Admiral quickly. At 1 o'clock, Uchiha Madara sighted. 17 rear admirals, 17 distress calls. 17 Uchiha Madara. PS face turned pale. She immediately deduced, it's a clone. Some kind of ability. Contact the Admiral. Maintain formation. I refuse to believe they're all that powerful. The call was immediately placed to Qing Ji, and the response was lazily transmitted. Rear Admiral He. We also have an Uchiha Madara here. What? At this moment, in the center of the island, Huang Yuan, Qi Quan, Qing Ji, ZFA, CP0, and the 5 elite fighters stood solemnly before the man with arms crossed, exuding a formidable aura. Indeed, it was I, Uchiha Madara. Gazing at them, I smiled calm. The game has begun. The 5 displayed considerable resolve, with Qi Quan grimly asserting, 5 against 1, we shall still win. You are undoubtedly doomed. Their words brought a smile to my face as I gently moved my fingers to form seals. I accuse you of being despicable. 5 against 1 is quite fitting for a game. In the next moment, countless trees burst forth beneath my feet, instantaneously transforming into 25 identical versions of myself. Grouped in 5s, they stood in unison before the 5 elite fighters. The expressions of the Navy admirals turned green, their faces reflecting the bitterness of consuming a bitter herb. I stood in the center, regarding them with a disdainful gaze, proudly proclaiming, this is what it means to face 5 opponents. Do not accuse me of being despicable. I paused, mimicking their earlier tone, articulating each word. After all, you are Navy admirals. In an instant, the arena fell silent. Let me inform you. My current progress as Uchiha Madara has reached 67. I possess would release and sage mode. Each of these would release clones, exudes an aura nearly comparable to that of an admiral. Their combat prowess is ferocious. Huang Yuan, undeterred, fired a laser in my true form. Without turning my head, I gently sidestepped, evading it effortlessly. His eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Ziguan Fei Avenwa. 5 clones surrounded him, attacking in perfect harmony, leaving him no opportunity to counter. ZFA, though experienced, could only barely defend himself, growing increasingly alarmed. If these clones possess such strength, how powerful must the original be? Amidst their frantic actions, I, the original, suddenly spoke. Next, I have a question for you. All movements halted momentarily as they turned in unison to face me. A smirk crept across my face as I posed a question that would be forever etched in their memories. Tell me, is it better to utilize Susanoo for these clones? Or is it better not to? As soon as the words left my lips, the color drained from the faces of the 5 highest combatants of the Navy. The battle? No, it was a massacre. The Navy was utterly decimated. In Rear Admiral He's command room, the distress calls never ceased. Each Rear Admiral was being overwhelmed by an Uchiha Madara, and several warships were sunk. The dire situation was most pronounced on the Admiral's battlefield. Though they possessed elemental transformation to evade defeat, they were simply outnumbered. One of my clones activated Susanoo, striking Qing Ji in half. Although he immediately reverted, he appeared utterly disheveled. Qi Quan, in a fit of rage, attempted to withstand the blade of Susanoo and charge at my true form. Consequently, the blade in my clone's hand was imbued with a sealing technique, and with a resounding impact, he was sent reeling back, blood spilling from his mouth. Elemental transformation? Before Madara, that technique was as fragile as paper. Huang Yuan, witnessing Qi Quan's injury, rushed forth recklessly to rescue his comrade. The 5 elite fighters were driven into a panic by my 25 clones, failing to even graze the hem of my garment. Meanwhile, aboard TheUchiha's training ship, Rear Admiral Aldington was being pressed down on the deck by another of my clones, along with Susanoo. Despair filled his eyes as he gazed at the massive blue figure, shouting for the new recruits to flee. Just as the colossal sword of Susanoo was about to cleave the ship in two, I, Saitama, made my entrance. Strolling casually, I yawned, what a shake. Upon seeing me, Aldington was as if he had seen a ghost, bellowing, newcomer, run. This is not an enemy you can confront. I paused momentarily before displaying a quintessentially heroic smile. Flee? In the face of catastrophe, if even the heroes run, who will stand tall? In the next second, I directed a simple punch at the colossal Susanoo. Bang! The Susanoo, which had effortlessly overwhelmed the rear admiral, along with the clone inside, burst into a myriad of luminous fragments, akin to a burst soap bubble. An eerie silence enveloped the entire ship. Everyone stared, slack-jawed, at my seemingly innocuous bald visage. Rear Admiral Aldington, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, quivered as he gazed at me. Your name is Saitama, correct? With such formidable power. Why did you not disclose it sooner? I pondered. Had I not mentioned it? Goodness, this fellow looked utterly bewildered, making me question my own existence. I assure you, this cannot solely be attributed to his confusion. Imagine a man with a gleaming bald head, speaking to you in a tone akin to a famished fish, claiming, I'm actually quite strong. Would you believe it? Would you dare to believe it? I certainly wouldn't. Of course, this was not the moment for such musings. As Rear Admiral Aldington regained his composure, he seized upon me as a lifeline, imploring earnestly, Mr. Saitama, since you were so formidable, could you possibly assist our allies? They are struggling. I was taken aback. Oh, there are other ships? Does this mean I can showcase my abilities before others once more? Very well. I nodded, oh sure. Just as I prepared to relocate for my One-Punch Man tour, the scene shifted dramatically at the big boss Uchiha Madara's location. That fellow, who had been suppressing the three admirals and TheUchiha, suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, interesting, interesting. I never anticipated that besides these few, the Navy harbored such powerful individuals. A single punch has obliterated my clone. Quite impressive, isn't it? The moment this statement was uttered, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. The generals exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the absurdity of it all. Who could possibly demolish Uchiha Madara's clone with just one punch? Meanwhile, we were struggling to survive the onslaught of the clones ourselves. Suddenly, Zephyr, the old man, had a revelation. Is it Saitama? Could he truly be this formidable? Regret washed over him as he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, had I known this lad was the real deal, I would have tethered him to my belt and brought him along. Those in the know understood his frustration, initially perceiving him as a mere bronze contender, only to discover he was a king among men, while he had left him idling by the spring, causing his mindset to fracture. On the other side, Uchiha Madara calculated the loss of his clones. 1, 2, 3, 5 clones gone. He squinted, suddenly feeling disinterested. Enough of this play. I ought to take my leave. With that, he nonchalantly slipped away in front of the Navy's highest combat forces. The outcome, undeniably, was a complete rout for the Navy, leaving their reputation in tatters. Utterly defeated, this battle catapulted Uchiha Madara to legendary status, his name resonating across the seas. However, the Navy was not entirely without gain. I became their sole prize. Once the battle concluded, despite sustaining injuries, Zephyr's gaze towards me burned with fervor, akin to that of a discoverer encountering a new land, overflowing with excitement. Saitama, you are genuinely powerful. As for me, I was preoccupied with peeling a banana, savoring the Navy's commendable provisions. The old man began to weave grand visions. Saitama, you might become a supernova within our Navy. I simply replied, oh, while continuing to munch. The three admirals were astute. They recognized my immense contribution and knew there would be accolades from above. I continued to chew. Upon my return, I shall recommend you to Admiral Sengoku. If all goes well, you might even command a fleet. Finally, I paused, lifting my earnest eyes to him, sincerely inquiring, are you still going to eat that apple in the fruit basket? If not, may I have it? Zephyr was momentarily petrified, likely contemplating whether entrusting the Navy's future to a glutton like me was a hasty decision. Yet, the Navy's high command recognized the urgent need to uplift morale, and thus, I, Saitama, the One-Punch Man, became the conspicuous figure leading the charge. My rank was rapidly elevated to Rear Admiral, soaring from captain to admiral without a single dissenting voice. Naturally, with my strength, It would not have been unreasonable to grant me an admiral's title had my experience not been so limited. The only dilemma was my disregard for the hierarchical structure. Ultimately, Admiral Sengoku resolved to place me under Zephyr's command. After all, the old man would protect me. Yet, how to manage the subordinates? Zephyr brought me to the new recruits camp, generously stating, "All of them are elites. Feel free to choose." Upon hearing this, I felt overwhelmed. Managing people? I could hardly manage myself. With my lifeless eyes, I sighed. Being a hero doesn't require a hierarchy. You are now part of the Navy. Zephyr furrowed his brow, his military instincts kicking in. I am a hero driven by interest, I insisted, just as Zephyr was on the verge of a hypertensive episode. A young girl named Daski mustered her courage and spoke up. "Teacher Zephyr, could we perhaps assign a deputy to handle the ship's miscellaneous tasks?" What a brilliant idea. I had no expertise in navigation, artillery, or training. Zephyr found her suggestion reasonable and promptly decided, "Daski, your suggestion is commendable. You shall join Saitama's crew." Thus, my ragtag fleet began to take shape. Gunners, navigators, and cooks, all fresh recruits, were assembled under my command. Zephyr even personally awarded me my insignia, draping the cloak marked with justice around my shoulders, his eyes glistening as he expressed his hope that I would forever embody the Navy's heroic ideals. Then, he presented me with a special order. "Rear Admiral Saitama." Zephyr's expression grew serious. "You are aware of Carp, correct? He was once tasked with pursuing the Pirate King, Roger. Now, the Navy commands you, Rear Admiral Saitama, to commence the pursuit of Uchiha Madara." My lips twitched. Pursue Uchiha Madara? Where was I supposed to find him? Essentially, they were bestowing upon me the title of leader of the Uchiha Madara task force, granting me the freedom to roam the Grand Line, dispatching any pirate I deemed unworthy with a single punch. Very well, I would endeavor to fulfill this. As expected, newspapers were inundated with news of Uchiha Madara, his bounty skyrocketing to 30 billion, second only to the 4 emperors. Meanwhile, the Navy's public relations team was promoting me vigorously. The likes of General Mongoose and General Steele Rain praised me to the heavens, while Carp boldly proclaimed, "I believe he can bring Uchiha Madara to justice," just as I once did with Roger. Remarkably, after 1,000 iterations of this rhetoric, even the new recruits aboard my ship began to believe it. They looked at me with unabashed admiration. Particularly, Daski, the little fan, would pursue me daily with questions. "Rear Admiral Saitama, how did you become so strong? Can you teach me?" I must say, at that moment, the entire crew leaned in attentively, akin to students in a classroom, eager not to miss a single word. Clearing my throat, I adopted the most earnest tone of my life, ready to impart my secret wisdom. Listen closely, the key lies in perseverance. I trained for 3 years. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. Every day, no air conditioning in summer or winter. Train until you bleed, until your arms creak, until you lose all your hair, and you will grow stronger. The essence of humanity's strength lies in self-improvement. Silence fell over the room. Daski, the young girl, became agitated. "What nonsense, Rear Admiral. Our recruits endure far more rigorous training. This is merely the level of an ordinary person. What could I do?" I was equally at a loss. I blinked my blank eyes at her. But this is how I became strong. Although my training methods were met with skepticism, my moniker, the One Punch Man, was undeniably established across the Grand Line. Regardless of whether they were billion-dollar pirates or formidable figures of the New World before me, they were all mere fodder for a single punch. The Navy's supernova, Saitama, gained immediate acclaim. My strength was rapidly ascending, with my Saitama template reaching 55, feeling as though my power was nearing that of Madara's template. Meanwhile, Madara's clones were not idle, diligently gathering intelligence for me while promoting the moniker Bald Cape Hero, albeit with limited success. One day, having just dispatched a group of pirates with a single punch, Daski approached me with a report. This young girl had become my temporary first mate, displaying remarkable acumen in managing the ship. She relayed information about numerous nearby pirate dens, and upon hearing the details, I pointed to a place called New Ming's Island. Daski found it curious, as it was not the nearest option. Unbeknownst to her, I had just received intel from a clone before its demise, indicating that the Celestial Dragon's Golden Fleet was about to traverse this maritime expanse. The underground forces of New Ming's Island, alongside the distant Don Quixote family, seemed to have their eyes set on this treasure. Sure enough, before long, the flamboyant Don Quixote made his move. His flamboyant pink flamingo ship, accompanied by his peculiar cadre, unleashed a relentless barrage upon the escorting celestial dragon warship. The Golden Fleet. This treasure rightfully belongs to me, a celestial dragon, Don Quixote declared with unabashed arrogance. The escorting rear Admiral Catalu could not withstand the onslaught and swiftly fell. Just as Don Quixote was preparing to celebrate his victory with champagne, one of his subordinates, Diamante, shouted from the lookout, "Doflamingo, ahead, there are Navy warships." Let me tell you, when Doflamingo heard the news, he was utterly bewildered. He calculated meticulously, realizing that naval support in this sea area could not arrive so swiftly. He inquired, which navy? His subordinate reported the identification number, HS2. HS2? Doflamingo was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a maniacal laugh that echoed from afar, sounding like a broken gong. His subordinate, a sticky fellow named Toripole, asked, "Doflamingo, do you know him?" "Know him? Oh, I know him all too well." Doflamingo laughed so hard he could hardly stand upright. "I must tell you, HS-1 was Captain Carp's ship, famously used to pursue Roger, which signifies the Navy's Special Operations Ship No. 1. So what does HS-2 imply?" Upon hearing this, his bizarre cadre instantly grasped the implication, their faces adorned with smirking expressions of understanding. Is that the lucky fellow Saitama? The one the Navy is desperately promoting to salvage their reputation? Indeed, I must tell you, their disdain was palpable. To them, our Saitama-sensei was merely a hapless pawn. Consider it. Previously, a single individual named Uchiha Madara had obliterated the Navy headquarters, and 5 admirals failed to halt him, leaving the Navy's reputation trampled. At this critical juncture, they hastily promoted a rookie rear admiral and assigned him the task of pursuing Uchiha Madara, which was clearly a public relations stunt by the Navy, a smokescreen. They were convinced that Saitama was merely a mascot who had stumbled upon luck. Doflamingo wore his signature cruel smile and glanced toward our ship, where he indeed spotted a shiny bald head. In a sinister tone, he remarked, "Uchiha Madara is undeniably a monster. Even I must steer clear of him. However, a mere rear admiral?" He suddenly shifted his tone, grinning wickedly at his subordinates. "Tell me, if I were to eliminate this so-called Navy superstar, do you think the world government would promptly grant me a position as a warlord?" At that moment, I thought to myself, this guy truly dares to dream. He desires to become a warlord. Yet what he lacks is a reputable name to instill fear in everyone. Merely ruling the underground world as a petty emperor is futile. He needs to make headlines. Let it be me who elevates his notoriety. As soon as he finished speaking, Doflamingo spread his arms wide and soared into the air, resembling a pink moth, landing directly on the deck of our warship. Upon landing, that trademark irritating smile returned. "Oh, is this not our Navy superstar? If you surrender willingly, perhaps we can spare you from some pain. He. To our surprise, Saitama-sensei blinked his dead fish eyes and innocently asked the person beside him, "Who is he?" Darsky quickly whispered, "Don Quixote Doflamingo, bounty of 340 million. After reporting, she looked at Doflamingo as if he were a lunatic, asking Saitama to surrender. Was this man still asleep? Saitama-sensei paused, then gazed at Doflamingo with sincerity, earnestly asking, "Are you very strong? Are you so certain you can defeat me?" Upon hearing this, Doflamingo laughed even harder. "Am I strong? Of course. You don't seriously believe you're qualified to pursue Uchiha Madara, do you?" At that moment, his cadre joined in, strutting towards us like models on a runway, striking poses and radiating menace as they surrounded us. One named Gladius, with hair resembling an explosive, shouted, "Hey, don't you dare surrender. I haven't even warmed up yet." Another, named Diamante, was even more theatrical, drawing his sword and coldly snorting, "Since Doflamingo has suggested you surrender, you'd better comply. If not," with a swift motion, he severed our ship's cabin in half, the cut so smooth it could serve as a mirror. He attempted to continue his bravado. "This is what happens when you refuse to surrender." But before he could finish, a fist, clad in yellow plastic gloves, effortlessly struck him. Bang! A muffled thud echoed. Diamante's upper half disappeared on the spot, as if he had vaporized, reduced to a cloud of flesh. Saitama-sensei, with a displeased frown, exclaimed, "Hey, you owe me for the cabin." A profound silence enveloped the scene. Doflamingo's crew stared, eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. One punch? Just one punch? Their core, cadre, the 99 million bounty holder Diamante, was gone just like that? This was a man capable of confronting those with bounties in the hundreds of millions. Meanwhile, Darsky scoffed. What is so strange about this? Yesterday, Saitama-sensei knocked out someone with a bounty of 190 million with a single punch. Isn't it quite normal to eliminate you with a bounty under 100 million? In an instant, Doflamingo was drenched in cold sweat. He could defeat Diamante, but to casually obliterate him with one punch? That was a level of power reserved for the Yonko. Yet, before he could issue orders, two young subordinates, Baby 5 and Buffalo, rushed in, shouting, "Bastard, you killed Diamante. We will avenge our family." "Stop. Hold on." Doflamingo's voice was hoarse from shouting. He instinctively turned to look for Saitama, only to find no one there. Turning again, he saw our Saitama-sensei had already planted the two youngsters headfirst into the deck like seedlings. Saitama-sensei dusted off his hands, sighed, and calmly regarded Doflamingo and his crew, saying, "Well, the joke's end here, you lot. If you wish to apologize, now is your chance." Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's crew was still reeling. The high-pitched voice of Pika erupted in anger. "You dare kill Diamante?" He suddenly extended his hand, and with a thunderous crash, several massive boulders were hurled from the sea. He pressed down on one, merging with it to become a towering stone giant of several meters. Doflamingo, seeing this, felt a flicker of hope. Pika's ability had the strongest defense. Surely, even he couldn't be taken down in one punch? "Stone dance!" Pika screamed, and from his rocky form erupted 8 massive stone spikes, hurtling toward Saitama. What happened next? Our Saitama-sensei danced effortlessly, dodging every attack with ease and grace. Then, with a powerful push, he appeared before the stone giant, clenching his fist. A flurry of ordinary punches ensued. Bang, 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 bang. I assure you, the spectacle was akin to a fireworks display. Countless shadows of fists pummeled the colossal stone figure into dust. Pika, trapped within, didn't even have time for a final word before he too disintegrated into nothingness. Once again, the scene fell into a profound silence. Saitama-sensei expressionlessly retracted his fist, casting a faint glance at Doflamingo. "We surrender," Doflamingo exclaimed, raising his hands above his head in a textbook-perfect gesture. This man was a master of smooth capitulation. "Young master?" Doflamingo. His subordinates were left in shock. "We surrender." "Toripole, put down your weapon." "Everyone, lower your arms." "We surrender," Doflamingo bellowed, his eyes behind the sunglasses filled with terror. He understood that if they did not surrender now, the Don Quixote family would meet its demise that very day. Thus, the battle concluded in a most theatrical manner. Darsky calmly retrieved sea-stone handcuffs, binding each of them one by one. At that moment, Saitama-sensei pointed to Baby 5, still planted on the deck, and inquired, "Does this child have a bounty?" Darsky checked and replied, reporting, "Rear Admiral, she does not." "Oh, let's not send her to prison." Saitama pondered for a moment, stating that it would leave a permanent stain on a child's record, and suggested keeping her aboard our ship, granting her a chance for redemption. The adoration in Darsky's small eyes was simply astonishing. However, I noticed that after Saitama had settled everything, his pair of naive eyes subtly glanced towards the escort ship, which shimmered like gold in the sky, revealing a fleeting glimmer not characteristic of him. Later, when our ship was damaged, we were towed to the naval base for repairs. The general escorting the golden vessel, named Catalu, approached us, his head bandaged, eager to ingratiate himself. This rascal had a face as thick as a city wall, immediately proposing that we collaborate to capture the Don Quixote family and report it together. Collaborate? Darsky's face turned a shade of green with anger. "We saved you, and now you wish to claim the credit for yourself?" Noticing our discontent, Catalu began to play dirty, implying that if Saitama did not cooperate, he would write a report to tarnish his reputation using his connections. Yet, Saitama remained unfazed, simply responding with a dazed "oh." Catalu took this as agreement and left. Pleased with himself, once the ship was repaired, he hastily set sail, cheerfully exclaiming that while Saitama was strong, he was quite easy to handle. With this achievement, he thought he might even be promoted to Rear Admiral. As he reveled in his fantasies, a communications officer rushed in, breathless. "General Catalu, trouble. We are under attack." Catalu thumped the table, exclaiming with great bravado, "Who dares to be so audacious? Does he not know I have just captured the formidable Don Quixote Doflamingo?" The communications officer, with a mournful expression, replied, "It is Uchiha Madara." Catalu's face went pale, and he scrambled to the deck, only to see the godlike figure standing atop a colossal blue giant. Terrified, he felt his legs go weak yet forced himself to bluster, "Uchiha Madara, You have finally arrived. Allow this general, who has just dealt with the Don Quixote family, to handle you. I was watching from a distance with a telescope, nearly laughing myself to death. He truly believed he could intimidate Saitama with his achievements. Uchiha Madara, Saitama's other persona, wore a peculiar expression, taking a moment before uttering, "You are quite amusing." Then, with a single stroke of his sword, a massive blue beam of light cleaved Catalu's ship in two. Catalu, fortunate enough to be blasted away by the shockwave, landed in a remote corner. The next moment, that figure appeared before him. Catalu, speechless with fear, watched as the imposing Uchiha Madara morphed back into the naive Saitama he had previously underestimated. In that instant, Catalu's eyes brimmed with despair and absurdity. He wished to shout, to expose this grand farce to the world, yet a sword had already pierced his throat. After dealing with this fool, Saitama commenced his joyous salvage operation. The golden treasures of the heavens, 13 devil fruits, and mountains of golden jewels were all gathered into a single scroll. Once this endeavor was completed, he felt it was time to shed the identity of Saitama and assume another guise to dispose of the goods. Thus, he arrived at an island known as Hannibal, a veritable treasure trove for pirates, contemplating how to find a knowledgeable ally to avoid being swindled by black market merchants. He noticed a tall woman in a black robe hastily passing by, occasionally glancing back with caution. My eyes narrowed. Lo and behold, was that not Nico Robin? What was she doing here? I realized her life was quite miserable, akin to an employee perpetually facing layoffs, constantly on the run. Just as she concealed herself in a nook, a cacophony erupted outside. "Robin, get out here!" A horde of pirates, akin to rabid dogs, rampaged through the streets, and Robin, hidden in the shadows, barely dared to breathe, her figure betraying her presence. Yet, her expression remained unflappable, clearly accustomed to such extreme survival challenges. Once the ruffians moved on, she exhaled in relief, muttering, "Sigh, I must find a new employer." I discerned that she was a super mercenary in the pirate world. Yet her notorious reputation as the child of the devil made her akin to a walking disaster. Anyone who sheltered her would become a target for the Navy. Her previous employer, a certain Hurricane Dola, likely succumbed to the pressure and contemplated selling her for a bounty. However, Robin had caught wind of this and made her escape. Now, she was pondering her next career move. The bounty on her former companion was 51 million, so her new employer would have to be of a similar caliber. With her mind racing, she set her sights on the small-time Captain Raijin Dola, boasting a bounty of 67 million. As for her bargaining chip, she had prepared the ultimate interview tool, information about ancient weapons. This revelation would entice pirates as much as a sale during Double 11. She had utilized this tactic to infiltrate various pirate crews, including the very Hurricane Dola, who sought to betray her. As anticipated, Robin secured a position with Raijin Dola's crew without much effort. She had not concealed her past, so it was not long before her former employer Hurricane Dola came knocking. Standing behind her new boss, Robin's mind raced with calculations. No problem, my new employer's bounty is higher than the old one's. He surely wouldn't jeopardize everything over this trivial matter. I found the scene amusing as the lanky Hurricane Dola confronted the stout Raijin Dola, their crews poised for confrontation. Hurricane Dola sarcastically remarked, "Robin, quite impressive that you found a new employer so quickly." Raijin Dola, with a grand gesture, boasted, "Of course, Robin possesses knowledge of ancient weapons. It is only reasonable that I protect her." Wait, I sensed something was amiss. Why did these two pirate leaders seem to be engaging in commercial banter? Devoid of any tension, Robin felt the shift in atmosphere, her body tensing. Hurricane Dola suddenly pivoted his words. "But her knowledge of ancient weapons is a ruse. I have protected her for so long without seeing a single hair of it." Raijin Dola feigned surprise, turning to Robin. "Is that true?" Robin's heart sank, yet her face remained unfazed. "Impossible. He is a pirate. Can a pirate's words be trusted?" "What do you think?" Raijin Dola replied. He suddenly broke into a wide grin, exclaiming, "Of course they can be trusted. After all, we are brothers." Boom! Robin's face turned ashen. The names Raijin Dola and Hurricane Dola, along with their titles, were beyond absurd. Even an AI script would shy away from such a plot twist. How had she failed to notice? She had been careless. The two brothers closed in on her, surrounded by their crew, with their ship docked by the shore, leaving Robin with no means of escape. Hurricane Dola exchanged knowing glances with his brother, muttering something about enjoying themselves before handing her over to the Navy. The other, even more despicable, suggested breaking her limbs first before playing with her. My fists clenched in anger as I watched. as Robin found herself cornered with no way out. Her experience in the world kicked in. In a moment of desperation, she raised her head and shouted boldly, "Do you dare to touch me? Do you know who I have backing me?" Raijin Dola was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, "Oh? Who?" Robin, exuding confidence, declared, "Uchiha Madara." I thought to myself, the lady spoke the truth. She indeed had someone behind her, and it was connected to Uchiha Madara. I, Zhao Su, was merely eavesdropping from the ship's deck. I had come to witness the spectacle and to ascertain Robin's circumstances. What unfolded before us was an extraordinary reversal of fortunes in the workplace. In the end, Luobin audaciously called out my brother's name. Upon uttering the 4 characters of Yuzhibo-ban, it indeed startled those 2 brothers. He is the most prominent, enigmatic figure of recent years, single-handedly facing off against the 3 admirals at Mary Geos, a veritable pinnacle of combat prowess. At that moment, they began to speculate. Could Yuzhibo-ban's objective also be the ancient weaponry? Outwardly, Luobin exuded confidence, yet internally, her eyes were darting about in search of an escape route. However, before she could find one, the brother of the storm, TheUchiha, inquired, "Do you possess any evidence to prove you are affiliated with Yuzhibo-ban?" Luobin let out a cold snort, thinking to herself, where could I possibly find evidence? Yet, in such a moment, her aura must not wane. The more she feigned arrogance, the more they believed her. Unfortunately, their belief was overly profound. A mere glance exchanged between them ignited an instant surge of murderous intent. Their rationale was simple, irrespective of whether she was indeed one of Bond's people. If they eliminated her here, there would be no witnesses, and thus, no one would know. This is bad. Luobin, sharp-witted as she was, immediately recognized the peril in their gaze. They all lunged at her, intent on her demise. Yet, just as TheUchiha raised his machine gun, a chilling voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, echoed, "Are you all intent on making a move against my people?" All the pirates swiftly turned to face me. Upon recognizing my visage, their expressions morphed dramatically. "Zhao Shu, indeed, it is I, the brother of Yuzhibo-ban, whose bounty is set at 50 million. To my surprise, the one most affected was Luobin, her eyes widening in astonishment, perhaps pondering whether I truly was a subordinate of Yuzhibo-ban. A notion that had completely escaped my own recollection. I merely sat composedly at the edge of the ship's deck, offering them a smile. The ruffians began to panic. Yet TheUchiha maintained some semblance of courage, bellowing, "What are you afraid of? He is merely Zhao Shu, not Yuzhibo-ban himself. Let us take him down together." At this proclamation, I nearly burst into laughter. Allow me to clarify. While Zhao Shu can embody Yuzhibo-ban, Yuzhibo-ban cannot embody Zhao Shu. I possess the full capabilities of both Ban and Sayu, rendering me far superior to any guise I might don. My heart raced with exhilaration. Finally, it was my turn to ascend in rank using my own identity. As I listened to the band of pirates clamoring that I could not be that formidable, I smiled gently and leaped from the ship's deck. Today, I was clad purposefully in the guise of my brother's sibling, Yuzhibo Chuan, dressed in black with a sword at my waist, exuding an air of undeniable prestige. Luobin glanced at me with a hint of concern, likely contemplating whether the brother of such a formidable individual might be a mere weakling. In the next moment, she found herself utterly astonished. I activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The group of pirates charging in the forefront came to an abrupt halt, petrified as if their connection to reality had been severed. What is happening? TheUchiha, and Jufeng Duola's faces turned pale. Is this Yuzhibo-ban's Jinjutsu? Luobin exclaimed, recognizing the implications, but isn't this the ability of a devil fruit? Those 2 brothers, however, were not to be trifled with. Without a second thought, they hefted 2 Gatling guns, shouting towards me and Luobin, "Die!" The bullets rained down mercilessly, creating a veritable storm of metal, engulfing us along with their comrades, ensnared in the illusion. This is bad. Luobin's expression shifted drastically. The Huahua fruit could not defend against such an onslaught. At that critical moment, I grasped her waist. Smoke billowed around us. The ship's deck behind us riddled with bullet holes. The 2 brothers, panting heavily, anticipated our demise. Yet, when the smoke dissipated, their eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. I, cradling Luobin, remained unscathed, my attire intact. How was this possible? A smirk played on my lips, tinged with pride. Curse your misfortune for lacking the Sharingan. No sooner had I uttered those words than my crimson Sharingan spun once more, plunging the 2 brothers into an abyss of darkness, the world around them rendered silent. Luo Bin remained in a state of shock, murmuring, "How can this guy be so powerful?" She was likely still savoring the moment we danced through a hail of bullets. Untouched, I released my hold on her slender waist and smiled. "Well then, let us take our leave." Luo Bin instinctively asked, "Leave? Where to?" I beamed a gentle smile. "Of course, we are off to find my brother. Did you not assert that you serve as a subordinate?" Luo Bin's expression conveyed a sentiment akin to having just escaped the dragon's den only to stumble into a tigeress lair. As we traversed the path, Luo Bin trailed behind me like a disheartened wife, her large eyes darting about, filled with thoughts of how she might flee. Meanwhile, I pondered the delightful sensations I had just experienced. Indeed, quite delicate and soft, perfect for someone knowledgeable to assist me in handling the spoils at hand. Luo Bin had conveniently offered herself, a perfect blend of utility and aesthetic appeal. Before long, I led her into an inconspicuous room. Luo Bin hesitated momentarily, but ultimately steeled herself and followed. She understood that in front of an individual of my brother's caliber, fleeing would be futile. She could only take a gamble. Upon entering, she beheld the legendary figure clad in crimson armor, with long, straight black hair and a defiant gaze. Yuzibo Bon. Of course, this was merely my doppelganger. My Bon doppelganger looked up and coldly inquired, "Brother, who is she?" I began to act, feigning surprise. "Oh, she your subordinate?" I was quite puzzled. "When did you take someone in without my knowledge?" "Subordinate?" The Bon doppelganger narrowed his eyes, an icy aura erupting forth. Luo Bin immediately froze, her legs trembling. Yet, true to her nature, she gritted her teeth and clarified the misunderstanding, even showering him with flattery, and quickly presented her core value. "I can decipher ancient texts, enabling you to locate the ancient weapons capable of obliterating the world." In response, my Bon doppelganger scoffed. "Ancient weapons? Capable of annihilating an island with a single shot? Apologies, but I could achieve that with a single strike myself. Such matters hold no significance for me." Luo Bin was left speechless, her greatest bargaining chip rendered ineffective. The Bon doppelganger shifted his tone, rising with a menacing air. "Woman, the crime of deceiving my brother bears a heavy penalty." Luo Bin closed her eyes in despair, thinking that this time her end was nigh. However, my Bon doppelganger delivered a surprising twist. "You shall become my brother as concubine. If you can bear offspring for the Yuzibo clan, I shall spare your life." Luo Bin? Her expression at that moment was akin to having heard a cosmic oddity. I too feigned dismay. "Brother? Isn't this inappropriate?" The Bon doppelganger waved his hand. "What is inappropriate about it? The revival of the Yuzibo clan is everyone's responsibility. As the elder brother, it falls upon me to propose. Why not you two attend to this matter right now?" Luo Bin's face flushed crimson like a ripe tomato. I quickly intervened to mediate, playing the role of the benevolent one. "Brother, please refrain from being so domineering. I am not a celestial dragon, nor do I engage in the abduction of women. How about this? We allow her to assist us in selling the recent haul, and as for offspring, we can discuss that later. Who knows, feelings may develop in time, with one taking the role of the good cop, and the other the bad cop." We successfully maneuvered the situation. After a moment of silence, the Bon doppelganger reluctantly consented. "Very well, I shall acquiesce this time." Luo Bin exhaled a sigh of relief, casting a grateful glance in my direction. I had deftly resolved the matter. The subsequent events unfolded smoothly. I presented the treasures snatched from the heavens and the spoils acquired from dispatching the two brothers, entrusting Luo Bin with their management. When she beheld the mountain of riches, her eyes widened in disbelief, likely pondering whether we had truly plundered the world government. Ultimately, the haul fetched an astounding 61 billion berries. As the three of us ambled along, I contemplated how to convert the riches into real-time currency when suddenly, my pupils constricted. My Bon doppelganger came to an immediate halt, directing a fierce gaze towards an empty corner. "Come forth. Must I invite you?" A hoarse voice emerged. "Certainly not." A man clad in a coat emerged slowly, and as he removed his hat, Robin could not help but exclaim in astonishment. "Monkey D. Dragon? Good heavens! The world's most notorious criminal and the leader of the Revolutionary Army. What brings him here?" Dragon's gaze was sharp and piercing, fixated on my clone. Initially, when I heard there was someone who could stand toe-to-toe with 5 Admiral-level powers, I thought it was mere rumor, but now it seems I was mistaken. His words clearly acknowledged that among the merchants we had just interacted with, there were his associates. My clone remained as proud as ever. "What business does a revolutionary have with me?" Dragon laughed heartily and got straight to the point. Of course, I am inviting you brothers to join the revolution. You hold a grudge against the celestial dragons, and so do we. We are natural allies. I felt a wave of amusement. Here was yet another soul duped by the Navy's public relations. Nevertheless, the situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Dragon's eyes darted between my clone and me, clearly intrigued by my strength, pondering why the Navy's intelligence had never mentioned me. Little did he know that the Navy's propagandists were slower to update their information than my grandmother was to change her mobile phone. Their understanding of me was still stuck in the days when I was laboring to purchase armor, a formidable being needing to work. Such a notion was virtually unheard of in the pirate world, akin to an urban legend. Dragon, filled with questions, returned his focus to my clone, gazing at him earnestly. We are brothers. I must say, the silence that enveloped my clone was so profound it could suffocate the atmosphere. He quietly remarked, I was once a brother to 5. Dragon and Robin were momentarily struck dumb. My clone continued, his tone as calm as if he were discussing the pleasant weather. Now, only Zhao Su remains. The others were lost at a very young age. His expression hardened, the ferocity in his gaze emerging. Therefore, come what may, I shall protect him, at all costs. Who understands the bonds of family? Upon hearing this, Dragon and Robin's minds conjured an elaborate revenge drama. They instinctively envisioned the perpetrator responsible for my clone's brother's demise as a celestial dragon. I could hardly contain my laughter. What a wild imagination. Sensing the potential, Dragon quickly seized the opportunity. Then you should definitely join us. Our goal is to overthrow the corrupt rule of the celestial dragons so that every child can grow up safely. My goodness. Those lines were a direct echo of the rhetoric Hashirama once used to persuade my clone. I nearly lost my composure, hastily signaling my clone. He, understanding my intent, paused for a moment before coolly nodding. All right, I shall join. Success. Fireworks erupted in my heart. At long last, I had lured Dragon on a Hashirama's path. My acting skills and guidance were simply unparalleled. The system panel lit up. My clone's performance ratings surged by 3 points, reaching 74. Splendid. The subsequent events unfolded easily. We followed Dragon directly to the Revolutionary Army's stronghold, Barty Island. Allow me to tell you, this place was engulfed in yellow sand, resembling cave dwellings. Yet the smiles on the faces of the locals were sweeter than honey. It was evident that Dragon's governance was 100-fold superior to that of the aristocrats in the world government. Upon entering the headquarters, a throng of Revolutionary Army high-ranking officials gathered around us. Alas, my clone's persona was that of a cold and aloof overlord, exuding an aura that seemed to declare, "Do not approach me." Thus, the first impression was unmistakable. Then came the most amusing part. In an effort to help us integrate swiftly, Dragon provided us with study materials he had compiled on revolutionary ideology. I opened it to find merely 2 or 3 pages, a veritable introduction to the youth version of Marxism. Robin, the archaeologist, read it with great interest, a look of profound understanding on her face. Dragon, ever humble, remarked, "Many cannot grasp the principles within, yet our aspirations are aligned." I couldn't help but chuckle. Cannot grasp? My dear, this material is something even middle schoolers back home are required to memorize. Dragon and Robin, perceiving my peculiar expression, mistakenly believed I was struggling to comprehend it. Robin even laughed, attempting to explain it to me. Could I endure such a misunderstanding? I decided to deliver a small intellectual shock. I launched into an elaborate discourse, expounding on the complexities of encircling cities from the countryside to class struggle, discussing the significance of a united front and the necessity of ideological development, and so forth. Dragon and Robin were left speechless. Their mouths hung agape, particularly Dragon, who braced himself against the table, his eyes wide with astonishment, as if Columbus had just discovered a new continent. Years of his dedication were elevated by just a few of my words. Thus, Dragon announced a period of seclusion to digest my new theories, granting us the highest privileges to roam freely. What was I to do? With no pressing matters, I simply took Robin for a stroll. It was then that I witnessed a remarkable scene. A young woman with purple hair, donning sunglasses and possessing a fiery figure, was hoisting a large flag, fervently shouting at a group of recruits. Can't you manage 1,000 push-ups? Pathetic. Worthless. Do you want to watch your loved ones be bullied by the nobles? The young men and women below were roused as if injected with adrenaline, fervently resuming their push-ups. Robin was left in awe, and I chuckled. That is the power of the encouragement fruit. Rallying cries can galvanize one's potential. I tell you, this girl is destined to become the future commander of the Eastern Army. Bella Betty, of course, I remembered her primarily for her audacity, boldly charging into battle, embodying the spirit of liberation. Robin and I did not hide, striding confidently towards her. Upon noticing us, Bella Betty immediately became vigilant. Who are you? I pointed at Robin. Newcomers. You must know her, right? The lamp of revolution, Robin. Her suspicion diminished somewhat. Yet her gaze towards me remained peculiar, perhaps sensing something amiss in my demeanor. I couldn't help but find it amusing. This young girl, merely in her teens, had her thoughts written all over her face. I playfully teased her, training so late, that sweat doesn't smell pleasant. This provoked her ire. Her expression darkened. Since you're also a revolutionary, then train with us. Robin stifled a laugh beside me, eager to witness my embarrassment. Train me? Little sister, you have no idea who you are up against, do you? I feigned great interest. All right, what shall we practice? Fishman karate. She huffed. Oh, then I shall see how it's done. My nonchalant attitude thoroughly irritated her. She unleashed her fruit ability upon me, waving her flag as she berated me. At your age, you don't even understand the value of effort? Tonight, we shall train until you grasp the basics. What was the outcome? Her powers had no effect on me. My physical prowess rendered her encouragement as ineffective as a tickle. I chuckled, teasing her. Your fruit ability needs work. She appeared bewildered, likely never having encountered such a scenario. Seizing the moment, I suggested, since your ability is lacking, why not offer some real encouragement? For instance, if I master the basics tonight, might I receive a hug as a reward? This fiery girl blushed, her anger intensifying. Fine. If you fail to accomplish it, do not blame me for being ungracious. No problem, I replied with a warm smile, activating my Sharingan. Show me the way. In the next moment, dear friends, a memorable scene unfolded. After Bella Betty demonstrated her technique, I flawlessly replicated it, every movement and force executed with precision. She and the recruits were left utterly stupefied, their mouths agape in disbelief. How is this possible? Bella Betty exclaimed in indignation. You must have learned this beforehand. I shrugged. I just joined the Revolutionary Army. Where would I have learned it? Perhaps it is simply due to my intelligence. This answer left her no room for rebuttal. The young girl, now unsatisfied, proceeded to demonstrate every technique she knew, from the basics to the advanced. What happened next? In just half an hour, I completely exhausted her knowledge, mastering it even more precisely than she herself could. The group of children below stared in amazement, and a little girl named Keela stood up and exclaimed, "Big brother, could you teach us?" I smiled and nodded, of course, but first, your instructor must fulfill her promise. Betty froze, and the rowdy children immediately began to chant, "Hug her! Hug her! Hug her!" I approached her step by step, and her face turned crimson, unable to escape. Days passed, and I taught the children while playfully teasing their little instructor, living a rather delightful life. Ban Yi maintained his aloof demeanor, and I suspected that the senior ranks of the Revolutionary Army knew me better than they did him. Then Long emerged from hiding. He rushed to find me, and upon seeing me, wore a bitter smile, struggling to speak for a while. Finally, he took a deep breath, stood tall, and bowed to me at a 90-degree angle. I was momentarily taken aback, wondering what this was about. Fortunately, Robin quietly reminded me that this was a gesture of respect for a teacher. I was stunned. Do pirates really initiate their teachers in such an abrupt manner? Isn't there a customary process? Before I could gather my thoughts, Long earnestly asked, "Teacher, what should our Revolutionary Army do next?" What could I say? I only knew the situation of those little rascals. I could only muster, develop cautiously and avoid recklessness. You won't believe it, but Long instantly understood. He wore a proud expression, imagining grand strategies about accumulating strength and finding weaknesses. I was utterly amazed. Later, I learned that the Revolutionary Army was quite impoverished. Since I had abundant funds, I spent 100 million berries to exchange for 5 devil fruits, effectively emptying their treasury. To replenish supplies, Long took us to a place called Xuanyue Village. Upon arrival, he quickly located the owner of the village's Isen dojo, Gung Sairu. The two clearly recognized each other as old acquaintances and chatted animatedly. I observed Gung Sairu for a moment. This boss was no ordinary person, hiding his depth well. Long proudly introduced me to Gung Sairu. "This is my teacher." I had little interest in their reminiscing and wandered around the dojo instead, wondering if Zoro was around. Though Kuina was likely present, my instincts led me to pinpoint Kuina's location. Lo and behold, she was sneaking around in the warehouse. What was she up to? I crept closer to see, and to my surprise, the little girl was struggling to move a sharpening stone larger than herself. She was truly dedicated to maintaining her precious sword, Dowie Wenzi. In the next moment, however, disaster struck. She slipped, clutching the heavy stone, and was about to fall. My heart raced. If she hit the ground, Zoro would truly have no rival. Without a second thought, I executed a technique, drawing her and the stone towards me with an invisible force, safely cradling them in my arms. I sighed in relief. I had made it in time. The little girl remained dazed in my embrace for a moment before hesitantly opening her eyes. Upon seeing my handsome face, her cheeks flushed bright red, and she quickly wriggled out of my arms, retreating several steps. "Thank you for saving me," she stammered, bowing politely. "It's nothing," I waved my hand dismissively, casually teasing. "But you should be more careful next time. By the way, is your family so poor that they can't even afford a proper ladder?" Kuina's face turned even redder, unsure if it was from embarrassment or my remark. I thought to myself, I was sweating bullets. If I had been a moment late, today wouldn't have been about buying food, but preparing a banquet for Kuina. After regaining her composure, she curiously asked, "Are you a friend of my father's?" "Sort of. We just met today," I shrugged. "My name is Zhao Su. I came with Mr. Long to buy supplies." "Oh, it's Mr. Long," she realized, seemingly enlightened, indicating that Long frequented this place for supplies. However, she soon asked a piercing question. "Wasn't there a very large-faced gentleman who used to come buy food?" Without batting an eye, I replied, "Oh, you mean Ivankov? He is currently on maternity leave, busy having a baby." "Is that so?" The little girl seemed to short-circuit, her face reflecting confusion. Just then, my brother Banyu strolled over, maintaining his usual impassive demeanor, and said to Ka, "Go to the dojo. Your father is calling for you." I thought, oh no, this must be the moment of exposure, and she would have to face reprimand. Kuina's expression immediately fell. As expected, buying supplies for the Revolutionary Army was not something that could be accomplished in a day or two. We would have to stay here for several days. Long, however, was in high spirits because I had saved his daughter, and Gung Sairu, delighted, offered us a substantial discount. I, however, had little interest in such matters and wandered to the seaside to enjoy the breeze. Before long, I noticed Kana approaching with red eyes, silently sitting beside me and remaining silent for quite some time. After a long pause, she finally managed to ask, "Zhao Su, is it true that women cannot become the strongest in the world?" Upon hearing this, I understood. She had just been scolded by her father. Sure enough, she complained about being reprimanded again, especially when her father learned that she nearly had an accident while sharpening her sword. His anger flared, and the classic line slipped out. Women can never become the strongest in the world. For a determined swordsman, this statement was devastating. Kuna bit her lip, explaining that her father had instilled this belief in her since childhood, saying that women were inherently weaker than men and that even the best techniques couldn't compensate for it. She expressed her anxiety, stating that Zoro, the one from the dojo, was relentlessly pursuing her and that she was feeling the pressure. I couldn't help but laugh. "Who said that? Your father? His perspective is limited. He hasn't seen the world." But she hesitated. "He has never seen a true female warrior." I interrupted her unapologetically. "Have you heard of Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors of the New World? She's a woman, and with a single strike, she can decimate a city." "Oh, and by the way, she wields a sword too," she stubbornly retorted, "but she isn't the strongest in the world." I rolled my eyes internally. The prejudice of the world runs deep. I decided to provide her with some powerful evidence. "I've seen the strongest woman in the world." I thought of Kagaiheim and continued. The techniques she left behind even deceived my brother Uchiha Ban. Calling her the strongest woman is no exaggeration. Seeing her still torn between belief and skepticism, I grew weary of further argument. 1,000 theories pale in comparison to practical demonstration. I stood up, gazing at her, and declared, "Kuina, listen closely. Being the strongest in the world is not about reputation. It's about fighting your way to the top. And even when it comes to reputation, only the strong have the right to determine who is the strongest." As soon as my words fell, my chakra erupted. Dark blue energy soared towards the heavens. Bones, muscles, armor. At that moment, Kuina's expression was akin to a deer caught in the headlights. Her mouth agape, as if it could fit an egg. A complete Susanoo emerged, towering above. "Kuina, if anyone dares to say that a woman cannot be the strongest in your presence, you tell them." The Susanoo brandished its colossal sword, facing the boundless sea, and with a single slash, it cleaved through. Boom! The entire ocean was forcefully split apart. A chasm over 30 meters wide and unfathomably deep revealed itself. The spectacle was simply extraordinary. It took a good 10 seconds for the waters on either side to finally crash back together with a resounding roar. I gradually dispersed my chakra, a smile gracing my lips as I gently spoke to her. You should tell him to become stronger than me before uttering such words. This tactic proved remarkably effective. Later, Gungsureo found himself perplexed by his daughter's sudden surge of confidence. After enduring a scolding, she neither cried nor threw a tantrum. Instead, she inquired, "Father, could you cleave the sea with a single sword?" Her father fell into a contemplative silence, likely pondering the unusual transformation in his child. Zoro also sensed the shift. After his duel with Guina, despite his loss, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Guina's sword seems sharper now, devoid of any confusion." It's no wonder. After administering a dose of encouragement, it would be strange if she remained uncertain. Meanwhile, the food transaction with the dragon concluded successfully, with Gungsureo offering an extraordinary discount, leaving the dragon grinning from ear to ear. However, these matters hardly concern me. My true exhilaration stemmed from the notification. "Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the third character template." What a delightful surprise. I quickly glanced at the system panel. The first template was TheUchiha Madara, with a performance rate of 74. The second template was Saitama, with a performance rate of 67. The unlocking of this new template was indeed a stroke of luck. Yet it was also advantageous, as it allowed me to delay should the system present me with an odd character. However, upon seeing the new name on the interface, my eyes widened in astonishment. The third template was none other than him, the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. I must say this character is exceptionally intriguing. To summon this king, a stage worthy of his grandeur is essential. Coincidentally, I was contemplating a stable source of devil fruits. Thus, impelled down, "You are the one." I formed hand seals, and wooden appendages sprouted from my body, instantaneously manifesting a new form. The grand performance was about to commence. The scene shifted to Impelled Down, famously known as the Great Undersea Prison. This place is touted as the world's foremost prison, fortified with impenetrable walls. Yet what transpired? The deputy warden, Hannibal, was still lost in dreams of grandeur while the actual warden, Magellan, was once again occupied in the restroom, engaged in a rather explosive endeavor. Suddenly, a tremendous tremor shook the very foundations of Impelled Down. What was happening? An earthquake? The surveillance room's din mushy was shattered. Report to the deputy warden. There is an enemy invasion. What? Hannibal was taken aback, clutching the din mushy and shouting, "What is happening? Who is invading?" "Well, the fleet. Have them retaliate." The fleet had been obliterated, and the intruder had penetrated to the third level of the Hunger Hell. No, the floor had been breached, and he had descended into the fourth level of the Blaze Hell. What? Hannibal's expression was one of utter disbelief. I assure you, from my entrance to breaching the fourth level, it took less than 5 minutes. Soon, Hannibal learned that I had already delved into the fifth level of the Ice Hell. At that moment, he likely felt as though he had plunged into a frozen abyss, his heart chilled to the core. Who could this be? Did he harbor intentions to reach the sixth level? He was correct. At this moment, a man clad in resplendent golden armor, myself, strolled into the sixth level, the Infinite Hell. Is this the place? I surveyed my surroundings with pride. How fascinating it would be to transform this prison into a kingdom befitting my stature. The prisoners here were legendary creatures, and upon my arrival, they began to shout in defiance. "Hey kid, let me out, or I swear I'll kill you." "Yes, open the door for me, and I'll protect you." Such brazen words, twisted madness. I laughed, a cold voice emanating from me. "Who permitted you, a mere worm crawling on the ground, to raise your head?" As my words fell, before they could react, golden ripples materialized behind me. The treasury of the king unfurled. A multitude of diverse weapons, swords, guns, spears, emerged from the ripples, launching towards the surrounding prisoners like cannon fire. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, blood flowed freely. To perish by the treasures in my collection is a privilege. I stated matter-of-factly, my tone imbued with an air of inevitability. I strode forward, passing one prison cell after another, until I reached a relatively clean cell. The prisoner within raised his head at the sound. "Are you Don Quixote Doflamingo?" I inquired with haughty pride. Indeed, it is I. And who might you be?" Doflamingo responded with his signature laughter, though his eyes reflected caution. Yet, he received the reply. "How dare you question this king's name, you mongrel?" I, Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, have officially arrived. As a celestial dragon, Doflamingo had likely never encountered such direct affront in his life. Nevertheless, he was astute enough to deduce that I sought him out. True to form, I spoke directly. I have heard that you, mongrel, dare to sell my treasures? Your treasures? He appeared somewhat befuddled. All treasures in this world belong to me. I narrowed my eyes, such as the devil fruits. Doflamingo's mind nearly short-circuited. While he did trade in devil fruits, when had they ever belonged to me? He could not help but ask, devil fruits are treasures of the sea. When did they become yours? A foolish inquiry. I coldly scoffed when the earth was still one. Did not all treasures belong to a singular king? My tone conveyed an unassailable truth, a stance so self-evident that even Doflamingo, once a celestial dragon, found himself bewildered, likely thinking this individual was even more arrogant than us celestial dragons. The totality of my wealth had surpassed my comprehension. If it is a treasure, it must undeniably belong to me. This is abundantly clear. I gazed at him with icy eyes. Mongrel, you too are one who dares to unlawfully seize my treasures. However, should you submit to my rule, I shall pardon your insolence. You have 10 seconds to consider. Bow before me, submit to me, or perish. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes. He understood that relying solely on his remnants of subordinates would be utterly futile in escaping this great undersea prison. He was arrogant, yet not foolish. Thus, gazing at me, adorned in golden armor, he slightly lowered his proud head. I submit. Crack. The immensely sturdy sea prism stone prison door was effortlessly severed by a weapon I had shot forth. Doflamingo stepped out with his characteristic gait, smiling as he emerged. Of course, he would not genuinely submit so easily. However, it mattered not. I could always kill him again. Upon his emergence, he slightly bowed to me. I pay my respects, my king. This fellow was perceptive enough to recognize that now was not the time for rebellion. The priority was to escape. Very well, I replied, nodding with aloof satisfaction. Then follow me. Wait, my king, Doflamingo interjected with a grin, glancing towards the other prisoners within the prison. We are all inmates. Why not release them together, and we can fight our way out? He was attempting to gather some cannon fodder to confront Magellan. My response was, as you wish. Doflamingo was indeed capable. Without hesitation, he used the prison break as bait, quickly convincing the vicious prisoners to heed his commands. Seizing the moment before Magellan and Shiryu could arrive, he led this motley crew, charging forth from the 6th level. A formidable force ascending towards the upper levels. The moment we surged upward, I must say, Doflamingo immediately began rallying his men. His former subordinates, such as Miss Jorah, the sniveling Tory Pole, and the hot-headed Gladius, were all extracted from their cells. The group embraced one another in dramatic fashion, exclaiming their admiration for their young master. However, Doflamingo was cunning. While he consolidated their loyalties, he discreetly cast sidelong glances at me, the golden figure atop the rooftop. I was present, observing the scene with keen interest. Doflamingo must have been anxious. Was I merely watching? As I expand my ranks here, does he not fear that I might turn back and betray him? Does he truly believe in my mere verbal submission? Or is he so formidable that he simply disregards my petty schemes? Don Quixote Doflamingo is a man who can conceal an entire epic within his heart, yet maintains an impassive facade as he directs his band of desperate rogues to charge forward. It must be said, the monsters unleashed from the 6th level are indeed ferocious. They advance like a relentless tide against the guards of the preceding levels, who crumble like paper in their presence. However, it was at the 3rd level that we encountered an impenetrable barrier. Who could it be? Magellan. That walking biochemical weapon of poison has arrived. At that moment, I was at the rear of the formation, and the scene was one that only my comrades could truly comprehend. Without uttering a word, Magellan unleashed a devastating toxic pufferfish attack on the crowd, spewing a torrent of purple toxic gas. The prisoners in front fell like flies, their screams cut short as they foamed at the mouth, instantly clearing a vast area in a scene reminiscent of a zombie apocalypse. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Doflamingo turned pale. He knew that Magellan's poison had no antidote aside from a specially crafted remedy within the prison. A mere touch would lead one to meet Yama, the king of the underworld. To confront him directly? That would be tantamount to seeking death. In an instant, Doflamingo's eyes shifted as he succumbed to the theatricality of the moment. He dramatically addressed the golden figure above, exclaiming in an exaggerated tone, "Oh, my king, behold, your humble servant is but a trifling figure, utterly incapable of managing such a scene. What shall you do?" it became apparent to me that he was merely performing. A classic provocation, designed to compel the golden figure to act, while simultaneously probing the depths of this mysterious being. And what was the outcome? That golden figure, known as Gilgamesh, did not even raise an eyebrow. He cast a dismissive glance at Doflamingo and replied, "Since you are but a trifler, then exhibit the demeanor befitting such a rank. Until you comprehend the principles of the universe, you shall remain here, quietly admiring my majesty as your king." Upon hearing these words, Doflamingo's signature smile immediately froze, his face darkening like a charred pot. Yet, being a man of resolve, he said not a word, retreating a few steps to observe the unfolding drama. Now, all eyes in the arena were fixed on the confrontation between Gilgamesh and Magellan. Magellan, incensed, recognized that this golden-haired intruder threatened to obliterate the hard-earned reputation of Advancement City, and he had to be subdued today. However, Gilgamesh was even more audacious. Feeling offended by Magellan's gaze, he declared, "Who permitted you to look upon me, trifler?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a resounding hum echoed as countless golden rings erupted from behind him, resembling rippling waves. Within those rings, a multitude of blades, guns, swords, and halberds extended, each glistening with a resplendent golden light, unmistakably extraordinary. Doflamingo's pupils shook. He recognized that this was the very technique that had annihilated numerous powerful foes and shattered the sea prism stone prison door in an instant. Gilgamesh, arms crossed, did not even spare Magellan a sideways glance, and declared as if reciting lines, "At the very least, allow your death to amuse me, trifler." The next moment, whoosh, 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 several weapons were launched like missiles. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions engulfed Magellan. We all believed it was over. But from the smoke emerged a furious roar. Toxic dragon. A colossal purple venomous dragon surged forth, melting the very rooftop where Gilgamesh had stood moments before. Following closely, Magellan emerged, his body riddled with wounds, yet he was elementalized. You understand, right? Immune to physical attacks. Doflamingo squinted, contemplating the predicament. Magellan's ability was undoubtedly of admiral caliber, too perilous to confront. Gilgamesh, seeming equally incensed, declared, "A mere mongrel dares to stand on the same ground as a king who is to be revered. This disrespect warrants death." In an instant, the golden rings behind him swelled, transforming countless weapons into a veritable storm, raining down like a deluge. The entire Advancement City trembled violently. As the dust settled, Magellan, once again unharmed due to his elementalization, emerged with a smug expression, taunting, "You lack hockey, do you not? Without hockey, you can never breach the body of a devil fruit user." Doflamingo speculated that this was a matter of elemental resistance. Gilgamesh might be finished. Yet, Gilgamesh merely scoffed, "Hockey? Such a thing is unnecessary for me." He then leisurely drew a red spear from his treasury. Magellan dismissed it entirely, attempting to elementalize and evade, only to be met with a piercing sound. The spear embedded firmly in his arm, blood gushing forth. He stood in stunned disbelief, staring at his wound. Incredulous. "But I was elementalized. How could this happen?" Gilgamesh, with a cold smirk, explained, "This is the red rose of exorcism. While it may not be notable in my treasury, it suffices against your ostentatious abilities." Pausing momentarily, he added with utter disdain, "The devil fruit is, in fact, my treasure. Who gave you the illusion that you could use my possessions to defeat me?" Without granting Magellan a chance to react, countless treasures once again soared down. And this time, Magellan was obliterated on the spot. Silence enveloped the arena. Doflamingo swallowed hard, then snapped to the dazed prisoners behind him, shouting, "Charge! Magellan has fallen. Who can obstruct us now?" In an instant, chaos erupted. Even the long-lurking guard, Shiryu of the Rain, found the thrill of joining us far more enticing than remaining in prison, and he defected to our side. The rest was straightforward. The entire Advancement City was now devoid of opposition. We surged forth, and Doflamingo soared outward to commandeer several warships. Observing so many powerful allies, he mused that fortune had finally smiled upon him, hastily gathering the heavyweight figures from the 6th level, such as the notorious Bartolomeo and the formidable battleship, San Juan Wolf. Onto the ship, only one unfortunate soul, who proclaimed himself the king of tyranny, fell victim to Gilgamesh's disdain, dismissed as a rodent unworthy of existence, and was promptly eliminated. A clear display of workplace bullying. Ultimately, 3 warships, laden with our notorious crew, surged triumphantly through the gates of justice. This event sent shockwaves throughout the world. At the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming in frustration, "Why does a monster like Gilgamesh keep surfacing at sea?" The 5 elders of Mariawa also found themselves restless, convening an emergency meeting, scouring through their concealed history, yet failing to uncover any mention of Gilgamesh. In desperation, they resolved to consult the enigmatic Im-sama, issuing a stern directive to prevent Gilgamesh from crossing the gates of justice at all costs. However, we have already burst forth. 3 warships are circling within the triangular maritime currents between the Navy headquarters, Judicial Island, and the advancing city. Doflamingo, clutching the seized map, wore a grave expression as he analyzed our options, stating that we now faced 2 choices, either to forcefully breach the heavily guarded Judicial Island or to confront the Navy headquarters at Marineford directly. As he spoke, he furtively glanced at the resplendent Gilgamesh standing at the bow, undoubtedly pondering how this individual managed to infiltrate the underwater prison. Could he possibly fly? To one's astonishment, he indeed could. Not only could he fly, but I must tell you, he possessed a highly advanced aerial vehicle powered by Mercury, a true marvel of modern technology that would cause any physicist to resign in disbelief. Yet, this contraption was the royal throne. Attempting to hitch a ride would be utterly futile. At this moment, Doflamingo, ever the flamboyant provocateur, began to stir the pot. He feigned ignorance, asking his subordinates where we should charge in. Naturally, his subordinates dared not respond, prompting Doflamingo to turn his attention to the glittering figure, his voice dripping with a casual arrogance, as if proclaiming his newfound freedom. "My king, from which direction shall we assault?" One could sense the calculating thoughts bubbling within him. He believed that having escaped the prison, he could finally challenge Gilgamesh. The surrounding prisoners, keenly perceptive, turned their gazes towards Gilgamesh, their expressions revealing a complex array of motivations. Most from the lower tiers were aligned with Doflamingo, but the monsters from the 6th tier, such as Shiryu, had long declared their allegiance only to those they deemed interesting, disregarding Doflamingo and nominally recognizing Gilgamesh as their leader. Thus, the question of who commanded this hastily assembled band of Avengers would soon be answered. All eyes were fixed upon the highest lookout at the bow. Gilgamesh stood there, head bowed as if observing ants. After a lengthy pause, he lazily inquired, "Zaxiu, which door do we intend to pass through next?" Doflamingo was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Zaxiu was addressing him. His face flushed with embarrassment. Yet he gritted his teeth and replied, "It is the Navy headquarters." Gilgamesh nodded and then uttered a statement that left me utterly speechless. "Then let us break through from there." No one possessed the authority to compel this king to take a detour. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. A second later, the entire ship erupted. Break through the Navy headquarters? Had this man consumed counterfeit liquor, or had we misheard? That was the bastion of the Navy, the very pinnacle of the world government. Doflamingo's face turned pale. As a celestial dragon, he was acutely aware of their nature. To assault the Navy headquarters was akin to disturbing the very foundations of authority. Just as he contemplated dissuasion, a sudden eruption of laughter broke out nearby. How amusing! How utterly delightful! Shiryu of the Rain gripped his sword, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Indeed, it is a thrill to follow you." "The Navy headquarters? I've long desired to pay a visit." The massive figure of Bartolomeo joined in with a belch of agreement. In that moment, Doflamingo recognized the futility of his attempts to persuade them, gritting his teeth and adopting a resigned expression. "Very well. Whatever the outcome, I shall not be held accountable." Meanwhile, within the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku was convening a meeting with the venerable Garp. They analyzed the escape routes, concluding that there were only 2, the Navy headquarters and Judicial Island. It was obvious that the latter would be the choice, so Sengoku decisively dispatched Akainu, CP0, and even one of the 5 elders to secure Judicial Island, setting an elaborate trap. Meanwhile, the Navy headquarters retained a formidable lineup, including Kizaru, Akiji, Garp, and himself. Garp, munching on Sabay, chuckled, "I wonder why those old geezers are so eager this time. Even CP0 has mobilized fully. Do they have ulterior motives?" Sengoku squinted, choosing not to respond. Yet he was acutely aware of their suspicious intentions, likely aimed at uncovering the secrets of Gilgamesh. After much deliberation, they both agreed that as long as the opposing leader possessed a modicum of sense, they would undoubtedly opt for the seemingly easier Judicial Island. After all, the reputation of the Navy headquarters was well established, with Sengoku and Garp being legends forged in the crucible of battle. Suddenly, A messenger burst in, breathless and pale. Report, Admiral. 3 unidentified warships have been spotted behind the gates of justice. They are heading directly towards us. Garp, momentarily forgetting his sunbae, burst into laughter. How intriguing. They are indeed coming straight for us. Sengoku leapt to his feet, slamming his fist onto the table with a resounding crash, splintering the sturdy wooden surface. His expression was one of fury, as the Buddha Sengoku entered a state of wrath. Abandon Judicial Island and come directly for the Navy headquarters. Let us go, Garp. Follow me to the gates of justice. I wish to see just how disdainfully these individuals regard our Navy. The scene shifted back to our side. I must tell you, the gates of justice were a grand sight, towering like a mountain, our ship appearing as a mere toy in its presence. Doflamingo's expression was one of morbid curiosity. As he muttered, "Let us see how you plan to breach this fortress." He reveled in the unfolding drama. While atop the gates of justice, Sengoku appeared, wielding a loudspeaker to address the prisoners. "You audacious prisoners, you seek death. Today, we shall shatter your delusions with the might of the Navy headquarters." The command carried an undeniable weight befitting an admiral. In contrast, Gilgamesh, standing at the highest point of the ship, slowly raised his head. His gaze as tranquil as still waters. Shatter illusions? He chuckled softly. Such matters were resolved by this king over 4,000 years ago. No sooner had he spoken than he dramatically waved his hand. "Prepare the arrows. I grant permission." Those who understood were aware that with that single gesture, a colossal phantom of an ancient city rose behind him. The city walls were vast and unending, as if a long-lost metropolis had been unearthed from the depths of history. Sengoku was momentarily dumbfounded. "What is that?" Gilgamesh's voice resonated once more, imbued with his sovereign authority. "What saturates the earth is the king's resolve. Observe closely how the supreme treasure protects Uruk." In the next instant, thousands of luminous points ignited upon the ethereal city walls. The king's cannon, countless golden beams cascaded like a meteor shower. No, it was not merely a rain of arrows. It was a deluge of light, cascading down upon the imposing gates of justice. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sea erupted in chaos. I felt the ship beneath my feet rocking violently. Sengoku, atop the gates, turned pale, sensing the very structure groaning in agony. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he shouted a warning, leaping aside just in time. At that moment, the venerable gates of justice, standing for countless years, cracked audibly. Instantly, the fissures spread across the entire structure, culminating in a thunderous collapse. Massive fragments of steel plummeted like hailstones, creating waves that nearly capsized the 50 naval vessels trailing behind. Doflamingo and the others stood in stunned silence, jaws agape. In the next instant, Doflamingo was the first to regain his composure, unleashing his signature maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha, now's our chance. Charge. We can break through the Navy headquarters." The prisoners surged forward, invigorated, howling with fervor. Sengoku, enraged, leapt from the gates, attempting to intercept us, but Doflamingo, along with Shiryu and the fierce Catalina, engaged him fiercely, ensnaring him. Akainu sought to join the fray, only to be halted by another legendary figure. What of Garp and Kizaru? They must rush to save lives. For the skies are ablaze with golden sword-like rain, and the sea is littered with steel fragments as large as door panels. If they remain indifferent, half of the 50 warships will be lost on the spot. Thus, while our elite forces hold back the Grand Admiral and the General, our 3 ships boldly sail through the remnants of their fleet, unperturbed. Zhangguo and Shi Inu can only watch helplessly as they fixate on the golden figure at the bow, witnessing a glance filled with scorn akin to gazing at ants, before he turns away with an air of arrogance. In that moment, I heard the sound of Zhangguo's heart shattering. The world erupted. The news media went into a frenzy with headlines like "The Great Drunkard Returns" and "The Night Demon Reclaims the Throne of Darkness." But all front-page attention was devoted to the Golden Man, Hero King Gilgamesh. Who is he really? Just as the Navy had guaranteed that none would escape. They were publicly humiliated as their gates were torn down before the eyes of the world. The slap of reality was resounding. Whitebeard, Shanks, and Hawkeye, the elites of the world, were all abuzz with discussions about this suddenly emerging mysterious powerhouse. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Zhangguo retreated into a dark room, drawing circles in despair, questioning his own competence as a Grand Admiral. Why must I face such humiliations? First Uchiha Madara, and now Gilgamesh. Just as he sank into the depths of his emo state, a communications soldier entered. Grand Admiral, there's a contact. Zhangguo chuckled bitterly. Is it the 5 elders? Are they here to scold me again? Should I resign? No. The soldier shook his head. It was a communication from Major Saitama. Saitama? Zhangguo was taken aback. Yes. The soldier affirmed. Major Saitama inquired about the escape route of Gilgamesh and his crew, as he seems eager to pursue them. Pursue? Zhangguo froze. This crushing defeat had left even hardliners like Chi Inu demoralized, filling everyone with a sense of defeat. Yet that bald man, perpetually sporting a goofy expression, who claimed to be a hero driven by interest, seemed perpetually unaware of retreat or despair. Before Zhangguo, that silly figure reappeared in his mind. Interest. He mused silently for a moment before springing to his feet. He exited the room, his previously stooped back straightening instantly, his steps regaining their former steadiness. In that instant, I felt the Navy's battle theme returning. With unwavering resolve, he commanded, relay the movements of those prisoners to Major Saitama. Request an immediate pursuit. I tell you, just as Zhangguo issued his orders, the group of prisoners who had just burst forth from Impel Down began to stir. Goodness, these individuals faced a crisis of disbandment immediately upon escaping the gates of justice. Originally a hastily assembled ragtag group with the singular purpose of escaping. Now that their mission was accomplished, they were left to scatter back to their own homes. Do not forget, none aboard this ship are saints. They were all former leaders, each one a rebellious spirit. To expect them to obey is akin to scaling the heavens. Under the leadership of Don Quixote da Flamingo, they sought refuge on a remote island, known as Fancy Dao, where they convened to deliberate whether to disband or form a super team. Da Flamingo was envious. These were all top-tier fighters. He employed some tricks to try and recruit them all. The result? Aside from those from the 4th level with slightly lesser strength, the fierce warriors descending from the 6th level completely disregarded him. In fact, let me tell you, the gazes of these individuals were entirely drawn towards another person. Rain Shiru, stroking his blade, revealed a chilling grin, stating, following him seems far more interesting. The formidable hunter, Caitlina, with her hands on her hips, gazed at the golden figure with an almost lustrous look, exclaiming, I prefer interesting men. The most outrageous was the drunken giant, Bacchus Choate, whose reason for sticking around was, I smell good wine on him. I'll stay. My friends, who can understand such peculiar reasoning? In an instant, several fierce individuals expressed their desire to follow the golden figure. Da Flamingo, watching from the sidelines, turned green with envy. He had exerted tremendous effort, but failed to recruit a single powerhouse. Yet here stood the golden figure, doing nothing, and these individuals flocked to him as if enchanted. Was that arrogant fellow truly so magnetic? Da Flamingo begrudgingly acknowledged the truth. Indeed, he was. Gilgamesh exuded an aura that compelled one to kneel and sing his praises. This was the essence of a born ruler, far surpassing Da Flamingo's own reputation from his youth. Back then, his subordinates recognized him as king when he was merely 10 years old. But now, several who actively sought to follow Gilgamesh possessed strength not inferior to his own. Where could he argue this? Little did he know, Gilgamesh possessed an innate A-class leadership quality, a passive skill that automatically attracted followers, boosting the morale of his troops. Of course, not everyone was captivated. The self-proclaimed world destroyer, Bondi Wald, bid farewell and opted to go solo. Others who felt inadequate also gradually departed, unwilling to linger in obscurity. As for Gilgamesh, I tell you, he couldn't be bothered to lift an eyelid. He remained indifferent, embodying a nonchalant attitude, as if to say, feel free to leave, it matters not to me. Da Flamingo, despite his desire to flee, dared not. He was well aware of his oath of loyalty. Should he dare betray, Gilgamesh would undoubtedly regard him with disdain and declare, a scoundrel incapable of loyalty has no right to exist in this world, and would swiftly deal with him. Thus, he had no choice but to endure, sighing inwardly. Very well, I shall bide my time under his command until I am strong enough to rebel. And so, a luxurious ensemble rivaling the future Blackbeard pirates was hastily formed. Each member was a formidable character with bounties exceeding 100 million, capable of challenging even the cadres of the 4 emperors. Yet Gilgamesh remained serene, as if all of this were merely his due. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to my teacher Saitama. Is this the place? Saitama yawned, appearing quite drowsy. Beside him, Daisuke stood rigidly, nervously reporting, yes, Major Saitama. According to intel, that group of prisoners has stopped on the island ahead. She felt a deep sense of reflection. The Navy had failed once more, unable to halt even the Grand Admiral's intervention. Yet, upon glancing back at Saitama's calm visage, contemplating what to eat for dinner, she was instantly comforted. The surrounding Navy soldiers were similarly inspired by their teacher's composure. Daisuke hesitated momentarily, but reminded, Major Saitama, although we are advancing at full speed, the enemy may have already fled. Well, we must at least take a look, right? Saitama yawned again, exclaiming, honestly, why did they have to run today, of all days? Causing me to miss out on the supermarket discounts. I tell you, upon hearing this, the surrounding Navy soldiers could only think one thing. The dreadfully vicious criminals, capable of shaking the seas, were deemed less significant than supermarket sales in Major Saitama's eyes. This perspective is the embodiment of true justice. On the other side, Gilgamesh's new company was holding its inaugural assembly. I tell you, his opening remarks were explosive. He stood there, declaring with an air of inevitability, all the treasures in this world originate from my collection. Alas, over time, they have drifted away from my vault. Yet their rightful owner remains me. Now, I shall reclaim my treasures and restore them to my vault. Those who dare to covet what belongs to me without my permission shall not be spared. Such audacity! The newly inducted leaders exchanged glances, mirroring the reaction of the infamous Doflamingo. Remarkable, how bold! Someone tentatively inquired. What exactly does this so-called treasure encompass? Jin Shanshan replied. For instance, the artifacts within my treasury, or perhaps the devil fruits. Upon hearing the mention of devil fruits, the pirates displayed little reaction, for seizing treasures is their forte. And with their leader's grandiose proclamations, they felt emboldened in their pursuits. Doflamingo squinted, grinning slyly, and probed further. My king, do artificial devil fruits count? Jin Shanshan promptly interrupted him. Regardless of whether they are man-made or natural, as long as they are treasures, they are mine. What are the legendary ancient weapons? Jin Shanshan cast a disdainful glance at him. Of course, as my subjects, do not pose such foolish inquiries. The pirates' hearts began to race at the thought of seizing even ancient weapons. At that moment, Rain Shiryu suddenly posed an ultimate question. Is the One Piece considered your treasure as well? Absolutely. Jin Shanshan answered without hesitation. The atmosphere erupted. The One Piece. The ultimate goal of the great pirate era. Even the four emperors are vying for it. Does this imply that they are preparing to confront the four emperors directly? Surprisingly, rather than fear, the war-hungry lot became exhilarated, as if fueled by adrenaline. How amusing. Truly delightful. This is what makes me worthy of following. Shiryu laughed heartily, while the hefty drinker gulped down his drink, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Even Doflamingo chuckled. It seems this era has become quite interesting. The weak tremble, while the strong revel in excitement. Observing the frenzy of these madmen, Jin Shanshan remained calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. Retrieving my treasures and eliminating those foolish rabble is my next course of action. He then turned his gaze to Doflamingo. Doflamingo, do you have any suggestions? I did rescue you from Impel Down for a reason. Doflamingo, ever clever, grinned. I will contact my former subordinates immediately. Locating traces of devil fruits will be simple. However, I believe our priority should be ships, not treasures. This was a valid point, as they were currently aboard a dilapidated Navy vessel, a disgrace. Jin Shanshan inquired, do you have information on a ship worthy of my stature? Doflamingo revealed a knowing smile. Indeed, and it is a vessel most befitting our identity. Have you heard of the Terror trimasted ship? Returning to the ill-fated Finchy Island. Just as Jin Shanshan's crew departed, those ambitious souls left behind began to squabble. One such individual, the armored Barton, having forcibly recruited a band of followers, boisterously declared his intent to seek a ship. Upon looking up, he spotted a military vessel docking, the absurdly innocent bald head of Saitama visible. With a smirk, he scoffed. The Navy has fallen so low that such a fellow can become a major? With that, he strode forward with ferocity. Daisuke quickly flipped through her records, nervously warning, Major Saitama, be careful. That is armored Barton, with a bounty of 260 million, an ancient-type devil fruit user. Barton Bund, die, Navy. You shall become the sacrifice for my pirate crew's grand voyage. Before he could finish, bam, just a simple punch, and the skies darkened. That enormous figure, unable to utilize his devil fruit abilities, was obliterated in an instant. Daisuke remarked, indeed, Major Saitama remains the same. Daisuke, bring the team down. Saitama's voice remained lighthearted. Quickly apprehend these criminals, including one named Gilgamesh. Unfortunately, by the time they rounded up the remaining scum on the island. They learned from the townsfolk that Jin Shanshan and his crew had long since set sail, their whereabouts unknown. Saitama leaned over the ship's edge. Disappointment etched on his face. Alas, no one here. That Gilgamesh fellow might have piqued my interest. Dasky was at a loss for words in her attempts to console him. After concluding their tasks, Saitama returned to his chamber. Suddenly, high energy surged. Zhao Su, our protagonist, was seated within, wearing a smile. It must be noted that these two are not the real individuals. They are merely Zhao Su's clones. Saitama's clone was busy clearing minor foes, using up energy and subsequently swapped out for Zhao Su and 27 new clones. This operation exemplified mastery in time management, emphasizing resource recycling. The two clones swiftly exchanged information, and with a puff, Saitama's clone dissipated into smoke. Meanwhile, Zhao Su, embodying Jin Shanshan, received the intel and set sail without hesitation, perfectly avoiding a rendezvous with Saitama. After all, why would one fight themselves? That would shatter their persona. The scene shifted back to Jin Shanshan and his crew, who had just arrived at the Terror tri-masted ship. The area was shrouded in fog reminiscent of Silent Hill, teeming with zombies. Yet, these ruthless individuals emerging from Impel Down decimated the undead with ease, tearing them apart as if they were mere paper. Salt and seawater? Completely unnecessary. Amidst their slaughter, several pale ghosts floated towards them, giggling joyfully. What were those? The pirate elites squinted their eyes. In the next moment, the ghosts lunged at them. Some reacted swiftly, drawing their guns, but the bullets passed right through, utterly ineffective. Whoosh! An 80 million bounty pirate was pierced by a ghost, unharmed, just as they sighed in relief. The pirate knelt before the ground, adopting a standard dejected pose, lamenting. I have let everyone down in my life. If I have a next life, I wish to be reincarnated as a toad. What? The entire assembly was taken aback. What kind of ability is this? Before they could process this, the ghosts darted around. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I have let everyone down in my life. In my next life, I wish to be reincarnated as a tadpole. Bellowed the hefty drinker, Baku's Jot. I have let everyone down in my life. In my next life, I wish to be reincarnated as an ant. Proclaimed the Crescent Moon Hunter, Katarina Devon. I have let everyone down in my life. In my next life, I wish to be reincarnated as plankton. Echoed Rain Shiryu. In an instant, the row of formidable figures before them all knelt in unison, questioning their existence. This scene resembled a grand display of vulnerability. A chilling laugh resonated from afar. Even the mightiest who break through the gates of justice are not so formidable after all. Approaching was a man dressed impeccably in a tailcoat, resembling a demon. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed. Moonlight Moria? To his astonishment, it was Moria, one of the 7 warlords. Upon his arrival, he gleefully greeted a small girl with pink twin tails. Perona, I did not expect your ability to be so formidable. It seems today we can capture this lot who just escaped from Impel Down. I, the 7 warlords Moonlight Moria, shall personally apprehend this gang of ruffians. Don't you think the Navy will award me a hefty medal? The girl named Perona giggled, her laughter sending shivers down spines. Who knows, Moria-sama? These individuals may seem impressive, but before my ghost fruit, they are just mere chickens. I must tell you, her ghostly fruit is nothing short of a game-breaking ability. It releases an abundance of pale, negative phantoms that, upon merely brushing against one's body, can induce an existential crisis, rendering even the mightiest warrior to question the very meaning of life. This technique is purely a mental assault, disregarding any physical defenses or hockey. It is truly insurmountable. At that moment, Mingu was utterly flustered, though he feared not Moria. How could one withstand such an enigmatic force? Without a second thought, he charged towards Perona, intent on eliminating her swiftly. Yet, in the next instant, a plethora of ghosts, as if guided by a navigator, surged towards him. No matter how swift Mingu was, he could not outpace these ethereal entities that could pass through walls, evade strikes, and elude capture. The outcome was bewildering. Just a moment ago, the formidable Mingu was brought to his knees, eyes vacant, murmuring, I have wronged everyone since my birth. If there's a next life, I wish to be reborn as a bacterium. I was utterly astonished. The scene was too splendid to behold. With her strike successful, Perona laughed even more gleefully, pointing at the only remaining standing figure, Jin Shanshan, and exclaimed, Horror, 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 you're the last one left. Moria was elated beyond measure. feeling victory within his grasp, and commanded, "Charge." Perona. In his mind, he calculated furiously. Here was a notorious figure even the world government could not subdue. If he faltered here, with this newfound power, would he not instill fear, even in Kaido? I shall reclaim my pinnacle. In an instant, a negative ghost passed through Jin Shanshan's body. Success. Moria grinned broadly, resembling a quintessential villain. Exulting, an enemy that even the world government cannot handle has fallen to me. Yet, before he could finish his proclamation, a chilling voice pierced the air. "You seem quite pleased, Moria." In the next moment, the background music shifted dramatically. The mere utterance of Moria sent shivers down my spine. Countless dazzling treasures rained down from above, unleashing a torrent of fervent attacks upon Moria. With a resounding thud, he was impaled, unable to utter a final word, and was instantly vanquished. What is this? This is what one calls a stunning display. While you revel in champagne, others have already arranged your celebratory feast for the next life. Perona's eyes nearly bulged out. How is this possible? How can my ability have no effect on you? It should be impervious to haki. Jin Shanshan maintained an air of nonchalance, even reaching out to grasp a passing ghost, his hand effortlessly passing through. With a scornful smile, he retorted, "Abilities? You refer to this? Mere negative emotions. When compared to genuine curses, pale in significance. Let me tell you, even if all the wickedness and curses of this world sought to taint me, it is nothing but a futile dream. If you cannot withstand this trifling matter, what claim do you have to being a king? A true king bears the fate of all. Curses and negativity are merely burdens I have long since shouldered. Such grandeur. This individual once swam through the black mire of the Holy Grail. Your petty negativity is but a footbath." Perona was utterly flabbergasted. Her entire prowess relied on her fruit. She herself was but a weak lady, confronted by a nemesis immune to her abilities, akin to a mouse facing a cat. Approximately 5 minutes later, Minggu and his companions finally regained their composure. The scene was chaotic. Each was consumed with rage, glaring menacingly at Perona. Shiryu's grip on his sword tightened, veins bulging, while the barrel-like figure abandoned his drink, his eyes wide as saucers. Especially Minggu, whose expression conveyed a desire to consume Perona whole. Their collective thought was singular, to eliminate her, at any cost. Otherwise, they would lose all dignity for life. Just then, Jin Shanshan interjected with a casual tone. "Hey, do not direct such murderous intent towards one of our own." He pulled the trembling Perona behind him and announced to all, "Allow me to introduce our new ally, Perona. Let us all get along from now on." Everyone was left in utter bewilderment, gazing at Perona, who cowered like a frightened rabbit behind Jin Shanshan. Disbelief etched upon her face. I stood nearby, nearly bursting into laughter. This was a quintessential example of offering a sweet reward after a slap, all in front of everyone, turning your dark history into a mascot for daily scrutiny. It was a masterclass in humiliating companionship. Jin Shanshan's maneuver had effectively subdued these unruly individuals. Every time they laid eyes upon Perona, they would recall their own humiliating moment of kneeling, wishing to be a bacterium, and reflect on Jin Shanshan's aura of invincibility. Reconsidering any rebellious thoughts, Jin Shanshan clapped his hands, as if unaffected, and surveyed the ship, proclaiming, "This vessel shall henceforth belong to me." Meanwhile, on another front, Saitama's doppelganger concluded his duties. He had apprehended all necessary prisoners and received a call from Admiral Sengoku. "Saitama, what is it?" Saitama responded with his usual languid tone. "I have some news for you. The warlord, Moonlight Moria, is dead." "Oh," Saitama replied, internally unfazed, even remarking, "Isn't that obvious? Surrounded by my main self and a bunch of heavyweights. It would be strange if he survived." He inquired aloud, "Moria is dead. And then?" Sengoku paused momentarily, lowering his voice to an almost inaudible level, as if reluctant to continue. "One position in the warlords is now vacant. I hope you can invite him to become the new warlord." Saitama's eyes blinked in surprise, his inner monologue reflecting, "You want me, Saitama, to approach Gilgamesh and persuade him to join the warlords? What kind of bizarre maneuver is this, Admiral?" To be honest, while the request was absurd, it was not entirely unexpected. Unable to defeat him, the Navy had to resort to recruitment, a classic tactic. Sengoku continued, earnestly imparting a political lesson to me. No, to Saitama, regarding the necessity of compromise for the sake of justice and the greater good. Saitama feigned interest, internally reveling in laughter. He pretended to be troubled, recruiting criminals. Aren't you concerned they might cause trouble? Sengoku sighed, stating that the Navy had its considerations, and insisted that Saitama handle the negotiations, even providing the negotiation bottom line, urging him to drive a hard bargain. Saitama pondered how he could negotiate when Sengoku had already revealed all his cards. But the most audacious move was yet to come. Sengoku, perhaps fearing that sending a mere major would lack gravitas, fell silent for a moment before announcing over the phone, Saitama, there is no time for a promotion ceremony. We shall keep it simple. From this day forth, you are a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. What? Saitama was momentarily taken aback. This rapid promotion was astonishing. After hanging up, Sengoku sat in his office, a grave expression on his face, muttering to himself. In truth, this decision stemmed directly from the Five Elders' command. Having just been slapped in the face and then turning around to offer a position in the warlords, they seemed to have no regard for their dignity. Sengoku was perplexed. What on earth are the Five Elders thinking? The scene shifted back to Jinshanshan, where the recently freed individuals were reveling aboard Moria's ship, indulging in food and drink with abandon. After years of confinement, their appetites were insatiable. Yet, as they feasted, Jinshanshan disdainfully set down his wine jug. What is this low-quality fare? He glanced at it with a look of distaste, as if he had tasted something foul. Do you truly believe such swill could satisfy me? Doflamingo chuckled. This is already the finest wine on this island. You think this because you have no understanding of what true wine is, Moria. Then, the iconic moment arrived. Jinshanshan extended his hand, and a golden vortex materialized above his palm, slowly descending a resplendent wine jug seemingly crafted from pure gold. Upon discerning its magnificence, a proud smile graced Jinshanshan's face. This was the wine of kings. As he spoke, he conjured several golden goblets and tossed them to the crowd. The towering figure of Busker Jote, nostrils flaring, was instantly captivated, rushing to fill his cup to the brim. I must tell you, the moment the rich aroma wafted through the air, it intoxicated all in attendance. The robust scent drifted far and wide, compelling even the outer lackeys to stretch their necks in curiosity. As Busker downed the drink in one go, he experienced a transcendental moment. Wow, what splendid wine. It tastes exquisite. Even Mingu, who had once enjoyed the privileges of a celestial dragon, displayed an expression of astonishment. This wine surpassed even the tribute offered to the celestial dragons. Jinshanshan, holding the golden cup, elegantly took a sip, a light smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Whether it be wine or sword, within my treasury, only the finest shall reside. This is the mark of a true king. Such grandeur left no room for dissent among the assembly. However, just then, Jinshanshan's brow furrowed with sudden concern. Almost simultaneously, Mingu, Shilio, and other top-tier experts lifted their heads in unison. The crowd beheld a man clad in an eccentric yellow bodysuit, adorned with a cloak of justice. His lazy demeanor exuding a certain lethargy, appearing seemingly out of nowhere. The man inquired, "May I have a cup of tea?" The pirates present, upon noticing the cloak draped across his back, erupted in chaos. The Navy. Doflamingo leapt to his feet, his eyes instantly reddened, his voice seething. Saitama. The sight of an old foe ignited a fierce fire in their gazes. All present widened their eyes, contemplating the intentions of this apathetic figure. What business did this Navy newcomer have here? Was he alone, attempting to apprehend them all? Saitama, with his adorably naive expression, repeated his request. Can I have a cup of tea? Ha ha ha, how amusing. Jinshanshan laughed heartily, conjuring a new cup. Here lies the wine of kings. Would you care for a cup? No, I don't enjoy alcohol. Tea suffices, Saitama replied nonchalantly, as though he were simply visiting for tea. At Jinshanshan's command, tea was promptly served. Saitama, undeterred, seated himself among the menacing pirates, calmly sipping his tea. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes, seeking to provoke. Saitama, what brings a Navy man to our midst? Saitama calmly sipped his tea and replied with a composed demeanor. I am here to invite your leader to become a warlord of the sea. This statement momentarily stunned the audience, only to erupt into raucous laughter. How intriguing. The king has just emerged, and already he seeks to become a warlord of the sea. Merely a dog of the government. How could our leader possibly accept? Doflamingo sneered coldly. What qualifies a mere rear admiral to extend such an invitation to our king? His jealousy was palpable. He had worked tirelessly for the title of warlord in his own time. Oh, I'm already a vice admiral. Saitama calmly pulled the insignia from his pocket, displaying it before returning to his tea. Doflamingo's expression darkened. Promoted to vice admiral so swiftly? Saitama replied earnestly, oh. It was thanks to you all that I achieved this. I tell you, at this proclamation, the already irritable pirates erupted in outrage. What do you mean? Boy, are you belittling us? They all drew their blades. Cease this at once. Jin Shanshan's command silenced the crowd instantly. You dare confront a lone enemy while you flaunt your weapons? Do not bring disgrace upon me. Once calm returned, Jin Shanshan raised his cup, gazing proudly at Saitama. You wish to invite me to become a so-called warlord of the sea? Indeed, Saitama replied with a blank expression. To become a subordinate of those who disregard my existence, calling themselves kings? Yes, that seems to be the case. How audacious of you to utter such words. Is that so? Thank you for the compliment. I was not complimenting you. Jin Shanshan's lips twitched, feeling his blood pressure rise from conversing with this man. After sipping his drink, he suddenly proposed, I have an intriguing thought. Why would I, Jin Shanshan, become a warlord of the sea? Am I to be commanded by others? Yet, the title seems a pity to discard. I have it. I shall appoint my new subordinate, Doflamingo. I tell you, this news reached the Navy headquarters via the Den Mushi, inciting an explosive reaction from Sengoku. The volume was such that I felt Saitama's hair might be blown away through the device. What? Gilgamesh refuses the position, wishing for his subordinate to take it? What nonsense is this? Does anyone understand? The warlords of the sea represent the world government. How could a pirate's subordinate be allowed to take the title? Would they then follow the government or their pirate king? Sengoku's fury was palpable. Yet Saitama, maintaining his composed demeanor, casually added, Oh, by the way, our king also asked me to inquire if Magellan, the warden of Impelled Down, has recovered. I tell you, with that single statement, the communication device fell silent. Sengoku's earlier fury was doused with a bucket of ice water, extinguished completely. He remained silent for nearly half a minute. So long that Saitama nearly asked if he was still there before hearing the raspy response. Not yet. No matter what we try, the wound refuses to heal. Ha ha! This is our king's trump card. Leaving Magellan alive on purpose, striking him with that cursed weapon, the yellow rose, imbued with an unhealable curse, was all for this moment. A high-ranking officer's strength rendered useless. Which was more valuable, a warlord's title or this? Sengoku, the cunning fox, understood all too well. Thus, the outcome was straightforward. Before long, Doflamingo stood dumbfounded. Just after he wished to become a warlord of the sea, he was apprehended by Saitama and had just escaped from Impelled Down alongside our king, only to have the appointment, as warlord, slapped across his face. The wheel of fate spun, and I suspect the CPU nearly overheated. He gazed at our king with a complex expression, a mixture of bewilderment and awe. He initially harbored some discontent. Yet our king tossed the warlord's hat to him, as if discarding trash. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, Your Majesty, do you not wish to take the position? Our king snorted, exuding an air of dominance. I am destined to stand at the pinnacle of this world. How could I allow anyone to command me? Is that the reason? Doflamingo's lip twitched. You simply do not comprehend. Our king shook his head, then smiled, a smile that was truly captivating. He rose abruptly, his voice resonating throughout the hall. Consider this carefully. The name Warlord of the Sea. You do not find it tailor-made for my subordinates? My goodness. I was present at that moment, and I felt goosebumps all over. What a vision. He intended to reshape the world government's official organization into his private guard. The pirates in attendance ignited with fervent zeal. This is what a king embodies. Once this matter was settled, our king casually utilized a treasure to lift Magellan's curse. The Navy was grateful, and Doflamingo wholeheartedly began to serve, pouring resources into consolidating our king's power. Meanwhile, our king, Zhao Su, finally found time to embark on a journey to the East Blue, seeking his clone, TheUchiha Madara, who was deep undercover within the Revolutionary Army. However, upon arrival, he encountered a revolting affair that shattered all common decency. The Goa Kingdom, in preparation for the Celestial Dragon's inspection, deemed their nation unclean and resolved to incinerate an enormous landfill, which was essentially a mountain of trash, along with all the impoverished souls residing within, simply to ensure the Celestial Dragon's comfort. At that moment, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, had a face as dark as a pot bottom. Ban Yi, his counterpart, wore an equally frosty expression. These so-called nobles were nothing short of combat machines. Both foolish and wicked, flames quickly engulfed the area, and these nobles even hired pirates to set fire, then shut the city gates, intending to burn the pirates alive along with everyone else inside. The people from the garbage mountain cried out as they rushed toward the gates, only to be met with soldiers who coldly declared, "We only protect the citizens, not you trash." It was truly hell on earth. The Revolutionary Army sprang into action to rescue the people. When Long took charge, a howling gale followed him as he forcefully tore open a path through the flames. However, at that moment, Ban Yi, witnessing the devastation around him, could no longer contain himself. He separated from the main force and silently strode toward the pristine city. The crossdresser Wang, Ivan Kafu, and others grew anxious, shouting, "Ban Boy, what do you intend to do?" Without glancing back, Ban Yi coldly replied, "Nothing much. I just plan to see how the nobles wish to die." Long, feeling uneasy, hurried after him. Upon entering the city, they found Ban Yi stopped by the roadside, gazing at a blond boy lying on the ground. Sabo, the child was on the verge of fainting, yet he clung desperately to Ban Yi's pant leg, crying out with the last of his strength. This fire was caused by the royal family and the nobles. This city reeks worse than the garbage mountain. I am ashamed to be associated with these nobles. Long fell silent upon hearing this, sighing, "We currently lack the power to change this country." Yet in that moment, Ban Yi, no, it was the will of the Uchiha clan manifesting, calmly stated, "Insufficient power? No, I believe I alone am enough." Long was taken aback. "What do you intend to do?" Ban Yi's response was blunt. "It's simple. I plan to kill everyone here, including all those who knew the fire would occur, yet chose to mock the situation." Long's heart raced. The celestial dragons were arriving in 3 days. The admirals of the navy could also come. Ban Yi slowly turned to face Long, speaking as if it were the most natural thing. Killing them would resolve the issue. My goodness, just kill them and it would be solved. Family, this is what absolute power looks like. This is what sheer dominance means. At that moment, I felt Long's worldview shatter. He fell into a deep silence, quietly returning to the revolutionary ship. He looked at the recently rescued, destitute refugees and stepped onto the ship's bow, raising his fist and shouting with all his might, "Those willing to fight for freedom, come aboard this ship." The crowd below erupted in fervor. Ivan Kafu watched the scene with great excitement, yet he still remembered to ask Long, "What about Uchiha Ban?" Long turned his gaze toward the city engulfed in ugly flames, his expression complex, his voice ominously low. "That man intends to single-handedly bear the revolutionary banner here. I tell you." Long's face turned ashen, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, remaining utterly silent. He understood all too well that the Revolutionary Army was merely a fledgling organization, compared to the multinational giant that was the world government. They were akin to eggs against stones. Yet how could he stand by and watch Ban Yi go to his doom alone? What would become of their ranks? Silence hung heavily. A tranquil yet tense atmosphere enveloped the ship. Everyone on board dared not breathe, watching as Long battled within himself. After what felt like an eternity, his voice emerged, hoarse and raspy. "The celestial dragons arrive the day after tomorrow, right? Very well, we cannot merely stand by. Let's send a team to assist Ban with logistics." His mind raced, issuing a series of commands. "Ban is a fighter, but can you have him manage affairs? That would be absurd. If he slaughters the nobles, the city's administration will collapse. Our people must step in. Reinforcements from headquarters. Remember, we need those who can move quickly. If the situation goes awry, survival is paramount. By the way, isn't Nico Robin nearby? She is familiar with Ban. Bring her over. And Zhao Su must come to lend a hand." With this flurry of arrangements, the Revolutionary Army finally found their guiding force, springing into action like a well-oiled machine. Long finally exhaled, gazing at the city now rife with turmoil, his heart a tumult of emotions. He murmured to himself, "Uchiha Ban, I once thought of you as a mere warrior. Who would have imagined that if you survive, I shall toast with the finest wine until we both are inebriated." Meanwhile, Zhao Su, disguised as Ban Yi, was wreaking havoc. Goodness, he was as elusive as a shadow. He stealthily entered a noble's villa without a word, seized the master by the collar, and unleashed his Sharingan, employing illusion techniques. In the realm of his mind, Zhao Su posed a singular question. "What are your thoughts on the fire that occurred at the garbage mountain a couple of days ago?" Anyone whose answer hinted at the fire being justified, that the deceased were merely trash and not people, would find themselves decapitated in the next moment. His soul interrogation package spared no one, from nobles to servants, soldiers to children. The result? I tell you, it was utterly shocking. These individuals were rotten to the core. Not only the nobles, but even those of commoner descent among the servants and soldiers considered the inhabitants of the garbage mountain as less than human. Occasionally, a few children innocently inquired why they were deemed lesser. Immediately, the nearby noble adults would begin to PUA. Because they are not born nobles. That is their fault. How foolish. My eyes were truly opened. Throughout the night, Zhao Su slaughtered his way from the royal palace to noble courtyards, then from servant quarters to military camps, failing to find many worthy of sparing. As dawn broke, the reinforcements sent by the revolutionary army found him drenched in blood, resembling a demon emerging from hell. Yet his voice was eerily calm. You have arrived. The matters in the city are now in your hands. Calm the populace, maintain order, and let those who wish to leave follow along ship. He spoke as if issuing orders, despite lacking an official position within the revolutionary army. Yet that commanding aura compelled all present to stand at attention, responding in unison. Yes. Ban Yi nodded, turning to enter the palace basement. The celestial dragons would arrive the day after tomorrow, and the iron fist of the world government would soon descend. The Guaya kingdom was neither too large nor too small. Could one man defend against it all? Zhao Su clasped his hands together, forming a seal. 10,000 shadow clones should suffice, right? You must admit, the Revolutionary Army's political operatives were indeed professionals. Upon their arrival, they quickly unearthed a few nobles who had been terrified into submission by Ban Yi, forcing them to publicly confess the truth behind the arson. This revelation sent shockwaves through the common populace. No matter how one might view the inhabitants of the garbage mountain, they were still impoverished citizens struggling to survive. To see their plight ignited a sense of solidarity among the masses. The Revolutionary Army seized the momentum, casting the evidence of nobles oppressing the common people into the open, instantly stabilizing public sentiment. Naturally, they began organizing efforts to redistribute land, promoting a concept of the wealthy aiding the less fortunate, allowing the common folk to taste the sweetness of change. At this moment, Robin, urgently summoned, gazed in disbelief at the mess before her. She had been deceived by Zhao Su's clone, who lured her with promises of discovering a piece of historical text, only to find herself embroiled in a funeral-like scenario. Family, who understands this overwhelming stench? While dealing with towering piles of documents, she shot an irritated glance at Ban Yi, who stood by the window, feigning profundity. Does your brother truly know the location of a piece of historical text? Robin couldn't help but confirm whether she had been tricked. Ban Yi, without turning, calmly stated no. What? Robin's head snapped up, nearly crushing her pen in disbelief. Had she truly been deceived? Not one piece. Ban Yi turned his head slightly to look at her. We know of 8 pieces in total. Once this is settled, I can take you to find them. 8 pieces? Robin's eyes widened in astonishment, as if they were 2 brass bells, her CPU seemingly overheating in that very moment. Well, Ban continued to escalate. I shall not hesitate to inform you that 2 of those stones are in the possession of the Yonko, Charlotte Linlin. At that level, you can forget ever laying eyes on them in your lifetime. At this revelation, Robin was thoroughly convinced. It made perfect sense that the Yonko would possess the historical texts. And as for her, she could never hope to seize anything from the Yonko. Drawing a deep breath, Robin forcibly suppressed her elation and returned to her duties. For the sake of those 8 stones, she would be willing to perish here today. As she reviewed documents, she casually inquired, by the way, your brother hasn't shown up? Has he? Given the perilous situation here, doesn't he feel any concern as a brother? Ban replied with a stoic expression, no concern. His absence is fortuitous. It allows me to unleash my full potential. Zhao Su internally scoffed, thinking if he were here I would have to split my focus to impersonate him. Am I that idle? Just then, a Revolutionary Army officer rushed in. Mr. Ban, a ship has arrived at the port. The flag indicates it's a Tenryu Yubito. Robin's heart sank. What was meant to come had finally arrived. Ban acknowledged with a grunt and strode outside. At the port, beside an opulent vessel that was almost nauseating in its grandeur, a rotund man wearing a glass dome and a white robe was in a furious rage. Where is everyone? Has the kingdom of Goa been completely wiped out? I have personally arrived, and there is not even a single soul to greet me. This man was none other than the Tenryu Yubito, Saint Germac. He was contemplating how to punish these blind nobles when he suddenly noticed a figure appearing on the dock. The figure merely observed him silently, and then, unremarkably, extended a hand. With violet Rinnegan eyes, they appeared as eerie as the abyss. Shinra Tensei! Boom! With a thunderous sound, the grand ship was struck head-on by an invisible giant hammer, instantly shattering into countless pieces, along with the so-called saint, who was obliterated into cosmic dust. It was over. Ban calmly retracted his hand and turned to walk back. Killing a Tenryubito was hardly a significant matter. As for those guards, even mid-admirals were unworthy of carrying his shoes. A single move dispatched them, and it was merely a courtesy to them. As he stepped through the door, Robin approached, sighing, "At least bring back a live one." They could serve as leverage in negotiations. "Such things are unnecessary," Ban replied with his characteristic dominance. "As for the enemies, I shall deal with them all. You only need to ensure that nothing goes awry here." The news eventually reached the Navy headquarters. "What? A revolution in the Kingdom of Goa? St. Germac's ship has been destroyed. Who did it?" "Unknown." Admiral Sengoku's eyes bulged in disbelief as he listened to the report from the Den Mushi. Feeling utterly dazed, initially he had dismissed it, thinking the Revolutionary Army was merely engaging in petty antics, daring to stir trouble in the East Blue. Were they seeking death? Yet soon after, a second Den Mushi call came in, the content causing him to leap from his chair. "What did you say?" "The fleet we dispatched was completely annihilated. Uchiha Band is actually allied with the Revolutionary Army." This was a serious predicament. Sengoku's expression turned grave enough to drip water. "Bring in the personnel," he roared. "Summon all the admirals. And Carp, Tsuru, quickly." This time, it seemed that these old bones of ours would have to move. The efficiency of the Navy headquarters was astonishing. In under 10 minutes, the 3 admirals, Carp, and all top-tier forces gathered in the conference room. Sengoku wasted no time and directly presented the intelligence. Uchiha Band has joined forces with the Revolutionary Army to seize the Kingdom of Goa. The fate of Tenito St. Germac is uncertain, and the fleet of mid-admirals I dispatched is presumed entirely destroyed. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. Once again, it was Uchiha Band, and this time, he had allied with the Revolutionary Army. Akainu was the first to explode, his fists burning crimson. "Let me go, Admiral Sengoku. This time I shall not lose." Carp sighed. "I shall also join. Perhaps I might finally encounter that scoundrel of a son of mine." "No." Sengoku slammed the table, his gaze fierce. "This time we are all in, except for Kizaru and Zephyr. The rest of you will accompany me to the East Blue." "Such a large-scale operation cannot be kept under wraps," Tsuru calmly reminded. "Then we shall outpace them." Sengoku waved his hand, concluding the meeting. They would swiftly form a fleet and head straight for the East Blue. "Uchiha Band, this time you shall be felled beneath my blade. Otherwise, in the name of justice, there will be weeping." The Navy's war machine commenced operations at an unprecedented speed, with dozens of warships sailing forth from the gates of justice. Sengoku strategized aboard the ship, deploying troops with the intent of a decisive strike. Just as he felt assured of their success, a Den Mushi call came in, nearly causing him to spit out blood. "What did you say?" "Saitama will not participate in this battle." On the other end, Zephyr's deep voice responded, "Indeed." He stated that this is a conflict between 2 nations and has nothing to do with heroes and justice. Therefore, he will not partake. Sengoku's forehead pulsed with veins and anger. He is a Navy officer. "Sengoku," Zephyr sighed, "first and foremost, he is a hero driven by his own interests. His identity as a Navy officer was something I forcefully imposed upon him." Zephyr added. He also inquired whether the incident of the fire in the Kingdom of Goa was true. Sengoku fell silent, recalling Saitama's peculiar yet irrefutable logic. This man's sense of justice was as pure as a diamond, and equally unyielding. He only targets villains and monsters, viewing the conflict between the Revolutionary Army and the world government as outside his purview. What was more concerning was that if Saitama were to learn about the Tenryubito's affairs. "I understand." Sengoku wearily rubbed his temples. "This time, I shall not summon him." Hanging up the call, Sengoku gazed at the dim sky, letting out a long sigh. This sea is becoming increasingly troublesome. Meanwhile, the true Zhao Su was observing the chaos at the Navy headquarters through the system, nearly bursting into laughter. "Still hoping to involve Saitama? Do you not fear that he might deliver a serious punch to the Tenryubito first?" Zhao Su shook his head, acknowledging that every template possesses its core character design. This is the price of power. Saitama's template is that of a hero, and thus he must adhere to the rules of heroism, even if those rules might pit him against the entire world. Moreover, I must mention that not only Saitama, but every one of his subordinates is a ticking time bomb. Take that golden flash, for instance. If you dare mention the name of any Yonko in his presence, he could very well throw down his tools and rush off to contest the title of the one and only king, disregarding any plans you might have. However, To be fair, while such character traits may be a weakness, if harnessed correctly, they can also serve as a tremendous advantage, enhancing realism to an extraordinary degree. At this moment, Zhao Su was hiding in the underground palace of the Kingdom of Goa, fervently summoning troops. I assure you, he is quite ruthless. To fulfill his promise of preventing any enemies from ascending, he directly transformed into Uchiha Ban's form, filling his chakra and producing a shadow clone, then returning to replenish his chakra, as if he were a perpetual motion machine. In just a short time, he had created nearly 1,000 clones, each possessing 50% of his strength, densely positioned in the basement, ready to guard each stretch of coastline. Just as he was in the midst of this frenetic summoning, a notification from the system chimed, signaling the arrival of the fourth template. I was immediately curious, wondering which deity it would be this time. Upon closer inspection, it was Ita Makoto. For those in the know, a humanoid self-moving cannon, Makoto. I nearly burst out laughing, questioning what Yuza Makoto would be. This fellow is notoriously poor at sports and academics, with his only notable talent being, well, you know. Zhao Su was left speechless, furiously criticizing the One Piece world for lacking any schools where he could play such a role. Surely, one cannot consider a Navy boot camp as a school and the female Navy officers as classmates, can they? This is a blatant electronic trap, destined to conclude with a tragic ending, right? Just as he was grappling with this absurdity, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Not true darkness, but rather, the Navy fleet had obscured the sky. As Wabine stood nearby, her face turned pale at the sight. I must tell you, it was a formidable display. 20 warships, densely packed like dumplings. Leading the fleet were heavyweights, Marshal Dingguo, the Heroiku, and Admiral Kuchen, along with the entire Navy's all-stars. Furthermore, intelligence indicated that the world government had dispatched army reinforcements and CP0 agents. This configuration was nothing short of a national annihilation. Luobin, deeply anxious, questioned how one person could withstand such a force. In response, Banya merely turned his gaze towards her, his expression conveying a profound message. Do you comprehend the extent of my power? As soon as he finished speaking, the background music swelled. In an instant, he transformed on the spot. His attire morphed into a pure white Seudog, 6 dark hair floating behind him, his eyes resembling the spiral patterns of a reincarnation eye, and a black staff appeared in his hand. Then he soared into the air. Luobin was left in shock, nearly dropping her jaw to the ground. What was happening? I must say, the Navy was pulling out all the stops this time. 30,000 elite soldiers, 30 vice admirals, 1 admiral, 1 marshal, alongside an army marshal and 2 top CP0 agents sent by the world government, their power comparable to that of an admiral in abundance. The army marshal was particularly arrogant, mocking Dongguo for his cowardice and sluggishness. A classic case of the villains speaking too much before meeting their demise. They had even calculated that, should Bon escape, they could simply take the people of Gar, Wangguo hostage to ensure his capture. Kapu, overhearing this, scoffed and muttered about how the righteous Navy had sunk to the level of taking civilians as hostages. What a disgrace. Alas, the old man was troubled. And what happened next? While they were still scheming, all alone, flew directly towards their 20 warships. Single-handedly, at that moment, I realized that the authenticity of Zhao Shi's spawn template had skyrocketed to 80. Why? Because his current mindset mirrored that of Banya in his prime. This world is mine to bear. He activated his Tsubi mode, preparing to clear the field. In the next instant, Banya hovered above the naval fleet, silver hair flowing. In Adal Shura mode, gazing down at the ants below, casually remarking, "You are too slow, so how can I find you?" Goodness, the grandeur was overwhelming. With a command from Tinga, dozens of vice admirals leaped into action, attempting a human wave tactic. However, with a simple motion, Banya unleashed a Shanfa, Yindun Lei Pai. Boom! A purple lightning net erupted, sending the vice admirals tumbling into the sea like dumplings. Over 20 of them eliminated in an instant. But that wasn't the end. He opened his mouth and unleashed Shin Fa Landung Gongya. A laser shot forth, slicing a warship cleanly in half, which then erupted in an explosion. Zhangguo was left dumbfounded. Just how much power did this individual possess? Shurchen, in a fit of rage, let out a roar and charged with his molten rock head. What was the result? Banya stood unfazed, the lava merely absorbed into his body. Shurchen was left in disbelief. Where's my lava gone? Refusing to relent, he unleashed his ultimate attack, Liuxing Huosan. A rain of molten fists descended from the sky. Hebaya consumed them, as if they were a buffet. Not a trace remained. Churchang found himself questioning his existence. Nearby, the army marshal saw his opportunity. He attempted to swoop in for the kill, taunting the Navy as worthless. However, just as he approached, a black sphere shot from behind him, and poof. The marshal's head vanished, not severed, but completely obliterated. His headless corpse fell straight down. The arena fell silent. Then, leisurely stated, the encore should come to an end. Absolutely stunning. Zhang Guo, frightened, quickly shouted, "Beware of that black sphere." No kidding. Who could fail to notice? A marshal of admiral caliber had just lost his head without a trace. The Navy hastily opened fire, but the black sphere behind him transformed into a shield, absorbing all the cannonballs without a sound. Zhang Guo, being the strategist he was, immediately deduced that this individual could absorb energy attacks, but needed to block physical ones with the black sphere. Thus, he transformed into a golden Buddha, preparing for close combat. Yet just as Zhang Guo charged, Bia swung his black staff, halting Zhang Guo's fist midair. He was afraid. With that punch, he might not know if he would hit Banya, but he was certain his fist would be lost. Churching also rushed in to assist, only daring to strike with haki, but Bia flew gracefully through the air, nimble as a spirit, avoiding all their attacks. At this moment, the true main force entered the fray. It was none other than the legendary hero, TheUchiha. This old man was a true powerhouse, relying solely on physical prowess, devoid of any fruit weaknesses and remarkably agile. He approached Banya and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" To which Bia replied with an air of nonchalance, "I suppose I am the savior of this world." Wow, the tone was as casual as commenting on the pleasant weather. The Navy was left bewildered, and Zhang Guo chastised him for the countless lives he had taken, questioning his claim to be a savior. Banya retorted, "Sacrifices are inevitable for peace. This world is far too filthy." With a single statement, he countered the issues of the Tungren and nobility, leaving the Navy collectively silent, for he spoke the truth. Kapu sighed, recognizing that further words would be futile, and directly initiated combat. In an instant, Kapu, Truchen, and two top CP0 experts surrounded Bia, creating a scene that resembled a celestial battle. Their coordination was impeccable. Kapu on the offensive, Churchan providing distractions, aiming to create openings for CP0. Just as the two CP0 agents detected a flaw and prepared for a sneak attack, Bia utilized the Lu Vineyard technique, the invisible shadow clone. Yet the two CP0 agents, seemingly possessing observation haki, sensed the imminent danger and evaded just in time. Even Bia was momentarily taken aback. Was this technique ineffective in the world of Zhuang? However, who was Banya? He remained unfazed, instead grinning widely, his smile reminiscent of a reaper assessing his performance before a KPI audit. He found these opponents rather amusing and thought, "Very well, let us engage in a delightful game." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished, delivering a powerful punch right into Go's abdomen. Kapu's eyes widened in shock, surely thinking, this guy was just playing around with me, clearly not using his full strength. Just then, the naval vice admiral Salsan bellowed, "Fire!" Boom! Countless cannonballs rained down recklessly. Banya frowned, finding it bothersome, and with a single punch, sent Kavu flying, uninterested in pursuing him. The Chode behind him unfurled like an absolute defense shield, absorbing all the cannonballs without a sound. Looking down, he noticed the Navy vessels crowded together, resembling dumplings. A vice admiral named Su Toluo Bailey taunted, "Ban, do not underestimate us. United, even a mosquito can slay an elephant." I must say, Banya's expression at that moment mirrored someone who had just heard the funniest joke of the year. He calmly remarked, like mosquitoes, buzzing incessantly, how annoying. Then his tone shifted, icy enough to freeze shards of ice. Then, to die together shall be your unity? In the next instant, he extended a hand, and from his palm emerged a small black sphere. This sphere grew larger and larger, and then, with a whoosh, it split into dozens of smaller spheres, accurately hovering above each warship. Zhang Guo's face turned green as he exclaimed, "What does he intend to do?" The recently launched Kako, now on another ship, shouted frantically, "Stop him!" Churching, in a frenzy, unleashed the full might of his magma fruit, transforming into a molten meteor to charge forward. The two CP0 agents, realizing they had no choice, desperately leaped down using their moonwalk technique. But it was too late. Bonnet didn't even spare them a glance. Slowly bringing his hands together in prayer before his chest, his posture and gaze resembling a deity surveying ants, softly uttering 4 words, Di Bao Tan Xing. Boom! Family. Does anyone understand? In that fleeting moment, the entire world seemed to erupt in a fervent revelry. The earth cracked with a resounding snap. The sea churned violently, as if it were boiling. And the sailors aboard the warships struggled to maintain their footing, teetering precariously, with many being flung into the air. Yet, they could not plunge into the ocean, for an unfathomable gravitational force was drawing them skyward. The seawater surged in, forming colossal waterspouts that linked heaven and earth. Even the rocks and sediment from the ocean floor were wrenched free. Admiral Akainu was halfway through his charge, momentarily dazed, realizing that attacking was futile as he desperately sought refuge from the debris raining down from below. Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed thousands of naval soldiers being drawn into the sky like mere specks of dust, only to be instantly engulfed and concealed by the deluge of seawater, rocks, and ship fragments. I tell you, this is the level of sealing technique possessed by the Sage of Six Paths. That black gravitational core devoured everything in its vicinity, ultimately amalgamating them into an immense stone sphere rivaling the moon. Of the 20 warships dispatched by the Navy, aside from the one previously incapacitated, the remaining 19, along with tens of thousands of elite soldiers, were all ensnared and sealed within that massive orb suspended in the sky. In a single move, tens of thousands of elite naval forces, including the majority of vice admirals, were annihilated in an instant. The world fell silent. The only ones remaining at the scene were Sengoku, Karp, Akainu, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and the two CP0 agents, along with a few fortunate vice admirals who had survived. Their faces were ashen, akin to those who had just emerged from a horror film, scarcely daring to breathe. Madara Uchiha slowly lowered his clasped hands, hovering in midair, regarding them with an expression of disdain, and calmly spoke. Are you in despair? This is the power of Uchiha Madara. At that moment, I wanted to exclaim, brother, you are truly magnificent. This display is a remarkable exhibition of physical prowess. The two CP0 agents were the first to falter, quietly urging Sengoku, Chief, we must retreat at once. This individual is far more formidable than Whitebeard. However, Akainu was resolute, his eyes blazing with determination as he shouted, No, we cannot retreat. Have you considered that if we withdraw now, will another opportunity arise? Can we assemble such a strong force again? And can you guarantee that he won't become even stronger? As Akainu's fervor escalated, he, having been one of the first to encounter Madara, recalled how vastly different Madara's power was now compared to then. His strength had skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. But guess what? No sooner had Akainu finished speaking than Madara instantaneously appeared before him. Regarding him with the condescension one might reserve for a child, and scoffed, become stronger? Spare me the jest. I have merely been holding back. What adult would genuinely engage with a child? Akainu's pupils constricted in shock. Before he could react, the truth-seeking ball, behind Madara, transformed into a black rod and shot forward. Akainu desperately attempted to evade, using Jeppo, yet was a fraction too slow. With a sickening squelch, his entire leg, along with the root, was obliterated by the truth-seeking ball. A heart-wrenching scream erupted, blood splattering. The Navy's top combatant, Admiral Akainu, had lost a leg. Madara did not even spare him a glance. Calmly addressing the remaining Sengoku and the others, Now, it is your turn. Who among them dared to resist? Sengoku and Karp, seasoned veterans, recognized the peril and, without hesitation, Vice Admiral Tsuru seized both of them, fleeing for their lives. Madara, indifferent, observed their frantic escape as if swatting away flies. As for Akainu, even in his incapacitated state, he charged forward like a mad dog, only to be subdued by Madara's hand, rendering him unconscious, likely to become an impressive exhibit in the future. And the two CP0 agents? They were, of course, dealt with thoroughly. Once everyone had fled, the Revolutionary Army's Robin arrived with her team. Gazing at the colossal stone sphere above and then at the unscathed Madara, she stood dumbfounded, her mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg, breathlessly asking, Why you actually won? In her heart, she must have been thinking that this victory was monumental, a complete upheaval of the world government. She recalled her leader, Dragon, stating before their departure, This man intends to carry the banner of revolution. Now he had indeed shouldered that banner single-handedly. I tell you, this news spread like wildfire. Morgan, the president of the World Economic News, nearly dropped his beak in astonishment upon receiving the intel. The Navy's fleet admiral had been defeated, Admiral Akainu captured. Tens of thousands of elite soldiers' fates unknown. And all of this was wrought by a single man. Quick, release the news, Morgan exclaimed, trembling with excitement. The following day, every newspaper headline blared 3 words: Uchiha Madara. The entire world went into a frenzy. The Navy was the face and fist of the world government. And now they had been utterly shattered by a single blow. All pirates rejoiced in taverns, celebrating. The world government has fallen. The Navy is finished. Let us see how they hunt us down now. The 4 emperors could not remain composed. Charlotte Linlin stared at Madara's visage on the newspaper, lost in profound silence. Kaido squinted, for the first time pondering seriously. Can he kill me? Whitebeard erupted into hearty laughter. This will certainly give that old fool Steelbone a headache. Indeed, this matter had escalated beyond Sengoku's control. The fleet admiral of the Navy, Steelbone, and the 5 elders above him were in turmoil. At Mary Geos, the 5 elders convened urgently, their hair graying with worry. Uchiha Madara, is he not one of the D clan? One elder with curly hair sighed. Not of D, but even more terrifying, remarked another elder with long straight hair, his voice grave. He has surpassed the 4 emperors. Damn it, who was the foolish celestial dragon that provoked such a monster? The elder with blonde hair slammed the table in frustration. What good does it do to discuss this now? He should have been eliminated long ago, grumbled the elder with a mustache. But the issue was, the celestial dragons had committed too many atrocities. Who could recall who had angered whom? It was impossible to trace. The crux of the matter was that he had become entangled with the Revolutionary Army. The elder with the sword hit the nail on the head, mentioning the Revolutionary Army. The 5 elders fell silent once more. Initially, the Revolutionary Army was merely a minor organization, but with the emergence of Madara, its nature had entirely transformed. Uchiha Madara must be dealt with. But how? The Navy's main force was incapacitated. Should we request Lord Imu's intervention? A suggestion was swiftly dismissed. Ultimately, the 5 exchanged knowing glances and uttered a single term in unison, Shichibukai. On the other hand, the Revolutionary Army's headquarters was in chaos. Leader Dragon, who is Luffy's father, gazed at the battle report, feeling somewhat despondent. I tell you, he sighed at the Okama King Ivankov. Ivankov, we have labored tirelessly for nearly a decade. Yet we cannot compare to a single day's achievements of Uchiha Madara. Are we truly this incompetent? However, Dragon, being the leader, quickly regained his resolve, deciding to fully support Madara and transform the Goa Kingdom into a stronghold for the Revolutionary Army in the East Blue. Just as he resolved to act, information arrived. The world government urgently summoned the Shichibukai, targeting the Goa Kingdom, aiming to assemble a revenge alliance against Madara. The Revolutionary Army members panicked, and Ivankov urgently asked Dragon, should we go? The Shichibukai are no joke. If someone like Mihawk joins, Madara is in peril. Sending our people there would merely exacerbate the situation. Yet Dragon stood up abruptly, his gaze resolute. We will go. Not only that, we will mobilize our forces with even greater determination. He looked into the distance, as if already envisioning the battlefield. This time, I will gamble alongside him. What courage! Robin quickly relayed this troubling news to Madara, her face etched with concern, inquiring what they should do. Yet Madara appeared to have not heard, sipping his tea, and calmly replied with 2 words, no matter. Robin wore a look of skepticism and was about to inquire further when Bai silently added in his heart. Moreover, they are too preoccupied to come. Why are they occupied? Because a great fire has erupted in the backyard of the world government. An infamous pirate known as Bandavaldo, nicknamed the World Destroyer, was once a formidable figure but later imprisoned in the deepest part of Impel Down. Recently, the notorious Golden Flash caused chaos in Impel Down and freed him. Upon his release, he quickly rallied his former crew and, without hesitation, attacked a ship carrying celestial dragons, annihilating all aboard. This incident infuriated the 5 elders. What they fear is not merely Baye's strength, but that everyone might emulate him, making the slaying of celestial dragons a trend, which would undermine the authority of their world nobility. How could they continue to exert their influence in such a climate? This trend must not rise. Therefore, the pursuit of Baye has been temporarily set aside. The immediate goal is to subdue the audacious Bandavaldo before he incites others. To set an example, thus, the Shichibukai, who had been summoned to confront Baye in the kingdom of Goa, received a sudden change in mission to subdue Bandavaldo instead. When Doflamingo received this new order, he nearly burst into laughter over the Den Mushi. He had been troubled about how to find an excuse to avoid a confrontation with Ba Yi, but now, the arrival of the brawny band of Aldo felt like a divine intervention. He rushed to report to his king, the Golden Flash Gilgamesh, who was enjoying a drink. Upon hearing the news, he elegantly swirled his goblet and inquired, "So, does this mean my other subordinates will also be involved?" Doflamingo's heart sank at this question, and his smile froze. He suddenly realized that this task would not be so easily navigated. Thanks to the artifact Vimana, Zhao no longer needed to rely on the speed of Saitama, combined with Uchiha Madara's ability to walk on water for travel. While Saitama's speed was remarkable, he could not fly. Uchiha Madara, though capable of walking on water and now flying, could not match the speed of a vehicle. This was a significant time saver. Previously, Zhao had relied on this method to hasten his journey from Gilgamesh to the kingdom of Goa. The conflict had not yet erupted, staying within Zhao's expectations. The World Destroyer Band of Aldo was someone Zhao had left behind, having even prepared some surveillance measures. He was well aware of Band of Aldo's plans, and it was evident that Band of Aldo's upheaval would inevitably attract the attention of the world government. They could not afford to ignore it. After the navy had been severely weakened by Uchiha Madara, they were compelled to summon the Shichibukai. Band of Aldo was no weakling, his combat strength rivaling that of an admiral, and his abilities significantly enhanced artillery and ammunition. If he had access to explosives like bomb rock, the danger would have escalated. A single misstep could result in Band of Aldo launching a 100-fold enhanced cannonball towards Mariehua, which would be catastrophic. Currently, the Navy's remaining combat forces included Akiji, Kizaru, Zephyr, and the uncooperative Saitama. Given the responsibilities of safeguarding the Navy headquarters in Mariehua, summoning the Shichibukai was unavoidable. Furthermore, the Shichibukai were not the government's free mercenaries. It was impossible to expect them to work without a break after this task. If necessary, Gilgamesh could instruct Doflamingo to delay matters. After all, Gilgamesh was also Doflamingo's superior. It was likely that the final outcome would require the likes of Sengoku and others to fully recuperate before they could strategize again to confront Uchiha Madara. As for the kingdom of Goa, the situation was comparatively straightforward. Following Dragon's orders, numerous revolutionary forces began to stabilize order, restore agriculture, and maintain public security. However, upon receiving news of Band of Aldo, Dragon shared Zhao's recognition, leading him to refrain from appearing in person. Instead, he dispatched several politically skilled elite officials to the kingdom of Goa, minimizing the need for additional personnel, knowing that the Navy's intervention would take time. Zhao had intended to gather a myriad of clones, and while he had yet to complete the full 1,000, he had already amassed over 3,000. Even if he needed to send out clones to monitor the sea constantly, it would suffice to ensure the kingdom of Goa's safety. Thus, he set forth, though his destination was towards the direction of the Amazon Lily. Meanwhile, Band of Aldo's subordinates constructed a massive ship equipped with an oversized cannon. He planned to use this formidable cannon in conjunction with his Mogu Mogu fruit ability to bombard Mariehua and the Navy headquarters as revenge for his captivity. However, due to the government's summoning of the Shichibukai and the imminent shift in focus towards him, he resolved to kidnap a Shichibukai to facilitate his approach to the Navy headquarters in Mariehua. As long as he reached the cannon's firing range, the rest would be manageable. Thus, when Hancock's eyes widened in shock, realizing her sister had been abducted, her subordinates, the injured warriors of the Nine Snakes, quietly lamented their inadequacy. The Nine Snakes had been conducting their usual raids, led by Hancock's two sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold, as Hancock herself did not participate in every endeavor. She had not anticipated that Band of Aldo was the name she had never heard before. Squinting her eyes, Hancock was informed by Granny Nyan that he was the individual targeted by the government. Isn't the government targeting Uchiha Madara? Hancock furrowed her brow, puzzled. Granny Nyan sighed, realizing that the girl had not truly been listening. Initially, the government did indeed summon forces against Uchiha Madara, but Hancock had never considered engaging him, setting aside Madara's strength. She could not bear to confront someone who had shown kindness to her and her sisters. Even after learning about Zhao's brother being in the Revolutionary Army, Hancock had allowed several revolutionary ships to pass unharmed. Upon hearing the government's summons against Madara, she had resolved to abandon her position in the Shichibukai, thus disregarding the subsequent changes in their targets. After much explanation, Granny Nyan finally clarified the situation for Hancock. "Ah, I see. So the government has demonstrated a modicum of intelligence." Hancock scoffed. Recognizing it was unwise to confront an enemy she could not handle and opting to target a weaker opponent instead. However, Granny Nine cautioned that Bandivaldo was no weakling. His Mogu Mogu fruit abilities had been developed to a formidable level, allowing him to enhance his combat power to rival that of an admiral, if not surpass it in application. If that weren't the case, the government would not have summoned the Shichibukai to face him. Since he has dared to take my sister, I shall see who has the audacity to challenge me, Hancock declared coldly, immediately issuing orders to set sail. Yet inside, Granny Nine sighed, realizing that initially, the government intended for a joint effort with the Shichibukai to confront Bandivaldo. Now, it was merely Hancock alone. Could they truly win this battle? Of course they could. Suddenly, a clear male voice resonated within the palace of the Nine Snakes. A man suddenly emerged from the shadows, revealing a smile. I wonder if you would consider hiring me again, he said. The Empress Zhao Su expressed her surprise. In Chapter 97, Saitama leads the 7 warlords. In Chapter 98, Saitama continues to lead the 7 warlords. The Momo Momo fruit possesses immense power, arguably surpassing that of ordinary Logia types. Bondi Walder is renowned as the world destroyer because he obliterates everything in his sight. This behavior poses a significant threat not only to ordinary individuals, but also presents a considerable challenge to pirates. 30 years ago, the world government secretly summoned pirates harboring resentment towards him, along with the Navy, to launch an attack on Bondi Walder. However, the united forces of pirates and the Navy found themselves at a disadvantage in what turned into a bloody confrontation and were forced to retreat. Ultimately, it was the spies placed by the world government who captured Bondi Walder and imprisoned him in Impel Down. It is crucial to note that during that time, naval battles were unfavorable for the Navy due to Bondi Walder's troublesome abilities. The amplification of his powers meant that even a single bullet from an ordinary hand could destroy a warship. Speaking of which, it's thanks to you, said Vice Admiral Ghost Spider with a cold snort. If it weren't for Don Quixote Doflamingo, he wouldn't have escaped, even if you gave him another 20 years. Doflamingo chuckled, ignoring Ghost Spider. If it weren't for Gilgamesh breaking the prison of Impel Down and taking many prisoners, including Bondi Walder, he would have never gotten out. Of course, Bondi Walder also contributed to his escape, having fought alongside Doflamingo against the Navy when the gates of justice were breached. Crocodile scoffed, while Bartholomew Kuma remained silent. Jorikaru and Hawkeye Mihawk simply sat quietly, meditating, disregarding Ghost Spider. We are pirates after all. Do you expect us to behave like well-behaved children? Ghost Spider scoffed, aware that there was no point in conversing with this group. Doflamingo surveyed the familiar faces, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, the crocodile, and the fishman Jinbei. Where's the Empress Hancock? A large man grumbled. Are we just to wait here? Doflamingo turned to see where the voice came from. The conqueror, Kashi, with a bounty of 220 million, is considered a strong contender in the New World. Previously, he was selected by the world government after being captured by Saitama. Doflamingo himself was bearing the burden of Moria's absence. Though the sea is filled with formidable figures, the 7 warlords may be the strongest group. Yet they are not devoid of similar powerful individuals. Kashi is one such individual. However, Doflamingo's lips curled in a smirk. Is the boss planning to have these fellows recognize him as king? Fortunately, I am clever enough to know that a king should be approached by his subordinates. His words were a means to pacify Gilgamesh, keeping him on his ship. Otherwise, a conflict might have already erupted. The Empress had already located Bondi Walder and was in pursuit. Ghost Spider replied to Kashi, our warship is also heading towards Bondi Walder's location. We will likely encounter the Empress near his ship. In fact, intelligence regarding Bondi Walder's whereabouts had originated from the Empress herself. That's good, Kashi laughed heartily. I want to see just how beautiful the legendary pirate Empress truly is. As they pursued Bondi Walder, Mihawk suddenly inquired about when the Navy planned to confront Uchiha Obito. Ghost Spider immediately responded, we are prepared to move at once. However, before he could continue, he was interrupted by Kashi. Immediately? After this mission, I intend to take a good rest. So do I. Bartholomew Kuma's voice was flat. Crocodile hummed. Without any benefits, I have no desire to engage with such a monster. Doflamingo chuckled. We are pirates, not the government's dogs. We responded to the summons, but you cannot constantly command us. Uchiha Obito is a man who has taken down several admirals. Without incentives, who would willingly fight such a person? Regardless, we answered your call. But you cannot continue to issue orders, can you? Are we merely the government's enforcers? Among the 7 warlords, aside from Mihawk, who was curious about Uchiha Obito's strength, the others were not inclined to assist the Navy in maintaining world peace. Ghost Spider's lips twitched, knowing that these rascals were all rebellious characters. He merely said, "Let's discuss this later. For now, we must first deal with Bondi Walder. You lead us in battle against Bondi Walder, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider." At this, Doflamingo chuckled. As his words fell, everyone's gaze turned towards him. The strengths of the 7 warlords vary, but even the weakest possess Vice Admiral-level combat prowess. The strongest can contend with admirals in battle. Having an ordinary Vice Admiral lead them, although devoid of killing intent, was enough to exert considerable pressure on Ghost Spider, who was not weak himself. "Not me. I'm someone else." Ghost Spider gritted his teeth. "Who, Sengoku? Garp? Akainu?" The Conqueror Kashi scoffed. "Right. Akainu seems to have been captured by Uchiha Bido. Akiji and Kizuru need to guard the Navy headquarters, and Sengoku and Garp are gravely injured, so they will not appear before this group of pirates. If either of them were to suddenly act against the two, it would lead to significant trouble. However, aside from them, who else has the authority to lead the 7 warlords in a battle against Bondi Walder?" "It is I," came the lazy response from a man clad in a navy cloak, wearing a tight yellow suit, who approached with a silly grin. Doflamingo's pupils constricted. "It is you, Saitama. In Chapter 98, is it my fault that there is too little showmanship?" Just as Doflamingo would not perceive any connection between his own captain and Saitama or Madara, Gilgamesh suddenly lifted his head, squinting his eyes. "The ruffians should be aware of my presence here. They ought to know, right?" Doflamingo was taken aback. "I haven't concealed myself. Since they are aware of my presence, how dare they not pay their respects to me?" Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes, indicating that this matter could not be easily brushed aside. Doflamingo, the captain of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the 7 armed subordinates were not synonymous. "Cough, cough, my king." Doflamingo coughed twice, attempting to divert the topic. "Speaking of which, weren't you seeking to reclaim your treasures?" "Of course. In truth, I have already contacted a scientist capable of developing artificial devil fruits. His name is Kaikurin, a former scientist from the Navy headquarters." Doflamingo elaborated. "Once we secure a territory, we can have him cultivate the devil fruits." Gilgamesh frowned in dissatisfaction, stating that this land belongs to me. "Why should we seek out new territory?" Doflamingo smirked but continued. "It is true that much of the land is currently occupied by those fraudulent false kings, and we should eliminate them one by one. I know of a kingdom in Dressrosa, namely Bondewaldo's ship. On the ship of 9 Snake, Hancock frowned as a vessel, seemingly the size of an island, emerged from the depths of the sea. Judging by its size, this ship was not much smaller than the terrifying 3-masted ship. Welcome, the Empress Bondewaldo slowly emerged, standing at the bow. "Your sisters are right here." In the next moment, a grand gate opened before the island, revealing 2 sisters, Sandasonia and Marigold, imprisoned in cages. "If you wish to reclaim them, come this way." Bondewaldo laughed heartily. "I shall welcome you properly." No sooner had he finished speaking than the cannons ahead fired without hesitation. "What kind of welcome is this?" "Quickly evade." Hancock snorted coldly. "This could also be considered a welcome." Zhao Su grinned. He was now a hired hand. "Hancock, what are your thoughts?" "Charge in and rescue my sisters," Hancock declared without hesitation, but hesitated the next moment. "However, your reputation is far from that of Uchiha Madara. I am uncertain whether you can even fight." Suddenly, Hancock was taken aback. In the next moment, she saw Zhao Su standing on the deck of the ship, surrounded by ferocious pirates, shouting angrily, and then began to clash with his comrades. Illusion? Hancock was momentarily stunned before breaking into a smile. "So you're not weak after all. Do you think just anyone can casually slip into your bath?" Zhao Su retorted with a wry smile. "Is it my fault that I, Zhao Su, am not given enough opportunities to show off? It is the system's error for making all the characters act in such a manner." Hancock's cheeks flushed slightly upon hearing this. In the next moment, she supported herself against the ship's edge and leaped onto the vessel as well. "Zhao Su, you must be cautious. The world government's people should be arriving soon." Zhao Su was indeed a wanted man by the world government. The critical issue was that he was the brother of Uchiha Madara. If the world government learned of this, they would likely dispatch a large force solely to capture Zhao Su and use him to threaten the formidable Uchiha Madara, although the premise itself was questionable. "If I do not disclose Bondewaldo's location," Hancock hesitated, "then you'll have to face Uchiha Madara alongside them." Zhao Su rolled his eyes at her. "Why have the 7 warlords of the sea gathered so swiftly and in such numbers? Because if they do not gather now, they will only have to confront Uchiha Madara," Bondewaldo remarked, his brow furrowing as he surveyed the situation from a high vantage point. "I'm not certain about that man. He should not be well known, though I do feel that he seems somewhat familiar. Brother Bin Jie, Zhao Su's reputation was not prominent, and even Hancock, who had known him from the beginning, was unsure of his strength. He had never taken any action, and Bin Jie recognized him merely because he was nominally Uchiha Madara's brother. Zhao Su smiled widely as he strode forward. Let's hurry, Hancock. If we do not move quickly, my Saitama clone will soon arrive. Chapter 99. I, Zhao Su, primarily engage in logistics and transportation. Third update, requesting subscriptions. Will you walk away obediently, or shall I beat you half to death before delivering you to Vardo? A giant, a half-fishman and half-giant, grasped 2 meteor hammers. Hurry up and speak. I've made arrangements with Vardo to resolve this within 3 minutes. 3 minutes? Suddenly, a splatter of blood erupted as the giant staggered, collapsing to the ground. In that instant, he saw a figure holding something resembling a heart. 3 minutes. 3 seconds is sufficient. Zhao Su casually tossed the blood aside. Such a weakling could only delay him for 3 seconds at most. How formidable. Hancock's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. She had not anticipated Zhao Su's strength. She recalled that he had once remained by her side as a hostage, and now, thinking back to that time, her cheeks flushed. A hostage that even the Nine Snake could not defeat? Let us go. Zhao Su waved his hand, calculating the distance. The sea should soon be upon them. We must rescue your sisters before they arrive. Hancock nodded earnestly. The size of the ship had one advantage. It was quite convenient for hiding things. The 2 of them could easily conceal themselves. However, the issue was that Bondewaldo had already informed Hancock about her sister's whereabouts. Hancock dashed straight towards her sister's direction, but the only problem was that she could not find the way. What to do? This ship is rather peculiar. Hancock squinted her eyes. The surroundings were filled with strange cubes, although a path lay ahead, if Hancock remembered correctly. They had already passed beyond her sister's location. Boom! Zhao Su struck with a punch, precisely hitting the ceiling above. What to do? Let's just go straight up, Zhao Su smiled. Leaping upwards, Hancock was taken aback for a moment before following suit. Zhao Su closely followed, secretly glancing under Hancock's skirt. The Empress's Cheongsam was designed to be quite high-cut. As for the devil fruit user waiting nearby to dispatch the intruders, who cares? The 2 continued their ascent, layer by layer. It wasn't that they couldn't break through several layers with a single punch, but they were concerned about accidentally harming Hancock's sisters. Regardless of the number of punches thrown, time would not be wasted. However, what if Mei were to be relocated and was no longer present? What if Zhao Su inadvertently caused her demise? That would be truly unjust. Fortunately, such a scenario did not transpire, and they soon arrived at the cell where Mei was imprisoned. Sister, Lady Jie, exclaimed Sang Dajonia and Molly Jalud, finally letting out a sigh of relief. I will rescue you immediately. The cage confining Sang Dajonia and Molly Jalud was suspended from the ceiling, yet this posed no challenge for Hancock. With a graceful leap, her tall figure displayed an elegant curve as her long legs traced a beautiful yet perilous arc. With a crash, her foot struck the iron cage, shattering it to pieces. At that moment, a powerful, aged voice echoed, "You have arrived just in time." Hancock's expression changed. It was the world destroyer, Bondewaldo, with the strength of a vice admiral. He was a formidable opponent. Although Hancock possessed considerable talent, her youth made her wary of comparing herself to such a powerful figure. You couldn't have come at a better moment. No one is leaving, Bondewaldo laughed, his eyes narrowing. In the next instant, he charged at them. But Zhao Su was quicker, delivering a swift slap that sent Bondewaldo flying back with a resounding crash, creating a large human-shaped dent in the wall. Hancock had just intended to take action when Zhao Su, with a dismissive expression, thought to himself, what is there to do? He is merely a vice admiral. In the past, he could have toyed with him, and now, another unfortunate vice admiral awaited him at the location of his clone. Let's go, Zhao Su said, shaking his hand dismissively, striding toward the exit without concern for Bondewaldo's fate. However, Hancock furrowed her brow, glancing back at Bondewaldo. With her mastery of Kin Bunchiko Haki, she discerned that he was far from dead. He would regain consciousness within moments. Why not take advantage of this opportunity? Zhao Su smiled as he revealed the reason. The Navy has arrived. My involvement ends here. Remember to ensure the payment is promptly transferred. With a casual wave, he vanished from sight. Some might not believe it, but Zhao Su was in fact a pacifist. His primary business was logistics, specializing in transporting clones to various locations, while his side job involved cheering from the sidelines. Engaging in combat was merely an occasional endeavor. He preferred to avoid confrontation whenever possible, advocating for peace. Meanwhile, the Navy's ships, accompanied by several uniquely designed pirate vessels, encircled Bondi Waldo's colossal ship. The 7 warlords each occupied their respective vessels, while aboard the Navy ship. "I'll be right back. I need to visit the restroom." Saitama yawned, eliciting exasperation from Daisuke and the others. Beside him, a little girl dressed in a maid outfit perked up. "Mr. Saitama, do you need me to fetch you some paper?" No need. If I require assistance, I'll call for you." "Oh, all right." The little girl appeared dejected. "Saitama, why don't you fetch me paper instead?" "Wait, do you need to wipe it all? Can I even go?" Saitama shrugged, stepping into the restroom not far away. 30 seconds later, Saitama emerged from the restroom with a smile. "Actually, I think we can help each other out not just with wiping, but also during bath time." In truth, he was still himself. As the battle began, all eyes were on the man before them, a comically expressioned figure clad in a peculiar yellow spandex suit, topped with a mismatched justice cloak. He was the captain of a naval ship, leading this joint operation with the 7 warlords. Saitama surveyed the surroundings. Daisuke was one of his old subordinates, while Oni Spider was dispatched by Navy headquarters to prevent Saitama from issuing any peculiar commands. The little girl, previously known as Baby 5 from the Don Quixote family, had begun following Saitama after he captured her during a previous encounter. The reason? Saitama had casually mentioned that it would be great if someone could help him with his first cup of tea, and Baby 5 gradually transformed into Saitama's little maid. Though Daisuke expressed some dissatisfaction with this arrangement, considering that Baby 5 had no family and had been abducted by the Don Quixote family, she ultimately accepted the situation. Despite Don Quixote Doflamingo becoming a warlord, it seemed he had no interest in reclaiming her, perhaps hoping to glean information from her instead. "Are we commencing the battle now?" Saitama asked, stretching. "Not quite yet." Daisuke hesitated. "Although we are close, it seems they are completely unaware of our presence. That's because their leader has been incapacitated by me." Saitama mused inwardly, maintaining his characteristic expression. "Are there no innocents left among them?" "Indeed," Daisuke confirmed with a nod. "In this world, pirates are typically ruthless killers. Those like Luffy, who are ostensibly pirates yet resemble adventurers, are exceedingly rare, perhaps 1 in 100. Bondi Waldo's notorious reputation naturally attracts even more wicked scoundrels." "Indeed, Major Saitama embodies true justice," Daisuke thought to herself. Saitama's words had become a standard inquiry, yet he rarely held back. On the rare occasions he did, it was typically when pirates kidnapped hostages, at which point he would charge in alone to rescue them before considering anything else. Previously, when Saitama had refused a Navy order, there had been considerable dissent within the ranks, with some voicing their discontent regarding his rapid rise in rank. However, the soldiers aboard the ship, even the deckhands, remained unwaveringly loyal. Saitama's execution of justice was unwavering. He could never act unjustly. Just look at Major Saitama's record. In such a short time, he has captured more pirates than Admiral Kizaru, who is renowned for his experience and speed. Such a person deserves a promotion to Admiral rather than merely a Commodore. Perhaps we should replace that sluggish Admiral who always dawdles on his bicycle and elevate Major Saitama in his stead. "Since there are no more innocent civilians, let us commence," Saitama declared, nodding as he strode confidently onto the deck. Daisuke and the others promptly followed suit, preparing to drop anchor and secure the ship for the impending impact. The nearby Ghost Spider was momentarily taken aback, wondering why there was no immediate conflict. "What were you all doing?" However, the overall commander was indeed Saitama, and everyone present was directly affiliated with him. He could only sidle up to Daisuke and indirectly inquire, "Isn't it necessary to inform the warlords of the sea?" Upon hearing this, Daisuke chuckled lightly, her pride distinct from that of the Marine headquarters, and replied, "No need. Vice Admiral Saitama never requires the assistance of filthy pirates." Meanwhile, Bondi Waldo had finally regained consciousness, his face contorted in fury. Damn. That pirate empress and that person, damn. They all deserve to die. "Calm down, Waldo," came the voice of his brother, Ben Jack, over the transponder snail. "The Marines have arrived, and the warlords are over there. What should we do? Escape? It might still be possible to sink the ship." "No need." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Bondi Waldo. "They are here, which saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one. Ben Jack, bring out the cannons. I want them to experience the power of our great artillery." Ben Jack hesitated, but ultimately complied with Bondi Waldo's command. Soon, the cannon doors at the front of the ship, resembling a small island, opened, and a gargantuan cannon rose up. This cannon was comparable in size to a typical small ship, its barrel extraordinarily long, with cannonballs towering higher than an average person. "What a massive cannon!" exclaimed Doflamingo, squinting. "That guy's ability makes it quite formidable." The fishman Jinbe remained silent, while Bartholomew Kuma tucked away the book he was holding, revealing his paw-shaped hand. Even if that massive cannon couldn't hit anyone, the waves it created could easily capsize ships. After all, there were numerous devil fruit users present. They soon spotted a stocky figure standing beside the colossal cannon. Bondi Waldo, the world destroyer, leaning against the cannon with a fierce glint in his eyes. "Mamamo! 100 times cannon!" In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted as the enormous cannon fired. The cannonball shot forth at an observable speed, rapidly swelling to the size of a small mountain, casting a shadow over the military forces beneath it. The warlords of the sea widened their eyes in disbelief. Suddenly, a man clad in a yellow bodysuit dashed across the marine deck, declaring, "Serious punch." Chapter 101. Hence, you will never become king. Saitama unleashed a punch, and in that fleeting moment, everyone felt as though the sky before them had shattered. The ferocious wind from his punch howled, parting the sea as it surged to either side. Then, it struck the massive cannonball, which was almost instantly obliterated, torn apart, and consumed, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. The warlords of the sea stared wide-eyed. With just one punch, the amplified cannonball had been destroyed. Despite its original size, under Bondi Waldo's enhancement, it had been a genuine cannonball, precisely magnified 100 times in both quality and materials. There was no exaggeration. Yet, with a single blow, it was utterly annihilated. The steel cannon platform, akin to a small island, was shattered into fragments, and the notorious world destroyer Bondi Waldo, with a bounty of 500 million, did not even utter a cry before vanishing completely. In an instant, all the powerful figures around fell silent. The only sound was the waves stirred by the punch, leading the navigators on the ship to shout frantically to adjust the helm and brace for impact. Aside from that, there was not a whisper. The fishman Jinbe's eyes widened. Hancock's mouth fell open, and Mihawk instinctively tightened his grip on his sword. This marine is incredibly strong. A single punch had obliterated Bondi Waldo, who was nearly on par with them, along with the entire ship. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have thought it a jest. No wonder you dropped anchor early. No wonder you don't require the warlord's command. No wonder you are so composed. Ghost Spider involuntarily shuddered, realizing he had been trembling all along. Under such a punch, not trembling would be strange. He stared blankly at Saitama, who stood on the deck, looking rather unassuming. In truth, the internal evaluation of Saitama within the Marines was quite polarized. His strength was indeed acknowledged by many, who recognized his arduous efforts in eradicating pirates. However, his rapid promotion, having only joined the Marines for a year or two, saw him standing on equal footing with those who had labored on the seas for over a decade. Even Ghost Spider occasionally harbored thoughts of discontent. Nevertheless, he understood that Saitama had fought his way up to the rank he deserved, and thus, he accepted Saitama in daily interactions. Yet, during the campaign against Uchiha Bido, Saitama's insubordination led to some internal resistance against him. As a Marine, why not fight? Insurrection could hardly be considered Marine conduct. Ghost Spider had also entertained such sentiments, feeling a twinge of grievance when ordered by Fleet Admiral Sengoku to assist Saitama. "I have my merits in battle. My experience far exceeds Saitama's. Why must I assist him, especially when he defies orders?" Now, Ghost Spider understood why. He also recognized why Sengoku had only lightly reprimanded Saitama for such significant disobedience without stripping him of his rank. It was because he was strong. This strength carried the hope of the Marine's future. Upon returning, Ghost Spider vowed to chastise those who spoke ill of Saitama. If they were to push away such a righteous and powerful individual, it would be a grave loss for the forces of justice in the world. As he thought this, he felt a sense of mission standing tall. Dasky secretly glanced at Ghost Spider, inwardly chuckling. She could discern the change in his expression, and, as a Marine, she was naturally aware of the gossip circulating within the Marine headquarters. However, it mattered little. Vice Admiral Saitama, though he would not mingle with others, would continue to attract strong individuals like Ghost Spider to his side, for he was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, on the side of the warlords, all remained silent, including the unruly Doflamingo. Such overwhelming strength was almost unfair, for as pirates, they were inherently opposed to the Marines. This was not a title one could simply resolve with the name of a warlord of the sea. Moreover, there were plenty among them with ulterior motives. Yet, in the presence of such might, what use were their schemes? Doflamingo suddenly noticed Gilgamesh, who was casually sipping wine behind him. After a moment of silence, he asked, "My king, what do you think of this battle? What is there to see?" Gilgamesh yawned leisurely and elegantly. From the outset, this king has not observed. Though the warlords might be a mixed lot, they were at least renowned warriors. Who would have thought they would be reduced to uniting against such a creature? It truly evokes a sense of nostalgia. Do you not agree, Doflamingo? Doflamingo's lips curled slightly. I'm not inquiring about that. Furthermore, perhaps we could resolve the matter with Bondewald ourselves, but who would risk their life for the Navy? Doflamingo straightforwardly stated, "What I wish to discuss is that individual known as Saitama. What are your thoughts on him? He is far superior to you." "Zhao." Gilgamesh calmly replied, a smile adorning his face, as if your strength before him were but a triviality. "And what of you, Doflamingo?" he inquired, narrowing his eyes to probe further. "What do you mean?" Gilgamesh observed him with a smile that was neither genuine nor insincere. "It is of no consequence," Doflamingo chuckled lightly. "I merely perceive that your exhibited abilities seem to fall short compared to this Marine Vice Admiral." Though he did not vocalize this sentiment, the implication was abundantly clear. In an instant, the notorious pirates surrounding Gilgamesh stirred with intrigue. Frankly speaking, this assembly gathered not only due to Gilgamesh's charismatic persona, which led many to believe he would achieve great things in the future, but also because of his formidable strength, potent enough to potentially secure them a position among the four emperors. Otherwise, how could this assemblage of powerful individuals resign themselves to subservience? Thus, you are merely a miscellaneous practitioner, forever incapable of becoming a true king. Gilgamesh chuckled lightly, dismissing the notion, asserting that the title of king demands a certain restraint. When he began to take you miscellaneous practitioners seriously, you had already succumbed to defeat. The group of warlords of the sea departed with mixed emotions, harboring a singular question within. Such overwhelming power, could he not resolve this himself? Why summon us? This is a pertinent inquiry, one that Dasky and others also pondered, as did Sengoku, who likely questioned his own decision to summon the warlords of the sea. Should he not have left the opportunity for them to confront Uchiha Obito together? Regardless, the problem was resolved. The notorious world destroyer Bondewald, with a bounty of 500 million, lay dead, and his subordinates had met the same fate. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider promptly reported back to Marine headquarters, only to be met with Sengoku's prolonged silence. Ultimately, Sengoku made a decision, ordering Vice Admiral Saitama to return to Marine headquarters, as his promotion ceremony was due. Although Saitama had become a Marine Vice Admiral, he had never visited Marineford. Thus he began his voyage back. Saitama expressed no dissent, while Dasky felt a twinge of regret. Upon returning to Marine headquarters, it was expected that the long-absent vice captain would finally ascend to his rightful position, and Dasky, as the acting first mate, would soon have to hand over her duties. Despite her diligent efforts to minimize errors, her youth of merely 12 or 13 years rendered her less experienced than Baby 5, the dedicated maid. Had it not been for Saitama's overwhelming strength, which allowed them to focus on auxiliary tasks and prison management, mistakes would have surely abounded. In truth, several blunders had occurred, but they had remained unscathed beneath Saitama's formidable presence. Yet, Dasky felt a lingering attachment, her lips pouting in discontent. The location of their battle was not far from Marine headquarters. Bondewald had initially intended to assault the headquarters in Mariewa. Saitama, unhurried, proceeded leisurely, capturing several pirates along the way, which elicited a silent nod of approval from Ghost Spider. It was not that Vice Admiral Saitama ever neglected the punishment of evil. Rather, it was evident that when an individual recognized his virtue, everything he did appeared commendable. Had he not just demonstrated his power, Ghost Spider might have questioned why the Marine headquarters was so leisurely in apprehending pirates. Despite the numerous pirates captured en route, Saitama soon arrived at Marine headquarters, which was conveniently situated near the crescent-shaped dock, allowing returning Marines swift access to the base. As Saitama disembarked, he immediately spotted Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa awaiting him at the shore, accompanied by a well-ordered Marine honor guard. "You finally returned, kid," Zifa bellowed with a hearty laugh, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. He had been the one to bring this young man into the fold, and now he had become a hero. "Indeed, old man. You seem to be in good health," Saitama replied, his tone relaxed, akin to that of a pleasant breakfast conversation. In stark contrast, Dasky was animated with excitement upon witnessing such esteemed figures as Admiral Sengoku, Hero Garp, and Zifa greeting Vice Admiral Saitama. Zifa chuckled, casting a glance at Sengoku, whose sash had been loosened, likely due to the pressure of maintaining a facade of strength in front of so many Marines. He wore a gentle smile, though he occasionally tugged at his arm, causing his mouth to twitch slightly. Sengoku then adopted a serious demeanor, saluting Vice Admiral Saitama, who had fought valiantly. Countless elite soldiers saluted Saitama in perfect unison, the solemnity of the ceremony causing even the typically carefree Daisuke to stand upright. The others followed suit, aligning their postures as if they were straight lines. Only Saitama remarked, "Is this really necessary?" with a casual tone, as if he were merely unfed. Sengoku found himself both amused and exasperated, as this was the first time he had encountered a man like Saitama. Regardless of their demeanor, whether fierce like Akainu, carefree like Kizaru, or languid like Akiji, all had stood tall and accepted the salute of the Marines with valor. Yet Saitama simply shook his head, and Sengoku softly asserted, "This is what you deserve. To have single-handedly vanquished the world destroyer Bondewald is a tremendous morale booster." Following the last failed expedition against Uchiha Bito, the entire Navy had been shrouded in a pall of despair, more so than after their initial defeat. At such a time, a hero was needed to uplift the spirits of the Marines, and Saitama was that hero. However, Ghost Spider, watching Saitama from afar, narrowed his eyes, hoping that some individuals would remain vigilant and not overstep. The ceremony for Saitama's promotion would occur in due time, during which he would remain at Marine headquarters alongside Daisuke and others. They would also receive substantial rewards, promotions, and recognitions. Of course, unlike Saitama, whose ceremony was pending, their advancements would be straightforward, given the circumstances. Sengoku did not wish for Saitama to venture out from Marine headquarters during this period, especially with the celestial dragons frequently appearing near Mariehua and the Sabeti archipelago, as any ensuing conflict could prove troublesome. In the naval headquarters, Saitama indulged in a lavish feast. Despite the military-like ambience of the base, the provisions were quite exquisite. Fine wines, premium meats, and a variety of delectable dishes prepared by skilled chefs. Without hesitation, Saitama began to feast heartily, even requesting the Navy's cook to prepare a specific dish, French fries. "Thank you, Saitama," he remarked with a characteristic silly grin. "I prefer my fries long." "You are Saitama, a vice admiral," came the response. "No need to be so serious. I merely wish to enjoy some fries." Such peculiar exchanges had occurred numerous times within the naval headquarters. However, this time, the sound of clattering high heels approached. Upon hearing the sound, Saitama looked up to see a tall woman with a stylish short hairstyle and light pink hair glaring at him. "You are Saitama, my superior from now on," Tina stated, visibly displeased. Chapter 103. A meteor appears above the naval headquarters. Tina was genuinely dissatisfied, though she had not yet attained the rank of vice admiral. As a disciple of Zephyr, she had already achieved the rank of lieutenant commander at the young age of 23. Her bright future was evident. Not everyone could ascend to the Navy as swiftly as Saitama, who, due to his formidable strength, had become a vice admiral right upon joining. As a lieutenant commander, Tina possessed the capability and resources to command her own warship even within the naval headquarters. Yet, she found herself serving as an aide to someone who disregarded military orders, which left her feeling resentful. Disobeying orders was an egregious offense within the strict hierarchical structure of the military, even if one could prove their correctness later. Such a transgression could obliterate all achievements. Thus, such individuals were deemed unworthy of being soldiers. Yet, Saitama simply gazed at her with a bewildered expression. "Who are you?" he asked, prompting Tina to twitch her eye in irritation. "I am Tina, a lieutenant commander in the naval headquarters, soon to become your aide." "Ed?" Saitama responded, momentarily taken aback before realization dawned upon him. "Oh, that thing mentioned by the old man. I appreciate your assistance then, haha." Observing his foolish, endearing grin, Tina felt her irritation mount. Did he truly not comprehend his own dissatisfaction? In truth, it was not only Tina. Many in the Navy harbored resentment towards Saitama. His rapid promotion had inevitably incited jealousy. Tina had worked tirelessly through training camps and battles, yet here she was still just a lieutenant commander, while Saitama had already reached the highest rank beneath the admiral. However, this alone would not spark such envy among others. Despite Saitama's swift rise, his accomplishments were genuine, bolstered by the initial publicity surrounding him as a naval prodigy. Yet, with his defiance of orders, all that goodwill evaporated. How dare he defy orders? What right did he have? The recent campaign against Uchiha Madara had resulted in catastrophic losses, with the world government nearly annihilated. Thousands of elite sailors had not returned, and Admiral Akainu had been gravely injured and captured. Only Sengoku and Garp managed to escape. Saitama, if you were so strong, why did you not participate in the battle? Had you joined, would the Navy have suffered such tremendous losses? This resentment permeated the hearts of the entire Navy. Since Roger's death, the Navy had not faced such a significant setback, and all their frustrations were directed towards Saitama as a vent for their grievances. A Navy that cannot execute orders is unworthy of my allegiance. I have no desire to be your subordinate, Tina coldly remarked. In truth, holding the position of aide to a vice admiral as a lieutenant commander was a significant honor, as, typically, an aide to a vice admiral would be at least a rear admiral or colonel. Tina understood that her status as Zephyr's disciple had granted her considerable advantage in being appointed as Saitama's aide. If all went well, she would be promoted swiftly, far quicker than her contemporaries like Smoker. Yet, I refuse to serve under someone who cannot even be deemed a soldier, Tina declared, taking a deep breath before lighting a cigarette. Serve under me? Saitama gazed at her with a perplexed expression, hesitating before adding, though you are quite pretty. I do not prefer girls who smoke. Tina, nearly choking on her cigarette, retorted, I meant I do not wish to be your subordinate. Subordinate? Saitama tilted his head. I do not have subordinates. How can a hero have subordinates? Doi. Then how will tasks be executed? How will operations be assigned? The Navy lacks a clear hierarchy. Tina's eyes widened with disdain. You are unworthy of being a soldier, she scoffed before striding away. Saitama watched her retreating figure and scratched his chin. Oh, the fries have arrived, thank you. In the following days, Saitama remained at the naval headquarters, being inherently laid back. He would have been content to stay at home had there not been any news from the Navy. Sengoku and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Being laid back was preferable. A laid-back attitude meant avoiding encounters with celestial dragons in places like the Sabaody archipelago. To this end, Sengoku even ordered the chef responsible for Saitama's fries to receive a raise and subtly hinted at keeping Saitama stationed in the cafeteria. Tina had not appeared since her initial visit. It was unclear whether she had sought a transfer from Zephyr and Sengoku. However, Daisuke eventually bounced into Saitama's presence, beaming with joy, seemingly boasting about her recent promotion to lieutenant. Days passed, and time was drawing near. Lying in his room, Saitama's eyes suddenly glimmered with a distinctly different light, and then a unique sheen of the Rinnegan rippled through his gaze as he formed hand seals. With my current abilities, the power I can manifest should be significantly enhanced. Tenrai Zenshin, a formidable chakra, erupted within the confines of the room, perfectly contained without a hint of leakage to the outside. Excellent, Saitama smiled, quickly reverting to his standard goofy expression. Suddenly, a cacophony of alarms blared, accompanied by a panic broadcast. Warning, warning, a giant meteor has appeared above the naval headquarters. All personnel, take shelter immediately. Brothers and sisters, I am back again. Let us continue the banter. Chapter 104. You make a compelling point. I find myself at a loss for words. Chapter 104. You speak with such wisdom that I find myself at a loss for words. What in the world is that? A meteorite? Why would a meteorite appear here? Quick, flee. The Navy headquarters was engulfed in terror as a meteorite, as large as an island, hurtled towards them. What was happening? Of course, it was the doing of Zhao Su, the wielder of the Tian AI Zhenxing Luanhuiyan, capable of summoning colossal meteorites from the sky to plummet vertically in succession, with Zhao Su now possessing the overwhelming power of the legendary Uchiha Madara. The meteorites had grown even more immense, nearly indistinguishable from islands. Who could survive such a calamity? It felt as though fate itself sought to obliterate the Navy headquarters. Sengoku gazed at the enormous meteorite, its shadow darkening the sky, his expression filled with despair. During this time, the Navy headquarters, under Sengoku's leadership, had faced one defeat after another. They had been repeatedly schooled by Uchiha Madara, with the most devastating defeat resulting in Admiral Akainu being captured. Impel Down was breached once more, and the gate of justice lay shattered, still awaiting reconstruction. The situation with the 7 warlords was no better. Although they maintained a semblance of order within the grand line for the world government, the disgrace of bowing to pirates was a stain on the honor of their admiral. A series of failures had left Sengoku questioning his own resolve, but now, as he beheld the massive meteorite, even he could not suppress a surge of hopelessness. Line up. I have ordered the soldiers to take refuge, he said in a low voice. Sengoku chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. How many could possibly escape in such haste? Given the strength of Sengoku and his comrades, fleeing from beneath the meteorite was not insurmountable. Enduring the shockwaves from its descent would be manageable. However, for ordinary soldiers, the odds of survival were grim, and even mid-ranking officers faced nearly insurmountable odds. Sengoku lifted his gaze to the approaching meteorite, a fierce determination igniting within him. I refuse to accept defeat, he declared through gritted teeth, abandoning his usual calm demeanor and sprinting towards the highest point of the Navy headquarters. At this moment, Vice Admiral Karp was also present, his expression grave. What could they do? Though they had little experience with meteorites and could not calculate the impact like scientists. As formidable warriors, they had a rough understanding of the destructive potential of such phenomena. The number of those who could escape the Navy headquarters barely exceeded 100, even with the strength of those capable of fleeing the outer perimeter. Find a way, Sengoku urged, his eyes reddening as he watched the panicking Navy personnel. I refuse to believe that the Navy headquarters will meet its end here. Attack the meteorite together. Beside him, Admiral Kizaru's expression shifted, losing its usual nonchalance as he heard Sengoku's command. Without hesitation, he pointed a finger. Laze! A beam shot forth, striking the still distant meteorite. The meteorite remained unaffected. Kizaru grimaced. While his speed was remarkable, his destructive power paled in comparison to that of the other admirals, particularly in contrast to Akainu's. Thoughts of Akainu flickered in Kizaru's mind, but he quickly dismissed them. Akainu was now a captive of Uchiha Madara. Even if he were present, what could he accomplish against such a colossal meteorite? The threat posed was far beyond merely annihilating the Navy headquarters. Entire cities could be obliterated, and even the red line nearby could be at risk. As they gazed at the immense meteorite, its surface began to glow red from atmospheric friction. Numerous powerful individuals refused to back down, each unleashing their ultimate techniques. Qin Ji concentrated cold energy in his right arm, releasing an icy bird that would freeze anything it struck. Karp retrieved explosives accumulated at the Navy headquarters, using them as projectiles, while Sengoku transformed, unleashing shockwaves. He was hesitant, but ultimately sighed and chose to descend, overseeing the evacuation of the Navy personnel. Her abilities were too weak for such a confrontation. It would be more prudent to guide the nearby ships to rescue the soldiers and escape. Out at sea, the shockwaves from a meteorite would be significantly lessened, perhaps allowing for more lives to be saved. As for the battle at the headquarters, they could not even slow the meteorite's descent, let alone destroy it. Chaos reigned at the Navy headquarters. The vice admirals wore grim expressions, paralyzed by indecision, while lower-ranking soldiers fled like ants on a hot skillet. Even though they maintained commendable discipline as elite soldiers in normal circumstances, they could not uphold order amidst the chaos. Dasky, panic-stricken, swam against the tide of fleeing personnel towards the headquarters dormitory. Where is Vice Admiral Saitama? Why hasn't he escaped yet? Saitama's distinct appearance among the Navy was notable. If he had followed the crowd, she would not have missed him. Through sheer determination, Dasky pushed through the throngs, enduring countless shouts of reprimand before finally arriving at Saitama's dormitory door. With a decisive kick, she burst it open, only to find Saitama half-dressed, revealing the inner layers of his clothing and skin. Vice Admiral Saitama, are you getting dressed? Saitama, expressionless, replied, of course. How else could I present myself? Don't you know a meteorite is about to fall? Yes, that's why I'm getting dressed, Saitama replied matter-of-factly. How else would I meet people? Dasky was left speechless. Chapter 105. I am someone who acts as a hero. How can you possibly go outside without proper attire? Of course, but now is not the time to fuss over such matters. The situation is critical, Dasky exclaimed in a frantic tone. In truth, many were similarly unprepared, disregarding their appearances in the face of impending danger. This is a retreat. How could one delay like preparing for a leisurely journey? Saitama calmly responded. There is still about a minute before the meteorite falls completely. That is more than enough time for me to finish dressing. Dasky, bewildered, realized there was indeed a minute left before the meteorite would strike. But even if she managed to dress in that time, how would she flee? I'm not running, Saitama stated with a casual air. Dasky was taken aback. What do you mean you're not running? Saitama, now fully dressed, approached her calmly, as if they were engaged in a casual chat. I simply have no intention of fleeing. Meanwhile, at the highest point of the Navy headquarters, the visage of Zhang Guo could almost be described as ferocious, and at this moment, the surrounding crowd continued to swell. Not all the naval officers, upon hearing the news, were willing to flee. Some vice admirals and a number of lower-ranking officers, driven by a sense of justice, ascended to the highest point of the naval headquarters, utilizing all their might to launch an assault on the colossal meteorite. Elemental attacks from nature users, peculiar assaults from superhuman abilities, and one individual even hefting a massive cannon to bombard the meteorite. Hurry up and retreat. Zhang Guo's expression was grim as he braced himself against the impact wave. Cursing vehemently, "Did you not hear the order to withdraw? Obey the command." However, many vice admirals wore grim expressions, their eyes nearly wild with desperation. How can we possibly leave in this situation? In truth, they did not wish to retreat. The naval headquarters was a bastion of justice for countless sailors. The destruction of such a place would inflict profound anguish upon all those who upheld righteousness. Zhang Guo did not want to leave, nor did the vice admirals. And the lower-ranking officers had countless reasons to remain. Had it not been for the retreat signal and the urgent circumstances that left some without clarity, instinctively obeying orders, it was likely that many more would be standing on that rooftop. Tina stood there as well, drawing her weapon and relentlessly firing at the meteorite. Yet, the efficacy of her gun was nearly non-existent. The meteorite continued its relentless descent, unaffected by the laser beams from Kazuru or the cannon fire from the vice admiral, nor by Tina's rifle. It merely fell, gradually accelerating, growing ever larger in the eyes of the onlookers. Is there still a chance for survival? What about you? What purpose do you serve here? Zhang Guo shouted, his fist creating shockwaves as he continued his tirade. His words held a measure of truth. While some vice admirals were indeed formidable, those at the next level had little to contribute. Could they fire artillery? The probability of death for the weaker soldiers remaining here was exceedingly high. Nature ability users might fare better, as they could elementalize. But the meteorite's descent was a physical catastrophe. They needed only to avoid being blown into the sea to have a fair chance of survival. However, for the others, their expressions were resolute. Zhang Guo, Karp, and ZFA. These seasoned warriors had devoted their lives to the Navy. Though they had not brought an end to the era of great voyages, they had nurtured a steadfast generation of fighters. Zhang Guo gritted his teeth, suppressing tears, and with a thunderous shout declared, "Then let us fight together. It is too late to flee now." At last, smiles broke across their faces, and waves of unrelenting attacks surged toward the sky. While the frequency of their assaults remained chaotic, their intensity seemed to escalate. Nevertheless, as Zhang Guo gazed at the meteorite, its uneven surface becoming increasingly discernible, a glimmer of despair flickered in his eyes. Would it ultimately be futile? This was a calamity beyond their control. He inhaled deeply and glanced at the soldiers continuing their retreat below. Although many had managed to escape, not all could be withdrawn in time. Moreover, would escaping truly make a difference? Could the force of the meteorite's impact be mitigated by simply putting distance between them? This thought circled in Zhang Guo's mind. Yet an answer eluded him, or perhaps he feared confronting the true answer. The crowd shared a weary laugh, collapsing to the ground, surrendering their attacks. What good would it do us to continue? Suddenly, a calm and steady rhythm of footsteps echoed, accompanied by faint voices urging, "Saitama, you must not go. Saitama, do not advance further. We must retreat." The crowd instinctively turned to see Tina with wide eyes, her red boots and tight yellow attire adorned with an incongruous justice cloak, alongside Saitama, who was being urged to escape by the leg of Darsky. "Oh, you're here too?" Saitama flashed his iconic smile. "Saitama has arrived." Zhang Guo exhaled in relief, a flicker of gratitude crossing his gaze. In the face of such peril, his presence symbolized an unwavering heart of justice. "Shefa, you were right about him all along. Saitama is indeed a man of righteousness." Just as Zhang Guo reflected on this, he suddenly heard a voice from nearby. "Hey, can you check that out for me, Darsky?" Tina, compelled by the urgency, insisted it was her call. "Can you not remember my name? Who do you think you are? I have not officially become your subordinate. Why should I heed you?" Tina huffed, though her animosity toward Saitama had noticeably diminished. Despite his insubordination, he appeared to be a good comrade. Saitama continued forward, unwavering. "I am one who aspires to be a hero," he proclaimed, then suddenly leaped with tremendous force. Chapter 106. The Meteorite Shatters. The crowd watched as the peculiar figure of Saitama was unmistakable. The Navy's supernova, the defiant hero, had not been seen amidst the assembly of elite naval officers, leading some to harbor resentment and skepticism regarding his reputation. Yet now he had arrived. But what could it accomplish? Merely one more casualty, the vice admirals thought with a silent shake of their heads. Nonetheless, his mere presence was enough to earn him a measure of respect. In the next moment, Saitama's body coiled slightly, and like a spring, he propelled himself upward. With a resounding crack, the sturdy naval headquarters building, resilient enough to withstand cannon fire, was instantly riddled with fractures, as if struck by an explosive shell. Saitama soared like a bolt from a bow towards the meteorite, the winds whipping Darsky's hair wildly. Saitama, Zhanghua, Karp, and Akiji all looked up, gazing at the man who seemed to ascend like a cannonball into the heavens. Saitama's fist, clad in a crimson gauntlet, crackled with energy. It collided with the meteorite, which glowed red from atmospheric friction. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted. The flames on the meteorite seemed to scatter in the wake of his punch, expanding outward in a circular wave, accompanied by the sound of countless rocks shattering. If one were to observe from above the meteorite at that moment, they would witness a figure burst forth from its center. Saitama had penetrated the meteorite. In the next heartbeat, the enormous meteorite, larger than the naval headquarters, shattered with a cataclysmic roar, disintegrating into countless fragments that rained down like a meteor shower, crashing upon the naval headquarters, leaving the onlookers wide-eyed in astonishment. The colossal meteorite shattered, remaining unscathed even against attacks of admiral-level prowess. It was utterly unbelievable. The indomitable Sengoku could only watch in astonishment as the fragments of the meteorite scattered. Suddenly, Qing Ji sprang into action. "I understand," he declared, taking a deep breath as an icy wave of energy radiated around him. The atmosphere transformed as the ice age descended, coalescing in the sky to form an enormous, formidable ice wall. In the next moment, the shattered fragments of the meteorite crashed against the ice wall with thunderous roars. Qing Ji's face turned crimson as the ice wall groaned under the relentless assault, producing a cacophony of overwhelming sounds. Yet, through sheer determination, he managed to withstand the onslaught of the meteorite fragments. The impact lasted a grueling 30 seconds, which felt like 3 long years to Qing Ji. These were mere fragments. Had they been a complete meteorite, Qing Ji couldn't help but sigh deeply, acknowledging the stark difference between a single meteorite capable of annihilating an entire region and a multitude of shattered stones that could only cause localized destruction. Simultaneously, Saitama descended from the heavens, landing atop the ice wall. "Well, the crisis concerning the Marine headquarters has been resolved," he stated. This momentous news spread like wildfire throughout the Marine forces, bringing tears of joy to many, especially for those soldiers who had not yet fled far from the Marine headquarters. They fell to their knees in celebration. "We are spared from death." Not just spared, but miraculously, no one had perished. Saitama's strike significantly diminished the meteorite's descent force and fragmented it into countless smaller pieces, while Admiral Qing Ji crafted an impenetrable ice shield that enveloped the entire Marine headquarters. The threat had been mitigated to an extraordinary degree, with Saitama hailed as the principal savior. "A salute to Rear Admiral Saitama," Sengoku proclaimed during Saitama's promotion ceremony. In unison, the entire Marine Corps saluted, eyes brimming with respect. He had rescued all within the Marine headquarters, the very symbol of justice in this world, and revitalized the spirit of the Marines, which had been dampened by Uchiha Obito's shadow. Watching the respect directed towards him, Zhao Su felt a slight blush creep onto his cheeks. Had it not been for his recent performances, which had greatly enhanced his acting skills, he might have faltered. After all, it was Zhao Su who had conjured the meteorite. Yet, even the proud Tina was compelled to bow and apologize, acknowledging her previous hostility towards Saitama. Zhao Su felt a sense of accomplishment. The morale within the Marine headquarters surged, dispelling the dark cloud cast by Uchiha Obito. Saitama thus emerged as a true hero, a champion of justice, recognized by both the Marines and the world government alike. Had it not been for concerns regarding Saitama's potential reaction to the Celestial Dragons, high-ranking officials from the world government would have personally bestowed awards upon him. In fact, whenever Saitama dined in the Marine headquarters cafeteria, he was often served double the portion of fries, allowing him to indulge heartily. Realistically, if not for the fact that the Marine ranks were filled with 3 admirals and that Akainu had merely been captured rather than killed, Saitama's singular achievement would have sufficed for his promotion to admiral. However, Sengoku and his colleagues deemed Saitama's time in the Marine service too brief for such a leap, opting instead to keep him at the rank of Rear Admiral. Nevertheless, many privately speculated that Saitama was destined to ascend to Admiral, or even Fleet Admiral, and it was merely a matter of time likely a short span, given that the distinction between Rear Admiral and Fleet Admiral lay primarily in the responsibilities entailed. When adversaries approach, lower ranks may retreat, but a Fleet Admiral must bravely confront the threat, even at the cost of their life. Yet for Rear Admiral Saitama, these distinctions seemed inconsequential. Of course, he replied nonchalantly, "If heroes flee, who will stay to fight?" Chapter 107. Negotiation with Uchiha Obito. 5th update, subscription requested. Ultimately, Saitama did not linger long at the Marine headquarters. Perhaps Sengoku feared that Saitama might inadvertently encounter the celestial dragons and become embroiled in unwanted conflicts. Or perhaps he had simply stayed long enough. The promotion ceremony for the Rear Admiral had concluded, and he had received his orders. Thus, Saitama set sail once more, this time tasked with negotiating the return of prisoners with Uchiha Obito. He mused, "I suppose I should go." Sengoku nodded, casting a knowing glance at Saitama. "Are you not aware? Admiral Akainu has been captured by Uchiha Obito," he stated, pausing momentarily before refraining from voicing the full weight of that statement. The capture of Admiral Akainu was a stain upon the Marines' honor, but the Marines, while unafraid of sacrifice, could not overlook the strength of Akainu. The combat prowess of an admiral was not something to be easily discarded, especially since neither the Marine headquarters nor the world government could muster forces to challenge Uchiha Obito in the short term. Few were willing to aid the Marines after the calamity wrought by the world destroyer, Bondival, and without the presence of the 7 warlords. The Marines found it exceedingly challenging to confront such a formidable opponent as Uchiha Obito. "I would appreciate your assistance in bringing back Admiral Akainu," Sengoku lamented. "The forces of justice in this world are dwindling, and we cannot afford to lose Akainu." "That is a reasonable request," Saitama acknowledged, considering the fact that he was among the few in the Marines who had not engaged in battle with Uchiha Obito. "However, Sengoku, your cunning tactics seem to follow one after another," Zhao Su remarked with a smirk. Although Sengoku's reasoning was sound, there was a growing sense of weariness at being assigned such tasks. After all, he was merely an aspiring actor with a penchant for deception and performance. "Very well. I shall go without delay," Saitama agreed, exhaling softly. The technology of the Marines was quite advanced, having developed a non-production version of the Sea Stone ship, which had been allocated specifically for Saitama. As a Rear Admiral, he was entitled to such fine vessels. His heroic deeds in saving the Marine headquarters, while not sufficient for promotion to Admiral due to the full ranks, warranted him this exceptional ship. Such a vessel not only signified the Sea Stone's ability to traverse the calm belt, but also represented more firepower, greater tonnage, and swifter speed. The moment Dashi boarded the ship, she was filled with exhilaration. This vessel is far superior to the previous one, is spacious and comfortable. Even the soldiers' quarters have expanded significantly. Conversely, Tina maintained a composed demeanor, efficiently commanding the soldiers as they navigated the ship smoothly. As Zifa's disciple, Tina, though not yet in a high-ranking position, possessed a wealth of essential knowledge for the Marines. Arranging for soldiers to organize navigation is inherently her fundamental capability. Indeed, it is a commander's skill, initially intended for Saitama to oversee. Yet, observing Saitama's adorably dazed expression as he gazes at the seaside, Tina can't help but curl her lips in irritation and lightly huff, turning away. Despite possessing the most basic sense of justice and considerable strength as a Navy officer, he is utterly unqualified. Moreover, he has disobeyed orders. Although Tina apologized to Saitama following the meteor incident, her apology merely addressed her attitude, not her initial criticism, which she still believes was justified. Disobedience is intolerable for any naval officer, yet Tina finds herself in a state of conflict, recalling her own defiance during the meteor incident. At present, the Donghai-Gya kingdom can no longer be referred to as such, for the nation has perished, and the nobility has vanished entirely. Nevertheless, the residents here, as well as those from other nations, are reluctant to abandon the old name, and the Revolutionary Army, preoccupied with their endeavors, has yet to consider a name change. "Has the Navy attacked again today?" Robin inquired, her footsteps light as she approached Uchiha Obito. "Not yet," Uchiha Obito replied calmly. Although the Navy's Sengoku and others were repelled, it does not imply that they have ceased their actions entirely. In fact, one could argue that their operations have persisted, primarily through their warships. After Uchiha Obito repelled Sengoku and the others, while Sengoku's forces retreated to the Navy's headquarters, the encirclement previously established around the entire Gyu kingdom remained intact, continuing to envelop the island. The blockade is vast, utilizing nearby reefs and Navy bases, with naval vessels regularly patrolling to enforce a blockade on the surrounding waters, forcing even the Revolutionary Army's ships to sneak ashore under the cover of night. The Navy does not merely maintain the encirclement. Occasionally, one or two vessels approach the TheUchiha kingdom and open fire, akin to a demon-slaying order. On one occasion, 5 warships advanced without aiming, firing at maximum range. Fortunately, Uchiha Obito's clones are stationed along the coastline, and whenever Navy vessels draw near, he retaliates without hesitation. The Navy suffers considerable losses, yet their persistent harassment proves to be an incessant annoyance. Initially, Robin was filled with concern, recalling her childhood experiences with the demon-slaying order, fearing the Navy would mercilessly bombard the entire TheUchiha kingdom. However, she gradually acclimated to the situation. It's strange that the Navy has yet to arrive, Robin mused aloud, pondering whether the Navy hesitated due to their losses. Yet, she quickly shook her head, recognizing that while the Navy had incurred significant casualties, such vessels and ordinary soldiers were of little concern to the financially robust Navy. These commonplace warships and soldiers can be easily replaced, with the world government ensuring a steady supply of reinforcements. Robin even speculated whether the Navy intended to exhaust their only formidable adversary, Uchiha Obito, through attrition. Is everything all right on the civilian front? Uchiha Obito inquired calmly. Yes, Robin shrugged. Under our coordination, various goods are adequately supplied, and the smuggling routes for Revolutionary Army vessels can sufficiently meet the citizens' needs for the time being. However, it may pose challenges in the future. I am uncertain when we will break the Navy's blockade. Uchiha Obito nodded, acknowledging that his responsibilities lie solely in combat, while all other matters are entrusted to the capable Revolutionary Army officials led by Nico Robin. They have indeed demonstrated their competence, as he observed a notable improvement in the citizens' living standards and an increase in their smiles, even under the current blockade. As he gazed into the distance, Uchiha Obito narrowed his eyes, contemplating that the Navy's blockade could indeed be breached. He possesses the capability to do so, yet after discussions with Dragon and others, they collectively decided against breaking the Navy's encirclement for the time being. The world government is not powerless, while the Gorosei have yet to intervene. It is implausible to believe they lack capacity. The goals of revolution are lofty, but the path is fraught with obstacles. Exposing themselves too boldly without sufficient strength is unwise. The most prudent approach is akin to boiling a frog in warm water, gradually transforming the TheUchiha kingdom into the Revolutionary Army's most solid base before slowly developing and infiltrating. It appears that the Navy will not come today, Robin concluded after surveying the coastline. However, scarcely had she come to this conclusion when a ship unexpectedly appeared in the distance. Oh, the Navy! Robin exclaimed in surprise. Uchiha Obito also raised an eyebrow, mentally noting the main body has arrived. Chapter 108. Uchiha Obito suddenly speaks. Robin squinted, her expression turning serious as she recognized the ship. It's Saitama. Uchiha Obito glanced at her, acknowledging the presence of the rear admiral. Robin nodded, adding, but do not underestimate this rear admiral. His strength is undoubtedly comparable to that of an admiral, though he currently holds this rank due to insufficient experience. Robin wore a solemn expression, contemplating the Navy's intentions in sending him here. You must be cautious, Obito. I will remain vigilant, he assured her. The approach of Saitama's ship was uncharacteristically calm, not resembling the usual aggressive Navy vessels that would fire upon nearing their target. Thus, Uchiha Obito and Robin refrained from making any offensive moves, observing the ship as it docked. A seemingly naive bald man disembarked. Oh, you're all here. Saitama greeted cheerfully. Yes, it's me. Saitama smiled at Dasky beside him. I didn't expect my reputation to reach this far. Dasky responded, well, a strong superior is always commendable. However, the casual demeanor exhibited by Saitama somewhat undermines the Navy's authority. This explains why, despite his considerable reputation, many pirates still provoke him, only to be swiftly defeated with a single punch. They sense no domineering aura from Saitama, not the typical pirate's formidable presence, but rather an overwhelming air of dominance. Indeed, the son of the devil Nico Robin is a true societal menace, Tina remarked with disdain. She merely shelters these heinous individuals. Robin retorted without hesitation. The government is a threat that can instill fear even in a mere child. Tina was infuriated. A child? Saitama inquired, puzzled. Yes, Rear Admiral Saitama. It is said that during her childhood, Nico Robin once fought against the Navy, destroying 6 naval warships. which is why she has been branded as the son of the devil, Dasky explained. The world government would never admit their fear of Robin exposing historical truths as the reason for her bounty. Instead, they provided a nominal excuse. However, by now, even the Navy likely perceives this justification as genuine. Enough about that. What brings you to the TheUchiha kingdom, Uchiha Bido? He interrupted. Is indeed to engage in trade with you. Saitama, with an air of authority, proposed to discuss how to facilitate the return of your naval soldiers. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and beckoned, inviting everyone to a private chamber. The royal palace of the TheUchiha kingdom has now been transformed into the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. The lavish decorations were long since sold off by Robin, who managed finances, and a significant amount of supplies was covertly smuggled in through the Revolutionary Army's vessels. Upon Saitama's arrival, they brought along their entourage to serve as a reception area. The naval representatives convened to negotiate the return of prisoners, a task that was not overly complex. Considering that Admiral Akainu was currently languishing in a cell in the TheUchiha kingdom, resolutely refusing sustenance. The strength of an admiral is not something to be easily sacrificed. While the world government can easily muster hundreds of thousands of ordinary soldiers, the number of admiral-level combatants is exceedingly limited. Therefore, the Navy's presence was anticipated by the Revolutionary Army strategists. However, they could not have foreseen that Saitama would lead this delegation. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as it was primarily these strategists who would handle the intricate details of the negotiations. The Navy had brought a team from their headquarters, seemingly accompanied by personnel from the world government. Meanwhile, Robin and the strategists of the Revolutionary Army took their seats, and an immediate exchange of sharp retorts ensued. Robin asserted that if the world government wished to reclaim hostages, they must first lift the blockade. The representatives from the world government retorted that the blockade could never be dismantled, for it would remain in place indefinitely. Should they be provoked, they would unleash the power of the Marines upon you. Robin, with a dismissive attitude, countered that if they had the courage, they should come forward. The personnel from the world government believed that they could intimidate the Revolutionary Army, but Robin and her allies were resolute. Amidst the veiled threats, implications, compromises, and stubbornness exchanged, Saitama and Uchiha Madara remained composed on either side, despite the bulk of the negotiation work being conducted by those beneath them. The return of the hostages was imperative, as both the world government and the Revolutionary Army harbored a mutual desire for it. The world government sought to reclaim Admiral Akainu, along with the naval soldiers recently captured by Uchiha Madara, while the Revolutionary Army hoped to leverage these hostages to secure certain freedoms for the TheUchiha kingdom, aiming to avoid being blockaded by the world government and to gain the right to engage in free trade. Despite the TheUchiha kingdom's substantial area, it could not fulfill all the needs of its populace without importing goods and exporting its advantageous products for profit. Although the blockade had not yet resulted in severe consequences, prolonged restrictions would undoubtedly lead to untenable conditions. Solely relying on the Revolutionary Army's nocturnal smuggling operations could not sustain the nation's stability. This was a trump card the world government could wield, and they would prefer not to relinquish it, aiming to completely seal off the TheUchiha kingdom and trap the Revolutionary Army within. Both parties were reluctant to compromise their positions, leading to a protracted stalemate in the discussions. At that moment, Saitama and Uchiha Madara exchanged glances. A flicker of purple light briefly passed through Saitama's eyes, and for a moment, both seemed momentarily entranced. They quickly regained their composure. Then, Uchiha Madara suddenly spoke. Chapter 109. Akainu's Release. Enough, he stated calmly, his voice soft yet instantly commanding the attention of all present. We will release the captive Akainu, along with several soldiers taken during this period. But we demand the world government lift the blockade of the TheUchiha kingdom and sign a treaty of equal trade and exchange, recognizing our status as an unaligned nation. These are our conditions and our bottom line. Agree to our terms, and we can formalize the contract. If not, you are free to leave. A wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly, including Robin, whose eyes widened in disbelief. In fact, what Uchiha Madara articulated aligned perfectly with the objectives of the Revolutionary Army. However, was such a goal easily attainable? How could one expect the world government to acquiesce so readily? Robin felt a surge of frustration. She knew this was not the time for obstinacy. The failure of negotiations was a common occurrence, and she had anticipated that the world government would reject her more ambitious proposals, thereby enabling her to present a secondary demand. But to now declare that they could simply leave if their demands were unmet was absurd. What would happen to the hostages? What fate awaited the TheUchiha kingdom under blockade? While Robin's anxiety escalated, The officials of the world government were left wearing expressions of distress. How infuriating it was that Uchiha Madara had precisely positioned his demands at the threshold of the world government's limits. As negotiators, they were obliged to strive for the utmost advantage for their side. There was a bottom line, but it was merely a limit, and they were determined to keep all negotiations within that boundary. Yet, Uchiha Madara's conditions had perfectly aligned with their bottom line, leaving no room for maneuver. It was as if they were trapped with no conceivable escape. Could it be that there was a traitor among them who had leaked their bottom line to the revolutionary army? The world government's negotiators exchanged glances, grappling with confusion. But that should not be the case. Only a select few among the high-ranking officials sent by the world government were privy to their bottom line. How could they possibly betray their own cause? In a moment of hesitation, one negotiator feigned an air of authority and declared that they could not possibly accept such terms. Uchiha Madara, with an outstretched hand, interjected, saying, "You may leave now." The negotiators were taken aback. How could they depart when Akainu remained incarcerated? However, upon observing Uchiha Madara's extended hand, they exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. If they left, the Navy would surely retaliate. The crux of the matter was that Uchiha Madara's conditions were not merely unreasonable. They fell squarely within the limits of acceptability. Cursed be the one who revealed our bottom line. Otherwise, how could they have known? In truth, the one who had inadvertently leaked their bottom line was their own leader, who sat nearby with an innocent expression, sipping tea. It was not easy for Zhao Su's main body to communicate with his clone, especially when it came to relaying important information. However, once they were within proximity, as long as they locked eyes, an unknown illusion would manifest before them. In this world, all factors, including time, location, quality, and geographical position, are under the dominion of the spellcaster. Time can be stretched from a mere moment to 3 days. What issue remains unresolved? The consequence is the predicament faced by these negotiators. When confronting adversaries who are aware of your limits, any moves you make are futile. Ahem. Is there nothing we can discuss? Robin clears her throat, offering a way out to the world government. Indeed, you are right. A discussion is warranted. Responds a representative of the world government, maintaining composure as he accepts the proposal. In truth, there is little left to deliberate. The kingdom of Goya can almost be said to have been single-handedly conquered by Uchiha Obito, who also bore the brunt of the Navy's assaults alone. Among the revolutionary army, there is no possibility that anyone would undermine Uchiha Obito at such a critical moment. Although the Navy's conditions are stringent, they still lie within acceptable limits, allowing for a successful transaction. While the reduction of conditions will not yield rewards from the world government, it at least spares them from punishment. Thus, the negotiations conclude smoothly, with both parties satisfied, having accomplished their respective missions. Subsequently, the officials of the world government unabashedly request to visit Admiral Akainu, to which the revolutionary army consents. In the dimly lit dungeon, Akainu, one arm empty, the other shackled with sea-stone handcuffs, appears emaciated, his lips chapped and peeling. Yet his eyes still exude a hint of pride. This individual, despite his disdain for worldly sustenance, has not partaken of food or even the water provided by the revolutionary army. Nevertheless, due to the admiral's formidable physique, he has persevered, not only surviving, but also never relinquishing the thought of escape. His gaze is resolute. Should the world government not arrive, he would continue his attempts at breaking free. Even with the formidable challenge posed by the sea-stone handcuffs, the moment he is led out of the cell, the sunlight causes him to squint, revealing the Navy personnel before him. "Saitama, have I become a source of amusement for you?" Akainu's voice is hoarse, clearly reflecting a prolonged deprivation of hydration. Upon spotting a certain figure, his eyes instantly blaze with fury. Uchiha Obito, Chapter 110. In fact, we have another group of hostages here. The eruption of Akainu's fury resembles an impending volcanic explosion. The anger in his eyes, if materialized, would far exceed the temperature of fire. The countenance of the world government officials shifts, as they realize that should Akainu cause any disruption, the revolutionary army would not be to blame. The fault would lie with the world government. Contrary to their expectations, Akainu does not recklessly charge forth, but instead takes a deep breath and closes his eyes. When he opens them again, a calmness has returned. "Sooner or later, I will bring you to justice," he states coldly. Uchiha Obito merely snorts in disdain. Robin immediately seizes the opportunity, turning to the world government officials. "If I recall correctly, we have already signed an agreement. What does this mean?" Misunderstanding. Admiral Akainu has just emerged and is understandably unaware of the current situation. the world government officials quickly reassure. In reality, both Robin and the representatives of the world government are acutely aware that this agreement merely exists because neither side currently desires war. The world government, facing substantial losses in its own combat capabilities, is unable to engage, while the Revolutionary Army, still in its infancy, seizes the opportunity to recuperate and nurture their forces. The genesis of this agreement was inherently destined for violation. Thus, upon hearing it, Akainu merely scoffs and turns to leave. Uchiha Obito suddenly speaks. Has the transaction concluded? Yes. The world government official replies with a smile. It is time for us to depart. As they prepare to leave, Uchiha Obito interjects. Are you certain you wish to leave? Is there something amiss? Saitama inquires with a smile. Nothing of great concern. Uchiha Obito replies coldly, merely asking if you wish to redeem other captives. Other captives? The officials exchange glances, puzzled. These would be the Navy soldiers previously captured alongside Akainu, including several rear admirals. Uchiha Obito calmly inquires, do you not wish to redeem them? They're still alive. The officials gasp in shock. When Akainu, Sengoku, and others launched their joint assault, they targeted not just those few individuals, but also 10 rear admirals and a fleet composed of countless elites. These individuals were originally meant to engage the Revolutionary Army and included the future backbone of the Navy, potentially yielding several rear admirals in time. However, they were ultimately drawn into the massive meteors through Uchiha Obito's technique, Dai Boken no Tenkai. Even now, those meteors hover above the coastline of the kingdom of Goya. This reality contributes to the unmistakable weariness evident even in the steadfast Sengoku. The backbone of the Navy has been shattered. Yet now, they are alive. Yes, they are alive. Uchiha Obito affirms. Do you wish to redeem them? Dai Boken no Tenkai is not a lethal technique. It is merely a sealing jutsu. The purpose of sealing jutsu is to imprison, not to kill. Kagayaheim endured a millennium in Dai Boken no Tenkan emerged still vibrant. Of course, Kagayaheim possesses a unique bloodline and extraordinary powers, granting her true immortality, unlike ordinary soldiers. However, these soldiers have not been sealed for long. Their immobility should mitigate their suffering from hunger. The physical condition of individuals in the pirate world is generally commendable. Akainu has survived nearly a month and still plots multiple escape attempts. While those ordinary soldiers lack Akainu's physical prowess, their inability to move means they cannot expend energy, suggesting that many of them remain alive. The officials of the world government exchange incredulous glances. Including Sengoku, they had long assumed that those individuals were already deceased. If these elite Navy personnel are indeed alive, we must report this immediately to the world government. One official states gravely, this matter exceeds their decision-making authority. Very well. Uchiha Obito nods. The report reaches the officials swiftly, with the Den Mushi directly contacting the Gorosei. The Gorosei's decisions are equally prompt. Spare no expense to ensure the safety of these soldiers. This is followed by a barrage of heated exchanges. The world government officials attempt to argue that all soldiers fall under the terms of the previously negotiated contract. However, Robin and her associates are already aware that this information was explicitly detailed in the earlier agreement regarding the return of captives, particularly concerning Akainu and the soldiers who recently transgressed into the revolutionary territory. Consequently, the world government officials are compelled to enter into a series of treasonous agreements, offering a substantial sum to redeem these soldiers. Then, naturally, Uchiha Madara unleashed the technique of Dibao Tianxing, causing countless naval ships to descend like rain. Ultimately, the warships that were initially absorbed fell back down. These vessels ultimately belonged to the Revolutionary Army. They merely returned the captured personnel, not the ships, which would become a vital force for the Revolutionary Army. As the transaction concluded, Saitama walked back with an adorably dazed smile. He was merely a nominal leader on this occasion. As the Navy retreated, Robin hesitated and inquired, Mr. Ban, are we not concerned about releasing them? Those soldiers are the elite of the Navy, and we let them go just like that. The world government offered a substantial ransom, which reflects the significance of those naval soldiers. If we disregard other factors, these sailors, alongside the recovering Sengoku and others, could immediately recreate the military might that once besieged the kingdom of Goya. Is this truly without consequence? None whatsoever, Uchiha Madara replied calmly. Indeed, the sum of money you have received could significantly enhance the economic conditions of the kingdom of Goya. That depends entirely on you. Moreover, Uchiha Madara pondered for a moment. When will the school I previously mentioned open? Chapter 111. My name is Ita Makoto. I look forward to your guidance. In the world of pirates, schools are an exceedingly rare existence. Unlike the myriad of universities and colleges in the world where Zhao Su resided, educational institutions in the pirate world are scant. The vast majority of individuals have never received formal education. Zoro has spent years residing in a dojo, dedicating his days to wielding a bamboo sword against straw dummies and engaging in basic physical training. Sanji, too, has been training in Germa, and aside from the occasional encounter with Redfoot Zeph, has predominantly worked and learned in a floating restaurant, making formal schooling unattainable. Luffy and his brothers share a similar fate. Luffy was cast to the mountain bandit Daiden from a young age. Was there any education among bandits? Ace's circumstances were akin to Luffy's, while Sabo, born into nobility, had a family tutor. However, aside from these exceptions, who among them has received an education? Perhaps some might argue that just because their original story lacks mention of schools does not imply their non-existence. After all, how else could they read? Yet, having spent some time in the pirate world, Zhao Su has scarcely encountered any schools. The Navy has training camps, which could be termed schools, and the Revolutionary Army possesses training bases that teach literacy, combat, and more. The island of O'Hara, where Robin hails from, should have specialized educational institutions, although Zhao Su has not witnessed them. Beyond this, he has truly seen little in the way of schools. Thus, he resolved to establish a school, beginning from what he could manage. A school, you say? Robin furrowed her brow and candidly replied, I do not believe this is a prudent choice. The Revolutionary Army has its own training bases with a complete training system. There is no necessity for us to establish educational institutions in the Kingdom of Goya. The crux of the matter is that you only wish to impart foundational knowledge in some scholarly subjects, which may not serve much purpose in future battles. Indeed, Uchiha Madara's proposed school differs fundamentally from the training camps of the pirate world or the ninja academies of the Naruto universe. It resembles the schools of the future, focusing solely on language, mathematics, foreign languages, physics, chemistry, and biology, without imparting combat training. Of course, physical education remains a requisite. The future conflicts would not involve them. This institution will cultivate ordinary talents who may later serve as civil officials for the government, but not as combatants, Uchiha Madara stated calmly. Robin's lips curled slightly. She wished to express that civil officials also possess combat capabilities. For instance, as an archaeologist, she could certainly hold her own against several strong men. Indeed, in the pirate world, many civil officials can engage in combat. Take Sabo, whose title is Chief of Revolutionary Strategy. Yet his most frequent action is to abandon the planning and charge headlong into the enemy ranks. Similarly, on the Navy's side, the strategist Tsuru possesses strength rivaling that of a vice admiral, easily dispatching several pirates without issue. Shouldn't strategists be gentle and refined? Not at all. These two exemplify the unique characteristics of pirate strategists. Even among civil officials, many possess a certain level of combat prowess. However, Robin refrained from voicing her thoughts, well aware that not all civil officials are combat capable, such as Spandam. Those who lack combat skills are generally of lesser quality. Conversely, those who are competent are often adept in battle. Very well, I understand. I will make the necessary arrangements, Robin sighed. Regarding the safety of the individuals cultivated by the school, she chose not to elaborate. Protecting the entirety of the kingdom of Goya from the impacts of conflict may sound grandiose, yet the esteemed individual before her was genuinely capable of achieving this. The substantial ransom provided by the world government, all earned by this remarkable leader, would ensure that establishing a school would not squander excessive funds. Uchiha Madara nodded in agreement. Robin promptly set to work, and the school was established swiftly. Most instructors were civil officials from the Revolutionary Army, with Robin herself serving as the principal of Goya Kingdom's first high school. As a side note, Goya Kingdom's first high school was named by Zhao Su. The Kingdom of Goya represents the first territory conquered by the Revolutionary Army in the Four Seas, recognized by the world government. Naturally, the Revolutionary Army gathered numerous cadres to assist the inhabitants of the Kingdom of Goya in rebuilding their homeland. With their support, the issue of teachers was resolved. Thanks to the solid foundation established by the Revolutionary Army's favorable policies in the Kingdom of Goya, they began to absorb the young boys and girls of the kingdom and enroll them in the school. As Uchiha Madara stated, I fight so that the children do not endure our suffering and can enjoy a healthy and happy childhood. Although this sentiment may echo words spoken by Senju Hashirama, it is a belief that Uchiha Madara has also come to endorse. Following this declaration, he even appeared slightly more earnest. In summary, after a series of efforts, Goya Kingdom's first high school finally came into being. Given that the students had not received formal education and considering that the Revolutionary Army's governance has been relatively brief, the number of students absorbed remains modest. Currently, there are only a few classes for first-year students. Goya Kingdom's first high school, Class 3 of Year 1, features a peculiar teaching method, an unconventional educational system, and formidable instructors, all of which excite the newly arrived students. The boys gaze around in awe, admiring their powerful teachers. Meanwhile, the girls are equally curious, especially a girl with an appealing appearance who approaches a delicate-looking boy and initiates conversation. "Hello, I am Karamai. We are in the same class. What is your name?" The somewhat timid, delicate boy pauses momentarily before breaking into a gentle smile. "I am Itamakoto. I look forward to your guidance." Chapter 112. Gilgamesh begins to move. Chapter 112. Gilgamesh begins to act. What should one do when there is no suitable template for performance? One must create such a space. The school is Zhao Su's creation, and integrating an Itamakoto into it is a matter of simplicity. Brother Makoto possesses a weak character and a dark family background, having inherited his father's irresponsible traits. In simpler terms, he is a scoundrel and a playboy. Although he does not provide Zhao Su with substantial enhancements, there is no need for excessive effort, relying on his handsome appearance. Zhao Su's portrayal of Itamakoto garners considerable admiration from the female students. Remarkably, within less than a day, despite the school being newly established, he has already befriended 2/3 of the girls in his class. The remaining third are not uninterested. Rather, the scoundrel feels that they lack sufficient beauty and thus refrains from pursuing them. Indeed, Brother Makoto's life is filled with pleasure, Zhao Su sighs. Perhaps the world of One Piece is considerably more open and generous compared to the shy, mundane daily life depicted in other works. Numerous girls have established relationships with Itamakoto, showing no signs of shyness. Although none of the girls possess striking beauty or exceptional figures, the situation is akin to stepping into a realm of enchantment, evoking envy from all, including Zhao Su. Regrettably, the utility of the Itamakoto template is limited. Otherwise, he would genuinely embrace the role. Zhao Su shakes his head. What a pity that so many girls, even those of average appearance, could easily be charmed. It is merely a physical encounter without any emotional entanglement. After all, I am a scoundrel, not someone who seeks responsibility. This is merely a character design that everyone must understand. Of course, Zhao Su does not intend to long-term embody Itamakoto. As enjoyable as it may be, it does not align with his ultimate goals. Occasionally indulging in the pleasures of a campus harem life that contrasts with the world of pirates is acceptable, but sustained impersonation serves little purpose. Lacking any notable power or intellect, Itamakoto cannot provide Zhao Su with significant advantages. Were it Hayudo Issei, Zhao Su might find an excuse to gain strength and indulge in reckless behavior. But Itamakoto is not worth the effort. It is far more crucial to develop the paths of Uchiha Obito and Gilgamesh. Zhao Su nods, recognizing that it is nearly time to commence his actions. As for Itamakoto's affairs, he can handle them casually. Pursuing girls poses no challenge, even in a world rife with violence, where school life may be affected. It is not a concern. After all, he is not just Itamakoto, but also Uchiha Obito, and employing some tactics will suffice to smooth everything over. However, one unavoidable issue remains. If he fully embodies Itamakoto, he risks encountering a blade. Well, let a clone take that role. Unlike several combat characters, Itamakoto's daily activities can be maintained by a single clone for a considerable duration. It is certainly not that Zhao Su is averse to facing danger. It is merely a matter of convenience. Saitama has already produced numerous clones, and during his time at the Navy base, Zhao Su did not idly pass the hours. All the clones he created remain with Saitama. Uchiha Obito's situation is similar, although the constant harassment from the Navy has significantly depleted his clones. The initial surplus ensures that many remain. With the recent clones Zhao Su has generated, even accounting for Itamakoto's presence, he has more than enough resources for an extended period. Following the era of the Great Pirate Age, the tumult of the seas has never ceased. However, one faction has indeed been unusually quiet for far too long. Has the plan of our king not yet commenced? The hunter, Caitlina, furrows her brow. My blade has gone far too long without tasting blood. Rain's Shirley caresses his weapon. The drunken Baskerville, Chuck, casually remarks that there is only wine and no blood, which is hardly satisfying. They are fierce pirates, and while Gilgamesh acknowledges him as a competent leader, the extended periods of inactivity are becoming unsettling. After enduring imprisonment, they have finally been released, only to find themselves doing nothing. How can they adapt to such a state? For a time, they could tolerate it, but now they are reaching their limits. Suddenly, Don Quixote Doflamingo strides over with a wide grin. Doflamingo, you seem quite content as a warlord. Shirley squints his eyes. Indeed, we are growing restless. Caitlina chuckles. Rest assured, Doflamingo laughs. I am prepared. We can move to the next step. Upon hearing this, the group pauses, their faces breaking into sinister smiles. Before they can voice their thoughts, a golden figure flashes by. It is Gilgamesh. Have you made contact with your people? He proclaims, his expression exuding arrogance. Yes, Doflamingo grins. Caesar Clown has agreed to join your cause. What we need next is substantial funding and a secure territory for his research and production. I already have a location in mind. Would you like to hear about it? Doflamingo flashes a toothy grin, his eyes narrowing. Gilgamesh maintains his indifferent demeanor and calmly replies, the king shall permit the counsel of his subjects. Is that so? Doflamingo smiles, seemingly unconcerned, yet a glimmer of cunning flashes in his eyes. Are you aware of a land called Dressrosa? Chapter 113. This king never lacks money. Dressrosa is a tropical island kingdom renowned for its vacation allure, situated in the New World, often referred to as the land of love, passion, and toys. However, the latter moniker has yet to be established. For now, it remains the land of love and passion. A century ago, this territory was ruled by the Don Quixote family, who reigned over the region. At that time, the small folk were treated as slaves, forced to labor underground, and Dressrosa profited significantly from their toil. After the Don Quixote family abandoned Dressrosa to join the world government and become celestial dragons, the Riku family ascended to the throne of Dressrosa. The reigning king then apologized to the small folk, abolishing their enslavement and invoking the legend of fairies to ensure the humans would no longer disturb them. However, the nation became impoverished due to the loss of the small folk's labor. Now, powerful figures from the seas have set foot on this land. Thus, they could never muster the enormous sum of 10 billion berries. Doflamingo sneers, indicating that this place will once again fall under his dominion. His words linger in the air, yet his eyes glimmer with an unusual hue. He truly wishes to declare that this land will revert to the rule of the Don Quixote family. However, mindful of the man beside him, he alters his phrasing. Dressrosa, Gilgamesh squints, surveying his surroundings. To be honest, compared to the prosperity depicted in the original story, the current Dressrosa is, from an economic standpoint, still lacking. The surroundings appeared somewhat desolate, and Li Ku Wang was not particularly formidable. On the road to TheUchiha, he even effortlessly dispatched a group of pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. This was indeed the New World, where pirate factions were notoriously ruthless. Although Don Quixote Doflamingo had exploited this region to the utmost, oppressing the Li Ku clan and the toys from an economic perspective, the national strength had indeed seen considerable enhancement. My king, fear not, Doflamingo chuckled. Once we seize this territory, we can eradicate the surrounding pirates and establish order in these waters. Moreover, I possess significant influence and channels in the underworld, which will facilitate the development of Dressrosa immensely. In due course, this place will not resemble its current state. Doflamingo spoke with unwavering confidence, for he truly possessed the capability. As one of the most renowned figures in the dark world, he envisioned transforming Dressrosa into a hub for black market transactions, where profits would vastly surpass those of legitimate trade. Weapons, slaves, and intelligence. These dealings could, under Doflamingo's guidance, allow Dressrosa to claim a substantial share. Upon hearing this, TheUchiha seemed to disregard the words, continuing his forward march. Behind him, the likes of Yuji, Shilu, and others laughed heartily, showing no regard for the so-called Dressrosa or the Li Ku clan. In truth, there was little need to regard them. Doflamingo's crew could easily suppress the entire Dressrosa, and there were several individuals here who were no less powerful than Doflamingo himself. There was no reason to concern themselves with others. Utilizing Doflamingo's plans while leveraging his celestial dragon background would naturally pose no after effects. However, facing him head-on would not be an issue either. At worst, the subsequent handling might be somewhat troublesome. After all, Dressrosa was a member nation of the world government. Yet, how would Doflamingo choose? He squinted at TheUchiha, contemplating whether to adopt my plan or confront things directly. Employing Doflamingo's strategy would necessitate placing this celestial dragon and the nominal ruler of Dressrosa prominently in the spotlight, as Dressrosa would still need to acknowledge Doflamingo's authority. However, he pondered whether to employ some means to make the world government and this monster collide. Doflamingo remained silent, unfazed by TheUchiha Meishi's indifference, and continued onward. Doflamingo was not the sort to willingly submit without a fight, even if some of his subordinates had begun to accept their fates. "My king, what do you plan to do?" Doflamingo inquired as he hastened to catch up. "I intend to survey my territory," TheUchiha Meishi replied calmly. The others paid little heed. TheUchiha Meishi had a peculiar penchant for exploring the world. Of course, in his words, he was surveying the territory of the three kings. As his realm encompassed the entire world, he essentially roamed each day, frequently revisiting places he had previously rested. If he encountered any matters of interest, he would intervene, as if he truly were the monarch of those lands. "Then, let us wander as well. This will be our future playground," a pirate declared with a laugh, and the others nodded in agreement. Soon, the group dispersed. Shilu and Diamante headed to the Colosseum, while the drunken Baschote and the moonlit hunter Katarina Devon sought a tavern. Doflamingo hesitated briefly, but ultimately followed in TheUchiha Meishi's wake. As he accompanied TheUchiha Meishi, he observed him meandering about, eventually walking into a casino. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed as he approached. "My king, do you intend to play?" TheUchiha Meishi nodded, listening to Doflamingo. "You wish to play? However, you cannot wager your gold here." Truth be told, Doflamingo was perplexed as to why his boss possessed an abundance of treasures, including a plethora of golden cups and jugs. Even if everyone in their crew drank from his vessels, they would not deplete the supply. Yet, gold held no value in casinos. It had to be exchanged for berries first. During this time, he had also become familiar with his boss's peculiarities. He adored golden treasures, yet showed no interest in paper currency, likely not even carrying any berries. However, upon hearing this, TheUchiha Meishi merely paused and stated, "I am never short of money." Chapter 114. Is there to be infighting? Standing in the casino, Doflamingo was taken aback by the sheer volume of chips before him, stacked high as mountains. TheUchiha Meishi yawned, while the dealer opposite him was already drenched in sweat. Although this dealer had been replaced 13 times. Regardless of who took the position or what underhanded tactics were employed, whenever TheUchiha Meishi chose to place a bet, victory was assured. It was no longer a matter of luck or experience. He watched as TheUchiha Meishi announced the outcome even before the dealer set the roulette ball in motion. No matter how hard the dealer tried, the outcome always aligned with TheUchiha Meishi's desires, rendering the situation beyond mere coincidence. Doflamingo chuckled bitterly. The chips before TheUchiha Meishi towered higher than a person, with the table unable to accommodate them, forcing them to be placed on the ground. The entire casino's chips had been swept clean. Had Doflamingo not been standing behind him, it was likely that the 297 staff members would have intervened long ago. The towering stack before TheUchiha Meishi had initially been a single lowly chip he picked up upon entering. "I'm never short of money," echoed in Doflamingo's mind. He believed TheUchiha Meishi lacked for nothing, as those with power never did. However, this was simply too extravagant. Golden rule: TheUchiha Meishi possessed an extraordinary fortune throughout his life, never burdened by financial concerns, living as a wealthy individual. This was an inherent skill of TheUchiha Meishi, for in legend, he claimed all the treasures of the world. The original forms of all the treasures stored in his treasury, while seemingly unrelated to combat, played a significant role through the enrichment of his equipment. In essence, his battles were synonymous with wealth. Each treasure and each piece of gear enabled him to devise the most perfect solutions in any crisis. That should suffice. TheUchiha Meishi yawned nonchalantly. They should have played enough by now. Let us commence our plans. As for the details here, Doflamingo, you shall manage them. With that, he strode out of the casino. Doflamingo took a deep breath. "As you wish, my king." In truth, TheUchiha Meishi's estimates were quite accurate. Everyone had meandered through the realm of Dressrosa. Everyone has found their favorite target. The inebriated Baschote has set his sights on several wineries. The Xianyu hunter Katarina, Dai Peng, and Jura have selected garments from various clothing stores. Even Shilio has identified his objective. It is said that the fellow with an undefeated record of 3,000 battles seems quite formidable, and Shilio grinned widely, revealing a smile. A gathering of elites, with cold smiles, strode unabashedly towards the palace of Dressrosa. Naturally, They were stopped by the palace guards and then immediately pulled aside by Senior Peak. Under the command of Doflamingo, it was impossible for mere guards to halt this group. Thus, they pressed forward and soon arrived at the palace, where King Riku III emerged amidst a throng of soldiers. Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords, has come to my kingdom. For what purpose? I never expected such brazen beings to exist in this world, who dare to declare themselves kings, mused Gilgamesh with a sneer. King Riku III cast a glance at him before returning his gaze to Doflamingo. He is merely a king, and one that fulfills his duties reasonably well. Though he lacks deep understanding of pirate affairs, he is somewhat familiar with the 7 warlords, particularly Doflamingo's identity, which he has given some thought to. Among this group, he only recognizes Doflamingo. Do not regard me. I am merely a subordinate of the king, Doflamingo chuckled, yet I can certainly enlighten you on our intentions. Dressrosa is our target. They seek to seize my kingdom. King Riku's expression changed, and before he could speak, a soldier beside him could not help but exclaim, "Who do you think you are to dare challenge King Riku's rule? His governance is relatively gentle, and his various compensations are quite adequate, better than many other kings." One could say, naturally, there would be loyal soldiers like this. However, before he could finish, a massive figure appeared before him, and with a single punch, sent him flying. Basky Chowda, inebriated, interjected, "Do not interrupt at such a time. We are not here for you, but for your king." "Do not say such things," Gilgamesh calmly remarked. "Loyalty is a matter of righteousness. You may kill him, but do not insult him." Yes, Basky Chowda chuckled lightly, perhaps due to Basky Chowda's excessively arrogant demeanor. King Riku's charisma was still present. The soldiers surrounding King Riku, upon witnessing their comrade being struck, immediately drew their swords, glaring with murderous intent. In the eyes of Basky Chowda and his companions flashed a hint of impatience. They were all incredibly powerful individuals who would not tolerate such affronts from mere ants. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes and suddenly stepped forward. "King Riku, judging by your expression, you must know my identity and my power. Therefore, return this country to me." Upon hearing this, Basky Chowda and the others could not help but glance at him. Return the country to him? That was not their purpose for coming here. They felt mocked. In an instant, Shilio and the others exhibited a flicker of murderous intent. Those who dared to toy with them would pay the price. Was there to be infighting? Chapter 115. King Riku. I have decided to submit. Third update, please subscribe. Before King Riku could react, Shilio and the others unleashed their murderous aura towards Doflamingo. Initially, the members of the Don Quixote family, such as Toripol, hesitated momentarily, deliberating before ultimately choosing to stand with Doflamingo, resulting in a tense standoff between both sides. Yet, Doflamingo internally sighed. That individual named Gilgamesh possessed an overwhelming charm. It was surprising that even his subordinates hesitated to side with him. Doflamingo's charisma was indeed formidable. In his youth, Toripol and others voluntarily pledged allegiance to him, following his commands and obeying his orders. They even provided Doflamingo with the line fruit. While all this stemmed from Torpol's ulterior motives, it was predominantly Doflamingo's commanding charisma that prevailed. However, now, decades of camaraderie seemed to pale in comparison to Gilgamesh's mere few months of presence, necessitating hesitation. This was primarily due to Doflamingo frequently finding excuses to keep them away from too much contact with Gilgamesh. Otherwise, those powerful individuals would have felt the same. Gilgamesh seldom engaged in slaughter against civilians and even restrained his followers from causing trouble. In contrast, Doflamingo continually sought to share benefits, inviting everyone to feasts. Yet at critical moments, his opponents unhesitatingly directed their murderous intent towards him. With a gentle internal sigh, Doflamingo feigned ignorance of the murderous aura behind him and addressed King Riku. "If you refuse, the land of Dressrosa shall be stained with blood. However, I am not a demon. I offer a price of 10 billion to sell you this country. Of course, if you do not make an offer, this country shall belong to me." Doflamingo concluded his remarks with a twist. Upon hearing those words, Shilio and the others' murderous aura dissipated somewhat, and even Toripol and others breathed a sigh of relief. They did not wish to confront Gilgamesh. Observing their expressions, Doflamingo felt even more exasperated, though he maintained an unyielding exterior. The quest for Dressrosa had been a meticulously planned scheme from the outset. King Riku's governance in Dressrosa had been quite commendable. At least among many kings, he ranked as one of the best. Such a figure typically held considerable prestige among his subjects, even if one could forcibly seize power. there would be substantial backlash that could influence one's control over the nation. Therefore, his original plan was to compel King Riku to offer 10 billion to purchase the country. However, King Riku certainly did not possess 10 billion and would have to rely on the goodwill of the populace. Simultaneously, compromising with pirates would be a significantly disgraceful act for the royal family. As long as he exerted a little more pressure, King Riku would undoubtedly conceal this matter. After all, with his years of credibility, he could easily borrow money from the citizens. Once Doflamingo acquired the funds, he would naturally manipulate King Riku into slaughtering the common people, causing him to lose their trust overnight. Then, leveraging his Don Quixote family's name and formidable power, he could easily seize the kingship. Though his family had lost the title of Celestial Dragon, using that name would not provoke a significant response from the world government. This plan had been set in motion, and in the future, the residents of Dressrosa would place great trust in the Don Quixote group, bearing the brunt of all grievances. While the economic development of the nation accelerated rapidly, albeit predicated on the oppression of the small folk and the transformation of the populace into playthings. However, now that he had become a subordinate of Gilgamesh, he could no longer aspire to be the king of Dressrosa. However, as long as Gilgamesh consents to his words in this place, he will require himself as a shield when facing the world government. Thus, he still holds the potential to become the king of TheUchiha. At this moment, Gilgamesh appeared calm and disdainful, addressing Doflamingo. I never imagined you to be such a dull individual. Doflamingo's expression briefly flashed with anger, but he quickly suppressed it. He had previously shared his plans with Gilgamesh, which had not met with approval. When he had just made a move that seemed to betray the other party, this proud man did not even change his expression. Why resort to such tricks, he thought. Gilgamesh stepped forward, calmly gazing at Likawang. Dare we engage in conversation? Although merely a false king, you are nonetheless a man referred to as a king. Likawang's expression shifted as he pondered, ultimately nodding heavily. Very well. Likawang and Gilgamesh entered the palace with a sense of tranquility, instructing everyone to withdraw. Shilio and the others exhibited no concern for any unforeseen mishaps involving Gilgamesh, appearing indifferent. In contrast, Doflamingo furrowed his brow in contemplation. What was his intention? Why did he wish to speak privately with Likawang? Why had my plan not been accepted? What was he truly aiming to achieve? Doflamingo gazed at the closed palace doors, feeling a sense of unease. He realized that he was insignificant among Gilgamesh's group. There were at least 3 individuals whose strength was comparable to his own, and he had yet to fully comprehend Gilgamesh's limits. The only distinction was that he bore the title of Warlord of the Sea, allowing him to engage with the government. Although the government had conducted some dealings with him privately, he was still vastly outmatched in terms of power. Doflamingo found himself lost in thought regarding Gilgamesh's intentions. He had barely noticed the commotion outside, where Jalusi had returned from the wilderness and clashed with Shilio. After a while, the palace doors swung open. Gilgamesh emerged first, followed by Likawang, who took a deep breath and proclaimed, I have decided to submit to Gilgamesh and hand over TheUchiha to him. Chapter 116. There is definitely something amiss. Upon hearing this declaration, the crowd could only describe the situation with a single word, unbelievable. What on earth was happening? Yet, Likawang's face bore a serious expression as he addressed the guards. Lower your weapons and pay respects to the new king. What is the meaning of this? Jalusi exclaimed, bloodied and wide-eyed. Jalusi was a legendary hero of the TheUchiha arena, boasting an astounding record of 3,000 undefeated matches. He had married Likawang's daughter, Psycholite, and left the palace to establish a family, giving birth to Libika. Although he had been living incognito, upon hearing of the pirates storming the palace, he rushed back without hesitation. He immediately engaged in combat with Shilio, resulting in a bloodied confrontation. Jalusi, how have you become like this? Likawang furrowed his brow and requested, might you assist him, my king? Very well. Gilgamesh nodded and effortlessly performed a healing spell. For one possessing countless treasures, this was hardly a challenge. Yet, Jalusi remained in shock, staring blankly. Father, why Jalusi? You must understand I've grown old. Likawang spoke solemnly. I have no sons or daughters, nor the capacity to endure. Are you suggesting you wish to recruit him as a son-in-law? Jalusi was taken aback, his reaction less intense than before. The Likawang clan had only 2 daughters. The eldest, Psycholite, was married to Jalusi, while the younger, Waialiite, would join the Dangjihide family to preserve her father's life. Given the absence of male heirs, Seeking a son-in-law was entirely reasonable. Although this man was a pirate, his strength was formidable. Likawang's choice was surprising, yet not entirely implausible. Others in the room began to comprehend the situation, and some underlings jested, "Our boss just chatted with the king and won over his daughter." However, upon hearing their remarks, Likawang appeared momentarily stunned, as if realizing something, and leaned closer to Jirgamaishi. "My king, I wish for my daughter Waialiite to serve you as a maid." "What do you mean?" Jirgamaishi's gaze turned icy. "A mere subject dares to command me? And no, you misunderstand." Likawang quickly shook his head, fear evident in his demeanor. "I believe my king requires a maid, and she possesses the ability to serve you well. If you do not believe me, we can have everyone compete for the position." "Compete?" Likawang insisted without hesitation. The crowd was taken aback. Hadn't Jealousy just mentioned marriage? Shouldn't this at least involve an alliance? Before anyone could voice their skepticism, TheUchiha interjected. "Why do you choose to submit?" "What of me? What's my purpose? Why not submit?" Likawang responded in a peculiar tone. "The king's presence is the most formidable I have encountered. What is wrong with submitting to such a man? I believe, under his rightful leadership, TheUchiha will undoubtedly experience remarkable progress. For this reason, I submit to the king." "What is wrong with that?" TheUchiha was left speechless for a moment. Indeed, Jirgamaishi's charisma and presence were unparalleled. Was it strange to submit to such a man? Not at all. Yet, was it not a bit excessive? After all, he was the king of TheUchiha. He wanted to say something more, but he noticed Shilio and the others regarding him with peculiar expressions. Even his subordinates appeared bewildered. "Why, TheUchiha?" Jirgamaishi spoke softly. "Are you dissatisfied with me accepting another subject?" The gazes of the crowd were subtle, although they had prepared for battle. Why complicate matters when it could be resolved easily? Despite their bewilderment regarding Likawang's submission, they pondered the implications of TheUchiha's reaction. He opened his mouth, but ultimately could not voice a response. His discontent was not altogether surprising, as many pirates harbored ulterior motives. But what did his demeanor signify? He dared not defy. TheUchiha clenched his teeth and lowered his head. In such a moment, he dared not create further trouble. "Thus it shall be," Jirgamaishi declared. "This nation now belongs to me." Shilio roared with laughter, nodding in agreement. The expressions of Lu and others were grim, yet under Liku's intense gaze. They reluctantly nodded in agreement. Thus, King Liku began to enthusiastically arrange the succession ceremony. Meanwhile, Dofu Longminga could only watch in dismay as events unfolded step by step. His identity as a member of the former royal family of Delay, Siloa, proved utterly useless. Cursed be this situation, it was undoubtedly fraught with problems. Dofu Longminga glared at the figures of King Liku and Jirgamaishi, seething with indignation. Was this brainwashing? A threat? Or something else entirely? There was certainly something amiss. Jirgamaishi cast a nonchalant glance at Dofu Longminga before turning his head away. Indeed, as Dofu Longminga suspected, the previous scene was indeed troubling. Chapter 117. First, resolve matters with one's maid the host. Zhao Xiu, possess character templates. 1. Jibo Bon 83-2. Chiyu 71-3. Jirgamaishi 57-4. Ingtungqing 35. Fortunately, the realism had significantly increased. Zhao Xiu sighed inwardly. In truth, prior to embarking on his journey to delay Siluo Sa, Zhao Xu's main body had already arrived and began contemplating subsequent issues. Delay Siluo Sa was a location that required control over the artificial devil fruit. Although it remained uncertain whether it could provide the system with substantial energy akin to a genuine devil fruit to enhance realism, it was nonetheless a venture worth attempting. Thus, capturing Delay Siluo Sa was imperative. But how to achieve this? If it were through threats or combat, it would undoubtedly provoke the world government. And Zhao Xiu himself was reluctant to engage in any form of coercive seizure. Moreover, having just utilized Ji Bon's identity to confront the world government, now employing Jirgamaishi's identity felt somewhat tiresome. However, without resorting to threats or combat, he would have to heed Dofu Longminga's counsel, using his identity as a pretext to weave a web of intrigue. Nonetheless, this was not Zhao Xu's preferred method and did not quite align with Jirgamaishi's character. After much deliberation, he ultimately resolved that if he could not forcibly seize Liku's kingdom, he would simply persuade them to bestow it upon him. For this, other capabilities were necessary. He would ensure that Liku's royal family would not suffer the same tragic fate as Dofu Longminga in the original narrative. After all, this was far better than their original destiny. However, Achieving this goal proved to be no simple task. Thus, Zhao Xu spent considerable time searching through Ji Meishi's treasury, hoping to find a treasure sufficient to fulfill his ambitions. In essence, he sought an item of charm. Regrettably, his efforts bore no fruit. It was not that he found nothing. In fact, he discovered as many as 8 treasures capable of enchanting others. Unfortunately, none were particularly useful. For instance, the treasure of Si Shi Na, the eldest of the Go-Gong 3 sisters, named Goddess's Smile, was classified as B-level and could capture one individual within a 120-meter range. This treasure, born from the allure of a goddess who had captivated countless heroes, could ensnare even the most seasoned warriors and virtuous gentlemen. Yet, such a treasure was unlikely to be employed by Ji Meishir. Another example was Vlad III's treasure, Bloodline Legacy, which materialized the legendary figure of Dracula as passed down through the ages. The one who became Dracula would be sealed away, gaining significant enhancements in physical abilities, transforming into animals or mist, healing powers, and the bewitching gaze of a demon, while being vulnerable to sunlight and holy seals. However, using such an artifact would lead to a loss of reason, rendering it unusable. In truth, Ji Meishir possessed his own means of enchantment. In his youth, he had a unique skill known as Beautiful Youth, which showcased his endearing, charming nature. Although it could enchant individuals of any gender, it could be evaded through magical resistance. Even without magical resistance, a strong will could diminish its effect. Yet, Zhao Xu would never deign to use such a power on an older gentleman. Thus, he continued to search through the vast array of treasures in Ji Meishir's vault, too numerous for him to count. While there were certainly treasures that possessed enchanting qualities, finding one devoid of adverse effects and suitable for his character proved to be a complex endeavor. Ultimately, the majority of enchanting abilities were favored by female heroic spirits. After a thorough search, Zhao Xu, while examining a mirror-like treasure, suddenly caught sight of the Rinnegan within his own eyes. Indeed, although it was cumbersome to locate treasures within Ji Meishir's vault, he need not rely solely on Ji Meishir's powers. While he was playing the role of Ji Meishir, he was not Ji Meishir himself. Consequently, he ultimately employed the ability brought forth by the Ji Bond template, Kodo Amatsukami. Kodo Amatsukami is the most potent genjutsu within the world of Hokage, allowing one to subtly manipulate others and permanently alter their thoughts and wills. Its formidable power necessitates a cooldown period of many years after each use, unless one possesses the chakra of Senju Hashirama, enabling its use within a shorter time frame. Originally, only Shisui Sharingan had this ability. However, as Zhao Xu enhanced the realism of the Ji Bond template to 83, he unexpectedly manifested an ability reminiscent of Ji Bond himself. The fundamental 5 techniques of Jinjutsu and Taijutsu, along with certain skills that Ji Bond did not possess, began to surface in Zhao Xu's mind. Given Ji Bond's expertise in Jinjutsu, having manipulated the 4th Mizukage with such prowess, it was only natural that, with the increase in realism, he would eventually gain access to Kodo Amatsukami. Though its consumption was substantial, its control capabilities were formidable, allowing for the silent and profound alteration of another's mindset. As for the cooldown period, with Zhao Xu's physical prowess now at the level of a maxed-out Ji Bond, he felt no anxiety. The cooldown had been reduced to 3 months, a duration neither excessively long nor short, yet entirely acceptable. Perhaps, when time permitted, he could employ it to fully command his team. Powerful individuals like Shiliu, while formidable, possessed overly pronounced personalities, rendering them somewhat unruly. Draped in the guise of Ji Meishir, Zhao Xu pondered the next steps. The king had been replaced, and he himself had become the ruler of Delay Siluasa. Thus, the next course of action was to address the defiant maid, Alata, whose eyes glimmered with defiance and frustration. Chapter 118. CP0 in action. Chapter 118. CPQ in action. Initially, Zhao Xu commanded Wang Liku to pledge his allegiance to him. However, excessive loyalty can often resemble sycophancy. If a child had been born, it would not be surprising if he sent his eldest daughter along as well. Judging by his demeanor, it seems that if his eldest daughter had not already married to Zhu Si, he might have done so. Nevertheless, sycophants ultimately possess nothing, much like this young princess, Violet, who gritted her teeth, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, full of defiance. She had no desire to serve as a mere maid. Upon reflection, This reaction is understandable. She is but 10 years old, having been a princess from birth. While she may not have been overly pampered, she has certainly been raised in privilege. Yet, her father insists she take on the role of a maid. Gilgamesh suddenly spoke, requesting her to pour him a glass of wine. Violet's lips twitched, and she ultimately complied. However, secretly, she contemplated whether to poison him or perhaps even assassinate him, or simply to bite him to death. Zhao Su observed Violet as she turned away, her small teeth audibly grinding together, and could not help but sigh. He could easily discern her inner thoughts without needing to guess. Nonetheless, this maid truly must be retained. Zhao Su mused internally, not only because Violet is the daughter of Wang Liku, but also due to her remarkable abilities. She is a user of the Superman-type Dengeki fruit, capable of seeing through all lies. This fruit allows her to pierce through deception and enhances her vision, proving far more practical than a telescope, offering a view many times more expansive. While it may not possess significant offensive capabilities, the ability to unveil lies is of paramount importance. The utility of discerning truth is invaluable for future dealings within the shadowy world, as evidenced by Doflamingo's actions following his conquest of Dressrosa. Despite knowing the potential risks of keeping Wang Liku alive, he chose to do so solely to secure Violet's loyalty, recognizing the immense value of her ability. Violet, seething with resentment, begrudgingly served the wine. Gilgamesh casually glanced at the drink, which should have been clear and pristine, but was instead filled with a powdery poison. She concealed her intentions with no subtlety. The poison's ratio to the wine was alarmingly disproportionate. It was not a drink, but rather a paste. Such wastefulness, Gilgamesh mused, shaking his head. This was a cherished wine of the Li Ku family, and allowing her to consume it was indeed a squander. Violet huffed in response. No, Gilgamesh gently shook his head, asserting that it was an honor for the wine to be consumed by him. Violet coldly snorted and chose not to respond further. Dressed in a black and white maid outfit, the lace-trimmed skirt accentuated her figure, exuding an intriguing charm. Her long, slender legs, clad in light purple dance shoes, further enhanced her unique allure. Though her features still bore a hint of youthful innocence, there was a subtle maturity in her demeanor. If Zhao Su recalled correctly, she would eventually become a professional dancer. Gilgamesh's eyes blinked as he suddenly seized the poison-laden wine from Violet's hands. Wait, she exclaimed, stunned, for although she had poured the poison in anger, she never intended for Gilgamesh to drink it. Seeing him gulp it down sent her into a panic. However, the next moment, she witnessed Gilgamesh shake his head lightly before disappearing into the palace. Indeed, this wine is hardly palatable. Maid, refrain from adding anything to my drink in the future. It tarnishes the quality of my fine wine. Violet stood frozen, her face flushing crimson as she furiously shouted after him. I don't care. I will add poison. I will kill you. The news that the king of Dressrosa had been replaced spread swiftly across the seas. While changes in monarchs are not unusual, this particular transition was instigated by Wang Liku himself, a rarity indeed. The world watched with bated breath. The world government was thrown into disarray, but could utter no words of dissent. After all, Wang Liku was the rightful king of Dressrosa and had the authority to manage its affairs. Even if they sought to interfere, they were powerless to act. Though many were perplexed by Wang Liku's decision, Gilgamesh wasted no time in asserting control over the nation upon his succession. He possessed leadership qualities and skills vital for commanding large armies and governing a nation. Despite some discontent among the former soldiers of Dressrosa regarding Wang Liku's abdication, they quickly rallied behind him after he made his rounds within the military and governmental institutions. Within a month, without the appointment of outsiders, he had fully grasped control of the entire kingdom. He then issued orders to Doflamingo to utilize Dressrosa's military manufacturing sector and the underworld to commence trade. Simultaneously, he commanded Doflamingo to summon Caesar Clown to initiate research on artificial devil fruits. Doflamingo's complexion turned pale, but he had no choice but to comply. This plan had originally stemmed from him, as he believed he could carve out a significant domain for himself in Dressrosa. In a chamber within Dressrosa, he seethed with rage, striking the ground with a fist, causing cracks to form. This is not the outcome I desired. Gilgamesh, in a magnanimous spirit, generously gifted substantial wealth to those who followed him, such as Shiryu. However, serving as a subordinate was far less gratifying than being the master. Suddenly, a cold voice broke through his thoughts. It seems you're experiencing some emotions. Doflamingo's eyes widened, and his pupils constricted as he looked up. Chapter 119. the fifth role template. The envoy of CPQ nodded without reservation. For it was precisely due to the transformation of his position that the dealings between the nation and the world government could not proceed any further, thus bringing us here. If this statement were to be overheard by others, it would undoubtedly provoke a considerable uproar. The fact that the seven warlords of the sea, Gilgamesh, has connections with the government, particularly in relation to Gilgamesh himself, is astonishing, even more so as it pertains to a transaction. Doflamingo inhaled deeply, his demeanor returning to its usual sternness. Among the seven warlords, his ties to the government are the most intimate. As a former celestial dragon, he possesses the capability to influence the government's power to rectify erroneous information disseminated by the press. His clandestine interactions are countless. Doflamingo is not a man content to be subservient to others. The notion of becoming a vassal is utterly laughable. Do you possess any intelligence regarding Gilgamesh? The envoy of CP inquired calmly, entirely unfazed by the presence of the seven warlords. His strength is comparable to Doflamingo's. Doflamingo retorted with irritation. That fellow is nothing but a riddle. Has your government uncovered any information? I am aware he claims to be the fifth monarch of Uruk, but I have never encountered that place. His dealings with the world government are indeed aimed at Gilgamesh. Regardless of others' opinions, this man, who proclaims himself as the king of the world's most ancient civilization, has undeniably struck a chord with the world government, or rather, the celestial dragons and the Gorosei. Although the Gorosei received no conclusions after reporting, their private vigilance has not waned. If not for the recent diminishment of strength within both the Navy and the world government, it would likely have escalated into direct conflict rather than mere investigation. It matters not whether his words hold truth. Eliminating him is always a prudent choice. The envoy of CP remained tranquil, unlike Doflamingo, who was irritable. One might assert that they have indeed conducted inquiries into the matters Doflamingo raised and possess a certain level of understanding. That man is undeniably an enigmatic figure. In reality, aside from Doflamingo, they have other informants. How could a prestigious organization like CPQ readily trust the words of a pirate? Originally, the world government intended to leverage the title of the seven warlords to contact Gilgamesh and gradually infiltrate. But who would have anticipated that Gilgamesh would not accept the title of a warlord and instead impose it upon Doflamingo? Fortunately, Doflamingo is a man of ambition, promptly aligning himself with the world government, ever prepared to usurp his own leader. His celestial dragon lineage renders him quite trustworthy in this matter. Thus, the world government inadvertently compounded its own errors. What will you do next? Doflamingo inquired. I had initially planned to seize the throne of Dressrosa and lead you in confronting him, but that opportunity has now slipped away. Doflamingo scoffed lightly. His desire for the Dressrosa throne was not for Gilgamesh, but for himself. It is of little consequence. While oppressing celestial dragons is indeed a crime, forcibly seizing another's throne is also a transgression, yet such sins can be easily identified if one is willing to seek them out. Currently, our power is insufficient and requires recuperation, he said, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. When intelligence is paramount, Zhao Su remains oblivious to the thoughts of CPQ and Doflamingo, but even if he were aware, it would not concern him. His reliance does not rest upon veiled information, righteous causes, or other superficial concepts, but rather on strength. As long as one possesses power, no one dares to challenge the four emperors' position. There is no need for investigation. However, after some time, Zhao Su unexpectedly uncovered the world government's schemes. O king, she is an exceptionally capable official I have recently discovered, and I recommend her to serve as our liaison with the underworld, Doflamingo remarked in his distinctive tone, praising this official for quite some time. Yet, he failed to notice the slight bewilderment in Gilgamesh's gaze. Interesting, Gilgamesh mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. What is your name, woman? The elegant and tall woman before him, clad in a secretary's attire, replied calmly, Khalifa. Indeed, he acknowledged. This woman is one of the members of the internal espionage organization CP9 of the world government, originally intended to serve as an undercover agent on Water 7 and the president of the Kureha company, now having arrived at Gilgamesh's side due to a series of unforeseen events. Excellent and formidable. Doflamingo must have ulterior motives, which is entirely reasonable. Gilgamesh nodded, subsequently elevating Khalifa's status and appointing her as an official for the black market. It may seem peculiar to manage the black market via CP9, yet in reality, This arrangement compels them to work relentlessly at any cost. A job well done enables them to progress further towards their goal, Gilgamesh. For this reason, they would avoid unnecessary contact with the world government and instead perform their duties with utmost diligence, even if it means enduring some grievances. They would strive to establish favorable relations with others, biding their time for an opportune moment to strike, akin to a serpent waiting to seize its prey without leaving a trace. However, prior to any genuine rebellion, they would always be the most dedicated and capable employees. This works to my advantage, Zhao Su thought to himself with a quiet smirk as he turned his attention to another matter. He slightly lowered his gaze to the system template prompt. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the 5th character template. This character may be particularly suited for the next phase. Chapter 120. I have come to engage you in battle. First update. Please subscribe. Wano country is one of the rare nations in the Grand Line that could have joined the world government, but has consistently refrained from doing so. Most other nations have failed to join due to their inability to pay the exorbitant fees demanded by the celestial dragons. However, this nation is different. It is a reclusive country, welcoming no outsiders and refusing to affiliate with the world government. Even the Navy's vessels cannot enter, due to its perilous terrain, treacherous sea currents, and the nation's formidable samurai strength. Even the world government is reluctant to expend excessive effort in conquering it. The shogun who governs this land has allied with Kaido to expel the Kozuki clan, thus ruling the entire nation and constructing factories. Although this is merely the beginning and has yet to reach the point of absolute dominance, the signs of such power are already becoming apparent. The laughter echoed as they proclaimed the demise of those who dared to defy the general. To challenge the general was one thing, but to question Kaido was utterly unforgivable. The once thriving village now lay in ruins, engulfed in flames, while countless men, mounted on dinosaurs or wielding swords, roamed the area, laughing maniacally as they pillaged and slaughtered. Such scenes had become all too common in Haji country. Kaido had established heavily polluting factories in Haji, ruthlessly exploiting the citizens and contaminating the environment. Thick clouds of black smoke billowed from the chimneys. The pollution had reached a level where even drinking from the tainted streams required medical attention. The alliance between the general, Kurizumi Orochi, and Kaido had persisted for over a decade. The once reigning Kozuki clan had vanished, along with their loyal samurai and ninja, leaving behind only a prophecy of the Red Scabbard Nine, who would rise 20 years later to avenge Odin. Despite Orochi's frantic searches, he had found no trace of the Red Scabbard Nine, which only served to deepen his obsession. Consequently, his madness drove him to relentlessly hunt down any remnants of the Kozuki lineage among the populace, including former samurai, ninjas, and citizens. Did anyone escape? Shout hold him. A member of Kaido's crew. A subordinate quickly reported back. What are we waiting for? Pursue them. Hold'em laughed heartily, and soon they set off on their dinosaurs in hot pursuit. However, they had not gone far when an invisible pressure suddenly enveloped them, weighing heavily upon their shoulders. The change in their expressions was immediate, and they hastily reined in their mounts. Hold'em's face took on a grave demeanor, sensing that something was amiss. This force feels wrong, he murmured. A soft sigh, almost imperceptible, reached their ears, accompanied by the gentle chime of bells swaying in the wind. The crew of the Kaido pirates, sensing impending danger, unsheathed their swords. Who goes there? Hold'em demanded, his brow furrowed. As a prominent member of the Kaido pirates, he was acutely aware of the stakes. In the past, Haji lacked the technology to forge steel, relying instead on wrought iron for their weapons, which required extensive quenching. Consequently, crafting a single blade necessitated the fusion of numerous sword bodies, often resulting in breakage and waste, leading to only a few successful creations. These few masterpieces were known as Shinda, a title that commanded respect within the Kaido pirates, second only to the highest-ranking members. Even the formidable magician Basil Hawkins, with a bounty of 320 million berries, was merely one of the Shinda. Despite his own bounty of 210 million berries, Hold'em felt a palpable pressure. Is it the remnants of the Kozuki clan or the samurai of Haji? He pondered, narrowing his eyes as he scanned the surroundings. Though the Kozuki clan had been eliminated over a decade ago, it was plausible that some of their loyal samurai had survived and sought vengeance. The strength of Haji's samurai was not to be underestimated, as some were indeed formidable warriors. The oppressive regime of Kurizumi Orochi had driven many strong warriors to the brink, making it entirely reasonable for them to rise against him and his men. Are you the strongest among them? Came a voice that seemed to echo with a sigh. piercing through the tension. Hold'em abruptly turned to see a man casually perched upon a tree branch. This man bore an ominous countenance, with a scar across his left cheek and an eye concealed by a patch. Clad in an elegant black and white haori, he exuded an aura of ferocity that could not be concealed. His hair was styled in small tufts, each adorned with a bell at the tip. Chapter 121. The Fifth Template, Kenpachi Zaraki. This chapter unveils Kenpachi Zaraki, the fifth template of Zhao Su, derived from Bleach, the captain of the 11th Division of the Godai 13 and the 11th Kenpachi. He is renowned as the first captain of the Soul Society who did not understand the concept of Shurkai, and one of the two individuals to bear the title Kenpachi, which signifies the one who relishes battle and has slain the most foes. The essence of this title embodies an unwavering resilience, a refusal to fall no matter the onslaught. Kenpachi Zaraki earned his title after defeating the previous captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Unohana, in Zhao Su's world. He also earned the nickname the greatest flat damage dealer in the Soul Society. Ultimately, this character would learn to unleash his Shurkai and Bankai abilities. Having once been capable of defeating the first Kenpachi of the Godai 13, Unohana, at the tender age of 300. Later, in the course of his battles with Unohana, he feared losing such a worthy adversary, and thus subconsciously weakened himself to match her strength. After sealing away his memories, he gradually transformed into the familiar figure known to all. Indeed, he became weaker, yet still managed to ascend to the position of captain of the Soul Society by defeating the former Kenpachi. He thrived on combat as if it were sustenance, existing solely for the thrill of battle, prioritizing it above all else, even disregarding the broader circumstances. For him, the essence of joy stemmed from the act of slaughter, and thus he became stronger through his love for conflict. "I have come to seek you out for battle," Kenpachi Zaraki proclaimed, a smile gracing his lips, although it was merely a joyful expression in his heart, to Hold'em and the crew of the Kaido pirates. It appeared as a menacing grin. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the scene, pressing down on everyone present. As the captain of the 11th Division of the Godai 13, Kenpachi Zaraki stood before Hold'em, who gritted his teeth, pondering the nature of this organization opposing Kaido. In truth, the New World was entirely divided among the four emperors. Apart from a few naval bases, the rest belonged to them. Pirates in the New World either served one of the four emperors or banded together in alliances to oppose them. Just as in the future, when Luffy and Trafalgar Law formed a pirate alliance against Kaido, and the alliance of Capone Beach against Charlotte Linlin, most pirates lacked the initiative of such alliances. As an elite subordinate of one of the four emperors, Hold'em immediately connected the mention of the Godai 13 to this context. Huting Shrisan Fandoi is composed of 13 divisions, and this fellow is only ranked 13th. What a joke. Hu clenched his teeth. Even if other captains were comparable to him, or perhaps even slightly weaker, there should be at least 3 individuals of equal standing. There are not 13 characters akin to dragons and snakes, although this vast ocean is teeming with heroes. It is inconceivable for such a multitude to emerge all at once. Just as Hoardomu pondered this, he suddenly heard Gungmu Jinba declare, "Did I not mention? I have come to hunt you down. If you remain silent, does that imply we can commence?" His heart raced violently. Hobu instinctively stepped back and waved his hand, summoning his subordinates. Although not every member of the Bisaiton possesses extraordinary strength, they are not weak either. Perhaps together they might stand chance. Yet, even before engaging, Obu sensed that victory was not in his favor. The murderous intent emanating from Gungudimba was far too pure. The most unadulterated aura of death he had only witnessed from the formidable Song, Baso Kadoo. Together, Gungmujin Ba tilted his head slightly. "While I specifically waited here for a duel with you, it wouldn't hurt to clear out a few more ants." Taking a deep breath, Hoardomu unsheathed his sword. It was an elegant blade with a star-shaped guard. Though not a legendary sword, it was still a fine weapon. In the future, he would acquire an artificial devil fruit, bestowing upon him the strength of a lion and the ability to ignite flames upon his blade. However, that artificial devil fruit had yet to be created, and he did not possess such power at present. Nevertheless, he was indeed a formidable warrior of the Bisoniton. Gomujin Ba smiled faintly, offering a critique. "Your stance is rigid and riddled with flaws, yet your murderous intent is quite impressive. You must have taken many lives." He deemed Fu worthy of the title of a strong fighter, but added, "However, you are still insufficient to challenge me." Gongmujin Ba spoke in a tone reminiscent of casual inquiry. "How about I allow you to strike first?" "What?" Hoardomu was taken aback. I'll let you take a swing at me, Ujinba calmly stated, extending his hands and parting his clothing to reveal his chiseled chest. Anywhere is fine. Go ahead. What? The members of the ImpersonatorWho changed their expressions. What nonsense was this man uttering? This was an invitation to bleed profusely. Ujinba chuckled. Come on, whether it be my neck, abdomen, or even my eyes. Perhaps if you managed to kill me with that blow, it would be even better. Don't hesitate. Hurry up. He suddenly shouted, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. Owadu's expression shifted, and he instinctively lunged forward. After all, they were pirates, ruthless and unyielding. The dignity and morality of a warrior meant little to pirates. If he wished for death, they would gladly oblige. With a swift motion, Owu unleashed his sword, a strike so powerful it could cleave a mountain in two, aimed directly at Ujinba's throat. However, the air fell silent. The crew members of the Bishop, who had just been frenziedly charging forward, stood frozen in place. Terror etched on their faces. This blade had not even grazed the man's skin. Instead, his own hands were drenched in blood, the grip of his sword causing his palm to split open. What is this? Is this all you can muster? In the next moment, everyone heard the man's disappointed sigh. How disheartening. Hu stared blankly at his sword, at his bleeding hand. Blood dripped down, pooling beneath him, and a faint pain throbbed from his palm. Was this a joke? He was struck with disbelief. He had swung with all his might. Yet why was there not a single wound on that man? Why was it his hand that bled? This was utterly inconceivable. What is this? Is this all you can muster? Once again, the man's disappointed sigh echoed in his ears. How disheartening. Horrified, Ujinba instinctively retreated far away. He gazed at Ujinba with alarm, demanding, what ability did you use? What devil fruit power do you possess? Devil fruit power? What is that? Ujinba scoffed. Let me enlighten you. The reason your blade failed to harm me is rather simple. Ujinba calmly explained, the spiritual pressure between us collides. The weaker party gets hurt, and that's that. In simpler terms, my spiritual power, which I unconsciously release, is just a tad stronger than your blade meant for killing. What is spiritual pressure? What is spiritual power? The crowd looked bewildered, unable to grasp the meaning of their exchange. Honestly, I waited a long time to find someone as trivial as you, Ujinba sighed. Perhaps I have been too disrespectful to my opponent. With that, he drew his sword, a long blade that, when laid flat, would nearly reach the height of a short person, commonly known as Orida. The hilt was wrapped in white cloth, seemingly blurring the distinction between the blade and the handle. Most critically, the blade bore countless serrated marks, as if it had endured countless battles. Now it's my turn, Ujinba declared, raising his sword. At the very least, you could make this blade shine a little brighter. Please, he urged. Owadu's expression transformed drastically, and without hesitation. He turned to flee. His subordinates, initially stunned, could hardly comprehend that the captain of his pirate crew was in flight. Yet Ho was unwavering in his decision. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He's too powerful. This being could very well be one of the three great calamities, perhaps even akin to Duran Kaidoa. Gritting his teeth, he recalled the most terrifying man, a being who sought death yet found it elusive. How vast was the chasm between him and the man who could not even be scratched by his blade. He had to escape. His subordinates remained behind, serving as cannon fodder to delay that man. Perhaps he could still evade capture. However, in the next moment, a gentle sigh reached his ears. I do not relish playing games of eagle catching chicks with the weak. In the next instant, Owu turned to see a flash of the blade amidst the dense forest. Although the water in the stream had been contaminated and posed a grave threat to animals and plants, trees were indeed sturdier than humans. Absorbing some toxins posed little problem. Ujinba leaned nonchalantly against a tree, surrounded by blood and the remnants of corpses, severed limbs strewn about as if it were a slaughterhouse. Blood flowed across the earth, coalescing into a small fountain, the most nutrient-rich fertilizer. The character of Gunmu Kenpachi is indeed formidable, Zhao Su mused with squinted eyes. The host, Zhao Su, possesses the character templates of one. Uchiha 83-2, Saitama 71-3, Gilgamesh 59-4, Itamakoto 36-5, Gunmu Kenpachi 37. The 37 of Gunmu Kenpachi, when calculated with a realism of 80 during his prime, is approximately equivalent to half of his peak. Naturally, this reduction applies to various data rather than his actual prowess. However, considering the mechanics of Bleach, where the initial release is exponentially stronger, at the moment Zhao Su acquired this character template, Kenpachi already possessed captain-level strength. Essentially, it could be said that he holds the full power of this character. By the time Kenpachi learns his Shurkai, the anime might be nearing its conclusion, leaving Zhao with the familiarity of Kenpachi's might. He is the only man in Soul Society who wields captain-level power without relying on the release of his Zanpakuto. The increase in realism is quite satisfactory, albeit influenced by my deliberate hypnosis, yet facing a formidable opponent from Kaido's crew, second only to the three great disasters, has indeed boosted the realism significantly. Indeed, many of Hold'em's internal dialogues were coerced out of Zhao Su. Otherwise, how could they resemble Ichigo Kurosaki's inner thoughts upon Kenpachi's debut? Regrettably, while Hold'em is a true fighter under Kaido, he pales in comparison to the overpowered protagonist, rendering his later internal thoughts entirely irrelevant. Next, Zhao Su squinted his eyes, recognizing that the land of Wano was deliberately chosen as the stage for Kenpachi's entrance, along with his adversary. Suddenly, from a nearby brush, a small girl emerged. Zhao Su glanced over. It seems Hold'em and his companions were initially pursuing a fleeing girl. The girl, appearing around 14 or 15, possessed a cascade of emerald green hair styled in a noble princess fashion, with delicate features and adorned with a pink floral hairpiece, dressed in an exquisite kimono. Although her appearance was somewhat disheveled, her beauty was still evident. As she matured, she would undoubtedly become even more enchanting. Wait a moment, this person isn't. Zhao Su's eyes narrowed. Kazuki Hiyori, or more commonly known as Oiran Kamurasaki. Chapter 123. From today on, you shall be called Yuchiru. Fourth update. Subscription requested. Chapter 123. From today on, you shall be called Yuchiru. Fourth update. Subscription requested. Kazuki Hiyori is the princess of the Kazuki clan in Wano, the sister of Kazuki Momonosuke. When the Kazuki family was attacked by the shogun Kurizumi Orochi, Hiyori and Momonosuke's mother utilized the powers of the Toki no Mi to send them, including Momonosuke and Kin Iman, 20 years into the future, coinciding with Luffy's journey to the New World. Hiyori, however, was left behind in Wano due to concerns over potential issues during the time travel, subsequently wandering lost and separated from her retainers. She adopted the name Oiran Kamurasaki, becoming Wano's most beautiful woman, even capturing the affection of Kurizumi Orochi. She is officially recognized as one of the three supreme beauties in the world of One Piece, alongside Boa Hancock and Princess Shirahoshi. As Zhao Su, embodying Gunmu Kenpachi, merely glanced down at her, he remarked, "What brings such a little one here? This is a blade. Are you not afraid?" Kazuki Hiyori crawled out from the brush, her beautiful, large eyes curiously studying Kenpachi, glancing at his sword and the blades of Kaido's fallen subordinates surrounding them. She was genuinely unafraid of swords. To her, the blade was a lethal weapon but also a means of survival, a symbol of strength, essential for existence in Wano. Upon hearing Kenpachi's inquiry, she simply smiled and shook her head, indicating her lack of fear. She gazed at the imposing figure with admiration, internally reflecting on how powerful he was. After all, he effortlessly defeated a true fighter from Kaido's crew. Initially hiding away to evade Kaido's pursuers, she never anticipated witnessing such a scene. The true fighters of Kaido's crew were synonymous with strength. Despite the many formidable warriors in Wano, they often succumbed to the overwhelming force of these fighters, which was the true reason no one dared to rebel against the current regime. Now, the true fighters capable of silencing a child's cries lay slain as if mere refuse. The sight was astonishing, leaving her momentarily speechless. By the time she regained her composure, Kenpachi was already casually leaning against a nearby structure, resting. Kazuki Hiyori held a deep-seated enmity against Kaido's crew and the shogun Kurizumi Orochi. Witnessing someone daring to slay a member of Kaido's crew naturally did not incite hatred within her. Nonetheless, she wasn't inclined to approach him either. If she were to approach anyone indiscriminately, she would have no means to survive and eventually find herself near her sworn enemy, Orochi, after enduring 20 years of hardship. Initially intending to retreat, she inadvertently stepped on a dry branch, producing a sound. Such a formidable warrior would undoubtedly hear it. Thus, she steeled herself and boldly stepped forward. In truth, she was unaware that Zhao Su, embodying Gunmu Kenpachi, was indifferent to any noise made by the weak. He cared only for the strong, or rather, for battle. Kazuki Hiyori emerged, displaying an innocent smile. Having been pursued by Kaido since childhood, separated from her retainers, and ultimately surviving to become an Oiran, she was not naive. However, she was adept at acting. At this moment, her innocent smile served to lower the opponent's guard. Internally, she reassured herself while gradually approaching at a measured pace. Neither too fast to raise suspicion nor too timid to incite doubt. However, her actions proved futile. Kenpachi simply asked, "Little girl, what is your name?" Kazuki Hiyori froze momentarily, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. Could it be that this man had uncovered her identity? Finding a member of the Kazuki lineage could yield substantial rewards from Kurizumi Orochi. I'm a bit dizzy and cannot recall my name, Sir Warrior. She stammered. I have lost my memory. Amnesia is a convenient excuse. Should any future actions contradict her amnesiac persona, she could always claim to have intermittent memory loss, asserting that she could not remember her name but retained other memories. Although this was a rather cliché excuse, combined with Hiyori's sincere expression, it was sufficient to garner trust from most. In reality, she would often utilize various ruses to swindle considerable ill-gotten gains from oppressive tyrants, leading them to financial ruin. Despite the awareness that others have been deceived, the wealthy gentry still flock to her, drawn in by her expression. Many are cognizant of her tarnished reputation, some even having fallen victim to her schemes. Yet, when faced with her smile once more, they find it impossible to believe that she harbors any malice. It is as if the name Yakian Lu has suddenly emerged, causing a momentary pause for Guanyue Rai. From now on, you shall be called Yakian Lu, remarked Genmu Jianba calmly. I merely wish for someone to address you by that name. Guanyue Rai, taken aback, subconsciously murmured, Yakian Lu. Yes, Yakian Lu. Genmu Jianba spoke with his usual gravelly tone. Even in this world, I hope at least one person can call you by this name. Guanyue Rai hesitated, then smiled. Very well, I shall be Yakian Lu from now on. To her, a name held little significance. After all, she could never use her real name in this realm ruled by Kurizumi Orochi. Thus, adopting the name Yakian Lu was hardly peculiar, although the name itself was indeed unusual. She was indifferent to the alias. However, she noticed that Gunmu Jianba, or rather Zhao Su, did not display a smile. Very well, I shall trouble you to embody the character of Yakian Lu and accompany me in this performance, he instructed. Chapter 124. Your actions will make you an enemy of Kaido and the Shogun. In the realm of death, a subordinate of Gunmu Jianba, known as Hanataro, once uttered a profound statement. To reveal your name to an opponent you intend to kill is a rule dictated by the one who taught me the art of combat. Those who are certain of their demise on the battlefield would at least wish to know who it is that will end their life. Although the identity of the one who imparted this combat style is not explicitly stated, it is evident that it was Gunmu Jianba. From a young age, Gunmu Jianba was formidable, perhaps even exceptionally so. His childhood battles with Wozihua Retsu were filled with joy, yet he feared losing such an opponent, as it would strip away the thrill of combat. In an effort to match Wozihua Retsu's prowess, he instinctively diminished his own strength to align with that of his adversary, leading to his defeat. Ultimately, he chose to seal away his powers to savor the experience of battle, resulting in the loss of his memories and his wandering existence in Soul Society. Nevertheless, he still retained the name Yakian Lu in his heart. The decision to name the character Yakian Lu stemmed from Jianba's faint recollection of the name, even after losing his memories. Wozihua Retsu, also known as Wozihua Yakian Lu, inspired this choice. Now please embody my Yakian Lu, Zhao Su said, narrowing his eyes as he glanced at the girl beside him. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently added a layer of authenticity to the portrayal of Senju Hashirama for Uchiha Madara. Now, I implore you to portray my Yakian Lu, he reiterated. Yakian Lu, innocent and pure, alongside Guanyue Rai, could achieve a similar performance through the guise of acting, since everyone was engaged in this theatrical endeavor. As long as the effect was achieved, he had no qualms about her inner thoughts. However, the two had only just met, and Guanyue Rai, or rather Yakian Lu, was hesitant to leap onto Genmu Jinba's back as Senju Chiharu had done. Are you, therefore, seeking a formidable opponent? Guanyue Rai inquired. As they traversed the forest, Jinba's towering frame skillfully dodged the branches, moving forward steadily. Indeed, Genmu Jinba replied nonchalantly. What a disappointment it is to have sought him out, he mused. He had genuinely been searching for a worthy adversary. Upon arriving in Wano, Zhao Su had pretended to be an uninformed individual, actively inquiring about who was strong. From a survivor of a ravaged village, he learned of the formidable Kaido and his pirate crew, particularly of Hold'em. Consequently, he sought out the source of that information, likely the very village destroyed by Hold'em. Thus, he never gleaned any details regarding Kaido or Kurizumi Orochi, but rather focused on Hold'em. "Oh, I see," Guanyue Rai remarked, her eyes glinting. A battle enthusiast, she defined Genmu Jianba. In truth, similar individuals were not scarce in Wano, a land characterized by its insular geography, where many powerful warriors possessed a penchant for combat, even relishing the chance to kill. However, most of those warriors either met their demise or surrendered to Kurazumi Orochi or turned to banditry in the mountains. Should I perhaps utilize him? Guanyue Rai pondered silently. After all, he craved battle, and she sought vengeance against Kurazumi Orochi. Their goals were not in conflict, but rather could be mutually beneficial. Kurazumi Orochi had numerous strong allies among the warriors of Wano, and Kaido's minions were potent as well. Since Jianba sought to engage in fierce battles, it would be entirely reasonable for him to take action. Yet after a moment of contemplation, Guanyue Rai ultimately refrained from divulging any information regarding Kurazumi Orochi. Kurazumi Orochi was exceedingly powerful, and Kaido's crew was even stronger. It would be best not to provoke such formidable foes. Guanyue Rai smirked inwardly, recognizing that despite Jianba's nature, he would inevitably clash with those individuals. Nonetheless, could she not extend her life by a day? Even if Genmu Jianba effortlessly dispatched Hold'em, she doubted Jianba could triumph over him, for he was a Yonko. It appears you possess a modicum of compassion, Zhao Su remarked, a smile gracing his lips. He could easily perceive the psychological workings of the young girl. Regardless of her internal calculations, a flicker of kindness remained. However, this would complicate his plans, potentially requiring additional time. Zhao Su contemplated this as he prepared to confront Kaido. Suddenly, a loud grumbling sound emanated from Guanyue Rai's stomach, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. "Are you hungry, Yakian Lu?" Genmu Jianba inquired, tilting his head slightly. "And no, I'm not hungry," Guanyue Rai stammered, forcing herself to hold back. "That was merely the sound of me stepping on a bubble of dirt. A warrior's woman cannot allow her stomach to rumble. It is a disgrace," Genmu Jianba mused. After a brief silence, he reached up and plucked a fruit from a nearby tree. "If you're hungry, then eat." Guanyue Rai hesitated, turning her head away. She was indeed famished. Kaido's men had attacked early in the day, leaving her no time for a meal as she fled. However, that fruit was not safe to consume. With a sigh, she responded, "The wastewater from Kaido's factory has poisoned the surrounding water sources. Anything growing here, be it trees or wild beasts, is inedible. What then is consumable?" Genmu Jianba inquired calmly. "Only the vegetables and meat from the grand farm that Kaido and the shogun have specifically designated for consumption," Guanyue Rai whispered. She recalled that in the past, she had seen the magnificent Odin Castle within the farm. Odin Castle was established by the Guanyue clan and was once her home. Alas, Odin Castle had long since been destroyed by Kaido, and the farm had been sealed off, with fierce soldiers ensuring that only officials could partake in its bounty. In this land of Wano, devoid of any edible food that is not toxic, it seems rather simple, remarked Genmu Kinba, proceeding toward the destination where sustenance could be found. "Aren't we headed to the farm?" he inquired, to which Kujitsu Hayori, taken aback, replied, "Of course, there are delicious foods there." However, she hesitated, but by doing so, you will become an enemy of Kaido and the shogun. Chapter 125, The Lost Duo, 6th Update, Subscription Requested. Kujitsu Hayori felt a sense of urgency, wanting to persuade him, but unsure how to convince this man. They were hastening towards the farm, and she fretted about the situation. Although she had casually mentioned the availability of ingredients, she had not intended for Kinba to venture there for supplies. Given your strength, why not simply seize from others instead of confronting the shogun and Kaido directly? There are many unscrupulous nobles in the city. Can't we target them instead? Why provoke Kaido and the shogun? Hayori grew increasingly anxious, struggling to find the right words. In truth, she had voiced her concerns multiple times, yet Kinba's response remained. "You say they are formidable. Indeed, hence we mustn't provoke them. They should be much stronger than that so-called Zoro, right? If they are too weak, it would be rather dull," he retorted. "That's splendid. I happen to be looking for them," Genmu Kinba replied, his enthusiasm growing. Thus, a decision was swiftly made to wait at the farm and see if they would emerge. If not, they would take the initiative to confront them. Kinba had never lacked the subjective initiative to pursue battle. Hayori sighed in resignation as she clung to Kinba's back, feeling helpless. The reason she found herself there was that Kinba found her pace too slow, which would delay their combat. Thus, her instinctive suggestion was heeded by this man. Yet, would it not be a blow to a samurai's dignity to have someone riding on their back, especially a girl like her. However, Kimba's robust physique shielded her from the wind, providing an inexplicable sense of security. Which path shall we take next? Kimba inquired as he ran. Let me see, Hiyori responded, peering around and indicating a left fork in the road. Oh, Kimba acknowledged, continuing onward. 30 minutes later, the pair stood in bewilderment before a cliff. What kind of route did you indicate? Kimba sighed. This is strange. It shouldn't be like this, Hiyori replied, her expression one of confusion. She had not intended to mislead. She had genuinely tried to guide them. Even if she had not led the way, others would know the farm's location, at most taking a detour. Yet, why was there a cliff before them? What shall we do next? Kimba asked. Let's backtrack to the last junction and head right. Yes, it should be right. Hiyori hesitated before asserting her decision. Kimba casually replied, Is that so? And continued running. 20 minutes later, they stood once again before the familiar cliff, both in shock. What was going on? Hiyori was utterly perplexed. She had just heard Kimba mention his poor sense of direction, but she had no such issues. The second fork should have led upward, and she took a deep breath, resolutely stating that this time it would be correct. 40 minutes later, they stood silently before the familiar cliff once more. After a moment of silence, Kimba remarked, What a hassle. Let's just follow my intuition. All right, let's go. Hiyori wiped the sweat from her brow. After several wrong turns, she dared not lead again. If this were wartime, leading troops astray could result in execution. How would I suddenly lose my way? My sense of direction isn't that poor, Hiyori mused internally. And so, the task of navigation fell to Kimba. By the following dawn, the duo finally reached the farm, having traversed an entire day. Hiyori's lips twitched as she gazed upon the familiar scenery, nearly moved to tears. A whole day had passed. They had indeed run for an entire day. What a journey, Hiyori thought, as she realized they had asked for directions no less than 10 times. Ultimately arriving here purely by chance after taking a wrong turn. Kimba had run swiftly, allowing Hiyori to see the scenery whizzing past her. She chuckled bitterly, wondering if the distance they had covered could have circled Wano entirely. She was at a loss for words. In truth, neither Kimba nor Hiyori was directionally challenged. However, Kimba had skillfully feigned ignorance of the route. Hiyori, familiar with the surroundings, was ensnared by Kimba's illusion, which distorted her sense of direction and perception. It seems you will soon be enjoying lunch, Kimba stated calmly, his voice as raspy as ever. Are you certain it isn't breakfast? Or perhaps a delayed meal? Hiyori's lips twitched. Well, perhaps, Kimba smirked, revealing a hint of mischief, but it matters not. There must be strong individuals within the farm. After all, it seems this place is quite significant, and there should be a formidable opponent. Hiyori hesitated. Kimba laughed heartily, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Then what are we waiting for? Let us proceed to the flower capital of Wano. This place was the residence of the shogun Kurezumi Orochi, and also the most prosperous area in Wano, perhaps the only region still thriving. At that moment, a call echoed from the shogun's castle. Although Wano lacked external communication, it was equipped with tools akin to telephone bugs, such as the intelligent rice snails. Kurezumi Orochi furrowed his brow as he answered the call. Initially distracted, he abruptly stood up, his expression darkening. What did you say? My farm has been seized? Kaido's subordinate, Babanu Ki, has been slain? Are you certain you are not jesting? There is no such thing as an April Fool's Day in Wano. Chapter 126. The Strongest Swordsman of Wano. 7th update. Subscription requested. Instantly, the air within the castle grew tense. The ominous aura emanating from Kurezumi Orochi sent shivers down spines. What is even more chilling is the recent utterance of that individual. The known Yuan has been invaded, and Jinda Nuki has been brutally slain. How could such a thing be possible? How could there exist anyone in Wano Kuni capable of defeating Jinda? Kurezumi Orochi hung up the phone, his eyes narrowing. The samurai beside the general quietly inquired if they were needed. Kurezumi Orochi paused for a moment, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Indeed, action was necessary. He then turned to regard a slender figure. Shall I take action? It was a frail warrior clad in a kimono adorned with 3 zero circles, his eyes squinting as if he were in a state of slumber. This was Swayman Kyushu, the Kurezumi clan's merchant, a money changer. Most crucially, he was the only one in Wano Kuni, aside from the Kaido pirates, who dared to question Kurezumi Orochi's commands, for he was formidable, truly formidable. One might even assert that he is the most powerful swordsman in contemporary Wano Kuni. I'll leave it to you, Kurezumi Orochi stated without hesitation, nodding as he gestured for the Oida bands to accompany him. And Machem, Swayman Kyushu, appearing half asleep, nodded and rose, striding forward, followed by a motley crew of peculiar beings. The Oida bands originally served as the guards of Kazuki Oden, but 20 years prior, this group had defected to Kurizumi Orochi, now serving as the general's direct protectors with considerable strength. After making the necessary arrangements, Kurizumi Orochi sighed. I will make a call to Onigashima. The occupation of the Nongyuan was hardly a concern for one who commanded the entirety of Wano Kuni. The death of Junda, however, was a matter that caused his expression to shift dramatically. Although the general of Wano Kuni had allied with Kaido, Kurizumi Orochi was acutely aware that his standing paled in comparison to Kaido's. Despite the alliance, one must not offend such an ally. Without hesitation, he dialed the phone bug to Onigashima. Onigashima served as the base for Kaido and his crew, situated near Wano Kuni, or rather, it had once been a part of Wano Kuni. The call connected swiftly. Hello, a greasy voice emanated. Kurizumi Orochi furrowed his brow. Why is it you, Quinn? Is Kaido not present? The captain has gone out, likely in search of excitement, came the nonchalant response. Is there something you need? The voice belonged to Quinn, the plague, with a bounty of 32 billion berries, one of the 3 disasters of the Kaido pirates. The Nongyuan has been invaded by a group, and your Junda Baba Nuki has met his demise, Kurizumi Orochi stated directly after a moment of silence. I have dispatched Kyushiru. He should arrive shortly. Before he could finish, a voice filled with rage erupted from the phone bug. Who did this? Who dared to provoke the beast pirates? The fury in the voice was palpable, even through the phone bug. Kurizumi Orochi took a moment to respond. It was a man named Ginmu Kenpachi. He claims to be the captain of the 11th Division of the Godai 13. Meanwhile, within the Nongyuan, Kazuki Hiyori could hardly contain her apprehension as she bit her lip. Ginmu Kenpachi had once again effortlessly defeated the incredibly strong Junda, and had slain him with a single stroke. Strong. Truly strong. Too strong. Baba Nuki was certainly no weakling, yet he had been dispatched with ease, just as before, even allowing the opponent to strike freely. He cannot so much as breach the skin of this man. Who on earth is he? Kazuki Hiyori mused internally. What is this Godai 13? It sounds somewhat akin to our former Oida band. The term division was unique to Wano Kuni, scarcely heard outside its borders. Yet, if it were a term from Wano Kuni, why had she never encountered a similar name? And were there truly 13 individuals as formidable as he? Her thoughts were awhirl, but soon Kazuki Hiyori shook her head. She had more pressing matters at hand. Hurry, hurry, she urged loudly. Gather everything. If the general's men arrive, there will be nothing left. Not far from her, a throng of individuals eagerly transported food, vegetables, rice, flour. They even spared not the husks of rice and wheat, packing them into bags to carry away. These individuals were summoned by her, for the Nongyuan was vast enough to supply all the officials and their attendants. It was beyond her capacity to consume alone. Thus, she had called upon the neighboring villagers to assist in transporting it away. Whatever they could take was theirs. It was a matter of survival. Kaido and the general had oppressed the people of Wano Kuni mercilessly, leaving even their food in jeopardy. Now, upon learning that the grain here was free for the taking, everyone, be they elderly or young, was fervently striving to gather provisions. The necessity of food was paramount, as it ensured their survival. In truth, had she not concealed her surname Kazuki and merely introduced herself as Yatsushiro, she might have found the villagers kneeling before her, beseeching her to lead them in rebellion against the general. The citizens of Wano Kuni had suffered greatly. A single spark could ignite a firestorm. Sighing, Kazuki Hiyori could not help but glance once more at the man seated at the entrance of the Nongyuan, his eyes closed. His robust arms and imposing stature provided an undeniable sense of security. After a moment of hesitation, she approached Ginmu Kenpachi. Please prepare for battle, she whispered. The Nongyuan is not far from the flower capital. Even if we manage to eliminate most of the samurai and pirates, killing their mounts will hinder their communication with the general. However, given the short distance, they will surely respond swiftly. This urgency drove her to rally the villagers to expedite their efforts. Suddenly, Ginmu Kenpachi opened his eyes. No need, they are coming. The calmness of his statement sent a shiver through Kazuki Hiyori's heart. Instinctively, she followed his gaze into the distance, and indeed, spotted a group of figures approaching, their forms diverse and varied. An elderly man with an elongated head, a young man clad in a full ninja outfit, a dancer holding a lute, and a child dressed in a kimono. These figures, known as Yodoban, evoke a tremor in Kazuki Hiyori's heart. They once belonged to her clan, the Kazuki family, but ultimately betrayed her. The reason Kaito is willing to subdue them lies not only in their prior defection before the decisive battle, but also in their formidable strength, which compels him to offer them an opportunity. In fact, many subsequent events have demonstrated their prowess. The Yoda have consistently been the main force suppressing the rebellions in Wano, appearing at various locations. Upon seeing the traitors of her clan, Kazuki Hiyori is overwhelmed by a surge of old grievances and fresh animosity. However, her gaze is predominantly fixed on the man leading them, Sleepy Kozo. His presence causes her expression to shift. Is he truly that powerful? Urahara Kisuke opens his mouth, sensing the murderous intent emanating from him. The aura of death. Kazuki Hiyori is momentarily stunned, keenly noticing the crimson aura enveloping Sleepy Kozo, indicating he has indeed taken lives. But it is not solely him. A chill runs down her spine as she perceives a hint of bloodlust emanating from the Yoda as well. These are the villagers descending the mountain. Kazuki Hiyori grits her teeth, immediately recalling this grim fact. The villagers were incited by her to transport grain, only to encounter them. In truth, every villager was acutely aware of the risks involved in transporting the grain, and many even suspected retaliation afterward. However, in the face of imminent starvation, who would concern themselves with revenge? Even if retaliation were to come, they would prioritize filling their bellies first. Regrettably, although most of the villagers remain safe, some inevitably cannot escape. Kazuki Hiyori bites her lip, feeling powerless. All she can do is urge the villagers to move swiftly and avoid potential enemy routes. There are countless pathways leading to the fields. Even if Urahara Kisuke moves forward, there is no guarantee he will cross paths with them. Is it you? Sleepy Kozo squints, addressing the rebels occupying the fields. Why must you kill those villagers? They were merely forced by me to transport grain. Kazuki Hiyori grits her teeth, articulating this excuse in hopes of shielding the villagers from Kaito's malice. Oddly enough, they seem quite content. Sleepy Kozo tilts his head. But matters not. Regardless of their feelings, I shall eliminate them. He lifts his head, revealing a sardonic smile. I am the dog of the general, after all. The general's command is to kill not only the rebels occupying the fields, but also the surrounding populace. Together with the populace, Kazuki Hiyori's expression changes. Sleepy Kozo's eyes glimmer with amusement. For those foolish commoners, knowing full well that the general's enemies are present, still risk their lives to confront them, thus betraying the general. Kazuki Hiyori's heart quakes. As a young girl, even one who is quite mature for her age, she never imagined they could be even more ruthless than she had anticipated. At last, Urahara Kisuke emerges, yawning as he rises. I'm growing quite weary of waiting. Sleepy Kozo's narrowed eyes fixate on him. The instincts of swordsmen alert him to the strength of the man before him. There is no need for you, Lord Kozo, to intervene. We shall capture the little thieves who pilfered the general's wealth and present them to him. The Yoda let out a collective grunt and charged forward, each possessing remarkable skills. Kazuki Hiyori's expression shifts, ready to issue a warning, but in the next moment, how tiresome. I truly do not wish to linger with these small fries for long. The one behind seems far more entertaining. His nonchalant words suddenly transform into a flurry of crimson as the blade flashes. Then, the sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground resound. The infamous Yoda now lie lifeless, their bodies scattered. He is indeed incredibly strong, Kazuki Hiyori gasps, her eyes widening in astonishment. The brilliance surrounding him inspires admiration, especially in Wano. How intriguing, Sleepy Kozo beams. It has been a long time since I have encountered such a formidable warrior. Be cautious, Kazuki Hiyori exclaims. Urahara Kisuke is exceedingly powerful, perhaps the strongest swordsman in Wano. The martial prowess of Wano is acknowledged even by the world government, which reluctantly acknowledges its isolationist policies due to the strength of its swordsmen. Sleepy Kozo is among the apex of these warriors. However, before Kazuki Hiyori can finish her thoughts, she suddenly witnesses Sleepy Kozo charging forward. Urahara Kisuke raises his hand, brandishing his slender Zanpakuto. The clash of blades rings out, a crisp sound echoing through the air. Indeed formidable, Sleepy Kozo squints slightly. In a swift motion, a crimson line is drawn across Urahara Kisuke's chest. He has been injured. Kazuki Hiyori's complexion pales. The body that had previously withstood attacks from the rebels is now wounded. Blood drips onto the earth, creating soft thuds as it strikes the ground, forming small crimson craters in the soft soil. Yet, rather than displaying distress, Urahara Kisuke wears a grin of delight. Those rebels, with their loud claims, are nothing but a bunch of useless fools. I thought Wano had few competent fighters. With joyous exclamation, he appears to have discovered a cherished treasure. Meanwhile, Zhao Su's mind is filled with curses. Damn it, Urahara Kisuke. This show-off always holds back to relish the fight. It's infuriating. If it weren't for the theatrics, I would have sliced you in half with one blow. Chapter 128. Come, let us enjoy the battle together. Second update. Subscription requested. Urahara Kisuke possesses a rather unfortunate habit. He enjoys downplaying his strength. Though exceedingly powerful, he frequently suppresses his abilities to savor the thrill of combat, often engaging in playful battles with opponents. Instead of finishing them with a single blow, he opts to prolong the engagement, even allowing himself to be struck a few times as a gesture of concession, embodying the essence of a true battle fanatic. Such a person is undeniably a brave soul. But Zhao Su, while outwardly praising him, inwardly berates him for his foolishness. However, he cannot afford to critique himself in this role. Thus, the outcome is that although he can easily dispatch his adversaries, he must find ways to enjoy the encounter with them. If they cannot even withstand a single strike, there is no challenge. Yet, those who can exchange a few blows with him require him to engage in a battle of wits and strategy. Of course, he does not forget to perform. Urahara Kisuke approaches Sleepy Kozo with a manic grin. Do not let your guard down. Only now is the real fun beginning, right? Sleepy Kozo squints, his eyes filled with astonishment. The imposing aura of this formidable warrior surged suddenly from man. With one hand gripping his blade and a fervent smile gracing his lips, his eyes sparkled with delight as if he had encountered his most cherished treasure. He appeared exceedingly pleased, and this sensation lingered in the minds of Shuemin Quangshalang and Guanyue Rai. Suddenly, Genmu Kenpachi charged forward, his smile unwavering, as he swung his elongated Zanpakuto downward. Shuemin Quangshalang narrowed his eyes, gripping his sword to meet the oncoming strike. The two swords clashed violently, unleashing an invisible shockwave that sent dirt and debris scattering in all directions. The clanging of blades echoed relentlessly between them. What immense strength! To wield a wild sword with one hand and overpower my blade. Shuemin Quangshalang's eyes, previously narrowed, widened slightly, revealing a flicker of seriousness. Although he was uncertain whether Gunmu Kenpachi's sword was a Zanpakuto, he recognized the type of blade it represented. The wild sword was not typically employed in duels, but was rather a weapon of choice on the battlefield, due to its considerable length, making it challenging to defend against close-range attacks. It was precisely this aspect that had allowed him to draw blood from Gunmu Kenpachi earlier. The ability to wield such a lengthy weapon single-handedly and still match his two-handed grip spoke volumes of Kenpachi's strength. No wonder Kaido met his demise at his hands. However, I'm stronger than Kaido. The blades continued to clash with ferocity. Suddenly, Shuemin Quangshalang's pupils constricted as he witnessed the man before him abruptly grasping his sword with one hand, pulling it towards him, and attempting to thrust with his Zanpakuto. Shuemin Quangshalang swiftly evaded the incoming stab by sidestepping and delivered a powerful kick to Genmu Kenpachi's hand gripping his sword, creating distance between them. This unorthodox fighting style was certainly not that of a conventional samurai, and Shuemin Quangshalang's expression grew increasingly grave. Although he had sustained no injuries, his opponent's arm bore marks of blood. Nonetheless, he felt a surge of anxiety. Such a combat style resembled that of a berserker. Nevertheless, I am a renowned swordsman from Wano Kuni, and I shall demonstrate the true art of swordsmanship. Shuemin Quangshalang suddenly raised his head, poised to attack, only to find Gunmu Kenpachi's figure had vanished. Where had he gone? From where would he strike? A delicate chime resonated behind him, prompting Shuemin Quangshalang to pivot sharply, raising his sword to block Gunmu Kenpachi's sudden assault. Excellent reflexes, Kenpachi's smile broadened, and his eyes gleamed with madness. The two warriors separated again. You can already hear the bells. How delightful. This is what makes it interesting. Gunmu Kenpachi grinned, while Shuemin Quangshalang scoffed, finding it absurd for a warrior to adorn himself with bells, as they would surely betray one's position. Had it not been for the sound of the bells, he might have indeed faced death. You are quite foolish, Kenpachi retorted dismissively, stating that the bells and the eye patch were merely accessories to enhance the joy of battle. If you cannot utilize these advantages effectively, what value do they hold? How are the bells to allow you to locate me? If you do not take full advantage of this, it would render our fight utterly mundane. What if I inadvertently ended your life? The straightforwardness of his words caused Shuemin Quangshalang and Guanyue Rai to swallow hard. This man is indeed Who knows if this is your scheme? Shuemin Quangshalang, not a novice, quickly retorted with disdain, questioning whether Kenpachi might have some ulterior motive, such as casting aside the bells to draw his attention and then launching a surprise attack. Genmu Kenpachi frowned, declaring that he would never resort to such trivial tactics. Can one trust the enemy? Shuemin Quangshalang scoffed, asserting that he was a warrior from Wano Kuni, having emerged for the chaos of war as a swordsman. His will was not so easily shaken. Yet, deep down, he recognized that Kenpachi was not one to employ such petty tricks. Even without direct interaction, he could clearly sense Kenpachi's nature, undaunted by death, unafraid of pain, reveling in combat. For him, suffering and mortality were merely trifling costs of the exhilarating pursuit of battle. A flicker of madness danced in Genmu Kenpachi's eyes. Come, let us revel in this battle together. Chapter 129. It is said that the strongest in Wano Kuni are the Shogun and Kaido. The sounds of blades clashing echoed ceaselessly, accompanied by the raucous laughter of both combatants. Genmu Kenpachi and Shuemin Quangshalang's figures intertwined, their blades flashing as blood splattered. Kenpachi never adopted the pretentious demeanor of those who fancied themselves elegant. Instead, he indulged in a wild and unrestrained approach, relishing the thrill of battle. The cries of combat were joyous exclamations, while the blood that fell to the ground formed a melodious symphony, as if the tattered Zanpakuto had weathered countless storms. It proved sharper than any other existence, seemingly capable of slicing through space itself. Shuemin Quangshalang's expression darkened, though his attire remained relatively intact. Featuring several gashes with blood seeping forth, his condition appeared significantly better compared to the boisterous Kenpachi. Yet, his demeanor was as grim as if it could drip with despair. What manner of monster is this? No matter how I strike, he does not falter. I have landed at least 7 blows, each one piercing flesh and drawing blood. Yet he remains unyielding. What is happening? Kenpachi's laughter erupted. Only now does it become interesting. He swung his Zanpakuto down with fervor. Shuemin Quangshalang staggered under the weight of the blow, nearly being driven into the ground. This man possesses immense strength. This is absurd. Gritting his teeth, Shuemin Quangshalang exerted all his effort to push Kenpachi away. However, in the blink of an eye, the sword that had just been pushed aside came crashing down once more. The force grew increasingly overwhelming, the strikes more relentless, the speed accelerating. Why does this happen? I have wounded him. Why does he not fall? Inuzuka Nanao once remarked that Kenpachi's strength would only amplify with each brush against the gates of death, making him the only man capable of pleasing her. Every encounter with near demise seemed to bolster his prowess. In truth, even now, Shuemin Quangshalang was beginning to grasp the essence of Kenpachi's experience. The more one battles, the closer one dances with death. The inexorable surge of one's own strength continues to flow, and the authenticity of the template steadily ascends. With each swing of the sword, the power exceeds that of the previous strike. Hoko Hozuki gasps for breath until he hears a wheezing sound akin to a bellows. Only then does he realize his condition. CCH, I am actually exhausted from fighting. To be fatigued from slaying foes. Such words, if uttered before the mightiest swordsman of Wano, would have elicited a hearty laugh, followed by the swift end of that nonsensical individual. To tire from battle, what a jest! Yet now could it be that I might lose? This thought briefly flickered in his mind. In the next moment, a sudden thrust, Gungmu Kenpachi's Zanpakuto pierces straight into his heart. Your breath faltered at the end. That is why I admonished you not to let your guard down. Gungmu Kenpachi calmly withdraws his blade. This outcome is rather dull, he muses. Hoko Hozuki falls, blood seeping as his vision fades. TCH, Gungmu Kenpachi scoffs, to encounter a foe capable of injuring me, who can even hear the sound of bells during battle, is indeed a rarity. What a pity. It is over. He casts a glance at the lifeless body on the ground before turning to leave. How tedious. I have yet to fully enjoy myself. Kamurasaki gazes at the scene in astonishment. It is strange, despite Hoko Hozuki having the upper hand throughout the fight, leaving numerous wounds on Gungmu Kenpachi. The latter suddenly ended Hoko Hozuki's life without her feeling the least bit surprised. Is it over? Kamurasaki whispers. Indeed, Gungmu Kenpachi nods. Looking at the corpse, I have developed a habit of showing mercy during battles. If not, my opponents would be far too easily vanquished, leaving no time to relish the fight. This one was rather decent, but alas, just as I was getting excited, he faltered, wasting a chance for combat. Gungmu Kenpachi shakes his head, sitting with his sword in hand. Having slain the strongest swordsman of Wano, he feels no exhilaration, only a sense of unfulfilled frustration. Blood flows down his garments. Kamurasaki snaps out of her stupor, realizing, quick, let me staunch your bleeding. She dashes toward the farm, a common workplace for many laborers, where basic bandages and medical supplies can be found. Before long, she returns, worry etched on her face as she approaches. Truth be told, she harbored concerns that Gungmu Kinpachi might be the type to disdain even the act of bandaging wounds. Thankfully, he is not. He yawns, allowing her gentle hands to wrap bandages around him and apply ointment. What are your plans next? Kamurasaki inquires softly. Gungmu Kinpachi squints, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. I have heard that the strongest in Wano are the Shogun and Kaido. He suddenly rises. Let's seek them out. In the flower capital's Tenshu Castle, a rather rotund figure makes his entrance. With each step, the entire room quakes. The Shogun, Kurizumi Orochi, looks up at the man, Queen. You have arrived. One of the three calamities, the Beast Pirate's prominent figure, Plague Queen, puffs on a cigar, his brow furrowed. One of our top fighters has perished. Naturally, I had to come. Whoever it is, they shall learn the price of provoking the Beast Pirates. Fear not, Kurizumi Orochi chuckles. I have dispatched Hoko Hozuki. That fellow is doomed without a doubt. Sending him shows our sincerity. Queen nods slightly, acknowledging Kurizumi Orochi's assurance. The one named Hoko Hozuki is not far from my own strength. It is nearly certain. However, the next second, a samurai rushes in, panic-stricken. What is it? Kurizumi Orochi's face darkens. Did he not notice he was conversing with Queen, one of Kaido's calamities? Lord Shogun, it is terrible. Hoko Hozuki has been slain. What? Chapter 130. Zhao Su's Purpose. 4th update. Subscription requested. Hoko Hozuki is dead. In truth, Kurizumi Orochi had not sensed anything amiss. It was the subordinates below who, during their routine gathering of vegetables and grains from the farm, stumbled upon the corpse. Although their top fighter had perished, Kurizumi Orochi remained unconcerned, believing that Hoko Hozuki, the foremost swordsman of Wano, would be able to resolve any issues. Consequently, even some of the subordinates were unaware that the farm had been overtaken, as the news had not yet spread. Upon arriving at the farm, they were met with a scene that left them aghast. Kurizumi Orochi's face darkened, though it was already quite dark to begin with. Who is it? He bellowed. Who could have taken down Hoko Hozuki? Did you mention something about the Godii 13? Queen squints, pondering the emergence of such a person or group at sea. The Godii 13 sounds like an organizational name, doesn't it? Perhaps they're the remnants left behind by the Kamurasaki clan? Queen turns to Kurizumi Orochi, noting that these names seem more akin to those of Wano's people. The names of Wano's inhabitants greatly differ from those in the outside world. In the future, when Luffy and the others arrive in Wano, they will adopt new names for disguise, although the names they choose, such as Zorojuro and Luffy Taro, sound more like an insult to their enemy's intelligence. However, Gungmu Kinpachi's name indeed resembles those of Wano's people. The Godii 13 also bears a resemblance to an organization of Wano. Kurizumi Orochi's expression grows serious, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. The Kamurasaki's resistance has not entirely vanished, has it? The rebels of the Kamurasaki clan have continued to emerge. Even after more than 10 years, Kurizumi Orochi has kept this in mind. There is also the prophecy left by Kamurasaki Hiyori and Momonosuke's mother. In a world where the night is dark, when the moon is like a ching, awaiting the dawn's clear light, hope shall emerge with the rising sun. This was the prophecy of Kamurasaki Odin's wife, foretelling that 20 years later, the Red Scabbard shall return to overthrow the shogun, Kurizumi Orochi. However, Kurizumi Orochi furrows his brow. It is not yet 20 years. Her prophecy should not be unfolding now. Nevertheless, Kurizumi Orochi suddenly stands, locking eyes with Queen. Let's go to the farm. In truth, their journey to the farm would be futile. For Kamurasaki and Gungmu Kinpachi had long since departed. Even the laborers transporting the grains were no longer present. They were not foolish enough to risk their lives over food. Meanwhile, Kamurasaki and Gungmu Kinpachi were heading toward the capital of Wano, the flower capital. As for why they did not encounter Kurizumi Orochi's men, it was simply that they had once again lost their way. Where are we now? Gungmu Kinpachi mutters, his lips twitching as he swings his Zanpakuto. A line of fresh blood traced a straight path. This was the lair of the mountain bandits. We had taken a wrong turn again. Guan Rai shook his head in resignation and let out a sigh. Once more, our tendency to get lost had manifested, the two of them. clearly on their way to the nearby Huaji-do, had inadvertently stumbled upon an unknown bandit stronghold. Naturally, they engaged in battle, but alas, it was not particularly exhilarating, merely a pack of useless ruffians. Yamamoto Kenpachi cast a disdainful glance at the trembling bandits behind him. In Wano, many such bandits and robbers thrived. Their strength was not lacking, often bolstered by true warriors acting as their backbone, or even leaders. The oppressive rule of General Kurizumi Orochi was excessively brutal, leaving many discontented under his dominion, prompting numerous warriors to flee. However, Kaido's factories discharged sewage into the lands, rendering ordinary fields incapable of meeting the people's needs, forcing them to resort to banditry for a sliver of hope. Yet one should not idealize these bandits. Their martial prowess was insufficient to rob Kaido and Kurizumi Orochi. They could only plunder the meager food from common folk. Oh, flowers, Guanyue Rai sighed, uncertain whether to feel fortunate or resigned. Following Yamamoto Kenpachi, her sense of direction had also deteriorated, making it quite a challenge to find the neighboring capital. Perhaps, however, wandering off course was a blessing in disguise. Rai mused internally. Although Kenpachi had slain Sleepy Dead Man, he had sustained significant injuries, and facing the general would likely prove perilous. Kurizumi Orochi was formidable, and more importantly, he had an ally, Kaido, the strongest being across land, sea, and air among the four emperors. Despite Wano's isolation, Kaido's reputation was such that even children in the country were aware of it. This was partly due to the presence of many of Kaido's subordinates lingering in Wano over the years, and also because numerous brash young warriors sought to slay Kaido. Yet none returned. Though Sleepy Dead Man was renowned as Wano's greatest swordsman, he paled in comparison to Kurizumi Orochi and Kaido. At that moment, a bandit hesitantly spoke up. Yamamoto Kenpachi. He hesitated, a flicker of hope gleaming in his eyes. Might we pledge our allegiance to you? Kenpachi was incredibly strong, unlike anyone he had ever encountered. Life under his command could be significantly improved. Why should I? Kenpachi furrowed his brow, while Rai's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Wait a moment. She seemed to have an epiphany, her eyes gleaming brighter, and then she turned to Kenpachi, asking, Kenpachi, shall we accept them? Kenpachi's brow furrowed in confusion. You finally realized this. Chapter 131. Guanyue Rai's Quest for Restoration. Fifth update, seeking subscriptions. Every character has their own established traits. Yamamoto Kenpachi's disposition makes it unlikely for him to proactively seek personal gain. Gains? Is fighting enjoyable? Yet, Zhao Su found this intolerable. Merely battling without acquiring benefits seemed a shame. Of course, the enhancement of realism might be a benefit, but who would settle for so little when they could attain more? Thus, he began his scheming. Although Kenpachi suffered from poor navigation, Zhao Su was not similarly afflicted. With the ninja template of Uchiha Madara, gathering intelligence was a simple task. For instance, there was a band of bandits in a certain location, and Kenpachi, as expected, led a group of 8,000 astray to this spot, resulting in combat. It was not that Zhao Su sought to flaunt his prowess by slaying ants, but rather to utilize these bandits. Though they were thieves, they were not entirely without value. Guanyue Rai glanced at the bandits, their eyes reflecting both fear and a hint of obsession with power. Great strength naturally attracts allies. This was true for Saitama, Kenpachi, Uchiha Madara, and Gilgamesh. Although these bandits were weak, they could still serve some purpose as a makeshift army. As a remnant of the Guanyue clan, Rai had diligently observed the intelligence regarding General Kurizumi Orochi and Kaido. Kurizumi Orochi commanded an army of 10,000, while Kaido fielded a force of 20,000. The bandit group numbered around 300. Though their strength was still feeble, they could provide some reinforcement. After all, it was more reliable than facing the general's 10,000-strong army alone. Rai chuckled wryly, but instinctively glanced at Kenpachi. Perhaps together, despite their limited acquaintance, she felt this man would assist her. Even in the face of the legendary Emperor Kaido, he had already aided her significantly. Rai thought to herself, the two who could slay Kaido were formidable fighters, and Sleepy Dead Man had already been a tremendous help. As the princess of the Guanyue clan, Rai could not deny her desire to eliminate the general and restore her homeland, a notion she scarcely believed herself. Destroying Kaido and the general was tantamount to aiding her restoration. Moreover, unlike the ordinary warriors who aspired to restore the Guanyue clan, Kenpachi, despite his efforts, sought no vengeance. He likely remained unaware of her identity. Rai's cheeks flushed slightly. Though the bandits were weak, they could still serve a purpose. If worst came to worst, they could be used as cannon fodder to buy time for her and Kenpachi to escape. Rai reflected, although she would not share this with Kenpachi. Her reasoning was that these small fry could gather intelligence for them and locate their enemies. It was hardly a clever excuse, but Kenpachi, as Rai had anticipated, nodded in agreement. Very well. Rai felt a surge of joy, wishing to leap in excitement, her heart applauding continuously. If they could keep gathering soldiers in this manner, perhaps they could indeed fight back. Meanwhile, Zhao Su, as the personal actor of 5 characters, felt equally pleased. This was good. Moving forward, the resistance against General Kurizumi Orochi in Wano had not been extinguished. In the near future, Luffy and others would arrive and quickly rally 4,000 soldiers. Though these 4,000 soldiers, due to Orochi's tactics, did not arrive at the rendezvous point in time, it was enough to illustrate the abundance of resistance forces in Wano. It is noteworthy that the ruler of Wano, General Kurizumi Orochi, commanded a total of only 10,000 troops. Moreover, this was several years later in Wano. Currently, less than a decade had passed, and the resistance forces that persisted without being eradicated by Orochi had grown even more. Although Rai was the little princess of the Guanyue clan, she was still a child, possessing limited knowledge of these resistance forces. Thus, she opted for the simplest approach, turning to the bandits. Just like the bandits they had just subdued, they naturally possessed a tendency to admire the strong. Even though Wano had a culture of venerating strength, they were accustomed to submitting to power. Simultaneously, they had become accustomed to combat and possessed a certain level of skill. Although their discipline did not match that of regular soldiers, they were nonetheless competent as a ragtag group. Kogetsu Hiyori and her inquiries about surrendering to the bandits led them to another bandit hideout, where they directly requested Kenpachi to obliterate them. Kenpachi, indifferent to the circumstances, relished the opportunity for a fight. In a remarkably short period, 2/3 of the bandits in Wano were vanquished, while the remaining ones fled to unknown destinations. Meanwhile, Kaido no Ashi was entirely unaware of this chaos, as bandits were a blind spot for the government's intelligence. Any unusual movement from them were difficult for the authorities to detect. As Kogetsu Hiyori continued her campaign against the thieves, she eventually encountered a familiar figure, an erstwhile retainer of the Kogetsu clan. "Are you Princess Kogetsu Hiyori? My, how you grown!" Sakegawa Maru exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes, his wide mouth breaking into a heartfelt smile. "Uncle Ashura, you have even changed your name," Kogetsu Hiyori replied with a bitter laugh, uncertain of what to say. Ashura, also known as Sakegawa Maru, was the leader of the Tozen bandit group and had once been the most dangerous man in Kuri. After being defeated by Kogetsu Oden, he had pledged his loyalty. Renowned for his formidable prowess, he was praised by Kinemon as a man capable of taking on 100 foes. In the years that followed, Ashura reflected on the state of Wano, lamenting the absence of true warriors worthy of genuine loyalty, as the land had fallen to the plundering of innocent civilians. His descent into despair was fueled by witnessing his companions perish one by one from starvation, forcing them to attack Kaido and the Shogun, only to meet their demise. Despite his disenchantment, when he laid eyes on Kogetsu Hiyori, tears of joy filled his eyes. After their poignant reunion, Sakegawa Maru adopted a serious demeanor and said, "Lady Hiyori, I wish to inquire about something." He touched the scar on his waist, his expression grave. "What exactly is the situation with that man named Kenpachi?" In the ensuing chapter, Sakegawa Maru, as the leader of the Tozen bandit group, naturally became a target for Kenpachi and Kogetsu Hiyori. The pair's unrelenting assault startled Sakegawa Maru, who nearly jumped in shock. Had it not been for Kogetsu Hiyori recognizing him and Sakegawa Maru prudently retreating, he might have met his end at Kenpachi's hands. It is worth noting that Sakegawa Maru was no weakling. He had managed to hold his own against the Calamity Jack, even managing to send Jack's blade flying. Yet, in this moment, he pondered deeply about the emergence of such a formidable presence in Wano. Truly remarkable, he mused, recognizing Kenpachi's unyielding dedication to battle. Could he possibly not be from Wano? Kogetsu Hiyori hesitated before responding. How could he not be? His name, habits, and attire are all reminiscent of our own. Sakegawa Maru was taken aback, noting the similarities between Kenpachi's garb and that of the Soul Reapers. To the people of Wano, Kenpachi appeared anything but an outsider. "And what of this Godii 13? Sakegawa Maru inquired curiously. "It sounds like an organization from Wano. Is it not a force left behind by your father, Kogetsu Oden?" Despite having served under Oden, he had never heard of such a group. Kogetsu Hiyori offered a wry smile. realizing that even those in Kaido's crew were surprised by this information. It seemed to be an organization not widely recognized outside Wano. Yet Kenpachi boldly claimed to be the captain of one of its divisions. The two exchanged glances, a fleeting moment of confusion passing between them. However, they quickly dismissed their uncertainty, considering Wano's isolation. It was possible this organization was something they were unaware of. Sakegawa Maru, regaining his composure, stated earnestly, "Princess, I wish to confirm something. Is that swordsman aware of your identity?" After a moment of contemplation, Kogetsu Hiyori shook her head, indicating he likely did not know. She understood Sakegawa Maru's concern. He wanted to ascertain if Kenpachi was affiliated with any external forces seeking to exploit Wano's turmoil to their advantage. Frankly speaking, the people of Wano were indifferent to such matters. Those from other factions who contributed would naturally expect a return on their investment. However, if there were external powers at play, their resistance would be significantly bolstered. Currently, they had gathered approximately 4,000 soldiers, primarily bandits, under Sakegawa Maru's command. While this was a considerable force, it paled in comparison to the might of Kaido and Kaido no Ashi. If only they had support from other factions, Kogetsu Hiyori thought. Sighing deeply, Uncle Sakegawa, initially, I feigned amnesia to stay by his side, but I believe Kenpachi has begun to suspect my true identity. No one was foolish. Least of all Kenpachi. Kogetsu Hiyori's initial behavior of giving directions could be attributed to lingering memories of her past, but her subsequent actions had clearly betrayed something more. The very fact that Sakegawa Maru appeared was a testament to her intent to prevent Kenpachi from engaging. Yet Kenpachi had never once questioned her, not even uttering a single word. Biting her lip, a glimmer of determination sparked in her beautiful eyes. I shall confront him. I can no longer keep this secret. Finding Kenpachi was not difficult. He leaned against a corner of the building, yawning and half reclining with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. A fragrant breeze swept by, yet his expression remained unchanged as he calmly asked, "Are you the Hachiryu? What brings you here?" Kogetsu Hiyori hesitated, pondering how to address the deception she had spun. For her, lying was not an insurmountable issue. She had the ability to manipulate men at her will. Crafting excuses was trivial, with countless reasons at her disposal. Yet, confronted with his face, she found no words to fabricate. Ultimately, she could only murmur, "Do you know who I truly am?" Her voice was laden with doubt and anxiety. However, Kenpachi did not even bother to rise. He remained still, his eyelids not fluttering. In his signature raspy tone, he replied, "Are you not the Hachiryu?" Kogetsu Hiyori was momentarily stunned, her expression dazed. After a prolonged silence, a sweet smile broke across her face. "Indeed, I am Hachiryu. That is sufficient." On the third day, Gunmu Jinba, with a maniacal grin, led a throng of soldiers straight towards the capital of Wano, Hanazono. They could no longer conceal their predicament. Their food supplies were dwindling. Though they had previously plundered some farms to sustain themselves for a while, the sheer number of people made it insufficient. Perhaps by slowly gathering the remnants of the Kazuki clan, they could enlist numerous skilled warriors. However, time was of the essence, and too much activity would alert the generals. Thus, a direct assault on Hanazono seemed the most pragmatic approach. Gunmu Jinba, grinning widely, reveled in the prospect of finally engaging in a proper battle. To be candid, this was a desperate gamble with a low chance of success. Yet, both Sakazuki and Kazuki Hiyori could conceive no better solution. The gathered soldiers required sustenance. Although they could breach the farms, farms were not granaries and lacked sufficient provisions for all. Rather than waiting for the enemy to consolidate their forces to besiege them, it was better to fight with all their might. Of course, this audacious raid was not devoid of strategy. Unfortunately, when Sakazuki inquired if Gunmu Jinba had a solid plan, Gunmu simply replied, "Yes, the plan is to find the enemy and slay them." In truth, there was no better alternative. They lacked both time to strategize and to procure architectural blueprints of the castle, so they charged forth. The sudden onslaught of soldiers startled the guards of the capital. "Halt! Halt!" Armed men gather at the gates. They shouted, their faces pale. "Are you courting death? This is treason." Yet, the response came in the form of Gunmu Jinba's maniacal laughter. With a flash of swords, over 100 soldiers were dispatched in mere moments. "We're the enemy's elite." Gunmu laughed heartily. "I have no interest in dealing with mere fodder." At the castle, Kazuki Hiyori emerged from behind Gunmu Jinba. "General, they should be in the Tenshikaku, the highest structure," she indicated. "That way, then." Gunmu roared with laughter, disregarding the soldiers behind him as he charged towards the Tenshikaku. Meanwhile, Sakazuki, lying atop an ox, watched the two with a grimace. The rebels may be hastily assembled and lacking in combat power, but why must the princess cling to that man's back? What becomes of the dignity of the Kazuki clan? He took command, realizing he could no longer dwell on trivial matters, as their troops were ill-prepared, lacking sufficient weapons. Fortunately, most of the soldiers were former mountain bandits who possessed some arms. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to wielding timber as weapons. As they executed their surprise attack, they hoped to swiftly defeat the general. Charge! Target the Tenshukaku! Sakazuki shouted. Simultaneously, at the Tenshukaku, alarm spread among the guards. General! General! It's terrible! We are under attack. Panic-stricken soldiers relayed the message. What? Someone dares to assault Hanazono? The room erupted in outrage. Who dares to offend Hanazono? The general, Kaido, seethed with fury, his serpentine heads emerging behind him, their chilling presence sending shivers down the spines of the messengers. It's a swordsman, one soldier stammered. It seems the leader is Kazuki Hayori. Without warning, a massive serpent head lunged, seizing the messenger and presenting him before Kaido. His rage intensified as he clenched his teeth, eyes gleaming with malice. Repeat that. Who is the enemy? Kazuki. Kazuki Hayori. In a fit of wrath, Kaido devoured the soldier whole, blood splattering. Kazuki. His voice dripped with icy venom, for the Kazuki clan had always been a thorn in his side. He had executed those who showed even the slightest sympathy towards them. The mere existence of the Kazuki clan was a grave offense. Kaido's chilling gaze swept the room as he rose abruptly. Let them perish today. Though the prophecies say years remain, if they dare to act now, let them die today. Suddenly, before Kaido could finish his decree, a blinding flash of steel descended upon him. A resplendent white blade cleaved through the Tenshukaku, splitting the structure in two. Courtiers tumbled from the wreckage, cries of astonishment echoing. Before the castle, a towering man and a petite girl shared a laugh. See, I told you one strike and they'll all come out. And they'll likely be strong. Genmu Jianba chuckled. Indeed, Jianba, you are quite clever, Kazuki Hayori beamed. Behind them, Sakazuki, panting and struggling to keep up, gazed at Genmu Jianba as if he were mad. How could he, merely tasked with organizing the troops, be outpaced by this relentless warrior? The man had slain the most, faced the fiercest foes, and shattered the defenses like no other. Thanks to his ferocity, the ill-equipped soldiers rushed into the heart of Hanazono with surprising speed. Now, they had reached the Tenshukaku. All that remained was to vanquish Kaido and his ministers for victory. However, Sakazuki's excitement faltered as he witnessed a massive serpent rising from the ruins. Kaido had transformed into his Zoan-type, mythical creature form, the eight-headed serpent. This was not the crux of the matter. He had prepared for Kaido. But then, a colossal dinosaur emerged, shaking off debris, its eyes filled with ferocity. The ancient dragon fruit was now in the hands of Queen. The two mighty beasts materialized from the wreckage before reverting to their human forms, revealing faces all too familiar to the crowd. The members of the Kaido pirates were present. Sakazuki's expression shifted to alarm. He had not anticipated the movements of the Kaido pirates, and this complication unsettled the rebel soldiers, who wore expressions of dread. The Kaido pirates, Kaido, and those formidable figures rising from the ruins were now a formidable force. The captain of the Fulu Sho Yuding Band, faced with overwhelming odds, saw despair etched on the faces of his soldiers. Do not panic, Jiu Tianwan urged, attempting to quell their fear. Considering the numbers, we hold the advantage. Indeed, their forces had already surged forward, while the soldiers of heightened Dasheng remained caught off guard by the ambush. It was an understatement to say the enemy outnumbered them 10-1. Yet, was this merely a matter of numbers? The adversaries before them were formidable warriors, each capable of contending with 1,000 foes. Silence. Suddenly, a calm yet slightly hoarse voice resonated through the air. Who said you can engage them? Yamamoto, Jinryusai grinned, excitement flashing in his eyes as he gazed at the four individuals rising from the ruins, gripping their swords. For against one? You're not quite enough to be my adversaries. Chapter 134. At this level, not even sleepiness can be shaken off. With a manic smile, Yamamoto Jinryusai's eyes sparkled with fervor. Regardless of who observed, his expression radiated joy and elation, utterly devoid of any trace of defeat or despair, as if he genuinely relished this challenge. You're suggesting that one of you could take on us four? Peggy Wan, one of the 6 flying fighters, glared with a flicker of anger. The 6 flying fighters were a lethal group commanded by one of the calamities, Plague. comprised of the 6 strongest pillars of their pirate crew, undeniably top tier in strength. Enough with the chatter, Yamamoto retorted, a smile gracing his lips as he pointed his sword at them. Come at me. Ideally, you 4 should attack simultaneously. Perhaps one of you might land a blow on me. The expressions of the 4 shifted dramatically. And what about us? Jyotian interjected, unable to suppress a smile. With a swift motion, Yamamoto waved his sword dismissively. You'll only be a hindrance. Leave me be. The members of the Kazuki clan observed Yamamoto with glimmers of admiration in their eyes. This man appeared utterly ecstatic. After a brief silence, Kazuki Oden broke into a sweet smile. Then we shall attend to other matters. I'll be there shortly. Yamamoto, maintaining his composure, replied, Very well, let us depart. Oden addressed Jyotian. We must support elsewhere. We still need to suppress the remaining enemies in the granaries. In truth, their tasks were numerous. Heightened Dashung commanded an army of 10,000 soldiers, while Kaido's crew would leave behind additional forces. Their total was vastly superior to the troops they had brought. The granaries were of utmost importance. The land of Wano possessed scant food supplies, and any mishap could lead to the nation's collapse. Jyotian grimaced, but ultimately shook his head. Let us go, then. In his eyes, Yamamoto was merely buying them time to retreat. He felt a flicker of fondness for Yamamoto. It was rare for a warrior to hold any ill opinion of such a pure-hearted individual, even if his actions occasionally disregarded the larger picture. Kazuki Oden's gaze turned towards Heightened Dashung, who lowered his head slightly before charging forward. As the captain of the Yuting band, he was certainly not inferior to Sleepy Kaido, yet he was still formidable. Did you all think my words were mere bluster? In the blink of an eye, a flash of blade engulfed him entirely. Yamamoto's sword was drenched in blood, his eyes gleaming with madness. Fools! I warned you to come at me together. Facing me one by one will lead to your demise. The corpses on the ground were a testament to the weight of his words. Heightened Dashung and Plague Quinn exchanged glances and charged without hesitation. One, a general intent on overthrowing the Kazuki clan, and the other, a pirate, were not inclined to reason. Peggy one of the 6 flying fighters, roared as he unleashed his dragon fruit powers, transforming into a half-dragon and thrusting towards Yamamoto. Yamamoto grinned, eyes brimming with excitement. This is splendid. Though I just dispatched one of you, it serves as a warm-up after awakening. The 3 adversaries, their expressions icy, launched their attacks in unison. Plague Quinn twisted his bulky frame, delivering a punch that stirred up a tempest, while Heightened Dashung drew twin blade from his waist, his grotesque visage contorting as he unleashed a narrow arc of sword energy. Peggy one barreled forward, jaws agape, revealing his sharp teeth. A resounding crash echoed as Quinn's punch met the air, sending dust scattering. In the next moment, the blade's glimmer followed, as Heightened Dashung's strike created a long gash, cleaving through the thick smoke. Before the dust settled, Peggy one lunged, his monstrous jaws ready to bite down. The biting force of a dinosaur is unparalleled among all creatures. The sounds of teeth sinking into flesh echoed through the haze, and Heightened Dashung scoffed. Yamamoto is utterly foolish. Quinn sneered. What if he eliminates a few? He now faces us. Heightened Dashung, confident in his strength, asserted that weakness could not stand against Kaido's might. However, in the next instant, a maniacal laughter erupted from the smoke. Heightened Dashung and Plague Quinn's pupils constricted as they beheld the figure of Yamamoto, still standing defiantly despite the bite marks caused by Peggy one's transformation. Blood flowed freely, yet this man wore an ecstatic grin. What is this? How could he still be standing? They questioned in disbelief. To withstand a bite from a dragon fruit user and an assault from 2 formidable beings. How can he possibly survive? With a sigh, Yamamoto seized Peggy one's jaws and, with a sudden and forceful motion, tore them apart. The massive dinosaur was ripped in 2 from the mouth, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, while the blood-soaked man regarded the 2 adversaries with an expression of manic disdain. I retract my earlier statement. At this level, not even sleepiness can be shaken off. Chapter 135, I patch with a clang. The fists of Plague Quinn and Heightened Dashung struck simultaneously against Yamamoto's sword. Their faces were marked by fear, though Li Kong Lu Zi was indeed a formidable warrior. He still paled in comparison to these seasoned masters. Yet, it should not have been so easily torn apart. What is this? Do not let such trivial matters frighten you so. Gunmu Kinpachi laughed heartily, kicking forward with a resounding thud, sending the black charcoal serpent hurtling through the air. Izai Quinn was momentarily stunned, turning his head just in time to hear the frantic voice of Genmu Kenpachi. "Stop looking around, you fool." Grabbing his hair, he hurled him with a force that made the ground around the castle tremble. "What kind of nonsense is this?" Genmu Kenpachi, wielding his sword, had an air of madness in his eyes. "At this level, how can you still be considered a leader? You're not dead yet, so stand up, before you perish. Give it your all." He brazenly brandished his Zanpakuto, his towering figure imposing yet not overwhelmingly tall compared to Quinn, exuding an inexplicable pressure that weighed heavily upon them, both physically and spiritually. Panting heavily, the black charcoal serpent raised its head, a glint of menace flashing in its eyes. "You are audacious to offend a general. You are beyond redemption." "Enough with the idle chatter," Genmu Kenpachi scoffed. "If you find me unpleasing, then come at me directly. I shall slay you regardless," roared the black charcoal serpent. In the next moment, a colossal 8-headed serpent materialized, instilling a profound sense of unspoken dread. This was the Zoan-type Hibi no Mi, in the form of the mythical Yamada no Orochi, a creature from the mythology of Wano, possessing 8 heads and 8 star-like eyes that glowed like crimson lanterns. Its body adorned with moss, cypress, and cedar. The serpent's heads resembled dragons, complete with double horns and purplish scales, and a crown that had once adorned its head reappeared atop one of its heads. The black charcoal serpent's alliance with Kaido was not merely a betrayal of Wano's interest, but a testament to its power. This mythical creature radiated an aura of fear, capable of sapping the will to fight from any foe. Yet that man merely smiled. "Now, this is interesting," he thought, unconcerned by the intimidation. "Umph." The black charcoal serpent huffed, its massive head lunging forward. "Then allow me to join in." Izai Quinn squinted, feeling the mockery. "This is my first time." In the next moment, he transformed, unleashing the ancient form of the Ryu no Mi, in the shape of a dragon, a being of immense power bold enough to attack Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors. The beast roared, unleashing a frenzy of attacks. Genmu Kenpachi erupted into laughter, finding the situation delightful, and charged forth, brandishing his sword against the fangs of the dragon, striking at the head of the Yamada no Orochi. Amidst the chaos of relentless exchanges, the 3 engaged in a brutal contest, each strike drawing blood, the ground shaking beneath them. It soon became apparent to Izai Quinn and the black charcoal serpent that this man was a formidable adversary. His assaults were unprecedentedly ferocious, and no matter how many times he was struck, bitten, or collided with, nothing could deter his onslaught. No matter how powerful the attack, he would retaliate with even greater force. In that moment, the 2 opponents could only think of one word: formidable. This strength transcended mere physical power. It was the strength of spirit. Unless he was utterly obliterated, he would never fall, perpetually filled with fighting spirit. "However, we can win." Izai Quinn and the black charcoal serpent exchanged glances and immediately launched a more powerful and swift assault. The black charcoal serpent morphed into the Yamada no Orochi, its 8 heads capable of rapid strikes, while Izai Quinn transformed into a dinosaur, boasting superior attack power. Both possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. Izai Quinn could quickly recover from Charlotte Linlin's attacks, while the Yamada no Orochi was known for its swift healing in mythology. Despite Genmu Kenpachi's increased strength and speed, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. "What a pity. If you were only facing one of us, perhaps you would stand a chance. If Lord Kaido were to see you, he might take an interest," mused the black charcoal serpent and Izai Quinn, both consumed with the singular thought of eliminating him. Suddenly, the heads of the Yamada no Orochi lunged forward, its sharp horns slicing past Genmu Kenpachi, sending him crashing a considerable distance while leaving deep gashes. "Good opportunity," Izai Quinn thought, leaping into action. He soared high, the dragon's head descending towards Genmu Kenpachi with a fierce impact. The wand-long bomb was a technique he had previously used against Charlotte Linlin, showcasing immense power. "What is that?" Izai Quinn was taken aback as he noticed something falling from Genmu Kenpachi. It was his eye patch. The next moment, he felt a surge of unprecedented ferocity radiating from Genmu Kenpachi. An invisible force enveloped the area, making movement incredibly difficult, as if trapped in a viscous substance. The air grew thick and oppressive. Suddenly, a flash of sword light flickered in the flower capital, causing the earth to crack in 2. Both armies, mid-battle, instinctively halted their attacks, turning toward the source of the sword scar. Kazuki Oden, witnessing the eruption of sword light, felt a surge of joy. He had won. Indeed, Gomu Kenpachi had triumphed. The remnants of the Wandlong lay on the ground, eventually transforming back into Izai Quinn. His face was pale, filled with disbelief. How unfortunate! Gomu Kenpachi calmly wiped his eyes. Where the eye patch had once been, now vanished. It is your fault for knocking off my eye patch, causing me to lose control. With a mere stroke, he had inadvertently slain Izai Quinn. The black charcoal serpent trembled, afraid to attack. With just one sword strike, he had eliminated Izai Quinn, who was nearly his equal in strength. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "What is that eye patch?" "It is a seal," replied Gomu Kenpachi calmly. This eye patch was crafted by the Technical Development Bureau, a device capable of infinitely absorbing spiritual energy. He picked up the fallen eye patch, revealing its monstrous teeth and eyes. "I used it to seal my spiritual pressure, allowing me to savor the thrill of battle." Previously, Gomu Kenpachi merely fought while shackled by his foes. Now, he has truly unleashed his potential. The strike just delivered was a testament to his genuine prowess. And the overwhelming pressure he exudes is merely a reflection of his authentic spiritual pressure. Haida Daisuke's eyes widened in shock, realizing that the version of himself he had battled alongside Play Quinn was merely a diminished version. Even this weakened form was more than sufficient to contend with the two of them. If one must perish, so be it. After all, I still have you to shoulder the burden alongside me. Haida Daisuke observed the man before him turn, revealing a smile that radiated genuine joy from within. Behind this man, an imperceptible aura coalesced into the visage of a malevolent spirit. The suppression of Hanazono had completely subsided a day later. In the context of urban warfare, the numbers were swiftly diminishing, although Jyotianwan's forces were limited. Their initial charge towards the Tenshikaku, wielding their swords, had almost decimated all high-ranking officials except for Haida Daisuke and 3 others, gradually shifting the advantage in their favor. Haida Daisuke was not a leader held in high esteem, even among his own samurai. While they complied outwardly, their hearts were not convinced. In the short term, their morale remained intact, but over time, the absence of formidable warriors caused disarray within their ranks, with some outright rebelling. The unsettling sounds emanating from the Tenshikaku only fueled their doubts. Coupled with the people's admiration for the Kazuki clan, the mission to subdue Hanazono was ultimately fulfilled. The capital of Ueno had changed hands, and after completing this task, Kazuki Hayori did not linger over the swiftly captured city, but headed directly to the heart of the Tenshikaku. Jyotianwan observed in silence, refraining from uttering a word as the sounds from the other side had dwindled significantly. The prolonged absence of Haida Daisuke and Kaido's men foretold the inevitable. As expected, once he arranged to follow up and approach the Tenshikaku, he found Kazuki Hayori pouting while tending to Gomu Kenpachi's wounds, with the bodies of Haida Daisuke and Play Quinn lying beside them. Despite being at the center of the battlefield and having defeated the most formidable foes, the man maintained an expression of tranquility, seemingly indifferent to the accolades he had rightfully earned. Instead, he appeared ready to lie down for a midday nap, only to be roused by Kazuki Hayori's dissatisfaction. "You still have wounds that require treatment." Jyotianwan shook his head with a wry smile, glancing at Haida Daisuke's lifeless form, whose owner had once been the sworn enemy of the Kazuki clan, the most sought-after target by the people of Ueno. Yet now, he lay there like an ordinary corpse, merely a part of the backdrop. After a moment of silence, waiting for Kazuki Hayori to finish her bandaging, Jyotianwan approached her. "Your Highness, the next matters require your artistry." Kazuki Hayori hesitated before turning to Gomu Kenpachi. "I must attend to other matters." "Go ahead." Gomu Kenpachi waved dismissively, uninterested in being disturbed from his slumber. With a huff, Kazuki Hayori tied the last knot on the bandage and then stood to accompany Jyotianwan as they departed. They had significant responsibilities ahead, the foremost being to establish Kazuki Hayori's identity and gain the support of the capital's populace through her lineage. Additionally, they needed to eliminate the remnants of General Haida Daisuke and Kaido's subordinates, gradually consolidating their control over Ueno. There were also rewards to be distributed among their soldiers and the selection of less culpable captives, which weighed heavily on their minds. Gomu Kenpachi lay quietly on the ground, eyes slightly closed, contemplating. "It was only through this that I could." Jyotianwan, a seasoned figure who had once assisted Kazuki Oden in governing the land, was well acquainted with various matters. He swiftly helped Kazuki Hayori devise a foundational political framework to maintain basic security. The aftermath of the battle in Hanazono was progressively unfolding. Although complete dominion over Wano was yet to be established, action plans had already commenced and were set to be gradually implemented. At this juncture, Jiotian addressed Kazuki Hiyori with a serious demeanor. "Your Highness, the next matter is of utmost importance." Kazuki Hiyori blinked in surprise. "Is it about opening the country?" Opening the country had been her father's dying wish, as well as the desire of Jiotian and the older generation. It had even become a collective belief among those who sought to overthrow Hidedesuke. However, Jiotian gravely shook his head. "No, it is not about opening the country. While that is significant, the most pressing matter is something else." "What is this other matter?" Kazuki Hiyori inquired, puzzled. "Indeed," Jiotian replied earnestly. "What we must prioritize is retaining Gungmu Kenpachi." Chapter 137. Wano's commission to the 11th Division for protection. Retaining this man was what Jiotian had pondered as their most crucial task. He was exceptionally powerful. While it remained uncertain how he compared to Kaido, he undoubtedly represented a significant asset for their side. With one of the three calamities, Plague Quinn, now eliminated, it was only a matter of time before Kaido would return. Although Kaido was currently absent and Wano's information flow was severely restricted, he would eventually recognize the situation and retaliate. It was clear to Jiotian that Wano alone would not withstand the might of the man renowned as the strongest being across land, sea, and air. Thus, they needed Kenpachi. Jiotian's resolve was unwavering. They could not afford to lack such an ally. For this, they might need to negotiate at any cost. He even instinctively glanced at Kazuki Hiyori. Although she was merely 14 or 15 years old, as the daughter of his lord, she possessed an alluring beauty and graceful demeanor despite her youthful inexperience. The future would affirm Jiotian's discerning taste. Kazuki Hiyori would be hailed as Wano's most beautiful woman, officially regarded as one of the top 3 beauties in the pirate world alongside Hancock and Shirahoshi. If it were the princess, perhaps she could capture Gungmu Kenpachi's heart. Jiotian mused that while it might be somewhat undignified for his lord to seek such affection, he was unconcerned. Women would eventually marry and bear children, and it was entirely natural for the princess to unite with Gungmu Kenpachi. Such a formidable warrior would undoubtedly sire exceptional offspring, a boon for Wano. As for the issue of Kazuki Hiyori's youth, Jiotian dismissed it with a smirk. After all, his lord, Kazuki Oden, had been merely 15 when he had threatened the temple and abducted women nightly to form a harem, charming them into submission, which had sparked public discontent and led to the harem conflict. Thus, the question of age was trivial. Kazuki Hiyori, being quite mature for her age, could easily discern Jiotian's implications, including the lingering glances he cast her way. It is difficult to envision a man, such as Gungmu Kenpachi, being tethered to a woman. The mere thought of such an image is unfathomable. Setting aside the emotional implications, it is hard to even imagine the scenario. How could Gungmu Kenpachi ever be bound by a woman? This notion seems utterly improbable. Upon hearing this, Jiotian was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wry smile. Indeed, such a scene is beyond imagination. He could easily picture Gungmu Kenpachi laughing maniacally as he slaughters a woman, yet the image of that man gently embracing a woman is entirely out of character. The contrast in imagery is jarring. Is it possible that this battle-crazed individual has any genuine interest in women? Surely, he finds more pleasure in the prospect of slaying them. The two exchanged glances and shared a resigned smile. After a brief silence, Guangyue spoke, suggesting that perhaps keeping Kenpachi was not entirely impossible. Jiotian was momentarily taken aback. Gungmu Kenpachi is relatively easy to locate, especially in the absence of formidable foes. He often lounges nonchalantly in the dormitory, referring to it as Squad 2. "What is wrong?" Gungmu Kenpachi inquired, raising his head. "Nothing at all," Guangyue replied with a slight smile, taking a seat beside him. "I have grown curious about the matters concerning your Godai 13. Would you care to share?" "Oh," Gungmu Kenpachi said, tilting his head. The Godai 13 is one of the most crucial components of the Soul Society, tasked with safeguarding the safety of Suriidii, hence its name. The original Godai 13 was established as an assassination organization by the Old Man, which later succeeded the Zero Division in its role of protecting Suriidii and maintaining order between the Soul Society and the living world. He spoke casually, divulging bits of information about the Godai 13, occasionally interspersing it with comments about the strength of the 5th Division captain, expressing a desire to confront him again. "That brat Byakuya always acts so aristocratic. I should seize an opportunity to take him down." And then there's Uzumaki's Zanpakuto ability, which is quite troublesome. Blocking sound and whatnot makes it quite annoying to deal with. However, Guanyue Rai merely smiled and listened patiently to his musings. After a while, she inquired, Kenpachi, does your Godai 13 mind accepting commissions from others? Commissions? Gamu Kenpachi echoed, puzzled. Indeed, Guanyue Rai affirmed with a firm nod. Wano country wishes to hire the 1st Division to protect its territory from invasion. Hiring us? Gamu Kenpachi was taken aback. What about your own samurai? Those samurai have long ceased to be the warriors they once were after enduring over a decade of oppression. Guanyue Rai replied with a smile. I believe Wano country would agree to allow you to recruit personnel for the 11th Division. She emphasized Wano country each time she spoke, making it seem as though Wano country were a singular entity, while she was negotiating on behalf of Genmu Kenpachi. This is precisely what I desire, Zhao Su thought, narrowing his eyes. Simply eliminating the enemy is what Genmu Kenpachi seeks, not what Zhao Su desires. The geographical advantages and abundant resources of Wano country, being the sole origin of Seastone, mean that Genmu Kenpachi's ultimate goal is to wield certain powers as Wano's protector. Mere combat and the direct slaying of Kaido and Orochi would suffice, yet he chooses to align with the thieves. Following Guanyue Rai's intention to consolidate power in Wano for her benefit, thereby allowing him to subtly control Wano. This is the outcome Zhao Su aims for. Thus, it seems reasonable that the captain has the authority to select squad members and expand the 1st Division. Genmu Kenpachi mused, stroking his chin. And let it be so. Guanyue Rai nodded happily. Chapter 138, Kaido returns. What follows is the gradual domination of all of Wano country. In truth, Genmu Kenpachi and his companions merely seized the capital, Flower City, by ambushing and eliminating the 2 leaders, Kaido and Queen. However, the shogun's reign extends beyond Flower City to several other prosperous towns, with soldiers stationed throughout. Kaido also possesses factories in various locations and numerous crew members. It is worth noting that the shogun has ruled over Wano for more than a decade. Over these years, he has amassed a group of wealthy and powerful samurai, forming the foundation of his power. Guanyue Rai, however, is unlikely to gain their recognition. Nonetheless, these individuals are often remnants of the Guanyue clan, their legacy not entirely faded, with some still residing in certain areas, maintaining ties to the old ministers of the Guanyue. This group, combined with the common people oppressed by the shogun, forms the foundation of Guanyue Rai's support. Indeed, she has now declared herself the shogun of Wano, becoming one of the few female shoguns in history. In truth, she had little choice. Ju Tian supports the Guanyue, and the Guanyue bloodline is now all that remains. Although Momonosuke is male, he has been sent away, and it will be years before he and Kin Eamon return. Moreover, Jiu Tian remains uncertain whether their journey through time has succeeded or failed. Making Guanyue Rai the shogun is also his aspiration. Undoubtedly, some individuals may oppose her due to her gender, yet such concerns are not pressing at the moment. As the samurai patrolling Flower City passed by the ruins of the castle, reverence shone in their eyes. They instinctively paused, nodding slightly before continuing on. Similar situations unfolded not only in this vicinity, but also around Kenpachi's division. In the forest where the legendary Genmu Kenpachi and Guanyue Rai met, the soldiers marveled at his might. Kenpachi is truly formidable. Indeed, look at the massive cracks in the ground. One can hardly fathom how he emerged unscathed. He is truly deserving of the title God of War. The samurai expressed their admiration, their eyes brimming with excitement. Such an incredible presence is one they deeply revere. Rumor has it that Kenpachi intends to form the 11th Division and serve as its captain. Why the 11th Division? Do not concern yourselves with trivial matters. I have decided to enlist for the assessment. What about you? Of course, I shall join as well. In Wano, strength and power are venerated. Kaido's prolonged dominance over Wano can also be attributed to his ability to subdue the populace through sheer force. Otherwise, if the entire populace were to rebel, he would not have been able to sustain his rule. Jiotian occasionally sighed at the words of the samurai, realizing that Kenpachi's reputation has grown exceedingly large. The valor of the man who led the charge is etched into the memories of every soldier who stormed in. Now, those soldiers have become his loyal supporters. Jiotian even suspected that if Genmu Kenpachi were to rebel, a throng of samurai would undoubtedly rally behind him. The situation in Wano Kuni, where reverence for the strong is deeply entrenched, is quite dire. Strength alone can attract a multitude of followers, and the unique charisma of Jinmoku Kenpachi is undeniable. Beyond the rumors surrounding his formidable prowess, there are also tales of romantic entanglements. It is said that our new general has fallen head over heels for the demon swordman Kenpachi. Conversely, some assert that it is Kenpachi who has been captivated by the general, thus drawing his sword to slay the great serpent. After their fierce battle, Kenpachi reportedly fell into a deep slumber for 3 days and nights, during which the general attended to him with unwavering devotion. It is absurd. Kenpachi effortlessly dispatched the great serpent and returned with a fair maiden. Yet these fanciful tales spread like wildfire. Whether or not there exists a clandestine scheme by a certain Kazuki retainer remains unknown. Throughout Wano, remnants of Kaido's crew and the general's forces pose a significant threat, which the new general must gradually eliminate. Fortunately, the inhospitable environment of Wano, coupled with its singularly secure access point, allows Kazuki Momonosuke to methodically deal with the adversaries. Jinmoku Kenpachi, undeterred despite having vanquished the strongest foes, still faces a handful of challengers. Jikamaru, stationed in the flower capital, has effectively sealed the entrance and exit, leading a campaign alongside Kazuki Momonosuke and several samurai to hunt down Kaido's crew. In the process of slaying foes, they also seek to reclaim former retainers loyal to the Kazuki clan, such as the once frail Hakagawa Matsumoto, who had been left starving after giving his food to Kazuki Momonosuke, ultimately leading to his departure from the general's side. In his quest to find Momonosuke, he was discovered by the Great Serpent and imprisoned in the quarry. This time, Jinmoku Kenpachi's forces liberated the nation and rescued him. Numerous others remain hidden, including the swordsmith Tengu Yamafuchi and his fiancée, Ahaku. However, while Wano can secure its borders, it cannot silence the Den Mushi. Meanwhile, in the New World, at the G1 Marine Base, a rugged ship is preparing to set sail. At the bow stands a towering figure, clad in scars, with 2 ivory-like horns and long black hair cascading over his shoulders. The governor of the beast pirates, Kaido, renowned as the strongest creature across land, sea, and air. His crew, visibly distressed, struggles to find words. Their captain is once again courting disaster. Kaido has an affinity for self-destruction, often venturing alone to various locales to face his demise, sometimes without even his subordinates. He has endured torture exceeding 1,000 times, faced death sentences on 40 occasions, yet even when subjected to hanging, he would shatter the chains. When brought to the guillotine, he could crush the blade, and when pierced by a spear, it would merely splinter. This means that no one can kill him, including himself. His latest target is the G1 Marine Base, which would later be relocated by Akainu as the Marine headquarters. It is one of only 2 Marine bases in the New World, fortified against assaults while capable of swift reinforcements from high-ranking Marines. This location has become his new site for self-destruction. His crew, filled with resignation, knows their governor will not heed their counsel. Suddenly, the Den Mushi rings. Kaido pauses, and, upon answering, his expression contorts into one of fury. He abruptly turns the ship back towards Wano, his eyes ablaze with rage as he vows to uncover the identity of the one who dares to provoke him. Chapter 139, Jinmoku Kenpachi. Kaido has come for you. Kaido's actions are not shrouded in secrecy. He has no need for concealment. The pirate crews of the 4 emperors are naturally under the public scrutiny, with the world government likely attempting to infiltrate with spies. The Beast Pirates, unlike the Whitebeard crew, which is bound by camaraderie, welcomes any strong individuals to join. Consequently, some spies discreetly relay information, allowing the world government and other factions to swiftly learn of the developments. Kaido's ally, the traitor Orochi, has perished, and the Calamity Queen has been slain. Kaido seeks to eliminate the man who dared to challenge a 4 emperor. As news spreads, many are left in awe and curiosity about the identity of this challenger. The Marines convene a meeting, gathering several vice admirals and admirals to discuss the implications of the 4 emperors' actions, no matter how minor, which can stir the world. Each of them represents a formidable force, akin to figures like Uchiha Madara and Fleet Admiral Sengoku. However, despite the intrigue surrounding this incident, few are genuinely concerned. Charlotte Linlin, for instance, merely laughs at Kaido during a gathering, but that is the extent of her interest. Neither she nor any of the pirate alliances opposing the 4 emperors, nor even the Marines, harbor ambitions to seize Kaido's territory. This is because Kaido is en route to Wano. The 4 emperors are not merely defined by their vast territories in the New World. They are formidable in strength. What does it matter if Wano rebels, or if the traitor Orochi falls, or if the Calamity Queen is slain? Kaido remains a powerful figure within the Beast Pirates, and even if the crew were to vanish, he would still be one of the four emperors. Meanwhile, having just triumphed over his adversaries, Jinmoku Kinpachi returns to the Flower Capital. While Kazuki Momonosuke's reputation may not be particularly high, the legacy of the Kazuki clan still garners allegiance. The foes he has vanquished were merely the remnants of Kaido's crew. The members of the Beast Pirates, being human, cannot survive without sustenance. Thus, it is not difficult to locate the last few loyalists hidden among the populace. Kazuki Momonosuke faces his own challenges, as the food supply under the tyrannical rule of Orochi has been consistently insufficient. Even if the factories cease operations, it will take a considerable time to restore food production to levels seen 2 decades ago. This urgency strengthens Momonosuke's resolve to open the borders and engage in trade with other nations to procure food, thus hastening the healing of the wounds inflicted by Orochi. However, the immediate concern lies in how to guard against Kaido. Wano lacks the capacity for complete communication disruption, and Kaido is undoubtedly aware of the anomalies within Wano, nécessitating a substantielle offensive. Although the geography of Wano is conducive to defense, it may not suffice against such a formidable opponent. Reliance on Kinpachi is essential. Jinmoku Kinpachi, reclining with half-closed eyes, remains ever vigilant and perceptive. The host, Zhao Su, is leveling up swiftly. 拥有角色510, Zuzi Balban Tamui Bahai, Sa Thomas 72-3, Jilga, Meisher 61-4, Itong, Chung 38-5, Chengmu Jinba 52. Zhao Su had acquired the abilities of Chengmu Jinba for merely a month or two, yet he had astonishingly surged to a level of 52. It is noteworthy that Jilga Meisher, who had obtained his template much earlier and accomplished several significant events, only reached a mere 61%. It now appears that with further endeavors, Chengmu Jinba might even surpass Jilga Meisher. Zhao Su speculated that this could be attributed to the relatively easier portrayal of Chengmu Jinba's character, as maintaining a demeanor of relentless aggression closely resembles his essence. In the land of Wano, he continuously engaged in battles against formidable opponents, enduring considerable hardships, which did not go in vain. He bore genuine injuries, a stark contrast to his previous experiences in the pirate world, where he had remained unscathed. Zuzi Balban, Saitama, and Jilga Meisher had all dominated their adversaries without suffering harm, demonstrating a level of dedication that far surpassed those so-called fresh faces. Other templates experienced slight enhancements, with the realism of Yuji Bo Ban's template already at a high level, showing no significant increase. The increments for Saitama and Jilga Meisher were minimal, while Itong Chung's growth was also rather modest, likely because he had yet to embark on his journey of explosive power. However, this template holds little utility. Yet, Zhao Su's eyes glimmered with amusement at the thought of Chengmu Jinba. A week later, dark clouds suddenly enveloped the sky above the flower capital in Wano. What was happening? The sudden gloom suggested something ominous. The expression on Jiu Tianwan's face changed dramatically. In the next moment, a dragon burst forth from the clouds. A colossal creature with a blue-green hue that could be described as obscuring the sky. Its appearance resembled that of an eastern dragon, yet it emanated a chilling aura, with steel bracelets adorned with sharp, menacing spikes on each claw. With 4 horns, 2 at the front and 2 at the back, and wildly flaring whiskers. Its teeth stood sharp and menacing. Suddenly, it thrust its head down, unleashing a thunderous roar. Chengmu Jinba, I, Kaido, have come for you. Chapter 140. Let me enjoy this. 7th update. Subscriptions appreciated. The coarse voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth, instilling terror in all who heard it. This was the sensation of being overshadowed by a superior being. When it comes to one-on-one combat, Kaido is undoubtedly the strongest. This is a consensus among nearly all. Every individual would utter this phrase, a testament to his prowess. Jiu Tianwan's expression remained grave. Despite Chengmu Jinba's victories over Kaido's subordinates, Black Charcoal, Orochi, and Plague Queen, these opponents paled in comparison to Kaido. Though Plague Queen had engaged in direct combat with Charlotte Linlin, she was sent flying after merely 2 exchanges and took some time to regain consciousness. Although her injuries were not severe and likely did not affect her combat capabilities, the brevity of their confrontation was telling. The disparity between the 3 calamities and the 4 emperors was stark. Jiu Tianwan gritted his teeth. If they were not relying on Chengmu Jinba, he might have sought assistance elsewhere, perhaps from Marines or other emperors. Yet, their misfortune had sealed them off from potential allies. The land of Wano was too isolated, and their uprising had been too hasty. Currently, their only support was the enigmatic Chengmu Jianba, with no one else in sight. Even if they could find the 4 emperors or Marines, the likelihood of receiving their aid was slim, especially in light of the current state of the Marines, who were still recovering from being thoroughly defeated by Yuji Boban. An invisible pressure weighed heavily on everyone, as Kaido's imposing presence instilled a sense of dread. However, one individual was unfazed. "Haha, I have awaited your arrival." A figure wielding a long sword appeared not far from the flower capital, his rugged face radiating joy. Jianba, along with Jiu Tianwan and Kujetsu Oden, looked up. "He has arrived." Jiu Tianwan was momentarily stunned, but soon smiled, recognizing that he relished such confrontations. The swordsman of the flower capital felt renewed hope at the sight of the formidable figure. "Come, I have awaited you for a long time," Chengmu Jianba declared, pointing his sword directly at Kaido. The enormous dragon's eyes narrowed as it descended rapidly, transforming into a colossal man. He possessed a stature akin to a giant, with arms that were extraordinarily robust. "You're the one who killed Queen." Kaido's face darkened with menace. "Indeed," Chengmu Jianba replied with a smile, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "I find you to be quite an admirable opponent. I hope you prove to be stronger than he was." Kaido, initially taken aback by the words, soon exuded a menacing aura. "Interesting. It has been a long time since someone dared to speak to me in such a manner." An overwhelming bloodlust clashed against the serene fields of Wano as Chengmu Jianba grinned, unleashing his own spiritual pressure. The wild energy stirred the atmosphere, disrupting the very fabric of reality. Jianba, Jiu Tianwan, and Kujetsu Oden hastened to join him. "Get lost," Chengmu Jianba commanded without looking back. Jiu Tianwan felt a twinge of regret. He had considered suggesting they take advantage of Kaido's solitary state to launch a coordinated attack. However, the fierce determination in Chengmu Jianba's demeanor made it clear that anyone who dared to interfere would face his wrath. "Let us go." Jiu Tianwan took a deep breath and ultimately ordered, "We should head to the coastline. Kaido's crew should be there." They moved towards the shoreline, aware that the land of Wano was vast and home to numerous strong individuals. These warriors were formidable. Jiu Tianwan himself had managed to wound Jack without resorting to his devil fruit abilities, which had led to Kaido's recruitment. With the advantage of terrain, resisting Kaido's pirate crew was not an insurmountable challenge. This was truly their domain. Kaido, however, did not even deign to glance their way. "With a strong presence here, why should I concern myself with you?" Kaido fixed his gaze upon Jianba. "If you submit to me now, I may spare your life." Kaido revered powerful beings and sought to recruit them. Jiu Tianwan had received such offers from him on multiple occasions, as had other members of the new generation. His crew consisted of many such individuals, all drawn to him through his formidable might. Should they resist, Kaido would rely on sheer strength to impose his will. Thus, while his pirate crew was the largest among the 4 emperors, it was also the most discordant. However, they were equally formidable. In the next instant, the resounding clash of Kaido's Kanabo and Kenpachi Zaraki's Zanpakuto reverberated through the air. "Stop your prattling and bring on." Kenpachi's eyes sparkled with a frenzied intensity. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his sword with reckless abandon. The sound of their strikes echoed, each blow infused with unrestrained ferocity. Kenpachi, in the face of a weaker opponent, typically exhibited a degree of restraint to savor the thrill of battle. Yet against Kaido, he felt no need to hold back. Each swing was a wild, unrelenting assault. Nevertheless, Kaido, being one of the 4 emperors, reacted with a fierce retreat, his gaze now imbued with a hint of seriousness. With a swift motion, Kenpachi's blade cut through the air, leaving a shimmering scar in the wilderness. In the next moment, a powerful swing from Kaido sent Kenpachi flying far away. "Not bad." Kenpachi laughed maniacally as he rose, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. It appeared he was ready for an exhilarating brawl. He removed his eye patch. Chapter 141, Two-Handed Grip. First update. 3,000 words. A palpable surge of overwhelming spiritual pressure erupted from Kenpachi, enveloping the surrounding area for miles. An invisible force ensnared all within its grasp, rendering movement excruciatingly difficult, as if one were trapped in a thick, viscous substance. The air felt unusually dense and oppressive. Kaido's eyes widened. In terms of sheer presence, Kenpachi now seemed nearly twice as powerful as before. One astonishing enhancement. How fascinating. Kaido suddenly burst into laughter, the hatred in his eyes vanishing, replaced by a sense of delight. This is precisely what I've been waiting for. This feeling is exhilarating. He was a man who had sought such thrills, even to the point of courting death on multiple occasions. Battle was his passion. The tremendous clash of the Kanabo and Zanpakuto produced a sound that seemed capable of shattering eardrums. The sky above them split as they engaged, the earth groaning under the strain. Kenpachi erupted into boisterous laughter, and with a fierce swing, he struck Kaido's body directly. A flash of crimson marked the wound on Kaido's skin, causing his eyes to widen slightly. He was bleeding, though he relished in risking his life. He had never before sustained an injury of this nature. The reason for his resilience lay in his extraordinary physique. His skin possessed the fortitude to withstand a fall from 10,000 meters without so much as a scratch. Yet, at this moment, a cut marred his surface, blood flowing from the shallow wound. Interesting, Kaido cackled, tearing at his garments to reveal the scar on his chest. It's been over a decade since I received a wound like this, the result of my battle with Kazuki Oden. Following that encounter, he had not sustained another injury. The Enma blade had the unique ability to absorb the wielder's haki at the moment of impact and unleash it all at once. Thus, in such a clever manner, he had only received these 2 cuts. But Kaido understood clearly. Though the opponent's sword was sharp and formidable, imbued with an enigmatic aura he could not fully comprehend, it was the man wielding it who was truly superior. Indeed, Kenpachi had always regarded his sword merely as a tool of war. Before his own power had been awakened, he had been unable to hear the voice of his Zanpakuto. To him, it was simply an instrument for dispatching foes. Unlike other captains who viewed their swords as comrades in battle, his true strength resided within himself, not in the blade. Kaido narrowed his eyes. Prepare to meet your end. He suddenly reversed his grip on the Kanabo, a thunderous roar erupting from it as dark lightning flickered along its surface, moving with incredible speed. This very strike had once knocked Luffy, in his Gear 4th form, into unconsciousness. Kenpachi's pupils constricted as the massive Kanabo loomed before him. With a resounding crash, he was sent sprawling, as if struck by a golf ball, hurtling far away. He collided with a mountainside, shattering it into countless fragments. The tremors echoed as if an earthquake had struck beneath Kaido's feet. Unlike the casual strikes of a drunken man, this blow was delivered with full force. Yet, amidst the ruin of the shattered mountain, a joyous laughter erupted. What are you laughing at? Kaido squinted. Apologies, Kenpachi replied, wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. Unfazed, he rose from the rubble, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I'm just so thrilled I couldn't help but laugh. Thrilled? Kaido's brow furrowed. Indeed, Kenpachi cackled, his aura growing even more formidable. His sword seemed to vibrate, emitting a creaking sound. It had been so long since he had encountered such a sensation, as if the blade had been sharpened by spiritual pressure. Now this was excitement. In the next moment, he charged forward, swinging his sword in a frenzy. There was no tactic, merely raw, forceful slashes. Yet each strike grew heavier, and the towering Kaido found himself suppressed by the seemingly diminutive Kenpachi. The metallic clash of the Kanabo and the Zanpakuto resonated like the most exquisite symphony, fueling Kenpachi's strength while forcing Kaido to falter. Kaido's expression darkened as he suddenly exerted pressure, forcing Kenpachi back several paces. Unperturbed, Kenpachi laughed madly and charged again. However, a colossal dragon appeared before him, its size akin to a small mountain. The claws on its feet dwarfed Kenpachi. With a deafening roar, the dragon unleashed a torrent of fiery breath, engulfing the battlefield. Such an attack had the power to obliterate an entire city in an instant. The inferno raged for several seconds, transforming the earth into what seemed like molten lava. Kaido mused, his brow furrowing. That man was still standing, bloodied and singed, with fresh wounds already scabbing over. Yet, he threw back his head and laughed maniacally. Kenpachi's movements were coarse, the charred scabs erupting anew, blood splattering. Yet he remained unfazed, reveling in his exhilaration. This is wonderful, absolutely splendid, he roared, eyes alight with mania. Without this, it wouldn't be fun. And he lunged forward, swinging his sword at Kaido. Kaido's expression shifted, but he reciprocated without hesitation. With a swift motion, his dragon claw, sharper than any blade, lunged forth, leaving a trail of blood across Kenpachi's body. Kenpachi retaliated with a strike, but Kaido evaded with ease. The enormous physique, paradoxically, moves with swiftness that surpasses that of its smaller counterpart. This is the extraordinary ability of the animalistic devil fruit, which amplifies physical attributes in every conceivable aspect, rendering the notion of losing agility due to size a fallacy. With a single, ferocious claw, he rends the dead armor from Gunmu Kenpachi, leaving gaping wounds that expose bone. Yet, that man continues to strike again and again. A flicker of suppressed emotion briefly crosses Kaido's eyes. Despite inflicting numerous injuries on Gunmu Kenpachi and causing severe damage, it seems that even 10 of his strikes pale in comparison to the weight of a single grasp from him. Why does it feel as though I am the one being overpowered? Gunmu Kenpachi's laughter rings out, full of wild delight, completely disregarding his injuries as he relentlessly attacks. An aura akin to a malevolent spirit rises from him, almost tangible in its intensity, instilling greater fear than Kaido's draconic presence. Kaido roars with ferocity. Blood erupts from Gunmu Kenpachi, the wounds on his body revealing bone, and in the next moment, the battlefield descends into silence. He calmly touches the wound on his neck, where blood continues to spurt as if he struck an artery. If this continues, I will truly perish. His eyelids droop as he gazes at his injury, applying gentle pressure with his hand. Despite his robust physique, such wounds could spell his doom if he sustains more. He extends his hand, observing the blood that clings to it. It's rare to be able to wield a sword, he reflects. What are you saying? Kaido squints. When I first joined the 13th Division, I was once duped by the old man and practiced swordsmanship. However, I have always found those antiquated notions of the way of the sword incompatible with my character. Thus, I never utilized them. Yet, I do agree on one point. With a swift motion, his Zanpakuto points directly at Kaido. Did you know? A sword is far more potent when wielded with two hands rather than one. Gunmu Kenpachi remarks, a smile creeping back to his lips. What are you talking about? Kaido frowns. Is that even necessary to state? Two hands are naturally more powerful than one. In the next breath, Kaido lunges forward with his claws. You clearly do not comprehend the disparity between wielding a sword with both hands and with one. Gunmu Kenpachi calmly responds, gripping his Zanpakuto with both hands. He then raises it high, ready to strike. Chapter 142. You were merely fortunate on the coastline of Wano. Hold the line. Do not pursue. Jiutian bellows, cleaving a cannonball in two, which promptly detonates. The beast pirates are truly troublesome, he mutters, panting heavily as he surveys the chaotic battlefield. The Kaido pirate crew relentlessly bombards the coastline of Wano while desperately attempting to land. Given Wano's geographical advantages, it is a challenging position to defend. However, the beast pirates have been allied with Wano for over a decade, and they finally find a decent angle of attack. The brutal landing battle commences, with Wano's elite engaging with the Kaido pirates, alongside both skilled warriors and ordinary soldiers. Yokozuna Matsumoto fights alongside the Calamity Jack, while Jiutian provides support at various fronts to prevent enemy breakthroughs. Typically, landing operations are exceptionally difficult, even with surprise attacks, superior equipment, and numerical advantages. Achieving favorable exchanges is nearly impossible. However, this conflict differs. Wano lacks defensive artillery and weaponry, while Kaido's factories possess some, but the locals are unable to utilize them. Thus, they can only endure the bombardment from the Kaido pirates, relying on their geographical advantages to gradually erode the pirates' landing forces. It can be said that both sides are engaged in a battle under relatively balanced conditions, relying solely on raw strength. Fortunately, Wano has the capital to ally with Kaido, and thus possesses a few formidable fighters to barely maintain their defense here. I hope Gunmu Kenpachi is holding up. Jiutian grits his teeth. That man is Kaido, one of the four emperors, known as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Forget it, I must focus on my own battle, he resolves, shaking his head and continuing to swing his sword against the pirates. Amidst the roaring cannon fire, both Jiutian and Yokozuna Matsumoto remain partially attentive to the distant sounds that resonate even louder than the artillery. The clouds in the sky appear to have been slashed multiple times, bearing countless fissures. This is the battleground of Kaido and Gunmu Kenpachi. Who will emerge victorious? If it were earlier, Jack and the other pirates would not have been concerned. However, after their ongoing skirmishes, they realize that the man named Gunmu Kenpachi can indeed contend with one of the four emperors. The situation seems dire. Suddenly, the Calamity Ankiku's pupils constrict as both Yokozuna Matsumoto and Calamity Jack pause. Jiutian instinctively glances back. A tremendous crack reverberates, swiftly extending across the terrain. resembling a seismic fissure that stretches from afar to the coastline. This is the mark of a strike by the commander Kazuki Oden, and in an instant, a look of joy spreads across his face. Jack and Enkaku's expressions shift from resolute to alarmed. This is a sword mark, and they all know that Kaido wields a kanabo and the powers of devil fruit. He does not use a sword. Meanwhile, at the focal point of their concern, blood drips steadily. A sharp horn lies on the ground, unnoticed by anyone. Kaido has already reverted to his human form, bracing himself against the ground, gasping for breath. The deep wound that runs from chest to abdomen exposes bone, and one can even faintly see the injured organs within. Blood flows relentlessly from the gash. Astonishingly resilient and robust, Genmu Kenpachi chuckles, hoisting his sword nonchalantly. He then turns to leave without a care. Kaido's pupils constrict as he forces himself upright, his head raised. "Wait, what are you doing?" he demands, his voice laced with suppressed fury. "Where are you going?" Genmu Kenpachi turns back, irritated. "I've had enough. I'm going back," he replies calmly. Before Genmu Kenpachi can finish his words, Kaido suddenly pushes against the ground to rise, shouting in anger, blood bursting forth and staining the earth. "Why did you not deliver the final blow? You have already emerged victorious. The outcome is clear." Kaido can scarcely stand, his transformation from the devil fruit completely undone. Movement a considerable challenge. Although his opponent bears substantial injuries, they seem trivial in comparison to Kaido's own wounds. The victor is apparent. "My apologies," murmured Genmu Kenpachi, his gaze steady upon Kaido. "I harbor no interest in those who can no longer fight. I am under no obligation to grant you a final strike." "What nonsense!" Kaido retorted, his face contorted with rage, resembling a frenzied demon. Ignoring the blood streaming from his wounds, he bellowed, "Do you take me for a fool? Kill me, if you can." Kaido has faced defeat before. He has been captured by the Marine headquarters on multiple occasions and vanquished by other emperors. Yet, even under execution, he would break his chains. Even on the guillotine, he could shatter the blade. Even when pierced by a spear, it would be the spear that shattered. He has survived not through the mercy of others, but through his own formidable strength, capable of breaking free from captivity at the Marine headquarters. He has not lived until now merely by being spared. Rather, he has thrived against all odds. However, in the next moment, a massive hand seized Kaido, lifting him up, and he met a pair of inscrutable eyes. "Do not prattle on here," Genmu Kenpachi said calmly, looking down at the monstrous visage before him. "If you enjoy fighting, do not call for others to end your life. Do not seek death merely because you have lost. If you survive, it only indicates that fortune has favored you. In such moments, your only concern should be how to stay alive." Kaido was taken aback. "What are you saying? Live? And then contemplate how to kill the one who did not kill you." Genmu Kenpachi spoke serenely, a smile gracing his lips. "I do not hold back. Your survival is merely a stroke of luck. Live on." Kaido stared in astonishment at the man before him, absorbing the words spoken. "Live, and return to kill me once more." Silence ensued, a prolonged stillness. Genmu Kenpachi, unperturbed, released his grip, shouldered his sword, and strolled away. At some point, Kaido regained his senses, only to find that the man had vanished. Lying on the ground, Kaido squinted his eyes and sighed deeply. "Genmu Kenpachi," he muttered. Chapter 143. The Four Emperors? How dare they disregard me and call themselves emperors? Kaido has been defeated. This suspicion lingered in the minds of the pirates engaged in the battle along the coastline. Most crucially, after the sword scar that extended to this place erupted, they heard not a whisper from that side. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That is our beast pirates captain, the Emperor Kaido. Soon, TheUchiha personally transformed into a toothless dragon, intending to fly over to investigate. Jotomu, however, could not allow Jin to pass unimpeded. Although it seemed Genmu Kenpachi held the advantage, what if both sides were equally battered? Should Jin proceed, it would surely spell doom for Genmu Kenpachi. Desperate, he entangled TheUchiha, who, unable to break free, commanded his pirates to fight with all their might. The pirates indeed launched a frenzied assault, especially the formidable natural disaster, Drought Jack. Were it not for the advantageous geography of Wano and the cooperation of numerous samurai, they might have been overwhelmed. Regardless, both Yokozuna and Jotomaru faced a disadvantage against these two calamities. The might of the Zoan-type devil fruit manifested itself fully, showcasing the ferocity of ancient dinosaurs. Without the assistance of others, they would have undoubtedly been defeated. However, as time passed, particularly with the prolonged silence from the battlefield, the morale of Kaido's crew plummeted. Surely, Kaido Dano has not truly been defeated? Why else would there be no further sounds? Why is the colossal dragon form of Kaido nowhere to be seen? Worry escalated, and spirits sank further. Yet, fortunately, Wano could not spare any forces. They were already at a disadvantage and could not hope to dispatch troops amidst the enemy's relentless assault. While they could spare a few ordinary soldiers, what good would they do? Even if Kaido allowed them to attack, what injuries could they inflict? It would be better to refrain from sending anyone. After a while, a remarkably tall man approached the shore. Kaido's eyes widened in surprise, while Jack, the drought, smiled. There stood Kaido, the man renowned as the strongest creature across land, sea, and air. His injuries had formed scabs, and although every step caused them to crack and bleed anew, his presence revitalized the spirits of the pirates while plunging the forces of Wano into despair. Where's Kenpachi? Kenpachi, Kazuki Oden murmured in disbelief. We have lost, sighed Jotomaru, recognizing the honor in facing an emperor to such a degree. However, Kaido calmly stated, let us retreat, as he walked toward a ship. No soldier dared to impede him. At that moment, even the fighting ceased. Captain, the commander of the beast pirates, was perplexed. I have lost, Kaido declared evenly. I have lost. Time seemed to freeze as everyone stood in stunned silence, unsure of what to utter. They could only watch as Kaido slowly boarded the ship, set sail, retreat. His voice was subdued, a stark contrast to the usual gruff tones of Kaido. Only then did everyone realize that this man had indeed sustained grave injuries, perhaps even near-fatal ones. Yet what of Genmu Kenpachi? Kazuki Oden pondered, perplexed. If Genmu Kenpachi were unscathed, should he not be rushing to the battlefield? Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. Had he lost his way? At this moment, the outside world remained too isolated, compounded by Kaido's swift and decisive actions. It was only now that ordinary factions were beginning to learn of Kaido's advance toward Wano. Like the world government and the other emperors, few believed Kaido would be defeated. An emperor losing? What nonsense! At most, some anti-four emperors' pirate alliances in the New World might take advantage of Kaido's absence to raid his territory and eliminate a few subordinates left behind. Nothing more would transpire. Everyone treated this matter as mere trivial conversation. In the New World, Dressrosa, with Gilgamesh now in control, significant changes were gradually unfolding in the region. Dofengurg has shifted the location of black market transactions to this area under the adept leadership of the newly appointed black market chief, Khalifa. Her skills are commendable, and her abilities have swiftly brought a substantial influx of taxes to Dressrosa. Under the directive of Gilgamesh, the entire Dressrosa has embarked on a massive infrastructure project. Bridges, roads, and ports are all under construction, leaving figures such as Shiryu idle. Despite the occasional appearance of a few troublesome pirates, they are hardly sufficient to satisfy the frustrations of Shiryu and his companions. However, engaging in conflict amongst themselves is not an option. Thus, the surrender of the once proud King Liku has drawn scorn from onlookers, who wonder why he did not hold out longer for a proper battle. Days pass in idleness as they indulge in drink and merriment, yearning for something more exciting. The four emperors are once again stirring. Shiryu, perusing the newspaper, notices the latest news, prompting others to gather around. Although Doflamingo possesses an intelligence network, it pales in comparison to that of the four emperors. Furthermore, his lack of genuine loyalty prevents him from sharing all information with his subordinates, which is why they're only now learning of these developments through the press. Wano is quite a remote location. Kaido's home is ablaze. What a useless fool. When shall we strike him? Lying around here is utterly dull. They burst into raucous laughter. Suddenly, a hand, as delicate as jade, snatches the newspaper from above their heads. The group turns in surprise to see a young figure clad in casual attire, Gilgamesh. The four-emperor Gilgamesh furrows his brow, a hint of anger lacing his voice as he remarks on the audacity of someone daring to claim the title of emperor. Chapter 144. Advancing towards the four emperors. Gilgamesh's expression darkens as he contemplates the implications of such a title. The term emperor is akin to king, with the former often regarded as more prestigious in certain regions. Such an affront cannot go unchallenged. The surrounding pirates exchange glances of confusion, for the title of four emperors has long been established and has not changed in ages. It has even existed prior to Kaido's rise among the ranks. However, seeing their leader's ire, Shiryu hesitantly inquires if Gilgamesh had never heard of the four emperors. Gilgamesh's cold retort reveals his disinterest in their fame. Shiryu's lips move, but no words come forth. Understanding dawns on the others. they realize their leader is oblivious to the existence of the four emperors. No wonder he has been so placid since acquiring Dressrosa, seemingly devoid of any intent to confront them. The realization leaves them momentarily speechless, unaware of the four emperors. How astonishing! Prepare the ships, Gilgamesh commands coldly, eager to discover the audacity of those who would dare usurp his title. Who is our target? One underling inquires curiously. Let us begin with that fellow named Kaido, Gilgamesh orders, turning to leave. The crew exchanges glances, their spirits ignited with fervor. Battle. The long-awaited thrill of combat. Shiryu caresses his blade, while the inebriated busker Chote displays an expression of excitement. The other's eyes shimmer with anticipation. They are not ignorant of the four emperors' might. But such a formidable adversary is precisely what they crave. Peaceful days are ill-suited for them. This is where their true excitement lies. Shiryu's eyes gleam with a predatory light. Such a man is worthy of allegiance. Thus they spring into action. Throughout this duration, Gilgamesh has embedded his authority into every nook and cranny of Dressrosa. Perhaps some still lean toward the Liku family, yet even they would not disobey Gilgamesh's commands. The nation springs to life. Supplies, ammunition, and formidable warriors converge upon the ships, readying for departure. Finally, they have reached this pivotal juncture. Gilgamesh lets out a soft sigh. In truth, this operation was merely a serendipitous turn of events. He had chanced upon a conversation among his subordinates and could have easily chosen to remain unnoticed. However, he astutely recognized that one of them had spotted him, leaving him with no choice but to act. As with Saitama, who never allows evil to slip by unpunished, Gilgamesh too possesses his own code of conduct. Upon hearing the title of Four Emperors, should one not be compelled to eradicate such threats? It is not merely a choice, it is imperative. Thus, he must adhere to the plan laid out by his true self. Gilgamesh breathes a quiet sigh. Zhao Su was already aware of the restrictions tied to certain character templates and had devised a plan long before. Under normal circumstances, these arrangements would be inconsequential. Yet, when unexpected events arise, one must adapt accordingly. Fortunately, the development of Dressrosa is nearly complete, with construction well underway and even schools beginning to enroll students. Otherwise, his departure might have posed some complications. In fact, the focal point of Dressrosa lies in the schools that many overlook. Indeed, one student named Itamekoto resides within this very institution. Zhao Su has realized that it is improbable for figures of great renown, like Gilgamesh and Saitama, to coexist in the same world. However, this does not preclude the existence of ordinary templates, although Itamekoto's name may not conform to typical pirate nomenclature. Who would notice the Itu Makoto in Dressrosa's school versus that in the Kingdom of Goa, given a bit more time? Zhao Su might consider subtly altering student records and the memories of teachers to introduce another Itu Makoto in the next cohort. After all, such commonplace existences do not require fame and would not attract undue attention. If all proceeds smoothly, he might even establish a school in Wano in due time, further embedding one Itu Makoto in that region, where he could remain concealed without raising any suspicions. Of course, renowned figures such as Gilgamesh and Saitama would never allow Itu Makoto the opportunity to interact with them. Proximity to such celebrities could elevate Itu Makoto's notoriety, making concealment difficult. It would be prudent to eliminate one of his avatars and notify his true self. Gilgamesh muses, recognizing that the current situation requires the oversight of his original form. In Wano, the figure of Kenpachi Zaraki pauses, his eyes narrowing. Is Gilgamesh preparing to confront the four emperors? The Gilgamesh template is formidable, yet relying solely on an avatar that can only wield a fraction of Zhao Su's true abilities to take down a four emperor is an exceedingly daunting task. It appears that he cannot remain here for too long. However, the expression of Gunmu Kenpachi remains unchanged. He does not even entertain thoughts of taking a brief respite. The current state of Wano Kuni requires Zhao Su to continue his role for a while longer, especially since today marks the establishment of the 11th Division of the Godai 13. After a lengthy period, Wano Kuni has finally selected personnel to join the 11th Division. Chapter 145. Kaido joins the Godai 13. In fact, even before the battle with Kaido commenced, Wano Kuni had begun forming the 11th Division. As a protective force for Wano Kuni, this division was essentially assembled in a manner akin to a mercenary group. The captain is Gunmu Kenpachi, and the vice-captain is Qianlu. Although every time Kazuki Oden expressed his desire to assume the alias Ahi Lu as vice-captain. Jiu Tianwan and the other loyal retainers vehemently opposed it. This was not due to their lack of support for Kazuki Oden's ambition to become vice-captain. While the 11th Division is ostensibly in a cooperative relationship with Wano Kuni, in reality, they have been granted positions akin to the city defense forces, necessitating that leadership be held by the direct lineage of Wano Kuni. Thus, it was acceptable for Ginmu Kenpachi to be the captain, but the second-in-command had to be a high-ranking official from Wano Kuni. However, they were unwilling to support Kazuki Oden's use of an alias. After all, the Kazuki clan holds immense prestige, and it is unthinkable to disguise their name. Nevertheless, Jiu Tianwan and the others ultimately could not withstand the persistence of the young girl. The other members of the division consisted mostly of ordinary samurai from Wano Kuni, but the requirements for the 11th Division were particularly stringent, which is why it took until now to gather a sufficient number of personnel. No one dared to be negligent on this matter, considering the beast pirate ships were still lingering not far from Wano Kuni's coastline. Strangely, although the reasons remain unclear, they have stubbornly chosen to remain nearby without departing or approaching. Thus, Wano Kuni still needs Ginmu Kenpachi, even if many harbor discontent towards him due to Kaido's involvement. In fact, Jiu Tianwan also harbored some dissatisfaction, as Kaido had collaborated with Kaido Oden to oppress Wano Kuni. However, faced with Ginmu Kenpachi's indifferent stance on attacking someone who cannot retaliate, stating that if one desires action, they may act on their own, Jiu Tianwan could only acquiesce to this reasoning. If I could defeat Kaido, I would have acted long ago, he thought, reluctantly accepting the rationale. This aligns well with the martial values of Wano Kuni. Thus, they could only hasten the establishment of the 11th Division, striving to bind Ginmu Kenpachi to Wano Kuni. Although some conspiracy theorists speculated that Ginmu Kenpachi was deliberately using Kaido to coerce them into acquiescing to his demands, the majority chose to disregard such notions. What a correct principle it is to refrain from attacking those without resistance. This embodies the true spirit of a samurai. Who would dare to accuse him of conspiracy or distrust the esteemed Kenpachi? Under the guidance of a group of ardent fans, such rumors quickly dissipated. Ginmu Kenpachi remained unfazed. As always, in the temporary quarters of the 10th Division in the flower capital of Wano Kuni, figures clad in Shinigami attire, swords at their waists, and the insignia of the 11th Division on their shoulders, stood in two lines, their expressions grave, beads of sweat forming on their brows as they awaited the arrival of the man. Suddenly, the door to the temporary barracks burst open. A tall man dressed in a white captain's haori stepped in with a slow and steady gait. "I am the captain of the 11th Division, Ginmu Kenpachi," he proclaimed. His commanding presence instinctively parted the ranks of his subordinates. Behind him, Kazuki Oden was casually draped over his shoulder, a smile gracing his lips. "Your age, background, and experiences are of no concern to me. Listen well," he continued, striding forward without casting a glance at his subordinates. "None of these factors would serve as justification for your presence here. However, there is one thing," he stated, and all eyes were drawn to him, instinctively swallowing hard. "My only requirement of you is strength." His gaze was sharp as he declared, "I favor the strong, those who are willing to fight." This straightforward and blunt pursuit of power, devoid of any other concerns, flowed calmly from his lips. In that moment, the newly inducted members found themselves instinctively swallowing hard, feeling the oppressive atmosphere. It was not merely a clash of ideals. It was also the overwhelming pressure emanating from this man. Suddenly, a coarse voice broke the silence. Everyone turned in unison, eyes widening in surprise. The man who had spoken was tall, with a pair of horns atop his head and a menacingly severed appendage. Clad in ill-fitting Shinigami attire, his loose garments did little to conceal his imposing physique, akin to a fearsome beast that had wandered into the world. Kazuki Oden's eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized him. "I have come," as he said. The man strode forward to confront Ginmu Kenpachi, who greeted him with a smile. It was at this moment that someone instinctively uttered the man's name, Kaido. Though Wano Kuni is closed off, Kazuki Oden has already begun plotting to open the nation. Simultaneously, despite Wano Kuni's isolation, the beast pirates are not confined. Thus, news swiftly reached the leaders of various factions. Is this true? Marshal Sengoku stood in a daze, his expression blank. "This must be a joke," Carp muttered, struggling to find the right words. "Kaido, you have fallen indeed." Charlotte Linlin squinted, her eyes filled with menace. "Is this man also a swordsman?" Mihawk narrowed his eyes, instinctively reaching for his sword. Dragon remained silent, contemplating the intelligence he had received. "Interesting," Truly interesting, Whitebeard laughed heartily, taking a hearty swig of his drink. This vast sea is teeming with nameless monsters. Yet, Whitebeard's eyes were filled with gravitas. For they had all received a shared piece of information. The four Emperors Kaido had been defeated by a man in Wano Kuni and subsequently joined the organization established by that man, the Godai 13th 11th Division, whose name is Gunmu Kenpachi. Chapter 146. Change of target. Go eliminate Charlotte Linlin. Chapter 146. A change of target to eliminate Charlotte Linlin, the four emperors. Only four unmatched powerhouses reign as sovereigns of the Grand Line in its latter phase. The notion that such individuals would bow in submission is astounding, and the audacity of one named Kingmu Jinba to accept them is nothing short of brazen. Upon hearing this news, every listener's expression turned rigid, as if they had been transformed into lifeless statues. Firstly, it is evident that Kaido is by no means a weakling. To conquer and subdue him, regardless of whether it is through coercion or intimidation, signifies that the faction known as the Godai 13 possesses considerable strength. At the very least, the presence of both Kaido and the surpassing Kingmu Jinba amounts to two entities of the four emperors' caliber, symbolizing dominance over the other sovereigns. While disparities in strength exist among the four emperors, it is implausible that two of them would falter against a single individual. The Admiral Sengoku's countenance was grim, reflecting his vexation. The balance of power among the seas had previously been maintained, with the navy, the four emperors, and the warlords forming a triad of forces whose relative strengths kept conflict at bay. Should any one faction grow excessively powerful, it would inevitably lead to turmoil, which is precisely why the warlord system was instituted. Sengoku, as a member of the navy, did not wish to eliminate the pirates, but the costs associated with such actions were exorbitant, yielding scant rewards. In truth, the warlord policy proved effective, particularly during Sengoku's tenure. The earlier part of the Grand Line had largely quelled major conflicts, allowing the navy to concentrate on the wars of its latter phase. This was also a reason why Akainu dared to position the navy's headquarters in the New World. However, now, with Kingmu Jinba, Uchiha Madara, and Gilgamesh emerging as prominent threats, Sengoku's voice grew somber. Uchiha Madara's capabilities could undoubtedly overpower the navy's forces, while Gilgamesh, though discreet, could trigger significant upheaval. Kingmu Jinba, previously unheard of, had now erupted onto the scene, raising concerns about the abundance of powerful adversaries in these waters. Fortunately, Sengoku sighed, for there remained one glimmer of hope, the navy. "What shall we do, Sengoku?" Carp inquired, his usual mirth replaced by a weighty seriousness. According to intelligence from the world government, Kaido had begun to replace the flags of his territories with that of the 11th Division. This was no mere facade of submission. As a four emperor, Kaido commanded vast territories, most of which were under his protection, akin to the relationship between Whitebeard and the Fishmen. Yet now, he sought to change even the banners. If not for their profound disbelief, they might have suspected that Kaido had truly surrendered. The thought infuriated Sengoku. How could Kaido be so compliant? As for Kingmu Jinba, he audaciously accepted Kaido. Not only Sengoku, but even the denizens of Wano were filled with skepticism. Why would one retain Kaido? He was a veritable powder keg, liable to rebel at any moment if he were wounded. Even disregarding his history with Wano, harboring him seemed unwise. Yet, Kingmu Jinba offered no explanation, and Kaido, disdainful, refused to justify himself to the likes of them. Many within the Beast Pirates harbored similar doubts, but Kaido asserted, "Submit if you wish, if not, leave." In contrast to Wano, the Beast Pirates existed solely under Kaido's dominion, and dissenters faced dire consequences. The crew, though filled with internal discontent, ultimately complied with Kaido's order to join the Godai 13, as those who dared to contemplate departure found themselves met with lethal force. The Beast Pirates were not a club one could enter or exit at will. Kaido himself was the enforcer, and those around him seemed to have forgotten his previous declaration that dissenters would meet their demise. The Beast Pirates remained relatively stable, yet a significant number from Wano opposed the integration, particularly the samurai who had allied with the pirates, unwilling to see such individuals join the 11th Division. Kaido finally addressed them, stating, "Is the 11th Division yours?" This rhetoric rendered them speechless. If it was not their faction, why should members with enmity towards them be excluded? Many samurai secretly vowed that he would inevitably rebel. Unpredictably, Kaido adhered to the regulations of the 11th Division, accepting punishment for his occasional mistakes. On one occasion, a group of samurai, bereaved by the actions of the pirate crew, sought vengeance but found Kaido unperturbed, enduring their assaults until they exhausted themselves, at which point he silently withdrew. Meanwhile, the revelation of a four-emperor submitting to an obscure man had spread through the newspapers, capturing the attention of all across the seas. The notion that a four-emperor could yield was astonishing, with many eyes widening in disbelief. Even Gilgamesh, poised to set sail against Kaido, expressed surprise at the news of Kaido's submission. Can such a person still be considered a four-emperor? Mused the hunter, Katarina Dupont, with a calmness that belied the gravity of the situation. He will undoubtedly lose that title. Indeed, this was our target, chuckled Don Quixote da Flamingo, his demeanor lightening significantly. At least they would not have to confront a four-emperor directly. However, the capability of one named Kingmu Jinba to defeat and subjugate Kaido indicated that this sea was rife with formidable beings. "My king, what should we do?" inquired Doflamingo. "Oomph." Gilgamesh scoffed, disdain evident on his face as he clutched the newspaper. "A false king who dares to submit to others is unworthy of respect. For now, I shall overlook it, considering his imminent loss of the title that offends me." Doflamingo then asked, "Which of the remaining three emperors is nearest to us? Is it not Charlotte Linlin of Whole Cake Island?" Doflamingo responded, realizing the implications. "Then let us shift our focus and eliminate her," Gilgamesh declared without hesitation. Chapter 147, The Wrath of Big Mom. As a result, Gilgamesh boldly declared that a king ought to stand in the most resplendent of places, charging directly towards his enemies without any pretense. They, too, abandoned their disguises, for subterfuge hardly suited these formidable pirates. In fact, they wore expressions of eager anticipation at the prospect of confronting the four emperors, who would dare to openly proclaim their intentions. "We dare." The moment the Navy received intelligence regarding Gilgamesh's movements from a certain informant, his plans were laid bare. The strategy was exceedingly straightforward. Locate her and eliminate her. Ignoring the pretenders who claimed kingship, the true monarch has arrived. This revelation left Sengoku and the others exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Although the great pirates of the New World had never shied away from provoking the four emperors, such an unabashed individual was a first. Truly, it was audacious. Gilgamesh was indeed formidable and cunning, causing a twitch at the corner of the mouth of the Navy strategist, who sighed deeply. Karp laughed heartily, finding the situation entertaining. He was eager to see if Gilgamesh could indeed vanquish Charlotte Linlin. The Navy was well aware of Gilgamesh's prowess, though he ranked slightly lower than Uchiha Madara and appeared weaker than the recently ascendant Kenpachi Zaraki. Nonetheless, he was undoubtedly a powerful figure capable of inflicting considerable damage, even in defeat. Regrettably, the Navy found themselves unable to intervene. Sengoku shook his head in resignation, acknowledging their current weakness. While the wounds of the likes of Kurizumi and others were nearly healed, the Navy's dignity had been significantly undermined by Uchiha Madara. The seas were turbulent, and the Navy was stretched thin. Otherwise, they might have been able to assist Gilgamesh in defeating Charlotte Linlin. Sengoku squinted, contemplating the ramifications. Charlotte Linlin was indeed a formidable adversary, significantly impacting maritime peace. Eliminating her would be a boon. At the very least, Gilgamesh's connection to Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the seven warlords, would affirm Sengoku's policy regarding the warlords. But could it be done? Sengoku shook his head. After all, the four emperors reigned supreme over the seas. Just as he was about to dismiss the notion, he suddenly recalled Kaido. Kaido was also one of the four emperors and the most fearsome among them. After a moment of silence, Sengoku sighed. If Gilgamesh were to defeat Charlotte Linlin, his stature within the Navy's intelligence hierarchy would undoubtedly rise. What does it matter? Karp remarked nonchalantly, munching on senbei. If anyone should be anxious, it was Charlotte Linlin herself. Sengoku paused, then smiled. Indeed, in reality, both he and Karp shared the same thought. Charlotte Linlin was indeed in a state of agitation. Or rather, fury. With a thunderous crash, she shattered a building with a single slap. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Charlotte Linlin's eyes gleamed with ferocity, as if they could devour a person whole. Mother, calm down, urged Perispero, her eldest son. It's not the first time someone has provoked you. Before he could finish, a gust of wind nearly swept him off his feet. With wide eyes, Charlotte Linlin stormed toward him. But this is the first time someone dares to speak so boldly to me. I will slay him. Her furious roars sent tremors throughout the entirety of Cake Island, causing her children to cover their ears, too fearful to speak further. Not long before Gilgamesh raised the banner against the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin had been mocking Kaido in her chamber. She had laughed at him for quite some time, deriding him as a worthless fool whose reputation was tarnished. If I were in his position, no one would dare to provoke me. Moreover, she scorned those who submitted to the weak, viewing it as a profound disgrace. How could such a being dare to be mentioned in the same breath as her? The Charlotte family was acutely aware of the connection between Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, having once sailed together on the same ship. With both hailing from the ranks of the four emperors, a competitive spirit was inevitable. Now, with Kaido bowing to others while Charlotte Linlin remained an emperor, it was no wonder she felt prideful. Yet, her pride was short-lived. Just as she was preparing to invade Kaido's territory, news arrived of someone daring to challenge her. How could this not incite her wrath? Mother, please calm down. At this critical moment, it was Charlotte's second son, Katakuri, who managed to steady her. Holding his trident, he spoke solemnly. Rushing over now will only grant that Gilgamesh a reputation. Regardless of his success, our involvement will only amplify his notoriety. It would be wiser to wait for him to approach us and then crush him. Katakuri's suggestion echoed the tactics of attention-seeking celebrities from a bygone era. By actively engaging, they would only play into his hands. It was better to remain indifferent and wait for him to approach, ready to strike. Hearing this, Charlotte Linlin's fury subsided somewhat, bringing a measure of relief. The Charlotte family's children exchanged glances, finally exhaling a breath of relief. Pirates and celebrities are not the same. It was clear that the second son was merely placating their mother. Still, managing to calm her was a significant achievement. Katakuri, who is this Gilgamesh? A small hand gently tugged at Katakuri, belonging to Brule. He dares to provoke mother. Katakuri glanced back slightly. He is a man on the brink of death. Knowing this is enough. Chapter 148. Let us go. I will take you to find history. Fourth update requested. Chapter 148. Let us go. I will take you to find history. Fourth update requested. Charlotte Linlin seethed with rage, yet awaited Gilgamesh's arrival in the land of Wa. In truth, many were closely monitoring Gilgamesh's movements. Was he truly intent on confronting Big Mom, or was he merely shrouding his true intentions behind a veneer of aggression? Nevertheless, this did not prevent Doflamingo from leveraging the situation to extract benefits from the world government. For instance, could the sky gold of Dressrosa be exempt from trade tariffs? Could there be favorable terms for taxation? Many of Doflamingo's requests aimed to benefit Dressrosa, but some were also devised for his own gain. Gilgamesh was aware of this, but remained unconcerned. Expecting the horse to run swiftly while denying it fodder was nothing more than a pipe dream. Doflamingo could certainly seek personal advantage, but only on the condition that he fulfilled the tasks assigned by Gilgamesh. However, contrary to what most imagined, Gilgamesh did not charge directly towards the land of Wa to confront Charlotte Linlin. Instead, he began by seizing the islands under her dominion, bearing her flag. One step at a time. The lands I traverse shall become my territory, Gilgamesh stated calmly. Those false kings ought to return the lands to me. He intended to claim all territories along his voyage to the land of Wa while sailing forth. Upon hearing the news, Xiate Ling Ling nearly smashed Cake Island and almost caused the demise of Ka-Ta-Ku-Li. However, Gilgamesh found himself in a state of helplessness, as he could only rely on his avatar to buy time, due to pressing matters concerning his true self. Zhao Su, the true embodiment, was indeed preoccupied with significant affairs. Not trivial ones, but rather matters of courtship. When will you take me to see the historical text, Nico Robin? She asked, biting her lip. Soon, very soon. I will take you there immediately. Zhao Su replied, stifling yawn. Do you have any other concerns? Robin inquired, her brow furrowed. With the kingdom of Goa now in a stable condition, her presence or absence would not significantly impact matters. The world government had just endured a setback and would not act rashly. The turmoil in the new world provided a perfect guise for their actions. What are you waiting for? Robin's last statement carried a hint of indignation. She had once made an agreement with Zhao Su to assist him in resolving the issues within the kingdom of Goa. Although primarily relying on Uchiha Bido to suppress the navy, Robin had also contributed significantly. Not to mention, during Abido's battles, there were no disturbances at the rear, a testament to Robin's efforts. Even Long, upon learning of this later, would exclaim that she truly was the beacon of their revolution. Robin was not a specialized politician or official, yet she accomplished what ordinary officials could not. It could be said that she possessed a natural talent, bolstered by her background as an archaeologist, but her diligence was equally noteworthy. After the Navy was repelled, Robin did not immediately demand compensation. as the Revolutionary Army was overwhelmed with various governmental affairs. However, at this juncture, she could no longer contain herself. "What are you waiting for?" Robin pressed, her teeth clenched. "I am waiting for my true self," Zhao Su thought inwardly, though he reassured her verbally, "Do not worry, it will be soon." In truth, he had no idea what his true self would do. The news from the Avatar could reach the true self upon its disappearance. But the thoughts of the true self could not be conveyed to the Avatar. "O true self, when will you arrive?" Zhao Su sai internally. Meanwhile, the true Zhao Su was aboard of Amana, making every effort to return swiftly. "Truly unfortunate. All matters seem to converge at once," he lamented, pressing forward. 3 days later, aboard a swiftly sailing vessel, Robin gazed at Zhao Su at the bow, pondering, "Why was I unable to persuade you before, yet now you bring me along?" Just 3 days prior, she had even suggested that he simply reveal the location of the historical text so she could seek it out herself. But Zhao Su had resolutely denied her. However, 3 days later, he seemed more anxious than she, having assembled the fastest ship in the Revolutionary Army and equipped it with several eternal log poses for immediate departure. He had even secured 3 Sea Kings to propel the vessel across the calm belt and into the Grand Line, as if a matter of great urgency awaited them. Indeed, there was urgency. Zhao Su cast a glance at Robin, considering that Gilgamesh was currently challenging the 4 emperors, and it was conceivable that Xiate Ling Ling might pursue them in fury, although the Avatar would not fear her. The portion of Gilgamesh's strength that the Avatar could exhibit would struggle to subdue her. The Avatar could only wield a fraction of the true self's abilities, and Gilgamesh's heroic spirit was intertwined with Zhao Su's essence. It was a challenging endeavor, and Zhao Su could not afford to be complacent. Alas, the burden of fame weighs heavily. He feigned a sigh. Yet in truth, there were complications with Kenpachi Zaraki. Kaido's entry into the 11th Division was not merely for frivolity. It was a reaction to the threat posed by Kenpachi's survival. Whether the Avatar could masquerade before a being of such caliber remained uncertain. After all, in the world of One Piece, there always existed inexplicable instincts that might unveil something. "Where are you taking me?" Robin softly inquired. Zhao Su turned to her and replied, "To Alabasta." Chapter 149, Arrival at Alabasta. The Kingdom of Alabasta is one of the superpowers situated within the Grand Line, with its capital being Alyabarna. It boasts a standing army of 600,000, and although the entire nation is engulfed in desert, its national strength remains formidable. The Nefertari family, a royal lineage among the 20 original families that established the world government, differs from the celestial dragons in that they did not relinquish their nation to others, but instead entered the Holy Land themselves, making them a rare exception among royalty. They treat their citizens with kindness, and despite the perennial drought, the populace lives relatively well. Is the historical text truly here? Robin squinted her eyes, gazing at the distant sands from a ship. They had not docked at a regular port, but had chosen a location near the coastline. Although the Revolutionary Army had signed a peace treaty with the world government, everyone understood that such agreements were mere scraps of paper, useful only for wiping. In reality, neither the Revolutionary Army nor the world government intended to be constrained by a piece of paper. Dragon fervently spread the revolutionary ideals, while the world government's spies relentlessly sought out the Revolutionary Army stronghold. Of course, since a treaty had been publicly signed, neither side would act recklessly until they were prepared. It was merely for appearances. Robin cast a glance at Zhao Su, pondering that if the world government's agents discovered the brother of Uchiha Obito was present, they might dispatch 3 admirals to confront him. Indeed, the historical text is here. Zhao Su nodded and leaped from the ship. "Let's proceed," he stated as he landed lightly on the water surface. Robin blinked her beautiful eyes and replied, "Indeed." Zhao Su, with utmost seriousness, remarked, "Leaving traces by docking the vessel is unwise. It is best that we proceed on foot." Robin's eyes narrowed, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "But this is the sea, and I am a devil fruit user. Devil fruit users cannot swim." "Ah, I completely forgot about that." Zhao Su feigned astonishment. "Moreover, I neglected to bring a small boat. A large ship would dare not approach the shore recklessly, as the hidden reefs could spell disaster." "What do you propose we do then?" Robin queried, glancing at Zhao Su. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Su spread his arms. "I suppose I must carry you across." "That is the only option," Robin responded, her beautiful eyes twinkling with amusement. "This is the only solution I could conceive. Do you possess any other ideas?" Zhao Su smiled. his expression feigning politeness. Indeed, this is the sole option. However, in significant matters, one must not be overly fastidious. Robin, do not feel too reserved. Robin huffed lightly, casting him a sidelong glance before leaping gracefully into Zhao Su's embrace. She is not merely an innocent young girl, despite having had no intimate encounters with men thus far. The days of wandering have imparted her with a profound understanding of various matters. Though a hint of blush graces her cheeks, her demeanor remains remarkably composed. Shall we go? Zhao Su nodded and proceeded at a leisurely pace, akin to that of elderly couples strolling in the park, who would be foolish enough to hasten their steps. Savoring the beauty in his arms and the subtle fragrance mingled with the scent of the sea breeze, it felt as though two hands were yearning to act. Robin squinted slightly. Can't you walk a bit faster? Zhao Su replied with an air of tranquility. I cannot. The sea's waves are quite formidable. A sudden surge could capsize the boat. Robin glanced at the calm surface of the sea. Capsize? Indeed, capsize. The spot where Zhao Su and his companions disembarked was near a city named ImpersonatorWho, renowned as the Green City, the most verdant locale in Alabasta. Their destination was Yuba, the heart of Alabasta's greenery. However, in a few years, these once rain-soaked and prosperous regions would have transformed beyond recognition. The cause of this was none other than Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea who resided in the Alabasta kingdom. As Robin walked across the arid desert, she spoke calmly. So it is here? Zhao Su nodded in acknowledgement. I have heard he has become a hero in this nation. Robin cast a glance back at Irmir, her eyes narrowing slightly. The title of hero was something she had heard from the inhabitants of Irmir. Do you think a warlord of the sea can truly be a hero? Zhao Su responded with a wry smile. Of course not. Robin narrowed her eyes. That individual is notorious for his brutality as a pirate. Yet, he has indeed eliminated many pirates here in Alabasta. There are countless pirates in this region. If one is not ruthless and powerful enough, what merit is there in being a warlord of the sea? Alabasta is a nation close to the entrance of the Grand Line, implying frequent encounters with pirates daring to breach its threshold. Though these pirates may not possess the ferocity of those in the New World, it is evident that they are far from docile. Furthermore, their numbers vastly exceed those of the New World pirates. From this perspective, Crocodile must indeed be formidable. I advise you to exercise caution. Zhao Su yawned. Our objectives are quite similar. Quite, Robin replied with a narrowed gaze. Our aim seems to be the historical texts. Does it not? Indeed, Zhao Su nodded. But what could he possibly want with the historical texts? Before Robin could finish her thought, her eyes narrowed once more. Not just any historical texts. The common historical text that Robin pursues can be broadly categorized into 2 types. One that records information about ancient weapons, and another that chronicles the blank century. Clearly, Crocodile is not a passionate archaeologist devoted to unearthing the truth of history. However, if he is pursuing historical texts, it implies. Robin squinted as she glanced at Zhao Su. Are there truly historical texts here? Chapter 150. Sand Crocodile. Second update. In truth, even before arriving, and even now, Robin struggles to believe Zhao Su's words. He had previously mentioned several locations of historical texts, including those belonging to the Yonko Charlotte Linlin. Now, in the great nation of Alabasta, an ancient civilization, there exists the possibility of historical texts. Yet, both the Yonko and Alabasta merely possess the potential for such texts. Without having seen the historical texts, Robin harbors doubts. For 10 years, she has wandered in pursuit of historical texts, having discovered only one location beneath the Tree of Knowledge in O'Hara. Meanwhile, Zhao Su claims to know numerous locations of historical texts, which is hard to dismiss as mere boasting. This skepticism is one of the reasons Robin insisted he accompany her. If there were no historical texts, she would not heed his words as before. Initially, Robin was indeed a captive of Zhao Su and Uchiha Madara. Yet there exists a distinction between captives who labor diligently and those who do not. Some even work tirelessly. However, upon hearing news of Crocodile, Robin begins to entertain the possibility. Seizing a nation is no trivial matter. Even a fellow warlord Doflamingo requires extensive scheming. Alabasta is not a minor nation. Its strength and connections to the celestial dragons render it more challenging to manipulate than ordinary nations. Even Crocodile must plot for years, possibly a decade, to truly seize this nation. Why would a warlord invest such time in a nation of this scale rather than target a smaller, easier one? He must covet something beyond the nation itself, perhaps something like an ancient weapon. Robin gently bit her lip, her eyes narrowing as she walked forward slowly, while Zhao Su observed her in silence. After a lengthy pause, "Why do you keep staring at me?" Robin's cheeks flushed slightly. "Your gaze is rather invasive, sweeping from head to toe. Because you are beautiful," Zhao Su chuckled. "Not only your appearance, but also your attire." He refrained from exaggerating her beauty, focusing instead on her clothing. Alabasta, as a desert nation, bears significant cultural differences from the seas. For instance, the attire of dancers features short tops that expose their alabaster midriffs, elegant long sleeves, and a variety of gold and silver adornments. The flowing skirts dance with every step. Robin shot him an exasperated glance. "Isn't this attire your choice? Wearing such clothing across the desert, what were you thinking?" Though she said little more, the impracticality of the outfit was evident. However, the intense sunlight was obscured by swirling dust overhead. The ground beneath their feet had hardened into a path, leading straight ahead. With each step Zhao Su took, the path seemed to expand. Though traversing the desert, it felt not unlike walking through a city. This must be the so-called ninjutsu, Robin mused to herself. By now, the members of the Revolutionary Army had become familiar with the abilities of Uchiha Madara and Zhao Su. They were not wielders of devil fruit powers, but utilized a peculiar ability known as ninjutsu. This versatile skill could be employed for offense, defense, and even walking, with no need to concern themselves with various forms of water techniques. The existence of something called a storage scroll fulfilled their needs. "How impressive," Robin whispered in admiration. It was not merely strength. There was an irrefutable kind of power. Zhao Su, indifferent to her reaction, continued to admire Robin's slender figure, considering it a scenic view while extending his senses in search of historical texts. His choice of route to Yuba was no mere coincidence. He had purposefully come here. In Alabasta, there exist two historical texts. One resides in the royal tomb, while the other is a discovery made by Luffy and his companions, who stumbled upon it in an ancient ruin while traversing the desert. Currently, he is in pursuit of the historical text within this ruin. He is well aware of the locations of the other historical texts and can estimate the time required to reach them. However, this particular text necessitates a slow and thorough search, the duration of which remains uncertain. Thus, he has prioritized this quest. Fortunately, his current prowess and perceptive abilities are formidable. Relying solely on chance would render his efforts futile. At present, Zhao Su and Robin are following the same path that Luffy and his friends took towards Yuba, scanning their surroundings as they proceed. The vastness of the desert makes it unclear whether they are walking in a straight line, necessitating a careful search. Meanwhile, in Rain Base, the Rain Dinner is the largest casino in Alabasta and serves as Crocodile's stronghold. Although Crocodile has recently arrived in Alabasta, the opulence of Rain Base has yet to become apparent. Nonetheless, as Crocodile's base, it is not only his lair but also the hub of Baroque works. In the uppermost chamber of Rain Dinner, a man clad in a fur coat and holding a cigar answered a transponder snail. "Hello, is this the boss, mister? We have discovered an intriguing individual." Crocodile squinted. "What person?" "It's the woman you instructed us to keep an eye on. She has arrived in Alabasta." Crocodile's eyes narrowed with sudden interest. "You mean Robin?" "She is here." Chapter 151. Vivi, the Little Lowly. Third update requested. Crocodile's expression revealed a hint of surprise, a rarity for one who seldom displays emotion. This alone was testament to his delight. He had occasionally stumbled upon information concerning the historical texts, ultimately pinpointing the location of the Pluton within the kingdom of Alabasta. However, mere discovery of information is futile. The knowledge of Pluton is inscribed within the historical texts, and without the ability to decipher them, who could unlock their secrets? While the world government might possess such individuals, acquiring their assistance is an impossibility. King Nefertari Cobra of the Alabasta Kingdom may also have the capacity to interpret the historical texts, but Crocodile, based on his assessment of the king, believes he would never divulge such secrets. It is understandable. Who would confide such confidential information to an enemy intent on seizing their nation? Perhaps the Wano country also understands the methods for interpreting the historical texts, but they are isolated, and with Kaido and the newly emerged figure known as Enma's Jinbei, he cannot afford to act recklessly. Yet, in reality, he possesses a fourth option, Nico Robin, the woman famed as the daughter of the devil. Uchiha Obito would undoubtedly refrain from emerging from Wano at this juncture, as it has already been designated as their base. Should he do so, the world government would seize the opportunity. Thus, Nico Robin is alone, though perhaps not entirely alone. But does it matter? Aside from Uchiha Obito, what other individual could he possibly be concerned about? Quickly investigate Nico Robin's whereabouts, Crocodile ordered curtly. At this moment, Robin gazed excitedly at the immense stone before her, her eyes seemingly aglow. Zhao Su smirked, recalling how he had once pined for her attention, only to have his efforts overshadowed by her current fixation on the historical text. Robin, help me lift it, she instinctively instructed, still captivated by the text. Zhao Su complied, grasping the square stone and raising it. The historical text was inscribed by the ancestors of the Kazuki clan during the century of blankness on imperishable stone, distributed across the world. Its defining characteristic is its extraordinary hardness, so resilient that even the world government cannot obliterate it. Otherwise, it would not have survived under their relentless suppression for so long. With the world government's prolonged blockade and the inherent rarity of the historical texts, locating one has become exceedingly challenging. Robin, after a decade of wandering, had found only a single text until now. The sight of this second one filled her with immense joy. Lift it higher, carefully now. It's a precious artifact. If you damage it, how will you bear the responsibility? Robin commanded, her tone casual yet instinctively protective. Fine, given your insatiable thirst for historical texts, I forgive you. Zhao Su replied, though he noted that his earlier expressions may not have been entirely appropriate for the situation. However, Robin's expression seemed to mirror a similar longing, as if this place were her ideal sanctuary for exploration. After an extensive period, Robin meticulously recorded the small inscriptions on the historical text onto a piece of paper, repeatedly cross-referencing them for accuracy until she finally exhaled in relief. In truth, despite the text's enormity, the inscriptions were not excessively numerous in Zhao Su's estimation. They could only fill a couple of pages of notes. He pondered what allure these words held that captivated her for 6 or 7 hours. All right, it's time for us to depart. Zhao Su stretched, aware that another historical text awaited them. Indeed, Robin enthusiastically nodded, her face flushed with excitement. She had finally shed her previously precocious demeanor, embodying the vivacious spirit of her age. By the way, Zhao Su, Robin suddenly furrowed her brow. Could you use sand to seal the entrance we came through? After a moment's hesitation, she added, I worry that this ruin might be jeopardized. We should not leave traces of our entry. Ruins are meant to be protected. Clearly, if the world government learned of the historical text here, they would dispatch forces to reclaim it from Madara, a scenario Robin wished to avoid at all costs. I understand, Zhao Su nodded. Their next destination was the capital of Alabasta, Alyabarna. In truth, he was no longer particularly concerned about the other historical text. The one that recorded the location of Pluton was Crocodile's objective, not Robin's. However, even if he were to voice this, Robin would likely remain skeptical. After all, aside from Robin, no one else could decipher the historical texts. So how do you know it contains the location of Pluton? Thus, the two of them made their way toward the royal tomb, where the historical text lay within the sacrificial hall. The royal tomb was naturally guarded by soldiers, but these posed little challenge for Zhao Su. A mere illusion caused them to overlook the presence of Luobin and Zhao Su. Once Luobin discovered the historical text, he immediately became engrossed in its interpretation, while Zhao Su, unconcerned, casually advised her to avoid making too much noise to attract the soldiers before departing. Immersed in the analysis, Luobin paid no mind to her surroundings. This was not the previous ruins where Zhao Fu would be limited to idling away time. Thus, he chose to wander about, for he had yet to fully explore the Desert Kingdom. The palace of the Desert Kingdom possessed a distinct architectural style, markedly different from others, making it worthy of admiration. Zhao Su strolled leisurely, unperturbed by the possibility of soldiers discovering him. At worst, he could deploy another illusion. As he walked, he was suddenly confronted by a lovely little girl. What are you doing here? Zhao Su turned to find a charming young girl before him. Dressed in an elegant desert gown, she exuded both grace and cuteness, with her hair styled in playful braids. She must be the princess within the palace. Chapter 152. The villain who steals lollipops from the little girl. Nafaru Talavai Vivi, princess of the Alabasta Kingdom and a former member of the Straw Hat Pirates, was now 9 years old. Who are you? I've never seen you in the palace before. Vivi squinted, a hint of suspicion flickering in her eyes. I just arrived, Zhao Su replied calmly, nodding. Just arrived? Just a new guard? Vivi tilted her head adorably. Just a rogue, Zhao Su stated with an air of nonchalance. What is a rogue? Vivi blinked innocently. That is a rather intricate question, but generally, it refers to those who often tease little girls, Zhao Su pondered before adding. Even those who snatch their lollipops. Isn't that a bad person? Vivi gazed at him with wide, round eyes. Your assertion holds merit. Zhao Su acknowledged with a nod before retrieving a sizable lollipop from his pocket. Would you like some? The lollipop was impressively large, with a long stick nearly the length of Vivi's arm. It was a kaleidoscope of colors, swirling together like a rainbow, and Vivi's eyes followed the vibrant patterns with fascination. This exquisite confection had been pilfered from the heavens, a true delicacy worthy of tribute. While Alabasta was an ancient kingdom with considerable economic strength, the Nafru Talavai family maintained strict decorum. Such treats were not typically permitted. Vivi swallowed hard, her expression akin to a martyr's as she recounted her father's admonition against consuming others' possessions. Ah, I see, Zhao Su said, pausing momentarily before setting the lollipop aside. This is no longer mine. I have no need for it now. Then I want it. Vivi immediately exclaimed, leaning closer. She unwrapped the candy and began to lick it eagerly. Her small mouth struggled to accommodate the large lollipop, forcing her to savor it bit by bit, her eyes narrowing in delight, exuding an irresistibly charming demeanor. However, before long, a hand reached out and swiftly snatched the lollipop from Vivi's grasp. Vivi was momentarily stunned, gazing at Zhao Su with a bewildered expression. Do not look at me like that, Zhao Su smiled. As I mentioned, I am indeed the villain who teases girls and pilfers lollipops from little ones. He proceeded to lick the lollipop. Your cheeks are puffed up in indignation, yet you do not possess the vocabulary to scold me, merely saying, you are a bad person. I am indeed a bad person, Zhao Su chuckled, continuing to enjoy the treat. Isn't it better for us to share a lollipop amicably? I can always treat you to another later, he added, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Seeing this, Vivi's eyes brimmed with tears before she lunged toward him. Give me back my candy. Meanwhile, Crocodile, with narrowed eyes, surveyed the heavily guarded royal tomb. Are we certain? Nico Robin is within, he inquired. Yes, Mr. One confirmed quietly. The intel indicates she is here. Though Robin was wary of being followed, it was impossible to eliminate every vendor along the way to erase her traces. As long as she remained in one place, she would eventually be found. Typically, Robin preferred stealthy operations, as she rarely lingered in one spot for long. However, now that she had a destination tied to the historical text, she had to endure the associated risks. If she did not wait for the world government and Marines to occupy themselves with the likes of Kaido and Gilgamesh, she could have set sail sooner. Based on previous timelines, she had allotted herself ample time to read and depart. Yet, Crocodile's emergence had heightened the tension within the Baroque works. Our leader is one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile mused, and the vision of a shared utopia, made more tangible by the presence of the warlords, invigorates our ranks. Though Crocodile had initially wished to remain incognito, the situation had escalated to the point where he could no longer conceal his identity. What did it matter? As long as he obtained the Pluton, he would secure his goals. Crocodile, eyes narrowed, scanned the vicinity, confirming that someone had indeed seen Nico Robin enter. Yes, it seems there is also a man accompanying her, Mr. One noted, observing the soldier's lack of reaction. Good, Crocodile nodded. What shall we do now? What are we to do? Mr. One queried. Without hesitation, Crocodile's eyes narrowed as he took decisive action. In the next instant, a tempest of sand surged towards the royal tomb. Boom! The ground trembled. What happened? Robin gasped, nearly losing her footing as she was pulled from her obsession with the historical text. What is going on? She turned toward the entrance, where the sounds of guards' cries and battle echoed ominously. Is Zhao Su in trouble? Robin instinctively thought, but quickly shook her head. It shouldn't be him. After all, he had brazenly marched in with her. If he were in jeopardy, then she could no longer afford to leisurely peruse the historical texts. Nonetheless, despite her belief that Zhao Su was not in danger, the commotion indicated that she could no longer indulge in her studies. This journey necessitates the concealment of one's whereabouts, and ideally, it is best to remain unseen. Swift escape is paramount. However, Robin cast a glance at the surrounding ancient relics, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Should a battle erupt in such a place, these ancient sites would suffer. Perhaps it is better to ascertain who has arrived. If they are relatively weak, I could quietly capture them to prevent any disturbance to the relics. Robin squinted, straining to listen. The faint sounds of slaughter, wails of despair, and the howling wind reached her ears. Suddenly, a gust of sand swept through, quickly coalescing into a humanoid form before her. Robin gasped, Crocodile. Chapter 153. Robin, I have come to find you. To her surprise, our devil child miss seems to know my name. Crocodile remarked with a chilling smile. Who doesn't he know the name of the Shichibukai? Robin's expression shifted as she inhaled deeply. Is that so? I thought I was the one with the least notoriety among the Shichibukai. Crocodile narrowed his eyes, and though his tone was somewhat jesting, it held a kernel of truth. The Shichibukai possess considerable strength, yet even a cursory glance at their bounties reveals that Crocodile ranks among the lowest. This does not imply he is weak. In fact, Crocodile is quite formidable. His Logia-type abilities alone pose a significant threat, as they allow him to ignore enemy attacks and unleash calamities. Even a fool could achieve great deeds with such power, let alone someone of Crocodile's caliber. However, the glaring weakness of Crocodile's abilities is his aversion to water, a nearly intolerable flaw in this age of piracy. Thus, he finds himself with the lowest bounty among the Shichibukai, were it not for his Logia powers. He might not have even been invited by the world government. Yet in this desert kingdom, he is invincible. What brings you here, Robin? She narrowed her eyes and swallowed hard. What do you mean, what brings me here? Crocodile's cold smile reappeared as he gazed at the historical text nearby. This must be the historical text, documenting the location of the ancient weapon Pluton. Crocodile suddenly turned to Robin. You've been here long enough. You must have translated it by now. Robin bit her lip. Yes, I have translated it. In fact, it confirms what you said. This historical text records the location of Pluton. This text chronicles the blank century of history, Robin stated. It is not the Pluton's location that you seek. She attempted to feign ignorance, but Crocodile dismissed her words with a scoff. Is this not what the Revolutionary Army pursues? Robin's lips twitched. She found herself at a loss for words. After all, she was indeed part of the Revolutionary Army. As a member of the Revolutionary Army, she ought to be engaged in revolution rather than running around in the kingdom of Goa. If she were in her position, she wouldn't believe it either. However, the truth is that this has little to do with the Revolutionary Army, and it does indeed record the location of an ancient weapon. I have long sought the historical text. I came here only upon discovering it, Robin murmured, making one last effort. Yes, I just happened upon the historical text of the king, Crocodile scoffed. Robin's expression stiffened. Aren't you afraid of the Revolutionary Army's retaliation? I am already here. Do you think I would still be afraid? Crocodile replied impatiently. My patience is limited. Do you truly believe I wouldn't act against you? In the next moment, his gaze sharpened. And if you do, what then? Robin retorted, her resolve hardening. Do you truly think I fear you? She had participated in several great battles alongside Uchiha Madara and the Navy, though she merely cheered from the sidelines without any real contribution in combat. Yet, that did not mean she would cower before Shichibukai. Robin crossed her arms defiantly. Crocodile's eyes narrowed as he sprouted 6 arms. In the next instant, those arms seized his neck, arms, and legs, exerting force to bend his body backward. This maneuver could easily shatter an enemy's bones. Yet rather than ease, Robin's expression grew even more serious. With a sweep, her arms grasped at emptiness. Crocodile transformed into sand and reassembled. The Logia-type devil fruit truly poses a challenge, Robin thought, her eyes narrowing. Her abilities are formidable, yet insufficient. As a Paramecia-type user of the Hana no Mi, she can make any part of her body bloom on any tangible object within her line of sight, enabling her to attack or utilize it for other purposes. However, this merely amounts to ordinary joint attacks. Facing an opponent who cannot be harmed by physical strikes, her abilities become utterly useless. If only I could use Haki, Robin whispered. Haki is the power to seize a devil fruit user with one's own flesh. But though Robin fights using joint techniques, she is not the type to engage in direct confrontation. Furthermore, without training in a structured environment like Amazon Lily, awakening armament Haki proves exceedingly difficult. At present, without Haki, she simply cannot strike Crocodile. Using sea-stone weaponry is also problematic. Robin's abilities rely on her suddenly sprouting arms, which do not come equipped with weapons. And she herself is a devil fruit user. It seems you have no intention of surrendering peacefully, Crocodile remarked, his eyes icy. Well then, translating a text requires no physical exertion. In the next moment, a storm gathered. Desert soared. Crocodile's arms transformed into sand blades and struck out, unleashing a wave of sand that surged toward Robin like a razor-sharp sword. This is bad. Robin's expression shifted as she instinctively prepared to evade, yet suddenly found herself frozen in place. Behind her stood the historical stone tablet and the precious relics that preserve cultural remnants. Should Crocodile's attack destroy these, she would become a criminal against history. The significance of history outweighs her very life. Gritting her teeth, Robin decided to turn her back to the attack. bracing to use her body to shield against Crocodile's strike, at the very least to lessen its impact. However, after a moment, the anticipated attack did not come. Robin glanced back and saw a man standing before her, hand outstretched to block the massive wave of sand. The figure paused for a moment and then turned, revealing a smile. I merely came to look at the historical text. You're rather slow, so I came to find you, Zhao Su said with a light chuckle. His voice calm and relaxed as though he were inquiring why one had not eaten. Chapter 154. Indeed, it is quite easy to evade a fist. However, in his grasp lay a grain of sand sharper than any blade. The sand danced wildly, yet it could not escape his hold. Zhao Su and Luo Bin, upon hearing that familiar sound, momentarily relaxed but quickly regained their composure, aware that their opponent was Crocodile, a user of the natural sansan fruit. Zhao Su glanced back at the man clad in a fur coat with a golden hook for a hand. With a single motion, he crushed the sand in his palm. You are Zhao Su, the younger brother of Uchiha Madara. Crocodile squinted at Zhao Su. It appears your revolutionary army is indeed determined to claim the throne of the underworld. Luo Bin, a figure of reassurance during the events of the Goya Kingdom, stood beside him. Zhao Su simply acknowledged his identity as Uchiha Madara's brother. Together, they were a formidable duo. A flicker of fervor crossed Crocodile's eyes. This historical truth was indeed significant. However, Zhao Su and Luo Bin exchanged glances filled with resignation, for their words were difficult to refute. In truth, had Luo Bin not believed in Uchiha Madara's overwhelming strength, she might have suspected ulterior motives behind their interest in the underworld. After all, such an entity seemed far too dangerous to be left unchecked. Yet, they were not inclined to dwell on it. Zhao Su shrugged and remarked to Luo Bin that the commotion outside was considerable. Had it not been for his subordinate's intervention, intruders would have already stormed in. We are ill-suited to appear in such a situation. We should prepare to leave. Luo Bin nodded, aware that their presence as members of the Revolutionary Army could incite unnecessary misunderstandings, especially since this historical document indeed contained the location of the underworld. Attempting to escape, Crocodile's demeanor shifted as he sought to retain Luo Bin. I can afford to show mercy when facing Luo Bin, but against you, in an instant, a whirlwind of sand erupted, slicing through the air like a blade. Your brother will not come to save you now, Zhao Su quipped, his lips curling in a smirk. Countless blades of sand surged toward Zhao Su, clashing before him with a cacophony of sound, yet none touched him. Why would I need my brother to rescue me? Luo Bin sighed quietly at Crocodile's furrowed brow. No one knew that among the identities of Uchiha Madara, Gilgamesh, and you, the strongest was Zhao Su himself. He embodied the ninja arts of Uchiha Madara, the noble phantasm of Gilgamesh, and the physical prowess of you, all while possessing the spiritual pressure and swordsmanship of Yamamoto. He was a confluence of countless identities. Though Uchiha Madara was renowned and Gilgamesh audacious, it was Zhao Su, who operated in the shadows under the mere title of Uchiha Madara's brother, who truly carved his path. Utilizing the technique of the Wheel of Reincarnation, he could conjure shadows to shield his primary form from attacks or to launch surprise assaults on adversaries. In the next moment, Crocodile's expression changed as he suddenly transformed into sand, dispersing. I receive an attack. Crocodile paused, a grave expression crossing his face as he reconstituted his form and scrutinized the young man before him. Zhao Su possessed little renown, and had it not been for his connection to Uchiha Madara, few would recognize him. You've certainly inherited some ability from being Uchiha Madara's brother, Crocodile remarked coldly. But do you truly believe such speed can defeat me? Hand Luo Bin over to me, and I might spare your life. As a warlord of the Seven, defeating an unnamed individual should be effortless, even if that individual were Uchiha Madara's sibling. Luo Bin's expression turned serious. The title of Warlord of the Seven was not trivial, signifying a pirate capable of contending with the four emperors. While victory was uncertain, they possessed the potential to fight back. Should Uchiha Madara personally intervene, Luo Bin would have no concerns. However, facing Crocodile, a natural-type user, without the means to counter such abilities made victory seem elusive. Should we retreat? Luo Bin hesitated. No need. I'll handle him with one punch, Zhao Su replied nonchalantly. The Wheel of Reincarnation could not utilize sealing ninjutsu to disperse a natural-type body, but that did not mean he was defenseless. In the next moment, sealing marks manifested on his arm. The sealing techniques of a ninja could indeed affect energy-based ninjutsu, providing a means to confront natural-type users. Your punch is easy to dodge, Crocodile sneered. Zhao Su nodded in agreement, and in the next instant, he appeared behind Crocodile. With a resounding impact, he struck Crocodile, sending him crashing to the ground, fissures spreading beneath him and nearly obliterating the entire room. Crocodile's eyes widened in shock as he coughed up blood and fell unconscious. The warlord of the Seven, Crocodile, was instantly defeated. Zhao Su calmly stood and casually shook his hand. It seems my punch was indeed difficult to evade. Chapter 155, Journey to Fishman Island. Crocodile's strength relied heavily on his advantage of natural transformation. The remainder of his prowess stemmed from the arid desert of Alabasta. In the desert, he could battle several adversaries of equal caliber alone. However, the sand available to him here in the royal tomb was limited. Moreover, if a method to counter natural type abilities existed, he might be considered one of the more manageable opponents among the warlords of the Seven. Yet, with just one punch, Zhao Su had defeated Crocodile, leaving Luo Bin astonished. In truth, even those, including her, who were somewhat aware of Zhao Su's capabilities, had not anticipated such strength. Could a member of the Four Emperors so effortlessly dispatch a warlord of the Seven? Luo Bin deeply questioned this. Those who could be defeated by a single punch from a Four Emperor do not deserve to be warlords of the Seven, capable of being courted by the Navy. Yet here stood Zhao Su, exuding strength that left her bewildered. Why had he scarcely revealed his power until now? Have you finished reading the historical document? Zhao Su sureli inquit? Ah, yes, Luo Bin responded, surprised, and quickly nodded. Then let us depart. Zhao Su shrugged, suggesting they withdraw while the coast was clear. While Alabasta's forces were average, there were still formidable warriors among them, such as the Falcon, Bell, and the Wolf, Jaga. Currently, the royal tomb remained unguarded because Mr. One was stationed at the entrance, but he alone may not be able to hold them off for long. Zhao Su and Luo Bin were unafraid of them, but had no desire to expose their whereabouts. All right, let us go, Luo Bin quickly agreed, observing Zhao Su effortlessly lift Crocodile S form. You must take him away as well. Luo Bin's lips quivered, uncertain of which expression to display. Naturally, she wondered if there was a chance to gain some monetary benefit from this situation. Zhao Su nodded slightly, then let out a soft sigh. Having already made a move, he thought it unreasonable to leave without any returns. The young woman expressed her deep gratitude, suggesting that she might offer herself in return, especially since the person she saved had yet to utter a word of thanks for her rescue. Luo Bin, upon hearing this, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She shot a glare at Zhao Su and marched away, resolutely refusing to utter such words. The soldiers, bewildered, watched as she swayed away from them. Easily escaping from the imperial tomb was not a challenge for Zhao Su's expertise. However, Mr. One remained stationed there, waiting for Zhao Su and his companion to depart from Alabasta. When they reached the coastline, they learned from the proclamation of Alabasta that Mr. One had already been defeated and captured. Although Mr. One was formidable, he ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming number of soldiers, some of whom were exceptionally powerful. The members of the Revolutionary Army were astonished to see their superior return from a casual stroll with one of the Seven warlords. Fortunately, the Revolutionary Army possessed some sea prism stone handcuffs. Otherwise, they would have thought their leader had lost his mind. After all, bringing a Seven warlord so casually raised concerns. They were left in awe, yet dared not inquire further, treating it merely as an operation of the Revolutionary Army, and silently set sail. Luo Bin narrowed her eyes and asked Zhao Su what he intended to do. The Seven warlords were not allies to them. They could easily become adversaries. In fact, they were essentially enemies. Had it not been for the sudden chaos caused by the world destroyer, Bondi Waldo, attacking the celestial dragons, the Navy would have already mobilized the Seven warlords to besiege the Goa kingdom. Although a treaty had been signed, it was merely a temporary measure that would soon be broken. The Seven warlords were indeed foes of the Revolutionary Army. Even though the Revolutionary Army opposed the world government, it did not imply an alliance with pirates. They occasionally sought to eliminate pirates as well. What a pity it would be to kill them. Zhao Su shook his head, expressing that it was a rare opportunity to take action, and he ought to gain something from it. What then? Luo Bin furuit herboroth. For now, let's keep him locked up. Zhao Su replied casually. After all, I am not afraid of him causing trouble. You may not be afraid, but we are. Luo Bin's lips twitched, but she refrained from voicing her thoughts. She shook her head and continued to observe the course. The Revolutionary Army, unlike the Navy, could not equip their ships with a full complement of crew members, nor could they guarantee their strength. This was not due to a lack of top-tier navigators. They simply could not afford to assign superior members for this operation. Ultimately, These members were needed by the Revolutionary Army itself. Therefore, she had to rely on her self-taught knowledge of navigation to command the ship. Fortunately, she was not lacking in that knowledge. Their next destination was Fishman Island. Luo Bin squinted at the thought, recalling the historical texts associated with it. She couldn't help but glance toward Zhao Su, for she no longer doubted the credibility of his words. If a mere visit to Alabasta could yield 2 historical texts, why should she still hesitate? Regrettably, he was unwilling to agree to continue providing her with funds, citing a lack of time. Where exactly is the time insufficient? Luo Bin huffed lightly, an uncommon display of girlish innocence crossing her features. Indeed, time was truly short. Zhao Su sighed, lamenting that he couldn't even spare time for courting. He was quite the busy person. Charlotte Linlin had already begun to mobilize. Were it not for the route to Fishman Island aligning with the New World and Gilgamesh's location, he would have concluded this journey long ago. After all, the historical texts were right there and would not flee. If necessary, he could always take Miss Luo Bin on another outing next time, treating it as a date. With a shrug, Zhao Su discreetly entered the ship as cabin, where the prison was located unnoticed by the others. The cool down for the deity's powers had concluded. Chapter 156. Did Crocodile escape? Damn it, damn it, damn it, Crocodile gasped, unable to summon even a shred of anger. The most terrifying aspect of the deity was its inability to alter one's inherent thoughts or impact one's potential. Now, he was aware that he had fallen victim to Zhao Su's ploy, yet he felt utterly powerless, involuntarily developing a sense of submission toward that individual. This bizarre contrast left him feeling despondent, wishing to explode with rage. Ironically, even the reason for his anger had been obliterated within him. Crocodile gritted his teeth, commanding the sand to strike the sea furiously before turning to leave. Now that he had been released by Zhao Su, he was free, albeit feigning an escape. With mere sea prism stone handcuffs, it was only natural for a 7 warlord to escape. No one would suspect him, except for Crocodile himself. Gilgamesh, is it? I wonder what my master means by summoning me to his side and following his orders. Does the Revolutionary Army intend to take action against Gilgamesh and recruit me as an inside informant? Crocodile squinted his eyes, preparing to steal a ship and set sail for the New World. The master's orders were paramount. Meanwhile, Zhao Su and his party had begun their descent into the depths of the sea. I can't believe you managed to find the king of the underworld, Luo Bin remarked, her expression complex. Entering the depths required coating the ship with a special bubble layer, allowing it to navigate underwater. Normally, this process would take a week or even longer. However, for Zhao Su, who was pressed for time, it was imperative to expedite matters. Thus, he sought out the king of the underworld. Luo Bin was at a loss for words, realizing that the first mate of the pirate king was actually residing in Sabeti Archipelago as a coating craftsman. Although the king of the underworld worked faster than an ordinary craftsman, he was still just one person. Therefore, Zhao Su dragged Crocodile around to find additional craftsmen. With his status as a warlord of the sea, no one dared refuse his requests, and he managed to gather a dozen craftsmen. The ship was finally coated just in time. Regrettably, Crocodile had inadvertently escaped during the process. Luo Bin shook her head, acknowledging that even with handcuffs, he had managed to flee. Truly, he was the legendary warlord of the sea. Despite Crocodile appearing weak before Zhao Su, he remained one of the strongest individuals across the seas. It was entirely reasonable that mere handcuffs could not confine him. After all, if the Golden Lion could escape from impelled down, Crocodile's escape was far less challenging. I'll just capture him again next time, Zhao Su remarked nonchalantly. Crocodile was intentionally released by him, so why would he care? We must hasten our actions. Crocodile may very well alert the Navy. I wonder how reliable this coating will turn out to be. Robin solemnly remarked that if the Navy knew you were here, they might launch a full-scale assault against us. It is crucial to remember that you are the brother of Uchiha Madara, and we are already nearing the Navy headquarters. If Zhao Su's identity were to be exposed, Sengoku would not hesitate for an instant to issue the order for an attack, all in hopes of exerting even the slightest influence on Uchiha Madara. However, perhaps Crocodile might consider his involvement too embarrassing to mention. Zhao Su chuckled. How could this be? Robin sighed, for pride holds little significance for pirates. Instead of fretting, one might as well gaze at the outside world. Let us not dwell on such matters. They may indeed carry great importance. Zhao Su smiled, immersing himself in the serene and azure depths of the ocean, a breathtaking and peculiar panorama. Schools of fish, marine beasts, and astonishing oceanic creatures appeared in succession, far surpassing any aquarium in beauty. You are remarkably carefree, Robin sighed. Yet she followed Zhao Su's suggestion and turned her gaze toward the world beyond the membrane. The vibrant and clear blue world was indeed mesmerizing. It would be even better if I had a boyfriend beside me. I could lean against him, nestled in his embrace, savoring this exquisite scenery. Robin turned her head expressionlessly, her eyes fixed intently on Zhao Su, imploring him not to fabricate my inner thoughts indiscriminately. Zhao Su chuckled softly and turned away. The words just spoken were Zhao Su mimicking Robin's voice in her ear. As the vessel descended deeper, increasingly extraordinary sights unfolded before them, breathtaking to the point of disbelief. Yet, there were also hints of danger, although the crew aboard the ship had no need to concern themselves with such matters. Eventually, the ship arrived at Fishman Island, where a colossal tree, the Sun Tree Eve, first captured their attention. This towering ancient tree seemed to have existed for eons, absorbing sunlight from above the sea and illuminating the depths of the ocean at a depth of 10,000 meters with its roots. Thus, Fishman Island experienced sunlight and the cycle of day and night, with the local fishmen even describing this phenomenon as a blessing from the sun. The grandeur of the Sun Tree Eve left Robin utterly astounded, while she had learned of its existence from numerous texts. Witnessing it with her own eyes rendered those descriptions utterly pale in comparison. Zhao Su nodded in agreement. Indeed, nature's magnificence can often surpass human imagination. It is no wonder this nation possesses a rich historical narrative. Robin inhaled deeply, her eyes gleaming with joy. Zhao Su nodded, a smile gracing his lips. This nation not only boasts historical significance, but also houses a Sea King, one of the 3 ancient weapons, and the only ancient weapon to have made an appearance prior to Zhao Su's arrival. Suddenly, Zhao Su's gaze sharpened as he swiftly reached out, and when he retracted his hand, a spear was now in his grasp. What is this place, and who has launched an attack against us? Robin furrowed her brow. It is not directed at us, Zhao Su replied calmly, observing the letter attached to the spear, which was heart-shaped, clearly a love letter. However, it would not be unwise to retaliate. Chapter 157. The Journey of Teasing the Princess. 4th update requested. Fishman Island floats in the depths of the ocean, enveloped by a vast dual-layered bubble shield that encases the entire island, presenting an almost fantastical appearance from afar. Similar to Sky Island, outsiders must typically undergo immigration checks. Otherwise, they risk arrest by the Sea King's army of the Ryugu Kingdom. This is likely due to the pressure from pirates who secretly capture slaves. Zhao Su and Robin were not intimidated by the Sea King's army. Yet if one did not enter Fishman Island through the correct route, the membrane would automatically detach and merge with the island's shield at a depth of 10,000 meters. Losing the membrane means escape becomes nearly impossible unless one is a fishman. The historical narrative is located in the sea forest to the northeast of Fishman Street. Once you enter the country, you can explore it yourself, Zhao Su stated calmly. Are you not coming with me? Robin tilted her head slightly, recalling that Zhao Su had brought her along on both previous occasions. The first was to the ruins, and without me, how would you find a location? Zhao Su glanced at her, and the second was to the royal tomb. If I did not accompany you, how could you easily enter? Yet here, there is no need for me to guide you. You can simply go and see for yourself, Zhao Su replied. Robin's cheeks flushed. Had she not grown accustomed to this by now? Zhao Su, who generally held little interest in historical narratives, found himself questioning why he felt an instinctive need to accompany her. Perhaps he wished for her to go along. Do you have something on your mind? Robin cleared her throat. Let us not stir up trouble and instead go together to the sea forest. That way, we can avoid causing any issues that would prevent our escape. I can quickly view the historical narrative, she added, but before she could finish, Zhao Su's gaze made her face flush crimson. It truly is quick. Robin could not help but interject. Indeed, it is quick, had I not rushed over. You would have almost been captured by crocodile, Zhao Su retorted with irritation, scolding her for losing track of time while engrossed in her reading. In reality, Zhao Su was perplexed as to why such a brief historical narrative could consume so much time. It was merely 1,000 words, which would only take half a page to read in a novel. Even with translation, it should not take long. Yet Robin could sit here for hours, even neglecting her meals, seemingly capable of remaining for 3 to 5 days. The foolish Robin, unable to comprehend the beauty of history, muttered under her breath in embarrassment and anger, shaking her head, unwilling to engage further with him. Zhao Su paid her little mind, as he had matters to attend to. He gazed at the spear and love letter in his hand, smiling silently. The immigration inspection posed no significant issue. although the Ryugu kingdom operated under a monarchy. It had little to do with the Revolutionary Army. They harbored considerable discord with the world government and would naturally not target the Revolutionary Army. However, when Zhao Su registered his name, it caused quite a stir. The brother of Uchiha Madara, the infamous man's brother, has arrived in our Ryugu kingdom. Despite his slender build, could he truly be the sibling of that formidable man? Numerous Ryugu guards could not help but cast glances at Zhao Su, who felt their scrutinizing stares weighing upon him. He even began to doubt whether he had made a mistake in portraying himself as Uchiha Madara's brother, feeling akin to being treated like a rare panda. Behind him, Robin stifled a chuckle, quietly slipping away. She still had to explore the historical narrative. Before long, a tall fishman rode in on a small whale. "Are you Mr. Zhao Su? Welcome to our Fishman Island. I am Neptune, the king of the fishmen," he greeted warmly with a hearty laugh. Zhao Su smiled in surprise that the king himself had come to greet him. "After all, you are a member of the Revolutionary Army, and the brother of that individual," Neptune remarked candidly. "It seems our revolutionaries are not particularly friendly with your world government's allied nations." Zhao Su spoke meaningfully, inquiring about the flowers. Although the Merman Kingdom and the world government have considerable enmity, they have been a member state of the world government since 200 years ago. Our ties with certain pirates do not alter the fact that we are a member state of the world government. Neptune, unconcerned, simply smiled and remarked that Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is one of our citizens. Truly, the ability to converse with both humans and spirits is remarkable. First, he builds connections, then subtly conveys threats. Who is unaware that Jinbei joined the 7 warlords to protect the merman? The kings of the Pirate King are often rather dull. Whether it be King Riku of Dressrosa or Cobra of Alabasta, they're always worried when faced with true strength. The individual before Zhao Su is even more unfortunate, as he must fly the pirate flag to safeguard his own nation. "Do you have business in our Ryugu kingdom?" Neptune inquired warmly. "Sort of," Zhao Su replied with a smile. Neptune generously waved his hand, encouraging him to voice any needs for assistance. He was unaware of Zhao Su's prowess, but merely the identity of being Uchiha Madara's brother was enough to command his respect. That was a being who had compelled the Marine Admiral, several Vice Admirals, and even the old men Garp and Sengoku to unite in battle, yet still faced utter defeat. "It is not I who needs assistance, but rather you," Zhao Su said, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, clutching the spear he had just captured. "It seems your daughter is in a bit of trouble," he remarked, narrowing his eyes, finding it somewhat amusing. In Alabasta, he had teased Vivi, and now he was preparing to tease Shirahoshi. Accompanying Robin on her quest for historical truth seems to have transformed into a journey of his own playful pursuits of the princess. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Neptune could not help but sigh. The threats of Vander Decken IX's coercive courtship had persisted for some time, and nearly everyone in the Merman Kingdom was aware of it. Yet what could he do? Vander Decken IX's movements were unpredictable, and his strength was formidable. He was no match for him. It was surprising that even Zhao Su, who had only recently arrived, was informed. There was no desire to argue or conceal the truth. After all, Zhao Su had brought along Vander Decken IX's love letter, leaving no room for denial. This trouble was indeed quite significant, and Neptune softly sighed, asking if Zhao Su could resolve this predicament. "I can," Zhao Su nodded. This was the underwater realm, and Neptune felt a twinge of disbelief. The mere advantage of being underwater was hardly sufficient. Zhao Su casually remarked that while the mermen possessed advantages underwater, what of it? Did it imply that ants could defeat true dragons in their domain? Mermen do not require air and have techniques that allow them to ignore water resistance or amplify their power for stronger attacks. Yet this does not render them kings. Otherwise, there would certainly be a merman among the 4 emperors. Ultimately, mermen have been oppressed by humans to the extent that they could only exist in the depths of the sea, and even there, they could be captured and enslaved. While there are advantages, the disparity is not overwhelmingly vast. Neptune remained silent for a moment, aware of this truth, though reluctant to admit it. But could he achieve such a feat? He was merely Zhao Su, not Uchiha Madara. However, Neptune did not voice such thoughts. If Zhao Su were to fail, he would simply risk his own life to rescue her. Even if he did not save Vanderdecken 9, he would not dare act against Zhao Su, unless he wished for his own demise. "Of course, we cannot work for free. We must discuss compensation," Zhao Su smiled. "How much? 100 million berries? 200 million berries?" Neptune was indifferent to such trifles. The Merman Kingdom possessed abundant deep-sea specialties, and if it were not for the lack of proper sales channels, He could consider himself among the wealthiest. Nonetheless, lacking sales channels did not equate to poverty. Do you think our revolutionary army is in need of funds? TheUchiha. And before Neptune could respond, he continued, we do need money, but not in the form of 100 million or 200 million berries. Rather, we seek a long-term and stable source of income. Neptune furrowed his brow, asking what they desired. A mutually beneficial partnership, Zhao Su replied with a smile. The mermen faced inherent disadvantages on land, making it difficult to establish comprehensive sales channels. However, our revolutionary army has the means. You want me to collaborate with your revolutionary army? Neptune was taken aback. Of course, Zhao Su beamed. I relish mutually beneficial arrangements. This was indeed a tradition from Zhao Su's previous life. Beyond that, there is the ancient adage of setting aside disputes in times of hardship and embracing cooperation in times of prosperity. Neptune's expression relaxed slightly. Honestly, Zhao Su's requests aligned with the aspirations of the Merman Kingdom. Even if it did not constitute a significant reward, he wished to gain some trading avenues. Collaborating with the Revolutionary Army could significantly alter the burdens the world government imposed upon the mermen. However, in negotiations, even if the other party strikes a chord with you, one must not readily reveal joy. Neptune feigned contemplation, deep in thought. Zhao Su, with a casual tone, remarked, by the way, do you know why Vanderdecken 9 is so adamant about pursuing Princess Shirahoshi, whom he has scarcely seen? This was because when Princess Shirahoshi was 6 years old, Vanderdecken 9 encountered her alongside a group of enormous sea kings. Neptune's expression shifted abruptly as he quickly interjected, you need not say more, I agree. This was indeed the residence of Princess Shirahoshi. Zhao Su gazed at the tower before him, brow furrowed. The hardshell tower was both Princess Shirahoshi's bedroom and a refuge from pursuers. The entire structure was forged from steel, its surface adorned with an array of weapons. Eerie and cold. Regardless of the interior decor, the exterior alone was unbefitting for a young girl, let alone a princess. My daughter Shirahoshi has been confined here for 2 years. She even dared not attend her mother's funeral. Even meals must be delivered within 5 minutes. Neptune sighed softly. Unless I am by her side, I cannot allow her to leave this room. Aside from Neptune, the great knight of the sea, who could guarantee protection against Vanderdecken IX's attacks. In truth, had Zhao Su not arrived, Shirahoshi would have continued to hide within the tower for years before she could see the light of day. Do not worry. In due time, she will be able to act freely, Zhao Su assured, then stepped through the open door into Princess Shirahoshi's chamber. In stark contrast to the cold, iron walls outside, the room was decorated in a charming manner, predominantly in warm shades of pink, with an abundance of large plush toys and other playthings. Clearly, Neptune had not denied his daughter any comforts. Yet, as a king, he could not always be present for her, and without his protection, Shirahoshi could only remain within the tower in compliance. In the depths of the room, atop a colossal white soft bed, a giant siren lay quietly, her fish fins swaying adorably. She seemed to have heard the sound of the door opening and lifted her head to gaze toward the entrance. Father, have you come to see me? Oh, and there are guests. Bai Xing looked curiously at Zhao with her beautiful, wide eyes filled with wonder. She was intrigued as to why Zhao appeared different from the other merfolk. This is Neptune, she was about to introduce, but was interrupted by Zhao Su. Hello, Princess Bai Xing. I am Zhao Fu, and I have come to engage with you. Chapter 159. Disturbing my conversation with the fair maiden is a grave offense. Bai Xing's upper body resembled that of a human female. Her skin as white as snow, adorned with delicate pink ribbons cascading from her shoulders, and her long pink hair flowing in waves. At her age, she was more cute than beautiful. Her skin was fair, yet her tail shimmered in soft shades of pink, creating a harmonious blend of white and various pink hues. Although only 10 years old, Princess Bai Xing stood at an impressive height of 5 meters, resembling a giant from afar. Hello, Princess Bai Xing. I am Mitsaofu, and I have come to engage with you, Zhao Su said with a smile, leaving Neptune momentarily speechless. Wait, Zhao Su, what do you mean by that? Neptune could not restrain his curiosity. Engage? What does engage mean? Bai Xing inquired, her face a picture of confusion. This term was entirely foreign to her. Oh, it's nothing, Zhao Fu replied, a playful smile gracing his lips. It's merely a delightful interaction, and you will surely come to love it. Bai Xing tilted her head adorably, looking irresistibly cute. If not for her towering stature, one might have been tempted to embrace her. Bai Xing's beauty was recognized as one of the three most extraordinary beauties in the pirate world, alongside Hancock and Kazuki Hayori. Yet compared to the other two, Bai Xing's formidable height exuded a charming vulnerability that invited playful teasing. Is this truly the Sea King? I never imagined such a Sea King could exist. Zhao Su mused inwardly, narrowing his eyes. Bai Xing was one of the rare mermaid princesses who appeared once every 800 years, capable of communicating with the Sea Kings. Although both merfolk and fishmen could summon or communicate with fish, only Bai Xing and the mermaid princess from a century prior possessed the legendary ability to control the Sea Kings. Controlling the Sea Kings sounded similar to Zhao Su's capabilities, akin to how Shanks could compel the near-sea rulers to retreat through his haki. However, this power could indeed be deemed world-ending. The largest creature recognized in the world, the giant battleship St. Huanalang, stood at 180 meters tall, a formidable presence under Gilgamesh's command. Yet, the colossal Sea Kings summoned by Princess Bai Xing were the apex of all marine life, measuring at least 5,000 meters in length, imbued with immense wisdom and longevity. Judging from their telepathic emanations, they likely existed since the time of the previous mermaid princess. Should such beings unleash their wrath, Zhao Su doubted any nation could withstand it, given that the majority of the pirate world consisted of island nations. In stark contrast to the terrifying power of world destruction, Bai Xing appeared adorably naive, almost pure, resembling a little lamb that could be easily lured away with a simple lollipop. Perhaps it was her genuine simplicity that granted her the power to control the Sea Kings. Lord Zhao Su, have you come from the sea? Bai Xing asked excitedly, interrupting Zhao Su's thoughts. Yes, Zhao Su replied with a smile. Could you share some tales of the sea with me? Bai Xing's face lit up with dreamy anticipation as she inquired. I've heard there are many fun and delicious things in the sea, especially above Fishman Island where there is an amusement park. I would love to visit. Neptune, upon hearing this, felt a pang of sorrow. Amusement parks were a dream cherished by every mermaid, yet achieving that dream seemed exceedingly difficult. All right, I will take you there next time, Zhao Su said casually. I have not been there either. Really? Bai Xing exclaimed joyfully, her fishtail swaying. However, her expression soon shifted to one of hesitation. But I've heard the sea is very dangerous, and the amusement park can be perilous too. Indeed, it can be quite perilous, Zhao Su nodded. But do not worry. If anyone poses a threat to us, we shall deal with them accordingly. As the two conversed merrily, Zhao Su occasionally shared tales from the sea, which left Bai Xing enthralled and smiling. Unlike Usopp, Zhao Su's stories were grounded in reality, requiring no embellishment. Some incidents involved Gilgamesh, while others were related to Yamamoto Genryusai. That essay gun! Damn it, stop it! It's coming this way! A commotion erupted outside the tower. Bai Xing seemed to sense something, her body trembling in familiar fear, prompting her to instinctively close her eyes. However, the anticipated sounds of clashing swords and blades did not follow. When she reopened her eyes, she found Zhao Su grasping several guns and swords, which trembled as if eager to escape his hold. Yet, in an instant, all the weapons were reduced to scrap metal. Now is not the time for idle chatter, Zhao Su said with a cold smirk before turning to Neptune. The direction from which the sword came must be where Vanderdecken 9 is, correct? Yes, Neptune nodded. Are you going? He hesitated, adding, even if you do not go, we can still proceed with this deal. Trading with the Revolutionary Army benefits both parties. There is no need for compensation. Of course I will go, Zhao Su replied, his expression icy. Does that fellow Vanderdecken 9 truly understand the gravity of his offense? This is a capital offense. With that, he strode out decisively. Chapter 160, May You All Perish. Zhao Su donned nothing and followed the path of the weapons. Typically, humans visiting Fishman Island would wear bubble helmets and armor due to the extreme depths of the ocean, where air was scarce and water pressure was immense. Yet Zhao Su ventured forth unencumbered, pursuing the source of danger. Humans in the depths of the ocean have always been at a disadvantage. However, if one aims to slay fishmen beneath the sea and cannot overcome even this minor disadvantage, what use is there? Thankfully, ninjas possess a certain level of survival capability even underwater. In this regard, the Mist Village from the world of Naruto excels, and even Uchiha Madara, while not particularly adept, would not allow the ocean to become his weakness. True masters may possess vulnerabilities, yet they certainly do not exhibit weaknesses. Gilgamesh also possesses certain artifacts for underwater combat. Not to mention, the design of Gunmu Kenpachi's model already conveys an otherworldly essence. Then there is Saitama, who remains unfazed by battles beneath the sea. Occasionally sensing the origins of the weapons. Fortunately, the projectiles launched by Vanderdecken 9 were not discharged all at once without consequence. Rather, they were released sporadically. Reminiscent of a drinking game where losing a round resulted in a shot. Thus, while dismantling the weapons of Vanderdecken 9, Zhao Su followed the trajectory of the projectiles. Quickly locating the target. There it was. He squinted at the vessel not far off. The ship was dilapidated, with tattered sails, and the bow displayed a skull impaled by swords, giving it the appearance of a ghost ship, the Flying Dutchman. On the ship's deck, a merman responsible for lookout duties reported loudly. It seems something is approaching from Lord Vanderdecken's direction. What is it? Vanderdecken 9, adorned with a small top hat and a long cloak, encased in a large bubble, stood with 4 legs and one gloved hand holding a telescope. Unfortunately, the dim light of the deep sea made it difficult to discern details. It seems to be heading our way. Is a merman? He mused. Just kill it. What difference does it make whether it's a merman or something else? The crew gazed into the distance, discussing amongst themselves. Soon, a figure drew closer, and those with sharp eyes recognized Zhao Su's silhouette. A human? How can a human be in the deep sea? Doesn't he appear to be wearing a bubble? What is going on? Vanderdecken 9 squinted at Zhao Su and exclaimed, Human, how did you come to be here? Although he was a merman, he had consumed a devil fruit that necessitated the use of a bubble for survival. Yet, the approaching human wore nothing at all. Had he consumed a special fruit, granting him unique abilities? But that didn't add up. Consuming a devil fruit typically resulted in becoming a landlubber. It seemed this was indeed the place. Zhao Su nodded slightly, disregarding Vanderdecken 9's words, and turned his attention toward the merman. You must be Vanderdecken 9. Ah, you know who I am, Vanderdecken 9 said, narrowing his eyes. What business do you have with me? Had he been an ordinary person, he would have acted without hesitation. However, facing such an inexplicable human capable of moving in the depths of the sea, he deemed it wise to proceed cautiously. If you are indeed him, then I am not mistaken. Zhao Su, however, remained unfazed and spoke to himself. He slowly raised his fist. In truth, he had little interest in pursuing Bai Xing, but her height was enough to leave him exasperated. Even before fully maturing, she towered over him. Upon reaching her full height, she might well be 3 to 4 times his size. Based on typical female proportions, even if they were to engage intimately, harmony would be elusive unless he employed some form of enhancement technique. Yet, applying such methods in the context of marital intimacy seemed rather uncomfortable. Alas, reality dictated that no matter how gifted he was, standing at 38 inches tall, he could not compete with a giant in stature or girth. Cute she may be, beautiful she certainly was, but it did not evoke any impulsive desires. Zhao Su casually voiced his thoughts, disregarding the presence of everyone around him, as if conversing with the air. Indeed, this reflected his genuine sentiments. He was a practical man. Of course, practicality notwithstanding, if the opportunity arose, why not seize it? Vanderdecken 9, who had not caught the specifics of Zhao Su's musings, immediately perked up at the mention of Bai Xing's name, his eyes widening with a fierce aura. He was a devil fruit user with the ability of the target fruit. Once designated as a target, any item thrown by him would automatically pursue its mark to the ends of the earth, ceasing only if intercepted or obstructed. It was an exceedingly formidable and somewhat overpowered ability. Otherwise, Neptune would not have tolerated his existence for so long without eliminating him to liberate Bai Xing. Had it not been for his notoriety being diminished in the underwater realm of the merman, his bounty would undoubtedly exceed 100 million. His strength was considerable, yet this was only in the presence of others. However, to compel a young girl to remain hidden in a place masquerading as a boudoir, but functioning as a prison for a decade would incite frustration, even from someone as seemingly indifferent as Zhao Su. Zhao Su calmly addressed the commotion aboard the Flying Dutchman, where mermen were preparing cannons aimed at him. These modified artillery pieces could function underwater, and the crew brandished blades and spears, advancing toward him menacingly. Fortunately, there were few onlookers, and he did not need to conceal his abilities as he had previously, fearing exposure that might lead back to his alter ego. Fire! Vanderdecken 9 commanded, and a multitude of cannons erupted simultaneously. Zhao Su gazed calmly at the scene below, thinking, please perish. Chapter 161. Keeping things to oneself. Third update request. The Shambadi Archipelago, although temporarily sealed due to the incident involving Uchiha Bito, remained the closest island to the Navy headquarters and the Holy Land of Mariewa. Following its reopening, it gradually regained its former splendor. Despite the Navy's purging efforts, darkness still lingered, albeit weakened and far from its previous stronghold. The populace enjoyed a relatively comfortable life, with only individuals like Shaki, who thrived in the shadows, occasionally expressing discontent. Life continued as usual, with pirates occasionally arriving and the Navy pursuing them, as if everything were returning to normal. Yet today felt somewhat different. The island trembled, the colossal Yalchaman tree swaying violently, its leaves shaking loose. Waves seemed to rise as if a tsunami were imminent. What is happening? Why is the ocean suddenly in turmoil? Is it a tsunami? Hurry and notify the Navy headquarters. Everyone was astonished, struggling to maintain composure. The foundation of their calmness lay in the proximity of the Navy headquarters, where admirals like Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji were stationed. Even if a tsunami erupted, the presence of such powerful figures would suffice to protect the Shambadi archipelago. Sure enough, Akiji swiftly arrived, utilizing his ice fruit powers to freeze the tsunami and save the island. Really, what could have triggered such a sudden tsunami? Shaki grumbled, riding an overturned bottle. And an earthquake too? What terrible luck. Business was already poor. Now, with everything happening at once, it was truly troublesome. Bad luck indeed, Rayleigh remarked casually from his seat, lifting his head at Shaki's complaints. What's the matter? Shaki paused. Nothing. Leif's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of sharp intelligence flickering within his aged gaze. If my memory serves me right, that young man Zhao Su has only recently emerged from the depths of the ocean. Xiaqi's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you implying that this incident was orchestrated by the younger brother of Uchiha Madara? She was not naive. She discerned the underlying implications of Leif's words. Yet, with both a tsunami and an earthquake occurring, could such calamities truly be the work of a single individual? If I recall correctly, Uchiha Madara did not come here this time. Xiaqi pondered uncertainly. That fellow named Zhao Su has little notoriety to speak of. Lily, without lifting his head, replied. Reputation has little correlation with true power. Moreover, he couldn't help but reach for his sword. Before Zhao Su had revealed his identity as Uchiha Madara's brother, Lei had nearly drawn his weapon, for he sensed a profound danger emanating from Zhao Su, a threat far surpassing that of Carp or Sengoku. And even his former captain had left him no choice but to keep his sword at the ready upon seeing him. Lei sighed internally. Facing an ominous feeling of threat without a weapon was truly unsettling, even though he knew that this individual bore him no personal animosity. The surface of the sea was tumultuous, and the depths were no less so. The grand bubble of the Dragon Palace Kingdom was in turmoil, nearly rupturing. Many fishmen hurriedly emerged to stabilize the bubble, while the occasional human visitors in Fishman Island were gripped by fear, spending lavishly on bubble helmets, terrified that the massive bubble might shatter at any moment. Fortunately, the grand bubble ultimately held firm. What on earth is happening? Neptune's face bore traces of terror. The Dragon Palace Kingdom had not experienced such turmoil for a long time. The earth quaked, and the sea surged. If it were not for the bubble's resilience and the fishmen's various protective measures, they would have faced real danger. However, once the tremors ceased, it would be imperative to locate Zhao Su. Neptune thought, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze. Such turbulence was hardly survivable for humans, and indeed, even fishmen struggled to endure it, particularly given that Zhao Su had departed in the direction that seemed to be the epicenter of the earthquakes. Should anything happen to Zhao Su, the Fishman Kingdom would have to confront the terrifying Uchiha Madara. Just the thought of that entity darkened Neptune's expression. Merely a name was enough to instill dread. Not even the banner of Whitebeard could offer him solace. What are you doing? Why is everything such a mess? Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out, causing Neptune to turn in surprise, only to find Zhao Su, drenched and carrying a severed head. Zhao Su, you're alive, Neptune exclaimed with joy, unable to resist approaching for a closer look. However, Zhao Su casually pushed him aside, saying, I only deal with women, not men, thank you. As he spoke, he thrust the severed head into Neptune's hands. Neptune instinctively accepted it, only to realize it was none other than the head of Vanderdecken 9. He had managed to kill Vanderdecken 9 amid such turmoil. Neptune's imagination could hardly fathom the true source of the tremors. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted. Zhao Su instinctively turned to see a drenched woman with several bruises on her head and long hair approaching. Robin, what happened to you? Zhao Su's eyes widened in shock. Who beat you up? You look as if you've been thoroughly pummeled. It's not me. I didn't engage in any conflict with anyone, Robin replied, her expression devoid of life. You are aware of the tremors we just experienced, right? Yes. I was thrown to the ground by the earthquake, then struck by rocks and coral, before being inexplicably tossed into a creek and finally slammed against a rock, Robin recounted, her lips twitching as she reflected on her misfortune. The sequence of events felt as though the world was conspiring against her. Zhao Su couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, he suddenly paused, realizing, it seems I am the source of these tremors. He glanced over at Robin, who was covered in dirt and dust. As a mature man, he understood the importance of keeping certain matters to himself. Chapter 162, Charlotte Linlin Moves. Fourth update. So, while I was reviewing history, you managed to close another deal, Robin? She mused, glancing at Neptune. Yes, Zhao Su nodded. It should count as a source of income. Hardly just a source. That's a significant income, Robin retorted, rolling her eyes at him. The Revolutionary Army occupies very little territory. Although they have allied with many merchants, securing a stable income is no easy feat. They are not the world government, which possesses vast lands to squander while indulging the celestial dragons. Surviving on sporadic donations and battle spoils is arduous, especially since much of the spoils must be allocated to the common folk. Beneath the sea lies an abundance of resources, yet remains a forbidden land for humans. Despite the treasures such as jewels and pearls that many humans covet, were the residents of the Fishman Kingdom human, they would undoubtedly earn the title of the wealthiest nation. Of course, if fishmen were humans, they could not live in the depths of the ocean for long. One side possesses a wealth of treasures, while the other has ample sales channels. This is a natural pairing. Robin needed no further contemplation. This long-term, stable income would undoubtedly yield significant results for their revolutionary cause. Cultivating personnel, amassing resources, and arranging spies would greatly facilitate the advancement of the Revolutionary Army. You handle the specifics of the deal. I prefer to avoid such troublesome matters. Zhao Su waiver dietz me sin. He intended to check on Shirahoshi before departing. He could no longer keep Gilgamesh waiting. Once the affairs of Fishman Island were concluded, he could leave a clone behind to await Robin's return before setting off. As Zhao Su approached Robin, he suddenly heard her whisper a single word. Thank you. Their sole purpose for venturing out to sea was to fulfill Robin's quest for the historical text. Though she indeed had the authority to mobilize ships and had made considerable contributions, leveraging organizational resources for personal gain is a risky endeavor that invites scorn. Now, having achieved such an accomplishment, she could silence any detractors and perhaps even earn considerable merit. Zhao Su calmly replied, it was nothing. He then entered Shirahoshi's quarters. New World, Ushin Island. Gilgamesh and the others had successfully converted the 10th island into their territory, marking the 7th day of their deep-seated encroachment into Charlotte Linlin's domain. The declaration of war is unmistakable, as 4349 boldly seizes your territory, mercilessly vanquishing your forces and ruthlessly annihilating your soldiers. Under such circumstances, Charlotte Lingling cannot remain idle. In truth, she has long dispatched her subordinates to assault Gilgamesh and his companions. This is a standard response. If anyone could simply call upon her, she would be unable to accomplish anything significant. Among those she sent is none other than the formidable Summer, one of the Sweet Four Stars, known as Lotus Nag. The Sweet Four Stars are a collective term for Charlotte Lingling's four most powerful subordinates, renowned for their exceptional strength, often commanding bounties in the vicinity of 1 billion, akin to the three calamities under Kaido. However, when faced with the onslaught of Lotus Nag, Gilgamesh did not even make a move. He was intercepted by the eager fighter Shiryu. After a fierce battle, Shiryu emerged victorious, albeit injured, while Lotus Nag was left on the brink of death. It was only due to Doflamingo's concern for maintaining appearances that he intervened to save her. There was little choice, as Gilgamesh's subordinates were inherently powerful, and Shiryu's group comprised the original crew of Blackbeard, adding Doflamingo, a master of the Seven Warlords, into the mix, making them no match for the Sweet Four Stars. Ultimately, Blackbeard, being one of the four emperors, managed to defeat the Sweet Four Stars without their captain even needing to intervene. This reality finally revealed the might of this team, leaving Charlotte Lingling with no option but to prevent her subordinates from recklessly throwing themselves into danger. Thus, she boldly led her ships directly towards Gilgamesh. In truth, there was no alternative. Even those who believed it inappropriate for one of the four emperors to take action had nothing to say. Who else would dare claim victory over this formidable team? It is anticipated that Charlotte Lingling will arrive tomorrow or the day after, Doflamingo remarked quietly. Should we confront her here? Gilgamesh's gradual encroachment upon territory led to a collective realization that he harbored ulterior motives, although he initially had no other agenda. The situation was dire, as it was rumored that Cake Island had already suffered half its destruction due to her wrath. Doflamingo's lips twitched, reflecting the gravity of the situation. The level of the four emperors is rarely accompanied by secrecy unless deliberately concealed. Even Whitebeard's crew, known for their inability to leak secrets, is monitored by the Navy, not to mention Charlotte Lingling. Thus, they prepared for battle. Gilgamesh, seemingly unfazed, yawned. As a king, he would joyfully accept her challenge and crush her like a mere insect. Doflamingo's lips twitched at the thought. Accepting her challenge may be a slight to her, yet everyone, including myself, perceives you as the challenger. The position of the four emperors is inherently one of challenge. Your confidence is commendable. Doflamingo chose not to elaborate further, fully aware of his captain's nature. The demeanor of a true monarch has always been thus. Gilgamesh remarked coolly the confidence of king. He cast a glance elsewhere, reflecting on the fact that his true self had already arrived. Had it not been for your presence here, I would have already been speaking to you in my true form. Chapter 163. Do not assume too much, you mix bread. Ocean Island is merely an ordinary isle, yet it is poised to become an extraordinary battlefield. Zhao Su distinctly sensed a significant influx and exodus of people recently, likely agents of the world government. He mused inwardly that, while he may not possess the typical perception of the pirate world, he could still sense the formidable presence of those around him. Such individuals, clearly possessing considerable prowess, seemed aligned with the government's CP units. Additionally, he noticed some others who had clashed with the CP agents, indicating the presence of rival factions, such as the Four Emperors. It appears that Gilgamesh's reputation has left a lasting impression. Zhao Su pondered, had it not been for Gilgamesh's strength, why would they come? Countless pirates provoke the Four Emperors every year, yet 99 lack even the merit to present their names to Charlotte Lingling. However, even before Gilgamesh could engage, various intelligence agencies had already converged. Zhao Su even detected traces of the Revolutionary Army. This disparity in strength was evident. Nevertheless, even with their arrival, most did not believe the Four Emperors' positions would waver. After all, Gilgamesh's side also boasts numerous powerful experts. However, even in defeat, they could undoubtedly cause Charlotte Lingling considerable trouble. Perhaps they could gain something from the chaos. Zhao Su remained unfazed, quietly indulging in the luxuries befitting a king. Finest wines, exquisite maidens, and the highest quality sustenance. Despite being on the brink of battle, the atmosphere resembled that of a royal banquet. He remained composed, while others were not so settled. Shiryu tirelessly tended to his sword, while Doflamingo secretly prepared several escape routes, and the others engaged in various activities, albeit not as overtly as Doflamingo's preparations for flight. After all, she is the strongest woman in the world. Days passed, and at last, a fleet emerged upon the horizon, accompanied by a resounding roar. You shall perish. The faces of all those resting on the beach paled. Charlotte Lingling had arrived, and without any veil of secrecy. Countless ships resembling those from fairy tales, led by talking vessels, advanced, where even cannonballs seemed to leap into their barrels. At first glance, it appeared to be a whimsical world for young girls. It was the fleet of the most fearsome pirates. Among the vessels, a cloud billowed, upon which stood an enormous woman, towering at 8 meters tall, clad in a pink dress, stout and formidable, wearing a pink captain's hat, her features twisted into a fierce expression. You shall perish. Charlotte Lingling, one of the Four Emperors, the world's strongest woman, proclaimed. The atmosphere trembled, the earth quaked, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped everyone, a manifestation of her conqueror's haki. The intensity of her aura was astonishing, causing Doflamingo to widen his eyes in disbelief. Haki, especially the conqueror's haki, symbolizes a person's might. The aura of the Four Emperors is potent enough to transmute intangible pressure into tangible force. Even Shiryu felt a modicum of pressure, gripping his sword in silence. Just then, a voice laced with disdain interrupted. Have you finally arrived? This king has grown impatient waiting for you. Gilgamesh stepped forward, his chiseled features etched with disdain. Clad in golden armor, he stood at the pinnacle with unwavering pride, even in the absence of any semblance of conqueror's haki. However, unbeknownst to them, the crowd gradually exhaled a sigh of relief. The allure of you was such that Doflamingo gritted his teeth. For it was this very charm that led his subordinates to slowly drift from his grasp and pledge allegiance to him. Gilgamesh's piercing gaze swept across the assembly. All present were formidable figures from the vast ocean. Perospero, Katakuri, Cracker, Bruley, and Randolph, alongside the progeny of Charlotte Linlin and her subordinates. Of course, not all members of the pirate crew were present. Even if Charlotte Linlin was furiously enraged, the other rational individuals would remain vigilant in their defense, leaving behind some skilled fighters. Nonetheless, those gathered were indeed the pinnacle of strength upon these waters. Perospero licked his staff, contemplating the audacity of Gilgamesh, the one who dared to offend their mother. Baron Egg squinted, noting the formidable adversaries before them, anticipating a fierce battle. Bruley could not help but steal a glance at the most radiant presence. He was quite handsome, yet alas, he was on the brink of death. His striking features, resplendent armor, and proud golden locks captivated even those who stood opposed to him. "I wonder," Smoker remarked with a light chuckle, "if our mother defeats him. Will he join our pirate crew?" "Perhaps," Bruley mused, "though it may require a sacrifice for such a union." Her laughter echoed ominously, reminiscent of a witch. Yet her words ignited intrigue among the women of the Charlotte family. Such a handsome man, if he were merry. Suddenly, Gilgamesh's gaze locked on a Charlotte Linlin, who was riding on Raijin Zeus. A flash of fury crossed his face. How dare this lowly creature float in the skies meant solely for kings? "Do not presume too much, you mongrel." In the next moment, he swung his arm, and countless ripples emerged, weapons surging forth. Chapter 164. The battle begins. The space behind him shimmered like water, revealing an array of weapons. In an instant, they roared forth, swords, guns, and blades, resembling the cacophony of 1,000 cannons, but far surpassing mere projectiles in strength. A torrential downpour of weapons rained down upon the big MOM pirate cruise fleet. Boom! 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 Ships were obliterated, lives extinguished, and the ocean trembled under the assault as the few remaining vessels teetered on the brink of destruction. To suppress the fleet of an emperor single-handedly was nothing short of absurd. Both the members of the big MOM pirate crew and Gilgamesh's team stood in stunned silence, witnessing the chaos unfold. Furious, Charlotte Linlin brandished the hilt of Napoleon, ready to retaliate against the onslaught of weapons. Counterattack! Fire! Perospero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, reacted swiftly, bellowing orders. It was then that the crew finally sprang into action, mobilizing their cannons against the oncoming threat. Fortunately, the cannonballs and artillery of the big MOM pirate crew were homies, capable of adjusting their trajectory, enabling them to respond even amidst such fierce attacks. Charlotte Linlin possessed the powers of a Paramecia-type devil fruit, allowing her to manipulate souls, imbuing objects or animals with human thoughts and abilities. These homies became formidable warriors. Additionally, ships, cannons, doors, candies, and teas appeared to spring forth from a fantastical realm. Under the overwhelming pressure of the king's treasury, the cannonballs struggled to be launched. Compared to the multitude of weapons, the cannonballs were scarce, and the artillery was insufficient. Despite Gilgamesh's limited artillery and vessels, he dominated the battlefield, rendering the opposition powerless. "Charge in! We must reach the shore!" Katakuri shouted angrily, realizing that their entire fleet risked annihilation at the hands of that man. Although Charlotte Linlin was both mother and captain, she tended to be less involved in affairs, her ferocious nature aligning more with that of a warrior than a leader. The crew understood that they should heed the commands of their siblings in such dire circumstances. They pressed forward, braving Gilgamesh's relentless assault, determined to reach the shore. Even if they could not approach via their ships, they would take to the skies with the aid of floating homies. For instance, Bruley possessed the homie Jelly Nitro, capable of flight, and other siblings had similar abilities, making it feasible to soar toward the shore. While Gilgamesh's attacks decimated the majority of the foot soldiers, the elite fighters remained resilient amidst the chaos. "It's our turn," Shirley grinned with excitement. "Indeed," the inebriated Bartolomeo echoed. "A clash with an emperor? Now, that's intriguing," Doflamingo remarked, shaking his head before rallying alongside the others to charge toward the crew of the big MOM pirates. Shirley confronted Katakuri, while Doflamingo faced Smoker. Others similarly found their adversaries. They did not adhere strictly to the knightly code of combat, for oftentimes, even if one wished to avoid conflict, the opponent would inevitably seek them out. Eliminating foot soldiers was simple for these seasoned fighters, and as they cleared the ranks, they would inevitably encounter the elite. Experienced foot soldiers knew that once the high-level fighters engaged, a sufficient battlefield must be established to avoid being caught in the fray, lest they meet their demise. The delineation of the battlefield was fluid, shifting with the ebb and flow of combatants. As the high-level confrontations began to solidify, the chaos of the battlefield took on a clearer shape. Doflamingo and the others engaged in fierce duels. While surrounding them, smaller skirmishes erupted among lesser fighters. And at the outermost ring, the ordinary foot soldiers formed teams to cooperate and fight, relying on their numbers. Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes, surveying the scene. Truly, what a pitiful display. His forces were being crushed by the opposition. Composed primarily of prisoners who had escaped from Impel Down and pirates who later sought to join him out of admiration, their combat abilities varied greatly, and they were often disorganized, falling prey to the enemy's coordinated strikes. While they were not inferior to Charlotte Linlin at the highest levels, the lower ranks were entirely overwhelmed by the Emperor's crew as they stood atop the ocean's hierarchy. Even if they could not deploy their entire force, they had already suffered significant losses at the hands of Gilgamesh before even reaching the shore. However, there remains a formidable power that suppresses ordinary teams. This cannot be attributed to Gilgamesh. Rather, his rise came too late and too swiftly, leaving him with insufficient time to gradually consolidate capable warriors. Despite his immense charisma, it is essential for individuals to first pledge allegiance to him and gradually come to his side. With a limited number of followers and diminished strength, how can one hope to prevail? In truth, had it not been for the ability of Castor A to construct fortifications, they would have likely succumbed long ago. The construction of fortifications is a standard skill for the Castor class. When assuming the role of Castor, Gilgamesh can erect powerful magical workshops, potentially transforming a stronghold into a fortress so formidable that even the likes of Ling would find it challenging to breach. The walled city of Uruk was designed by Gilgamesh himself. However, this makeshift island required little effort from him, as he merely constructed a few structures. Yet, it was sufficient to temporarily withstand the onslaught of the 4 Emperor's pirate crew. Gilgamesh let out a cold snort. Despite possessing his own skills, he finds himself suppressed by the 4 emperors. Indeed, they are all mere hybrid practitioners. Nonetheless, Gilgamesh gazed intently at the massive woman charging toward him. Ultimately, it is the battlefield on his side that will determine the outcome of this conflict. Chapter 165, Charlotte Linlin versus Gilgamesh. Third update requested. The battle erupted. The expressions of the observers concealed nearby were marked by astonishment. The subordinates on both sides failed to quickly determine a victor. How long has it been since Gilgamesh's rise? Merely a year or two, and his followers are already capable of contending with the armies of the 4 emperors. It is truly unbelievable. The crowd marveled in silence, redirecting their attention to the 2 protagonists, Gilgamesh and Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin wielded a sword with one hand, standing amidst storm clouds with the sun overhead. Her fury was palpable, charging at Gilgamesh like a wild boar, trampling through the ranks of lesser warriors, whether they were Gilgamesh's subordinates or her own. Ho impiho, mia hypits. Gilgamesh sneered, redirecting the treasures of his king's collection towards Charlotte Linlin. Clang, clang, clang. Countless weapons surged forth, only to be parried by Charlotte Linlin using her sword, Napoleon. Although some projectiles managed to slip through, they merely struck the storm cloud Zeus beneath her feet. The storm cloud Zeus, the sun Prometheus, and the dual-horned Napoleon. Though all were homies, the souls infused within them were Charlotte Linlin's own. The disparity in soul quality between the 4 emperors and ordinary souls is vast. Have they already reached the level of low-tier, noble phantasms? Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes, but remained unfazed as his king's collection continued to unleash a relentless barrage. The priceless treasures seemed to be expended without concern. Even though Charlotte Linlin, as one of the 4 emperors, moved swiftly and possessed extraordinary strength, she could not approach him. This Charlotte Linlin, her eyes flashing with intent, considered charging through the onslaught. Big Mom possessed an incredibly resilient body, her defenses formidable. Even the blades of giant warriors broke upon striking the 5-year-old Big Mom. Gunfire and artillery could not mar her skin, impervious as steel. This innate strength was unmatched. However, when she initially disregarded the incoming weapons, her expression shifted drastically upon contact. A body that could withstand cannon fire was easily marked by those projectiles, blood flowing forth like any ordinary person. In that moment, Charlotte Linlin realized that she could not simply endure the assault. Despite her innate might, Having defeated a bear with a single punch at the age of 5, she was reminded that her formidable physique was not invulnerable in the face of such perilous weaponry. Yet, she found herself constrained. Even though Charlotte Linlin was born with extraordinary strength, she had once swatted away mosquitoes from giant warriors, inadvertently breaking several bones in the process. However, when Gilgamesh concentrated the entirety of his king's collection upon her, even she, one of the 4 emperors, felt a profound sense of difficulty in advancing. "You boy, let's engage in a true battle." Charlotte Linlin seethed with anger, seizing several pirate soldiers as makeshift weapons to hurl at Gilgamesh. Yet, Gilgamesh merely responded with an arrogant snort. "Mere hybrids lack the ability to approach me. I have overestimated you all," he scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. Charlotte Linlin, her eyes wide with fury, suddenly reached upward, grasping the sun Prometheus. The once gentle expression of Prometheus transformed into one of rage. By infusing a soul into an object, it could be made to obey her will. Utilizing the powers of the soul fruit, Big Mom gained the ability to manipulate weather and natural phenomena. The sun Prometheus, initially just a flame, became extraordinary under Charlotte Linlin's influence. A massive wave of fire surged toward Gilgamesh. However, he merely dismissed it with a contemptuous snort, showing no sign of movement. Boom! 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 Countless weapons from the king's collection were unleashed without reservation, the fiery wave being swiftly dissipated before it could even draw near. Charlotte Linlin's eyes narrowed. Although the heavenly flames were not her most powerful attack, the fact that her opponent did not even flinch was astonishing. The spectators fixated on the battlefield between the 2 figures, including the high-ranking members among them. Mother is truly unable to advance. The crew of the Big Mom pirates gasped in disbelief. Such a display from their mother was unprecedented. Gilgamesh's strength astonished even Shilyu and others, who were wide-eyed in disbelief. They understood that Gilgamesh was undeniably formidable, yet they could never have anticipated that a Grand Four Emperor would struggle to approach him. Could he truly triumph? Doflamingo, ever the astute strategist, had anticipated various contingencies, including retreat and betrayal, and had even prepared for interactions with spies from the world government. Yet now, none of his plans were applicable, as he realized that his opponent was not just winning, but doing so with overwhelming force. Amidst the widespread astonishment, Charlotte Linlin finally resolved to act. Though she had hesitated to use it, the moment had arrived. Her voice was cold like a chilling wind, as she swung her sword with force. A colossal blade cleaved through the air, unleashing a fierce gust of sword wind. The Elbaf spear was a technique of the giant tribe, striking forth with tremendous force. Due to her childhood experiences, Xiaoluo Linlin was exiled from the land of giants, and she had long refrained from utilizing the techniques of the giant race. However, she could no longer afford such reservations. The blade's aura surged with a thunderous roar, akin to a meteor slicing through the heavens, scattering the weapons before her with a resonant dragon's roar, and its momentum remained unyielding as it hurtled toward Ji-Urga-Mei-Shur. In an instant, the sword energy erupted before Ji-Urga-Mei-Shur, unleashing a tremendous cloud of dust. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Xiaoluo Linlin leapt fiercely, wielding her great sword as she charged into the dust cloud. First came the 4 Emperors' ultimate technique, followed closely by the 4 Emperors themselves. Had they perished? All gazes turned toward the swirling dust. However, in the next moment, everyone's pupils constricted in surprise. Ji-Urga-Mei-Shur remained composed, standing there with an air of arrogance and disdain, as several swords hovered in midair, firmly blocking Xiaoluo Linlin's assault. "It seems you still possess the ability to approach this king," he remarked, a smile gracing his lips. "If you were to surrender, this king would not be averse to accepting you as a vassal." Chapter 166. The sword only the king of heroes can possess. The calm words dripped with an air of haughtiness. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the man before them. To take the 4 emperors as subordinates? How could such a thing be uttered? The 4 emperors could never become anyone's subordinate. They were the 4 emperors, after all. Yet, in the next moment, expressions grew peculiar. But the 4 emperors could potentially become someone else's subordinates, like Kaido. "Do not compare me to that trash Kaido." Xiaoluo Linlin erupted in fury, retreating a couple of steps before charging forward once more. Clang, clang, clang. The great sword swung, but was met by the swords suspended beside Ji-Urga-Mei-Shur, which effortlessly blocked her strikes. With one final, mighty effort, she unleashed all her strength, and Ji-Urga-Mei-Shur merely tilted his head. as her blade managed to create a small nick. Ha! How amusing! He laughed heartily, unfazed. After all, it was not every day that one could attract the attention of a king. If one was too weak, where would his dignity lie? His gaze burned with intensity, fixed upon Xia Luo to lean. Considering you managed to nick the most inferior sword in my collection, I shall allow you to witness my true power. True power. Though the words were softly spoken, they captured the attention of all present in the central arena, causing countless eyes to widen in astonishment, even prompting some to momentarily forget the battles they were engaged in. Shiliu squinted, while Da Jioba Sikachiaota's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Dofu Longminga retreated several steps, casting a solemn gaze in that direction. Even the formidable figures from the Xia Luo family could not resist turning their attention. In the next moment, a crimson light erupted from behind Ji Ergame Shur, expanding as if a door were being opened. The king's treasures, gate of Babylon, he declared, a smile dancing upon his handsome features, exuding an elegance that suggested he held all in his grasp. An invisible pressure began to permeate the air, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Xia Luo Lean's expression grew grave. Even she dared not show the slightest negligence. However, in the distance, some who had gathered considerable intelligence on Ji Ergame Shur exchanged puzzled glances. Isn't the king's treasure, gate of Babylon, something Ji Ergame Shur has already utilized? Indeed, it's that technique which constantly fires weapons. Why is he now claiming it to be truly his? As the crowd hesitated, the crimson light continued to expand, enveloping nearly the entirety of the space behind Ji Ergame Shur. Suddenly, the red glow transformed into a golden hue. Xia Luo Lean was taken aback. She suddenly saw a dagger materialize in Ji Ergame Shur's hand. The dagger was small, scarcely larger than a palm. Then, Ji Ergame Shur slowly raised his hand, casually flicking it as if a gentle breeze were blowing. With his movement, a tempest surged forth propelled by the blade's swing, hurtling toward Xia Luo Lean. Clang! She raised her sword to block the hurricane. But even this seemingly casual gesture from Ji Ergame Shur forced her, a wielder of immense strength, to stagger back several paces. As the tempest roared past, Xia Luo Lean held her sword with both hands. Yet when she turned to face Ji Ergame Shur, her pupils constricted in disbelief. Unbeknownst to her, he had somehow brandished a scythe, a chain linked to it clattering as it moved. With a mere flick of his wrist, she cried out in pain as her arm was pierced by the unknown scythe, its blade seemingly emerging from the void. Ji Ergame Shur's posture remained unchanged, and the blade vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. With a swift motion, he retracted the scythe, the blade re-emerging from Xia Luo Lean's arm. Clang! She nearly collapsed, propping herself up with her sword, her eyes filled with incredulity. Not only her, but everyone around her mirrored the same astonishment. What had transpired? More importantly, what manner of man was this? Ji Ergame Shur had amassed countless treasures, each bearing unique powers. The extraordinary artifacts, capable of traversing space and conjuring storms, were mere collectibles in his possession. The true strength of the king's treasures extended beyond mere firepower. It was the latent abilities within that represented their real might. This power had just barely revealed itself, leaving countless witnesses aghast, especially Dofu Longminga, who, harboring his own cautious thoughts, had initially followed Ji Ergame Shur. He had naturally discerned that Ji Ergame Shur rarely engaged in close combat, leading him to harbor a naive belief that he could gain the upper hand if the distance were closed. Now, however, Dofu Longminga felt a cold sweat break out at the thought of his earlier assumptions. To think that one could win in close quarters. How naive it was to entertain such thoughts. And in the next moment, he shuddered. Along with Xia Luo Lean, everyone else wore expressions of disbelief as the brilliance of the king's treasures emanated faint ripples. One weapon after another began to emerge from within, each varying in color and form, a myriad of weapon types manifesting before their eyes. Among them, even the least impressive weapon exuded an aura that rivaled the scythe that had previously harmed Xia Luo Lean. I am the king of heroes. Ji Ergame Shur, from the ancient dynasty of Luka, the oldest in human history. Prepare yourselves, big MOM pirates. I am the heroic king you cannot hope to defeat. Gilgamesh, with a proud smile gracing his lips, spoke with an air of arrogance that no royal of the present could possibly possess. Humph, how can one know unless they attempt? Charlotte, lingering, widened her eyes, gripping her sword tightly. Gilgamesh, still smiling, suddenly extended his hand backward, and an array of weapons vanished, only for him to retrieve an oddly shaped sword from the rippling air. Allow me to introduce a blade that only the King of Heroes can wield. Chapter 167. The Star of Creation Divided from Heaven and Earth. This sword possessed a unique design. Its hilt gleamed in gold, seemingly forged from the finest ore, with 3 golden guards layered atop one another, embellished with distinctive azure patterns. The blade exhibited a crimson-black hue, adorned with blood-red markings reminiscent of circuitry. The tip was golden and square-shaped, exuding an unusual and formidable pressure. The moment Gilgamesh drew it forth, an invisible force loomed over all present. In the next instant, blood-red stripes materialized, swirling around the sword like a tempest. "What on earth is this?" Don Quixote da Flamingo exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he felt an overwhelming sensation of being cleaved in two by the blade. He was a member of the Shichibukai, a powerful figure second only to the 4 emperors on the seas. The others, too, displayed expressions of shock and fear, clearly sensing the intensity of this pressure, most acutely felt by Charlotte Lingling herself. "What is this?" Charlotte's complexion shifted drastically, panic etched across her features. This was a sensation she had never experienced before. Despite her childhood battles against giants and countless skirmishes with pirates and the Navy, she had never felt such a weight. Waves of crimson energy surged around her, ruffling her hair violently. Gilgamesh, sword in hand, assumed a stance of attack. "Do not hold back. Unleash your strongest technique," he taunted with a chilling smirk. "I shall crush it with the poise befitting a king." Charlotte Lingling's pupils contracted as she unleashed her blade with ferocity. Elbaf Spear. This was her most powerful attack, seldom utilized from the giant kingdom. This strike was swifter and stronger than her previous one. She had poured all her strength into it. However, the Star of Creation divided from heaven and earth surged forth from Gilgamesh, unleashing a powerful sword aura imbued with crimson energy that swept across the arena, obliterating a vast expanse. Even the most formidable foes, with bounties exceeding 100 million, found themselves utterly incapable of resistance against this blood-red sword energy, which was weaker than mere paper. In an instant, Charlotte Lingling's sword energy collided with Gilgamesh's, yet before they could even meet, her attack crumbled. Her pupils constricted as she was engulfed by the blood-red sword energy, which surged forward without losing momentum. The very heavens fractured, mountains crumbled, and the seas trembled, as faint cracking sounds echoed, suggesting the world itself was being cleaved asunder. The sword, known as the Sword of Divergence, was held by Gilgamesh, a blade capable of rending the fabric of reality. Its initial form was that of the key to the king's treasury, and upon its first use in this world, it required the understanding of earthly laws to wield, possessing power equal to or surpassing that of Artoria's Excalibur. It could be deemed as the strongest of treasures, its wind pressure creating spatial rifts to obliterate foes. Gilgamesh described it as the entity that existed before the creation of heaven and earth, the essence of the world itself. The Star of Creation divided from heaven and earth, Enuma Elish, signifies the sword's maximum output. As the dust settled, a deep chasm was revealed, exposing the dried-up seabed behind it. All present felt a bone-chilling dread arise from their very souls, as everything after that singular strike vanished. No corpses, no blood, nothing left in its wake. Or rather, there remained one individual, Charlotte Lingling, sprawled on the ground in a most pitiful state, her left arm, along with her shoulder, completely obliterated. "Ah, so this is the so-called observation haki?" Gilgamesh remarked coldly, contemplating whether it was some primal instinct that had allowed her to evade certain death at the last moment. Even so, she was now perilously close to her end. "Perhaps I should have shown a bit more restraint. Even without using half of my power, it is beyond the capacity of mere mortals." The crowd gasped at his words, realizing the magnitude of the assault he had restrained. This was indeed a display of mercy, not merely because Gilgamesh had not unleashed his full strength, capable of annihilating countless Avenger avatars in one fell swoop, but also due to the host Zhao Su. Zhao Su possessed templates of various characters. 1. Uchiha Madara 84. 2. U75. 3. Gilgamesh 74. 4. Itamakoto 48. 5. Kenpachi Zaraki 59. The Gilgamesh template Zhao Su commanded was not yet in its perfect state. Even after battling Charlotte Lingling, he was not at his peak performance. Unlike the memories, abilities, and ninjutsu of Uchiha Madara at his zenith, Gilgamesh's reduction was far simpler. He retained all his noble phantasms but found his stats diminished in terms of strength, endurance, agility, magic, luck, and treasures. Each aspect of his battle prowess was somewhat compromised. Previously, Zhao Su had been unable to wield the X-rated Sword of Divergence. However, during this period, he had consumed the devil fruits obtained from Kenpachi Zaraki in Wano and those acquired from Uchiha Madara, significantly enhancing the realism of his Gilgamesh template. Now, with a realism score of 74, he was perilously close to his prime. Gilgamesh, now calmly raising his sword, gazed at the unconscious Charlotte Lingling. With the loss of an arm, her strength would surely diminish, rendering her unfit to be his vassal. As he prepared to deliver the final blow, Charlotte Lingling lay incapacitated, unable to resist, though it would have been futile even if she could. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. Was it possible that the formidable Charlotte Lingling would fall today? Chapter 168. The Big Mom Pirates Surrender. Chapter 168. The surrender of the Big Mom Pirates as Gilgamesh raised his sword, ready to strike. The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. Could it be that the four emperors were about to fall? However, in the next moment, Gilgamesh's arm halted as a small girl appeared before him, arms outstretched in a protective gesture towards Charlotte Lingling. It was Brynn, who had also participated in this battle, somehow finding her way to the front lines so close. What do you intend to do, little girl? Gilgamesh asked, gazing at her with calmness. Brynn swallowed hard and took a deep breath. We surrender. Gilgamesh paused, taken aback, and so was the crowd. We surrender. I'm a 35th daughter of my mother. I wish to represent the Big Mom Pirates in our surrender, Brynn stated solemnly, her words resonating amidst the astonished gazes. Our family, the Charlotte clan, concedes. If we continue fighting, we will all perish. However, sir, your subordinates would also sustain injuries. Why must it come to this? Although my mother has lost an arm, she can still have a prosthetic. Her combat power remains considerable. The pirate crew is also a formidable force as one of the four emperors, and we are willing to surrender to you, just as Kaido did. Brynn's voice, though not loud, was clear in the sudden silence of the battlefield. Hearing the sweet, innocent voice of the 8-year-old girl, the members of the Big Mom Pirates fell into silence. Continuing this fight would lead to death. Everyone would die. That man could easily defeat Mother and then proceed to eliminate everyone else. If they wished to live, surrender was their only option. How intriguing, Gilgamesh thought, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Brynn, who wore a mask of feigned calmness but whose eyes betrayed a hint of fear. Though Brynn's words were few, they were logical. She first established her identity, then pointed out the losses that would occur should the battle continue, and clearly articulated the benefits of accepting their surrender. At the same time, she offered a way out for everyone. If Kaido could surrender, why couldn't they? Who would choose death if they could live? Gilgamesh could clearly see the flicker of indecision on the faces of the Big Mom Pirates crew and the Charlotte family children, who were also hesitant. The Big Mom Pirates were a crew centered around familial bonds. Charlotte Lingling had given birth to 39 daughters and 46 sons. Although they did not yet have that many at this moment, the crew was indeed founded on blood ties and emotional connections. Even if Charlotte Lingling was as cruel as she was, familial love was difficult to forsake. This made it hard for them to declare defiance against their mother, uttering words like "I will not surrender" or "You weaklings can perish." Other formidable subordinates, having familial ties to the Charlotte family, felt the weight of blood connections, reminiscent of the future alliances seen in the Fire Tank Pirates and the Sun Pirates. While not every pair had a loving relationship, the ties made it challenging to harbor a death or glory mentality. Of course, many could understand this, but few could act upon it in the moment of Big Mom's defeat. Brynn was indeed quite intriguing, Gilgamesh mused, a smirk creeping onto his lips. What is your name, little girl? Brynn hesitated before softly replying, I am Charlotte Brynn. Excellent. Now, can you tell me if you can represent her? Gilgamesh pointed his sword toward Charlotte Lingling. Brynn's expression stiffened. How could she command her mother to heed her words? Yet, with a look of confidence, she asserted, Mother listens to me most. After all, I am her favorite daughter. In truth, Brynn was the mixed blood child of Charlotte Lingling and a member of the Three-Eyed tribe, possessing 3 eyes. As a child, she was often bullied for her appearance and was even deemed disgusting by her mother, who ordered her to cover her 3rd eye with bangs. The title of favorite daughter felt almost ironic, as even the most cherished child could face their mother's wrath. However, few knew the truth of her relationship with Charlotte Lingling. If not for Zhao Su's awareness of her reality, she might have successfully deceived others. Gilgamesh pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, I accept your submission. The shock reverberated through Doflamingo and others. How could the 4 emperors be made to submit? Was he not afraid of Charlotte Linlin rebelling? No matter, Gilgamesh replied dismissively. Should they dare to revolt, I will ensure their absolute annihilation. Those who cannot appreciate my mercy do not deserve to live in this world. His unabashed words left Doflamingo and the others speechless. With a mere flick, he had severed Charlotte Linlin's arm, rendering her unconscious, while he himself remained unscathed. Who would dare to resist in the face of such overwhelming power? You all, lay down your weapons. Gilgamesh commanded the crew of the Big Mom pirates. I order you to relinquish your arms and submit to the custody of my subordinates. Though my mercy has spared your lives, it does not imply that your wealth will be protected. After a lengthy battle, Lu and the others were deserving of their rewards, which would evidently be derived from the Big Mom pirates. There were also the devil fruits that Gilgamesh sought. After a moment of silence, someone was the first to drop their weapon, leading to a cascade of clattering sounds as arms fell to the ground. The bonds of blood and kinship compelled even some of the strongest who could have escaped to ultimately surrender their weapons and await detention. Bryn exhaled deeply. She did not share a profound affection for Charlotte Linlin, but that did not mean she did not cherish her own life. Surrender was a means to preserve it. Yet, before she could fully relax, Gilgamesh spoke again. Little girl, for now, you shall remain with me. Bryn was taken aback. Chapter 169. Doflamingo takes action. In stark contrast to Zhao Su's perception of the composed and articulate Bryn, the truth is that Bryn had already meticulously crafted her speech internally, making only slight adjustments before delivering it to Gilgamesh. To understand this prepared speech, one must inquire why Charlotte Linling is accompanied by a multitude of daughters, of whom Bryn is merely one. They had all been primed well in advance to plead their case to Charlotte Linling, with the essence of their requests mirroring Bryn's. Essentially, they argued that Gilgamesh, being formidable, would prove beneficial to them, hence it would be wise to retain him. This script was, in fact, orchestrated by Bryn herself. Having been bullied since childhood, including by her mother Charlotte Linling, she had grown accustomed to reading people's expressions and aligning herself with others' sentiments. The sisters transitioned from hostility towards her to reliance on her for counsel, which can be seen as a testament to her abilities. Initially, several sisters intended to appeal to Charlotte Linling and casually suggest that in order for Gilgamesh to seamlessly integrate into the pirate crew, a gentle and virtuous daughter should be wed to him to garner his loyalty. Although Bryn had no intentions of this nature, she was inevitably swept along, as having one more person advocate for their cause would increase the likelihood of swaying Charlotte Linling. Ultimately, however, this carefully crafted dialogue was not utilized. Instead, Bryn sensed impending trouble and utilized it to persuade Gilgamesh. With her mother still unconscious, Bryn feared that if Gilgamesh were to discover something amiss, a chill ran through her heart and her expression subtly shifted. Although slightly scheming, she was merely a young girl of a few years, and many matters could not be resolved perfectly, such as a rigid demeanor. What is the matter? Gilgamesh's melodious voice chimed, as he gently swirled a glass of red wine, his body trembling slightly. I do not expect you to have garments that fit me so closely. In nothing, Bryn stammered, her mind racing as she sought a plausible excuse. Oh, that belongs to Rebecca, she quickly added. Gilgamesh casually remarked, she is of a similar height to you. Indeed, the attire Bryn wore was Rebecca's. Following Violet, King Liku had sent Rebecca as a maid. Although Rebecca was merely 8 years old, like Bryn, it seemed that if Scarlet were not already the wife of Cyrus, he might have sent her along as well. Is that so? Bryn replied, pondering inwardly that the young girl named Rebecca was indeed a maid. The fact that such a young child had to serve as a maid, especially under circumstances of reluctance, led Bryn to speculate whether Gilgamesh had a particular inclination towards younger girls. It was evident that Rebecca was somewhat unwilling to part from her parents, and it was worth noting that she was once a princess. The notion of a princess serving as a maid could not help but suggest external coercion, leading Bryn to conclude that it was Gilgamesh's own volition. Thus, it could be inferred that Gilgamesh had a proclivity for younger girls. Bryn's expression faltered, and to be candid, this speculation was rather advantageous for her. At the very least, if Charlotte Linling truly disregarded her counsel, she could leverage her beauty to escape. Zhao Su glanced at the little girl beside him, observing the rapid shifts in her countenance, leaving him somewhat perplexed by the situation. However, Gilgamesh, unfazed, required no further action. Maintaining his haughty demeanor was sufficient. Instead, he pondered how many devil fruits he could procure from Charlotte Linling and whether she would be amenable to surrender. If not, they could simply eliminate her. Thus, one continued to act while the other contemplated how to present beauty, and the two were in perfect harmony. Charlotte Lingling's defeat led to the complete capitulation of the big MOM pirates, an explosive revelation that nearly caused those intelligence agents hidden around the island to erupt with excitement. Each one diligently relayed the information back, requiring no embellishment, for this news alone was enough to send ripples across the seas. As the news agencies, the world government, and the dark forces busily worked, a grim-faced man slowly approached the prison area. "Damn it, I can't believe he actually won," Doflamingo muttered darkly. He could be considered the most scheming member of Gilgamesh's team. Prior to the commencement of this battle, he had secretly collaborated with the world government to prepare an escape route, intending to lead a group of elite fighters to safety after the clash between Gilgamesh and Charlotte Lingling. Ideally, he envisioned both Gilgamesh's demise and Charlotte Lingling sustaining severe injuries, resulting in mutual destruction while he could lead his own escape. Unfortunately, all of this had turned to vapor. Now, as Doflamingo reflected, a shiver ran through him as he glanced toward one of the cells. How could he be so powerful? That cell housed Charlotte Lingling, and even more frustratingly, despite her physical resilience and the exceptional care of the big MOM pirate skilled ship doctor, she had yet to regain consciousness, indicating the severity of her injuries. However, he could not allow Gilgamesh's power to continue to grow unchecked. Otherwise, escaping would become utterly impossible. Doflamingo's expression darkened. He had not become one of the 7 warlords merely to serve others. Among pirates, this title was often regarded as a joke. Thus, not far from the prisoners, a grand feast was underway. Those responsible for guarding the big MOM pirates were celebrating the defeat of a Yonko, an event that surely warranted a proper celebration. After all, the guards were secured and could not easily escape. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed as he strode purposefully forward. He had no need for stealth. The CP could handle that. He simply needed to draw the guards' attention. Chapter 170. Doflamingo, what is happening? 4th update request. Chapter 171. Doflamingo, what is happening? 4th update request. Let's drink. Doflamingo laughed heartily. For our victory over the Yonko. For our king's triumph over the 4 foul ones. Soon, our name shall echo throughout the seas. A throng of pirates roared with laughter, raising their cups in unison. Although they had already celebrated for 3 days for pirates, defeating a Yonko warranted at least another 3 days of revelry. Gulping down liquor and devouring meat was their finest expression of joy, particularly after vanquishing a Yonko. Does this mean we can become the strongest pirate crew? One queried. Oh, it seems Gilgamesh does not desire to be a mere pirate. He appears intent on being a king, treating us as subjects. But that matters not. Let us together forge an immense kingdom. Indeed, Gilgamesh's charisma was undeniable, as even these subordinate pirates held him in deep admiration. Following the defeat of the Yonko Charlotte Lingling, their respect for him only intensified. Some individuals have gradually transformed their behavior, no longer embodying the typical pirate ethos of seizing the day with revelry, but instead donning the guise of refined gentlemen. As creators of a nation, how could we possibly mirror the rudeness of pirates? Consequently, the residents of Pingwu Island were astonished to witness a remarkable shift. The once fierce pirates, who would demand payment as if it were a privilege to sell them alcohol, had suddenly become exceedingly courteous. This could not continue. Don Quixote Doflamingo, while maintaining a facade of laughter, felt an icy chill within him, particularly when he observed his former subordinate, Toripol, laughing heartily with the pirates. Toripol, once a loyal minister who revered Doflamingo as king alongside Diamante, had begun to assimilate into the ranks of Gilgamesh. Doflamingo recognized that Torpol's actions were hardly surprising. After all, even he, the nominal superior, was now under Gilgamesh's command. Doflamingo harbored a rebellious spirit, yet Toripol remained loyal. Within Doflamingo's domain, he was a subject, while under Gilgamesh, he was not. Gilgamesh had defeated one of the 4 emperors, boasting prospects and charisma that far surpassed Doflamingo's. Thus, the situation could not persist. Should Gilgamesh manage to win over the Charlotte family, Doflamingo could feel a flicker of defeat stirring within him, with no viable options for rebellion. He was acutely aware of his own disloyalty to Gilgamesh, even having traded intelligence with the world government on multiple occasions. Although these pieces of information had proven ineffective, who would trust one known to harbor treachery? It would be customary for a pirate to eliminate such a liability. With no path of retreat, Doflamingo clung to the hope that the Bigmum pirates had not yet fully submitted. A smile crept across his face as he raised his glass, inviting the pirates to drink heartily. Unbeknownst to them, a figure stealthily pilfered a key from an inebriated pirate, making his way toward the prison without drawing attention. Doflamingo observed this with a smile, continuing his revelry with the pirates, who regarded him favorably within Gilgamesh's crew due to his generosity and charisma. While he might not rival Gilgamesh, he was certainly more approachable compared to others in high ranks. No one could resist the charm of someone who was both generous and willing to share a drink. If his earlier predictions held true, a mutual defeat between Gilgamesh and Charlotte Linlin could allow him to recruit a significant number of skilled individuals from Gilgamesh's ranks. Regrettably, Doflamingo squinted, his gaze drifting toward the prison. The guards watching over the Charlotte family were not particularly stringent. After all, the captors were former pirates themselves. Most of Gilgamesh's subordinates hailed from pirate backgrounds, rendering them ill-equipped to manage the prisoners effectively. They could at least manage to place sea-stone cuffs on each devil fruit user. But beyond that, what further capabilities could they provide? The notion of guarding was almost laughable. Furthermore, who would dare offend their king? Therefore, when the CP operatives stealthily infiltrated, their presence went largely unnoticed, as the visible guards, while not completely inattentive, were evidently rather lax. Thus, CP easily entered the prison, with the first target being Katakuri, the second son of the Charlotte family. Katakuri abruptly lifted his head to scrutinize the shadow at the prison door. Katakuri, allow me to assist you, one CP operative smiled, unhesitatingly unlocking the prison door. Being part of the intelligence sector, they were acutely aware that while Charlotte Linlin remained unconscious, the most reliable member of the family was Katakuri. With an impressive bounty of 1.57 billion and the respect of his siblings, he was the strongest son of Charlotte Linlin and the foremost of the Sweet Generals. His involvement was crucial for swiftly rallying resistance against Gilgamesh. Katakuri narrowed his eyes, acknowledging silently without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Doflamingo continued to drink outside, a smile lingering on his lips. It was time for the CP to act, and perhaps they had already freed several individuals. Let chaos ensue, he mused. Suddenly, a deafening noise erupted from the prison, causing a stir among the drunken pirates, who hastily grabbed their weapons and turned their attention toward the source of the commotion. In the next moment, a figure was hurled into their midst, blood spewing from his mouth. Doflamingo shouted in astonishment, "What is happening?" His alarm was palpable as he recognized the figure. One of the CP operatives, battered and bloodied. Why had they been beaten to this state? Had their mission failed? Doflamingo's expression shifted, anxiety creeping into his heart. Despite his own considerable strength as a warlord of the sea, he felt utterly defenseless before the man who had nearly slain Charlotte Linlin with a single sword strike. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed, and a tall figure emerged. Katakuri and the others were momentarily stunned, immediately recognizing the man's name. "What do you intend to do?" "I am merciful. Do you wish to die?" Doflamingo's voice rose. Yet internally, he felt a tremor of uncertainty. Against Katakuri, he could not confidently assert which of them would emerge victorious. Nor did he know the fate of his other siblings. "Do not panic," Katakuri replied, his tone steady. "I neither intend to flee nor resist." He pointed at the fallen CP operative. "He unexpectedly arrived at my cell, unlocked my door in cuffs, seemingly intending to help me escape." His voice remained calm, devoid of any signs of distress. However, the pirates exchanged incredulous glances. "So, you're saying that someone intended to free you, and you responded by nearly killing him?" Doflamingo could not contain his curiosity. Katakuri nodded. "Do you not wish to escape?" "No. Why does fleeing lead to death?" Katakuri spoke calmly, casting a nonchalant glance at Doflamingo. "I have already defeated my shackles while still in the cell. How will you handle me? Regardless, I shall return now." With that, he unexpectedly turned and walked back, much to the astonishment of onlookers. After a brief hesitation, someone followed him back to the cell under Doflamingo's gaze. Moments later, they returned, incredulous. "What happened?" Doflamingo inquired. "He truly returned obediently," the pirate replied, dazed. "He locked the cell door, reattached the sea stone cuffs, and then tossed the key to me. He produced a set of keys, which included not only Katakuri's cell key, but also those of other prisoners. This is the key stolen by CPQ. I also checked the other rooms. There were no signs of the cuffs being opened." The pirate added, Katakuri had indeed eliminated those who sought to free him, and then confined himself once more. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, contemplating how they would have fled if placed in Katakuri's position. Even in the absence of a rescue for their siblings, self-preservation would have driven them to escape. Yet, here was someone who chose not to flee. Gradually, their gazes shifted towards the CP agent. Are you the one who sought to secretly release the Bigman pirates? Doflamingo suddenly bellowed. One of the CP0 agents coughed up blood, about to speak, but Doflamingo interrupted him. Do you wish for our efforts against the likes of Shikuyaku to be in vain? Doflamingo's anger rose. Do you want our bloodshed to be for naught? Without waiting for the CP0 agent to respond, he struck out. The five-colored thread, a transparent filament, shot from his hand, seizing like a beast. In an instant, the already bloodied CPQ was sliced into multiple segments, his final words trapped within him. Doflamingo took a deep breath, his previously racing heart finally calming. Though he acted hastily, leaving potential traces behind, he glanced at those around him. While the surrounding pirates were outraged, a few bore expressions of doubt. His actions were swift, leaving no opportunity for the CPQ to speak, akin to silencing him permanently. Given his recent maneuvers, it was likely that someone might deduce something. However, Doflamingo saw no alternative. Allowing CP to speak would inevitably lead to his own exposure. At that moment, revealing Doflamingo's secrets was a small price to pay, especially as Gilgamesh had ascended to the level of a Yonko, with both power and influence poised for exponential growth. If he did not instigate some suspicion within his team, how could he contain Gilgamesh? Meanwhile, Brother Katakuri, why do you choose to go back in? Charlotte Jaskar Puny could not refrain from asking. Indeed, brother, you could have left. Charlotte Opera chimed in discontent. Yes, these cuffs are quite uncomfortable, Charlotte Zakito huffed. Even Perispero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, could not hold back, questioning why Katakuri would forsake such a rare opportunity to escape. Although not the strongest among the Charlotte offspring, his position as the eldest gave weight to his words. I have no choice, Katakuri suddenly said, eliciting the attention of all. He sat on the cell floor, arms wrapped around himself, trembling slightly. You are aware of my observation haki, I presume? They all nodded in unison, knowing Katakuri's prowess in observation haki was unparalleled, reaching a level where he could see into the future. He could not only perceive events, but also hear sounds. In an instant, he could visualize the unfolding of imminent events. I foresaw that after Mother was defeated, Daifuku, Oven, Cracker, and Smoothie would strike together, Katakuri stated solemnly. These individuals were among the most formidable in the Charlotte family, each possessing bounties in the billion range, indicative of their strength. And then, one of the female commanders, Smoothie, inquired. Katakuri's arm trembled slightly before he spoke again. Then I saw that we were all slain by that man in a single stroke. I do not flee because I cannot. I do so out of fear. A heavy silence enveloped the prisoners. The commotion subsided, and the following day, Gilgamesh received the news without elaboration. He summoned Doflamingo and Katakuri. You did not flee yesterday, Gilgamesh remarked, observing Katakuri with interest. There was no possibility of escape. Katakuri replied somberly. With you present, we had no chance of fleeing. He spoke candidly, eschewing flattery. The implication was clear, with someone of Gilgamesh's caliber suppressing them. Escape was unattainable. Intriguing, Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes at Doflamingo. You certainly seem more interesting than him. Indeed, Doflamingo thought, feeling a sheen of sweat form in his palm, yet maintaining an unperturbed facade. With such a man aligning with us, our prospects are promising. Is that so? Gilgamesh continued, turning his gaze back to Katakuri. Do you desire anything? In consideration of your intriguing nature, I could demonstrate a modicum of my benevolence. Katakuri did not hesitate and responded directly. Then may I request the removal of the cuffs from my siblings? They are unaccustomed to such restraints. The Charlotte family, though not universally favored by Big Mom, had never endured the indignity of being shackled. After all, as children of a Yonko, few would treat them in such a manner. Even among those with strong wills, many could not suppress their complaints. Very well, I grant permission, Gilgamesh nodded. You may go and inform your guards. Katakuri nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further words as he turned to leave. Just as he was about to exit, he paused momentarily. The one who opened the door for me bears a resemblance to someone from the world government. With that, he departed without another glance, leaving Gilgamesh and a perturbed Doflamingo behind. Gilgamesh gazed silently at Doflamingo, who felt an immense pressure under his scrutiny. Doflamingo swallowed hard, fully aware that his actions lacked discretion. The decisiveness of his silence could easily arouse suspicion. Yet, he found himself cornered. In that moment, remaining silent was imperative, as waiting for CP0 to divulge everything before sealing his lips was not an option. If he disclosed the matter, it would lead to a confrontation. Doflamingo steeled himself, his limbs stiffening as he reassured himself that his life was not so easily claimed. Despite his resolute thoughts, a deep-seated awareness gnawed at him. He recognized the vast chasm between himself and the four emperors. Confronted by Gilgamesh, who possessed power that surpassed the four emperors, Doflamingo felt utterly unqualified to pose any inconvenience to him. The air hung thick with silence. Just as Doflamingo contemplated whether to act preemptively, he heard Gilgamesh speak. "What is the status of the artificial devil fruits?" Doflamingo, as if granted a reprieve, responded promptly, "There are no issues. Caesar has arrived in Dressrosa, and the research facility we constructed is complete. We can commence operations within 7 days at the latest. And have you retrieved my devil fruits from the black market?" Gilgamesh inquired calmly. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and replied, "I assure you, by the time you return to Dressrosa, you will see at least 5 devil fruits. Too few. I require no less than 10. Gilgamesh stated with unwavering composure. Doflamingo nodded, understood. Gilgamesh acknowledged him with a nod, the tension in the atmosphere dissipating. Doflamingo exhaled, relieved that this matter had seemingly passed. However, he failed to perceive the dangerous glint in Gilgamesh's eyes. Unfortunately, the cooling period of the Baitian Shun is still in effect, Zhao Su remarked, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Doflamingo. He was not foolish. He could easily deduce Doflamingo's role in the prison break. Yet, he recognized that he still needed Doflamingo. No one was more adept than him at procuring devil fruits from the black market. With 2 months remaining on the Baitian Shun's cooldown, Zhao Su decided to let Doflamingo enjoy 2 months of respite. Doflamingo hesitated before voicing a concern. "My king, do you not worry that Charlotte Linlin, upon awakening, will leverage the might of her pirate crew to overshadow us?" While his timing was questionable, his words held a kernel of truth. The combat prowess of Big Mom's crew surpassed that of the team led by Gilgamesh, and their upper echelon was equally formidable. It could be said that without considering Gilgamesh's own strength, if Charlotte Linlin were to capitulate, a significant portion of Gilgamesh's influence would be derived from her forces. This was a perilous ratio, sufficient to jeopardize one's position in Zhao Su's former life. Nevertheless, Gilgamesh furrowed his brow and coldly retorted, "Do you doubt my charisma? It is the natural duty of my subjects to remain loyal to me. What is Charlotte Linlin? A mere rogue compared to my authority." Doflamingo stood momentarily stunned, his mouth agape. He could not deny the charisma of Gilgamesh, yet he wondered if it sufficed. The subordinates of the four emperors would not so easily yield to mere charm. Such influence was not akin to the force of dominance that could compel absolute loyalty. At that moment, an announcement broke the silence. "My king, Shichibukai Crocodile has arrived." Doflamingo blinked, taken aback. "What brings him here?" "He should be here to pledge his allegiance to me," Gilgamesh replied calmly. "As a Shichibukai, his tardiness to meet me is somewhat unacceptable." "Lemon." Doflamingo's mouth twitched. If not for the remnants of his sanity, he might have directly questioned Gilgamesh's confidence in Crocodile's fealty. Did he truly believe that Crocodile had come to submit? After all, he was also one of the Shichibukai. 3 minutes later, Doflamingo watched in stunned disbelief as Crocodile bowed before Gilgamesh. Was it possible that such a commanding presence truly existed? Gilgamesh undoubtedly possessed significant charisma, akin to figures such as Uchiha Madara and Saitama. Even Singe had a certain allure, particularly with women. However, Zhao Su's charm, no matter how potent, could not replicate the fantastical dominance of a fictional king that could compel others to submit without reason. Crocodile had indeed been brought here under the control of Baitian Shun. Zhao Su did not reveal his identity, but merely commanded him to approach Gilgamesh. Had there not been any additional orders, Crocodile might have assumed he was sent as a spy. It appeared that the Shichibukai might soon be unified. Zhao Su narrowed his gaze, observing the astonished Doflamingo. Doflamingo awaited the moment to utilize Baitian Shun. With Crocodile's submission, 2 out of 7 positions in the Shichibukai had already been filled. The remaining members were not without vulnerabilities. The jest that had initially left Zhao Su's lips, that the Shichibukai were merely subordinates of Gilgamesh, was gradually becoming a reality. "You may return to Alabasta for now. I do not require your presence at this time," Gilgamesh instructed. Crocodile, who had recently learned of the defeat of one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, by this man, nearly retorted. Nevertheless, he refrained, contemplating the implications of Gilgamesh's casual dismissal of such a formidable foe. Ultimately, he nodded and prepared to depart. Gilgamesh observed Crocodile, aware that he had arrived too early and knew too few people. This incident might serve as a foundation for a future plot against the world government. Of course, there were many spies within his ranks, like Doflamingo, who could easily leak information. However, given that Doflamingo had just eliminated a CP agent, even if he wished to reconnect with the world government, it would require considerable time. A slight delay would suffice until the cool-down of Baitian Shun concluded. After Katakuri's return, the prisoners of the Charlotte family felt significantly more at ease without the C-Prism stone handcuffs. However, some harbored discontent and plotted their escape. However, all were halted by Katakuri, the mightiest member of the Big Mom pirates aside from Charlotte Linlin, who possessed the foresight of Kin Bunchikahaki, commanding immense authority that made it effortless to suppress such matters. Meanwhile, Brûlé occasionally visited to discuss strategies with her sisters from the Charlotte family on how to entice men. She appeared to believe she had discerned Gilgamesh's preferences, preparing for the eventual awakening of Charlotte Linlin, confident that her life would be preserved. To her, sacrificing her chastity seemed trivial. After all, the Charlotte family often engaged in unions with outsiders, rarely considering emotions, merely adhering to the wishes of their matriarch. Sacrificing one's purity was inconsequential if it meant survival, and many young women from the Charlotte family envied Brûlé's decision. Such an alluring and charming man, had circumstances not diverged so drastically from their initial expectations, they would likely be beseeching Charlotte Linlin for her favor. The men of the Charlotte family remained largely silent, with Katakuri saying little. Everything now hinged on their mother's awakening. 3 days later, Charlotte Linlin finally regained consciousness. Is this so? Have I truly failed? She murmured, disbelief etched across her features. Indeed, you have been defeated, Gilgamesh declared calmly, sipping his drink with an air of pride. You have but two choices, submit or watch your children perish alongside you. Beneath them, the pirates of the Big Mom crew swallowed hard, awaiting the fateful outcome. Brûlé stood silently behind Gilgamesh, still clad in her maid outfit. Yet she had adorned herself with an array of jewelry, earrings, rings, necklaces, each embellishment enhancing her refinement, even lending a hint of allure to her youthful appearance. These adornments had been borrowed from her sisters under the pretense of captivating Gilgamesh to plead on their behalf, aided by a few aesthetically inclined siblings in her preparation. But mother, please agree, Brûlé thought anxiously. Although she had devised a plan to seduce him, the possibility of failure loomed. Please, do not lose your composure now, murmured Perispero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, his heart racing. Katakuri's expression remained stoic, his gaze fixed intently on Charlotte Linlin. Others mirrored this anticipation, eyes glued to her, awaiting her response. What benefit would there be to my submission? Charlotte Linlin scoffed. For instance, my Totland kingdom would belong to me, Gilgamesh replied evenly. His blunt words startled the crowd. Charlotte Linlin's eyes reddened as she realized that the fairy tale-like homies she created must now heed his commands. My deserts. She narrowed her eyes. I care not, Gilgamesh stated calmly. However, should you choose to ally with me, the privileges you once held will diminish significantly. Even if you continue to indulge in your desires, the quality will be inferior to what you once enjoyed. Brûlé clenched her fingers tightly, swallowing hard as Katakuri appeared calm. Though a closer look revealed his eyes narrowed to slits. The tension in the air was palpable, conflict imminent. Yet at that moment Charlotte Linlin spoke. Chapter 174. Gilgamesh acquires numerous maids. Fourth update requested for automation. Chapter 114. Gilgamesh acquires numerous maids. Fourth update requested for automation. Very well. I shall temporarily forego my defiance. Charlotte Linlin sighed, uttering words that astonished everyone. Submission? The four emperors submit once more? Gilgamesh nodded, unfazed by the possibility of deceit, merely gesturing grandly. Countless weapons materialized, shattering the doors of the prison where the Big Mom pirates were confined, releasing them. Is it truly impossible for the four emperors to surrender? Perhaps not. After all, they are human, and as such, possess attachments. Charlotte Linlin's attachment was to her family. Indeed, she longed for familial bonds, even urging her subordinates to call her mother. When confronted with formidable opponents, her first thought was often to secure alliances through marriage with her daughters. Though inherently fierce, Charlotte Linlin harbored aspirations and feelings. Even now, she remained preoccupied with Sister Carmel. Striving to fulfill the childhood dream of a harmonious existence for all races, she created the nation of Totland, where all were treated equally, diverse yet devoid of overt discrimination. At least, not in a manifest way. She yearned for utopia where all races and beings could coexist in harmony. This dream, initially inspired by the nun, was realized under her guidance. Although the nun was, in truth, a nefarious trafficker of orphans, Charlotte Linlin, despite her brutality, gleaned insights from Gilgamesh's words. Equality, regardless of one's subordinates or herself, all would belong to him, and he would bear the burden of it all. This formed the foundation for her submission. The dignity of the four emperors indeed posed a dilemma. However, it is essential to recognize that they were not inherently obstinate. Among the four emperors, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin were once members of the Rocks Pirates, while Shanks had once been a subordinate of the Pirate King. This indicates they were not born with an unyielding pride that precluded them from submission. Kaido serves as a clear example. Though he was ultimately defeated, his submission was genuine. Regardless of the complications surrounding that submission, it remained submission, and the four emperors could indeed yield to others. Yet, this notion had never been contemplated. As Brule and the others gazed at Charlotte Linlin, particularly Doflamingo, whose eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. You are a four-emperor. How could a four-emperor possibly submit? First, focus on your recovery, Gilgamesh rose. If you can demonstrate sufficient value, I may yet show you mercy and restore your arm. Just an arm. Though in the world of pirates, even Zephyr ultimately bore a mechanical limb. However, in Gilgamesh's presence, abundant treasures equate to substantial power. All right, Gilgamesh suddenly paused. Turning his head, you may go to Totland and bring the treasures within to Dressrosa. In light of your sincere submission, I shall permit you to retain 1/4 of the spoils and distribute that quarter among my subordinates. Certainly, the treasures such as the devil fruits are all mine. This has allowed the members of the Big Mom Pirates to relax, particularly in light of Katakuri's actions. Although we face defeat, we can still retain some spoils. Gilgamesh's subordinates voiced little dissent, as everyone was aware of who truly determined the outcome. Then let us disband, Gilgamesh declared. It is time for us to depart. This small island has received too much favor from me, and it cannot bear any more. There is little need to elaborate on what follows. The flags of the various nations and their vassal territories need to be changed. The banner of the Charlotte Linlin's Big Mom Pirates will soon become a relic, unlikely to resurface unless Gilgamesh were to perish or Charlotte Linlin were to betray us. Gilgamesh set sail once more, this time directly heading back to Dressrosa. With the acquisition of so much territory, he clearly had no intention of visiting each one individually. However, Doflamingo could not resist expressing some concerns regarding the Big Mom Pirates' return to the nations, voicing worries about the possibility of their rebellion upon release. Before Bryn could fluster and defend her family, Gilgamesh dismissively replied, "Then I shall crush them like the ants they are. Those who ignore my mercy hold no value in surviving." Upon hearing this, Bryn's heart raced, prompting her to resolve to communicate with her siblings later. Doflamingo's heart pounded as well. He felt Gilgamesh's words had a deeper meaning, seemingly directed at him. However, with his ties to the world government severed, he dare not reach out to Gilgamesh. After a moment of contemplation, Gilgamesh said nothing further but gazed quietly at the calm sea. The ship continued its journey through the unpredictable skies of the Grand Line, which were not short. For ordinary sailors, navigating a ship requires constant attention to the wind direction and sail adjustments, alongside maintaining balance to enhance speed. Yet for Gilgamesh, such concerns were irrelevant. I haven't enjoyed such leisure in a long time, Zhao Su mused. If he were alone, like Gilgamesh, it would be far simpler. However, Zhao Su faced considerable challenges, needing to portray Gilgamesh while simultaneously managing other roles through his clones. He had not experienced such ease in quite some time. Once they absorbed the devil fruits brought from the nations, they would need to relocate again, Zhao Su thought. In Wano, the swordsman Kingo had also requested a batch of devil fruits from Kaido, while Saitama's template was easy to handle, yet Uchiha Bido was also gathering them. Fortunately, multiple factions were simultaneously collecting intelligence, enabling Zhao Su to stay abreast of developments and avoid wasting opportunities. Otherwise, his workload would have multiplied tenfold. Now, he found himself in a rare moment of respite, turning his gaze toward the several maidens before him. It is worth noting that Gilgamesh had indeed gathered a considerable number of maidens as his servants. Bryn, currently serving as Gilgamesh's maid to preserve her life, was joined by Princess Violet, sent by her father, and Princess Rebecca, delivered by her grandfather. The ghost Princess Perona was also recruited as a subordinate during Gilgamesh's defeat of Moonlight Moria, now holding the position of headmaid. Among Zhao Su's companions, only Robin remained close. The other members of the Revolutionary Army had not formed significant bonds. Gilgamesh, however, had confidently amassed such a multitude of maidens. Truly, being an emperor is the ultimate dream of man. The only issue is that these maidens are quite young. The oldest, Perona and Violet, have only recently escaped the death sentence. Suddenly, Zhao Su pondered, the laws of the pirate world seem to differ significantly from those of my previous life, resembling more closely the regulations of Neon. For instance, women can marry at 16. In this light, while Rebecca and Bryn are still quite young, the other two know. As a ruler, I possess the authority to establish domestic laws. Should I perhaps take a moment to amend the laws? Zhao Su stroked his chin, reasoning that even if he were to bed them, it would not be a significant issue. After all, as a king, having multiple wives is not unusual. Although the legends of Gilgamesh do not mention multiple wives, such matters can easily be resolved by me. Gilgamesh, as the ancient king of Uruk, belongs to a mythological era. And who truly records whether he had wives? Why document that when one could focus on his great deeds? As if sensing Gilgamesh's gaze, the maidens glanced over. Bryn quickly donned a pleasant smile, having learned to gauge others' emotions from a young age due to her eyes. She had not yet matured into the deceptive stage of using her gentle facade to manipulate others, appearing only pitiful rather than contemptible. Violet, aware of Gilgamesh's gaze, though unsure of his intentions, knew how to respond. She huffed, arms crossed, displaying a defiant demeanor. This was her habitual method of expressing dissatisfaction. Dissatisfaction with her father for sending her away, with Gilgamesh for disregarding her feelings, and with her father again for sending her niece. Rebecca, in her naivete, mimicked her aunt with a pout, hands on her hips, though she did not fully understand the reason behind her own huff. Perona looked confused, alternating her gaze between Violet and Rebecca before turning back to Gilgamesh. What is happening? Zhao Su subtly shook his head, deciding to let it be a feast for the eyes. After all, he did not expect to rely on them for anything substantial. Despite being called maids, they were more akin to decorative vases, as they were not truly suited for servitude. Bulin Si Ping, the act of exploiting a girl not yet 10 years old, seems rather peculiar. Zhao Su revealed a familiar smile typical of men. However, in truth, the character of Gilgamesh hardly appears to be one who would succumb to the allure of beauty. Although he had pursued Saber, it was less a matter of her physical charm and more an interest in her tenacity and character. The question arises, how many pirates possess the independence and strength of a woman who could reign as a queen, such as Charlotte Linlin? Ultimately, Zhao Su reluctantly discovered that the roles he played were not those conducive to wooing women. Gilgamesh is indifferent to women. Saitama shows little interest, and Genkia prefers to wield his sword. As for Chungu, it's best to let him linger in the background for a while longer. The ship continued its voyage, encountering a myriad of individuals upon the sea. Pirates, merchant ships, and naval forces, all seasoned and accustomed to the occasional sighting of other vessels. In any case, most would steer clear upon seeing the flag of Gilgamesh from Uruk. Naturally, there are exceptions. My king, a fleet is approaching us, Doflamingo reported with a grin. Who is it? Gilgamesh inquired without lifting his gaze. It appears to be Germa 66, judging by the flag, Doflamingo replied. Germa 66, also known as the Germa Kingdom, is a unique maritime nation without fixed territory, operating in dozens of ships that act as one. The name Germa 66 refers to the military of the Germa Kingdom, though people often use it to denote the nation itself, as its military is its most renowned and formidable feature. They even serve as mercenaries in various conflicts, their strength allowing them to easily dispatch foes, which constitutes a significant source of income for the Germa Kingdom. What do they want? Gilgamesh yawned. It seems they might be considering an attack. Doflamingo hesitated, uncertain. Does this diminutive Germa kingdom dare to assault us? Do they not realize we have just vanquished the pirate crew led by the Emperor Charlotte Linlin? Meanwhile, aboard the Germa warship Father, wouldn't it be unwise to attack directly? Reiju hesitated. What are you afraid? They are merely a notorious group of pirates, Niji scoffed. Just as Reiju was about to respond, the Germa commander, Vin Smoke Judge, waved his hand, stating, "We were invited by Charlotte Linlin to her banquet. If we do not respond to the provocation of these pirates, we risk drawing unwanted attention." Judge narrowed his eyes. For Germa to reclaim dominance over the North Sea, the assistance of an emperor is essential. How marvelously intricate is the world. They remain unaware that the help Judge anticipated has just been extinguished by Gilgamesh. In this vast ocean, the transmission of information is seldom an easy task. The Denden Mushi is not a true telephone. Its frequency is limited, rendering comprehensive communications impossible. Even in Zhao Su's previous life, maritime communication relied on satellites and terrestrial bases. Compared to land, The sea poses greater challenges due to the absence of geographical features to obstruct signals. In various kingdoms, news agencies have established relatively complete communication systems, but at sea, one must rely on unpredictable messenger birds to relay news. Unfortunately, following the conflict with the four emperors, despite numerous intelligence operatives striving to disseminate information about the battle, all news agencies recognized the upheaval brought about by the fall of the four emperors. However, even with their diligent efforts, the people of Germa Kingdom failed to receive sufficiently updated news and thus committed this blunder. It cannot truly be deemed a mistake before this battle. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? Judge himself harbored ambitions of reclaiming the North Sea's supremacy with Charlotte Linlin's support. Capturing an opportunity to engage with her was too tempting to resist. Without knowledge of the battle's circumstances, his actions were quite justifiable. Gradually establishing rapport with Linlin, even if both parties were inclined, would require considerable time for adaptation. Judge thought to himself, yet if he could seize this opportunity to engage Gilgamesh, it would swiftly bridge the gap between them, making it worthwhile. In truth, he was not mistaken. Judge had long sought Charlotte Linlin's backing to seize control of the North Sea, but it would take years to orchestrate a union through an alliance. The merging of two factions is invariably fraught with complications, often leading to significant conflicts. Perhaps initially, Linlin intended to ally with Judge, akin to Kaido and Wano. But through the lack of proper alignment during their preliminary stages, she opted for a more direct approach. Alas, it is futile to dwell on such matters now. Attack! Judge commanded with a grand gesture, and the Germa fleet immediately opened fire. The cannon roared. As one who possesses both the qualifications and confidence to ally with the four emperors, Judge indeed wields considerable power. Judge Vinsmoke, having once collaborated with the scientist Dr. Vegapunk in an illicit research group, escaped when the world government dismantled the organization, taking Vegapunk and his team. Ultimately, Vegapunk unraveled the conditions for the transfer of devil fruit abilities, allowing objects to possess such powers, while Judge developed replicants, modified humans, and combat suits. Despite his rugged appearance, he is a formidable scientist, and his technological advancements have made Germa a dominant force, with soldiers who exhibit absolute obedience and remarkable combat awareness. Even if Gilgamesh is exceedingly strong, we can retreat, Judge contemplated, as aligning with Charlotte Linlin would facilitate greater closeness to her, an endeavor with nothing to lose. The sound of cannon fire echoed across the sea, marking the commencement of battle. Judge was confident he would not falter amidst the clash of ships and artillery. And as the artillery fire erupted, Gilgamesh's vessel began to sway, with several ships carrying other sailors sustaining hits. They truly dared to make a move. Gilgamesh was momentarily taken aback, yet he did not forget what he was supposed to do now. Doflamingo and Shiryu stepped forward together. Your Majesty, we are here to confront them. Suddenly, a figure soared through the sky towards the German ship, while another boarded a small boat, braving the waves to charge ahead. Gaji furrowed his brow, recognizing the formidable presence of Doflamingo and Shiryu. Fire! Do not let them approach. He understood the significance of these renowned maritime powers. Naturally, he pondered whether to leave them behind if they made their way aboard. Meanwhile, aboard Gilgamesh's ship, Perona could not help but inquire, "Aren't you going out?" "What for?" Gilgamesh replied leisurely, "Hold his wine glass." "Your subordinates are fighting," Perona pointed out. "If I must personally intervene in such trivial skirmishes, then I do not require such vassals." Gilgamesh answered calmly. Perona tilted her head in adorable confusion, but 3 minutes later, she noticed the cannon fire had diminished. After another 5 minutes, the sounds of battle gradually ceased. 2 minutes later, Shiryu and Doflamingo returned to the ship. "Your Majesty, the matter has been resolved." Gilgamesh nodded. "What were the results?" "It is rather embarrassing. We left behind a few of their ships, but Gaji and his daughters managed to escape without any losses," Doflamingo shrugged. "They dispatched a group of fearless soldiers to entangle us, allowing their escape. In truth, we could have pursued them if we wished, as I too possess the ability to fly. However, I am not so benevolent as to endanger myself to create opportunities for others." Gilgamesh remarked, "You were unable to capture the enemy, were you? Since you have not allowed the blood of the impure to spatter before us, you may take your leave. This matter does not require excessive concern." Meanwhile, Gaji's expression darkened. "What a tremendous loss. I brought over 20 ships, and now half of them remain. Had I not decisively sacrificed several vessels and soldiers to escape the barrage, I fear everyone would have been left behind. The lower-tier combat strength of Germa is not an issue, but the higher-tier powerhouses like Shiryu can easily overwhelm us, especially since Reiju and the others have yet to mature and are inferior to their future selves. Thus, it becomes increasingly difficult to withstand the onslaught of Doflamingo and his ilk. Yet, Gilgamesh himself had not even made an appearance. Truly, he is a renowned figure upon the seas, possessing considerable might. Gaji let out a long sigh as he gazed at his somewhat disheveled children, encouraging them, "Do not worry. They cannot remain arrogant for long. Soon, we shall ally with Charlotte Linlin, and even she will have to contend with Gilgamesh. We shall be the ones to laugh in the end." Gaji clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with fervor as his children nodded in agreement. A day later, Gaji stared blankly at the news in his hands, his expression dazed. How can this be possible? Chapter 177. Gaji is a bit on the verge of tears. Third update request. Chapter 110. Gaji is a bit on the verge of tears. Third update request. The Emperor of the Sea, Charlotte Linlin, has been defeated and surrendered to Gilgamesh. Upon receiving this news, people across the world could not help but fall into a strange silence. Another emperor has been defeated, and, simultaneously, another emperor has surrendered. Those of an older generation even felt as though they could not comprehend this world any longer. How could an emperor surrender? The title of emperor is one reserved for those who reign over the seas. It is also a title synonymous with invincibility. They cannot be defeated unless facing another emperor or a top-notch marine. Yet, they have indeed been defeated, and not just once, but surrendering as well. Sengoku's expression turned grave as he convened numerous vice admirals and admirals at the marine headquarters for a series of meetings lasting several days. At the outset of the meeting, his first words were, "This sea is about to become turbulent once more." Sengoku is no weakling. His extensive experience and myriad accolades could adorn several walls. He would not indulge in trivial sentiments like others who were shocked by the defeat of an emperor. How could an emperor not be defeated? Once revered as an emperor, another great pirate had been vanquished by red-haired Shanks just a few years prior, allowing Shanks to ascend as the new emperor. Emperors can indeed be defeated. Not to mention, Kaido has been captured and punished multiple times by the Marines. Even if he was not truly eliminated, being defeated and captured is still a defeat. However, the simultaneous defeat and surrender of two emperors is unprecedented. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku pondered, "Do you know what this reminds me of?" Beside him, Garp, usually jovial, wore a serious expression. "Roger?" Sengoku nodded. After Roger's death, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido consecutively rose to power, eliminating several formidable pirates and solidifying their positions. He paused, a twitch at the corner of his mouth hinting he had not completed his thought. Yet, those present understood what he aimed to convey. The age of great pirates is tumultuous, with various powerful pirates setting sail, competing fiercely as if to cultivate a king among them. This tumult has yet to fully dissipate, and a new round of competition for the title of king has begun, especially as Gingmu, Jayabak, and Gilgamesh have each vanquished Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, emerging as the new contenders for the throne. They must now face challenges from aspiring pirates, while also welcoming challenges from the old kings like Whitebeard. The pirates, previously suppressed by the three major forces of the emperors, Shichibukai, and Marines, are once again stirred to excitement. More formidable figures will emerge from among them, presenting the Marines with even greater challenges. Sengoku took a deep breath, glancing at Saitama, who was nonchalantly chewing gum and blowing bubbles, his expression less stern. There are individuals like Gilgamesh among the pirates, but we in the Marines also have counterparts of equal caliber. We may not necessarily lose in this competition. Sengoku raised his head and began organizing the Marines' preparations for the competition for the throne. On a small island in the New World, a sharp blade pierced through a man's body, entering white and exiting red. Honestly, do they really think our captain is the youngest among the emperors? That he can be easily underestimated? Ben Beckman scoffed, dispatching the pirate before him to the ground. They were engaged in battle with a group of pirates. The battlefield completely tilted in their favor. "Ha! Our captain has been underestimated." Jesus Burgess laughed heartily, taking the opportunity to shoot down a pirate. "Indeed, our captain has been underestimated," Lakidu remarked, firing his weapon while munching on meat, and did not forget to chide their captain. "Captain, you truly lack authority. It's a pity we work so hard." Others joined in the banter, laughing and slaying their enemies while poking fun at their captain. Shang Kurisu, unfazed, laughed heartily. "If I were among this group of small pirates, I might also attempt to challenge him. The vast ocean has never lacked for skilled individuals. Perhaps one day, someone might defeat Whitebeard and ascend as the next Yonko." Laughter erupted among the crowd, yet none dared to suggest that it might be their captain who would be vanquished. Their confidence stemmed from the unwavering belief that with their presence, no one could ever defeat their leader. However, as Jankersu squinted at the newspaper, observing the battlefield as if it were inconsequential, he noted the overwhelming influx of startling news and emerging challengers. In truth, Whitebeard, much like Shanka, faced similar challengers among pirates, all of whom met their demise at his hands. Just as Enka's subordinates held firm in their belief that none could defeat their captain, Whitebeard's commanders shared this conviction. Although the New World is rife with powerful pirates, the four emperors are renowned for their exceptional strength. Even with two of them defeated, their formidable reputation remains undiminished. Yet, despite the tumultuous waves stirred by recent events, neither Whitebeard nor Shankasu felt perturbed. The impact of the news would eventually be overshadowed by their illustrious records. For others, however, the situation was dire. For instance, Katakuri's complexion drained of color as he repeatedly scrutinized the newspaper, even venturing to several islands to confirm the news was accurate. Only then did he raise his head before his equally troubled offspring. Speaking in a voice heavy with emotion, it seems we have provoked the wrong person. Chapter 178. We go to seek Mugen Kenpachi. Katakuri's expression was one of sheer horror, and Reiju shared his grave demeanor, while Ichiji and Niji burst into laughter, reveling in the absurdity of the situation. Their father had intended to curry favor with Charlotte Linlin, only to find that Big Mom had already submitted to Gilgamesh. They chuckled, relieved that Gilgamesh had not taken matters into his own hands. Otherwise, they might have met a grim fate. Katakuri, however, was troubled that his sons could still find humor in their predicament. It seemed that those who had undergone modifications lacked the capacity for fear. Yet Katakuri and Reiju were different. Katakuri, a scientist and warrior, and Reiju, though modified, retained her emotional depth. They were acutely aware of the repercussions of offending an emperor of the sea. Gilgamesh had not even needed to intervene personally. His subordinates had easily repelled them. What did this signify? Previously, with Charlotte Linlin serving as a psychological anchor, he had felt less concerned. However, he could not forget that Charlotte Linlin was merely a subordinate of Gilgamesh. Katakuri understood that he had yet to establish a connection with Linlin. Despite his thoughts, transforming ideas into reality required time. What should we do, father? Reiju asked, her tone weighed down by gravity. Although Germa was a kingdom, many kingdoms had fallen to the four emperors. Most critically, Germa's income was largely derived from mercenary activities, necessitating dealings with various nations. Unless Katakuri wished for Germa's downfall, he had to resolve this issue. Taking several deep breaths, he pondered before grimly stating, Gilgamesh has effectively supplanted Charlotte Linlin as one of the four emperors. Therefore, we must seek refuge with another emperor. Reiju furrowed her brow. Father, which emperor should we approach? Kaido had just been defeated, while Whitebeard and Shankasu were known as pirates. Their actions were surprisingly moderate. As mercenaries, they might have shed more blood than either of the two pirates. Aligning with them would certainly prove challenging. Furthermore, Katakuri had aspirations to conquer the North Sea with the power of the four emperors. Would they lend him their strength? Unlikely. The one who defeated Kaido must be as formidable as Gilgamesh, Katakuri concluded, having already considered this dilemma. Without hesitation, he recognized that they also had Wano, making their alliance with him less peculiar and less likely to provoke the world government than aligning with Charlotte Linlin. Mugen Kenpachi should be capable of defeating Gilgamesh, he thought. Realizing this was the only course of action left. Unknown to Katakuri, Zhao Su was oblivious to his scheming. Unless he acquired a research-oriented template akin to Orochimaru or Urahara Kisuke, his abilities held little value to Zhao Su. Why complicate matters with technology when a simple punch could suffice? Zhao Su mused, nonchalantly seated on the ship, preparing to accept the legacy of the B.I.G.M.O.M. pirates in Dressrosa. Reports indicated that Charlotte Linlin had shown no inclination towards betrayal, returning to Whole Cake Island with the people dispatched by Gilgamesh to gather wealth for transport to Dressrosa, as if she had genuinely surrendered. Doflamingo had temporarily lost contact with the world government. Although Khalifa, having been appointed as the black market overseer by Gilgamesh, attempted to reach Doflamingo, her overtures were consistently rebuffed. Currently, he had no intention of revealing himself. Doing so would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Meanwhile, in Mariehua, 5 elderly men with white hair sat in a room, their gazes sharp and contemplative. Charlotte Linlin has been defeated, one remarked. She must have submitted. According to CP intelligence, she has been remarkably docile, not even exhibiting signs of her disease. It seems she has genuinely surrendered to Gilgamesh, who is indeed formidable. They had long known of his strength. But the sudden emergence of Mugen Kenpachi, who could best Kaido, was unexpected. The five elders wore grim expressions, having prepared to maintain a balance of power at sea, only for one powerful figure after another to disrupt their plans. CP intelligence reported that Whitebeard had been challenged by 3 formidable pirate crews, while Redhaired had faced 4 or 5 formidable challengers. The seas were in turmoil due to these unexpected powerhouses. Meanwhile, the Navy, particularly Admiral Saitama, seemed to disregard orders. "This is infuriating," one elder lamented. "The sudden appearance of these strong individuals has provided us with an opportunity to maneuver." "Calm down," the sword-wielding elder spoke solemnly. "We must also consider the positive aspects." The other 4 men frowned, turning their attention to the elder wielding the sword. "Indeed," the elder with the sword nodded, "inquiring about the most formidable threat we currently face." The 4 exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "Uchiha Madara. The pirates are merely a trivial nuisance, whereas the Revolutionary Army poses the primary adversary to the world government." "Indeed, it is Uchiha Madara," the elder with the sword acknowledged, a smile gracing his lips. "What if we were to employ certain tactics to pit Uchiha Madara against others? Although Uchiha Madara possesses formidable strength, if he could engage in a mutual destruction with others, it would be most advantageous. The Navy and the world government could then gradually intervene and reap the benefits. However, the question remained, who should we send to confront Uchiha Madara?" The group exchanged uncertain glances. The curly-haired elder hesitantly suggested Gilgamesh. The elder with the sword shook his head. "From the intelligence, Kangmu Jianba would be more advantageous. Dispatch a naval vessel to contact Wano country. We shall seek Kangmu Jianba's assistance." Chapter 179. Caesar Clown is a talented individual. First update requested. Chapter 119. Caesar Clown is a talented individual. First update requested. To be candid, Kangmu Jianba is indeed a commendable choice. His temperament is straightforward and brutish, although Wano country is isolated. Even the slightest information is sufficient for the seasoned world government to discern his character. A berserker who revels in combat above all else. Such an individual would inevitably charge into battle, even without provocation. Moreover, the world government could leverage its relationship with Wano country to exert pressure. This time, the 5 elders were fortunate. They did not send Saitama again, but rather a series of world government officials along with a rear admiral of the Navy. It was indeed a rare occurrence. When Zhao Su received this news, he nodded in agreement. It had been a long time since he encountered a situation that did not require him to act out a performance. He remained unconcerned, continuing to linger in Dressrosa, awaiting the return of Charlotte Linlin and her companions. There was no need for undue haste. The environment of Wano country was exceedingly harsh, and the surrounding waters were peculiar, which had long facilitated their isolation. Even the world government would find it challenging to penetrate, especially without prior knowledge of their approach. About half a month later, Charlotte Linlin, leading her group, finally arrived at Dressrosa. "Is this the kingdom of fairies?" Charlotte Linlin squinted, her thick lips carrying an ambiguous glint. Katakuri stood beside her, his expression calm yet grave. During this time, he had thwarted numerous attempts to persuade Charlotte Linlin to betray Gilgamesh. The reasons were self-evident. No one appreciated the emergence of a new contender. However, Katakuri had executed these individuals without hesitation. And those few who had the audacity to confront Charlotte Linlin did not see the dawn of the following day. It seemed as if Charlotte Linlin had genuinely submitted. "How about Brule?" Charlotte Linlin inquired, her voice melodious. "Still the same," Katakuri replied calmly. "Gilgamesh has shown no movement, and Brule has yet to find an opportunity." Katakuri understood what Charlotte Linlin was insinuating. The Charlotte family had a tradition of matrimonial alliances with their subordinates. Now, although she had been subdued, their mother seemed intent on perpetuating this custom, perhaps by arranging a union with Gilgamesh. If she failed to seize the opportunity, she might as well seek another option. "Umph. Brule," Charlotte Linlin scoffed with narrowed eyes. Katakuri replied calmly, "Although mother may have been influenced by my sisters, I hope you refrain from pursuing that course of action. In subtle manipulations, she may not match Brule's cunning." He was aware of his sister's thoughts. Gilgamesh was both formidable and charming. He had discerned their intentions long before the battle commenced. Following the conflict, when his sisters were imprisoned, it was fortunate that such trivial thoughts had not resurfaced. However, jealousy towards Brule and resentment towards her had sparked some fantastical ideas among them. including the notion of reclaiming the maid position from Brule. However, do you believe Gilgamesh is the type to be easily swayed by a woman? Katakuri maintained a calm demeanor. Although it was somewhat inappropriate for him to say so, as an elder brother, he believed his sisters were overly optimistic. Was it common for an ordinary man to defeat their mother? Furthermore, Brule was undoubtedly the most exquisite among them, while her cautious and prudent nature far surpassed that of a multitude of unreliable individuals. They still clung to the notion of being princesses, failing to realize their current status. Katakuri silently pondered that they were merely vassals, distinctly different from sovereigns. Their mother was currently just a subordinate. Why did they still perceive themselves as princesses? Of course, he could not voice such sentiments as an elder brother and instead sought to influence Charlotte Linlin to prevent any reckless notions from arising. Charlotte Linlin nodded and said, "I understand. Let us proceed to meet our king." Upon entering the palace, they found others already present. "Rest assured, my king, you can entrust the research to me." A man with deep purple-blue hair and horn-like adornments proclaimed confidently, "In the realm of research, none can rival me. The concept of artificial devil fruits is indeed quite remarkable. Entrust it to me. With sufficient funding, I guarantee the development of not only devil fruits, but also numerous large-scale destructive weapons. This is my forte." Caesar Clown, formerly a scientist in the Navy Scientific Division, was expelled and subsequently wanted for conducting various inhumane experiments. Previously, Don Quixote Doflamingo had proposed the research of artificial devil fruits, with Caesar Clown being the suggested candidate. Now, with Doflamingo's entanglement with the world government, he could no longer afford to delay matters. Caesar Clown had now arrived. "Caesar, you are also under his command," Charlotte Linlin remarked upon seeing him, her voice icy and filled with menace. Caesar Clown instinctively sought to evade. "So, you are acquainted with Gilgamesh?" he inquired. "Of course," Charlotte Linlin replied coldly. "Few dare to deceive me financially." Charlotte Linlin had fallen out with the giant clan, intending to create a potion to enlarge individuals to serve as soldiers and enrich the diverse races of the world. The one conducting this research was Caesar Clown. When he discovered the improbability of the project, he fled without hesitation, absconding with a substantial amount of research funds. Ultimately, those funds were spent on soothing his wounded heart with the company of lovely ladies. In the face of the Empress Charlotte Linlin, he felt immense pressure and needed to offer ample comfort. In summary, this scientist is indeed a talent. Chapter 180. The Surge of Energy. Chapter 180. The Surge of Energy. Zhao Su's intelligence capabilities are quite formidable. The intelligence of the Revolutionary Army is gathered through the clones of Uchiha Madara, who transfers memories to himself each time he disappears. Information regarding Kaido is obtained from Ganmu Kenpachi, although Ganmu Kenpachi is not particularly attentive to the details of intelligence. He occasionally inquires about strong adversaries, which proves beneficial. On the other hand, Saitama relies on the intelligence networks of the Navy and the world government, which, while primarily focused on pirate-related matters, yield valuable insights. In terms of intelligence capabilities, none dare to claim superiority over the world government and the Navy. Gilgamesh possesses a commendable intelligence network, while Don Quixote Doflamingo boasts substantial connections within the underworld. Charlotte Linlin is acclaimed by Kaido for her prowess in information gathering. Through the interchange of various clones, Zhao Su has become well-versed in maritime affairs. Notably, he has gathered substantial information regarding Caesar Clown. For instance, when Doflamingo located him, he was engaged in conversation with a lady at a bar. During their journey, Doflamingo even sought out several ladies to comfort Caesar's wandering spirit, leading Zhao Su to feel a twinge of envy regarding Caesar's apparent happiness. Upon hearing Charlotte Linlin's words, Caesar instinctively recoiled, wishing to hide. The lingering might of the four emperors is palpable, and Charlotte Linlin's imposing presence far surpasses that of Caesar Clown, a mere scientist. However, Caesar is astute enough to recognize Gilgamesh's existence and the fact that Charlotte Linlin has become subservient to him. He cleverly deflected blame, stating that he had done his utmost. Yet the type of research she desired was inherently unattainable. "It's normal for me to fail," he argued. Transforming someone into a giant overlooks numerous critical factors, such as size and mass increase. "You did not convey this to me initially," Charlotte Linlin replied, narrowing her eyes, filled with menace. "Isn't that because you forced me into this position? If I don't say this, I'll be killed on the spot." The true motive was his greed for research funding, but such a justification could not be uttered in front of the new master. "Enough. Gilgamesh interjected with a wave of his hand. I did not come to listen to mundane chatter. Caesar clown, can you realize the creation of an artificial devil fruit? Of course, Caesar affirmed without hesitation. In fact, I had conducted similar research while with the Navy, and Vegapunk has also performed overlapping experimental work. With sufficient funding, I can undoubtedly achieve this goal. Although there was a desire for research funding underlying his words, Caesar was not lying. Vegapunk had already developed means for non-living entities to consume devil fruits, having conducted extensive research on the life design blueprint related to them. This knowledge was well known to Caesar, a defector from the Navy's research division. Very well, Gilgamesh nodded. Then it's settled. I will provide you with ample funding and time. However, if you fail, Caesar's expression turned pale. Charlotte Lin, I command you. Should Caesar clown fail in his research, you are to hunt him down, regardless of where he may hide. Gilgamesh declared calmly. Charlotte Lin snickered softly, acknowledging the command, while Caesar's face turned ashen. To be personally hunted by one of the four emperors is a perilous predicament. Unless he sought refuge within the Navy headquarters or the Holy Land Mariewa, safety was a distant hope. Yet how could a man wanted by the world government find sanctuary in such places? Fortunately, he was granted time and had refrained from uttering foolish claims about completing research within weeks. With determination, he thought, if I exert myself, I can produce results. However, that meant he would have no time for idle conversations with ladies. Charlotte Lin, being one of the four emperors, possessed a considerable stock of resources. Excluding other treasures, Zhao Su was indifferent to these. Just in terms of devil fruits, she had contributed 14, each valued at a minimum of 100 million. It was remarkable that she could procure such a quantity, and they were all exceptional specimens. Though they were not the formidable natural type fruits, they were nonetheless powerful, with most likely priced around 500 million berries each. Without hesitation, Zhao Su seized the opportunity to access the treasury under Gilgamesh's identity, absorbing all the devil fruits. He then opened the system template. Host, Zhao Su character templates, 1. Uchiha Madara, 84-2. Saitama, 75-3. Gilgamesh, 74-4. Ita-Makoto, 49-5. Genmu Kinpachi, 61. The major templates had seen little significant increase. Aside from Ita-Makoto, the others were already quite advanced. Among them, Uchiha Madara's accuracy had reached a remarkable 4, surpassing his original peak. Aside from the Izanagi technique, he had acquired numerous powerful ninjutsu, even enhancing weaker techniques like water jutsu. Zhao Su estimated that once Uchiha Madara's template reached 100, he would be able to master all ninjutsu from the Naruto world. Achieving an accuracy of 80 would grant him the powers of Madara's prime, while exceeding 80 would bestow abilities beyond the original template. Zhao Su was curious about the rewards for others surpassing 80, but he shook his head and resolutely allocated the energy from the recently acquired devil fruits to the Genmu Kinpachi template. The higher the accuracy, the lesser the impact of the devil fruits on it. Zhao Su contemplated that placing points in less accurate templates would yield the greatest benefits, especially as he was about to assume the identity of this template. Chapter 181. The arrival of the world government's envoy in Wano country. In Wano country, Kaido had indeed acquired a substantial domain. Following Genmu Kinpachi's arrival, the protection of the 11th Division extended to all territories. The New World was originally a patchwork of territories occupied by the four emperors, alongside their vassal states and scattered pirate-occupied nations. The territories under the four emperors' command accounted for over 80% of the total area. In other words, the nominal territory of the 11th Division now encompassed 1/5 of the New World. Wano country, which had once held significance for the 11th Division, lost much of its weight following Kaido's surrender. Fortunately, many samurai from Wano were part of the 11th Division and held considerable influence. However, all understood that the true decision-maker was that man. This is so dull, Genmu Kinpachi sighed. Hey, that guy named Inshu, how about we have a spar? I'll let you strike me first. What do you say? Inshu, along with Kaido and the others behind him, could only twitch their mouths, uncertain of how to respond. In truth, this is not the first time Genmu Jianba has uttered such words. He had previously spoken similarly to Hanzai Jack, and the fool actually believed him. After striking Genmu Jianba with a single blow, Jack nearly met his demise at the hands of this formidable foe. This creature is not one to be trifled with, as mere cuts will not suffice. However, Kaido found it rather peculiar. Squinting, he mused internally, sensing that Genmu Jianba seemed weaker recently than before, yet this impression had faded, replaced by a newfound strength. Is it merely my illusion? Genmu Jianba glanced at Kaido's expression and internally shook his head. It is not your illusion. The previous Genmu Jianba was merely a shadow, significantly weaker than his true self. Now, having returned in his true form, he has harnessed the energy from the devil fruit he acquired, enhancing his realism and, consequently, his strength. Simultaneously, with his return, he has also obtained the devil fruit stored by the beast pirates. His shadow was akin to Uchiha Obito's would clone, which Obito himself regarded as an adversary, something only he could perceive. Even Obito's insight was derived from his ocular prowess. Within the pirate world, unless one possesses a unique fruit, it is nearly impossible to see through such illusions. Yet even without such insight, the combat strength of a shadow pales in comparison to the true body unless there exists overwhelming power. Otherwise, it is only suitable for reconnaissance and deceiving the enemy's perception. The crux of the matter is that Zhao Su possesses overwhelming strength. With Saitama's physical prowess, Uchiha Obito's ninjutsu, Genmu Jianba's spiritual pressure, and Gilgamesh's treasure. Even if the shadow is significantly weaker than the true body, it has now become comparable to the elite in the pirate world due to the continuous enhancement of realism. Unless he engages in a fierce battle against one of the four emperors, the likelihood of exposure remains minimal. Nevertheless, Kaido harbored some doubts. Was it instinct? Zhao Su narrowed his eyes, internally sighing. Indeed, the four emperors are formidable. Despite his vague sense of unease, he refrained from taking action, as it would merely affirm his ability to persist silently. As my strength increases, his instincts should become less reliable. And there are few foes in the pirate world stronger than the four emperors. Zhao Su remained composed, unfazed. The unification of Wano country continues. Although Kazuki Oden has restored his identity and continues to govern Wano with the bloodline of the Kazuki clan, being a woman poses its challenges. Fortunately, many pirates from the Beast Pirates have joined the 11th Division, suppressing some of the malcontents and intimidating dissatisfied citizens. Nonetheless, Kazuki Oden has yet to fully seize control of all power in Wano. Gender issues, age concerns, and the various problems left by Kaido plague her. Most troubling is the issue of food. Kaido had monopolized all the finest resources, leaving the ordinary citizens to consume food tainted by factory waste. Now, under Kazuki Oden's rule, she cannot act as Kaido did. However, the arable land is limited, and enhancing yields takes time. Kaido also did not stockpile much food, leaving Kazuki Oden troubled by the hungry mouths within the nation. Fortunately, representatives from the world government have arrived. Kazuki Oden squinted at the enormous ship, a vessel that Wano currently lacks the means to construct. It is said that the world government has come to discuss Wano's potential entry into their ranks. How do you know this, Uncle Jiu Tianwan? Kazuki Oden inquired, intrigued. Jiu Tianwan's face flushed as he turned away. Could he admit that he learned this from members of the former Kaido pirates, now part of the 11th Division? The Kaido pirates and Wano harbor deep-seated enmity. Although the primary hatred is directed towards the shogun, Kaido, there remains animosity. Upon seeing Jiu Tianwan's expression, Kazuki Oden immediately grasped the situation. After years of isolation, despite deciding to open the country, establishing contact with the outside world is no simple task. Be cautious, Shogun, Jiu Tianwan urged, his face still flushed. Our prolonged absence from the outside world may mean they come bearing traps. Kazuki Oden nodded, a glimmer of pressure flashing in her eyes. The weight of the entire nation rests upon her shoulders. This burden is too great for a young girl. However, she instinctively turned her head and spotted a familiar silhouette. Thankfully, she is not without allies. Genmu Jianba, observing the world government delegation, was momentarily taken aback. It was someone quite familiar. Chapter 182. The world government's minor conditions. The leader of the delegation was none other than Spandam, the direct superior of the Secret Intelligence Agency, CP9. He had been the man responsible for executing the buster call that obliterated Robin's homeland, O'Hara, over a decade ago. Additionally, he was the one who initially placed a bounty on Robin's head. What could the world government be thinking? Zhao Su pondered, though he felt a sense of resignation. In an unusual move, the world government had appointed Yamato as the primary envoy. Zhao Su's intelligence network could hardly penetrate CP9, but it seemed Spandam was no longer a member of CP9. He had either been promoted or demoted, but his official title was that of a government official. As he disembarked from the ship, a sycophantic smile spread across his face. This is the Queen of Wano, known as Kazuki Oden, right? Truly, one who leads a nation possesses an extraordinary charm, both in character and as a woman, far exceeding that of ordinary rulers. You must be Lord Jiutianwan. Your loyalty has been widely praised throughout the world government. Many kings lament why they lack a warrior such as you. And this must be Genmu Jianba, the man who defeated the legendary 4 emperors. As he approached, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, instilling fear in even the most contemptible of hearts. Before Kazuki Odin and the others could respond, he unabashedly unleashed a barrage of flattery, his expression one of utter subservience, his eyes brimming with admiration. If Xiao Su did not know his true nature, he might have nearly been deceived. What sycophant he is! As Spandam's words drew a slight grimace from Xiao Su. Genmu Jianba's disdain was evident on his face as he completely disregarded him. Seemingly accustomed to ingratiating himself with others, he lavished praise upon the people of Wano, even flattering several of Kaido's subordinates. Being younger and with less experience in external affairs, Kazuki Odin was flustered by the excessive flattery. Her cheeks flushed, and she invited him back to the capital, Flower City. This time, the Navy did not enter Wano through the only safe passage, the hidden cave behind a waterfall, but rather through a colossal koi fish, making the journey somewhat cumbersome, and there remained a considerable distance to the capital. The journey has been quite extensive, and throughout this time, Spandam's flattery has been incessant and remarkably varied, showcasing his extensive vocabulary. Upon reaching the capital, Tianshu Pavilion, Spandam finally unveiled the purpose of the world government's envoy, to invite Wano Kuni to join the world government. However, this membership entails more than mere nominal allegiance. It encompasses a complex array of rights and obligations, including trade, communication, taxation, and protection of the kingdom. Indeed, although the world government often assumes the role of an antagonist, many nations aspire to join, recognizing the substantial economic and political benefits it offers. Of course, there are drawbacks, such as the presence of the celestial dragons. Nevertheless, their sporadic interference from Mary Geos is merely a minor inconvenience when viewed from a broader perspective, as the advantages of joining the world government are considerable. So, why can't all nations join the world government? The answer is straightforward. Entry requires the payment of Tianshang. This Tianshang is ostensibly a tribute to the celestial dragons, but is also allocated to the Navy and CP agents as military funding, which explains the Navy's compliance with the celestial dragons' commands, even compelling admirals to act on their behalf. The sum required for Tianshang is substantial. For instance, a desert nation like Alabasta, with a somewhat weaker economy, often finds itself obligated to allocate 30% of its national revenue as Tianshang. This is still feasible for Alabasta due to its vast territory. Otherwise, with over 170 nations affiliated with the world government, it is not that other nations do not wish to join, but rather they are incapable of providing such immense wealth. Fishman Island, despite having numerous fishman slaves under the celestial dragons, still opted to join because, even excluding the exorbitant Tianshang, membership brings tangible benefits to the nation. Kazuki Odin and Yamato exchanged glances, a glimmer of joy illuminating their eyes. They had long deliberated the future of Wano Kuni and had indeed contemplated the prospect of joining the world government. To establish a nation, one must align with the world government, especially now that Wano Kuni is in dire need of food aid, which could be secured through this alliance. Kazuki Odin, maintaining his composure, began to negotiate with Spandam. Contrary to expectations, even with certain stipulations, Kazuki Odin boldly demanded terms, to which Spandam readily acquiesced. This included, but was not limited to, future assistance from the world government, support in establishing a comprehensive diplomatic framework for Wano Kuni, and the exemption of Tianshang for a decade. Such favorable conditions seemed akin to a feast being laid before Wano Kuni. However, there were not entirely no conditions. In exchange for our agreement to these terms, we would appreciate the assistance of Kenpachi Zaraki. Spandam smiled, his voice low. What sort of assistance? Just moments ago, Kazuki Odin had been swayed by the world government's advantageous terms, yet his expression shifted dramatically. We would like Kenpachi Zaraki to participate in our upcoming operation against a hazardous entity. Naturally, this is merely a task for those of us who are not particularly formidable, and I suspect for you, it would pose little challenge. Spandam's words were grandiose, yet his gaze was fixed intently on Kenpachi Zaraki. Kaido and Yamato narrowed their eyes, realizing that the world government's interest was indeed in him. The objective of the world government was Kenpachi Zaraki, or more precisely, the entirety of the 11th Division, which includes formidable figures such as Kaido and the Calamities, effectively merging the original Beast Pirates into a single entity. It would be a waste not to leverage such power. In the eyes of the world government, while Kaido is formidable, he is merely on par with Sengoku. However, should they manage to recruit Kenpachi Zaraki, they could effectively subdue Kaido. The benefits of food supply, assistance in governance, and exemption from Tianshang for 10 years all boil down to monetary considerations. In the grand scheme of the world government, money is insignificant. They can print their own berries. If finances could annihilate Uchiha Madara, the world government would not hesitate to pursue that course of action. Yet, before Kenpachi Zaraki could respond, Kazuki Oden abruptly rose, demanding, "Who do you wish Kenpachi Zaraki to confront?" Spandane was momentarily taken aback before responding with a smile. "Merely an individual who has occupied a certain territory, Your Excellency. Please, do not rush." "Who exactly is it?" Kazuki Oden, far from naive, pressed further. "Can an inconsequential individual warrant an invitation from the world government to engage another?" "Uchiha Madara." Spandane ceased to evade the question and reassured him. "Rest assured, our navy will accompany you. Kenpachi Zaraki will not face him alone." Before he could finish, Kazuki Oden's expression darkened. Although their exposure to the outside world has been limited in their quest to establish a nation, both Kazuki Oden and Yamato had researched various external powers and formidable individuals. They were well aware of Uchiha Madara, whose revolutionary ideals have no significant ties to Kazuki Oden, who has just ascended to the role of general. Yet, even she recognizes the legend surrounding this man. His strength is truly formidable. Having thwarted numerous naval encroachments and even capturing the so-called strongest admiral, you wish for Kenpachi Zaraki to battle such an individual? Kazuki Oden's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she repeatedly insisted, "No, absolutely not." Spandane frowned, threatening, "General, if we cannot proceed with our prior agreement, we shall need to renegotiate." Kazuki Oden coldly replied, "Let us renegotiate then. If it comes to that, we shall simply opt not to join. What can the world government do? While joining offers significant advantages to the nation, not joining raises questions of consequence. Do you truly dare to attack Wano Kuni?" Spandane's expression faltered. He found himself at a loss for words. It was his first encounter with a queen who would refuse a lucrative opportunity to protect her subordinates. Wano Kuni indeed has a general. No wonder their reasoning seems somewhat flawed. Spandane's perspective was somewhat flawed, as Wano Kuni and the 11th Division are not part of the same organization, nor is there a hierarchical relationship. After all, Wano Kuni has been isolated for many years, leaving him ignorant of numerous matters. However, Kaido and the others were fully aware. They looked to Kenpachi Zaraki, awaiting his response. Only he could command Kenpachi Zaraki. Kenpachi Zaraki's voice broke the silence, rasping yet tinged with eagerness. "What do you want me to fight Uchiha Madara for?" Spandane paused briefly before confidently stating, "The world government is willing to offer additional compensation for this." Kenpachi Zaraki, undeterred, nodded, indicating his agreement. "Is that so?" Suwa Pandane expressed his surprise, while Jin Bagwangyue re-furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of concern. However, Kaido and the others exchanged glances, harboring no doubts about this outcome. Genmu Jinba was inherently a warrior who embraced combat. He would engage in battle without a thought for monetary gain. To everyone's astonishment, Genmu Jinba shifted his tone and queried, "Are you planning to accompany me to confront that Uchiha Bido?" "Of course," Suwa Pandane replied without hesitation. "Our navy will spare no effort to assist you, Admiral. We will mobilize the generals and the warlords of the sea to surround him. We will not allow you to take risks alone." His last statement was delivered with unwavering conviction. Nonetheless, Genmu Jinba frowned, stating, "Then how can I enjoy a good fight? If you want me to battle, you must stay far away and let me bear the brunt alone. Otherwise, I will not spare you either." His candid words momentarily stunned everyone. Kaido blinked, but a glimmer of realization flickered in his eyes. Genmu Jinba never indulged in group assaults. If he could handle it alone, he would not allow anyone else to interfere. What he sought was not victory, but the thrill of battle, a notion starkly opposed to the desires of the world government. Suwa Pandane's eyes widened in disbelief. The idea of engaging in combat without a group was utterly incompatible with his mindset. He could not accept Genmu Jinba's demand to keep his distance. What if you are defeated? The world government desires victory. Even if you severely injure Uchiha Bido, what if he escapes? The world government is not concerned about the land of the Goya Kingdom. They're solely apprehensive about Uchiha Bido. This is something the world government cannot agree to, Suwa Pandane asserted resolutely. I refuse to engage in a group assault. How can I relish the battle that way? Wait until I am dead, then you may join in. That would be more acceptable, Genmu Jianba stated bluntly. Internally, he was even less accommodating, thinking, damn it, am I supposed to agree to a group attack? Not a chance. Chapter 184. Suo Pandane remains unaware. Second update requested. The world government had not only compelled Zhao Su to confront Zhao this time. Previously, Chiyu had defied orders. Unwilling to engage Uchiha Obito. Of course, to maintain his character, the persona Zhao Su portrayed as Saitama provided a commendable excuse: justice. The Navy indeed embodies the notion of justice, but they primarily uphold the justice of the world government. This was something Sengoku and others were well aware of, which is why they did not treat Saitama with undue harshness. Moreover, they were confident that the assembled forces were sufficient to defeat Uchiha Obito. So Saitama faced no significant difficulties. After some time, following Sengoku's defeat, Saitama emerged prominently during the meteor incident, effectively erasing the impact of his prior disobedience. Genmu Jianba could not adopt Saitama's reasoning, but he had his own justification for avoiding group assaults. Damn it, does he even comprehend how powerful Uchiha Obito is? Suo Pandane cursed inwardly while continuously attempting to persuade Genmu Jianba, exaggerating Uchiha Obito's strength. If it weren't for Guangyue Ri suddenly interjecting, questioning, with such a formidable enemy, what gives you the right to send Jianba in a battle? Suo Pandane might have inflated Uchiha Obito's reputation to the heavens. His punches shatter the heavens, and his kicks obliterate the earth. That has become routine, he would say, in Suo Pandane's words. Uchiha Obito could effortlessly bring down the Red Earth continent, annihilating billions of civilians. Zhao Su's lips twitched slightly before he continued to push back in Genmu Jianba's characteristic impatient tone. After a prolonged period of evasion, to ensure the other party comprehended his unwavering stance, he finally proposed, how about this? The world government sends someone to face me. If anyone can defeat me, I will immediately comply with your wishes. Whatever matters you require, I will heed your commands once you triumph. Kaido, Guangyue Ri, and the others exchanged glances, acknowledging that this indeed resembled Genmu Jianba's style. Suo Pandane also moved his lips, pondering. The world government required allies. They could not waste valuable combatants here. Moreover, he was unaware that this man had defeated Kaido and forced him into submission. It was no simple task to defeat him. Did they truly intend to let him engage Uchiha Obito first? Suo Pandane furrowed his brow, but then heard Genmu Jianba speak again. You world government are quite formidable, aren't you? I've heard that the Navy possesses a number of powerful individuals, he said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Whether it's one person or 10,000, I will face them all. If anyone can best me, I will do whatever you ask. Suo Pandane's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Are you serious? Of course. Genmu Jianba replied without reservation. I only desire to engage in battle with strong opponents. Although Suo Pandane, as the leader of the delegation, had his share of shortcomings. He was indeed quite adept at reading the room. He discerned this fact not just from Genmu Jianba, but also gleaned similar insights from Kaido and the others. Very well, let us proceed with this arrangement. Suo Pandane agreed without further ado. Do not underestimate the world government. Our strength is formidable beyond imagination. Within the Navy, we have Sengoku, Garp, the admirals, and many other experts. The world government's CQ also comprises numerous powerful individuals. In a one-on-one confrontation, I cannot guarantee victory, but if you dare to allow them to engage in a group assault, Genmu Jianba, you are merely Genmu Jianba. Do you believe you are Uchiha Obito? Suo Pandane thought disdainfully. Of course, he was not foolish. In that case, please allow Genmu Jianba to first contend with our men, Suo Pandane suggested with a smile, glancing at the vice admiral who had escorted them. Perhaps today we can reach a resolution. A vice admiral would not be able to defeat Genmu Jianba, who had vanquished Kaido, but he could at least gauge some of his strength. After all, Wano country was exceedingly isolated, and no one truly knew how strong Genmu Jianba was. Defeating Kaido was indeed a testament to his strength, yet how he achieved that victory left many questions lingering. After all, there were numerous devil fruits with peculiar abilities. Perhaps there existed one that specifically targeted Kaido. Upon hearing this, Genmu Jianba's eyes brightened, and he let out a hearty laugh. Interesting. I like you, kid. He laughed heartily, clapping Suo Pandane on the shoulder, excitement radiating as he turned to the naval vice admiral. Come, let's engage in battle. The vice admiral escorting the world government delegation to Wano country. facing the pirate crew of the Four Emperors, was certainly no weakling, although his strength did not match that of an admiral among vice-admirals. He was undoubtedly among the elite. Very well, he said, let's find a secluded place. He understood Suo Pandane's intention. He was merely testing the waters. Should he discover that the opponent's strength was overwhelmingly superior, he would undoubtedly terminate the agreement immediately, given that no formal contract had been signed. Neither party had inscribed their names on any document. Moreover, even if a contract had been established, it was not insurmountable to breach it. The so-called treaties between nations are, after all, just pieces of paper, ultimately contingent upon the costs and benefits involved. If the adversary could be vanquished with a single strike, he would promptly annul the agreement. In his heart, Spandane mused that such a being must possess the formidable power of a Yonko. If no weaknesses could be identified, he could not consent to such terms. However, if the opponent was not capable of defeating a vice-admiral with one blow, or if there were discernible vulnerabilities, the contract could be sealed today, and upon return, the Gorosei would certainly commend him. Yet, Spandane remained unaware that the individual before him thrived on restraint, seeking merely the exhilaration of combat. Chapter 185. Spandane's Report, Third Update Request. In a mere 10 minutes, Spandane found a vacant space adjacent to the Flower Capital, where he unsheathed his sword and engaged in battle with the Vice-Admiral, Oniji. As expected of a top-tier Vice-Admiral, he was no less formidable than an admiral. Within the Kaido pirates, apart from Kaido himself and the Three Calamities, none would dare claim superiority over him. Like Genmu Kenpachi, he wielded a blade. Employing the sixth form, he manipulated his hair to create 6 arm-like appendages reminiscent of a spider, in addition to his 2 natural arms, presenting an appearance akin to that of a spider. Upon witnessing this, Genmu Kenpachi's smile twisted into something more sinister, and without hesitation, he struck. The two clashed fiercely, and within mere exchanges, Genmu Kenpachi was struck by Oniji's blade, a testament to the latter's prowess. The cut inflicted upon Genmu Kenpachi was indeed genuine, tearing through his flesh. Kaido observed, noting that his captain had once again held back. Just like with the Drought Calamity, Jack, the captain had allowed him to land 2 blows. The Plague Calamity, Queen, had also bled. It seemed a recurring theme for the captain. To them, this was the scenario unfolding, yet for Spandane, it appeared quite differently. The ease with which Oniji had wounded Genmu Kenpachi suggested that the latter was not as formidable as anticipated. He was adept in political maneuvering, yet lacked true combat skills. His evaluation of battle prowess was based on a few criteria: the duration of the fight, who was injured first, and who was struck down first. Though the battle had not reached its final stages, it was evident that Oniji held the advantage. Spandane stroked his chin, casting a glance at Kaido. Kaido's strength was unquestionable, and his subservience indicated that the man known as Genmu Kenpachi must have employed some form of strategy. The slave fruit, the subservience fruit, the sovereignty fruit. What luck to acquire such powers and to gain a subordinate of Yonko caliber. Were he to obtain such a fruit, he would undoubtedly compel the celestial dragons to submit to him and indulge in a harem of beautiful slaves. As Spandane contemplated the scene of battle, it began to shift. Genmu Kenpachi grew increasingly exhilarated, wielding his sword with reckless abandon, unperturbed by the risk of being struck in return. In this fervent assault, after exchanging blows for several rounds, Oniji finally faltered, nearly being cleaved in 2 by Genmu Kenpachi's strike to the abdomen. However, he survived, as the Wano forces promptly dispatched medical personnel. Genmu Kenpachi was not one to slay those on the verge of death. Spandane, indifferent to the outcome, had initially considered sending Oniji to probe the waters. The fact that Oniji could still be treated without lasting repercussions was already commendable. After a moment's reflection, he observed Genmu Kenpachi, bloodied yet nonchalantly carrying his sword as he returned, prompting a smile to break across Spandane's face as he resumed discussions with Ju Tianwan and others regarding the forthcoming agreement. Genmu Kenpachi's strength was neither weak nor overwhelmingly strong. He was likely on par with an admiral, perhaps slightly more formidable, considering he had triumphed over Oniji, albeit with injuries, yet still retained adequate combat capability. However, that level of strength would ultimately lead to his defeat at the hands of experts dispatched by the world government, who would converge upon Uchiha Bido. Furthermore, with Kaido as his subordinate, he possessed sufficient value for the world government to court him, allowing negotiations for the treaty to proceed. Thus, Spandane donned a gentle smile as he amicably conferred with Ju Tianwan and others, making further concessions. As for Kazuki Hiyori, she would tend to Genmu Kenpachi's wounds. Following cordial deliberations and exchanges, Ueno would join the world government and establish a series of treaties. Only then did Spandane embark on a vessel, slowly departing. They would now be able to access Ueno through a secure passage beneath the waterfall, eliminating the need for perilous ventures as before. Ueno would open its doors to welcome the world government's assistance, particularly in the provision of food supplies. Vice Admiral Oni Ji gradually opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze as he became aware of his surroundings. The medical bay of the Navy ship, equipped with a full complement of personnel. Spandane had ensured that the medical staff was exceptionally well prepared. While he might be stingy in other matters, he was generous when it came to medical personnel, as it pertained to his own life. Oniji benefited from this, receiving top-tier medical care. "You're awake," Spandane remarked, having been nearby when Oniji regained consciousness. "What are you doing here?" Oniji squinted, questioning. He did not believe Spandane had come solely to check on him. As anticipated, Spandane immediately began to voice his grievances. "I had no choice. Who knows how many pathogens exist in this primitive world of Ueno? How could I rest easy without proper inspections?" "Oh, right," Spandane paused, retrieving a report. "Since you're awake, please sign here." Oniji turned his gaze to the document, which essentially detailed their group's activities. Though a significant portion was devoted to extolling Spandane's tireless efforts and lamenting the challenges posed by the people of Ueno. While it may not have reached the extremes of the 72 trials, it was close enough. Oniji, disinterested in Spandane's ulterior motives, noticed the concluding remarks, and his pupils constricted. "Are you not undervaluing that man's combat prowess?" he inquired, brow furrowing. "Undervalue? I find it quite adequate," Spandane retorted, clearly dissatisfied. "Though you were defeated, you still managed to draw blood. Surely, my assessment of his combat ability is quite reasonable," he concluded. Hesitating, Oniji chose not to press further. He sensed that the individual known as Gunmu Kenpachi was concealing something. "Very well, I understand." Oniji sighed and signed the report. Chapter 186. Admiral Akainu decides to resign. Chapter 186. The great General Chida decides to resign. The news of Haji country's accession to the world government rapidly spread across the globe. However, the majority of the populace remained indifferent to this development. The number of nations joining the world government had been steadily increasing, while a few withdrew due to domestic issues, which was not particularly significant. Nonetheless, the world government ardently promoted this event for an extended period, as Haji country had long been isolated, adamantly refusing to join the world government. Now, having opened its borders, the relationship with the world government, though tenuous, could certainly be regarded as a political achievement. After all, officials within the world government required accomplishments to showcase. Spandane was even personally received by the 5 elders, who offered him encouragement. Particularly, the report he submitted was thorough, logical, and convincing, prompting the 5 elders to consider who should challenge Kinbunchaku no Kenpachi. Meanwhile, the fleet arrived at Haji country. "We wish to join the 11th Division," stated Gaji bluntly, expressing a simultaneous desire for the 1st Division to protect their nation. Although they had set off before the world government, it was evident that without the world government disclosing Haji country's geographical location and entry methods, as well as the country's own need for openness, it would have taken them much longer to find this opportunity. After all, the Germa Kingdom and the world government represented entirely different concepts. "Oh, Kinbunchika no Kenpachi, do you consider yourself formidable?" Gaji inquired with a slight smile. However, upon noticing Kaido beside him, he instinctively shrank his neck. "I cannot compare to you, but our soldiers are undoubtedly exceptional when measured against ordinary individuals." Reiju, Ichiji, and Niji lowered their heads slightly, focusing on their own thoughts. "Let us refrain from discussing strength, and instead talk about soldiers." Gaji's capabilities were indeed commendable, and his offspring were also renowned for their prowess. While it was unlikely they could rival the 3 calamities and 4 commanders under the 4 emperors, they could certainly hold their own against lesser foes. However, in the presence of Gilgamesh and Kinbunchaku no Kenpachi, Gaji remained prudent. Gilgamesh had subdued Charlotte Linlin, while Kinbunchaku no Kenpachi had defeated Kaido. Although these two were labeled as having fallen from grace, Gaji was not so naive. Through careful calculation, he deduced that securing Charlotte Linlin's support could potentially unify the North Sea. With her now weakened due to the loss of an arm, he recognized that Kaido remained unscathed. Kinbunchika no Kenpachi stroked his chin without reservation. "Then you shall join my 11th Division." The 1st Division was still engaged in combat. Yet it could be deemed appropriate as a protective force for the Syrii, allowing for the procurement of resources from the nation. However, safeguarding a country required not only elite combatants, but also a sufficient number of reliable soldiers. Gaji's artificial soldiers, who were unyielding in the face of sacrifice, cost-effective, and obedient to orders, were arguably the ideal candidates. Though their upper limits and strength were modest, they were unparalleled as soldiers. Now, the 11th Division had assumed control over Kaido's former vassal states, which desperately needed soldiers to confront pirate threats. Upon hearing Kinbunshiku no Kenpachi's response, Gaji finally breathed a sigh of relief. This arrangement should alleviate concerns regarding a potential attack from Gilgamesh. While he would lead some soldiers and a few offspring into the 11th Division, it was impractical to transfer all his soldiers there. His mercenary work could continue, generating funds for the nation. By the way, Captain, Gaji quickly revised his statement. I have had some conflicts with Gilgamesh. He did not conceal anything and detailed the discord with Gilgamesh. In truth, he dared not hide anything in such matters. Did he wish to offend his second four emperor? However, Kinbunshiku no Kenpachi casually reassured him. Rest assured, if that individual named Gilgamesh comes here, I will promptly deal with him. Kinbunshiku no Kenpachi was well aware that Gilgamesh would not issue any pursuit orders. Indeed, Kinbunshiku no Kenpachi was Gilgamesh himself, which made Gaji feel even more moved. Perhaps a change in perspective was in order. Amidst his gratitude, Gaji silently schemed. Based on his recent observations, it appeared that the 11th Division was entirely under Kinbunshiku no Kenpachi's influence. Both Haji country and Kaido could exert some influence, yet they could not dictate this power. If he were to secure Kinbunshiku no Kenpachi's support, could he unify the North Sea? Gaji narrowed his eyes, contemplating that he might eventually betray the world government to ally with Charlotte Linlin and seize the North Sea. Now, it seemed that the plan could be modified to involve Kinbunshiku no Kenpachi as well, perhaps through an alliance. He instinctively glanced at his eldest daughter, Reiju. With her tall stature, exquisite features, and graceful demeanor, she could be quite the asset. 3 months later, the two four emperors successively submitted to the winds of change, stirring unrest across the seas as ambitious individuals operated discreetly. However, as time passed and numerous challengers faltered, the seas gradually returned to a semblance of stability. Although the ambitious did not relinquish their ambitions, their actions became increasingly clandestine. The surface of the seas appeared much more tranquil. At this juncture, a piece of news from the Navy once again ignited excitement throughout the seas. The individual heralded as the strongest force within the Navy, the General Akainu, who had once been captured by Uchiha, submitted his resignation to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, expressing his inability to continue serving as a general. Having been captured, and thus lacking the honor to retain such a position, he resolved to start anew. This news reverberated across the world, creating significant waves, with the greatest tumult occurring within the Navy. Chapter 187. Is Saitama to succeed as general? Akainu, are you certain about this course of action? Sengoku's voice was deep and laden with gravity. Yes, Fleet Admiral, I have contemplated this for a considerable time, Akainu replied, his tone equally somber. As the Navy's paramount force, he believed that no blemish should tarnish his reputation. Previously, he had refrained from making this request, observing the tumultuous state of the seas. However, now he felt compelled to voice his decision. He took a deep breath and declared, I wish to resign from the position of Navy General and start anew. In truth, Akainu had pondered this matter on numerous occasions. He was a proud individual, adhering to an unwavering sense of justice. Justice, in his view, should remain unsullied. He was not the type to cling to the position of general after suffering multiple defeats. We have all experienced losses. Why must you take this so seriously? The yellow monkey remarked, shaking his head. That man was never easily defeated. Your failures do not equate to my capture and subsequent ransom by the world government. Akainu clenched his fists, inhaling deeply. We are not the same. During the last battle, other high-ranking officials could withdraw, yet only I was captured. This is something I cannot bear. Sengoku sighed. This was indeed Akainu's inner turmoil. As Akainu once remarked, had he not returned from Uchiha Madara and taken time to recuperate from his injuries, he would have undoubtedly resigned due to the incessant disturbances on the sea that rendered him hesitant to step down. He expressed a willingness to start anew as a mere soldier in the new world, following in the footsteps of Akainu once more. Naturally, He aspired to partake in the forthcoming campaign against Uchiha Madara. As an admiral, he was acutely aware of the Navy and the world government's schemes regarding Madara, and he was determined not to miss such a significant event. Once I vanquish Uchiha Madara, I shall accumulate merit once again and reclaim my status as an admiral. Akainu declared, his gaze intense and his voice steady as a mountain. Sengoku paused, sighing deeply. Have you truly given this no further thought? I have already deliberated extensively. Akainu replied solemnly. From the moment I was captured, I began considering my options and made my decision early on. His resolute words conveyed his unwavering resolve to those present. Very well. I respect your choice, Sengoku ultimately conceded with a sigh. Akainu had not abandoned the Navy. He continued to serve it, and thus his decision warranted respect. Thank you, Fleet Admiral. Akainu responded with a slight bow, his tone tinged with formality. Sengoku sighed again, realizing that if Akainu wished to be a new recruit, he should not rely on his past accolades. This was not a concern for Akainu. He knew that although he claimed to start new, his rank and achievements would ensure he would not face hardship. Even his superiors might treat him as an equal. Given his formidable strength, even beginning as a mere seaman, he would swiftly rise once more. After a prolonged silence, Sengoku resumed, Sakazuki, have you considered who might succeed you? Although admirals are appointed by the world government and the fleet admiral, as a former admiral, Akainu held the right to make nominations. However, Akainu cast a glance at Sengoku. Are you suggesting I nominate Saitama? Saitama, a rising star within the Navy, possessed remarkable strength and a profound sense of justice, earning the admiration of seasoned veterans like Garp and Zifa. He had participated in several battles, including defeating the notorious world destroyer, Waldo, with a single punch. Akainu recognized Sengoku's intent to involve him in the nomination process, but candidly expressed his disapproval of Saitama's personality, asserting that regardless of the circumstances, commands must be obeyed, and those who defy orders are unworthy of military service. His stern demeanor made him averse to Saitama's seemingly soft disposition. Is that so? Sengoku sighed. However, after your resignation, who can take your place? Peach Rabbit and Shitan are considerably weaker than Saitama. After a moment of contemplation, Akainu acknowledged that among the Navy's rising stars, Peach Rabbit and Shitan were indeed the strongest, yet they seemed ill-suited for the role of admiral. He glanced at Kizaru and ultimately nodded. Very well, I shall recommend Saitama. Kizaru, why do you look at me when I simply nod? News of Akainu's resignation spread swiftly within the Navy, leaving many disheartened. Akainu's reputation remained commendable. Compared to the lethargic Kizaru and Akiji, he was the most diligent and ambitious of the three. While his strictness had its drawbacks, many hawkish Navy officers admired him. However, since Akainu had firmly decided to resign and Sengoku had acquiesced, there was little others could say. Soon, everyone began pondering who would succeed Akainu as admiral. Those well-informed understood Akainu's recommendation. Congratulations, Saitama, Major Dasky exclaimed with excitement upon hearing of your impending promotion. It is not yet finalized, Tina interjected, though her eyes lacked the defiance of the past. During this period, Saitama had seemingly not participated in any significant actions, yet he had been relentlessly apprehending pirates. From capturing pirates with bounties in the millions to confronting those with bounties in the billions, he had yet to encounter the four emperors. Nevertheless, regardless of whether they were pirates or not, upon encountering them, Saitama charged forth to apprehend them. His demeanor appeared innocently naive, reminiscent of cotton, yet he never compromised when faced with matters of justice. For this reason, Sengoku had dealt with several issues stemming from Saitama's actions, including reports from high-ranking world government officials. Yet, this man, who appeared anything but military, never wavered. Becoming an admiral is inconsequential to me, Saitama remarked nonchalantly. After all, it's all about capturing pirates. There shouldn't be a distinction between hero and subordinate. Moreover, it's not yet confirmed that I will be promoted. There may still be issues. How could it not be you? Major Saitama? Dasky replied with a sweet smile. Tina rolled her eyes in annoyance. Now, besides you, who else could assume the role of admiral? However, Saitama's words proved prophetic, as an issue indeed arose. The world government proposed an alternative candidate. Chapter 188, World Conscription. Second update, Seeking Automatic. Chapter 1, Character Template. Uchiha Madara. In the boundless sea, a commonplace passenger ship was steadily advancing, creating gentle ripples in the water. Zhao Su sat in a third-class cabin on the lowest deck, diligently scrubbing his set of armor with a brush. Finally, He sighed in relief, his hands somewhat sore. He appeared to be around 17 years old. Though his hair was somewhat unkempt due to lack of grooming, his face bore a handsome quality, albeit marked by a sense of helplessness. Zhao Su was a native of Blue Star, and approximately a month ago, he awakened to find himself transported to this world, quickly acquiring information about it. One Piece. It was a grand and passionate world, filled with pirates, the navy, for emperors, and the 7 warlords of the sea, where formidable figures roamed the seas, crafting their own spectacular lives. Along with him in this journey was an extraordinary role-playing system of unknown origins. The system allowed Zhao Su to assume the persona of a character. The more closely he embodied the character, the more abilities resembling theirs he would acquire. Once he achieved a certain degree of authenticity, he would fully obtain the character's powers. If he surpassed that authenticity, his powers might even exceed those of the original character. The first character template provided by the system was none other than the legendary Uchiha Madara, the strongest antagonist in the world of Hokage. Unfortunately, his progress was still lacking. He had yet to assemble a complete set of Madara's equipment. Mastering the role was no simple feat. Demeanor, strength, appearance, and acting skills were all essential. Without the proper gear and power, even reciting a multitude of Madara's lines would only elicit bewildered stares from the villagers, denying him recognition and failing to advance his progress. The hairstyle and fan were comparatively easier to prepare, but acquiring Madara's armor proved to be quite challenging. The armor styled after Haji country is utterly absent in the small village where Zhao Su found himself upon his traversal. After enduring a tedious fortnight, he finally encountered a merchant selling this armor. However, due to insufficient funds, he pursued the merchant relentlessly, even boarding a passenger ship to earn the merchant's favor, ultimately exchanging his entire fortune for this set of antiquated armor. Currently, he is engaged in the process of rust removal. Fortunately, the armor is inherently red. Otherwise, he would have had to apply a coat of crimson paint reminiscent of Banya's armor. At long last, the preparations are complete. Zhao Su narrowed his eyes and slowly donned the armor. He then grasped the nearby Uchiha fan. In the next moment, a chime resonated. The most formidable role-playing system activated. Host, Zhao Su. Character template, Uchiha ban. Almost instantaneously, a torrent of vivid images, seemingly deeply engraved in his memory, surged into Zhao Su's mind. At the age of 6, Uchiha ban, alongside a group of Uchiha youths, practiced throwing shuriken at a target. At 9, under the guidance of clan elders, he trained in fire-release ninjutsu. At 11, he engaged in fierce combat with a ninja adorned with the headband of a certain clan. By 13, everything appeared indelibly etched in Zhao Su's consciousness, impossible to forget. His physique seemed to transform alongside the projection of these images, growing robust in an unimaginable manner, while a surge of energy coursed through his body. This energy was none other than the chakra utilized by ninjas in the world of Hokage. After what felt like an eternity, Zhao Su finally opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flickering within them. However, the disguise was not yet complete. Thankfully, the first template was Uchiha ban. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals as per the memories, and chakra surged forth. Transformation technique. A loud bang. An incarnation of Uchiha ban, as remembered by Zhao Su, manifested within the guest room. Indeed, Uchiha ban had transformed into Uchiha ban. The memories seemed to culminate at a certain age, and his prowess had subtly shifted. A mere flick of his wrist revealed that he possessed the strength of an elite jonin. At the pinnacle of elite jonin power at age 16, this was but a fraction of Banya's true might. Merely donning the equipment and utilizing the transformation technique granted him a degree of realism that showcased the power of an elite jonin. A glimmer of excitement danced in Zhao Su's eyes. What if he could surpass even that? Moreover, it extended beyond mere combat prowess. The memories of Uchiha ban at age 16, his combat experience, the secrets of ninjutsu, and the familiarity of interpersonal relationships, all of these elements were inscribed within Zhao Su's mind. It could be said that he was fully capable of unleashing the entire strength of Uchiha ban at that age. And most critically, I can finally commence my performance. A smile crept upon Zhao Su's lips. Suddenly, a resounding roar erupted. The passenger ship lurched violently. Simultaneously, a cry reached Zhao Su's ears. Pirates are aboard. Chapter 189. Saitama's wig. Third update requested. Originally, the world conscription was a remedial measure taken by the world government to compensate for the loss of the highest combat strength. Akiji from the Navy headquarters, and the vacancy of 2 admiral positions following Akainu's promotion to fleet admiral. Outstanding warriors selected through a competition reliant solely on strength will be directly appointed to the Navy. Future admirals Fujitora and Greenbull were both appointed in this manner. Now it seemed that this initiative was being expedited. Zhao Su blinked, hearing Zephyr casually remark that the 5 elders likely deemed it unnecessary, suggesting that they wished to prevent Saitama from ascending to the admiralcy. If the conscription competition could resolve the issue, they would have already devised a method to deal with Uchiha ban. Zephyr exhibited unwavering confidence in Saitama, showing no signs of worry. In truth, there was little cause for concern. Saitama tilted his head, pondering the competition, estimating that there were likely some masters of martial arts and swordsmanship involved. Zephyr nonchalantly stated that one should not underestimate them. Saitama's eyes widened, implying that they were formidable. Indeed, Zephyr acknowledged this point, affirming that if they were weak, the 5 elders would not resort to competitions, but would have long since issued orders to suppress them. Saitama's interest was piqued. He remarked that he had previously felt disinterested due to his overwhelming strength. Zephyr laughed heartily, questioning if he had not just eliminated numerous pirates. Saitama nodded, reiterating that he had not changed at all. As the news of the world conscription spread rapidly across the globe, driven by the influence of the world government, it garnered significant attention. The world government, despite its internal corruption, appeared remarkably resplendent on the surface. Particularly, this time, the world conscription directly appointed skilled individuals to significant positions, drawing the gaze of many. The prospect of becoming an admiral in the Navy, without the need to accumulate merits or hunt down pirates, but rather to ascend directly to the pinnacle of power, provided one was sufficiently strong, was enticing. Naturally, this initiative could not be launched immediately. It required a gradual selection process across various regions. Otherwise, an overwhelming influx of applicants would be unsustainable even for the Holy Land, Mariewa. Saitama, being a vice admiral and a representative of the Navy, enjoyed certain privileges, allowing him to participate directly in the finals. Others, such as Peach Rabbit and Chavip, were in similar positions. Since there were competitions, why not include 2 more participants? If they performed well, even if they could not be promoted, they could still be justifiably elevated in status and salary. This was the strategic thinking of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Saitama, however, remained indifferent whether the world conscription occurred or not, as the outcomes would be largely similar. Dasky, on the other hand, expressed her dissatisfaction, questioning why everyone had to compete when this opportunity rightfully belonged to Vice Admiral Saitama. Tina, with a more optimistic outlook, reassured her that Saitama's strength would undoubtedly prevail. Dasky pouted, contemplating for a moment before conceding that Vice Admiral Saitama's strength would indeed resolve any challenge. Power is not everything, and Saitama stretched lazily, gazing at the remnants of the pirates he had just dispatched and the distant fragments of pirate ships, reflecting that sometimes overwhelming strength could also bring about its own burdens. Oh, Dasky, curious, inquired if there were indeed issues that could trouble someone as powerful as him. Of course, Saitama replied casually, no matter how strong my power is, there are some matters that cannot be resolved. For instance, Dasky inquired with curiosity, while Chiyu fell into a brief moment of silence, his expression slightly unnatural. Tina and Dasky. 3 seconds later, both covered their mouths, their shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. They could not afford to laugh, for mocking a superior was a grave sin, and they might even face the wrath of Zhongjiang Chiyu. Yet, the urge to laugh was overwhelming. Chiyu, with a smirk, remarked, if you cannot hold it in, then do not restrain yourselves. Your faces are turning red. In the next moment, laughter erupted. I apologize, Zhongjiang Chiyu. I simply cannot contain myself. In an instant, the 2 young women aboard the ship were laughing heartily, filling the air with joy. The preliminary rounds for the world military recruitment were underway, with registration being quite straightforward. As long as one had no criminal record, anyone could apply. Even minor offenses were not deemed problematic, provided they were not serious crimes such as robbery or murder. In fact, this was the standard for naval enlistment, as the recruitment was primarily for the Navy. Numerous strong individuals emerged across various regions, initially competing in their home countries before converging on a naval headquarters located on the island of Marinfanduo for the finals. Chiyu only needed to participate in the competition, which saved a considerable amount of time. However, this kept the Navy quite busy. The participants in the finals, including Chiyu and Taotu, originally held positions within the Navy. With their participation in the competition, their previous roles naturally required someone else to oversee them. Coupled with the gathering of numerous strong contenders at Marin Fanduo, the Navy had to allocate significant resources to maintain order. Consequently, many vice admirals traveled to various locations to oversee affairs, even venturing into the New World to quell pirate activities, thereby unable to witness Chiyu's competition. Now, the finals had finally commenced, drawing together formidable competitors. Taotu, tall and graceful, with striking features and a sword at her waist, gazed at the assembled opponents below, her large eyes narrowing slightly. There seemed to be many strong contenders. Zhongjiang Chiyu, what do you think? She asked, turning to look at the person behind her. However, upon seeing him, her expression became slightly peculiar. Zhongjiang Chiyu, what is the matter? Chiyu replied calmly. Your appearance. Taotu hesitated, seemed somewhat different from what I had previously understood. Chiyu fell silent for a moment, quietly touching the wig atop his head. Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. Chapter 190, Green Bull, 4th update requested. Chapter 3, Devil Fruit. 3rd update requested for collections and flowers. Do you also desire to dance? Uchiha Ban's words were incredibly calm, yet they emanated an unparalleled pressure. Facing numerous pirates, he suddenly took a step forward. Initially slow, his pace quickly intensified, the armor clanking with each stride. Damn it! The pirate leader, Remnant Leopard, bellowed, charge. Kill him. The pirates let out a chorus of shouts as they charged forward. They had their own martial arts, their ferocious and savage roars designed to diminish the morale of their foes, instilling fear. Yet before the man standing before them, such tactics held no significance. Uchiha Ban's steps quickened, ultimately transforming into a sprint, colliding fiercely with the oncoming wave of pirates. In an instant of combat, countless pirates were sent flying. A pirate swung his right fist towards Ban, who merely sidestepped the attack, then retaliated with a punch to the pirate's abdomen, sending him crashing overboard into the sea. With punches and kicks, he occasionally seized the pirate's swords, wielding them as weapons. His assaults were swift, and his movements rapid. Incredible! Remnant Leopard's eyes widened. This was not merely strength or speed. It was the prowess born from countless battles. Every move made by Uchiha Ban was precise, eliminating enemies without any superfluous actions while conserving his stamina by avoiding excessive force. Even when faced with a group of adversaries, mere pirate lackeys, he never allowed himself to be encircled, maximizing his efficiency in dispatching foes. Is he perhaps a specter risen from the heap of the deceased? Remnant Leopard stared in astonishment. How could one possess such a level of lethal skill without extensive combat experience? Zhao Su had merely acquired about 30% of Uchiha Ban's strength. Yet, this fraction was already formidable. Uchiha Ban himself was a man who had emerged from the Warring States period, a time rife with conflict. Even in a state that was not his strongest, he was more than capable of overwhelming all present. The Crimson Three-Tomo Sharingan swept across the surroundings, mercilessly eliminating an enemy with each move. Damn it! Remnant Leopard suddenly raised the cannon from his severed arm, aiming it at Uchiha Ban. Although there were still many of his subordinates around, he could not afford to hesitate. However, before he could fire, a Crimson Three-Tomo reflected in his eyes. In the next moment, an invisible force seized his cannon, directing it toward the area with the highest concentration of pirates. Boom! A multitude of pirates lost their lives in an instant. 3 minutes later, Remnant Leopard abruptly awoke, realizing that he was the only one left in the vicinity. Gazing at the figure in armor, devoid of even a speck of blood or dust, terror filled his face as he retreated repeatedly. What is this expression? "Uchiha Ban approached Germany." Did you not already know the disparity between us? Indeed, he thought. Otherwise, why would I have allowed those pirates to charge ahead? As these thoughts crossed his mind, the next moment, Remnant Leopard fell into an abyss of darkness. It is over. Uchiha Ban, or rather, Zhao Su sighed inwardly. As someone who had traversed from the peaceful Blue Star, he possessed little combat experience. Yet, when he engaged in battle, it felt as though he were Uchiha Ban himself, acting without hesitation, discerning the enemy's movements before they even struck and determining his subsequent actions. Is this the power of the role-playing system? Excitement flickered in Zhao Su's eyes. This was merely 30% of Uchiha Ban's strength. What would it be like at full capacity? If the performance exceeded expectations, it would surpass Uchiha Ban in his prime. Moreover, this was just a template. What if there were more templates? Mythical beings, characters from novels, anime, and games. Those capable of cataclysmic destruction were abundant. Furthermore, the strongest role-playing system, host, Jiaosu, character template, Uchiha ban. Progress has increased. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiaosu's eyes, momentarily disregarding the newfound knowledge in his mind. Was it due to my earlier performance? Am I becoming more like Uchiha ban? He had deliberately practiced many phrases to emulate ban. It seemed the results were quite favorable. Now, I should have reached the level of a shadow level ban. Jiaosu narrowed his eyes. He then approached the pirate ship directly. The pirates had been cleared, and he had no intention of letting the remaining spoils slip away. Although he was not familiar with the name of Remnant Leopard, the panic amongst the spectators indicated that he was undoubtedly a ruthless individual. It would be unacceptable not to possess some valuable items. And indeed, it was so. After a thorough search, he truly stumbled upon a remarkable find, a deep purple pineapple adorned with bizarre patterns. Could this be a devil fruit? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiaosu's eyes. However, the next moment brought even greater exhilaration. Ding! Special energy detected ahead. It can forcibly enhance the realism of the character template. Do you wish to absorb it? The infamous devil fruits are renowned as treasures of the sea, unique to the pirate world. Even the most inferior of them commands a market price of no less than 100 million berries. Should the fruit possess formidable powers, its value could soar to 1 billion or even tens of billions. Yet, for Jiaosu, the excitement was not merely about acquiring a devil fruit. It was the system's notification that stirred his enthusiasm. The potential to enhance realism? The realism directly impacts Jiaosu's strength, rendering it infinitely more valuable than mere currency. Moreover, Jiaosu lacked a comprehensive guide to devil fruits, leaving him unaware of the abilities this fruit might confer. The risks associated with consumption were significant. Furthermore, considering the prowess of that individual named Qin Bao, Jiaosu did not anticipate any exceptionally potent devil fruit in his possession. Thus, he decided to absorb it. Ding! Absorbing energy and converting it. Please select the template to enhance. Uchiha Madara. Character template. Uchiha Madara 4. In the blink of an eye, a surge of memories flooded his mind. Jiaosu closed his eyes, immersing himself for a moment. Soon after, he opened his eyes, where the three tomo spun rapidly before coalescing into an unusual pattern. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. Meanwhile, as Jiaosu dispatched the pirates, the sailors who had retreated to their quarters began to cautiously emerge, especially the first brave sailor who peeked out and beheld the bodies strewn across the deck. He was initially taken aback, only to break into a smile. Who could have done this? This was Qin Bao, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 60 million, who had met his demise so swiftly here. Do we have such a formidable guest aboard? The crowd was astounded, with some particularly bold sailors gazing towards the pirate ship. There stood Uchiha Madara, completely unfazed by their scrutiny, casually gathering the pirate's treasures. His demeanor instilled a sense of reassurance, and before long, under the captain's orders, sailors began to assist Uchiha Madara in collecting the spoils. Many merchants congregated, eager to pool together a sum as a token of gratitude. However, a rather rotund merchant hesitated as he regarded Uchiha Madara and discreetly slipped into a guest room. Jiaosu. His voice was barely a whisper. As the door to the guest room swung open, Jiaosu emerged, a smile gracing his features upon seeing the individual. Uncle, it's wonderful to see you alive. This merchant was the one who had sold armor to Jiaosu. Despite his avarice, he had relented and sold the armor to Jiaosu at an exceptionally low price after much pleading. He could be considered a good person. Are you all right? The merchant inquired with a hint of concern. I believe I saw him initially emerge from your room. Ohat, Jiaosu blinket. Realizing that this was merely a minor clone of his. Although the shadow clone technique was developed by the second Hokage, it was not present in Madara's current abilities. However, he possessed other forms of clone techniques. For instance, the one he employed now was the water clone, intended to prevent situations like this. Jiaosu pondered for a moment before smiling. It's nothing. I've actually been keeping a secret from you. Uchiha Madara is my older brother. Brother? The merchant was taken aback, aware of Jiaosu's humble circumstances. How could such a person have such a powerful brother? Yes, brother. The water clone nodded without hesitation. In truth, this was part of his strategy. The role-playing system could not solely rely on the powers of a devil fruit. Genuine strength must come from his own endeavors. Uchiha Madara, aside from his might, his arrogant disposition, and his BSS identity, possessed the most notable trait of being a protective older brother within the Uchiha clan. Having Zhao Su as a younger brother not only conveniently enriched the narrative, but also allowed for legitimate advantages for Zhao Su. After all, Uchiha Madara would not demand anything that contradicted his character's design. Moreover, there was another consideration. For instance, it seemed that Madara ultimately remained single. Yet Zhao Su faced no such constraints. He could even leverage Madara's identity and strength under the pretense of expanding the Uchiha clan, thus garnering numerous benefits. Cough, cough. Is that so? The merchant's demeanor shifted, his gaze toward Zhao Su imbued with newfound respect. A respect born of power. Zhao Su crafted a few excuses to placate the merchant. However, before long, a sailor atop the lookout tower shouted in terror, "Pirates! There are pirates!" The crowd's expressions changed instantly. Yet they found solace in the figure standing upon the pirate ship. Even the Grand Line, where experts abound, pirates like Kinbao were a rarity. With that individual present, surely nothing would go awry, right? However, before they could feel reassured, the sailor's panicked voice rang out once more. "Everyone flee. It's the Nine Snake Pirates. This sea area is their hunting ground." The narrative continues to unfold, revealing the formidable presence of the Nine Snake Pirates. A formidable man squinted slightly, his lips pressed together, pondering how they might fulfill the task assigned by the five elders. The bounty hunter Gary had proven to be one of the strongest among the participants in the global conscription, his strength comparable to that of a typical vice admiral. He was undoubtedly a favorite in the competition. Yet, he was swiftly eliminated by Saitama with a single punch. The remaining contenders appeared unreliable. The only ones who could potentially match the prowess of bounty hunter Gary were Leopold, Tyler, and Elsie. The expression of a middle-aged man darkened. It was imperative to ensure Gary's defeat. He could not be allowed to succeed. Another voice interjected, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. The room fell silent. But after a moment, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seemed they would need to employ some underhanded tactics. The global conscription continued. The competition spanned a considerable duration. Yet genuine experts would naturally not be eliminated. Intense battles erupted on the arena, featuring martial arts, swordsmanship, and even those wielding the powers of devil fruits. However, a slight furrow appeared on the brow of Tao Tu, as she discerned that the world government was meddling once again. She noted that all the strong contenders were pitted against the weak, resulting in a lack of clashes between equals. The problem was that, for the sake of fairness, this competition had randomized the matchups. In hundreds of battles, no formidable being encountered an equally strong opponent. Victories were overwhelmingly decisive. While this arrangement benefited the Navy, it did raise concerns. The ultimate prize for the competition was, of course, the rank of admiral, but there were also numerous positions beneath that, such as vice admiral, rear admiral, and brigadier general. These rewards depended on one's strength and ranking in the global conscription. The exclusion of luck preventing strong contenders from facing each other seemed advantageous for the Navy, as it ensured that only the capable would rise to high positions, avoiding the ascent of an undeserving individual. However, Tao Tu scoffed at the idea that the world government could be so benevolent. As she cast her gaze upon the battle roster displayed on the phone bug, she recognized the inevitable outcome: Saitama versus Chatuan. Within the confines of the Navy, Chatun's abilities were also commendable, making them the only strong contenders to face each other. Tao Tu's eyes narrowed slightly, just as she was about to express her frustrations. Chatuan unexpectedly declared, "I forfeit." The host paused, taken aback. "I said I forfeit," Chatuan reiterated coolly. "I cannot defeat Saitama. I surrender." The host, momentarily stunned, could only respond, "Well then, Chatuan forfeits, and Saitama is the victor." Chatuan smiled subtly, displaying a righteous grin directed at Tao Tuesday. Tao Tu exhaled in relief, grateful that internal conflict within the Navy had been avoided. Although Chatuan likely would not have emerged victorious, this spared Saitama's strength from being wasted on an inconsequential battle. "Chatuan, are you not even going to glance my way?" Saitama mused, seemingly indifferent to the notions of martial arts or swordsmanship. In the meeting room of the arena, Tao Tu cursed under her breath, realizing that Chatuan had withdrawn. She needed to adjust their combat strategy, as it appeared she might also need to withdraw. They could not afford to give Saitama any opportunity. In the next match, he would face the arms dealer Tyler. This arrangement would allow her to see how he would recuperate. The host was instructed to suppress Saitama's reputation, ensuring he did not gain any favorable recognition. For this event was broadcast live across the globe. Thus, a series of adjustments ensued. Under the orders of the world government, the host endeavored to downplay Saitama's acclaim. For instance, Tyler attempted to utilize his remarkable speed, circling around Saitama in search of an opening. While Saitama's strength is commendable, his speed may not be as formidable. Tyler has a significant chance, the host asserted. In an instant, Tyler was swiftly dispatched by Saitama, eliminated in a single blow. You circling around me is merely blowing my hair out of place, Saitama quipped. In another instance, Elsie inhaled deeply and unleashed a powerful sword strike. Elsie's attempt to charge her attack is not an instinct one would expect from a true expert, the host remarked, only to witness Saitama obliterate Elsie's sword with a single punch. Why is he even creating such sharp winds? You've already cut off 2 of my strands, the host lamented, trying to salvage the situation. Saitama's next opponent is not an ordinary one, the host continued, but before he could finish, Saitama swiftly dispatched his opponent once again. Tears streamed down the host's face as he despaired. Who on earth can tell me how to diminish this man's reputation? Chapter 193, Green Bull vs. Saitama. Third update requested. Saitama continued his relentless march, defeating every opponent with a single punch. In truth, there was little left to say. Saitama's current prowess had reached an astonishing 75%. This could be likened to the pinnacle of Saitama's strength. What did this peak entail? He could leap back from a moon to Earth in a single bound, his punches capable of annihilating enemies with enough force to devastate the surface of the planet. The ability to obliterate a meteorite with a solitary blow was merely a fundamental feat for him. Ultimately, Saitama himself was an almost conceptual entity, embodying the notion of an indomitable force capable of vanquishing any opponent with a single strike. In other words, within his realm, he represented absolute invincibility. Strength was inevitable. How could he be so formidable? The individuals in the background were nearly pulling their hair out in frustration. Each adversary was dispatched with a single punch. Who remains? One inquired. Leopold came to response. Leopold, also known as Green Bull, had achieved a flawless record thus far without utilizing his powers. Calm down. I've heard from CPQ that among the participants, the strongest is likely Leopold, a middle-aged man remarked, affirming the notion based on previous battles. Although he had not exhibited his full strength, defeating Tao 2 had indeed demonstrated his capabilities. Since Tao 2's match, they had not assigned him any formidable opponents, likely ensuring he remained in peak condition, while Saitama had faced a series of powerful adversaries, each victory exacting toll. This reasoning seemed somewhat plausible, yet the others cast skeptical glances. Are you certain that this individual, who has dispatched everyone with a single punch and remains unscathed, has actually exerted himself? It's merely one punch. How taxing could it be? Someone interjected. I heard that Saitama defeats everyone with a single blow, another added. Perhaps he employs some form of combat technique, someone suggested. Combat technique. The crowd echoed in intrigue. Indeed, the individual nodded. For example, within swordsmanship, there exists the technique of the draw, which seeks to deliver a lethal strike in one swift motion, the strongest cut. As he spoke, he found himself increasingly convinced that perhaps the true strength of Saitama, the middle-ranking officer, lay solely in that one punch. Once that punch was unleashed, it was possible that he would possess no further capabilities. The crowd exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, acknowledging that it seemed plausible. After all, how could that individual known as Saitama surpass so many formidable warriors renowned across the seas? It is important to note that even among high-ranking officers, not every strike could eliminate a bounty hunter worth over 100 million. Thus, it seemed reasonable. At that moment, the department head was approached by an employee inquiring about the next steps. What shall we do? The portly middle-aged man furrowed his brow, asking sternly. The employee replied that under the current circumstances, it had become exceedingly difficult to suppress the audience's evaluation of Saitama. No matter how forcefully they attempted to restrain it, the viewers would no longer believe it. In fact, at this stage of the finals, the host had already earned the title of the most blind host in history. If it weren't for the influential figures behind him, he would have long since changed his stance. Every time he mentioned Saitama, a wave of discontent rippled through the audience, damaging not only his reputation, but also his spirit. The middle-aged man scoffed coldly, exuding an air of authority, instructing that in this final battle, Saitama would surely lose. He could use this as a foundation to create suspense, and without hesitation, shatter that suspense, transforming his evaluation into reality. This reality would be sufficient to rectify his previous errors. The employee, momentarily taken aback, nodded in agreement, stating that he would inform him immediately before striding out. Meanwhile, on the arena stage, Saitama maintained his characteristic nonchalant demeanor as Green Bull stepped onto the platform. This was indeed the final showdown. With all others having been eliminated, it could be said that the victor of this battle would ascend to the rank of admiral in the Navy. At that moment, the host received a prompt from his superiors, and his gaze shifted, no longer as clear as his superior's analysis. Instead, he conjured an alternate scenario in his mind. Had he secretly made a deal with the world government to forfeit this match? Perhaps that would spare him the damage to his reputation. The host rallied himself and proclaimed loudly that the world recruitment tournament had reached its final stages. One side featured the Navy's Vice Admiral Saitama, while the other presented the last remaining contender, Leopold, from this world recruitment. Would the Navy maintain its hold on the admiral position? Or would the previously obscure Leopold rise to shatter the Navy's monopoly and emerge as the latest pinnacle of combat prowess? The expressions of elite Navy members like Peach Rabbit were tense. The host's words undeniably undermined the Navy's dignity, positioning the Navy and the majority as adversaries. However, the Navy's admirals were, after all, meant to occupy these positions. At this moment, Chibuda stood beside Peach Rabbit, whispering that a mere host should not dare to speak so flippantly. This was the influence of those behind him. Who were these powerful figures? There was no need for Peach Rabbit to speculate. It was undoubtedly the world government. The world government was the Navy's superior, and they would not easily oppose its will. Yet, the host remained blissfully unaware of these intricacies, loudly announcing the final match, filling the arena with anticipation for the outcome. Of course, I believe our hero will not lose. And who is that hero? It is, without a doubt, the seemingly ordinary and unremarkable Green, who resonates with many. Green and Saitama stood face to face. He was a tall man with a robust build and thick hair, looking down at Saitama. Did Saitama intend to target the fake hair bought by Daisuke? However, it was the final match. Should he hold back and observe the so-called martial arts? Chapter 194. Green Bull's Abilities. Fourth update requested. In truth, Jiaosu was not particularly curious about martial arts. Although Saitama seemed to lack any abilities, the other templates did not imply he was devoid of skill. For instance, Yamamoto could wield a sword, albeit having only practiced for a day, and Uchiha Madara excelled in physical combat. Though not martial arts, the principles were quite similar. Nevertheless, Saitama's storyline included an arc of curiosity regarding martial arts. So Zhao Su feigned interest. Thus, it seemed prudent to hold back. Zhao thought to himself, while maintaining a seemingly innocent demeanor. In reality, Saitama often chose to hold back against most adversaries, allowing them to exert their full strength before delivering a decisive blow, thereby denying them any opportunity to retaliate. It would be rather pitiable otherwise. Green Bull stood, towering over Saitama, a smile gracing his face. Seizing the moment, the host remarked that Leopold was smiling. Was victory assured? In contrast, Saitama appeared somewhat dazed, perhaps to alleviate tension. Indeed, this individual was so confident that he dared to say anything. Within, he had already concluded that Saitama would inevitably fail. Why, then, did he maintain this expression? Saitama, with a blank countenance, declared that the match was about to commence. However, for a time, neither combatant made a move. Ah, Vice Admiral Saitama, it seems your gaze does not reflect a pursuit of fame or status, Green Bull grinned, suggesting that perhaps he should simply concede the victory to him. Engaging in a fight would be quite troublesome. Saitama remained silent for a moment before apologizing, stating that he had no intention of losing. Green Bull, puzzled, inquired why, given that his gaze lacked ambition for fame or status. Saitama pondered briefly before responding that an admiral's salary was double that of a vice admiral's, sufficient to purchase a considerable amount of fries. Salary? Green Bull questioned. In truth, the remuneration from either the government or the Navy was rather ordinary. Most Navy officers earn a middle-class income, and while admirals earn more, it paled in comparison to that of merchants. Nonetheless, it was widely known that their authority could easily yield income far surpassing their salaries through various means, most of which were not technically illegal. Yet Saitama mentioned salary. Was it truly something to be concerned about? Additionally, he contemplated that he would still like to observe the so-called martial arts. However, if he struck first, the match would conclude instantly. At this rate, it seemed he would be waiting in vain for them to take action, wasting time. Upon hearing this, Green Bull paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, acknowledging that indeed, it would be a waste of time. Nevertheless, he wore a serious expression, stating that he would not allow Saitama to feel as though his time was squandered. Then let us begin, he declared, suddenly charging forward. His foot struck the arena, creating cracks in the surface as he unleashed a powerful kick. Saitama calmly observed his foot until the moment it was about to connect, then swiftly raised his arm to block it just before impact. The immense force sent Saitama hurtling through the air until he barely managed to halt at the edge of the arena. The host exclaimed with urgency that Leopold's attack was swifter than before. With no hesitation, Levayu charged forward, delivering a kick that Saitama narrowly evaded, followed by a relentless barrage of kicks. Then, with a swift upward kick, Saitama was sent soaring into the sky, momentarily dazed as he clutched his wig. Damn it! This wig is about to fall off. It seems Desiki was deceived by the wig vendor. I'll have to take her to confront the shopkeeper later. Levayu showed no mercy, relentlessly pursuing Saitama, appearing next to him in an instant to deliver another kick, sending him crashing down. The crowd gasped. Had a victor been determined? Levayu squinted, inquiring if it was over. Just then, Saitama calmly emerged from the crater, his demeanor unfazed. He had nearly been startled. His wig almost fell off. Leva유's pupils constricted. Indeed, this man was formidable. Yet, he chuckled, realizing that all his efforts to reach the finals had not been in vain. Suddenly, a flash of electricity flickered around him. Crouching, he lunged forward, a streak of silver lightning traversing the arena, reappearing before Saitama in an instant. His fists unleashed a series of thunderous strikes, each punch crackling with electric energy. This was the power of the electric fruit. Chaden narrowed his eyes, having heard of Leopold's devil fruit abilities, but he had not anticipated it to be lightning-based. However, something felt amiss. Levayu erupted into laughter as he landed a punch that sent Saitama flying far away. Yet, before Saitama could touch down, Levayu extended a hand. A unique magnetic field suddenly slowed Saitama's descent, forcibly drawing him back. It wasn't electricity, it was magnetism, Saitama realized, feeling a faint tingle within him. He contemplated the nature of magnetic fields, which not only attract but can generate electricity. The principles of electricity and magnetism are fundamentally intertwined. While Fujitora wielded gravitational force, was Levayu's power truly magnetism? Yet, Eustace Kid also employed magnetism. Perhaps there were multiple types of magnetic powers at play. Regardless, this was undoubtedly the mark of a strong adversary. In the next moment, Saitama was pulled back before Levayu, who declared, Saitama, allow me to enlighten you on the essence of martial arts. With that, he raised a pair of iron fists. Chapter 195. Thus, he was defeated by a single punch. Chapter, The Serpent's Request. The celestial dragons, the aristocracy of the world, wield near absolute power, protected by the Navy headquarters, and are regarded as the most esteemed entities in existence. Merely offending them can lead to a vice admiral's pursuit, let alone an assassination. You claim your brothers have accepted a commission to assassinate a celestial dragon? Hancock stiffened at these words. Her two sisters stood there, bewildered, their mouths moving slightly, bodies trembling. The tragic fate of their sisterhood was tied to the celestial dragons. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, not just her sisters, but even Hancock felt an overwhelming urge to have him take action, eliminate that detestable individual. While others may falter, perhaps with someone of Uchiha Obito's caliber, it could indeed be possible to slay a celestial dragon. Yet, Hancock quickly regained her composure, her hand instinctively reaching for her back. Her gaze icy. If you think I will let you go merely because of the mark on my back, you are gravely mistaken. You shall meet your demise here. Upon hearing Hancock's words, her sisters too steadied themselves. In truth, possessing the power of a vice admiral, Uchiha Obito could indeed kill a celestial dragon. The four emperors and their formidable commanders could also potentially eliminate a celestial dragon. However, the celestial dragons have lived in arrogance for centuries without facing a single assassination attempt. For even the commanders of the four emperors, or the emperors themselves, fear unnecessary troubles. Assassinating a celestial dragon may not be difficult and could have a high success rate. But what follows? Can one escape the Navy's pursuit? Would Sengoku not intervene? Could the Gorosei remain indifferent? It is not that they cannot be killed. But why would one do so? In reality, even Hancock herself, if she were to go to any lengths, might be able to kill a celestial dragon. However, she did not dare to. While killing a celestial dragon could provide momentary satisfaction, the world government's relentless retaliation is a burden no one can bear. Not even the four emperors. Do not rush. If I say I can accept, there is a reason for it, Zhao Su said with a smile. Regardless of the outcome for you, I can simply act as your hostage. This proposition intrigued the three sisters further. Hancock, gritting her teeth, remained skeptical. Perhaps you seek to meet your brother. Zhao Su replied with a grin. You may use daggers, arrows, or any means against me. Should anything go awry, you can strike immediately. Who knows if you might suddenly turn on me? You could also summon your 9-snake army. If you fail and inform the world government of our whereabouts, some risks must be taken. But as a ninja, maintaining secrecy is our professional ethic. Hancock continued to question him, presenting numerous reasons not to trust Zhao Su. Yet, each was countered by Zhao Su, and her sisters grew increasingly tempted. Even Hancock herself felt a stirring within. They harbored a deep-seated grudge, and without that hatred, why would they make such a spectacle during their bathing rituals? After much hesitation and contemplation, Hancock finally spoke. Very well, lead us to your brother. If you can truly accomplish this, my sisters and I shall overlook this offense. Zhao Su finally smiled. The next issue was how to evade their gaze, utilizing a clone to replace himself, and then transforming into Uchiha Bido. This matter, however, did not warrant concern. The presence of a man on Amazon Lily was no trivial matter, and Hancock's need to commission Zhao Su was not something to be broadcasted. Only Hancock and her two sisters followed behind Zhao Su. Thus, is this your reason for aiming arrows at my brother? Uchiha Bido's expression turned stern, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. Please remain calm. This was your brother's request, Hancock said, her demeanor turning serious, a hint of trepidation in her eyes. Was it merely an illusion, or did he seem even stronger now than during his battle with Akainu? Stay calm, brother. I am unharmed, Zhao Su's clone smiled. Hearing his brother's words, Uchiha Bido finally calmed slightly, though his gaze towards Hancock and the others remained icy. Hancock cleared her throat. Let us discuss the specifics back in the city. Agreed, Uchiha Bido nodded. Upon returning to the palace, it is indeed unnecessary to elaborate further on the subsequent discussion. The mission has been accepted, with the reward being all the devil fruits stored on Joshi Island. Although the devil fruits are precious, Hancock is reluctant to allow the warriors of Joshi to consume them, except for her sister or certain animal-type fruits, due to her personal reasons. Otherwise, her deception may be revealed at any moment. Naturally, she does not fully trust Zhao Su and his companion. Although Zhao Su wishes for an advance payment, she insists that the devil fruits be handed over to her brother Zhao Su as a hostage. Uchiha Madara will carry out an assassination, and once the news spreads, they will send Zhao Su to a small island in the Grand Line. Zhao Su has no objections to this arrangement, as he can find the time to transform and absorb the devil fruits without issue. In the pirate world, transformation techniques do not exist, making it easy to find a flaw. Suddenly, a notification sounds. Ding dong, a special energy has been detected ahead, which can forcibly enhance the character template's realism. Would you like to absorb it? Chapter 196, Sudden News. Chapter 9, Who exactly is Uchiha Madara? This is the island, Hancock said, her expression cold as she observed the man descending from her ship. Uchiha Madara nodded expressionlessly and then turned his gaze toward Zhao Su. With a hint of a smile, Hancock, having regained some of her former demeanor, said lazily, What's the matter? Are you worried about what we might do to your brother? Madara did not respond directly, but simply stated, Once, I had 5 brothers. Once? Hancock was taken aback. Now, only Zhao Su remains, Madara said calmly. Therefore, regardless of what happens, I will protect this brother at all costs. His words were tranquil, yet conveyed an extraordinary seriousness, clearly indicating his intent to follow through. Upon hearing this, Hancock could not help but think of her own sister and dropped her pretense, reassuring him, Rest assured, although Joshi is remote, we will not mistreat your brother. Besides, this is an island of daughters, and countless men wish to enter. Your brother should find joy in staying on Joshi Island. Madara said nothing further and quietly walked into the island. While Joshi is indeed powerful, it is not yet one of the 7 warlords, and they dare only approach the islands near Sabeti Archipelago, allowing Madara to proceed on his own. He nodded without further comment and continued walking forward until the ship was out of sight, at which point he sighed in relief and reverted from his transformation. Finally resolved. Zhao Su es salet. Acting is quite exhausting, especially when portraying someone as proud as Uchiha Madara. One fears that a single misstep might reveal a flaw and diminish the realism achieved with much effort. However, the rewards are substantial. Zhao Su, my host Zhao Su. Character template, Uchiha Madara. He is drawing ever closer to the peak of Uchiha Madara's power. It is well known that at his zenith, Uchiha Madara also known as Six Paths Madara, possessed Six Paths level strength and was one of the most formidable figures in the Naruto world. To obtain the power of Uchiha Madara at his prime is becoming increasingly attainable, and Zhao Su is curious about what surpassing that might entail. Yet, it seems that the further he progresses, the more challenging it becomes to enhance the realism. Initially, merely changing his attire granted him a boost in realism. Utilizing transformation techniques yielded immediate results. The first devil fruit he consumed also provided substantial enhancement. However, acquiring 3 devil fruits from the Empress only granted minimal improvement per fruit. The acting during this period and the portrayal of a devoted brother has not yielded much increase either, merely a slight enhancement. Is his performance lacking? Or is the enhancement simply too difficult? Perhaps the differing reactions of the audience also contribute to the varied feedback? Zhao Su TheUchiha, shaking his head. Compared to the elusive art of acting, enhancing through the consumption of devil fruits is far more straightforward. Although the benefits from the fruits diminish over time, it remains a more direct path than aimlessly acting without a clear goal. However, such shortcuts are fraught with difficulties. Devil fruits are revered as treasures of the sea, not easily found, unless Zhao Su gazed in a particular direction, his eyes narrowing. Other areas have few devil fruits, and even after years of accumulation, Joshi is only 3. Yet, the celestial dragons possess enough to feed slaves. Thus, I must seek them out. On the Joshi pirate ship, the warriors were intrigued. Is this what a man looks like? It's my first time seeing one. Did he come from Joshi Island? Why would Lady Hancock bring a man here? And even let one disembark? Usually, such fellows are executed on sight. The warriors of Joshi cast curious glances at Zhao Su, even while on duty, occasionally stealing glances his way. In Joshi, men are a rare breed. Even those who frequently venture out to sea have little interaction with them. Most encounters are merely combat. Now, finally, there's a living man. It is understandable that these women are curious. Eventually, one could no longer contain their curiosity, reaching out to pinch Zhao Su. His muscles are so firm. Is this what a man is? Soon, a flurry of hands reached out. Wow, look, he has no chest. Really? Let me see too. Be careful. I felt a dagger at his waist. Watch out for him going berserk. Zhao Su thought, being a hostage is impossible. It will never happen in this lifetime. I might as well leave a clone to deal with the situation. However, the clone grimaced. Although surrounded by lovely women, sounds delightful. Who told you that all the sisters of Joshi are beautiful? Take Hancock's 2 sisters as examples. Their muscles and thighs are formidable. Their arms are thicker than Zhao Su's waist. In Joshi, strength is considered beauty, and while there are some slender and attractive individuals, most are robust women, capable of running marathons and throwing punches. The pirate crew, being Joshi's strongest unit, is even more formidable. As a mere clone, why must I bear the burden of charm and wit that do not befit my identity? Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Akainu spoke solemnly. Have we investigated thoroughly? Who exactly is Uchiha Madara? In the presence of Akainu, a naval officer held a report and stated, returning to the admiral, according to intelligence from a passenger ship. There are 2 brothers. One is named Zhao Su, who initially appeared in Xiangqi town before boarding that ship, while the other is known as Uchiha Ban, seemingly Zhao Su's elder brother. The fact that Zhao Su boarded that passenger ship is hardly a secret, as it has long been within the Navy's grasp to obtain such information. However, what comes next? Akainu furrowed his brow, expressing dissatisfaction, aside from his name. Do you possess any further information? The officer's face flushed with shame as he lowered his head. Beyond the name, the Navy's proud intelligence system had indeed failed to uncover anything further, as if these 2 individuals had materialized out of thin air. Akainu, displeased, remarked, such formidable individuals cannot possibly just emerge from nowhere. Continue the investigation. Yes, sir, the officer replied. In truth, he had discovered some additional details, such as the fact that the individual named Zhao Su seemed to lack any significant abilities. Yet, he chose not to report this. For anyone bold enough to challenge Admiral Akainu could not possibly be an ordinary person. However, the officer hesitated briefly and inquired, Admiral Akainu, could it be that Uchiha Ban is from Wano country? His name bears a resemblance to those from Wano. The renowned sword masters and ninjas of Wano are well known. If they adhere to stealthy operations, coupled with Wano's isolated geography, it is quite reasonable that the Navy's intelligence system would struggle to locate them. Perhaps, Akainu nodded, having considered this possibility as well. However, if he merely steps out for a brief excursion, it will be best for him to return to Wano obediently. Akainu narrowed his eyes, contemplating the potential chaos that a person of such caliber could unleash upon these seas. As Akainu pondered, Zhao Su, or rather Uchiha Ban, was scaling the red soil continent. The winds howled fiercely as Zhao Su transformed into Uchiha Ban, ascending relentlessly. The journey thus far had encountered no obstacles, leading him directly to the Sabedi archipelago, where he trod upon the water's surface and commenced his ascent. Although it could be termed as climbing, it was not akin to Teige's barehanded scaling. Rather, he advanced by walking on his feet. In the world of Naruto, ninjas utilize a form of energy known as chakra, which allows them to walk on water or ascend walls and trees as if they were solid ground. Naturally, Zhao Su, endowed with the Uchiha Ban template, could achieve such feats. The red soil continent rises nearly a kilometer high, yet traversing that distance would take merely a matter of minutes. Upon reaching the summit, Zhao Su, or Uchiha Ban, crouched at the edge of a cliff, cautiously peeking over. Uchiha Ban's nature was exceedingly domineering. It did not imply a lack of proficiency in stealth and assassination techniques. Prior to acquiring such immense power, he frequently undertook similar missions and had learned the arts of concealment and assassination. Of course, with his later strength, he could simply bulldoze through obstacles, rendering the need for stealth obsolete. Nevertheless, for Zhao Su, this choice represented an alignment with the character of Uchiha Ban. Hence, he opted to utilize the visage of this template for his assassination. Mary Geos, being the center of the world, provided an ideal stage for an assassination, where he might encounter numerous spectators and allow Uchiha Ban to perform splendidly. As for Zhao Su himself, he would content himself with playing the role of the younger brother. In the next moment, a patrolling soldier walked past not far from Uchiha Ban. As the soldier moved on, Uchiha Ban's figure vanished into thin air. In a blind spot of a surveillance snail, a sudden thud echoed as Uchiha Ban seized a soldier by the neck, pressing him against the wall, his Sharingan spinning like a pinwheel. "Look into my eyes," he commanded. The soldier's face contorted in terror, struggling to speak but finding himself unable to utter a word. Soon enough, however, his panic subsided, leaving his eyes vacant. "Where is Saint Henrietta?" "Uchiha bon inquired calmly." Saint Henrietta, the nemesis of Hancock, had divulged nearly all her intelligence to Uchiha Ban, including the surname of Henrietta, the locations of certain residences, as well as information on formidable individuals and traps. Nonetheless, she had escaped several years prior, leaving uncertainty about the timeliness of this information. The soldier, in a daze, replied, "I do not know." Uchiha Ban furrowed his brow. It was only natural for a lowly soldier to be oblivious to the whereabouts of the celestial dragons. Then where is Saint Henrietta's courtyard? The soldier, still vacant, responded, "To the west of here." "We're precisely to the west." Uchiha bon prast. The entire expanse to the west is. As the narrative unfolds, Uchiha Ban, having discarded the soldier aside, emerged from the corner, now assuming the soldier's form. He proceeded toward the direction indicated by the soldier, encountering various checks and even guards attempting to impede his path. However, through the use of transformation techniques, Jinjutsu, and other ninjutsu, he encountered no hindrance. Simultaneously, he continually inquired for directions, altering his identity as he advanced, occasionally employing ninjutsu to conceal himself. Ultimately, he reached his target, the celestial dragons. Descendants of the kings who established the world government years ago regarded themselves as the progeny of creators. Their inflated sense of superiority led them to disdain mingling with commoners, donning bubble-like headgear and treating other races as slaves, viewing them as lesser beings. Within the ranks of the celestial dragons, Saint Henrietta distinguished himself as one particularly fond of slavery, housing over 900 slaves in his prison. It is worth noting that this accumulation of slaves had occurred after Teige liberated all slaves approximately 3 to 5 years ago, representing a near-total rebuilding from scratch. In other words, nearly every couple of days, a new slave had to be purchased. Celestial dragons, aside from a few exceptions, typically refrained from engaging with female slaves, viewing such interactions as tainting their lineage. Their purchases were more for ostentation, showcasing their distinction from the lower classes. However, Saint Henrietta was rather unique in this regard. He acquired slaves not for appearances. "Are today's slaves ready?" Saint Henrietta inquired with a gluttonous grin. "They have been prepared for you," replied the steward with a bow. "Very well, let us commence," Saint Henrietta declared without hesitation. Yes. Soon, 2 individuals were captured and thrown into the central square. The steward introduced these 2 slaves, one a pirate captain who has ingested a devil fruit, and the other a robust fishman, should provide you with considerable amusement today. Then let us begin. Hurry and make them engage. Saint Henrietta eagerly grasped the railing before him. Let the gladiatorial contest commence. This is what fuels his interest in collecting slaves. Sometimes, to spice things up, he would even procure devil fruits for the slaves to consume, merely to enhance the entertainment. Let the games begin. The steward instructed those nearby. Yes. In truth, there was no need for any commands. The two slaves exchanged a glance and spontaneously commenced their brutal combat. Delaying was futile. If they hesitated together, they would both be executed by the decree of Henrietta Shang. Even a slight dip in fighting spirit could lead to their demise. Bang, bang, bang. The two immediately engaged in battle, with guards already stationed before Henrietta Shang. Witnessing the relentless exchange of blows and the surge of blood, a deep flush of intoxication spread across Henrietta Shang's face. Yes, fight. Strike with all your might. Tear him apart. Kill him. The duelists were indeed carefully selected, their strengths evenly matched, resulting in a bloody confrontation. Ultimately, the fishman's slave, at the cost of severe injuries, managed to slay the captain's slave. Yet, Henrietta Shang remained profoundly dissatisfied, exclaiming, "I explicitly commanded you to bite him to death. Why did you not comply?" Before the fishman could muster a response, Henrietta Shang raised a pistol and shot the fishman dead. Thud! The lifeless body fell to the ground, but the surrounding onlookers were unfazed. The steward casually waved his hand, instructing the servants to remove the two corpses. Such was the routine. Just as Henrietta Shang was about to issue orders for two new slaves, a chilling voice resonated. Laced with an air of coldness, Henrietta Shang, "Is it? Who called for me?" Henrietta Shang turned to find a figure with crimson eyes. "Who are you?" The guard's expression changed drastically as he positioned himself protectively in front of Henrietta Shang, sensing an overwhelming aura of dread emanating from this intruder. Suddenly, he froze. The crimson figure stood before him. With a swift motion, a kunai sliced through his neck, blood flowing freely. Zhao Su had no intention of engaging in conversation with such filth, though he had long been aware of the absurdity of the celestial dragons. Reality proved to be even more ludicrous. This is the enemy. He has killed Steward Aline. The surrounding guards trembled, their faces contorted with fear. Steward Aline was the strongest among them, and to witness such a swift demise at the hands of an invader was beyond comprehension. However, gritting their teeth, they charged forward. They were not motivated by a desire to protect the scum in the middle, but by the knowledge that failing to protect him could endanger not only themselves, but also their loved ones and friends. Perhaps the invader feared the celestial dragon's retribution, but even a mere offense against Henrietta Shang could spell disaster for them. Yet, upon seeing the steward's lifeless body, Henrietta Shang was not filled with sorrow. Instead, her eyes gleamed with excitement as she gazed at Zhao Su. "How splendid! You are remarkably strong. I've decided. You shall be my slave." Henrietta Shang grinned, revealing her intentions. "It will be particularly entertaining to watch you battle my other slaves." She understood that the person before her was formidable, but what of it? Rarely did anyone dare harm a celestial dragon. Zhao Su was momentarily taken aback by her words, then broke into an indifferent smile. Foolishness, indeed, is beyond remedy. Chapter 199. Continuous Ordinary Punches. In the Defense Department of Mary Geos, a soldier rushed in with a grave expression. "Sir?" The officer blinked, looking at the soldier. "What is it?" The soldier gritted his teeth. "We discovered a body of one of our patrol team in an area not visible to the monitoring snail." The officer furrowed his brow. "Isn't it quite normal to find a body? Young, strong guards often cannot tolerate the actions of the celestial dragons and meet their demise. They are typically killed on the spot and disposed of. This had become a routine occurrence." However, the soldier swallowed hard and continued. "But we saw in the footage that the slain soldier approached the courtyard of Henrietta Shang." "What?" The officer's face changed dramatically. "Quick, notify the Navy headquarters." Soon, the entirety of Mary Geos was in motion. Though they were decayed, they were not fools. An individual capable of transforming their form, approaching the celestial dragons, posed a significant threat, regardless of their intentions. What if they were from the Revolutionary Army? Admiral Akainu rushed over, his expression grim. In truth, he had no desire to meddle in the affairs of the celestial dragons. But the proximity of Mary Geos to the Navy headquarters left him with no choice but to comply. Not only him. By the time Akainu arrived, an elite squad had already assembled, accompanying him toward Henrietta Shang's courtyard. The animosity toward the celestial dragons was not a recent development. If vigilance slackened too much, there would likely be few celestial dragons remaining. When Akainu arrived, a group of guards had already surrounded the entrance to Henrietta Shung's courtyard. This area was typically devoid of foot traffic. Henrietta Shung was supposed to be engaged in gladiatorial games, and disturbing her entertainment could have dire consequences for anyone involved. The guards gritted their teeth, blocking the entrance. The guards exchanged glances, unable to force their way inside. The celestial dragon's capriciousness could lead to the guards, along with themselves, being annihilated. Even if they were here for the sake of the celestial dragon's safety, it mattered little. Enough. Akainu finally arrived, standing before the guards. Open the door. He wore an annoyed expression, yet he bore no ill will toward these men. They were merely acting under the duress imposed by the celestial dragons. Upon seeing the admiral's arrival, the guards felt a wave of relief. Although the celestial dragons were capricious, an admiral held the authority to disturb them. Even the Gorosei would not punish Akainu over such a trivial matter. Yes, the guards promptly exhaled, opening the door. Akainu strode inside, but as soon as he crossed the threshold, his expression shifted. It was eerily quiet. The celestial dragons were not known for their silence, and according to the guards, Henrietta Shung was supposed to be engaged in combat. Such activities were hardly quiet affairs. Akainu did not trust this eerie calm. His expression darkened as he quickened his pace. As expected, he soon encountered the fallen bodies, one of which was adorned in opulent attire and bore the distinctive bubble of Henrietta Shung. Simultaneously, another figure emerged. Uchiha Madara stepped out from the corridor behind, a smile gracing his lips. Ah, Akainu, what brings you here? A surge of anger coursed through Akainu. What have you done? Oh, it's quite simple, Uchiha Madara replied, nonchalantly stepping on the remains of Henrietta Shung's bubble. I suddenly developed a condition known as foolishness. Akainu narrowed his eyes. And what of it? Uchiha Madara chuckled softly. I have cured him. Akainu's fury intensified. And how did you achieve this? I severed his head. Uchiha Madara replied with an air of indifference. No one remains foolish once their head is removed. With that, he casually kicked the severed head aside. Henrietta Shung's face was frozen in disbelief. She seemed utterly unable to comprehend why this individual dared to lay hands on her, a celestial dragon. The blood of the celestial dragons is red, indistinguishable from that of the slain guards. What a remarkable method. The red dog, filled with fury, laughed maniacally as molten lava erupted from his arm. Hellhound! In an instant, the entire palace seemed to be engulfed in a furnace. At the heart of the searing lava, it appeared as if even flames could be melted away. The molten fist, capable of incinerating everything, struck fiercely towards Uchiha Madara. Yet, Uchiha Madara merely smiled faintly and replied, Indeed, I feel the same way. The next moment, boom! In the 200th chapter, the heroes driven by interest and the navy driven by interest, second update requested. In the 13th chapter, the complete body of Susanoo, third update requested. The blazing lava collided with the deep purple arm, causing the entire hall to tremble. The red dog advanced boldly, unleashing molten fists repeatedly. Here, there was no sea level to deter the admiral. Uchiha Madara was equally unrestrained. Susanoo had evolved beyond a mere skeletal arm into a human form. It was now adorned with veins and flesh, enveloped by a cloak of chakra. With the increased realism, his eyes had transformed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, no longer needing to conserve ocular power by merely manifesting a basic skeleton. Bang! The iron fist of lava collided with Susanoo's fist, producing a resounding roar. Then, the searing lava was shattered by the reinforced fist. So tough, the red dog squinted. Indeed, the transformation of that massive figure significantly enhanced the man's strength. Or could it be that this was his true power? Nevertheless, he remained undaunted. He had yet to fully unleash the potential of his devil fruit, let alone the characteristics of a Logia-type devil fruit. Bang! 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 The two continued to clash, with the red dog leveraging the elemental properties of his Logia-type devil fruit. Upon noticing that Uchiha Madara lacked haki, he unapologetically endured the attacks of Susanoo. Uchiha Madara, however, was indifferent. Susanoo was both offensive and defensive, and his opponent's attacks could not harm him. Yet reinforcements were steadily increasing. The crimson eyes of the eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan, glanced at the approaching naval soldiers. Below Mariewa lay the Navy's headquarters, with reinforcements arriving continuously. It was even possible that the celestial dragons might dispatch assistance. Although many celestial dragons are foolish, Zhao Su, being well-versed in the original narrative, would never underestimate an entity that had ruled the seas for centuries, let alone the fact that the numerous annoying habits of the celestial dragons have allowed them to remain unscathed under the Navy's protection. Surely, it could not be solely due to the unwavering loyalty of successive admirals and high-ranking officials of the world government towards the celestial dragons. While ordinary celestial dragons may not be aware, the five elders and the enigmatic must instill a sense of caution in him. Well, since the task is accomplished, it is time to withdraw. A smile suddenly appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. The red dog furrowed his brow. The next second, Susanu's iron fist surged towards him, once again knocking the red dog into his elemental form. Without hesitation, he took great strides towards the distance. This is bad. He intends to escape. The red dog swiftly restored his physical form, and, upon witnessing Uchiha Madara's movements, his expression changed drastically. There lay a cliff, and below it the vast sea. For someone capable of standing upon the water's surface, reaching the cliff's edge nearly equated to a successful retreat. Allowing a man who had infiltrated Mariehua and slain the celestial dragons to retreat unscathed, the Navy's reputation, no, the world government's reputation would be utterly tarnished. You shall not escape. The red dog roared in fury, launching a punch. Great flame. The colossal molten fist erupted with the force of a volcanic explosion, transforming into numerous volcanic projectiles. Each projectile possessed the power to easily obliterate a supersized warship. Shuriken. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, and Susanu's arms twisted, launching several massive shuriken connected by ropes. Akin to throwing shuriken. Boom! The shuriken collided with the great flame, producing a tremendous roar. A tempest swept through, and Susanu's body accelerated in response. Although the strides of the Susanu giant may not be swift, its colossal form could take steps hundreds of times that of an average person, sufficiently compensating for any perceived sluggishness. In just a few steps, he reached the cliff's edge. However, the next moment, Susanu suddenly veered, a beam of light striking his shoulder, nearly piercing through. How terrifying! But if you escape just like that, our Navy's reputation would be lost. A peculiar tone, lazy in demeanor. A man clad in an admiral's cloak stood not far behind Uchiha Madara. Admiral Kizaru. Why are you here too? The red dog had now arrived as well. If I hadn't come, he would have escaped. Kizaru replied nonchalantly. The two great Navy admirals had converged. The soldiers arriving from behind wore expressions of joy. We've won. This time we can surely prevail. With the two great Navy admirals, is there any force stronger than this? Nevertheless, the principal parties did not share the soldiers' ease. Be cautious, the opponent is formidable. The red dog warned gravely. I am aware, Kizaru said, observing the Susanu that had not been entirely penetrated, a flicker of seriousness passing through his previously languid gaze. However, this is where it ends. With the two of us together, even a Yonko cannot easily escape. Yet, the Navy admirals are somewhat intriguing. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Madara suddenly burst into laughter. Then I, Uchiha Madara, shall exert a bit of effort. The next moment his chakra erupted violently. The deep blue chakra surged towards the heavens, while he gently closed his eyes. Regardless of whether they're Navy admirals or anyone else, it is all futile. The red dog and Kizaru stood in stunned silence. The giant before them had transformed into a being the size of a small mountain. Simultaneously, its form underwent a tremendous transformation. The armor expanded. The face morphed into that of a Tengu, and wings sprouted from its back, with dual swords gripped firmly in hand, resembling a deity. With his complete body of Susanu. In the 201st chapter, returning to the Navy headquarters, third update requested. In the 14th chapter, severing the red line. So immense. Whether it was the red dog Kizaru or any elite of the Navy, they stood in a daze, gazing at the giant that resembled a small mountain. Grandeur does not necessarily equate to strength. However, most of the time, enormity signifies power. At the same time, the red dog, who had fought alongside Uchiha Madara, gravely noted that the energy of that colossal entity was far more stable than before. Laze! Kizaru suddenly struck, his fingers shooting forth a beam, striking Susanu's shoulder. Yet, this time, the result was markedly different from before. Although the previous Susanu was formidable, Kizaru's laser had failed to penetrate, but it still damaged a portion of the armor. However, now my attack couldn't even breach the armor? Kizaru squinted, shedding any remnants of his previous nonchalance. Only Senju Hashirama can thwart me. Standing atop the forehead of the complete Susanu, Uchiha Madara's expression remains calm and indifferent. Alas, he is no longer present. Perhaps for you, this could be considered a fortunate turn of events. The deep blue Susanoo slowly unsheathes its sword. In the next moment, the blade of light dazzles. Be cautious. Akainu's face shifts dramatically as his arm transforms into molten lava, taking on the shape of a canine head, lunging forward to bite. Inagami Akagon, the yellow monkey, does not hesitate to join the fray. Countless brilliant light bullets rain down. Shichibukai. Yet, beneath that radiant sword light, the full-force onslaught of the two admirals is relentlessly suppressed, forcing them to retreat. The surrounding Navy soldiers are unable to even approach, as they're blown away by the shockwave generated by a mere swing. Because of Uchiha Madara's calm words, if it were only me, the altered map range would not be so vast. Boom! The two admirals can no longer withstand that radiant sword light. Crack! A resounding noise echoes. The Red Earth continent is cleaved in twain by this sword strike. In a critical moment, the two admirals, having elementalized to avoid death, stand in stunned silence, gazing at the immense scar left by the sword. Is this Uchiha Madara? In fact, while the two admirals were astonished, Zhao Su had already retreated. After all that bravado, he still ran? Of course, the increasingly pleasing visuals presented by the system were also a contributing factor. Host, Zhao Su. Character template, Uchiha Madara, 4. Before this battle, upon entering the Celestial Dragon's palace, it was merely progress. Before Akainu arrived, Zhao Su had rummaged through the entire palace's stockpile and found a single devil fruit. That was no small feat. It was this Henrietta saint who enjoyed feeding devil fruits to slaves. Otherwise, the average celestial dragon would not have amassed such a collection. After all, they have no use for them themselves. Yet absorbing a single devil fruit only raised his progress marginally. A mere increase of 4. Compared to the previous 4, it was almost a 10-fold difference. However, the subsequent display of bravado significantly augmented the realism. One act of bravado equates to 10 devil fruits? Clearly, even with devil fruits as a shortcut, performance is the best means of enhancement. Perhaps it is due to the excellence of this display, employing Uchiha Madara's original words, with the audience comprising the admirals of the Navy and a multitude of elite naval officers as support. The stage itself is an issue. The incident in Mariejois is undoubtedly the focus of everyone's attention. The next day, this news will surely circulate. In reality, Zhao Su's thoughts aligned closely with the situation. Even considering the unchanged transportation across the islands of the Grand Line, newspapers typically publish weekly. Nevertheless, all newspapers hastily released special editions that day. This is a monumental event. Simultaneously, the Navy soldiers, driven to frenzy, were dispatched to frantically search for individuals in the Sabaody archipelago. The Navy never admits defeat, even if Uchiha Madara displays formidable power. What of it? Roger was once pursued by Garp. Uchiha Madara leaped off the cliff, disappearing without a trace. However, even if he could walk on water, it would be impossible for him to traverse to other islands on foot. He requires a vessel, and when it comes to vessels, naturally, it is the Sabaody archipelago. In an instant, the pirates stranded in the Sabaody archipelago found themselves in dire straits, as Sengoku led the charge, with all 3 admirals simultaneously stationed, while Tsuru and others coordinated troops to seal off the surrounding seas. Not to mention the pirates, even some gray forces were mercilessly exterminated. The 5 elders were on the verge of madness. At this time, all factions chose to cut their losses and survive, striking down anyone who dared to show their faces. In a flash, the Sabaody archipelago witnessed the demise of over a dozen pirate crews and more than 200 gray teams, with thousands of criminals apprehended. This left many who relied on gray forces for survival cursing vehemently, and even the local residents felt significant impacts. Until the next day, when the news from the newspapers broke, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Who exactly is this Uchiha Madara? Extra, extra. The Holy Land Mariejois has been attacked. The Red Earth continent has been severed. The newsboys shouted loudly as they sold newspapers. Have you heard? The Holy Land Mariejois was cleaved through by an unknown assailant. Oh dear, how terrifying. Indeed, on that day, I heard a tremendous roar emanating from the vicinity of Mariejois. The people closest to Mariejois in the Sabaody archipelago were fervently discussing the matter, as newsboys were stopped multiple times along their route. And many who saw the reports of celestial dragons' deaths and the severing of Mariejois clapped in delight. The Sabaody archipelago is in close proximity to Mariejois, and this is where the celestial dragons have oppressed the populace the most. Especially for ordinary people, to express a wish for their demise is not an exaggeration. However, The severing of the Red Earth continent? Defeating 2 admirals? Everyone gazed at the newspapers with gleaming eyes. As this news spread, the world would once again tremble. In the New World, a ship of colossal proportions, resembling a whale, lay quietly upon the surface of the sea. The Moshambic. The fame of this vessel is unparalleled, even across the globe, as it is the warship of that man, the world's strongest man, with some even claiming that he possesses the power to annihilate the world. Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard. Old man, have you seen the news? First Division, Captain Marco approached the center of the deck, raising the newspaper in his hand. A significant event has transpired. Fwa-ha-ha-ha. One can only imagine. Whitebeard laughed heartily. This is a special edition, isn't it? The last time a special edition appeared was when the Golden Lion caused a ruckus at Navy headquarters. As he spoke, he gulped down a jug of alcohol, then snatched the newspaper from Marco's hand. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed imperceptibly. Fwa-ha-ha. Today's youth are truly remarkable. Whitebeard suddenly hurled the jug aside, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Indeed, this bounty he has only just begun. Marco shook his head. Marco, are you also intrigued by him? Whitebeard replied, shaking his head. As he flicked the bounty notice on the newspaper, a smile gracing his lips. To gain fame so wildly on the first try, the celestial dragons must be driven to madness by this outcome. The rough laughter echoed across the sea as Whitebeard gazed skyward. To dare kill a celestial dragon. If only I could meet that fellow named TheUchiha Madara. On a small island in the New World, a place teeming with venomous creatures, all water sources are toxic springs. The weather is sweltering, with the heat from the toxic springs rising so high that even the birds in the sky cannot escape. Yet this island, known as a death trap, receives an extraordinary visitor. The air is so toxic that it cannot afford to delay even a second. The ferocious, poisonous creatures dare not approach him. Kaido of the 100 Beasts, renowned as the strongest creature in the world of sea, land, and air, with unparalleled destructive power and an undying body. Many say that in a one-on-one confrontation, Kaido is truly the strongest. In a world steeped in monotony, he lay quietly amidst the venomous spring waters, as if basking in a hot spring. After a moment of silence, he retrieved a newspaper from the shore. This world has finally produced a few intriguing characters, but I wonder if you have the capability to extinguish my existence? Uchiha Madara mused, casually releasing the newspaper into the spring, where it emitted a corrosive sound and vanished within moments. Similar occurrences transpired across various locales. Doflamingo, glancing at the news, erupted in his characteristic cackling laughter. How amusing, even the celestial dragons have taken notice. Mihawk, observing the news, instinctively reached for his sword. The giant, transformed from Uchiha Madara, seemed to wield a sword as well. Dragon picked up the newspaper, falling into deep contemplation, regardless of whether they ignored, were excited, or had other intentions. The gazes of all in the world converged upon the silhouette of that man. Simultaneously, a bounty poster accompanied the news. The Avenger Uchiha Madara. Bounty 1. 5 billion berries. Note, a reward of 100 million berries will be granted for any information regarding the Avenger. Additionally, 50 million berries for information about his brother. The origin of this title seems to stem from Zhao Su's act of slaying a celestial dragon, a message intended to reach the Empress. He inscribed a vendetta with a shuriken, claiming vengeance has been served. Though the rhetoric was haughty, the underlying message was a subtle plea for a raise from the Empress. Yet, it appeared he was mistakenly perceived as harboring a grudge against the celestial dragons. Let be, he thought. For instance, Uchiha Madara's 5 brothers, aside from his brother Zhao Su, had all fallen victim to the atrocities of the celestial dragons. As the world gasped in awe at Uchiha Madara's audacity, what was Zhao Su up to? He calmly entered a bar, Shaki's shakedown bar. The empty tavern exuded a tranquil ambience. Shaki was busy wiping down the tables. Once a pirate, she had retired the previous year, having been pursued by Vice Admiral Karp, and was now a somewhat renowned figure, albeit a forgotten one. She had opened a bar on Sabeti Archipelago, while also working as an information broker. Ding! As she welcomed the newcomer, Shaki's pupils dilated momentarily before regaining composure. What would you like to drink? Uchiha Madara pondered before replying. A Bloody Mary, please. Certainly, Shaki smiled. The ingredients for a Bloody Mary include milliliters of vodka, milliliters of lemon juice, freshly ground peppercorns, salt, a dash of Tabasco for dashes of Worcestershire sauce, and milliliters of tomato juice. The preparation method involves taking a tall glass, adding ice, pouring in all the ingredients except the tomato juice, stirring gently, then adding the tomato juice until the glass is full. and finally garnishing with a celery stalk or a whole shrimp. This cocktail is among the most renowned, and as a bar owner, Shaki was quite familiar with its preparation. However, for reasons unknown, her movements during this particular mixing seemed somewhat sluggish. Before she could finish the drink, a robust voice resonated at the entrance. One unexpected guest, a figure with silver hair, glasses, and a distinct scar across his right eye strode confidently into the bar. The Pirate King's first mate, Rayleigh. Uchiha Madara remarked calmly. As the first mate of the Pirate King, is it wise for you to be out and about during this naval crackdown on Sabaody Archipelago? That may be true, but it's certainly better than your reckless wandering after just slaying a celestial dragon, Rayleigh retorted, chuckling as he took a seat beside Uchiha Madara. This round is on me. Thank you, Uchiha Madara replied, as I happen to have come in a hurry without any money. Who comes to a bar without money? Shaki exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before shaking her head with a wry smile, though her pace in mixing drinks quickened. Rayleigh, however, burst into hearty laughter. How amusing. Indeed, someone who can eliminate a celestial dragon is far more entertaining than the average person. His laughter carried a wildness, clearly retaining the spirit of a pirate despite years away from the trade. After his laughter subsided, Rayleigh narrowed his eyes at Uchiha Madara. So, what brings you here? I simply felt compelled to glimpse the Pirate King, Uchiha Madara replied calmly. Oh, Rayleigh squinted, choosing not to speak further. The Navy, even, was unaware of his movements. How did this man glean such knowledge? However, do you intend to leave the island? Rayleigh inquired, expressing a willingness to assist given his own disdain for the celestial dragons. Yet, you have miscalculated. Even I must lay low during these times. Sengoku has truly lost his mind, and I have no desire to incur his wrath. Uchiha Madara maintained his serene demeanor. I have stated, I am merely here to observe the Pirate King. Rayleigh studied him, furrowing his brow. The Sabaody Archipelago is now under strict naval blockade. Even notorious criminals and ordinary pirates dare not act recklessly. What do you mean by acting recklessly? That is akin to being a frightened dog. Shaki interjected, serving the freshly prepared drink to Uchiha Madara. Spare me your tales. I endure inspections at my bar daily. Young man, how will you compensate me for this? Clearly, with the presence of Rayleigh, she had reverted to her more assertive nature. Yet in the next instant, both Shaki and Rayleigh paled. The Navy is here. Follow me. Rayleigh stood abruptly, his expression serious. His observation Haki had detected the soldiers' approach. Although Rayleigh had aged considerably, it was possible the Navy soldiers would not recognize him. However, the notorious Avenger Uchiha Madara was unmistakable. Fortunately, Shaki, being an old pirate, was aware of the dangers and had prepared several hiding spots. Rayleigh hurried a few steps, intending to guide Uchiha Madara to safety. Yet upon turning, he found Uchiha Madara calmly seated, savoring his drink. What are you still savoring? I can whip you up 10 more. Shaki urged anxiously. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Though neither were weaklings, they did not wish to abandon their prepared refuge due to such unforeseen calamity. Rest assured, everything is fine, Uchiha Madara assured calmly. What do you mean by fine? Shaki was on the verge of losing her composure. Fine? Of course, it is as the weakest among us, Shaki, could handle that squad of Marines. But what good does that do? Sengoku and the 3 admirals are not far off. All this for the sake of pride? Rest assured. I have said, everything is fine, Uchiha Madara reiterated with calm resolve. Shachi was in a state of agitation, yet the soldiers of the Navy were gradually closing in, leaving no time for escape. The door of the bar swung open with a loud bang. A squad of elite naval officers stormed in. Has anything suspicious occurred here? Barked the naval officer in a commanding tone. Rayleigh's eyes widened, and Shachi wore a look of astonishment. Suspicious individuals? Indeed, right before us. The person quietly sipping a drink is one. However, all the naval personnel, including the commanding rear admiral, completely overlooked the figure quietly indulging in his drink. In Chapter 204, Gungmu Jinba is merely average. Rayleigh and Shachi were both astonished. How could you possibly miss such a large living being? Of course, they were aware that this was utterly impossible. The world government had exerted immense pressure, driving the Navy to the brink of insanity. Disregarding even the surveillance vessels from the 4 emperors, the 3 admirals had joined forces, and even Fleet Admiral Sengoku had come. It was said that the Supreme Commander, Steel Bone Kong, was stationed at the Navy headquarters, ready to provide immediate assistance should anything go awry. Hadn't the gray industries of the Sabaody Archipelago been abandoned by those in power? They dared not provoke the frenzied higher-ups at such a critical moment. If any issue arose, The Navy could easily scapegoat a certain faction, claiming it hindered their efforts, or else they would have apprehended Uchiha Bido. To exclude soldiers from a search at this juncture was a testament to the elite nature of the Navy. Just by looking at the leader, one could tell that the admiral could command the seas, safeguarding a bustling town or leading a fleet to hunt down pirates. Yet here, he could only head a small search team of a few dozen individuals. How elite must they be? Uchiha Bido quietly savored his drink, a fleeting glimmer of crimson flashing in his eyes. Yet everyone overlooked the figure indulging in his wine. Illusion. The Genjutsu of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was certainly beyond the comprehension of these mere soldiers. In the world of Naruto, even the Raikage could fall prey to it in an instant, let alone this group. Only by assigning an admiral to lead the search could they hope to break his illusion. Otherwise, it would be futile. Ah, so this is your confidence. No wonder Sengoku has searched for 4 days, probing numerous auction houses, yet failed to capture your shadow. Rayleigh inhaled deeply, concealing his astonishment, which soon transformed into a smile. He had long since retired, indifferent to pirates, spending his days in leisure with wine, and even auctioning himself when funds ran low. His greatest interest now lay in witnessing the younger generation create trouble for the Navy. Just the thought of his old adversary being relentlessly pressured by the celestial dragons made Rayleigh want to laugh. Shachi's eyes widened as well, astonished by the strength of this man, who appeared like a comet. The head admiral, observing the expressions of Rayleigh and Shachi, sensed potential trouble and immediately instructed his soldiers to conduct a search. Of course, Shachi, being shrewd, was well prepared and had nothing to be found. At most, a minor infraction that would require a fine. Ultimately, the admiral waved his hand, leading the team to withdraw. They still had considerable work to do, needing to search the Sabeti archipelago 3 more times. Now, I truly believe you came merely to see me. Rayleigh resumed his seat, offering a glass of wine. I stated that from the very beginning. Uchiha Bido replied calmly. My apologies. It is only now that I genuinely believe it. So, having seen me, what do you plan to do? Set sail. Rayleigh squinted. Now is not an opportune time to set sail. The Navy is patrolling daily. Unless the fleet of the 4 emperors suddenly appears, escape is impossible. I have my methods, Uchiha Bido stated calmly. Oh, a flicker of curiosity flashed in Rayleigh's eyes. May I come and see? Feel free. 30 minutes later, Rayleigh stood by the shore, gazing in awe at the sea creature before him. The creature bore the blood-red Sharingan in its eyes, fierce in appearance yet submissively lowered its head, allowing Uchiha Bido to enter its mouth before plunging into the depths of the ocean. Rayleigh remained in a daze for a long time, eventually exclaiming, "These newcomers are truly formidable." Meanwhile, aboard the Kuja pirate ship, although news had already spread worldwide, the area where the Kuja resided was devoid of newsbirds. However, today, as they once again set sail, they obtained a news scroll from the defeated pirate ship. Hancock stared blankly at the news and the accompanying bounty notice. He truly accomplished it? In Chapter 205, the 6th template, Kong, Hancock was astonished. The celestial dragons have actually been slain? In truth, when Hancock had hired Zhao Su, she had never anticipated that he would succeed. It was merely a shot in the dark, as she had no attachment to the devil fruit. Yet the outcome was profound. Revenge has been achieved, a phrase etched in the palace of the celestial dragons. The Navy was oblivious to the situation, but Hancock was well aware. That statement was directed at her. The price paid was a staggering bounty of 1.5 billion in the ongoing blockade of the Sabeti archipelago. Sanda Sonia and Marigold fell silent, and the room was enveloped in a heavy stillness. As they came to their senses, exchanging glances, tears filled their eyes. The tears fell to the ground, producing a muffled sound. Ultimately, the 3 embraced, sisters with tears streaming down their faces. Hancock herself shed tears. We no longer need to worry, and let's express our gratitude to our benefactor. During this time, Zhao Su's clone remained obediently confined to the cabin assigned to him on the ship. There was no alternative. After all, a clone was merely a fragment, and every action required the consumption of chakra. Although Uchiha Bido possessed considerable chakra, even at his peak, it surpassed that of an ordinary ninja. The lengthy duration required the clone to stabilize and refrain from wandering. Thus, the strong-willed women of the Kuja could only helplessly gaze at the sign that reads sleeping. Please do not disturb, lamenting the absence of a chance to see the man. How could a man sleep so much? If he sleeps all the time, how could he work? Exactly. You've all had your chances with him, yet I haven't even touched him. The women of Amazon lily chattered as they gathered around Zhao Su's door, diligently jotting down notes. Men are creatures remarkably adept at sleeping. Inside, Zhao Su's clone thought, I don't wish to sleep, but could you refrain from bothering me every chance you get? Especially those with arms like horses. You nearly suffocated me. Suddenly, Zhao Su's clone looked up. The women surrounding his door heard footsteps approaching and turned to see Hancock. What are you all doing here? Hancock demanded with an imposing presence. The crowd exchanged hesitant glances, uncertain of why this man had been summoned aboard by the Empress. However, the traditions of Geo, she instilled a sense of unease among them. Ultimately, one individual mustered the courage to speak. We are merely curious about this man. Well then, let us proceed with our tasks. Hancock replied coldly, very well. The women immediately scattered in fear. With an air of authority, Hancock rapped on Zhao Su's door and entered alongside her sisters. In unison, the three of them bowed deeply. Thank you. Hancock, known for her pride and fiery temperament, now humbled herself before Zhao Su. He paused for a moment before responding with a smile. It's merely work. Nothing to be concerned about. Hancock shook her head, stating, a few mere devil fruits would not incite one to slay a celestial dragon. But I would. Zhao Su thought to himself. It was not solely about the fruits. It was about the prestige they brought. The rewards you gain scarcely match the sacrifices you make. Hancock murmured, you may be unaware, but your brother has already been issued a bounty of 5 billion berries. Zhao Su Vima? My original self is engaged in a grand scheme. Hancock continued, currently, if the Navy receives any information regarding your brother, they will offer a bounty of 100 million berries. While for you, it will be merely 5,000 berries. Zhao Su responded, and what of it? Have you heard transformation techniques? Hancock, her cheeks slightly flushed, averted her gaze and declared, in any case, Jiushi will not betray its friends. Should you require devil fruits, I possess a few. Some devil fruits possess formidable abilities, while others are less powerful. As a nation, Jiushi naturally exercised caution towards these two unfamiliar individuals. Hancock's treasury contained several devil fruits painstakingly gathered by Jiushi. These treasures were of strategic significance and had never before been exposed. Though not as potent as the flame fruit, they could easily fetch hundreds of millions at an auction. Is that so? Then I thank you, Zhao Su's clone said, smiling as he perused the news. As expected of my original self. Leaving a message in the celestial dragon's palace. Well done. Hancock presented a tray with 3 devil fruits. Although Zhao Su had never seen the devil fruit encyclopedia, he understood that these carefully preserved items from Geo, she were undoubtedly not substandard. What are your plans now? Hancock inquired hesitantly. Simply take me to an island. My brother and I have a special means of communication, Zhao Su replied. Very well. Hancock nodded after a moment of consideration. Transporting Zhao Su to an island posed no difficulties. Hancock's current mission, aside from raiding for supplies needed by Jiushi, also involved contacting the world government to accept the title of Warlord of the Sea. The world government, now in disarray due to the assassination of a celestial dragon, desperately needed powerful allies, even willing to make greater concessions than before. Thus, delivering Zhao Su to an island in the East Sea was hardly a burden. It coincided with her plan to connect with the Navy in the West Sea. After parting ways with Hancock, the clone held the 3 devil fruits in hand, muttering, I hope these devil fruits haven't expired. He buried them in the island's soil, covering them with earth manipulation to conceal them. Fortunately, it was winter, the air cold and snowy. He had wrapped the fruits using Jiu Yig's earth manipulation, minimizing the risk of mishaps. Shortly thereafter, with a sudden pop, the clone vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, the original self, still atop the Sea King, trembled as he received the memories of the clone from the past few moments. Have the devil fruits been buried? Zhao Su pondered briefly before dismissing the thought. There were far more pressing matters at hand. Congratulations, host. The second character template has been unlocked. Chapter 206, the 11th Division in Development. 4th update, Chapter 19. I am a hero driven by interests. 3rd update. In truth, Zhao Su's primary aim in assuming the identity of Uchiha Madara to observe Rayleigh was purely for the sake of showcasing his prowess. However, the results appeared mediocre. The realism had only marginally improved, due to the system interface not displaying realistic decimals. Zhao Su even suspected that this display of bravado had only increased his credibility by a mere fraction. Nonetheless, any improvement was better than none. Such prime opportunities for displaying one's power, like the assassination of celestial dragons, were rare to find. It was likely that the presence of One Piece's subordinates as spectators contributed to the revenue. After all, He had not made any significant display, nor had he utilized any of Uchiha Madara's lines from the original story. Yet, to his surprise, a second character template had materialized. Zhaosu squinted at his system interface. The first template of Uchiha Madara now had a realism rating that was neither an integer nor particularly meaningful. Why then had a second character template appeared? Was it due to Uchiha Madara's growing renown across the world? Was it because the realism had reached a certain threshold? Or was it merely a coincidence, with the system randomly generating a new character template? All of these questions require Zhaosu to have a clearer understanding. After all, some characters might be challenging to portray, or performing them might prove futile or even difficult for him to accept. For instance, cross-dressing and other such matters. However, the second template was, astonishingly, himself. Zhaosu gazed at the name, his eyes narrowing. This was an invincible character. This character was brimming with distinctive traits and a unique personality, arguably even more exceptional than the flamboyant Madara. Yet to embody this role, it seemed a fitting stage was necessary. Zhaosu squinted at the nearby island. This will do. Daz Island was an ordinary isle, with a typical climate and decent food production, lacking any other remarkable features. Such small islands numbered in the thousands in the East Sea. If there was any distinction, it was that this island hosted a Navy training base for new recruits. Currently, this training camp was under siege by pirates. Kill! 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 The fierce pirates, grinning wickedly, charged forward with their swords drawn. The Navy's new recruits, led by their instructors, bravely resisted to protect the villagers behind them. Yet, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Countless new recruits fell victim to the ruthless pirates, slaughtered mercilessly one by one. Damn it! The major of the Navy training base gritted his teeth, struggling against the enemy's onslaught, while his face reflected his distress as he surveyed the surroundings. Watching his painstakingly trained recruits be mercilessly killed tore at his heart. Yet, there was little he could do. The attacking pirates were led by the Sword Demon with a bounty of 110 million berries. Such formidable foes were beyond the capacity of a mere major to withstand. In truth, had it not been for the presence of numerous Navy personnel in the training camp, it would have likely devolved into a massacre long ago. This was the East Sea, the weakest of the seas. Ha! I knew you would react this way. The Sword Demon laughed heartily. With those villagers as your shield, let's see how you escape. How could a Navy training base withstand the onslaught of over 100 million berries worth of pirates? However, they still attacked the village, forcing the training base to abandon its defenses and engage in field combat. Despicable pirates. A slightly emaciated female recruit could not help but curse. Dashki, be silent. Focus on the battle. The major shouted, his expression grim. Pirates, what do they care about being despicable? Do not blame us for taking action against you fledglings. After all, that damn TheUchiha only knows how to hunt us down. The Sword Demon revealed a sinister smile. If we slaughter all the recruits you have trained, perhaps that old fool will feel some pain? The Sword Demon pirate crew had been pursued by TheUchiha for quite some time, and even the vice captain had fallen to TheUchiha. If it had not been for a storm they encountered along the way, it is likely that the entire pirate crew would have perished. They dared not retaliate against TheUchiha, nor did they possess the strength to do so. However, that did not mean they would shy away from avenging themselves on others. Damn it! Dashki's expression grew more furious, but at the moment, she was merely 12 or 13 years old, not even considered a sailor, just a novice recruit beginning her training. Enraged, she swung her sword and charged forward. Unfortunately, the Sword Demon coldly scoffed, and with a twist of his renowned blade, Shiyu, he shattered Dashki's sword. The major attempted to intervene, but was seized by the Sword Demon, who swiftly struck him in the abdomen, rendering him powerless. Damn it! Dashki gritted her teeth, her heart swelling with frustration as she gazed at the sword in the Sword Demon's hand. What a disgrace it was for such a magnificent blade to be wielded by a person so steeped in sin. She was a lover of swords, and the sight of such a renowned weapon in the hands of pirate and brigand was intolerable. Yet in reality, even the swords held by the Navy were not as numerous as those wielded by pirates. Of course, Dashki did not need to concern herself with such matters at this moment. The Sword Demon had already raised Shiyu, poised to utterly annihilate this naive Navy recruit. The light of the sword flickered, and Dashki could not help but close her eyes. However, the expected pain did not arrive. When she opened her eyes, a figure stood before her. It was a rather ordinary person, clad in an unusual yellow bodysuit, adorned with red gloves and boots, and a white cape. His expression was vacant, with slightly drooping eyes, giving him a rather endearing appearance. The only striking feature was his completely bald head, leaving one to wonder if he had shaved it or was naturally bald. But he was not a Navy officer? A civilian? The sword demon squinted his eyes. Who are you? He had not even noticed when this bald man had appeared. The bald man paused for a moment before speaking in an oddly calm and peculiar tone. My name is Saitama, and I am a hero for fun. Chapter 207. Come on, let us battle. Is this Wano country? They actually allied with pirates. Wano country is not so impressive after all. Akainu strode forward, his gaze icy. After all, he was a vice admiral and had dealt with the four emperors more than once. For instance, he had clashed with the drought-inducing Jack on multiple occasions. Admiral Akainu, a nearby official from the world government, remarked with a smile. I am no longer an admiral. I am merely a soldier of the Navy now. Before Akainu could finish, he said, I must obey orders from my superiors and remain with the other soldiers. Without regard for the official's displeasure, he walked directly to the deck of the warship and lined up with a group of recruits. Although the expressions of the surrounding recruits and nearby officers were somewhat peculiar, after all, a former admiral was standing obediently with the newest recruits. This former naval admiral would also undergo the most basic physical training and follow commands for menial tasks like deck scrubbing without any sign of entitlement. In contrast, the Vice Admiral Tsu, who was responsible for the naval forces on this mission, nodded upon seeing Akainu's demeanor. Now that's what an admiral should look like. If he can still maintain such an attitude at the grassroots level, then Akainu should not have resigned from his position as admiral. He is indeed worthy of further spiritual purification and strength enhancement after his resignation. She then paid no further mind to Akainu's actions and ordered the troops to prepare to disembark. The recruits formed several lines, disembarking in an orderly fashion. After all, even though he had demoted himself to a recruit, a former naval admiral would not be left to gather dust. Tsuru, Sengoku, and Zfa were of the same generation and held positions in the Navy that rivaled that of an admiral. Moreover, given her seniority, Akainu being under her command was not a loss of face. Naturally, Akainu himself had no such thoughts. He simply obeyed the orders of his superiors without hesitation, fostering a similar spirit among the surrounding soldiers. The world government official's expression twitched as he watched Akainu, who was diligently acting as a recruit, cursing under his breath. Serves you right for stepping down from admiralcy. He then approached Tsuru, saying, Vice Admiral Tsuru, we will rely on you this time. It is Akainu's effort, Tsuru replied calmly. I am merely here to fill in. Is it really as weak as your reports from the world government suggest? The official inquired. I'm a bit curious about that Kungmoku Kenba. I have yet to cross paths with him, but the four emperors, Kaido, are old adversaries of the Navy. This man has repeatedly stormed the Navy headquarters for a brawl. Although the Navy's strongest have managed to defeat him, they have never succeeded in killing him, and he always manages to escape. Such a person, however, submits to Kungmoku Kenba. Yet your world government reports claim that Kungmoku Kenba is very weak? Are you joking with me? Our world government's reports are indeed so. The reports from your Navy's Vice Admiral Ghost Spider are consistent as well, the official replied. Both of your reports reflect this. Do you have any doubts? Of course, according to our report, Kungmoku Kenba likely possesses some sort of evil fruit ability. Therefore, please ensure that Admiral Akainu exercises caution. Tsuru nodded, choosing not to correct the official's mislabeling of Akainu as an admiral. Suddenly, Tsuru raised her head sharply, and just as Akainu had done the same, a figure barreled towards them from afar, crashing through obstacles without slowing down, but instead increasing speed. Ha ha ha! Are you the experts sent by the Navy? A tall and ferocious man with a scar on his left cheek, his hair tied in jagged bundles adorned with bells, charged forward. Both Tsuru and Akainu simultaneously thought of one name, Kungmoku Kenba, the first man to subdue a four-emperor. The world government official forced a diplomatic smile as he approached. Hello, I am an official from the world government, but Kungmoku Kenba completely ignored him, striding past him as if he were invisible, heading straight for Tsuru. The official's face turned red, as if about to explode. An elderly woman surprisingly possesses considerable strength, and the world government has not made any grandiose statements. Genmu Kenpachi reveals a hint of a smile, a grin that appears to outsiders as a menacing sneer. Is it you who has been sent to confront me? He turns his gaze towards Akainu, who stands amidst countless soldiers. Is it you, or perhaps? Genmu Kenpachi's laughter intensifies, resembling that of a malevolent spirit. Let's engage, shall we? Akainu furrows his brow while Crane calmly closes her eyes, acknowledging that the elderly woman, being advanced in age, would not act recklessly. The one you shall battle is another. Come forth, Akainu. Genmu Kenpachi's eyes glimmer with excitement as he gazes over, his lips curling into a smile that reveals pearly white teeth. After a moment of silence, Akainu strides out from the ranks. Since Crane, the superior of his superior, has spoken, a flicker of battle intent flashes in Akainu's eyes. Let's fight. However, a world government official, with a grim expression, interjects sternly. We have just entered the country and still need to submit documents to the world government and deliver the agreed-upon provisions. Set your matters aside for now. A tremendous spiritual pressure is suddenly unleashed, overwhelming the official with an immense weight, causing his eyes to glaze over, as if he might faint. Such trivialities are inconsequential. Genmu Kenpachi smiles. How can we compare this to battle? Come, let's fight first, and we shall address the rest later. Chapter 208. Akainu vs. Genmu Kenpachi. Chapter 21. Zifa. I wish to invite Saitama to join the Navy. In truth, Zhao Su did not linger for long and departed from Daz Island. This place was merely a stopover. Had it not been for the fortunate occurrence of a suitable location for Saitama to make an entrance, he would not have appeared here. Meanwhile, host, Zhao Su. Character templates, Uchiha Madara, Saitama. After Zhao Su utilized transformation techniques to become Saitama, the realism of the portrayal enhanced significantly. This differed from the previous transformation of Uchiha Madara, where the resemblance was strikingly similar to Zhao Su's memory, yet the final outcome was entirely different. Was it due to the subtle differences in detail, or was Zhao Su's transformation slightly inferior to the original work, lacking in expression? Or perhaps Zhao Su's inner alignment was closer to Uchiha Madara, creating a notable disparity with Saitama? Zhao Su was uncertain, but he recognized that Saitama was indeed more challenging to emulate. In any case, the recent performance nearly caused his face to cramp, prompting an early withdrawal. Maintaining a neutral expression was not an easy feat. Each character possesses varying degrees of power. Uchiha Madara boasts a complete ninjutsu system, and upon arrival, Zhao Su had even unlocked the Rinnegan and would release, drastically elevating his strength. In contrast, Saitama relies solely on physical prowess. The character of Saitama possesses no abilities beyond physical and mental strength, rendering him impervious to harm from any foe, regardless of the adversary. It is merely a matter of a single punch for him. He is a character inherently invincible by design. However, this does not imply that Zhao Su, possessing the Saitama template, is invulnerable. Saitama is formidable enough to obliterate meteors and maneuver freely in space. Yet, compared to the titans of the Dragon Ball universe, who can shatter planets and alter the cosmos, he falls short, and other conceptual phenomena remain beyond his reach. Nonetheless, in terms of his inherent power, Saitama is indeed exceptionally strong. Zhao Su, wielding this template, can effortlessly defeat a bounty of over 100 million, underscoring Saitama's prowess. Naturally, complications arise. The premise of Saitama's character is that one punch can resolve all adversaries. Thus, Zhao Su should avoid engaging with foes that cannot be dispatched in a single blow, as that would expose his identity. It is imperative to enhance Saitama's capabilities swiftly, Zhao Su mused. Thus far, the primary source of the system's realism has been Zhao Su's own portrayal. Although defining what constitutes a composite character image is complex, after all, every reader perceives Hamlet differently. Zhao Su speculated that the greater the audience's acclaim, the more elevated the performance, leading to broader recognition and ultimately greater enhancement. However, such opportunities for live performance are rare. Although the devil fruit may have a lower cost-performance ratio and becomes less useful as time progresses, it can significantly amplify Saitama's abilities in the early stages. Therefore, Zhao Su resolved to venture to the island where the clone had vanished to retrieve the devil fruits. Of course, the immediate priority remains to locate a Sea King for transportation. Saitama is a character who rushes to confront monsters on foot, and Uchiha Madara is the more reliable option. On another front, with the sword demon slain, the other minions pose no threat to the Navy. Just as the Major was leading the Navy in pursuit, reinforcements finally arrived. "Zifa-sensei, you have come," the Major exclaimed in delight. "Indeed," Zifa replied with a composed nod. "I arrived a bit late, but it seems you all managed well without assistance." The Navy is not foolish. They had sought help early on. As the chief instructor of the Navy's new recruit training camp, Zifa's arrival was only natural, especially since the sword demon's assault was partly due to his presence. Had it not been for the intervention of a passing strong individual, The Major would not have been tempted to claim credit and reveal Saitama's involvement. Upon hearing this, Zifa's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A hero? When I was young, I greatly admired heroes. One day, when a group of bullies tormented a girl with a teddy bear, I mustered the courage to defeat them, solidifying my belief. I joined the Navy to become a hero. In this great age of exploration, to think that someone still calls themselves a hero. Take me to see him, Zifa declared. Yes. However, by the time Zifa arrived at the location where Saitama had intervened, Saitama had already vanished. As he left, Zifa squinted at the battlefield, particularly pausing when his gaze fell upon the almost pulverized sword demon. So strong. Strange. Where is that person named Saitama? The Major furrowed his brow. Zifa-sensei wished to meet him, yet he was nowhere to be found. He is gone, Dasky interjected. Gone? The Major hesitated, noticing the Shiyu knife in Dasky's hand. This knife is. It was given to me by Mr. Saitama, Dasky replied, somewhat apprehensively, as she was merely a new recruit. Zifa regarded Dasky and asked, Oh, he has left? Did he say anything? Dasky swallowed nervously and replied. When I asked him what a hero is, Mr. Saitama said that the world is filled with countless villains, and those who dare to stand against them are the true heroes. Upon hearing this, Zifa fell into silence, before suddenly bursting into hearty laughter, his voice brimming with joy. Indeed, such individuals are naturally heroes. He is absolutely correct. After several hearty laughs, Zifa finally calmed his exuberant mirth. He gazed at Dasiki and inquired, Your name is Dasiki, is it not? Would you be willing to graduate from the rookie training camp and accompany me? May I? Dasiki's face lit up with astonishment. ZFA, after all, was a hero of the Navy. Of course, ZFA replied with a smile. However, the Major beside them seemed to perceive something and couldn't help but ask, Sir, are you suggesting? Indeed, ZFA nodded without hesitation. A person filled with such a sense of justice. It would be a waste not to join the Navy. I wish to extend an invitation to Saitama to enlist in the Navy. In the 209th chapter, titled This Man, Surprisingly, Still Holds Back, Zhao Su was en route to an island in the East Sea where the devil fruit was hidden. He felt quite relaxed, occasionally checking the news on a newsbird. The blockade of the Sabeti archipelago by the Navy was still ongoing. In truth, with his early departure, the blockade had lost its significance. It was merely a drain on resources. Nevertheless, Zhao Su contemplated dispatching a clone to use Uchiha Madara's identity to make a fleeting appearance on an island in the Grand Line, show off a little, and then vanish without a trace. The act of showing off was not the main focus. The crux was that the Navy had maintained the blockade of the Sabeti archipelago for nearly a month. The inhabitants of the island were primarily reliant on the Navy supplies for survival, as a month-long blockade meant no food could flow in, and their reserves had long been exhausted. Even Rayleigh and Shaki were likely in a similar predicament. How unfortunate it was that the vice-captain of the Pirate King could only subsist on food distributed by the Navy. Zhao Su's purpose in sending out a clone was to signal to the Navy that Uchiha Madara had already departed the Sabeti archipelago, thereby averting further complaints from Rayleigh and the others regarding the ongoing blockade. Of course, he surmised the Navy was aware that finding him was an impossibility. The month-long blockade was merely a facade for the Celestial Dragons. They were not foolish. They could see from surveillance footage that Uchiha Madara had transformed into a guard and naturally understood that he was adept at transformation techniques, achieving effects akin to those of a Paramecia-type devil fruit. Capturing such an individual, even a Demon Slayer order, would be ineffective. One would first need to constantly check whether any Navy soldiers have been infiltrated and then meticulously examine every single inhabitant of the Sabeti archipelago. This level of workload would be insurmountable unless Uchiha Madara was caught utterly off guard. Aside from some individuals with devil fruit abilities who were difficult to impersonate, it was nearly impossible to detect impersonations of others. In truth, ninjas have always been renowned for their versatility. Despite the plethora of devil fruits in the pirate world, they are hardly comparable to the adaptability of ninjas. Even Zhao Su's second template of Saitama, in terms of combat prowess during his undefeated period, might surpass Uchiha Madara. However, in terms of functional power, it is entirely inferior to Uchiha Madara's. Not to mention that Uchiha Madara's combat strength is formidable. Zhao Su headed straight towards the location where the devil fruit was buried. The East Sea is the weakest of all seas, and he had no need to be concerned about anything. He even chose to don Saitama's visage, swaggering through, dispatching pirates with a single punch. Even the notorious swordsman, who had traveled from the Grand Line to the East Sea training base with a bounty exceeding 100 million, was effortlessly defeated by Zhao Su with a single blow. There were simply no opponents here capable of resisting him. After all, this was merely the weakest EC. Even Boa Hancock had come here, believing the EC to be the weakest, and even if they actively sought out the Navy, they would not fall victim to their schemes. Soon, Zhao Su arrived at his targeted island and excavated his devil fruit. To his relief, the fruit showed no signs of change. It had neither sprouted nor taken root. Perhaps due to the winter season. One might wonder, can devil fruits even be cultivated? Moreover, do they spoil? Nonetheless, it was of little concern to him, as he had no intention of consuming it. Zhao Su cast a glance at the devil fruit before promptly allowing the system to absorb it. He then allocated the energy to the Saitama template. Host, Zhao Su. Character templates, Uchiha Madara. Saitama, 4. The growth rate of the Saitama template surged rapidly, increasing by several percentage points from the 3 devil fruits, while his act of showing off added 3 to 4 points. The primary reason for this was likely that the strength of his opponents had minimal impact on Saitama's display of prowess. After all, in the world of One Punch Man, regardless of who it is, Saitama resolves matters with a single punch. The pirates of the East Sea, whether weak or strong, could not escape this reality. Speaking of which, the nation adjacent to this island appeared to be called the Goya Kingdom. Zhao Su squinted his eyes. Meanwhile, 2 Navy warships sailed smoothly. One was a traditional Navy vessel, devoid of any embellishments or modifications. However, the other sported a ship's figurehead resembling a dog's head gnawing on a bone. Kapu, what brings you here? Zhao inquired. I came to visit my grandson in Windmill Village, Kapu replied, munching on rice crackers while pinching his nose. And you, what brings you here? Zfa's mind raced. If Kapu, that old rascal, learned about Saitama, would he attempt to recruit him? Although they were all part of the Navy, who wouldn't want to claim a promising talent? Thus, Zfa maintained a composed demeanor and said, I came to catch up with you. Really? Kapu's expression turned peculiar. Zfa was known for his dedication and seriousness. And while he was gentle with his students, such a casual reunion was uncharacteristic of him. In the 210th chapter, titled We Lost. In the 23rd chapter, 3 Little Rascals, the narrative shifts to the Goya Kingdom city center, where the center street of the East Sea, known for its tranquility, is depicted. Although peace cannot be guaranteed, most residents lead prosperous lives, shielded by the imposing walls that separate the bustling city from the chaos outside. Inside, life continues serenely, accompanied by melodies of song and laughter. A peculiar man clad in a colorful, tight-fitting outfit and a white cloak wandered in, appearing somewhat dazed. He found a corner to sit down, still wearing that vacant expression. Suddenly, Zhao Su's eyes sparkled with a glint of brilliance, but quickly reverted to his previous silly demeanor. Then, with a crash, glass shattered, and 3 children clutching water pipes plummeted from above. Before they could land, furious shouts echoed from the upper floor. They're dining and dashing. Catch those 2 little rascals. However, the 3 children demonstrated remarkable agility, skillfully navigating walls and objects before safely reaching the ground. Ace, let's go. The food here is delicious. We must return next time. Unfortunately, I could have eaten 3 more bowls of ramen. After this, the trio exchanged glances and promptly fled, as their experience with dining and dashing had taught them that the local constable was already approaching with a stick in hand. Saitama squinted at the 3 little rascals. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, is it? As anticipated by the 3 little rascals, the sheriff arrived, bellowing, do not let them escape. Who will assist in capturing them? However, the residents here lacked such goodwill. Sabo sprinted the fastest, shouting, make way, do not obstruct the path. The trio fled rapidly, whether by mere chance or fate. They charged directly towards Zhao Su's direction. Zhao Su had already transformed into Saitama, feigning an innocent demeanor as he remarked, free meal? He then positioned himself squarely in the middle of the road, directly opposite them. Luffy covered his mouth, seemingly still savoring the remnants of his ramen. Get lost, you bald-headed fool, Sabo yelled at Saitama. Ace also shouted, we are fearsome pirates. Cross us, and you'll regret it. Bald-headed fool. Saitama's lip twitched. 3 minutes later, he returned to the restaurant, dragging the bruised trio behind him. The damages were merely a ramen bowl and a glass, which the owner calculated meticulously. Damn it. If it weren't for you, how could we have been caught? Sabo grumbled. That cursed bald head. Ace spat through gritted teeth. Saitama narrowed his eyes. Ace winced, tugging at his swollen cheek, lowering his head. Luffy was still busy finishing the food in his mouth. How can you eat a free meal with such audacity? Saitama frowned and said, Do not behave like this again. Though you're children, it is not commendable behavior. Mind your own business, bald head. Saitama responded with a series of swift punches, doubling the bruises on Ace and Seibo's faces. Eating a free meal might not be a grave issue, nor would the punishment be severe. However, given the frequency of their escapades, they would likely receive a scolding. Of course, it was highly probable they would not submit to such discipline quietly. Zhao Su continued to don Saitama's guise, exiting the city. Luffy, Ace, and Seibo, the future figures of renown, were presently in this state. Certainly, Zhao Su had no standing to critique them. He found himself rather destitute. Whether as Uchiha Madara or Zhao Su, neither were characters of wealth, nor had they pillaged any pirates. However, Saitama, in his capacity, had vanquished many pirates, yet this identity prevented him from claiming any rewards. Speaking of which, how did Saitama manage to survive so long in the original narrative? What was his occupation? Zhao Su pondered, realizing that Saitama seemed to have no profession. Being a hero was merely a pastime. After becoming a professional hero, it appeared he received a monthly salary from the Hero Association. Before transitioning to a professional hero, did he rely on government assistance? Zhao Su Mu said, as the strongest man in the world, you survive on government aid? No wonder you are so swayed by supermarket discounts. From this perspective, Saitama's mental fortitude was indeed formidable. Regardless of possessing such immense strength, were Zhao Su in his shoes, he would never tolerate such a meager existence. Not to mention turning to villainy, at the very least. One should utilize their power for legal prosperity. Nevertheless, despite Zhao Su's lack of money, he did not fret over meals. The kingdom of Goya, near Windmill Town, was home to Mount Kolbo, abundant in food within its forests. However, he still had to contend with the three little mischief makers above. Attack! Seibo roared as the three leapt down from the trees. Do you think you can escape? True pirates seek vengeance. The bald-headed fool. Oh, Saitama replied. 3 seconds later, glancing at the scene of fallen foes, he sighed gently. What on earth were you all here for? Chapter 211. The Wrath of the Five Elders. First update. Chapter 24. Trapped by Carp. Second update. Damn it, Seibo and the others lay on the ground, having been fierce moments ago, yet now utterly defeated within 3 seconds. Seibo gritted his teeth, attempting to rise, but failing utterly. Do not think we will concede so easily. Luffy clutched his head. This is infuriating. I am made of rubber. Yet why does this person hurt so much? Beside him, Ace held his head, having tried to get up several times, ultimately resigning to remain on the ground, glaring at Saitama. True pirates never back down from a few setbacks. Just you wait. Saitama stroked his chin. How is it that you three ended up behind me? Naturally, we have been following you from the start, Luffy asserted confidently. Saitama replied, if memory serves, you three were sentenced to wash dishes at that restaurant to repay your debts. So why do you have time to follow me? The trio trembled at that moment. They were once again captured and returned to the town, with Zhao Su still cloaked in Saitama's form, preparing food and occasionally scouring the garbage heaps for pirates. The pirates here, though not affluent, had sunk low enough to rob children. However, they still possess some wealth. Zhao Su did not claim it. Saitama's character was not one to seize wealth from defeated foes, instead opting to hand over spoils to the authorities. In this context, that meant the sheriff. Although Zhao Su believed that the sheriff, whose belly was larger than a pregnant woman's, was unlikely to have such noble intentions of returning treasures to their rightful owners, it mattered little. Upon discovering the sheriff's misdeeds, a single punch would suffice. Nevertheless, Zhao Su observed one distinct advantage of Saitama. His physical resilience was extraordinary. Of course, this was inherent to his character design. Yet, Zhao Su noted that lying in the forest with this body, even without preparation, no insects dared to disturb him. He had witnessed a mosquito attempting to draw blood, only to linger on his arm for half an hour, ultimately departing without a drop of blood. This seemed quite reasonable. Even attacks powerful enough to shatter planets could not harm the original Saitama, let alone a mosquito. While Uchiha Madara was powerful, he lacked such defensive capabilities. Though this defense might not hold much value, at least regarding Saitama's current authenticity, it was of little consequence. Against overwhelmingly strong foes, his defense was inadequate. Against feeble adversaries, defense was unnecessary. Yet, this allowed Zhao Su to feel somewhat comfortable while lingering in the forest. However, if not for the occasional interruptions of "we are back," prepare to meet your doom, baldhead. Followed by the sounds of fists and feet, Saitama yawned calmly, using a makeshift toothbrush made of twigs, preparing for a day of heroics. Oh no, it should be referred to as heroic activities. Meanwhile, the three little rascals lay quietly on the ground, bruised and battered. Damn it, we have failed again. They lamented. He is too strong, akin to Grandpa. So what shall we do? True pirates do not leave grudges unavenged. The trio exchanged glances. Ultimately, the most clever among them, Sabo, proposed, let's try this. Rather than confronting him directly, we should set a trap next time. Good. That is a splendid idea. That guy goes to the Garbage Mountain, Central Street, and Windmill Village every day. Let us lay a trap along the road. When he falls into our snare, we shall exact our revenge. Three little spirits exchanged glances, nodding in mutual agreement. They then embarked on a fervent flurry of activity. Ace felled trees, Luffy carried logs, and Sabo set traps. After toiling for the better part of the day, they finally excavated a large pit, surrounded by various wooden contraptions. Exhausted, the trio lay down on a branch and fell asleep. The following day, a sudden exclamation echoed. Ah, who dug this pit here? Accompanied by the sound of someone falling into the pit. The three were jolted awake. It's from the trap. We caught him, they exclaimed. Haha, we truly are geniuses. Grabbing a nearby water pipe, Ace and Sabo eagerly pulled Luffy toward the trap. Upon reaching their destination, they wasted no time and swung the pipe without hesitation. Meanwhile, Luffy yawned, rubbed his eyes, and then noticed the person in the pit. The one who fell in seems a bit taller and sturdier than that bald fellow. And his voice sounds older. Upon closer inspection, his face seems somewhat familiar. Just then, an elderly man with purple hair approached, looking curiously at the scene before him. Kapu, what are you doing? Kapu? Ace and Sabo stiffened. In the next instant, both of their necks were seized by Kapu. Nothing much. Just felt a sudden urge to educate my grandson ZFA. Wait here for a moment. With that, he dragged them into the jungle. And soon cries of pain echoed from within. Damn it. Wait, old man. We're not after you. I was aiming for someone else. Enough with the nonsense. You both brace yourselves and accept the love of my iron fist. Chapter 2:12. Look in my eyes. The communication from the five elders was swift. Although Crane's report led to a quick disconnection, after a while, she received orders from the five elders. After delivering the supplies, she departed from the land of harmony. Their objectives had not been achieved and could not be realized. As for the government official who had fainted at the very beginning, upon regaining consciousness, he would be instructed to cooperate with the land of harmony on the intricate details of joining the world government, ensuring everything was executed flawlessly. Since the five elders had decided not to give up, even after failing to defeat Genmu Jianba, they could only wear smiles. Everything else remained unchanged. But the world government's intention to assert dominance could not be fulfilled. Originally, the world government had devised a clever plan, bringing along dedicated reporters. Once Akainu triumphed, they would immediately proclaim that Genmu Jianba had defeated Kaido and that Akainu had vanquished Genmu Jianba, suggesting that Akainu was stronger than the four emperors. This would significantly bolster the Navy's prestige and facilitate the reinstatement of Akainu. However, the current outcome left the reporters brought by the Navy with a dilemma. They would at least maintain confidentiality. Yet, the Land of Harmony had already opened its doors, welcoming numerous new reporters to introduce the Land of Harmony and explore new locales. These reporters had no reason to keep secrets for the Navy. Sighing in frustration, Crane led the Navy away. Next, they would need to prepare and strategize to defeat Genmu Jianba. On the other side, the Land of Harmony was filled with joy. Kaido and his crew, being pirates, naturally stood in opposition to the Navy. At this moment, the three calamities were laughing heartily, proclaiming plans for a banquet to celebrate. The people of the Land of Harmony, including Zhu Tianwan, wore broad smiles, fully aware of the world government's motives for seeking their assistance, merely wishing to borrow Genmu Jianba for a battle. If the world government achieved its goals, would they continue to extend favors to the Land of Harmony? Even a fool would know that it was impossible. Those dispatched to battle alongside the Beast Pirates and the Swordsmen of the Land of Harmony, like Ichiji and Niji from Germa, would surely be thrilled to hear such news. Although the four emperors were inherently stronger than the admirals, Genmu Jianba's ability to subdue the four emperors indicated that he was indeed more formidable than Akainu. Nevertheless, this victory was undoubtedly good news. Despite sustaining numerous injuries, including burns and scalds from Akainu's abilities, Kazuki Oden still wore a smile. After all, winning was a good thing. Of course, he also needed to tend to his wounds. Thus, yet again, a general from the Land of Harmony set aside political affairs to resume his work as a physician. Jiao Tianwan felt a surge of annoyance, wishing he could take action, if only he were capable. Meanwhile, Genmu Jinba remained indifferent, feeling the touch of ointment being applied to his back, and he quietly closed his eyes, finally receiving treatment. What should come next? Should the revolutionary army begin their work? What about Gilgamesh? The increasing number of disguises was becoming increasingly troublesome. With so many identities, it became challenging for him to remain in one place for too long. He was either flaunting his disguises or rushing off to another location to do the same. However, first and foremost, Zhao Su assessed his body, his eyes narrowing slightly, realizing that the divine power had already recovered. It was time to make use of it against Doflamingo. The news of Genmu Jinba's victory would take some time to spread across the seas, as the Navy's machinations required time to unfold. In truth, most people were indifferent to the events occurring in the newly open land of Harmony. Who was Genmu Jinba? Oh, the one who suddenly appeared and brought Kaido to his knees? And what does it have to do with me? Genmu Jinba is not a pirate, and Akainu is no longer an admiral. Let them fight. It's merely a skirmish. For the time being, the world government's secrecy held strong, and news of Genmu Jinba's defeat and his subsequent involvement with the world government against Uchiha Madara had yet to surface. Thus, for the majority, this matter bore little significance. For instance, Gilgamesh, who had recently subdued Charlotte Linlin, becoming the first of the 4 emperors to submit, and his subordinates, Doflamingo, grinned widely as he entered the palace. He, after all, possessed the qualities of a true owner. Even though he was aware of Gilgamesh's private machinations, he initially appeared somewhat restrained, but quickly reverted to his usual demeanor. In reality, very few among the high-ranking officials were privy to his schemes. In their minds, he remained unchanged. However, it was unfortunate that the world government had yet to establish contact with that female secretary, leaving Doflamingo hesitant to approach. He was well aware of Califa's identity, having arranged for her entry. Nonetheless, Califa was responsible for the black market trade, and Doflamingo had recently been cautious. Califa, too, was reluctant to approach, as she was unaware of how Doflamingo had suddenly betrayed the world government. In truth, both were eager to reach out and understand each other as circumstances. It is rather unfortunate that, of late, the 2 individuals have found themselves devoid of any engagements that would allow for interaction. This is indeed a regrettable circumstance. My king, do you summon me for some matter? Doflamingo inquired, his demeanor carefree and jovial, yet he exhibited no curiosity towards those surrounding him. Gilgamesh, well aware of the fact that he does not require constant servitude, occasionally indulges in solitary revelry, a truth widely recognized. For the high-ranking officials beneath Gilgamesh, one-on-one encounters are quite commonplace. Upon observing that Gilgamesh did not immediately act against him, seemingly having relinquished his reservations, Doflamingo remained composed. However, this instance was markedly different. Gazing into the eyes of the king, Doflamingo lifted his gaze only to be met by a pair of peculiar, enigmatic eyes. In Chapter 211, the May team grows increasingly vast. Third update. Doflamingo knelt on one knee, his eyes brimming with fervent adoration. Gilgamesh nodded slightly. Success achieved. The deity once again accomplished the task of subduing this seasoned powerhouse, showcasing the allure of abilities from another world. Zhao Su mused internally that while the deity has numerous undiscovered methods in the realm of Naruto, in the world of pirates, none exist. However, it cannot be entirely asserted that the pirate world lacks any means to counter the deity's influence. With the unique varieties of devil fruits present in this realm, who knows if there exists one capable of entirely eradicating negative statuses or rejuvenating the body. It is likely that such capabilities do exist, perhaps akin to the powers of the slave fruit, even if they have yet to be reported. Nevertheless, it stands to reason that the Navy must possess similar abilities, as the world government wields dominion over the seas. Yet, another question arises. Would Doflamingo ever encounter such a countermeasure? If he were to meet one, would he desire to have his control undone? This forms a paradox. Barring any accidental harm from such powers, who would suspect they were being manipulated? It must be noted that publicly, Doflamingo is a subordinate of Gilgamesh, pledged to serve and remain loyal to him. Who would presume he harbors a desire for rebellion? If rebellion were to occur, it would likely be led by the Emperor, Charlotte Linlin. Therefore, while not entirely foolproof, the situation appears to be at least overwhelmingly secure. Zhao Su narrowed his eyes, thinking. As anticipated, Doflamingo suddenly knelt, exclaiming, "Forgive me, my king, I am guilty. I have conspired with the world government in private, committing numerous acts contrary to your beliefs. My selfishness has overwhelmed me. I beseech your punishment." It seems that Zhao Su had ensnared Doflamingo with an illusion that compelled him to obey the commands of the individual before him, willing to sacrifice everything in adoration. In stark contrast to his relationship with Crocodile, Doflamingo, as a subordinate of Gilgamesh, would not be so readily discovered by Crocodile. Rather, he experiences a profound shift in thought. Why did I commit so many transgressions against my king? If I had devoted myself fully, perhaps my king would have already united the world, and I would have reaped considerable rewards. Under this line of thought, which Doflamingo would never ordinarily entertain, his actions began to subtly shift. No matter. Gilgamesh waved his hand graciously. Effort is all that is required from this point onward. He cautioned against smiling, as it might arouse suspicion. "As you command," Doflamingo replied, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes as he lowered his head deeply. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and said, "My king, there are several matters I must discuss with you." "What is it?" Gilgamesh inquired. "We have spies from the world government within our ranks," Doflamingo stated solemnly. "I am aware of 5 spies, one of whom is an elderly man who escaped from prison and has since been persuaded by the world government. Presently, the highest-ranking spy among those I know is Khalifa, the very woman I recommended." As Doflamingo spoke, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "These spies dare to conspire against you, my king. Allow me to cleanse them from your presence," Doflamingo declared fiercely. Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, he was aware of such matters. His team had been hastily assembled, and he had appeared quite suddenly. Although his reputation loomed large, there remained a palpable gap between him and other pirates who emerged from relentless battles. When facing Charlotte Linlin, many believed he would be defeated. This serves as evidence of that disparity, given the haphazard origins of his team. It is hardly surprising that spies from the world government infiltrate their ranks. While Gilgamesh possesses tremendous charisma, some will inevitably fall under the sway of the world government. Ironically, the highest-ranking spy among them is none other than Doflamingo himself. "No matter," Gilgamesh gestured lightly, "I am aware of these individuals. You may eliminate the others, but spare Khalifa. She serves as your conduit for re-engagement with the world government." Doflamingo paused, then quickly comprehended Gilgamesh's intent. He was being tasked with becoming a double agent. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. "Ah, my king," Doflamingo reflected, "I wish to recommend some of my subordinates to you. They are exceptional elites. While they may not rival Shiryu and others, they are certainly formidable." In truth, Doflamingo had never fully integrated his notable subordinates into Gilgamesh's ranks. He had even concealed some, like Toribol, to shield them from Gilgamesh's influence. Thus, Gilgamesh merely smiled and inquired, "Who do you have in mind?" "For instance, Monet and Sugar," Doflamingo responded without hesitation. "They are both remarkable women, perfectly suited to serve as your maids, my king." Gilgamesh considered this. While it was somewhat different from his initial expectations, he recognized it as a thoughtful gesture from his subordinate and nodded in acquiescence. "The maid team seems to be expanding rapidly. There's one last matter," Doflamingo pondered. "I wish to present a gift to the king. Are you familiar with a devil fruit, known as the Goro no Mi?" In Chapter 214, The Gaze of Eagle Eye, 4th update. The distinction between proactive engagement and passive compliance has already manifested. Originally, Doflamingo was also a subordinate of Gilgamesh. Yet what had he accomplished? The quest for devil fruits yielded only a collection of the mundane. After several months of searching, I finally managed to bring Caesar Clown to the forefront. At that time, Charlotte Linlin had already submitted. However, now Don Quixote Doflamingo has begun to exert his agency. The initial 2 suggestions were to directly present his concealed possessions, with the most crucial being the Jin fruit. Gilgamesh squinted, acknowledging Doflamingo's assertion that the Jin fruit was something he had fortuitously acquired in the past, initially intending to use it as a mere gimmick for feigned sales, with no real intention of selling it. Ultimately, that devil fruit was stolen by someone, and I have only recently caught sight of that individual again. Doflamingo lamented that this person has now awakened the Jin fruit. I had originally planned to employ gentle methods to influence his awakening. The awakening of a devil fruit signifies a higher echelon of ability. The Paramecia-type abilities can impact entities beyond the user, while the Zoan-type awakening significantly enhances recovery and combat prowess. The reason why the Logia-type is revered as the strongest devil fruit is that upon consumption, the individual immediately enters a state of awakening. The elemental transformation is akin to the essence of awakening. Doflamingo himself possesses the ability to awaken a devil fruit and can influence his surroundings, converting everything into threads to command them against his enemies. However, his abilities are limited to offensive maneuvers, whereas the Gene fruit can temporarily generate gold. Although it cannot yet produce gold indefinitely, who can say what the future holds? This individual is named Gilder Tetsolo, and he has already begun to subtly influence global gold prices and the issuance of berries. Doflamingo elaborated that such a person possesses immense utility. Should you have interest in him, I am willing to recruit him for you. Gold holds significant importance worldwide as a standard of value. The power of money is tremendous. If wielded adeptly, even the celestial dragons can be swayed, let alone others. Doflamingo recognized Gilder Tetsolo's awakened combat capabilities as the reason for his decision to cease pursuing him. Naturally, if he could recruit him for his king, that would be even better. You may proceed as my king permits, Gilgamesh declared with a sweeping gesture. Should assistance be required, do not hesitate to ask. Yes, my king, Doflamingo replied with a slight bow. Monet, a striking beauty with long, wavy grass-green hair and golden eyes, possesses a graceful figure. At this moment, she is yet to be transformed into a bird-like creature by Trafalgar law, retaining her stunning long limbs. She is a user of the nature type Yuki no Mi and is formidable in her own right. Sugar, on the other hand, appears as a child dressed in a polka-dotted dress, sporting a monocle over her left eye and a bob haircut. She delights in embedding grapes between her fingers and consuming them one by one. She is a user of the Hobi no Mi, a devil fruit that allows her to transform those she touches into toys, with the type and form of the toys entirely dictated by her preferences. Those transformed into toys, such as relatives or friends, will lose all memories associated with the individual they became, while they do not lose their ability to speak or independent thought during transformation. Their bodies are under Sugar's control, allowing her to establish contracts. For instance, they may be bound to refrain from harming humans or to serve the Don Quixote family, fighting to the death if necessary. Through this ability, Doflamingo would later turn Dressrosa into a nation of toys, ensuring the citizens lived prosperous lives without excessive toil. Currently, Gilgamesh has issued direct orders to utilize Sugar and Charlotte Lean's abilities to create toys and fantasy armies. They are not required to engage in combat, but can instead be employed for the production of various goods, significantly enhancing the income of Dressrosa's residents. As for the raw materials, there are countless pirates in this world, many of whom act without conscience, transforming the lifespans of the elderly into soldiers as pawns, while crafting the young into toys would be a reasonable means to combat the pirates roaming within one's territory. Gilgamesh has commanded the former members of the Charlotte family and his subordinates to launch a sweeping campaign across the surrounding seas. After all, they have little else to occupy their time. Naturally, the expansion of the Maid Brigade has caused Bruley to feel a sense of crisis, prompting her to discreetly urge her siblings to assist. Meanwhile, the news of Kenpachi Zaraki's victory over Akainu has finally spread throughout the seas. Kenpachi Zaraki's rapid emergence and sudden fame, despite his defeat of an emperor and the submission of other emperors, has left many feeling that his strength is somewhat surreal. However, his recent triumph over Akainu only serves to further cement his reputation. Nonetheless, in the eyes of most, Kenpachi Zaraki's repeated victories over Akainu do not constitute significant news, especially since Akainu is no longer even an admiral. With the emperors having submitted, defeating Akainu, who is no longer an admiral, seems quite normal, while being defeated by him would be more noteworthy. Yet this news has struck a chord with one individual. Defeated Akainu? Mihawk pondered, narrowing his sharp eyes at the news in his hand. Kenpachi Zaraki is different to him, for he is a swordsman. Chapter 215. The world government is stirring again. First update requested. Chapter 215. The world government is stirring again. First update requested. Hawkeye Dracul Mihawk is well aware of Kenpachi Zaraki. He recognized him when he first appeared and caused Kaido to submit. Such significant news might seem odd not to know, but for Mihawk, his interest in this news stems from one reason alone. Kenpachi Zaraki is a swordsman. A great swordsman? Mihawk mused as he gazed at the news of Akainu's defeat. Perhaps I should pay a visit. Suddenly, he stood abruptly and strode out. Mihawk relishes battling strong opponents, even forming a connection with one of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks, through mutual respect. Initially, when faced with the government's summons to the seven warlords, he was the only one genuinely eager to confront the likes of Yuta and Zetsu. However, Uchiha Madara is undeniably a being of a different nature, not merely a swordsman. He first subdued Kaido and then vanquished Akainu, Mihawk, embarking on his uniquely crafted vessel with a hint of smile. His prowess must be genuine. Thus, it remains to be seen who is indeed the stronger one. In the following moment, he set sail. Not long after, news emerged once again from the sea of a world-renowned swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, who decided to challenge the legendary Gungmu Jian. This news quickly spread, sending shockwaves even to the recently established Wano country. However, unlike the outside world's keen interest in the rivalry between the old and new sword masters, the people of Wano firmly believed that Gungmu Jian would undoubtedly prevail. In their eyes, no one could possibly defeat the sword god, Jian. Prior to the establishment of Wano, had it not been for Kaido's prolonged stay, they might have been unfamiliar even with the four emperors, let alone the great swordsman. In the hearts of the Wano citizens, there might still be some who consider the swordsmen of the world to be mere titles, believing that Mihawk earned his reputation solely because he had yet to encounter a samurai from Wano. Now, this individual dares to provoke Gungmu Jian. How audacious! Upon receiving the news, Gungmu Jian burst into laughter, finding it amusing. Dracula Mihawk? He must be quite formidable. I have decided to seek him out. Saying this, he began to dash towards the shore. Fortunately, Kazuki Odin and Hiyori were there, desperately holding him back. Calm down, Jian. Mihawk is still far away, and we don't even know what ship he is on. He could be anywhere by now. It would be wiser to wait for him to come to us. Their back and forth finally managed to soothe Gungmu Jian. Jian stroked his chin, muttering to himself. However, waiting like this is rather dull. You all make valid points. I suppose I shall wait a bit longer. Kaido, shall we engage in a duel? Kaido, who had been silent, was indifferent to Mihawk's challenge. Although Mihawk made grand gestures and was swift in his movements, the Grand Line was far from a tranquil place. Mihawk wasn't he someone who would hastily rush towards any destination. Based on Jian's estimation, he would leisurely sail on his small ship, making his way to Wano without haste, casually dealing with pirates along the way, just like his initial appearance. When he was disturbed from his afternoon nap by pursuing Kurizumi's fleet, he found that by the time he caught up, Kurizumi had already returned to the East Sea, leaving his crew to starve, while most had escaped the Navy's ships and gone off to dine. His journey was, in fact, quite relaxed. Although sending a clone to Gungmu Jian's side posed some risk, it was not urgent enough for Jian to rush over immediately. There was ample time, yet he still needed to ensure he arrived. Fortunately, Gilgamesh was the leader here. Otherwise, if he were to be entangled with Don Quixote Doflamingo, there might be some scheduling conflicts. Jian lamented internally. There's simply too many identities to juggle. Gungmu Jian, Gilgamesh, Saitama, Uchiha Madara. Managing these four personas requires considerable time. If they happen to converge, I want to know how to handle it. Thankfully, the heir and the cheerful brother at school, who lived a more blissful life than the original Jian, did not require his attention. A clone sufficed for his brother, and there was no need for the heir to appear. For now, he just needed to manage these four identities, although it was quite the chaotic endeavor. When will I acquire a skill that allows me to traverse space and reach my clones anytime, anywhere? Jian sighed inwardly. Whether through ninjutsu or treasures, anything would suffice. He would even risk consuming a devil fruit if necessary. However, the pressing issue was that he had yet to find a swift means of transportation. At present, the most crucial matter was Gungmu Jian, who was about to confront Mihawk in Wano. As for Gilgamesh, he held the authority to dictate the timing of actions. If worst came to worst, he could simply order Doflamingo and Charlotte Linlin to deal with Gildi, Tizolo. However, Mihawk was a challenge he had to face himself. Thus, Jian resolutely decided to head towards Wano, despite having just traveled from there to Gilgamesh's location. Yet, just as he took his first steps, he was compelled to change direction in a state of urgency. Saitama was in trouble. He had only recently arrived in the East Sea, taking up the command position at the marine base in Road Town, when he was immediately confronted with reports from subordinates. As an admiral and a hero, he needed to act promptly. This time, the situation was not merely routine naval affairs. It involved the kingdom of Goya. Caught between the dual identities of Uchiha Madara and Saitama, Jian could not help but curse internally. The world government truly does not wish for my peace. Indeed, the world government was stirring trouble once more. Chapter 216. Saitama sets foot in the kingdom of Goya. Second update requested. After becoming an admiral, Saitama was effectively exiled to the East Sea by the Five Elders. However, this could hardly be termed as exile. Although the East Sea is remote, as an admiral, his presence automatically conferred him the highest authority, making him immensely powerful. It could be said that every nation sought to curry favor with him. To an ordinary person, this would be an enviable position. However, for an admiral dedicated to justice and punishing wrongdoers, it held little significance. The five elders were precisely targeting Saitama's character. Yet, such targeting could not be overt. They could not openly issue commands that would undermine his authority. Even as Saitama leisurely cleared out surrounding pirates while making his way to the East Sea, they remained silent. Ultimately, no matter how disobedient Saitama might be, he was still an asset of the world government, and a formidable one at that. They could suppress him or punish him, but they could not insult him or truly drive him away. Fortunately, Saitama possessed a somewhat laid-back demeanor. After sweeping away a multitude of pirates along his journey, he settled in Road Town, a location known for its connection to the Pirate King and the closest point to the entrance of the Grand Line. There, he diligently conducted investigations into the local market's discount offerings while simultaneously dispatching pirates. Consequently, the pirates of the East Sea were thoroughly dissuaded from venturing into the Grand Line. It was no joke. With an admiral stationed there, how many pirates dared to approach? The East Sea, already the weakest of the seas, saw a historic bounty of 50 million on a notorious pirate, who was obliterated by Saitama with a single punch, along with a fleet of over 10 ships. Afterward, the seas became utterly tranquil, until the officials of the Kingdom of Goya launched an attack on merchant vessels. Saitama squinted at the report delivered by Daisuke. Yes, Daisuke nodded, indicating that according to the intelligence gathered by the world government's operatives, it appeared that officials from the Gaia Kingdom had infiltrated merchant ships under the guise of their official status, launching a sudden attack from behind. Fortunately, several seasoned sailors, adept in swimming and fortunate enough, managed to drift and eventually reached an island, where they reported to the governments of other nations. Saitama stared blankly at the report, and after a moment of hesitation, Daisuke continued, General Saitama, if the world government's investigation is accurate, this seems to be an official action from the Gaia Kingdom. It appears that the Revolutionary Army of Gaia is secretly attacking merchant vessels due to financial constraints. Furthermore, they also seem to have issues regarding smuggling. Saitama blinked. Oh, then let us set sail. Daisuke was taken aback, exchanging a grave glance with Tina. General Saitama, do you intend to? Of course, we shall go and apprehend the criminals. Saitama replied, reflecting the expected response he would give in such circumstances. This is indeed a normal reaction for Saitama when faced with such situations. Tina hesitated. General Saitama, the other party might have some connections with the Revolutionary Army. Regardless of who it is, murder is always wrong. Saitama replied without hesitation. Those who commit wrongdoings must face punishment. It is the same for everyone. His tone was bright, yet carried a hint of nonchalance, akin to his usual demeanor. However, both Tina and Daisuke wore expressions of concern. You are right, but this time it involves the Gaia Kingdom and Uchiha Madara. The two women exchanged glances and sighed gently. But this is indeed General Saitama. No matter who it is, as long as they defy his sense of justice, he will unhesitatingly move to eliminate the evildoers. This is the essence of General Saitama. Yet, they failed to notice the shadow that flickered in Saitama's eyes. It was imperative to notify the main body promptly. Zhao Su had just received a notification from Saitama's avatar and immediately unleashed a tirade against the world government, declaring, this is undoubtedly an affair orchestrated by the world government. Saitama was Zhao Su's avatar, but so was Uchiha Madara. If the Gaia Kingdom was secretly attacking merchant ships, how could Uchiha Madara be unaware? After all, he was the leader of the Revolutionary Army in Gaia. However, it wasn't the Gaia Kingdom that was responsible. Rather, it was the involvement of certain members of the Gaia Kingdom. Zhao Su's gaze turned icy as he stepped onto the Vimana, swiftly heading towards the East Sea. Although the Gaia Kingdom was the stronghold of the Revolutionary Army, it was also a publicly recognized nation engaged in considerable trade with the outside world. Not all officials could be affiliated with the Revolutionary Army. Among them were certainly spies who had infiltrated after signing trade agreements with the world government. With the resources of the world government, their rise in rank would be swift. If these individuals took action covertly, would Uchiha Madara and Saitama truly come to blows? Even if they were aware of each other's identities, they would exhibit restraint. However, the agents of the world government would undoubtedly stoke the flames of conflict and would not hesitate to set the stage for confrontation. Once they clashed, the outcome would be inconsequential. What mattered was that once Saitama took action, he could be summoned again. You claim that the conflict with the Revolutionary Army resembles a battle between two nations, and you refuse to intervene. Yet now, Uchiha Madara has committed an offense. And you still do not act? How cunning. Zhao Su squinted. The world government truly excels in the art of political maneuvering. If it weren't for the fact that these two were merely my avatars, conflict would have been inevitable. In reality, even with Zhao Su's avatars, conflict was not entirely avoidable. Saitama's inner sense of justice and heroic deeds were untarnished. That was his persona. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara's arrogance was intrinsic to his character. As long as the world government crafted their schemes well, it was inevitable that they would collide. Therefore, I must hasten. Zhao squinted, urging the Vimana to fly faster. 3 days later, General Saitama set foot on the territory of the Gaia Kingdom. Chapter 217. It's left to you. Main body, third update seeking automation. In essence, the matter was straightforward. In these times, pirates were rampant, including some disguised as national military forces, such as the Doflamingo-controlled Dressrosa. However, capturing merchant vessels was not an easy task for pirates. The vastness of the ocean cannot be surveyed merely through a telescope. Most of the time, if pirates did not rely on sheer luck to encounter merchant ships, they had to depend on intelligence, route information, arrival times at ports. With such intelligence, pirates could accurately target their prey, especially valuable ones. Attempting to loiter around ports with a net was impossible. After all, were the navies and nations mere decorations? Of course, this pertains to ordinary pirates. Those like Kaido directly extorting nations exist as well. For example, when Rob Lucci first emerged, he encountered a group of pirates demanding 500 soldiers as a ransom from a nation. However, in the East Sea, a few formidable pirates had recently been eliminated, leaving no one willing to act recklessly. In reality, the protagonists of this incident were ordinary pirates, who could only use conventional methods to investigate the schedules of merchant vessels entering and leaving ports, estimating their positions for an attack. However, merchants were not fools. They naturally concealed their entry and exit times and adjusted their ship speeds, with some even straying far from their routes, as this was not the Grand Line. This time, however, a Gaia Kingdom official had infiltrated the merchant ship. Of course, this was not surprising. Officials were not necessarily nobles, and not all nobles possessed the wealth or qualifications to captain their own ships. The merchants had made thorough preparations before setting sail, even deviating significantly from their intended routes, employing extensive preventive measures. In such circumstances, if they were still encountered by pirates, they could only consider themselves unfortunate. Yet, they indeed encountered pirates. This was not merely due to luck on the pirates' part, but rather because of an internal traitor. A sailor who had fortunately drifted to a small island and survived reported that he had heard that Gaia Kingdom official contacting the pirates via a transponder snail, leading to the subsequent events. Were the state and pirates colluding because the Revolutionary Army was financially constrained and targeted merchants? I knew those despicable Revolutionary Army scoundrels would not harbor good intentions. Look, their true colors have been revealed now. Instantly, the East Sea was rife with such news. The nobility's favor towards the Revolutionary Army was not a recent development. Various smear campaigns erupted simultaneously. They began with Ivankov, a significant figure in the Revolutionary Army, as she was labeled the transgender king, thus implying that the Revolutionary Army was composed of such individuals. The first requirement for joining the Revolutionary Army was to inflict harm upon oneself. The Revolutionary Army leader, Dragon, was originally from the Navy and was portrayed as a spy sent by the Navy to capture all those dissatisfied with the world government in one fell swoop. Nico Robin was depicted as harboring extreme anti-human sentiments, seeking to discover the ancient weapon Pluton and leveraging its power to exact revenge upon the world. In any case, baseless rumors were spun into a plethora of accusations against the Revolutionary Army. The Gaia Kingdom was instantly thrown into an uproar, with all officials of the Revolutionary Army gritting their teeth in hatred towards those who had tarnished their names, their popularity soaring. In this scenario, Saitama's fleet suddenly arrived at the kingdom of Goya. How swiftly the Navy has come. Are they seeking an excuse to impose upon us? Robin's beautiful eyes brimmed with fury, contemplating the malevolence of humanity. She believed they sought the underworld king to exact vengeance upon the world. Curse it, I have long known the whereabouts of the underworld king. Is there any need for revenge without taking action? Uchiha Madara, with his haughty demeanor, could not tolerate such filth. Yet internally he thought, they're truly forcing me into a confrontation with Saitama. What one thinks internally has little bearing on actual conduct. He could only adhere to his character, abruptly rising with a fierce expression and declaring they should go to the port to greet that general. At this moment, Robin had calmed considerably and softly advised Madara, "Please remain composed. Saitama has a commendable reputation and does not seem to be targeting our revolutionary army. Let us first seek clarification." It must be noted that Saitama's lethargic disposition, coupled with his unhesitating attacks on pirates and refusal to engage in battles against the revolutionary army, has garnered him considerable acclaim within their ranks. Some even speculated whether Saitama might be a pawn of the revolutionary army. However, his elevated status, having ascended from a vice admiral to a general, dispelled such doubts. Not all within the Navy were unsympathetic to the revolutionary army. Dragon, originally of naval descent, had numerous friends within the Navy who either sympathized or covertly supported the revolutionary army. Nonetheless, it was implausible for a general to be a spy for the revolutionary army. Uchiha Madara's countenance darkened, his eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent. A flicker of concern crossed Robin's gaze. As a high-ranking member of the revolutionary army, she was acutely aware that they had not committed such acts. However, the world government would undoubtedly cast this filth upon them. Uchiha Madara, with his prideful nature, could not accept being wronged. Despite Saitama's amiable character, rumor suggested he would at least initiate some investigation. If the world government resorted to further underhanded tactics, a confrontation between the two parties was inevitable. Does this mean that the esteemed admiral will also turn against us next time? Robin bit her lip, realizing the gravity of the situation. This stain would be difficult to cleanse. The world government would wield it against the revolutionary army perpetually. Yet, who could orchestrate such an occurrence? Suddenly, a glimmer of hope illuminated her features. "Brother, you stay here," Zhao Su interjected, approaching with a smile. "How about I take care of this matter?" Uchiha Madara's expression shifted slightly, as if hesitating for a moment before conceding. "Very well, I shall leave it to you." With that, he seemed to settle down, his anger dissipating slightly. Internally, he mused, "I have entrusted this to you, my true self. Rest assured, I will handle it." Zhao Su deeply gone feed in. Chapter 218, Shadows of CP0, fourth update requested. Upon Saitama's arrival at the port, before he could officially disembark, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the area. The populace exhibited little interest in nobility or politics. However, they were acutely aware that life in the kingdom of Goya had improved exponentially. No longer did garbage collectors scavenge on refuse mountains, and bandits and pirates were gradually vanishing. People now enjoyed meat with their meals and had access to alcohol. Such days were indeed worthy of pursuit. The loyalty of the lower classes to the revolutionary army only grew stronger. While the upper echelons may not wholly align with the revolutionary army's existence, their arrival had provided ample new opportunities. At the very least, wealthy merchants no longer had to fear arbitrary confiscation of their property by the nobility. They had read the news. Yet they firmly believed the revolutionary army would not resort to such actions. It was undoubtedly the world government's hidden machinations, seeking to strip away their hard-earned happiness. This sentiment echoed silently in the hearts of countless individuals, provoking their angry glares toward the distant warships. "This is troublesome." Tina squinted, though young. She was perceptive and could sense the animosity from those around her. Honestly, as a member of the Navy, this was her first experience being treated with such hostility by ordinary citizens. They were clearly the righteous side, though others might not comprehend the atmosphere. The weight of it made them all uncomfortable. Only Saitama remained unchanged, perpetually wearing his endearingly clueless expression. He nonchalantly disembarked, his demeanor unaltered, as if eternally radiating the carefree smile of a sloth. Suddenly, the port welcomed a large contingent, led by none other than Zhao Su, Uchiha Madara's brother. "General Saitama, may I have a word?" Tina quietly reminded him. Zhao Su, unceremoniously, approached the naval contingent. An air of tension hung between the revolutionary army and the Navy as they exchanged glances. "Greetings, I am Zhao Su," he said with a slight smile. "Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" "We are here to investigate the recent assassination of merchant vessels by Revolutionary Army officials," Tina interjected before Saitama could respond. She feared that her general might inadvertently say something inappropriate, inciting a confrontation. Zhao Su was not concerned about Robin at his side, but the man who had thwarted multiple naval incursions was a different matter. It was somewhat amusing. Despite the world government's clandestine schemes, both sides' upper echelons, Robin and Tina, were acutely aware of the potential for conflict. While they trusted their leader's abilities, there was no reason to engage with such formidable opponents without cause. In response to Tina's words, Zhao Su merely smiled, Then please, esteemed members of the Navy, accompany us. Let's not block the port for those behind us. We shall proceed to the municipal hall. Very well, Saitama nodded, his expression still adorably naive, before subtly exchanging a glance with Zhao Su. Confirmed. That was the gaze of the true self. Throughout the journey, Tina remained apprehensive, fearing an abrupt attack from the Revolutionary Army. If they had any ulterior motives, how could they respond? Though she believed in Saitama's strength, they were up against Uchiha Madara, the man who had defeated Sengoku, Garp, and even captured Admiral Akainu. Even if General Saitama could navigate through the chaos, they would likely find themselves in dire straits. In this tense atmosphere, she kept her eyes wide open, vigilantly scanning for any ambushes. However, the journey unfolded without incident, and both parties arrived directly at the municipal hall's conference room. We are aware of your reasons for coming. It pertains to the merchant vessel incident, Zhao Su stated. Taking a seat after Saitama, the Revolutionary Army expresses its sorrow for those who perished beneath the waves. However, we kindly ask that you refrain from hastily concluding our involvement in this matter. The responsibility does not lie with us, and we are not to be trifled with. Zhao Su spoke earnestly, aware that certain truths were universally acknowledged. He articulated his points confidently, while Robin, observing from behind, felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, Zhao Su was able to persuade Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, Robin would have been in a precarious situation, as now is certainly not the time to engage in a conflict with the world government. Zhao Su's performance was commendable, striking a balance between firmness and flexibility, thus preserving the dignity of the Revolutionary Army while providing a way out for both parties. Oh, so you mean to say that this was not your doing, Saitama? Of course not. However, according to the sailor's report, I am unsure what that sailor conveyed, but we can investigate step by step. Firstly, who were the individuals aboard that merchant vessel? Tina paused momentarily before interjecting, stating that it was a man named Ellison. Ellison, you say? Zhao nodded and turned to inquire. Do we have any information on this individual? Robin hesitated briefly before affirmatively nodding. Yes, we do. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner outside the town hall, a figure clad in a white robe and wearing a mask gazed intently at the building. The CPO, the intelligence agency of the world government, is revered as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons. These descriptors aptly characterize the organization to which this man belongs. Despite his bizarre attire, curiously, neither the passers-by nor the security personnel of the town hall seemed to notice his presence. Beneath the mask, a pair of keen eyes fixated unwaveringly on the town hall, seemingly penetrating the walls to observe the individuals within. Suddenly, a smile crept across the masked figure's face. The mission assigned to me by the elders concerning the Revolutionary Army in Saitama has been accomplished. Chapter 219. Truly overestimating your world government. The negotiations between both parties in the conference hall continued. Robin, do we have this official? Yes, Robin nodded, then sighed, adding that we have not received any news regarding his return from the merchant ship. He has currently gone missing. Upon hearing this, Saitama's companions, including Tina, narrowed their eyes, evidently skeptical. However, Robin too felt helpless. This was the reality. The expansion of the Revolutionary Army often stemmed from the inclusion of various personnel, inevitably leading to the infiltration of some spies. Robin believed that the majority of individuals were not of such character and could not possibly collaborate with pirates to attack merchant vessels. Yet, we are currently striving to locate him, regrettably without success, Robin lamented. At this point, she remained uncertain whether the Revolutionary Army official was dead or had betrayed them. If he is dead, it signifies the world government's sinister hand at play. If he is alive, it poses a grave threat if he were to turn against the Revolutionary Army after being rehabilitated. Thus, the members of the Revolutionary Army were hesitant to speak on the matter, fearing potential repercussions. So, we cannot ascertain anything at this time. Zhao Su inquit. Indeed, Robin affirmed with a nod. Zhao Su acknowledged this and turned to Saitama and the others, stating that under the current circumstances, as you can see, I assure you we are not deceiving you. However, I must caution you that even if that official attacked the merchant vessel, it would only represent his own actions and not those of the Revolutionary Army. Zhao Su calmly remarked that the Revolutionary Army operates as a collective, and an official is merely an individual. Should he commit any wrongdoing, we will address it according to the law. This serves as a stance. It is unrealistic to expect the Revolutionary Army to be infallible, with every member being a paragon of virtue. However, individuals are distinct from the collective, and these two should not be conflated. Nonetheless, making such statements under the current circumstances seemed to imply an admission of guilt, prompting Tina and Dasky to furrow their brows in discontent. Before they could voice their concerns, Zhao Su interjected, suggesting they set aside those matters for now and focus on this issue instead. It appears that there are several surviving sailors. May we speak with them? Tina immediately became wary. Although the Revolutionary Army and the Navy are not in direct opposition, they are indeed in a tangible conflict with the world government, making their caution entirely reasonable, especially considering the previous implication of guilt. I do not intend to cause any trouble, Zhao Su smiled, but we must investigate. Our Revolutionary Army officials' fate remains uncertain, and we must ascertain the situation. Tina and the others relaxed slightly, nodding to the soldiers behind them. The sailors, as witnesses, approached Zhao Su and his party, embodying the rugged demeanor typical of men who have braved the seas. They were evidently from the lower ranks of maritime life. However, the moment they entered, Zhao Su's eyes narrowed, revealing a flicker of intrigue. The group of sailors stood before him, and the CPO outside wore a knowing smile, as he was the mastermind orchestrated by the elders for this endeavor. The reason he was directly appointed by the elders was due to his powers as a hypnosis fruit user, contrary to Zhao Su and Robin's assumptions. While the elders had long been plotting against the Revolutionary Army and Uchiha Madara, Saitama's appointment as admiral and his swift deployment to the EC had occurred only recently. It had been merely a month or two since the World Recruitment Martial Arts event. Setting up spies to manipulate events and tarnish the Revolutionary Army was not a simple task. It would require extensive preparation. Yet, Saitama's arrival was abrupt, catching the elders unprepared. However, a lack of time does not preclude the possibility of instigating some chaos. As Zhao Su articulated, one or two officials acting as spies cannot single-handedly sully the Revolutionary Army's reputation. An official is but one individual, while the collective is a multitude. Who would attribute one official's misdeeds to the Revolutionary Army as a whole, even if that official were indeed a spy for the world government? How much damage could he inflict? Moreover, the noble's transgressions were far more egregious. Thus, a glint of azure light flickered in the CPO's eyes. In truth, the official aboard the merchant vessel was not a spy. Rather, the world government had orchestrated the attack, eliminating the official to elevate a spy among his subordinates, achieving two objectives at once. Subsequently, by hypnotizing the sailors to believe they were attacked by Revolutionary Army operatives and with the Navy's subtle maneuvering, the outcome was predetermined. Of course, the true masterminds behind this scheme were about to reveal themselves. Go forth and silence them. The next moment, the eyes of three Revolutionary Army officials in the conference hall emanated a similar azure light. Their expressions suddenly twisted into grotesque masks of ferocity as they prepared to strike. Tingna and Dasiki exchanged glances, realizing that the Revolutionary Army was daring enough to take action. If they did so, their reputations would be utterly ruined. However, in the next instant, a soft sigh escaped from Zhao Xue's lips. What a pity. I had expected you to employ something of genuine substance. Instead, it's merely hypnosis. I have overestimated the world government. 6 circles manifested in his pupils. Chapter 220. The voice Tingna least wanted to hear, second update requested. Zhao Xu was not a master of political intrigue or espionage. Although he inherited the experiences of templates, he did not adopt their essence. In truth, even if he had absorbed their mindset, it would have been of little use, as these templates, aside from the homebound ones, relied primarily on brute strength. Thus, he had somewhat exaggerated the prowess of the world government. Undoubtedly, the world government was formidable. CP1 and CP9 were exceptionally powerful intelligence agencies, and it would be entirely accurate to label them as the strongest espionage organization. However, even they could not create a flawless trap in such a short span. Though Rubin understood espionage better than Zhao Xu, her insights stemmed more from her experience in fleeing rather than intelligence gathering. Moreover, the formidable memories of the world government from her childhood only served to amplify their perceived strength in both of their minds. Yet, the reality was that it was merely hypnosis, as revealed by Zhao Xue's 6 circles. The 3 officials behind him had yet to fully rise before they lunged forward menacingly. In the next moment, they abruptly halted, remaining motionless like a mural. Tingna and Dasiki's expressions changed, just as they were about to act. They witnessed their adversaries restraining themselves. How powerful! In an instant, they had incapacitated 3 bounty hunters, each with a price on their heads exceeding 10 million. Although these 3 posed no threat to them, the sheer swiftness of their restraint indicated that Zhao Xu, the brother of Uchiha Bon, was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, what was happening? A flicker of confusion crossed the eyes of the two women. How intriguing. Is this some sort of supernatural ability? Saitama mused with a nonchalant expression. Yet, Zhaoxiu ignored him and suddenly raised a hand. Having watched such a performance from over there, now that we actors have arrived, why do you not join us? Universaltraction. In the next moment, an overwhelming force surged forth. The CPQ agents' expressions changed as they attempted to flee, only to be drawn toward Zhaoxiu, crashing through the walls of the city hall and landing squarely on the table before him. The world government's intelligence agencies. Rubin and Tingna exchanged alarmed glances and sprang to their feet. That familiar visage, that distinctive aura, who else could it be? The Siki, however, appeared puzzled. CP0? What is that? The world government's covert intelligence apparatus consisted not only of CP1 through CP8, but also included the hidden CP9 and the formidable CP, regarded as the shield of the celestial dragons. Yet, these two entities remained largely unknown, even to the likes of the mayor of Water City, Ice Mountain. This meant that the current situation was orchestrated by the world government. Tingna's pupils contracted. Astute as she was, she immediately grasped this implication. Unlike Dasiki, Tingna, as a vice admiral, had been privy to many secrets beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, making it easier for her to connect the dots. Who would benefit most from a conflict between Saitama and Uchiha? However, had they considered our safety? Tingna bit her lip, her eyes flashing with indignation. Uchiha was capable of defeating Sengoku, Garp, and a multitude of vice admirals, and yet they were recklessly intruding into enemy territory. Perhaps Saitama could escape through his own strength, potentially matching Uchiha, but they had no hope of survival. The revolutionary army was filled with capable individuals, such as Zhaoxiu before her. Those wretched fools. Tingna silently cursed. She did not fear sacrifice, having long since accepted the possibility of dying in battle as a Navy officer. However, that did not mean she would resign herself to an inexplicable demise. At that moment, the CPQ agents began to struggle frantically. As a member of CP0, he certainly would not place his hopes on the enemy's negligence. "Help me," he bellowed. In the next instant, a blue light flickered in his eyes, and the two Revolutionary Army officials, along with the 7 Navy personnel opposite them, simultaneously launched their attacks. Their expressions twisted with fury as though they had encountered a sworn enemy, surging towards Zhaoxiu with murderous intent. Among them was Dasiki. Though she had risen through the ranks and gained considerable strength, still lacked the unyielding resolve of later generations. Once CP's abilities were unleashed, she found herself manipulated, charging at Zhaoxiu, accompanied by a host of ordinary witnesses and sailors, all desperate and willing to sacrifice their lives for the cause. If one were to consider the distance between the Navy and the Revolutionary Army, it might even provide him with an opportunity to escape. Yet, was this truly the essence of villainy? A voice, tinged with a hint of nonchalance, echoed. His pupils constricted as he perceived a fist barreling towards him. The strength of this CPQ agent was formidable. In fact, every member of CP0 was exceptionally powerful, rivaling that of admirals. While he may not possess such caliber, he could still match an ordinary vice admiral without relying on a devil fruit. However, with a resounding boom, Saitama unleashed a powerful punch that obliterated the upper half of the CPO agent. Blood splattered, and flesh littered the ground, painting the conference hall red. In an instant, Dasiki and the others were momentarily taken aback before returning to their senses. The sailors who had been hypnotized earlier stared blankly, bewildered, pondering. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? Simultaneously, the commotion that had forcibly drawn the CPQ agent over-intensified. Many Revolutionary Army officials rushed in. What happened? What transpired? Is it the Navy? Are they about to strike? Tension filled the air. Tingna's expression tightened, tinged with gravity. Saitama's rapid action could easily convey a lethal intent. At that moment, the voice Tingna dreaded most rang out. What happened, brother? What is going on? Uchiha had arrived. Chapter 221. The dragon is ambushed. Chapter 221. The dragon ambushed the blood-red armor, cascading long hair, and haughty gaze belonged to Uchiha Madara, the man who had vanquished the Navy's numerous encirclements and even captured Akainu. Tina and the others immediately tensed up, their expressions grave. Given the current circumstances, he might truly take action. After all, the one seeking trouble was the world government behind the Navy, and Admiral Saitama was still mercilessly eliminating foes. What happened, brother? Uchiha Madara coldly inquired, his eyes radiating a chilling aura as he scanned Tina and the others. Aside from Saitama, who remained as laid-back as ever, the others felt an overwhelming pressure, as if a blade were poised at their throats, the very essence of death itself. Suddenly, Robin produced a din mushi, starting. I recorded it. Tina's expression shifted as she realized that even if they brought it out for a duel, the Revolutionary Army would suffer no loss of reputation. The CPO was a secretive organization, known to only a select few, including those at higher echelons. Of course, the world government could deny any accountability, but they had long since lost any shred of integrity. However, for those present, Tina couldn't help but swallow hard. Saitama was indeed strong, but he was merely an admiral. Perhaps Des Bounty was singularly focused on the belief that Saitama wasn't a villain. Yet in the eyes of most, Uchiha Madara, who could contend with the likes of Sengoku and Garp, was not someone an admiral could provoke. Zhao Su chuckled and replied, "It's nothing, just a minor incident." "Is that so?" Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes at the half-destroyed corpse on the ground. Is the world government becoming unruly again? Or do they require another visit to Mary Geos to understand the consequences of seeking death? His eyes brimmed with cold, murderous intent. Are they truly so fearless as to act against my brother? The Navy personnel felt an oppressive weight around them. Were they really to perish at the hands of Uchiha Madara? Yet the next moment, Zhao Su nonchalantly remarked, "No need for that. Such a degree of aggression is utterly incapable of harming me." He then turned to Saitama and the others with a reassuring smile, saying, "Rest assured, everything is fine. We've heard about Admiral Saitama's matters. These trifles can be disregarded." Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, then collectively exhaled in relief. Indeed, the incident with Saitama's insubordination had been quite the uproar, and those who had followed him were well aware. It seemed that the opposing side considered Saitama and the world government's actions as not being aligned. Thus, they finally relaxed. Saitama's strength was formidable, and in Des Bounty's eyes, he likely equaled Uchiha Madara in power. However, they were weak. The strongest among them, Tina, was still no match for an ordinary vice admiral. Frankly speaking, had Saitama not ascended to admiral and immediately been dispatched to the East Blue, he would have had at least one vice admiral under his command. Alas, the strongest among them remained Tina. Saitama appeared oblivious, as if he hadn't comprehended Zhao Su's words. Of course, to Tina and the others, it seems Saitama genuinely did not understand, or perhaps even if he did, he simply did not care because he was strong enough. In summary, everyone present can attest that this incident has little to do with us revolutionaries, correct? Zhao Su inquit. Tina and the others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. With the CPO already involved, what more needed to be discussed? "That is splendid," Zhao Su said, revealing a smile before turning to Robin. "Robin, since the misunderstanding has been resolved, let us prepare a banquet to entertain the Navy personnel." Robin hesitated, unsure of Zhao Su's intentions, yet she nodded in agreement. "No need. Tina began to refuse, but was interrupted when she saw Saitama looking expectantly, asking, "Is there food? Is it free?" Unlike Robin and the others, who were averse to the world government's actions, Zhao Su felt a great sense of relief upon discovering the opposing side had hypnotic abilities. Indeed, the world government had collected such powers. This individual had already been feigned dead under Saitama's pretense, thoroughly sealed away. After all, what if the one who could hypnotize others possessed the ability to undo or recognize such hypnosis? Thus, when Zhao Su identified this individual, he resolved to capture him. The control exerted by Doflamingo and Crocodile could not be easily undone. The powers of the devil fruit varied greatly, but only after a person's death could another similar fruit emerge. If that person remained alive, no new hypnotist would ever appear. Naturally, Zhao Su could not allow the hypnotist to perish. However, given the situation, it was impossible to keep him alive without appearing to kill him. Thus, Zhao Su, along with his two clones, orchestrated a grand performance. The illusion combined with Uchiha Madara's sudden appearance left everyone too distracted to notice any flaws. The ensuing banquet drew everyone away from the conference hall, resulting in a flawless resolution. Although Tina and the others remained on edge, nothing untoward transpired during the banquet. As it was not the focal point, Saitama, carefree, indulged in a hearty meal before casually taking several portions of fries back to his ship. Robin silently watched their departure and finally couldn't help but ask, "Zhao Su, what are you thinking? The Navy isn't our direct enemy, but they are still adversaries. Why did you?" Her face was filled with confusion. After Saitama took action, there was a clear opportunity to pin the blame for the murders on him. Yet Zhao Su chose to treat them to a meal and let them leave. If the timing had been precise, one could have eliminated an admiral. Had it not been for her knowledge that Zhao Su would never betray them, she might have suspected he had accepted bribes from the Navy. It's nothing. Zhao Su TheUchiha. How could he reveal Saitama's true identity to Robin? However, he had prepared another rationale. Saitama could actually be of use to us. Zhao Su Muset. His sense of justice ought to conflict significantly with that of the Navy and the Celestial Dragons, presenting ample opportunities for manipulation. Moreover, my invitation for a meal was not merely a simple gesture. Robin tilted her head, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. I also shared some information with him. Zhao Su continued, smiling, about matters in the East Blue. The Revolutionary Army has firmly established itself in the Goa Kingdom and should consider expansion. Although Saitama is with the Navy, his persona is essentially a facade for me, representing a potential asset. If all goes smoothly, Zhao Su narrowed his eyes. The world government has compelled him to hastily return to the Donghai, truly believing him to be a benevolent gentleman, unaware of the potential for retribution. The anticipated clash between Saitama and Madara did not materialize, a piece of news that swiftly circulated, leaving many in profound disappointment. Concurrently, the vindication of the Revolutionary Army also disillusioned numerous individuals. The defamation persists relentlessly, even though Saitama has substantiated the Revolutionary Army's innocence. The aristocrats are disinclined to allow the Revolutionary Army to appear too innocent. Slander and calumny are but tools at our disposal. We can financially incentivize the press to engage in relentless vilification. Should any issues arise, they are welcome to confront us. Regardless, even without our smear campaign, they would still target us. This is a reality even Zhao Su cannot alter. The aristocracy is inherently the target of the Revolutionary Army's uprising. Defaming the Revolutionary Army merely provides them with an additional justification to eliminate them. He can only issue a warning to the press, perhaps by splashing a bucket of dog blood on the president while he sleeps. These are trivial matters he orchestrates while another endeavor progresses slowly. As Zhao Su was preparing to depart from the Goya Kingdom to welcome Hawkeye's challenge in Wano, a piece of news broke forth. The machinations of the five elders had failed against the Revolutionary Army in the Goya Kingdom. Yet they had severely wounded another faction of the Revolutionary Army, the Dragon. Originally planning to overthrow the New Lawn Kingdom in the Shihai and establish a revolutionary stronghold rivaling that of the Goya Kingdom, was ambushed by CP and sustained grievous injuries. He was ultimately rescued at the cost of his life by the king of the half-monsters, Ivankov, while the revolutionary warriors in the New Lawn Kingdom suffered catastrophic losses, with over half of their forces decimated. Chapter 222, Why Are You Silent? The dragon's injuries left him pale and disheartened. He had failed. The Revolutionary Army's plans had crumbled. The world government, endowed with abundant manpower and resources, had deployed spies cultivated over many years to uncover the Revolutionary Army strategies. 2 Admiral-level CP agents, alongside several weaker yet formidable individuals, nearly left him in the New Lawn Kingdom. Had it not been for Ivankov's desperate rescue, the cost would have been monumental. Ivankov withstood the enemy's assault, utilizing healing hormones to swiftly recover and escape with him. However, the side effects of the healing hormones are a reduction in lifespan. The dragon gazed at Ivankov, his expression darkened with disappointment. Was he truly this weak? While Uchiha Madara engaged with the strongest naval forces in the Donghai, he managed to seize an entire Goya Kingdom from the grasp of the world government. In contrast, his own attempts to act against the chaotic Shihai were thwarted, merely repelled by a few intelligence agents of the world government. The disparity was staggering. With a deep sigh, the dragon regarded his hastily bandaged wounds, faint traces of blood seeping through the gauze. Yet, he paid no heed to the pain, bowing his head in despair. Dragon, do not indulge in such thoughts, Ivankov comforted. Despite her own grievous injuries, some even surpassing those of the dragon, are you not strong enough? The power of an admiral is already among the world's elite. The kingdom of the half-monsters may lack awareness, but I possess data that pales in comparison to Uchiha Madara's capabilities, the dragon murmured. You are aware that the personnel and supplies being dispatched to the Revolutionary Army from the Goya Kingdom now rival the sum of all previous revolutionary strongholds. The prior bases of the Revolutionary Army were situated in remote regions of the Grand Line, areas the Navy had no interest in subjugating, nor did the world government care much for, such as the White Earth Island and Baldigo. The economy was already fragile, compounded by contributions to the revolutionary cause, thus unable to engage in large-scale trade with the world government. While the living conditions for residents had improved somewhat, it was merely marginal. In contrast, the Goya Kingdom, geographically situated in the Donghai, had established trade agreements with the world government, and with Uchiha Madara's military prowess, there was no need to invest exorbitantly in maintaining an army. The outcome was an economy comparable to that of the entire Revolutionary Army's bases, which is precisely why the dragon yearned to open a front in the Shihai. Ivankov, how long have we been in the Revolutionary Army? The dragon inquired after a moment of silence. Approximately 12 or 13 years, I believe, Ivankov replied thoughtfully. Indeed, 12 or 13 years, the dragon nodded, then raised his head in lament. Yet, the accumulation of 2 or 3 years pales in comparison to the upheaval Uchiha Madara has wrought in just 1 or 2 years. Ivankov, do you think we are truly this inept? A pang of anxiety struck Ivankov. The dragon, as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, rarely voiced such sentiments of weakness. What had befallen him? Had he been too severely impacted by Uchiha Madara? The accomplishments of the Revolutionary Army were ultimately a reflection of your own merit. The previous accumulations were not in vain, he declared without hesitation. Uchiha Madara has merely exploited our efforts. He is but fortunate, he continued, a heavy tone of resentment in his words. In truth, when Uchiha Madara initially set his sights on the Goya Kingdom, none of the Revolutionary Army held him in high regard. Ultimately, they were proven wrong, leaving the dragon feeling too ashamed to revisit his homeland of the Goya Kingdom. The elders were concerned with reputation, while the newcomers, such as Robin, flourished in the Goya Kingdom. The dragon's sudden decision to act against the new Lan Kingdom in the Shihai was partly spurred on by these elders. Perhaps, after receiving Ivankov's reassurance, the dragon sighed deeply. Uchiha Madara was indeed formidable. However, the auxiliary personnel, most of whom were painstakingly accumulated by the dragon, were equally vital. The merits of the Goya Kingdom undeniably contained the fruits of the dragon's long-standing efforts. Observing the dragon gradually rekindle his fighting spirit, Ivankov felt a sense of relief. As a veteran of the Revolutionary Army, Ivankov held greater trust in the dragon, remaining indifferent to the sudden rise of Uchiha Madara. Their faith lay firmly with the dragon, the very architect of the Revolutionary Army. Yet this setback had undeniably left a significant mark. The dragon and his comrades were gravely injured, with many others suffering heavy casualties. Had it not been for the recent improvement in the Revolutionary Army's financial situation, this upheaval would have forced the Revolutionary Army into hibernation for 5 or 6 years to recuperate. Although Ivankov was somewhat wary of the dragon's despondence, he could not help but feel grateful for Uchiha Madara, provided that the dragon did not entertain thoughts of relinquishing command to him. How long had Uchiha Madara been part of the Revolutionary Army? Could he be trusted? Did he possess sufficient capability to lead the revolutionaries forward? Suddenly, a soldier of the Revolutionary Army, brimming with excitement, rushed over. Mr. Dragon, Mr. Ivankov, come quickly. You must see this. The soldier's face radiated joy. This was a momentous report. What is it? The dragon's expression shifted, as though the earlier gloom had vanished. Being a leader, he understood the importance of maintaining composure before his subordinates. It was only because Ivankov was an old comrade that he allowed a hint of despondency to show. The warriors of the Revolutionary Army, of course, were oblivious to these matters. With an exuberant expression, one of them brought forth the congratulatory news, exclaiming to Mr. Long, "In the East Sea, our Revolutionary Army's territory has expanded. Mr. Jiboban has taken down the 2 small nations adjacent to the Goya Kingdom. This land now entirely belongs to our Revolutionary Army. Why are you, Mr. Long and Mr. Ivankov, silent? What troubles you?" he asked, gazing curiously at the stunned expressions of Long and Ivankov. Chapter 222. The Damned Gorosei. First update requested. This operation against the nations neighboring the Goya Kingdom was indeed a scheme orchestrated by Zhao Su. The source of this endeavor was, to an extent, his aptitude for political maneuvering, possessing a broad vision and strategic acumen, aided by the template provided by Kong. Although Kong could hardly manifest in the realm of pirates, it did not imply that his abilities were rendered unusable. His proficiency in psychological analysis and behavioral prediction allowed Zhao Su to utilize approximately 30% of his capabilities, which was more than sufficient to rival an ordinary strategist. The trap he set was rather straightforward. Prior to Saitama's departure, Zhao Su had relayed several pieces of intelligence to him. These were not particularly significant tidings, merely the locations of a few pirates. These pirates, relatively formidable in the East Sea, seldom plundered merchant vessels, instead engaging in the nefarious trade of human trafficking. Upon confirming this information, Saitama promptly acted to eliminate these pirates. This was an indisputable matter. Even the world government could only express satisfaction upon witnessing it. However, unbeknownst to all, these seemingly ordinary pirates had connections to prominent nobles in the two kingdoms behind the Guia kingdom. It was possible that these pirates were mere pawns for the aristocracy, exploiting their noble status to shield their piratical activities and engage in the trafficking of slaves. Naturally, the profits would be funneled back to the nobles. Occasionally, some pirates were indeed wiped out, but replenishing their ranks was a minor concern for the nobles, as they were indifferent to such losses. After all, pirates in this era were as numerous as cattle, while adventurer-like pirates, such as Luffy, were exceedingly rare. Yet this time, Saitama's cleansing was remarkably thorough. Historically, the Navy's purges would merely eliminate one or two pawns among the aristocracy, never managing to eradicate an entire network across vast seas. The Navy itself maintained designated operational zones, making cross-territorial pursuits improbable. Nevertheless, did the Navy's admirals truly abide by these territorial claims? Upon Saitama's arrival in the East Sea, he effectively nullified their authority over the region. The outcome was unforeseen. The aristocrats' pawns were obliterated in a remarkably short span, leaving them struggling to find new financial sources. Naturally, the nobles cursed Saitama, yet they could not quickly assemble replacements for their lost pawns. Being nobles, they were bound by a sense of dignity, which dictated that their expenditures remained lavish. At times, they would rather incur debt than relinquish their so-called noble image. With fixed expenses and dwindling finances, these nobles could only resort to exploiting the commoners. In their eyes, the common folk existed solely to serve them, their lives and deaths being of no consequence. They acted without a shred of psychological burden, resulting in the widespread suffering of the commoners in the two kingdoms. However, this plight was not uncommon. The nobles would eventually ease their oppression once new pawns emerged. Although they were indifferent to the potential extinction of the common folk, they did not wish to lose their servants. It was at this juncture that the Revolutionary Army, having stealthily infiltrated, made their appearance. Armed with evidence of the nobles' collusion with the pirates, they fervently disseminated their findings, quickly garnering the support of the commoners. They even forcefully stormed several noble-run slave prisons, liberating those yet to be sold. The commoners, incensed, rallied under the Revolutionary Army's banner and launched an offensive against the kingdom. It goes without saying that the kingdoms of the East Sea could hardly withstand the assault of the Revolutionary Army. Before the world government could react, the two water kingdoms had already hoisted the flag of the Revolutionary Army. The Navy had just begun to mobilize, with a number of fleeing nobles attempting to compel them into action. Everyone then beheld the figure of Uchiha Ban standing upon the coastline. Clones. This was a well-known ability of Uchiha Ban, yet even these clones had previously triumphed over admirals. Who would dare to act recklessly in the East Sea under such circumstances? Consequently, the two small nations changed hands in the blink of an eye. In a state of shock, the world government was left speechless, and upon receiving this news, the Gorosei were filled with ire, yet ultimately had to swallow their indignation. The treaty between the Revolutionary Army and the world government contained significant loopholes. The Revolutionary Army had never proclaimed its intent to refrain from toppling nations or propagating its ideology. Likewise, the world government had never asserted that they would refrain from engaging the Revolutionary Army should they encounter them elsewhere. The so-called peace treaty was merely a reluctant agreement forged under the coercive might of Uchiha Ban. Had they been capable of defeating Uchiha Ban, they would have acted long ago. However, this ultimately led them to forego any actions against the two nations. While subduing these small nations was not a daunting task, if they could not vanquish Uchiha Ban, what significance would there be in obliterating the two nations? Provoking Uchiha Ban could potentially lead to the destruction of the entire East Sea. Both sides were wary of each other, compounded by the Gorosei's prior provocations against Uchiha Ban through CPQ and their simultaneous assault on Long. This, perhaps, was the retribution of Uchiha Ban. Losers in the political game must accept their blows and stand firm. Regardless, they had been preparing for a confrontation with Uchiha Ban, believing that victory would allow them to reclaim everything. Long quickly learned of the news as it pertained to the inner workings of the Revolutionary Army. In truth, Uchiha Ban was aware of the situation regarding the two small nations after Saitama's departure. At the time, Ivankov had voiced considerable complaints, questioning whether this would not affect their own manpower. However, given the limited number of individuals required, they paid little mind to it. Who would have imagined that it would be so successful? The second and third nations in the Four Seas had turned to our side. Long was momentarily speechless. While Ivankov's mouth hung agape, they had gathered forces from various quarters, amassing a significant portion of their combat strength, only to find that it paled in comparison to Jibo Ban's seemingly effortless maneuvers. Was it Zhao Su who provided the suggestion? Uchiha Ban remained as proud as ever. Yet, they were brothers. Why divide the credit? Their own failure contrasted sharply with the other's success achieved with minimal effort. Long's lips moved slightly as he let out a deep sigh. Ivankov, are we truly this powerless? This time, unlike the last, Ivankov struggled to articulate any excuses. Long gazed at the report, plunged into a lengthy silence. Although he had always been resolute, he could not help but entertain the thought of whether it would be better to entrust the Revolutionary Army to Uchiha Ban. Meanwhile, Zhao Su remained unconcerned with Long and Ivankov's thoughts. As the Gorosei surmised, he was merely retaliating against their machinations aimed at him. The two diminutive nations possess mediocre economic conditions and geographical advantages, with their land area significantly inferior to that of the Guayawangwa. Each country encompasses merely one or two small towns, their combined territory approximating that of the new Lanwangwa, which is on the verge of action. Had it not been for the Five Elders' intervention, they likely would have been allowed to languish for an extended period, as they are easily conquerable. However, despite the considerable advantage held by Zhao Su, his countenance was grim. Cursing under his breath, he piloted the Vimana at maximum speed. Damn it, how did Eagle Eye arrive so swiftly? I'm merely delayed due to retaliating against the world government, and yet you're already here. This is all the fault of the Five Elders. According to the latest information from his clone, Eagle Eye had indeed reached the Land of Harmony, aiming to challenge Gengmu Jianba. How on earth can I find an excuse to temporarily avoid this battle? Engaging Eagle Eye with my clone could lead to significant blunders. In truth, Zhao Su did not linger long in the East Sea, being aware of Eagle Eye's challenge. Nevertheless, considering Eagle Eye's temperament, it was unlikely he would take a direct path to the Land of Harmony. The Grand Line skies are notoriously fickle, despite Eagle Eye's strength. His vessel is quite small and lacks a navigator. When accounting for provisions and other necessities, Zhao Su still had time. Thus, he decided to orchestrate a scheme in the East Sea to retaliate against the Five Elders. However, he was taken aback by how rapidly Eagle Eye arrived. Indeed, he had arrived. The concerns Zhao Su harbored did materialize, but they vanished entirely with the assistance of the world government. The world government had approached him, dispatching ships to escort Eagle Eye to the Land of Harmony. This was not merely escorting. The world government had issued a summons to Eagle Eye to engage in battle with Gengmu Jianba. Eagle Eye was indifferent, as he had always intended to confront Gengmu Jianba. The world government, too, had made many promises. After all, they never lacked money or resources. Although the Five Elders would no longer underestimate swordsmen, Eagle Eye was not the type to engage in a joint attack against an opponent. It would be far better to let them compete. Who knows? Perhaps Gengmu Jianba was concealing his true strength. Indeed, their speculation was accurate. Gengmu Jianba had indeed hidden his prowess, as he had never showcased his swordsmanship during his battle with Akainu. Allowing them to clash posed no detriment and could yield numerous benefits. Should Gengmu Jianba be defeated, the world government's objectives would be fulfilled. Thus, with the aid of the world government's escort vessels, Eagle Eye had no need to search for islands for supplies, nor did he have to worry about being disturbed by pirates during his slumber. Everything was efficiently managed by the world government's escort ships, allowing him to proceed with peace of mind. The world government and the Navy are not one and the same. Saitama's deployment to the East Sea yielded no intelligence. The Revolutionary Army had just sustained significant losses, compounded by the division of manpower due to the two small nations. Apart from these two disguises, Gilgamesh and Gengmu Jianba are not individuals who delve deeply into intelligence research. The subordinates were not overly concerned about Eagle Eye's challenge, which had long since circulated. At this point, it was merely a slight variation from the original report, fearing that their leader might impose punishment upon them. As a result, by the time Zhao Su had yet to arrive in the Land of Harmony, Eagle Eye had already made his entrance. Is this the Land of Harmony? Eagle Eye stepped forth onto its territory, his keen eyes scanning the landscape. The nation had been established for mere months, and the citizens were no longer as astonished to see an outsider as they had been in the beginning. Nevertheless, some amazement remained. Eagle-Eye Mihawk surveyed his surroundings. Noting the abundance of sword-wielders, his eyes narrowing. The Land of Harmony is a nation where nearly all its citizens are swordsmen, with the samurai's sword almost becoming a symbol of their identity. A nation of swordsmen. Could there possibly be a warrior here who would meet my expectations? Where is Gungmu Jinba? Mihawk calmly inquired. An official from the world government nearby nodded and bowed, assuring him, "We will contact the world government's office immediately. Please rest assured, results will come swiftly." In truth, I had already informed the world government officials here upon disembarking, so it is likely that Gungmu Jinba has received news of our arrival. Perhaps he may even come to us before we have left the port. Mihawk nodded without further comment. The primary reason he had agreed to accompany the world government officials was to leverage their influence to swiftly connect with Gungmu Jinba. Gungmu Jinba is indeed a significant figure for the nation. Although his own status is considerable, visiting without prior arrangements would undoubtedly be cumbersome. Given that the Land of Harmony has only recently been established, Gungmu Jinba's reputation is not widely known outside, though the world government is somewhat aware. However, they would not disclose this information to Eagle-Eye. The group continued onward, and in the realm of the warlords of the sea, Eagle-Eye is considered among the most affable, compared to the likes of Don Quixote da Flamingo, who once commanded the navy, or Crocodile, whose aura is chillingly oppressive. Eagle-Eye appears almost benevolent. As the group exited the port, they observed an official, drenched in sweat, pacing anxiously around the vicinity. What has happened? One of the world government officials demanded, his expression stern upon recognizing the man. The perspiring official was one dispatched by the world government. Upon hearing the inquiry, he dared not wipe the sweat from his brow, his face tinged with distress. "What is it?" Mihawk inquired calmly. "Oh, my lord, what is the matter?" The official pressed, his tone growing more urgent. "Did I not instruct you to inform Gungmu Jinba of our arrival? Have you done so?" Despite Eagle-Eye's seemingly amiable demeanor, he is still one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The world government could not afford to take liberties with him. Should he discover any discrepancies, it could cost him dearly. "My lord, I have indeed reported it," the official stammered, beads of sweat cascading down his face. "And what was the response?" the official inquired, his anger slightly abated. "He laughed heartily and is on his way to the port," the official replied. "Oh, is that so?" Hearing this, the official's expression softened considerably. It appeared that Gungmu Jinba's temperament aligned with the world government's expectations. "However, where is he? Why do I not see him?" The official glanced around, puzzled. Gungmu Jinba is tall and imposing, with a fierce presence. Having seen his photograph, it would be impossible not to recognize him. Perhaps he is lost? The official's forehead glistened with even more sweat, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Huh." The entire group, including Eagle-Eye, wore expressions of confusion. Chapter 225, Gungmu Jinba. I have been searching for you for 3 days and nights. Even the members of the Baisho pirates are well aware that by Gungmu Jinba, after vanquishing Kaido, found himself unable to locate the coastline. This unfortunate event ultimately resulted in the Baisho pirates maintaining a considerable degree of strength in the ensuing days. Upon learning of this predicament, many high-ranking officials from Wano country were left heartbroken, lamenting that it would have been fortuitous to have assigned Gungmu Jinba a guide. Not necessarily for the guide's utility, but merely to ensure he was familiar with the route. Alas, the past cannot be revisited. As an official of the world government, he had conducted extensive investigations into various circumstances and was privy to many details. For instance, the general of Wano was also somewhat directionally challenged. Before Gungmu Jinba had defeated the general, Kaido, he had taken the current female general on a quest to locate Kaido's farm. After 3 days and nights of searching, they fortuitously stumbled upon their target, all while persistently inquiring for directions. Otherwise, it seemed these two might have searched in vain until their last breath. Such tales, while amusing to intelligence officers, were merely taken as light-hearted anecdotes. However, now that he found himself a mere supporting character in this amusing narrative, he felt a twinge of sorrow instead of laughter. The lost official of the world government exchanged bewildered glances with Mihawk, the formidable swordsman known as Hawkeye. Though one's strength does not necessarily correlate with a sense of direction, one would expect a heightened awareness. Being lost in a territory that could be considered one's own domain is indeed quite remarkable. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Wano, the influx of imported grain has significantly improved the living standards of the people. Particularly, the cessation of operations at polluting factories has allowed some untainted land to gradually regain its vitality. In truth, nature possesses remarkable recuperative abilities, provided it is not subjected to continuous harm. The plight of the common folk upon the arrival of Luffy and his companions stemmed from the fact that General Kaido had ruled for a full 20 years, persistently damaging the environment. Although a decade of devastation has passed since then, ample unpolluted land remains. With the backing of the General Shogunate, these lands are being vigorously cultivated. While this year has yet to yield a harvest, the faces of the people already radiate with joy. For them, a mere improvement in their circumstances suffices. A farmer, engaged in tilling the soil, wore a genuine smile. Suddenly, what was that? The farmer squinted into the distance as a cloud of dust approached, drawing nearer. In the next moment, a burly man appeared before her, running fervently. "Hey, woman," Genmu Jinba called out, his voice as raspy as ever. "Which way to the hidden port?" The hidden port is the only safe passage into Wano, through which outsiders often enter, effectively making it the sole port in the country. Over there," the farmer replied, momentarily taken aback before pointing in the direction of the port, roughly to Genmu Jinba's left side. It could be said to be in the opposite direction, although not entirely so. "Did I run the wrong way?" Genmu Jinba grimaced, then unhesitatingly turned and sprinted off. "Why doesn't this place have any signposts to assist everyone? What a hassle." The farmer, watching the rapidly receding figure, pondered what on earth he was doing. And why did he suddenly turn? That direction is all wrong. However, she said nothing further, knowing she could not possibly catch up. After all, she was merely an ordinary farmer, not well-versed in the changes occurring in Wano. All she knew was that the general had been replaced and that life was improving for everyone, perhaps due to something called the Tuchuan Core. She might have heard of Genmu Jinba's name, but she had never seen him in person. In Wano, there are no cameras or den mushi, and the farmer paid little mind. For her, farming was the utmost priority. Not long after, a group of individuals clad in the attire of Wano officials hurriedly approached. "Excuse me, did the tall man just pass by asking for directions?" they inquired, panting heavily. The leader produced a photo from the outside world, prominently featuring Genmu Jinba's visage. "That's him," she confirmed with a nod. "And where did he go?" The group pressed. "He was looking for the way to the hidden port and ran that way." She gestured, "But he went the wrong way. I could see it as he ran." A collective cry of despair echoed from the Wano officials, their expressions a portrait of sorrow. "What a pitiful sight," they lamented, their hearts heavy. "Enough. Let us pursue him," the leading official remarked, his face a mixture of confusion and humor. "We anticipated this outcome. After all, who among us could outrun that man?" The group, tears streaming down their faces, sighed heavily, but nonetheless trudged in the direction indicated by the farmer. As for the farmer, while life in Wano had improved remarkably, it also felt a bit strange. 3 days later, an exuberant figure exclaimed, "You are the world's strongest swordsman." As he gazed at Mihawk, Genmu Jinba appeared utterly unfazed, wielding his sword, declaring, "I have sought you for 3 days and nights. Let's battle." With that, he pointed his sword at Mihawk, igniting a fervent desire for combat. However, Mihawk merely lifted his teacup for a sip, suppressing his reluctance to engage. "You sought me for 3 days, but I have awaited you for 3 days." Chapter 226. The battle begins. Fortunately, Genmu Jinba's penchant for getting lost is not a secret. Initially unable to locate the farm, Zhao Su had to use illusions to confuse Guangri and had to wander for several days before finally locating it. Later, he intended to head to the capital, the Flower City, but ended up gravitating towards the bandit territory instead. In truth, being directionally challenged often presents a dilemma. For instance, Zhao Su could have reached the farm immediately, but was compelled to meander, all for the sake of adding a touch of authenticity to the narrative. Yet sometimes, being lost is a convenient excuse. Had Genmu Jinba rushed towards the shore immediately after defeating Kaido, he could have potentially decimated 2/3 of the Baisho pirates. Moreover, there would have been no rationale for restraint. After all, he was a combat enthusiast, eager to engage even his allies, so why not confront the enemy? Injuries? Were they truly a deterrent for Genmu Jinba? However, if he had indeed eradicated the Baisho pirates, what choices Kaido would have made remain unclear to Zhao Su. Nevertheless, the 11th Division would likely have emerged as the dominant force among the warriors of Wano. Genmu Jinba is not one to relish teamwork. He is simply a warrior who fights, dares to fight, and yearns to fight. While many may idolize him, the existence of such a reckless warrior is undoubtedly something that others could manipulate to their advantage. However, The 100 Beast Pirates and the Samurai of Heziguo are currently locked in mutual hostility and a delicate balance, with the soldiers of Germa acting as a binding agent. The 11th Division operates under the command of this man, unwavering and without excuses. Those who dare to defy him will be swiftly ousted by the other two factions. Moreover, the most significant advantage is that I have been searching for you for 3 days and nights. Genmu Kenpachi, with an expression of excitement, points his sword at Hawk. I'm my Hawk. My Hawk's lips twitch, uncertain whether to remind him that it was he who had been waiting for 3 days and nights, not the other way around. Nonetheless, he nods and agrees to commence. After all, he came for battle. Upon hearing this, Genmu Kenpachi reveals a slightly sinister smile. Hawk-Eye is one of us. If you lose, we shall honor our agreement. An official from the world government interjects. Mr. Genmu Kenpachi, spare us the chatter. Let's fight. The battleground is an open space outside the capital of Heziguo, Hana no Kuni. Unlike the previous encounter with Akainu, this time, a crowd surrounds the two combatants. The samurai and officials of Heziguo stand at a distance, observing the figures of the two men with keen interest. The people of Heziguo possess a deep admiration for strength. Even though Genmu Kenpachi has left the 100 Beast Pirates, many pirates have joined the 11th Division, and he remains an object of reverence among the samurai. Some even proclaim that Oni God Kenpachi is the strongest warrior of Heziguo, disregarding Genmu Kenpachi's repeated assertions of his origins from Shirhanjie. His battle instantly captivates the attention of numerous onlookers, including samurai, commoners, and merchants seizing the opportunity to peddle food and snacks nearby. The previous clash with Akainu transpired too swiftly for anyone to learn of it, but this time, the officials of Heziguo sought Genmu Kenpachi for a full 3 days. While not everyone in Hana no Kuni is aware of the news, the spectacle is simply too enticing to miss. The crowd forms a circle around the two, though they dare not approach. The diameter of the circle spans approximately 2 kilometers. Those with lesser strength or vision cannot discern the figures, only perceiving vague silhouettes. Hawkeye My Hawk has come at the behest of the world government. Lei Jio squints at the distant figure of the world's strongest swordsman. Even the warriors of Heziguo have heard of his name. Strength is one thing. Yet what does it matter? Kazuki Odin scoffs, confident that Kenpachi will not lose. Lei Jio glances at him, remaining silent. Genmu Kenpachi is indeed formidable, having even defeated the Yonko Kaido, but My Hawk's strength is not to be underestimated. It is well known that many wield swords in this world, including the Yonko Shanks, the Navy's Akainu, and the warriors of Heziguo, with many in the Navy carrying swords as their weapon of choice. Swords are universally recognized as the most common weapon. However, the title of the strongest swordsman has long been held by My Hawk, a reputation that remains unshaken. She perceives that this general of Heziguo harbors some sentiments toward Genmu Kenpachi, viewing her as a potential rival sent by her father. Yet, victory is by no means guaranteed. Lei Jio narrows her eyes, observing the arena. Suddenly, the two men, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, spring into action. Genmu Kenpachi, laughing maniacally, swings his blade with ferocity. Simultaneously, My Hawk strikes his legendary black blade, Yuro, slicing through the air in a straight line towards his opponent. In the next moment, their blades collide with a resounding crash, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that reverberates outward. The expressions of Kazuki Odin, Gyotamo, Lei Jio, and the officials of the world government shift dramatically. Gyotamo shouts for everyone to retreat a kilometer, lest they be caught in the line of fire. The originally allotted 2-kilometer diameter now seems insufficient. Lei Jio remains silent, her lips pressed tightly together. Even from such a distance, the crowd can still feel the sharpness of the sword energy emanating from the two warriors. The diameter of the spectator's circle has now expanded to approximately 3 kilometers. But is that truly enough? Their battle rarely finds them stationary, merely exchanging blows without moving. No wonder my father insisted I stay close to this man. Lei Jio thinks, her mind a whirlwind of emotions. Chapter 227, Genmu Kenpachi vs. My Hawk. First update requested. Chapter 220, Genmu Kenpachi vs. My Hawk. First update requested. Neither Genmu Kenpachi nor My Hawk pays heed to the expressions of those around them. Their focus is solely on each other. Ha! Genmu Kenpachi cackles as he strikes out with his sword, while My Hawk counters with a horizontal block. Their blades clash, producing a sharp metallic ring. In stark contrast to Genmu Kenpachi's exuberant demeanor, My Hawk's gaze is calm and collected. His steps are steady, and his sword strikes are equally composed, methodical, and unhurried. Each swing is executed with the utmost precision and coolness. The world's strongest sword, Yoru, is a massive blade. Its design resembles a cross, with an irregular edge reminiscent of an exquisite weapon forged from the finest materials. Its lengthy blade is not typically suited for solo combat. Yet in Mihawk's hands, it has never been found wanting. This supple sword is an apt description, as Zoro would attest, truly earning its reputation. The formidable sword energy can launch attacks from a distance, while its gentle technique compensates for any deficiencies of the long sword. This man is undoubtedly worthy of the title of the world's strongest. Thus, the battle becomes all the more intriguing. Gomu Kenpachi laughs heartily, swinging his sword with even greater vigor. Mihawk's eyes narrow as he rotates his great sword and strikes. Are you not going to remove your eye patch? The clanging of metal rings out as Yoru strikes fiercely against Gomu Kenpachi's sword, the immense force causing his shoulder to sag. The sword energy slices a bloodied mark across Gomu Kenpachi's cheek. Mihawk's expression remains stoic, tinged with irritation. The world government had already informed him about the eye patch. He does not care whether Gomu Kenpachi conceals his power, but he is displeased that Kenpachi would dare to hide his true abilities in his presence. If he continues to conceal them, he may find himself buried underground when he finally reveals his strength. Regardless, Gomu Kenpachi remains unfazed by Mihawk's thoughts. One hand clutches his sword, while the other reaches for his eye. In the next instant, the eye patch falls away. The overwhelming spiritual pressure erupts, and a dense aura of killing intent surges forth. Mihawk's expression shifts slightly. He had considered that Gomu Kenpachi might be hiding his strength. While he did not believe an eye patch could suppress any significant power, it seems that the balance of their duel, which he had maintained with Yoru, is now disrupted. With a clang, Gomu Kenpachi suddenly sweeps his hand, and Mihawk is forced to step back a few paces. In the next moment, Gomu Kenpachi lunges forward, delivering a powerful downward strike. Mihawk's block was met with a heavy blow, revealing a surge in strength that nearly doubled compared to before. His speed intensified, and his attacks grew more ferocious. It became evident why even Akainu could be defeated by Mihawk. The colossal sword wielded with unwavering confidence clashed with Kenpachi Zaraki's weapon. The resonance of their blades produced a crisp and soul-stirring sound, while the sword winds swirled and dispersed, pushing away everything except the two combatants. As they engaged in fierce combat, they swiftly moved, causing the surrounding circle to expand once more. It was impossible for a battle to remain static. A chase was inevitable. And with movement came the reality that onlookers could not simply stand by in silence. Neither Kenpachi Zaraki nor Mihawk was the type to spare those in their vicinity. If one entered the fray, they would face death. The clashing of blades echoed as Kenpachi laughed heartily, despite numerous wounds adorning his body. His garments were tattered, and his chest, ribs, and arms bore the marks of Mihawk's strikes. Blood flowed freely, yet he remained unfazed, instead channeling his energy into a more forceful attack. Mihawk's injuries were considerably less severe than Kenpachi's. Although he bore several cuts, they did not threaten his overall performance. Nevertheless, a grave expression clouded his features. Despite inflicting wounds, he noticed that this man could retaliate with increasing intensity. Each swing of Kenpachi's sword grew heavier than the last, prompting Mihawk to narrow his eyes. Kenpachi's swordsmanship lacked formality. It was merely a relentless assault. What should have been a duel between sword masters, in Mihawk's eyes, resembled nothing more than a brute wielding a weapon called sword. Yet, he found himself being suppressed by such unrefined swordsmanship. A smile crept onto Mihawk's face. This was indeed intriguing. In the next moment, his sword technique transformed. A blue-green aura enveloped his blade, crashing violently against Kenpachi's sword. Kenpachi raised an eyebrow. At the moment of impact, the sword energy erupted in all directions. He managed to block the blade, but not the ensuing energy, leaving more cuts upon him. How delightful! Kenpachi's laughter filled the air, his expression radiating wild joy. Ignoring his injuries, he continued to swing his sword. Mihawk, with a stoic demeanor, remained undeterred by Kenpachi's fervor, maintaining his composed attacks. Each strike left marks upon Kenpachi's body, and the perimeter had become a place where few dared to stand. The likes of Raizel, Jotaro, and Kaido, along with other formidable fighters, had long since vanished, leaving only tense onlookers. They watched with grave expressions as Kenpachi accumulated more wounds. Kazuki Odin's face darkened, while Raizel squinted, and government officials appeared pleased. Was Kenpachi on the verge of defeat? Kaido, however, remained impassive. Aren't you worried our captain might lose? Asked Queen with a cigar in his mouth, a grin on his face. Not worried, Kaido replied flatly. Why not? Queen inquired, while others instinctively turned to Kaido. He calmly responded, because he hasn't yet unleashed the strike capable of defeating me. Tension gripped the crowd as they turned their gazes back to the center. In the next instant, they witnessed a shift on the battlefield. Kenpachi gripped his sword with both hands. Chapter 228. The title of world's greatest swordsman changes hands. Truly at this rate, I might perish, Kenpachi mused, touching his wounds as blood continued to flow. In the midst of battle, halting the bleeding was impossible. Mihawk narrowed his eyes, wielding his sword with precision. If this continues, you will lose, he stated, his gaze sharp and his footing steady. This was the essence of the world's greatest swordsman. Though you are formidable, I am stronger, Mihawk declared calmly. This time, you shall be the one to lose. Yet Kenpachi did not even glance at him. He extended his hand, observing the blood that had just congealed upon his wound. Alas, I really don't want to lose, he admitted suddenly, shifting his blade with intent aimed directly at Mihawk. You know, holding a sword with both hands is far more effective than with just one. Kenpachi spoke calmly, a renewed smile gracing his lips. Mihawk's eyes narrowed in displeasure. Are you mocking me? He questioned. He, the world's mightiest swordsman, hardly needed such advice. I have no interest in jesting, Kenpachi replied, suddenly gripping his sword with both hands. In an instant, an entirely different aura emanated from him. Mihawk observed closely. As the world's strongest swordsman, he could discern the change in Kenpachi's demeanor. This was swordsmanship, distinct from Kenpachi's previous frantic and unstructured slashing. Do you really believe this will secure your victory? Mihawk's expression hardened, and he surged forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. Swordsmanship was his specialty. He had once tested his skills against every style in the world. While he could not claim to have witnessed every single one, he was undoubtedly among the most knowledgeable in the art of the sword. Yet, the question remained, would employing swordsmanship guarantee victory? However, in the next moment, Kenpachi swung his sword downwards, causing Mihawk's expression to shift dramatically. Having endured countless battles against swordsmen, Mihawk had faced innumerable challenges. Yet, this seemingly simple strike left him with an inexplicable sense of uncertainty. He was well-versed in various styles and possessed profound swordsmanship. Yet Kenpachi's technique was refreshingly simple, a straightforward swing executed with the utmost precision. There was no trickery. It resembled the initial practice of learning swordsmanship. Yet this strike was alarmingly swift and powerful. As the blade met Mihawk's dark sword, he felt as though an enormous mountain had descended upon him. When the blade fell, a thunderous roar erupted, and a gash swiftly spread across the ground, as if the earth itself were splitting apart. Indeed, he has made his move, Kaido thought, a fervent glimmer in his eyes. This is it, the very power capable of defeating even me. Rizel, Kazuki Oden, and others stood aghast, enveloped in a sensation akin to needles pricking their skin. Many among them should have anticipated this turn of events, including Jotaro and Kazuki Oden. They had endured a fierce battle against the 100 Beast pirates, during which the very earth had split asunder. They should have anticipated the prowess of Jinmoku Kenba. Yet no amount of speculation could compare to witnessing it firsthand. Is this truly the might of the world's strongest? Leijio felt a chill run down her spine, trembling uncontrollably. Their own strength was formidable, yet they were reduced to such a state. Beside them, the officials of the world government turned pale, their lips moving as they swallowed hard, rendered speechless, silently observing the central scene. At last, the swirling dust began to dissipate, revealing two figures. Mihawk stood in a daze for several moments, gazing down at the deep gash upon his chest, only to realize that his sword had somehow slipped from his grasp. The world's strongest swordsman could not retain his weapon. I have lost. The news of the defeat of the world's greatest swordsman spread like wildfire throughout Wano country. However, the people of Wano remained largely indifferent. Who had ever heard of such a name as the world's greatest swordsman? How could they comprehend the significance of a loss against our revered Jinmoku Kenba? Even the former Wano's greatest swordsman, Swayman Kurujiro, had fallen before Jinmoku Kenba. Was it not expected for an unknown figure like Mihawk to be defeated? The insular nature of Wano meant that they were oblivious to Mihawk's true strength. Yet, their ignorance did not extend to everyone, particularly the Gorosei. Upon hearing that Jinmoku Kenba had concealed one final technique to vanquish Mihawk, The Gorosei could no longer contain their fury. They summoned Spandam, previously relegated to the mundane task of cleaning toilets, and dealt with him most severely. How foolish, they thought. You agreed to defeat him to partake in the battle against Uchiha Obito, a blunder of epic proportions. The world government cannot afford such incompetence. The absence of Spandam would undoubtedly complicate CP9's future endeavors. Of course, the Gorosei's ire was not solely directed at Spandam, but also at Jinmoku Kenba. That wretched individual had not only concealed a secret technique, but had also chosen to reveal it. How many resources would be required to best him? If they were to consider the implications for the upcoming battle against Uchiha Obito, they would need to mobilize the entire Marine headquarters, assuming no further hidden surprises awaited them. The likelihood of such an outcome was slim. Despite his strength, he could not be underestimated. At such a juncture, could one still conceal their true abilities? The Gorosei were oblivious to the concepts of Shurkai and Bankai. Nonetheless, one truth was abundantly clear to all. The title of the world's greatest swordsman had changed hands today. Chapter 229, Guena. As Zhao Su once said, women can also become the strongest. The battle between Jinmoku Kenba and Mihawk had already generated considerable anticipation in the newspapers. Jinmoku Kenba had become embroiled in the conflict after 3 days of wandering, allowing the reporters ample time to prepare. Thus, the news of the transfer of the title of the world's greatest swordsman spread rapidly across the globe. The entire world trembled at the revelation. Even Mihawk had been defeated? Shanks took a hearty swig of his drink, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. How fascinating, indeed. Little did others know. But Mihawk's old friend was acutely aware of his prowess as an emperor of the sea. Previously, Mihawk had been able to contend with him, and though they had never reached a definitive conclusion, this was indicative of his strength. While many perceived the Shichibukai as being a tier below the emperors, Mihawk was undeniably on par with them. He was, in fact, the strongest among the Shichibukai, a caliber unmatched by others. Boss, are you planning to avenge him? Luffy asked, biting into a piece of meat with gusto, laughter echoing in the air. I think that could work. Aren't you also a swordsman? Why not go after Jinmoku Kenba and reclaim the title of the world's greatest swordsman? Exactly. It saves us from being pestered by those fools. We may have lost an arm, but we are still the red-haired pirates. Some laughed, others rallied, while a few simmered with indignation. In truth, they had faced an abundance of challenges during this time. Shanks, being the youngest among the emperors, felt a sense of vulnerability after losing an arm while rescuing Luffy in the East Blue. Despite the price paid by those who underestimated him, it was never a pleasant experience to be looked down upon. Yet, Shanks remained unfazed, laughing heartily. If time permitted, he would certainly pay a visit. He was also curious to see how Mihawk would change after his defeat. Even with extensive preparations, the newspapers could not report on Mihawk's actions post-defeat. However, since they did not announce his demise, he must have survived. If he lived, their paths would surely cross again. In these vast seas, encounters were never in short supply. The news of Mihawk's defeat spread faster than before, yet most pirates were not particularly surprised. Jinmoku Kenba was no longer an inexperienced newcomer. He had defeated Kaido and Akainu, firmly establishing himself at the pinnacle of the seas. The defeat of an obscure figure against Mihawk would undoubtedly spark significant debate. However, the renowned and immensely powerful Jinmoku Kenba's victory over Mihawk did not evoke the same level of fervor as before. Much like when Jinmoku Kenba had triumphed over Akainu, the discussions surrounding this event were far more numerous. In reality, there was little difference in strength between Mihawk and Akainu. Jinmoku Kenba had been able to face Akainu without using both hands due to the elemental weaknesses exploited by his sword. Fundamentally, the defeated Akainu had already possessed the combat capability of a future admiral. This was not inferior to the emperors, while Mihawk also stood as an equivalent to them. Without considering elemental advantages, the disparity in strength was minimal. However, Mihawk was regarded as the world's greatest swordsman. Most pirates and marines wielded swords, not all, but at least a third utilized swords as their weapon of choice. The remaining fighters engaged in martial arts or firearms. While the rare devil fruits remained scarce and unattainable for the masses, Mihawk was the epitome of swordsmanship. The strongest swordsman was not merely a title, but universal acknowledgement. Now, the mantle of the greatest swordsman had shifted. Many swordsmen who received the news engaged in discussions. Even those who did not wield swords instinctively joined the conversation. The impact was profound, particularly in places like East Blue's Xuanyue village. The renowned swordsman has changed, and Zoro sits on the ground, gazing intently at the newspaper before him. His focus is drawn to the visage of Mihawk, whose smile exudes a menacing aura. It appears that the person he aspires to challenge will soon become him. With a huff, Zoro declares his ambition to surpass the great swordsman and attain a level of fame that rivals Mihawk's. However, before he can firmly establish his aspirations, a bamboo sword strikes his head with a thud. You wish to become the great swordsman? Kuina scoffs, nonchalantly swinging her bamboo sword. You, who have suffered over 3,000 defeats at my hands. It's only 2,941, not quite 3,000, Zoro retorts indignantly. Moreover, Kuina, didn't you already give up? Why are you still practicing? Because I'm destined to be the woman who becomes the great swordsman, Kuina replies, puffing out her chest. It's peculiar. When Kuina was despondent, Zoro lashed out at her, but now, as she diligently practices, he finds himself sulking. Yet, this sulking is more akin to a child's discontent, for deep down, he harbors no real disdain for her. Since Zhao Su's arrival, Kuina has rekindled her spirit. Despite her father's unwavering belief that women cannot become the strongest, she remains unfazed, often retorting, Zhao Su told me women can also be the strongest. Why don't you defeat him first to prove your point? This infuriates Kushru, who nearly erupts in frustration at his daughter. Nevertheless, Zoro's progress is indeed remarkable. Kushru has even considered passing the dojo to him on several occasions. Kuina, feeling the changes in her own body, is aware that, as a woman, she has much to be proud of. Yet, she tightly binds her developing figure with cloth, determined not to let it distract her. Regardless of her growth, Kuina's resolve remains steadfast. As she recalls Zhao Su's words about women being able to become the strongest, she feels a renewed sense of purpose. Chapter 230. Put more effort into Chang'e. In truth, it is not only Kana and Zoro who have come across this news. Even the dojo master Kushru has taken note. Mihawk from Wano country, his pupils narrow, and his hand instinctively moves to touch the mark on his collar. Two sword crossed, reminiscent of a pirate flag, yet devoid of a skull, merely two swords. This is the emblem of the Shimatsuki clan, indeed, from Wano country. Kushru, hailing from Wano, reflects on the habits he struggles to change, recalling the motivational shouts he imparted to Zoro not long ago. This was a battle cry from the Kiri dialect that he unconsciously taught to his disciples. However, the influences from Wano do not end there. His gaze deepens as if he can see through walls, envisioning Kuna striking Zoro with her sword. More precisely, he sees the blade in her hand, Wado Ikamanji, crafted by his father, Shimatsuki Kusanji, and passed down to him, and subsequently, to Kuna. Yet, Wano has finally opened its borders. Kushru squints, silently lifting a cup of tea, hesitating to drink. Should he return home? Are the flowers still as they were? He has not visited in decades. The world has been in turmoil, yet perhaps people have begun to adapt. Mihawk, Uchiha Madara, Gilgamesh. These figures have asserted their might upon the corpses of countless predecessors. Each of their actions has significantly impacted the entire world, particularly their successive appearances, which have caused ongoing upheaval. It is likely that, in due time, ordinary people will grow accustomed to such events. Even the demise of a warlord may not raise an eyebrow. With two of the four emperors already subdued, what is there to find strange? However, for the world government, especially the CP agents, the emergence of such individuals has incited profound frustration. They have yet to uncover the origins of their great adversary, Uchiha Madara, where he was born, where he grew up, and from whom he learned this ninja technique. Not a single clue has surfaced. Initially, the CP agents speculated that the Uchiha brothers were reclusive individuals from Wano, but now that Wano has opened its borders, they remain at a loss. It is as if a formidable presence has materialized from thin air. Yet, could this truly be the case? How could such a powerful being have lived a life devoid of incident? Following the sentiment previously expressed by Uchiha Madara regarding his enmity with the Celestial Dragons, the CPO has left no stone unturned, utilizing all available resources to investigate the influences tied to the Celestial Dragons, even scrutinizing the misdeeds committed by their subordinates. Yet, the results remain fruitless. It would be an exaggeration to say there were no findings at all. They have indeed identified numerous individuals harboring animosity towards the Celestial Dragons and the world government. However, the elusive Uchiha Madara remains a specter. If there were only one Uchiha Madara, it would be understandable given the vastness of the world, with numerous nations allied with the world government and others opposing it. It is not surprising that information about these nations is elusive. Finding the record of a single individual is no easy task, especially when some nations have been obliterated by the world government to the extent that even their histories have vanished. Yet, the enigma extends beyond Uchiha Madara alone. They have also failed to trace Gilgamesh's origins, nor can they ascertain the background of Mihawk. Even the origins of Admiral Saitama elude them, if not for Saitama's palpable enmity towards pirates and his abundant accomplishments. Such an obscure individual could never have attained the rank of admiral. Of course, Saitama is somewhat easier to deal with, being one of their own. Officials can directly inquire about his background. Yet his response is baffling. I once lived in a deserted area in City Z. Who told me what City Z is? And what is a deserted area? The CP spies are on the verge of madness, tearing their hair out in frustration, nearly becoming a gathering of bald heads. They recall that previous 4 emperors were not without merit. Whitebeard, Shanks, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin all had clear backgrounds. Yet, these new figures possess none. In reality, the CP agents have faced severe reprimands from the elders. Recently, CPQ made some strides, which appeased the elders, or they might have considered disbanding the CP altogether. Following Mihawk's latest victory, the elders issued a blunt directive. I require intelligence on these individuals within a year. The head of the CP, with a grim expression, has no choice but to comply. In truth, it is not only the 5 elders who are intrigued by the information regarding Uchiha Madara and his companions. Even Charlotte Linlin, Edward Newgate, and Shanks harbor a profound curiosity about the origins and identities of these formidable beings. Their sudden emergence as powerful figures has sparked a flurry of speculation, with some audacious individuals proclaiming that Uchiha Madara and his ilk are entities from another realm, suggesting that their arrival in our world is due to the convergence of both worlds. How should one interpret this? Although those who uttered such claims were met with disdain and scorn from their peers, one might argue that, from a certain perspective, they were not entirely incorrect. Zhao Su, upon overhearing their discourse, found himself in a state of bemusement. Nevertheless, it was indeed time for him to take a moment to reflect. With a gentle sigh, he acknowledged his exhaustion. After dealing with Uchiha Madara, he would need to attend to Gilgamesh, and once that matter was resolved, he would have to rush to the land of Wano to meet with Kenpachi Zaraki. Each day was a relentless cycle of events or a race towards them, and he too required respite. Moreover, it would be prudent for Zhao Su to invest more thought into certain auxiliary templates, such as the one concerning Chang'e. Chapter 231. How many Chang'e have perished this year? During this period, the sea experienced an unprecedented calm. Although this calmness is merely figurative, it can be said that no great masters have fallen. Skirmishes still abound beneath the surface. However, as long as the catastrophic upheaval that once saw 4 factions besieging a city and its destruction does not recur, the ocean remains what it has always been, an unpredictable expanse, devoid of any notion of true tranquility. In fact, turbulence persists. For instance, in the East Sea, Gilgamesh, clad in casual attire, stood leisurely at the bow of his ship. "Why have you made the journey to the East Sea, my lord?" someone inquired, puzzled. "Indeed, my king has arrived," Bryn responded. "The East Sea is the territory of the world government, especially now that Uchiha Madara has appeared, complicating matters significantly. Yet, the reason for this visit to the East Sea was surprisingly trivial. I have heard that the food at the Bartai floating restaurant is exceptional, so I came to experience it for myself." A smile graced Gilgamesh's lips. After all, the East Sea is also part of his domain. "Is it peculiar for me to inspect my 13th territory?" "No, the East Sea does not belong to you. It is the domain of the world government and the Revolutionary Army," Bryn retorted, her lips twitching as she internally lamented, yet maintaining an outwardly charming demeanor. "You're correct. Of course. Over time, everyone had grown accustomed to the king's personality, arrogant and self-important, yet undeniably charismatic. Even the haughty members of the Charlotte family had gradually bowed their heads before him. Bryn was aware that several of her elder sisters had begun to adorn themselves, vying for her position as a maid. What is the worth of being merely a maid? She mused. If not for her initial fear of death, she would never have considered such a role. Although Bryn was quite mature, she had grown up as a little princess of the Charlotte family. While Charlotte Linlin may not have favored her, the disparity in treatment was glaring. Gilgamesh paid no mind to the thoughts of the maid beside him. He simply gazed into the distance. More precisely, he was focused on the system template before him, which read, Host Zhao Su. Character templates include Uchiha Madara at 86, Yu at 79, Gilgamesh at 78, Ita Mikoto at 87, Kenpachi Zaraki at 76, and Sora at 51. Almost all templates had seen significant growth, with Uchiha Madara's template rising by 2 percentage points. His medical ninjutsu had been fully acquired, bringing him ever closer to his peak, a state where he could obliterate stars with a single punch. Gilgamesh was not far behind, nor was Kenpachi Zaraki. Even Sora, whom Zhao Su had never portrayed, had seen a notable increase in percentage points, although some growth stemmed from his transformations. Much of it relied on the energy of the devil fruits. Regrettably, despite the passage of time, Zhao Su had not received a single new template. He narrowed his eyes, contemplating whether this indicated a streak of bad luck. Yet, he shrugged it off as a trivial matter. Observing his templates, he noted that, aside from Sora, the others were nearing their peak states. Sora's progress was hindered by his inability to transform, relying solely on the energy from devil fruits, resulting in a slower advancement. Currently, Zhao Su's status was anything but ordinary. Uchiha Madara had connections within the Revolutionary Army, although the income was modest and lacked legitimate justification for acquiring devil fruits. There were still some gains. Saitama remained low-key, not relying on the Navy, but quietly maintaining his post in the East Sea. Kenpachi Zaraki, a battle fanatic, similarly had no need for devil fruits. However, Gilgamesh's situation was vastly different, having subdued the Big Mom pirates and claiming a fifth of the New World. Coupled with Doflamingo's efforts, he reaped substantial rewards annually. He was Zhao Su's primary source of income. Each of the 4 emperors was exceedingly wealthy, with Kaido daring to form a brigade of devil fruit users, and Charlotte Linling's children almost all possessing their own devil fruits. Especially now, Caesar's artificial devil fruits had succeeded in development, although the energy they provided was not comparable to that of natural devil fruits, merely a fraction of 1/10. The potential for mass production had yielded considerable profits. This was the true reason behind Zhao Su's substantial increase in realism. Unfortunately, the black market had become a challenging environment for transactions, as the prices for acquiring devil fruits had risen significantly. Zhao Su mused that he was inadvertently inflating the market. Regrettably, even speculative purchases of devil fruits had become difficult. The devil fruits circulating in the black market had largely been consolidated. What remained was either extremely rare, closely guarded, or stockpiled by powerful factions such as the world government and the Navy. Nevertheless, the increase in realism was beneficial. Zhao Su glanced at the system again and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Makoto had reached 87. His knowledge proved invaluable, prompting Zhao Su to allocate considerable energy towards him. However, he had not invested any energy into Makoto, yet his realism had surpassed even its peak state, making it the highest among all templates Zhao Su possessed. The reason was simple. After all, Makoto had endured considerable hardship. This year had seen a notable decrease in tumult, allowing Zhao Su some time to rest and experience life, specifically campus life. Makoto was already quite handsome, and his romantic tactics far surpassed those typical of the pirate world. How could young girls possibly resist? Consequently, Makoto found himself on the receiving end of many trials. Indeed, while the pirate world lacked finesse in romantic pursuits, it more than compensated with a multitude of brutal methods, and young girls were not exempt from the fray. When the time came for action, they would not hesitate to wield their swords. Currently, the esteemed Chungu of Drey's Rosa has fallen, as has the Chungu of the Kingdom of Goya. The Chungu from the 2 smaller nations behind have also met their demise. The only remaining Chungu is from the land of Wa, which, due to character constraints, has only recently begun its educational institutions and thus has limited involvement in political affairs. Just as Zhao Su anticipated, employing a strategy of low-profile expansion, devoid of ostentation, indeed facilitates the enhancement of character authenticity. While the school dares not conceal the gravity of murder, Zhao Su's subtle application of pressure can effectively suppress the dissemination of such news. Subsequently, he discreetly relocates the girls wielding the knives to other places, presenting them with the fortuitous opportunity for great wealth. Zhao Su smirks as he places a hand upon his chest, pondering the irony that he must reward those who strike at him with riches, particularly when some have yet to be touched by him, truly untouched, not merely by proxy. In critical moments, it has always been Zhao Su himself who has taken action. However, the predicament lies in the fact that in the world of pirates, women are far more ruthless than in urban settings. The absence of the most intimate relationships might lead one to be threatened merely upon the suspicion of infidelity. Lacking strength, one cannot even straddle 2 boats. Chapter 232. I truly came here just for a meal. Second update requested. The maritime restaurant Bartai has consistently attracted a significant clientele. Although its fame has not yet reached its future heights, its unique operational style and exquisite cuisine keep it in a state of fervent popularity. In reality, the space within the restaurant is limited and the disparity between past and present is minimal, mainly revolving around reservation issues. The restaurant's exterior resembles a colossal ship, with the bow shaped like a fish. Fearing that combat might damage the internal facilities, the entire vessel can transform into a combat-ready state, referred to as the fish fin battle arena. However, to date, the fish fin has never truly materialized. Today, the maritime restaurant Bartai welcomes a new wave of guests. A massive ship approaches, dwarfing the Bartai, which appears almost like a toy model in comparison. The gilded vessel, coupled with its sword-like prow, even bears a personified visage. The king has arrived. The voice emanating from the bow is lively and animated, reminiscent of a voice actor from a fairy tale. However, the patrons of the Bartai are far from amused. They are nearly in tears. This is the ship of the hero king Gilgamesh. The ability to personify objects into homies is a power possessed by Charlotte Linlin, a staple of the Big Mom Pirates. With Charlotte Linlin now allied with Gilgamesh, this has become a standard for his subordinates as well. Why has Gilgamesh's ship appeared here? When did he arrive in the East Blue? The patrons, now in a state of panic, are bewildered by the arrival of such an illustrious diner. The maritime restaurant Bartai has gained a modicum of fame, attracting numerous dignitaries. However, no one expects Gilgamesh to show them any favor. In the next moment, a tall figure appears before the crowd. A shimmering golden blanket unfurls and settles at his feet, a homie as well. Gilgamesh, with an expression of indifference, steps onto the blanket and descends gracefully, ignoring the stunned onlookers. He strides boldly toward the interior of the restaurant, followed by Bryn, Perona, and others. Is the owner present? Gilgamesh glances around, having heard that the cuisine here is exceptional and specifically coming for a meal. Here, Chef Zepp grits his teeth as he emerges from the kitchen. He cannot avoid this encounter. No one else dares to host this guest. Although Patty and Karn are older, they would likely struggle to utter a word in his presence. Sanji might manage, but his youth makes him a potential liability. Prepare a meal for me, Gilgamesh calmly requests, then seemingly recalling something, adds and for them as well, referring to Bryn, Perona, and the others. Chef Zepp nods through gritted teeth, knowing little of this guest's origins, yet recognizing the need to comply with his request. The surrounding patrons remain frozen, unsure whether to flee or speak. For a moment, the entire restaurant descends into an eerie silence. Why must you come here to dine? My king? Bryn inquires, somewhat perplexed. Is our chef's cooking not to your liking? Charlotte Linlin, a renowned lover of fine cuisine, would not tolerate subpar cooking, and the chef would face dire consequences. In truth, her culinary prowess could rival the finest chefs in the world. Yet, why would Gilgamesh venture to the East Blue for such a meal? Who can say? Unfazed, Gilgamesh calmly lifts a goblet, reaching into the void to retrieve a bottle of wine. As he uncorks the red wine, a rich aroma envelopes the restaurant. Were it not for the oppressive aura emanating from him, patrons would have clamored for a taste. Gilgamesh casually pours the wine into his glass, gently swirling it, revealing the enticing hue of the floral grape vintage. Bryn shrugs, instinctively scanning the restaurant, seemingly in search of the reason behind Gilgamesh's unexpected visit. Violet sits beside Rebecca, both elegantly poised, casting a piercing glance at Gilgamesh. Rebecca, wide-eyed and innocent, has never visited a maritime restaurant before, her curiosity evident. They'll come all this way, and if the food isn't up to par, I'll ruin this place, Perona huffs in dissatisfaction. Though the ship is spacious, life at sea is hardly blissful. The Ghost Princess is not one to be trifled with. The other diners visibly tense, apprehensive. Though Gilgamesh commands respect as a prominent figure in Dre's Rosa, he is still a pirate. While no one dares to flee openly, they begin to discreetly distance themselves. Gilgamesh remains unconcerned, drinking casually. Observing this, the patrons hasten their departure. Before long, the once crowded maritime restaurant is left with only a handful of chefs. All guests have vanished. Gilgamesh remains unfazed, still gently swirling his goblet, casting a glance toward the kitchen area. In truth, he merely sought a moment of respite and a meal, while also stirring up a bit of commotion. Chapter 233. Sanji, third update requested. In reality, Zhao Su truly came merely to take a leisurely stroll. Of course, if one were to insist, It could be said that upon arriving in the East Blue, he chose to don a disguise, transforming his doppelganger into the guise of Gilgamesh to save time on his return. Aside from that, it is essential to add a touch of news to the tumultuous sea. The previous upheavals have been too numerous, and calming such turbulence is no easy task. At times, a hint of unrest can provide more reassurance than a placid sea. Of course, this is also due to Gilgamesh's complete control over her subordinates, the pirates. Otherwise, Zhao Xu would not dare to maintain such tranquility. Without causing any disturbances, how could those formidable figures be content? Without a purpose, how could they willingly submit? Now that Gilgamesh has vanquished the four emperors, they have become considerably more compliant, primarily focusing on eliminating external pirates. The waters surrounding TheUchiha are nearly devoid of pirates. As each time they approach for black market dealings, they must carry special flags. Otherwise, they may never reach TheUchiha. The situation with Gilgamesh's subordinates is quite similar to that of the Gorosei. Occasionally stirring up a bit of commotion has become a familiar routine, making it easier for them to grow complacent. After all, once I have rested enough, I shall soon take action, thought Gilgamesh, squinting her eyes. At the same time, in the kitchen of the Sea Restaurant Bar Thai, patrons may escape, but the chefs cannot. When the head chef, Zepp, arrived, his first words were, "You should leave quickly. If you don't, you might not be able to." His second command was to gather all the best ingredients. He would not flee. In fact, escaping might pose greater danger. After all, if it weren't for Gilgamesh's reluctance to engage in pirate activities or even sail often, some would have dubbed him the new Four Emperor. To curry favor with this new emperor, Zepp had clandestinely eliminated those sent over, which was quite a reasonable action. Although Zepp was once formidable, strength must be compared. In the East China Sea, defeating a Zepp who had already suffered injury could be a challenge, unless a top pirate from the East Sea intervened. However, individuals from the other seas could join the fray. The Grand Line could dispatch people as well. There is no second method to easily please a four emperor, hence Zepp cannot escape. To flee is to perish. Yet, even as Zepp urged everyone to leave, the chefs remained silent for a moment, unwilling to depart. There was no other restaurant that provided such comfort. It was merely cooking, yet without hesitation. They all inhaled deeply and, despite trembling footsteps, began their tasks. "You bunch of rascals," Zepp thought, a hint of relief in his eyes, but he inhaled deeply, his expression turning serious. This was a battle. However, Paidi hesitated and approached, asking, "Head chef, should we?" revealing a vial of poison. This was a substance specifically used for cleaning in the restaurant. Although they were tidy, such items were occasionally necessary. After all, in a restaurant, while one could procure cannons, poison was limited to these few options. Paidi's idea was simple. Why not poison Gilgamesh? Perhaps they could kill him outright. "Do not be foolish," Zepp replied coldly. "As a restaurant, our duty is to nourish the hungry, not to introduce such substances." Paidi's lips moved, lowering his head. He understood Zepp's principles. Furthermore, after a moment of silence, Zepp concluded that such measures would not be sufficient to eliminate a man of that caliber. "Stop overthinking and quickly gather the ingredients." Paidi responded hastily, rushing out to prepare. Zepp inhaled deeply, observing the chefs bustling about, and pondered that perhaps they should prepare a little extra. Gilgamesh only requested meals for herself and a few maids. Zepp was someone who cherished ingredients, firmly against waste. He could understand if patrons left a bit of their orders uneaten, but if he served someone himself, there would hardly be any leftovers. However, this time, though he was unaware of Gilgamesh's appetite, he dared not serve less. Even serving a dish slowly was out of the question. Taking a deep breath, Zepp rolled up his sleeves and grasped his knife, squinting his eyes. He must present his utmost skill. Typically, he was not the only one cooking. He had assistants. Of course, the skills of the other chefs varied. Some excelled in one dish, but faltered in another, while others had fine knife skills, but lacked elsewhere. Now, he would handle everything from the cutting to the preparation himself. "What is going on?" A sharp, youthful voice interrupted, belonging to a golden-haired young man who curiously pulled aside the kitchen curtain. Observing the busy chefs, he frowned. "What is happening?" "I just went to the restroom." "And where did everyone go?" Sanji, now 15, had matured considerably since his first encounter with Zepp, yet still retained some youthful naivety. His expression shifted from confusion to alarm as he rushed forward. "Old man, what are you planning?" Sanji glanced at the array of top-grade ingredients laid out in the kitchen. Bluefin tuna, purple mountain pork, and emerald snails. These were indeed premium ingredients. While it was not a problem to prepare food for guests, he questioned, "Do you really need this much?" An expression of dissatisfaction crossed his face. With only a few patrons remaining, would they be able to consume all of this? Are you out of your mind? None of your concern, Zep scoffed, you little brat. We don't need you today. Go take the TheUchiha number 1 to Wei-Ta to procure ingredients. The TheUchiha no. 1 was a makeshift paddle boat of the Baratai, resembling a fish head, but capable of separating and moving. Zep understood Sanji's disdain for wasting food due to his past experiences of nearly starving, but this was not the time to concern oneself with waste. Why not? Sanji retorted. You did something wrong. Why can't I speak up? Suddenly, he realized, oh, I see. You're afraid of those few remaining customers, aren't you? In truth, there had been high-ranking officials who cleared the restaurant before, but most would simply reserve all available seats in advance to prevent others from entering. Now, the way this particular official cleared the place felt excessively domineering. Nevertheless, Sanji did not care. Clearing the restaurant was a demonstration of power, and buying out others' reservations was merely spending one's own money. However, food, it seemed, must not be wasted. The ingredients laid out could feed 100 people. And how much could they consume? Can you rein in a bit? Sanji grumbled. Even if they ordered dishes, you could at least give them a reminder. Shut up. Zep could not help but scold. None of your business. Get lost. Sanji's face flushed with anger. Yet, he respected Zep's character, so he retorted, fine. If you want tea, remind them, I will. With a scowl, Sanji stormed out of the kitchen. Chapter 234. Our king needs an heir. Chapter 234. My king needs an heir. Gilgamesh patiently awaited his meal, elegantly swirling his wine glass, exuding a unique charm despite his seemingly ordinary casual attire. It was no wonder that the sisters were somewhat captivated. Bulin swallowed hard. Such a lure was indeed hard to resist, even for those around her. She discreetly glanced at her surroundings. Perona was still her usual self, proudly chattering about how delicious the dishes were, seemingly oblivious to the fact that her words would turn them into zombies. It appeared she had made no progress at all. As for the others, Violet occasionally stole glances at Gilgamesh while cradling Rebecca in her arms. Upon realizing her gaze, she huffed in annoyance and turned her head away. Rebecca, with her innocent demeanor, looked back and forth between her aunt and Bulin, deep in thought. Soon, a smile crept across her face as she leaned in to whisper a few words into Violet's ear. Bulin, though not particularly strong due to her young age, could barely catch snippets of their conversation, such as, Andy, you have a rival now. Bulin is gentler than you. You should be careful. Bulin's lips twitched. Although she couldn't hear everything clearly, she could easily guess what the little one was thinking. I have no intention of competing with your aunt for a man. And Violet, don't pretend to be offended. Aside from yourself, who else thinks you're hiding it well? My sisters are plotting on how to defeat you, and to defeat me as well. Bulin's lips curled in irritation, scolding herself for being involved in this. I was only trying to survive back then. Just as Bulin shook her head to dismiss these thoughts, Gilgamesh subtly lifted his gaze towards the kitchen. Before the women could inquire, a furious young man burst forth from the kitchen. With his blonde hair and chef's attire, he wore an expression of rage. Hey ladies, do you want anything else? Our desserts are quite good. Would you like to try some? Before he could finish, Sanji vehemently shook his head. No, that's not what I meant to say. You lot shouldn't waste food. He cleared his throat, his anger still palpable as he addressed Gilgamesh. After all, there's only one man here. Sanji held firm to his principles. Never lay a hand on women, for instance, and he could not tolerate food waste. Though he dealt with leftover food daily in his bustling restaurant, this time it was excessive. How much can a handful of people eat? Gilgamesh merely glanced at him, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Rebecca innocently chimed in, but we haven't eaten yet. How can we waste food? Idiot, that is not the point, Perona huffed, playfully tapping Rebecca's head. What should I say then? Rebecca asked, giggling as she covered her head in curiosity. Be mindful, Perona retorted, turning her head with a proud demeanor. Who do you think you're to criticize us? I'm a chef, Sanji instinctively replied, matching her haughty tone. In the sea, defying a chef means going hungry. I would never let you starve. His tone shifted slightly, but it was clear he took great pride in his profession. The only issue was that he didn't recognize who he was speaking to. Bulin found it odd that a mere cook would dare to speak so boldly in front of my king. Gilgamesh continued to swirl his wine glass, seemingly unfazed. Hey, did you hear that? Sanji's frustration was evident. Yet before he could continue, he received a sharp kick. Little brat, don't cause a ruckus here, Zep. With a stiff smile, apologized to Gilgamesh. Our meal hasn't arrived yet. Has it? Gilgamesh replied calmly, gesturing to the 5 women at the table. The food for 5 is taking a bit too long. I assent it. This is quite the delay for a king. It shall be ready shortly, Zep replied without hesitation, pulling Sanji back to the kitchen. In truth, his cooking speed was impressive, especially when the dishes were organized into appetizers, cold dishes, soups, hot dishes, and desserts, allowing him ample time. If not for fetching Sanji, the ingredients should have already been in the pot. Sanji stood there, bewildered. They only ordered for 5 people, right? Why are you preparing so much food? How much good stuff are you wasting? Shut up, brat. I don't need your input, Zep snapped, kicking him into the kitchen. Damn it, as if I didn't know about the waste. But in front of this person, I better keep my head down. Sanji, though a novice, remained undeterred, rubbing his head and feeling disgruntled. However, he didn't bother Gilgamesh and the others. They didn't seem to be at fault. Just a few people. Even if they were nobles, they shouldn't waste like this. Sanji pouted, rubbed his backside, and began washing his hands, preparing to cook. Though still young, his skills were second only to Chef Zep's. Currently, he was the only one capable of assisting Zep. He glanced at the hall, pondering whether that guy who claims to be a king is from some nation. Meanwhile, on the ship that Gilgamesh had arrived on, Don Quixote, Doflamingo leaned against the side. Not alone, but accompanied by several subordinates. Despite having arrived, none of them disembarked. Everyone was quite astute, refraining from intruding on Gilgamesh's meal, especially one shared with ladies. Although Gilgamesh had not yet made any moves, no one was foolish enough to act rashly. My king needs an heir, Doflamingo mused, regretting that Monet was not present. He had also recommended 2 maids to the king. Of course, considering Sugar's appearance, it was better to place hopes on other women. Dressrosa needed someone to inherit the vast territory and a king who wasn't always single. Doflamingo reclined casually, suddenly lifting his gaze as a somewhat striking figure passed by. Khalifa. Doflamingo squinted his eyes. Chapter 235. Khalifa in action. Khalifa maintained a calm demeanor, but internally she was deep in thought. She was a spy, a CP9 agent, something Doflamingo was aware of, as was she. Yet even now, she remained the overseer of the black market. A year ago and a year later, Khalifa remains perplexed as to whether Don Quixote Doflamingo has truly betrayed the world government. If he did, he should have dragged her into the fray. Yet if he has not betrayed them, she has already appeared before him on numerous occasions, and he seems oblivious to her presence. What could he possibly be thinking? Khalifa mused inwardly, though her expression betrayed nothing. She did not dare glance back at Doflamingo, not even once, and her demeanor suggested she was merely passing by. Even an investigation would confirm her passage here was purely coincidental, a necessity of her role as an agent, and she would allow no room for error, particularly given that many spies who had infiltrated had met their demise, not due to capture, but at the hands of skilled assailants. Even the 4 emperors would hesitate to claim they were free of conflict during the times of Kaido and others. Pirates would frequently boast about usurping their positions as new emperors. Now, with Gilgamesh, the scenario remains similar. Although these boastful individuals are unlikely to challenge the 4 emperors directly, defeating a few of their subordinates poses no significant challenge. Most of them have perished in such venues, and Khalifa detected no unusual signs. Could it be that Doflamingo refrains from collaborating with the world government because he nearly faced betrayal from them, yet is unwilling to grant Gilgamesh an easy victory by exposing their secrets? Khalifa sighed deeply. This was a conclusion drawn by the upper echelons of the world government. Yet she sensed something amiss. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind her. Khalifa's pupils constricted, yet her expression remained unchanged as she paused, turned, and inquired, Lord Doflamingo, did you summon me? This was the first time he had spoken to her since that incident. What could he wish to convey? Would he employ some coded language to hint at intelligence or specify a rendezvous? Doflamingo instructed her, the king is dining there. You may join him. Khalifa was momentarily taken aback. Was this some form of coded message? However, Doflamingo continued, I am concerned that those few maids may prove inadequate. Khalifa thought to herself that Bruley and the others were too inexperienced for such duties. This agent seemed to possess a commendable appearance and physique. Perhaps she fit the king's preferences. It was quite probable, and even if she did not, it mattered little. After all, he was merely experimenting. What if she succeeded? As for the implications of a spy having relations with the king, Doflamingo deemed it inconsequential. When Khalifa entered the dining area, the dishes had already begun to arrive. Are you joining us for a meal? Gilgamesh glanced at her before instructing the newly arrived chef. Please add 1 more to our count. The chef nodded in compliance. Although the dishes were just beginning to be served, Gilgamesh intended to accommodate 5 portions, not out of ignorance, but rather practicality. Despite the addition of one person, there was no real distinction in the arrangement. "Is this truly the meal you insisted on having?" Perona remarked, her voice tinged with annoyance. "If it is unsatisfactory, we should simply dispose of everyone in this restaurant." "I concur," Bruli added, tying her napkin neatly. Despite their seemingly obedient demeanor before Gilgamesh, each of these women had grown up amidst pirates, unruly and audacious. Rebecca timidly interjected, "Sister, it need not be so extreme." Amongst them, she appeared the most innocent. Violet calmly picked up her knife and fork, casually asking, "My king, that little imp from earlier was rather brash. Why did you not reprimand him?" Gilgamesh replied, "The king is quite forgiving. As long as he prepares the meal adequately, I can overlook a moment of insolence. In other words, if the food is subpar, we shall settle the score accordingly." The chef's mouth twitched as he returned to the kitchen, clearly aware of the danger of serving such esteemed company. Khalifa observed her surroundings, noting the calm demeanor of her companions as they secured their napkins, accepting the situation. Violet and Perona were not the types to cater to others. Bruli, while more compliant, was once the daughter of a noble, accustomed to being served rather than serving others. Doflamingo's judgment was astute. He accurately assessed that these maids were unlikely to be of any use. Khalifa's expression shifted subtly as she chose not to sit, but instead stood beside Gilgamesh, arranging the tableware and placing condiments to the side. She stood poised and practiced, embodying the essence of a maid. Compared to the others who had already begun their meals, she truly resembled a servant. Gilgamesh regarded her with a knowing smile, stating, "Remain by my side for the time being." "Yes," Khalifa agreed, nodding obediently, her demeanor reflecting that of an ideal maid. Khalifa's eyes narrowed slightly, her expression calm, yet her mind churned with thoughts. Or Doflamingo's intentions in summoning her. Regardless, this was an opportunity to engage with Gilgamesh. Upon encountering such a chance, one must seize it. A glimmer of excitement flickered in her eyes. CP9 had yet to acquire any valuable intelligence. Perhaps she could glean something from this engagement. Gilgamesh cast her a sidelong glance, but remained silent. Chapter 236, Shipbuilding. Second update requested. The sensation of being served was indeed delightful. Khalifa stood behind Gilgamesh, always ready to provide whatever was required at a moment's notice, be it seasonings, additional dishes, or expertly cut food, all executed with impeccable precision. Being slightly older than the other women, she exuded a maturity that, combined with years of spy training, allowed her to present the most attentive demeanor. Bruli frowned, contemplating whether this woman intended to vie for Gilgamesh's affection. No, she reassured herself, she had already survived. There was no need to compete for a man. This mindset reflected Bruli's still nascent understanding of the maid's role, having not yet fully embraced the profession. The little princesses, having never been subjected to the harsh realities of servitude, were ill-prepared for the transition from royalty to servitude. Gilgamesh did not express outrage, unless one were disrespectful. He maintained an air of regal aloofness. It was commonplace for maids to serve fruits, yet none could rival Khalifa's level of attentiveness. Not to mention, even if the others had the inclination, they would not possess the skill to match her. Khalifa offered a slight smile to the several women present. A glimmer of remorse reflected in her eyes, which surprisingly quelled their anger. Perhaps this elder sister had also been coerced, much like by Doflamingo. Not only could Khalifa attend to Jirjiamaishi in an orderly manner, but she also found time to keep an eye on Libika, providing her a much-needed outlet for her frustrations. What simple little beings they are, Khalifa mused. For her, the art of espionage was merely a fundamental skill. Ensuring her own safety was the most basic of abilities. By diligently performing her duties and blending in with this man, she might uncover more intelligence. Although she preferred to assert herself, she resolved to behave as a dutiful maid, for the completion of her mission was paramount. With this thought, she donned a more gentle smile while serving Jirjiamaishi. The dishes were exquisite. Every aspect, from aroma to texture to flavor, was of the highest quality. The fish was tender, the vegetables vibrantly green, and every detail was impeccable. From any angle, it was a flawless meal. Clearly, everyone was satisfied. Perona, who had previously threatened to smash the establishment if the food was subpar, was now animatedly discussing with Bryn the idea of bringing the chef back to TheUchiha. Meanwhile, Japu felt a mix of relief and cold sweat. He had no desire to serve as the royal chef in TheUchiha. As the diners finished their meal, Jiraiya was about to speak when suddenly, the door swung open, and Doflamingo strode in. "What is the matter?" Jiraiya inquired calmly. "We've received word from Water 7. Our ships are ready to set sail within 3 days, Doflamingo replied. The ships from Water 7 were indeed a significant gain this year. Although Tom, the builder of the Pirate King's ship, had faced his demise, his disciple, Iceberg, was already working to consolidate the shipbuilding companies of Water 7. Originally, Water 7 was the capital of 7 massive shipyards, and now he aimed to merge these shipyards into a colossal enterprise. He would need 8 years to achieve this feat with his exceptional shipbuilding skills and subsequently collaborate with the world government to establish the Galileo Company as the official shipbuilding firm of the world government, thereby shielding Iceberg from any governmental repercussions. However, the consolidation was not yet complete, as some were reluctant to relinquish their companies to Iceberg. At this juncture, Jiraiya, upon Doflamingo's suggestion, decided to commission the strongest battleship, placing an order with Iceberg. There were ample funds and materials at his disposal, as Iceberg was not one to shy away from constructing ships for pirates. He had ambitions of his own and prepared to seize this opportunity to unify the 7 shipbuilding companies. After all, this was a commission from an entity comparable to the 4 emperors. Without hesitation, he accepted the order and requested a substantial amount of materials, including the precious wood from the world's strongest giant tree, Atom. With one hand consolidating the shipbuilding companies and the other beginning construction, Jiraiya's subordinates were more than willing to support Iceberg's unification efforts, naturally insisting that their orders be prioritized. Ultimately, after half a year, Iceberg successfully unified the shipyards of Water 7, and within a month, news arrived that the ships were about to launch. "I understand," Jiraiya nodded, a smile creeping onto his lips. "In that case, I shall go take a look." Rising, he glanced at Japu and said, "Doflamingo, please settle the bill. The food was excellent. I shall return for another meal." With that, he exited. Japu was momentarily taken aback before exhaling a sigh of relief. It seemed that Jiraiya was indeed satisfied. Especially with Jiraiya's endorsement, it could be said that his maritime restaurant would encounter no troubles, regardless of its location. No one would dare offend such a powerful being over a mere restaurant, not even his enemies. After all, should he not receive a meal on his next visit, it could lead to dire consequences. This also served as a form of promotion. When a man who could command the likes of Charlotte Lin praised a restaurant, who would be tempted to try the cuisine? Of course, it was best not to play with such precarious matters. Japu chuckled bitterly, glancing at Sanji, who was still grumbling about the wastefulness. "See, I told you it was a waste," he muttered as Japu kicked him toward the kitchen. "Get in there and prepare the meals we have. That old man prepared enough for 100 people. How much can we eat? Even if we can't finish. We must not waste food. If you waste it, I'll kick you to death." Chapter 237. The Fishman Pirates? Third update request. Jiraiya had appeared in the East Sea, causing a flurry of activity at the Navy headquarters. He made no attempt to conceal his presence, allowing patrons in the restaurant to depart, which certainly did not escape the notice of the world government. Sengoku hurriedly contacted numerous individuals, even summoning Saitama via a den mushi, urging him for an extended period before sending him off. There was no choice. Jiraiya's current status was comparable to that of the 4 emperors, and it was unrealistic to assume he was merely there for a meal. When Whitebeard had made his move, he had swiftly dispatched a couple of Navy surveillance ships. While Jiraiya had not engaged in battle with the Navy, he could not openly allow the surveillance ships to trail him, as his mere presence posed a significant threat. Should he take action, the absence of capable combatants nearby would be extremely perilous. Yet by the time Saitama arrived, Jiraiya had long since vanished. "I assume he was merely here for a meal," Saitama remarked with a naive smile. "So, nothing happened after all. How could that be?" Tina shot Saitama an exasperated look before continuing to inquire about Jiraiya from Japu and others. I truly was just here to eat," Saitama replied. "You see, I didn't even bring my main body. I'm merely using a clone here. I came to observe the Navy and other factions' reactions. A year of leisure is not beneficial. It can easily lead to suspicion. Therefore, it is sometimes necessary to be on the move." During this past year, he had frequently engaged in such antics, occasionally tugging at Sengoku's nerves, which he found amusing. "Oh, by the way," Saitama casually mentioned Darsky. "Could you help me pack a portion of fries?" "Certainly, Saitama." Captain Darsky nodded as he approached. Saitama had been stationed in the East Sea for a year. This region, once considered the most peaceful sea, was now even more tranquil. Although the East Sea had previously been labeled the weakest due to the strength of its pirates, it did not represent their quantity. Now, Saitama boldly claimed that the East Sea was undoubtedly the sea with the fewest pirates. The reasons behind pirates venturing out to sea are manifold. While the call of Roger undeniably plays a significant role, many are compelled to set sail due to their impoverished living conditions, where the threat of starvation looms larger than the perils of the ocean. Currently, Seiyu has not only eradicated pirates, but has also dealt with the malevolent nobility within certain nations, thereby diminishing the number of individuals willing to embark on maritime adventures. Naturally, complications arise. Various nobles lodge complaints and hurl accusations at Admiral Zhanghua, who finds himself unable to retaliate against Seiyu. If they choose to criticize, they can simply hang up the communication snail. After all, resigning from his position is of little consequence to Seiyu, who inherently values his autonomy over titles. Consequently, Zhanghua endures the brunt of their ire, though such grievances rarely lead to any tangible repercussions. The nobles dispatched by Seiyu are those who have genuinely transgressed the law. Despite their considerable influence, they do not possess the immunity enjoyed by the celestial dragons. Moreover, the fact that high-ranking officers have been banished to the East Sea means they are expected to endure some level of pressure. Of course, Seiyu does not target every noble indiscriminately. The Navy typically receives intelligence regarding pirate activities, and unless Seiyu witnesses nobles oppressing civilians, he remains uninvolved. In other words, the revolutionary foundation in the East Sea persists. Meanwhile, Tina, having inquired numerous times to ascertain the situation, returns to report. Seiyu, however, is rather indifferent, having drawn the conclusion that it suffices to report the matter to the Navy's department. Based on the intelligence, it appears that Gilgamesh is heading towards the island of water and soil in the Grand Line, which bears no relevance to Seiyu in the East Sea. On another front, Dasky has successfully procured some fries, and with a satisfied clap, Seiyu prepares to set sail back to Roga Town. In the absence of interference from Gilgamesh and his crew, the New World has become considerably more tranquil, not to mention the East Sea, where Seiyu can occasionally go days without hearing of any pirates. And when news does trickle in, it is merely of minor rogues. However, today seems slightly different. Admiral Dasky emerges from communication with a hint of uncertainty etched on her face. "What is it?" Seiyu casually inquires. Dasky hesitates. "Wasn't it already on your desk?" "That's not the main issue." "What is it?" After a brief silence, Dasky reveals, "Just now, the 18th Navy Division received a distress call from the town of Mingsing, stating that they have been ravaged by fishermen pirates and are requesting naval assistance for their extermination." "Oh, then we should go," Seiyu replies nonchalantly. "Let's set sail." However, Dasky hesitates again. "What is it?" After a moment's pause, Dasky responds, "The town of Mingsing falls under the jurisdiction of the 16th Division, which typically relies on local villages for supplies. It stands to reason that they would seek assistance from their closest division. For them to request aid from the more distant 18th Division is rather perplexing, as it would require at least 3 additional days of travel. By then, I suspect the pirates would have already completed their misdeeds." Despite his confusion, Seiyu has held the rank of admiral long enough to grasp some of these nuances. Furrowing his brow, he questions what is happening. "I don't know," Dasky shakes her head. "I just inquired with the 16th Division, and they reported everything is normal with no sight of pirates. As for the 18th Division, it seems the townsfolk claimed they had previously sought help from the nearby 16th Division, but received no response, hence their decision to reach out to the 18th. Seiyu blinks. "Well, regardless, we should pay a visit to that Mingsing town." "It's Mingsing town," Dasky quips, and then proceeds to arrange the sailing logistics. "Wait," Seiyu interjects. "Who is the commander of the 16th Division?" "It's Colonel Lao Shu," Dasky answers. Chapter 238. A call from Seiyu at Arlong Park. A fishman and a Navy officer engage in a sordid backdoor deal. "This is the payment for the month," declares a fishman with a sawshark snout, seated regally as the captain of the Arlong pirates. He chuckles heartily, pushing a stack of cash toward the Navy officer. "The agreed sum of 500,000. Please accept it." The officer, clad in Navy attire, emits a series of high-pitched chuckles, accepting the money impassively. "Mutual benefit. You gain and I gain." The captain laughs again. "Indeed, I control the village, and you report on the safety of the waters. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement." The officer nods. "You're right, Colonel Lao Shu. The Navy is assessed based on performance. Should pirates repeatedly appear in your domain, bonuses may be deducted, or even demotion may occur, with severe cases facing military court. However, such scrutiny is mainly directed at the 4 seas and the earlier sections of the Grand Line, while the New World has become a realm dominated by pirates. If those areas are included in the assessment criteria, the Navy there can hardly expect any bonuses. But the captain interjects currently with that Navy admiral around. The waters I oversee should pose no issues. Colonel Lao Shu squints his tiny eyes, hinting at something deeper. What do you mean by that? The captain narrows his eyes. Simply put, I require an increase in payment. The officer smiles. The captain frowns. You have already raised the price twice. Initially, it was $300,000 a month, and now it has ballooned to $500,000. If not for the solid foundation I've established here, I would never entertain such a price. Don't be so hasty. Colonel Lao Shu replies. If that admiral learns of my dealings here, I would find myself in quite the predicament. The risks are fixed. They only differ in exposure. The captain retorts. That has nothing to do with the Navy admiral. Then let's agree on $600,000 for next month, the captain states after a moment of contemplation. Agreed. Colonel Lao Shu smiles. Truly, you are a reasonable man. Naturally, the captain grins. I despise humans, but I appreciate those who are sensible. Of course, I must be reasonable as well. However, if you want that additional million, I will need you to handle one more matter. What is it? Colonel Lao Shu's bras fureux. Don't be so tense. It's merely a matter of catching a thief, the captain reveals, baring his sharp teeth. That shouldn't be a problem, Colonel Lao Shu confidently asserts. The East Sea is recognized as the weakest sea, while the most formidable presence, often referred to as the dragon, pales in comparison to the inexplicably powerful figure known as Chiyu. Although Colonel Mouse is merely a colonel and appears insignificant in the grand scheme of the Great Route, he holds considerable authority within the East Sea. Such a person naturally possesses the confidence to take on substantial responsibilities. After exchanging a few more words, the old colonel departed with a smile. The dragon gazed silently at Colonel Mouse, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Colonel Mouse had the audacity to threaten him, a pirate and an arrogant fisherman. However, he indeed had the qualifications to do so, for the Marine general was stationed in the East Sea, and this general was no lazy slacker, but a workaholic who would immediately pursue any report of pirates. With a sigh, the dragon candidly stated that if he were to pay $4 million, his profit would be significantly diminished, especially considering the multitude of fishmen brothers he had to support. Nevertheless, with the general so close, he could neither afford nor dare to confront Colonel Mouse. Once that general departs, I shall show you the consequences of threatening a fisherman, he thought, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. He was aware that Chiyu had been banished here as a form of punishment. It would not be long before matters escalated, given the current state of the sea. However, for now, he could only subject Nami to this injustice. Meanwhile, not long after departing, Colonel Mouse received a message through the transponder snail, instinctively shrinking his neck in trepidation. Nevertheless, he replied, "Yes, it is I, General Chiyu." The name, renowned as the Bald Cape Hero, left him bewildered. Despite being a notable figure in the East Sea, the disparity between him and the general was even greater than that between humans and fishmen. "Yes, it is I," came the familiar, somewhat dim-witted voice from the other end. "Have you recently received a distress call from Mixing Town? It falls within your patrol area and seems to have been attacked by pirates." Colonel Mouse pondered for a moment. He had indeed received a message from there some time ago, but it was the dragon's territory, so he had suppressed it. Could something have happened there again? "Yes, I received it." Colonel Mouse carefully chose his words. "It was about a week ago. Upon receiving the report, I immediately arrived. However, I investigated the vicinity of Mixing Town for 3 days and found not a single fisherman, so I surmised it was a false alarm. You know, such occurrences are quite common, so I withdrew my base and did not take it seriously." Chiyu's voice retained its usual sleepy tone. "Oh, I see. Then it's nothing." The transponder snail clicked off. Colonel Mouse let out a sigh of relief, nearly frightened to death. Next month, he must extract another sum from the dragon. At the same time, in Mixing Town, Chiyu laid down the transponder snail, surveying the now desolate town littered with corpses. Tina, wearing an expression of fury, had 2 fishmen restrained. Dasiki, equally enraged, remarked, "General Chiyu, that Colonel Mouse is indeed suspicious." Chapter 239. He is already a hero. Dasiki and Tina's faces were etched with anger. In fact, they had arrived at the scene before Chiyu made the call and had witnessed the fishman's behavior. Initially, the 2 fishmen had jovially inquired if they were with Colonel Mouse, even laughing and offering to lead the way. This had raised their suspicions. Naturally, Chiyu did not hastily conclude that the other party was guilty. He had made a call, and the words exchanged therein contradicted the situation at hand. After 3 days of searching, They had disembarked and immediately encountered fishmen. The evidence now seemed clear. Colonel Mouse was guilty. "Damn the Navy, you will pay," shouted the fishmen, still bound. "Who is the dragon?" Chiyu inquired, tilting his head slightly. "The former captain of the Sun Pirates. Now the captain of the Dragon Pirates," Desiki promptly replied, referencing the bounty of 20 million. "We had aimed to capture him, but could never ascertain his whereabouts. It appears he has been concealed by Colonel Mouse. Since Chiyu's arrival in the East Sea, he had begun to sweep through the pirates with remarkable efficiency. While it could not be claimed that not a single pirate remained in the East Sea, calmness now prevailed, and most pirates had fled to the other 3 seas. Even at the junction between the East Sea and the other 2 regions, no pirate dared linger. The local pirates had either fled long ago or perished at Chiyu's hands. However, news of the top pirate, the dragon, remained elusive, undoubtedly hidden away by Colonel Mouse. The bound fishmen continued their tirade, but neither Desiki nor Tina paid heed to their threats. The bounty of 20 million on the dragon marked him as a significant figure among East Sea pirates. Yet, with General Chiyu standing there, who would concern themselves with a mere dragon? "You stay here," Chiyu instructed, contemplating a brief exploration of the area. "What about you?" Desiki asked. "I'll check other villages," Chiyu replied nonchalantly. "I need to see the situation in other villages and assist if necessary, and then I shall visit the dragon's den." The intent behind his words was clear. He sought to eliminate the enemy. "That is General Chiyu for you," Desiki and Tina acknowledged. This was indeed Chiyu's consistent approach. Rescue the innocent first and deal with the villains later. While attempts had been made to take hostages, none had succeeded in eliminating them before Chiyu could intervene. Chiyu walked forward calmly, comparing his mental map. Kokushiya village should be around here. Indeed, all were mere excuses. He simply wished to visit Kokushiya village. Perhaps that little thieving cat might be nearby. However, as Chiyu strolled through the forest, he suddenly halted. He spotted a small boy hiding beneath a tree, holding a wooden stick, stealthily approaching 2 fishmen in the forest. Both the boy and the fishmen were within his line of sight, yet the disparity in strength was considerable. The boy crept closer, slowly raising the stick. Yet, Chiyu lowered his gaze. That stick could hardly be lethal. The fishmen were, in fact, formidable warriors, with half of them possessing characteristics of fish and capable of upright movement on land, utilizing lungs for breathing while also possessing gills. They were excellent soldiers of the sea. While the dragon pirates were not particularly elite, a mere child wielding a stick could not hope to defeat them. The young boy took a deep breath, gripping the wooden stick tightly, ready to charge forward. However, in the next moment, he was lifted up by someone. It was a girl with blue hair, adorned with a blue tattoo on her collarbone, and her short hair was tied back with a red ribbon. With one hand, she secured the boy's wrists, while the other covered his mouth as she swiftly retreated. The boy struggled desperately but dared not make a sound. Voicing his anguish would extinguish any hope of vengeance. After dragging him a distance away, the blue-haired girl finally sighed in relief and released her grip on his mouth, her expression shifting as she exclaimed, "What do you think you're doing? Those are fishmen. I must seek revenge." The boy's eyes burned with profound hatred. "Those fishmen killed my father and mother, and I must make them pay." The blue-haired girl, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of sorrow in her eyes, but sternly warned, "Do not act recklessly. You should know that opposing fishmen is a death sentence." "But there is no but," she interjected with a dismissive huff. "What heroics can a child like you hope to achieve?" She began to pull the boy back, for her own family was burdened by the heavy taxes imposed by the evil dragon gang, and they could not afford to care for a child. Yet, she felt she could not simply watch him perish. Suddenly a voice, somewhat serious yet reminiscent of a lazy fish, interjected, "What you just said is incorrect." The blue-haired girl and the boy looked up to see a bald man clad in a yellow bodysuit standing beside them, though his expression resembled that of a fish. It bore a trace of seriousness as he spoke. "He is not seeking to be a hero. He already is one. In this world, there are exceedingly wicked monsters and villains, and those who dare to stand against them are heroes. He has already taken that step." His words were resolute, and the boy listened, bewildered, a mix of anger and hesitation flickering in his eyes. He swallowed hard and said, "My father died fighting the fishmen to save me. He was a hero. My mother hid me in the cellar while she faced danger. She was a hero. The village constable fought alongside my father. He was a hero." Hearing Saitama's unwavering assertion, the boy's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "Then I too." "You should just stay put," the blue-haired girl retorted angrily, glaring at Saitama. "Do not mislead the child. And who are you? You barely saved him, and now you're encouraging him to rush out and confront the fishmen. "I am a hero," Saitama replied, his expression shifting from serious to endearingly vacant, a goofy smile spreading across his face. "Hero?" The blue-haired girl and the boy exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the audacity of such a declaration. Does anyone truly refer to themselves as such? Saitama blinked, realizing they did not recognize him. Indeed, as a naval admiral, he was a figure so distant from the average person. He was not clad in naval attire, and while they may have heard his name or seen his image in the news, who would remember such trivialities? Suddenly, a figure approached, a fisherman with green skin and protruding lips, striding forward. "So, there really are people here," he sneered, his eyes scanning the surroundings until they landed on Saitama. Damn it, that voice was too loud. The blue-haired girl's expression changed, and the boy trembled, though he gripped the wooden stick tightly, aiming it at the fisherman. "Kid, pointing a weapon at us? Do you wish to die?" The fisherman's voice was cold, his gaze lingering on the blue-haired girl before dismissing her. He recognized her as no Kigo, Nami's sister, someone he would not target lightly. But this brat, I vaguely remember him. Wasn't he one of the survivors from the destruction of Mingsing Town? The fisherman smirked, revealing sharp teeth. "How convenient. I could dispose of you all with ease." As he spoke, a murderous aura enveloped the scene. The boy clenched the wooden stick, gritting his teeth. Suddenly, he broke free from No Kigo's grasp and leaped towards the fisherman in a fit of rage, seeking vengeance for his parents. "Kid, come back." No Kigo's expression shifted, for she recognized the fisherman before her due to her sister Nami. Gio, the fisherman of the evil dragon pirate crew, is exceptionally powerful and not someone a child can hope to defeat. With a cold chuckle, Gio inhaled deeply, prepared to unleash a torrent of water powerful enough to rival cannon fire. The boy rushed forward, but in the next moment he felt weightless, lifted off the ground. "Step back," Saitama said, pulling the boy back as he tumbled to the ground. Saitama took a few steps forward, his cape billowing heroically in the wind. "You know, kid, I actually do not recommend throwing your life away like that. You rushed in because without a hero to protect you, you felt you had to become one yourself. But now a hero is here." Saitama smiled, positioning himself in front of No Kigo and the boy. At that moment, Ju unleashed a powerful jet of water from his mouth, a rapid stream hurtling towards Saitama. No Kigo's heart raced. She instinctively closed her eyes, bracing for impact. But in an instant, a swift and forceful punch cut through the air, creating a sound akin to a tempest. The ferocious wind made No Kigo and the boy's ears ring as Saitama's fist struck not only Gio, but also the fisherman beside him, obliterating them into a pulp before the astonished eyes of No Kigo and the boy. How incredible! Is this what a hero can do? The boy thought, stunned, while No Kigo stood equally bewildered. They both instinctively turned to gaze at Saitama. Saitama's expression suddenly contorted as he grasped his own hand, a faint grimace crossing his face. Both their hearts tightened simultaneously at the thought of having defeated the formidable evil dragon pirate crew. Would such a powerful blow carry any repercussions? It is more appropriate to say that it would likely leave aftereffects, such as rendering one's hand unusable. "Hey, hero brother, your hand." Saitama, filled with regret, lamented, "Damn it, I've killed again with a single punch." In a different scene, Nokigao, a young boy, found himself in Chapter 241, titled The Orange Orchard of Kokoshiya Village. "Come, you too, have some tea," Nokigao offered, presenting 2 cups filled with a liquid that subtly exuded the essence of orange pulp. It was more akin to orange juice than tea. "Oh, thank you, Saitama and the boy expressed in unison, raising their cups and taking a gentle sip, their movements remarkably synchronized. Nokigao's lips twitched in disbelief. What sort of individual was this? His mannerisms were almost childlike. She had brought Saitama and the boy to her home, which could be considered a relatively safe haven from the evil dragon. Due to Nami's influence, the evil dragon spared her home from intrusion. "Who exactly are you?" Nokigao inquired, propping her elbow on the table with curiosity. "A hero," Saitama replied nonchalantly. "Oh, so you are in the Navy," she responded. Initially, he should have been a professional hero, but such a vocation was not in vogue in the pirate world, and no one was offering salaries. Hence, he opted for the Navy instead. The boy's eyes sparkled with a hint of joy. Had the distress signals sent to the Navy finally reached them? Although discussing distress signals with a child was not conventional, he had overheard similar voices outside while hiding. "Yes, it has," Saitama nodded, "but unfortunately, we arrived late." Indeed, they had arrived a bit too late. "How many soldiers did you bring to deal with the evil dragon?" the boy asked, his expression slightly more at ease, while Nokigao fell silent for a moment. "Only me. Saitama calmly sipped his orange juice. That makes sense. He came alone. Tina and the others are still in town. Even if they had come, he would not have taken them to confront the evil dragon, but rather to help clean up after the battle, such as imprisoning the pirates. The boy's face fell instantly. Noki Gao, on the other hand, let out a sigh of relief. Nami is also part of the evil dragon pirate crew. However, Mr. Navy, while you are indeed powerful, the evil dragon is not easily dealt with. His subordinates are said to possess enormous monsters brought back from the Grand Line. Noki Gao sighed deeply, speaking earnestly. He has many strong and cruel allies. Your strength is considerable, but even that could prove perilous against such creatures. After a moment of silence, Noki Gao lowered her voice and whispered, "Did you see the wreckage of Mingsing Town?" She glanced at the boy, who seemed lost in thought, still processing Saitama's revelation of being alone. Yes, Saitama nodded. That was caused by one of those Grand Line monsters, Noki Gao murmured. Can you truly handle a monster of that caliber? Yes, I can, Saitama replied calmly, sipping his tea. Isn't it just a sea king? I eat those regularly. Noki Gao's lips twitched, casting him a skeptical glance. Did this man lie without even batting an eye? She had lived under the evil dragon's reign for several years and had encountered those Grand Line monsters more than once. Their colossal size could rival that of a small mountain, and with a mere roll, they could turn an entire town into ruins. This was not something human strength could contend with. While pondering how to send Saitama away, a voice suddenly echoed from outside. Noki Gao, I'm back. Both Saitama and Noki Gao turned to look at the door as the sound of light footsteps accompanied the creaking of the door. A girl with orange hair and gold accessories strode in confidently. I think I heard a man's voice outside. Have you found a boyfriend? Nami, you're back. Noki Gao exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then seemed to recall something and stole a glance at Saitama. I made several big deals this time, Nami said with a smile. Perhaps soon we will have an easier life. By the way, who is this? She inquired, her eyes narrowing with a hint of curiosity as she scrutinized both Noki Gao and Saitama. Who is this man who has charmed my sister? Get lost. It's not what you think, Noki Gao scolded, her expression tinged with exasperation. He is a Navy officer. Upon hearing Navy, Nami's demeanor shifted slightly, as if recalling something. Saitama waved. I am Saitama, a hero, or rather, a Navy officer. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Nami glanced at Saitama, finding him somewhat familiar. However, she dismissed it as inconsequential. Noticing Noki Gao's cautious demeanor, Nami felt unfazed. This was the territory of the evil dragon pirate crew. Despite her reservations, she felt relatively secure. Naturally, she kept her wealth concealed, discreetly pushing her satchel towards a corner to appear unremarkable. Yet, Saitama caught the faint sound of metal clinking, likely indicating gold. It struck him as odd. How could Nami still pilfer pirate treasures while he was sweeping them away? He thought, though he kept his musings to himself, as most pirates had been incapacitated by him. Noki Gao, unfazed, cooperatively moved a stool to obscure the satchel. Nami's earnings could no longer be categorized as theft. She profited by reporting pirates and swooping in to collect the spoils while the Navy engaged them. Indeed, she did not steal. She merely seized opportunities. When the Navy pursued pirates, the latter seldom had the luxury to worry about their treasures. The standard procedure involved alerting the Navy, leading them to the pirate town. And then, as the pirates fled, Nami would intercept those attempting to transport valuables. In the chaos, some unimportant treasures often got abandoned, and, through this method, she accumulated a significant fortune. Though each haul might not match the gains of a heist, the frequency of her actions allowed her to earn considerably while maintaining safety. Even if she couldn't defeat her adversaries, she could retreat or hold her ground, as pirates were usually too preoccupied to pursue her. Now, she had managed to save up around 50 to 60 million. The peace in the East Blue could, in part, be attributed to her efforts. Naturally, Nami was not without blemish, as the mark of the evil dragon pirate crew was etched on her, preventing her from confronting the Navy. She was not acquainted with Saitama, and, at her current level, she lacked the qualifications to meet an admiral. In fact, if not for use exile to this location, these pirates in the East Blue would not have been worthy of Saitama's intervention. This self-proclaimed admiral, was he truly legitimate? Meanwhile, as Saitama contemplated, Nami was also thinking of him. Instinctively, she turned her arm, concealing the mark of the dragon pirates, not wanting Saitama to see it. However, before she could voice her inquiry, a sudden commotion erupted outside the door. What is it, Nami? Nojiko asked as she stepped outside. only to be met with the sight of a group of individuals clad in Navy uniforms approaching. A contingent of Navy officers, it seemed, had arrived to declare that the person in this room was a fraud. How could the Navy possibly wear such peculiar attire? Nevertheless, Nami, you should go inside, Nojiko whispered. As a member of the Dragon Pirates, it was best for her to avoid trouble. Nami nodded, a glimmer of hope appearing in her eyes. If the Navy could eliminate the Dragon Pirates, that would be splendid. She could hide for a while, evading the Navy, even if it meant staying concealed for a year or two, sparing the villagers from further suffering. Without hesitation, Nami turned and entered the room. Yet, before she could completely hide, a voice echoed from the entrance. Squeak, squeak. I am Colonel Mouse from the 16th Division of the Navy. I have received a report that a thief named Nami is here. Hand her over obediently, or we shall have to come in and apprehend her ourselves. Instantly, both Nami and Nojiko felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. Chapter 242. Saitama, the Admiral? What brings you here? In an instant, Nojiko and Nami's expressions shifted dramatically. Even Aiken, who had approached with Colonel Mouse bearing a smile, suddenly wore a grim countenance. They were not here to seek the dragon. They were here for Nami. After all, they were the Navy. Unable to suppress her words, Nojiko interjected, Aren't you looking for the dragon? You must have received a distress call from the town asking for your assistance against him. Indeed, over the years, many had secretly sought the Navy under the dragon's oppressive rule. The destruction of Mingsing Town occurred because its inhabitants began to communicate extensively with the Navy, only to be betrayed by Colonel Mouse's 16th Division, leading to the town's demise. No, we have not received any distress call regarding the dragon, Colonel Mouse chuckled, his laughter echoing mockingly. The report we received was solely about a thief named Nami. With a wave of his hand, numerous Navy officers silently surrounded Nojiko's house, raising their weapons. Do not resist, or you shall face dire consequences, Colonel Mouse warned with a smile. Is this truly the Navy? Nojiko's eyes widened in disbelief. We do not require a civilian to instruct us. Colonel Mouse, he sneered, glancing at the house. Please behave yourselves. Any mishaps would be regrettable. Nojiko wished to say more, but Nami had already emerged, her expression ashen. Having traversed many lands, she had formed numerous clandestine alliances with the Navy. Although they did not know her true identity, she still harbored a glimmer of hope upon witnessing the Navy's dedication. Taking a deep breath, she stood before Nojiko. So, you're Nami? Colonel Mouse asked, hands clasped behind his back, a grin spreading across his face. I have heard that you have hidden the treasures you pilfered from pirates. Our government demands their return. If you comply, we may leave you with a token, perhaps 100 berries. A mere pittance, equivalent to the cost of a newspaper. How commendably diligent you are. Nami retorted with a scoff. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. I am a cadre of the Dragon Pirates. Should you dare to act against me, the dragon will not remain idle. While the intimidation of the dragon's name irked her, she had no choice but to resort to it. Ah, young lady, what are you uttering? Colonel Mouse squinted, his eyes narrowed. We have merely received a report regarding the confiscation of stolen goods belonging to a thief named Nami. In the next moment, he gestured grandly. How vile. Nami's expression shifted as she brandished her 3-section staff at the door. No one is permitted to enter. Those are my belongings. You are the Navy, and surely you have more pressing matters to attend to. Arlong enslaves us. He is a pirate, and everyone knows this. Why concern yourselves with a petty thief when there are far greater issues at hand? Is a thief more significant than a pirate? Are you blind? I apologize, but I have not received any reports concerning pirates. Colonel Mouse chuckled derisively. Suddenly, his gaze swept across the orange grove. Search there. I find that orange grove suspicious. In an instant, Nami and Nojiko's expressions changed. The orange grove was indeed where Nami concealed her treasure. But why were these Navy officers searching the grove instead of the house? If they had not found anything in the house, that would be one thing. But now they were heading straight for the orange grove. Truthfully, the primary reason Nami stood guard at the doorway was not only to protect her hidden wealth, but also to deliberately entice them to search her room. After all, there lay a treasure within. The most they could do was take it, and she could always strive harder to reclaim it. However, the orange grove in the next moment. Nami's pupils dilated. She realized that the Navy had come equipped with shovels. In other words, their initial objective had always been the orange grove. It was Arlong. Suddenly, everything clicked into place for Nami. There was no way anyone had tipped them off. How could they have arrived at her location so directly? But who could it be? Nojiko wouldn't have, nor would the townsfolk. If they truly desired money, they wouldn't need to collaborate with the Navy. nor would they be qualified to work with Colonel Mouse. The only remaining possibility was Arlong. He had made a pact with Nami. As long as she amassed 100 million berries, he would release Cocoa Village and Nami. Yet, it was evident he had no intention of letting go. Of course, Nami was unaware that while Arlong indeed had no intention of relinquishing control, he also had no plans to seize the money Nami had stolen just yet. But there was no alternative. With Saitama wreaking havoc in the East Blue, Colonel Mouse kept raising the stakes. Even Arlong was beginning to feel the pressure. Without seizing Nami's funds to replenish his own, he would be at a disadvantage. Thus, he decided to have Colonel Mouse take action once more. After all, Saitama would not be lingering in the East Blue indefinitely. Recent events had been minimal. Otherwise, he would have been reassigned long ago. Nojiko shifted her stance, contemplating seeking Saitama's assistance. Although this bald man did not appear to be part of the Navy, his strength was undeniable and might resolve some of the Navy's issues here. But in the next moment, Nojiko shook her head. It would be futile. Even if they managed to safeguard the money, what good would it do? An attack on the Navy could lead to the village's annihilation. If the money was lost, one could still live, but if the village perished, who would be left to care? Yet in the next moment, a voice rang out. Alt Colonel. Cheer leisurely emerged from the room, casting a glance at the surrounding Navy personnel. You still have time to apologize, he remarked. Who are you? Colonel Lao Shu instinctively retorted. What gives you the right to speak to me? Bald-headed, came the response. I am Saitama. Saitama displayed a grin reminiscent of salted fish, revealing himself to be a hero driven by mere interest. Unlike Nuo, Chigao, and others, who were unfamiliar with the Navy and disinclined to observe naval news, Colonel Lao Shu was an active member of the Navy, having even spoken on the phone with this man earlier that day. In an instant, Colonel Lao Shu's expression shifted dramatically, his voice turning piercingly sharp. Admiral Saitama, what brings you here? Stunned, Colonel Lao Shu could not fathom how Admiral Saitama could be present. The admiral was a figure far beyond his reach. Even as a colonel, he commanded several warships in the East China Sea. However, the hierarchy was daunting, with the ranks of brigadier general, major general, and lieutenant general standing between him and the admiral. Moreover, Colonel Lao Shu was a base commander, subordinate to the naval headquarters, which, while nominally equal, placed him a rank lower in practice. Saitama calmly nodded. Yes, that's me. His simple response, delivered in an unremarkable tone, left everyone, including Nami and Nuo Chigao, wide-eyed in disbelief. This seemingly goofy individual was indeed an admiral, a pinnacle of naval strength. Nami's lips twitched as she realized the vast disparity between her environment and the admiral's stature, which had never crossed her mind before. Yet it was indeed true. Photographs of this man frequently adorned newspapers, albeit often glamorized, capturing him in fierce expressions rather than his current relaxed demeanor. No sigo incrédulos murmured. You are really in the Navy? Saitama nodded affirmatively. Yes, an admiral. But you claim to be a hero for the sake of interest, Nuo Chigao pressed. You are an admiral. I'm also part of the Navy. I said I was a Navy man, Saitama replied, scratching his head and smiling innocently. I truly did not lie. What I said is what I am. Admiral Saitama, I had no idea you were here to apprehend this thief, Colonel Lao Shu stammered, swallowing hard as beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Oh, I am not here to catch a thief, Saitama pondered. I am here to eliminate the evil dragon and, incidentally, take you along. Take me along? Colonel Lao Shu issued, puzzled. Regarding the evil dragon that disregards the village's pleas for help, I will ensure that you receive a fair trial. In other words, a military tribunal. You too, Saitama added, glancing at the similarly bewildered Navy personnel who stood ready with shovels to dig a pit. Those of you who remain silent in the face of wrongdoing will also face punishment. A military tribunal? What a joke. Colonel Lao Shu's complexion shifted as he realized the inevitable outcome of such a trial, death. Though he had often navigated the treacherous waters of the world government, under the admiral's command, his men were inclined to distance themselves from him, even turning against him to prove their innocence. He was doomed. However, upon hearing Saitama's intention to punish only the ordinary soldiers, a flicker of hope crossed his face. The only chance for survival lay in his next words. You are not Admiral Saitama, Colonel Lao Shu suddenly shouted. The admiral spoke to me in Rogue Town. How dare you impersonate an admiral? Soldiers, I command you to fire and eliminate this charlatan. This was his only path to survival, and the soldiers he commanded were all his loyal subordinates. Of course, Admiral Saitama, renowned as the Navy's ultimate force, could not be taken lightly by mere foot soldiers. Yet, faced with the situation, Colonel Lao Shu had no choice but to act. Fire. Quickly fire, he bellowed. However, contrary to his expectations, the Navy personnel stood frozen, their faces pale, none daring to act. After all, they were merely accomplices who would face a few years in prison, but attacking a superior would be considered mutiny and lead to execution. And this was an admiral who would dare to lay a hand on him. In the East China Sea, despite the Navy's reputation being tarnished by numerous pirates, only one man, TheUchiha Madara, dared to confront them. In decades past, he was the only one bold enough to challenge the Navy. Perhaps some reckless pirates might act out of desperation, but regular soldiers would never dare. Why aren't you moving? Colonel Lao Shu finally sensed the gravity of the situation, his voice rising in panic. Why aren't you firing? That criminal is right here. Fire. I will reward you with 1 million berries. 5 million. No. 10 million. Fire. Unfortunately, no matter how much Colonel Lao Shu pleaded, none of the soldiers moved. This was the weight of the Navy's prestige. In truth, Colonel Lao Shu's malevolence had thrived on that very prestige. He had taken Nami's money, and it was only after she decided to confront the evil dragon alongside Luffy that she dared to retaliate. Arrest him, Saitama instructed, and we will discuss your matters later. He then turned to Nami, who trembled slightly, realizing she was part of the evil dragon's crew. And this man seemed intent on eradicating the evil dragon. Where's the evil dragon? Take me to him, Saitama's voice, reminiscent of a salted fish, inquired. Nami shivered, but a look of relief crossed her face. Over there? I will take you. Miss Nami. TheUchiha's expression changed, and she was about to speak, but Saitama interjected with an innocent demeanor. You don't need to tell me. I haven't received any report from the owner, so I don't know if the so-called valuables are stolen or merely lost items that Haven Tea been submitted to the government. Moreover, the Navy is lenient towards those who seek redemption. He glanced into the room at the nautical charts and casually remarked, It seems my ship's navigator is in need of some assistance. Upon hearing Saitama's words, Nami and TheUchiha exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with unimaginable delight. His feet have likely become mere phantoms. Despite carrying me, he runs with astonishing speed. This is indeed the prowess of an admiral. Saitama sighed in exasperation. Why don't you simply focus on holding on? How does that sound? Ah, Admiral Saitama, then it's settled. Let us proceed. In the blink of an eye, their speed surged once more. Nami and the others were hastening toward the lair of the dragon pirates, known as the Dragon Park. The term park seems somewhat trivial for a pirate's hideout, yet it is essentially a recreation of a park, designed to resemble the amusement parks of the Shambordi archipelago, a place that the fishmen deeply yearn for. Even if the dragon makes grandiose claims about the superiority of fishmen over humans and suggests that human resistance equates to defiance against nature, his inner thoughts still linger on this very place. Simultaneously, he does not dare to venture there himself, for even if he did, it would spell his doom. With Nami leading the way, locating the Dragon Park was a trivial pursuit. However, it took a mere minute to traverse from my home to this location, Nami remarked, her lips twitching. Although the dragon reigns over 20 surrounding villages, the distances between them are not short. For an ordinary person, it would take an hour to reach the entrance of Dragon Park. Yet here we are. Saitama gazed calmly at the gates of Dragon Park, already able to hear the raucous sounds of fishmen from within. Indeed, it is here. But why must you run? Admiral? Nami gasped for breath, struggling to regain her composure. Wouldn't it be better to fly over? It would save you the trouble of meandering along the road. Every turn feels as if my brain is being turned to mush. What are you saying? Saitama gave her a peculiar look. How can humans fly? Nami was taken aback. Isn't that so? While I cannot, I once overheard pirates mentioning that powerful admirals can indeed fly. Well, in truth, it is possible, like with the moon's step. By the way, where are your subordinates? Nami inhaled deeply. The dragon is formidable, and there are monsters brought from the Grand Line. It is best to gather our forces and rely on sheer numbers to crush them. My subordinates will arrive once I finish dealing with them, Saitama casually remarked. With that, he kicked the large door open with a resounding crash. The massive iron gate flew open with a thunderous noise. What's going on? Countless fishmen were startled. What happened? The dragon, with bloodshot eyes, suddenly turned his head. Amidst the swirling dust, a bald figure slowly stepped forward. Saitama brushed the dust off his shoulders as he moved forward. The dragon squinted as he gradually rose from his reclined position. Who are you? This is not a place for strangers, especially not for lowly humans like you. Before Saitama could respond, Nami, upon seeing that face, could no longer contain herself and rushed forward. Dragon, you sent the Navy to my home, didn't you? You dare to break our agreement. Did you not promise regarding the monetary arrangement that you would never violate it? Before she could finish her sentence, her voice was abruptly cut off. The dragon's flipper-like hand had tightly gripped her neck. What's wrong? Isn't this our navigator? The dragon sneered, exposing his sharp teeth. What's wrong? An agreement? The monetary agreement I would never break. So when you bring 100 million berries before me, I will release you and your village. However, it seems your money is lost. No worries, just save up again. Just try a little harder and save up another 100 million berries. And when you have enough, I will naturally uphold my end and release your village. The dragon laughed heartily, his teeth glinting menacingly. Not only he but all the other fishmen joined in the laughter, mocking her naivete for believing in a pirate's promise. How foolish, utterly ridiculous. Tears streamed down Nami's face as she bit her lip. All those years, she had endured injuries to earn money, the coins stained with her blood. What was it all for? In the next moment, an arm reached out from the side. Thus, I say there is nothing to discuss with a monster like him. Let the hero handle the rest, Saitama declared, and with a swift motion, he snapped. A resounding crack echoed as the dragon's arm was instantly broken and carelessly tossed aside. The excruciating pain made the dragon cry out. Everyone was left dumbfounded. His arm was ruined. Saitama remained impassive, as if on a casual stroll. Even Nami was momentarily stunned. It is worth noting that the dragon is indeed powerful. He is a living weapon. With his serrated nose, steel-like bones, the strength to lift houses, regenerative teeth, and a jaw strong enough to crush cannonballs, everything about him seemed utterly useless before this ordinary bald man. Before the fishmen could react, they were suddenly met with even more terrifying screams. It was the dragon's cry. What's wrong? I haven't even made a move yet, Saitama remarked in confusion. Indeed, he had only moved initially. He had not yet acted. However, the dragon's eyes widened in horror as he stumbled backward. The Navy Admiral. Chapter 245. I am too strong. Third update. Please auto-update. Chapter 245. I am too strong. The dragon, who had always boasted of human inferiority and the nobility of fishmen, had proclaimed such even while in Fishman Island, only to later slightly temper his arrogance after following Tiger, before reverting back to his former self. Yet, his arrogance was genuine. This haughty individual was now screaming in terror. The Navy Admiral. He cried out in fear, retreating repeatedly. My name is Saitama, he said, nodding. Before the dragon could utter another word, the fishmen became agitated. Die, you damned human. How dare the lowest of races harm the noble fishmen? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Even if you're a Navy Admiral, we have so many fishmen brothers who can kill you. Kill him to avenge boss Arlong's arm. Countless fishmen surged forth from the pool, some wielding knives, others using their fists, each in various forms, rushing toward him. Be careful, Nami exclaimed in alarm. Indeed, it was a mistake to come to Dragon Park so recklessly. They should have waited for other Navy reinforcements. However, just as she attempted to pull Saitama back, a furious roar echoed. Idiot! Get back! The source of the roar was none other than the dragon. Saitama casually glanced around, and then, with a swift punch, struck out. Boom! 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 The shadows of his fists flew through the air, unleashing a terrifying storm of fists that swept through all the fishmen around him. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, as if the surroundings were churned by blades. The fishmen reduced to mere pulp. It was a staggering number of over 100 fishmen. Nami, with her eyes widened in shock, found herself at a loss for words. Was this truly the extent of human power? Were not fishmen supposed to possess strength tenfold that of humans? How could this be the case? At that moment, Xiao Ba's eyes turned blood red as he recalled the anguish of losing Tej while aboard the Sun Pirates, prompting him to recklessly assault a naval ship in a quest for vengeance. Yet, faced with the formidable power of Admiral Kizaru, he felt his spirit drain away. Kizaru was a vice admiral, a figure of unparalleled acclaim. It seemed impossible that he would be unaware of this encounter. Hatred, it seemed, could not easily be extinguished, although it could indeed drive one to madness. With a bellow, the dragon, heedless of his severed arm, lunged forward like a rabid beast. Meanwhile, the sea erupted in turmoil as a colossal marine creature breached the surface, its massive head adorned with a bull's nose ring, magnified countless times. Be careful, Admiral Saitama. Nami began to warn, but before she could finish, a loud crash echoed. A tempest swept through, tangling Nami's hair in a wild dance. When the winds subsided, she turned to witness the gruesome sight of the dragon, now reduced to a mere half of his former self, with blood and entrails scattered in every direction. The one responsible for this brutal act remained the bald man, resembling a fish. Is an admiral truly this powerful? Nami sat dazed on the ground, her face a canvas of astonishment. Indeed, that was the nature of an admiral's might. Unbeknownst to her, she was likely in the presence of the strongest admiral in history. Suddenly, she recalled the sea cow, her expression shifting as she intended to caution Saitama. However, upon glancing back, her demeanor turned peculiar. The sea cow, responsible for the devastation of Mingsing Town, was etched in the minds of all, including Nami, as a ferocious, bloodthirsty monster. Yet now, this enormous beast was raising itself partially from the depths, trembling uncontrollably, causing ripples in the water below. Strangely, it clutched a small white flag, waving it with a quivering motion, its eyes brimming with tears, exuding an aura of profound pity. Was this creature a pet brought from the Grand Line? Nami shook her head in disbelief, realizing that her worries had been unfounded from the beginning. Perhaps I should have reported the dragon directly to the Navy, allowing them to handle it. I could have spared myself years of stress, she sighed. In truth, Saitama had not been a newcomer in the East Blue, having lingered there for a year. Nonetheless, Nami feared that the Navy would not mobilize significantly against the dragon and worried that inaction could lead to repercussions for her own report. Previously, she had imagined that accumulating 100 million berries would bring them happiness. Yet now she found herself astonished by Saitama's overwhelming strength. If only I were as powerful as you, perhaps I would not have to contend with so many troubles, she mused, her expression tinged with envy. I might even find my own happiness. However, Saitama, with a calm demeanor, looked down at Nami and remarked, You envy me, but I too find myself envious of you. You experience joy in victory, confidence through effort, and anger when provoked, yet I possess none of these emotions. Nami was taken aback. Indeed, Saitama nodded. I have become excessively strong, too strong, in fact. He nonchalantly settled into a relatively clean spot, unconcerned about the formidable foes he could dispatch with a single punch. I have lost the emotions that define humanity, unable to relish the fervor of battle or the sense of achievement from reaching a goal. Initially, I became a hero to protect others. Yet now, I am left with mere interest as my motivation. His voice remained consistently monotonous, devoid of excitement about his power or sorrow over his emotional detachment, as tranquil as still water. This very contrast compelled Nami to gaze at this man, a figure so powerful that he could effortlessly obliterate even the dragon. Yet, she found herself feeling a tinge of sympathy for his expression, reminiscent of a weary soul. In chapter 246, the indomitable Admiral Saitama would never show mercy. With the capture of the old colonel and his crew, Daisuke offered a solemn salute. Yes, Saitama acknowledged with a nod. We have begun to gather the remaining survivors from Mingsing Town, preparing to assist them in rebuilding their homes. Are there any other issues there? They must be lacking in funds. The government surely will not compensate for the pirates' destruction, she replied. No matter, Saitama mused, contemplating that the earnings from vanquishing the dragon should suffice. If not, he turned slightly, his fish-like eyes settling on someone. Nami's cheeks flushed, and she quickly averted her gaze. Don't look at me. I have no money. Furthermore, according to Colonel Mouse, we have discovered assets amounting to approximately 60 million berries. Daisuke nodded in agreement. If you, Admiral Saitama, were to request it, this sum could remain. Wait a moment. You are seizing my money. Nami's expression shifted dramatically. It is stolen property and rightfully belongs to the government, to be returned to its rightful owners, Daisuke stated with an impassive demeanor. Indeed, according to the law, it should be returned to the government and, subsequently, to the people. Of course, if the populace cannot be located, it would naturally revert to the government. Nami's lips twitched, ultimately bowing her head in resignation. Well, the law is indeed just. At least I no longer need to scrape together money to purchase the village from the dragon. Yet, she instinctively clutched her heart, feeling a pang of pain. Very well, let it be so. Saitama said nothing further, merely nodding in agreement. Previously, there had been no one to report the stolen goods, but now, Colonel Mouse could be considered a whistleblower, deserving of recognition as a human. It was likely he would face a military tribunal upon his return, with the death penalty being unavoidable. Others would also confront several years of imprisonment. Oh, by the way, Saitama chuckled. Dasky, do we not have a navigator aboard our vessel? Dasky looked taken aback. Admiral, ships lack navigators? Are you jesting? Do you truly believe the Navy is so impoverished? While the Navy indeed seldom boasted formidable navigators and doctors, it did not mean they could not muster even a single navigator. The top-tier ones might be difficult to procure, but a lower-tier navigator could be easily provided. What is the monthly salary of a navigator aboard our ship? Saitama suddenly inquired. With some benefits, it is approximately 3 million berries. I haven't paid much attention. Dasky casually replied. By the way, Admiral Saitama, could you refrain from constantly rushing to the supermarket in Rogatown for discounts? Dasky remarked, torn between amusement and exasperation. The Commander-in-Chief has mentioned numerous times that the Navy provides you with a substantial salary, amounting to several million, and with various allowances. It could total around 20 to 30 million. Why do you still feel the need to hunt for discounts at the supermarket? Dasky said, unsure whether to laugh or cry. The Navy's compensation had always been commendable. Saitama's monthly income is in the tens of millions, not including the additional rewards he receives each time he defeats a pirate. Although the Navy does not obtain bounties comparable to those of the pirates, they do receive some form of reward. However, the total distribution results in a significant reduction, especially considering that their leader is none other than Saitama. If he is not in the East Blue, he tends to head towards areas with the highest concentration of pirates. Despite Dasky's usual calm demeanor, given her current military rank and position, along with certain allowances, she can certainly earn 100,000 berries a month. Is that really how much you earn? Nami's eyes widened in surprise, and she suddenly stood up and walked over to Saitama, bending deeply in gratitude. Saitama General, I have made up my mind. To express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance, I wish to join the Navy. Oh, is that so? Saitama responded casually. If it weren't for the dollar signs flashing in her eyes, he might have actually believed her. Dasky found this reaction unsurprising, as similar situations had occurred frequently. Saitama, a formidable general with a compassionate heart, often rescues individuals from peril, leading to such encounters. Of course, not everyone can simply join Saitama. Most must start as ordinary sailors. We are in need of navigators. Where will you go? Saitama pondered for a moment and said, oh, sure. Nami nodded vigorously and then asked, Saitama General, do you require a personal assistant to manage finances? Saitama silently turned his head away. A financial assistant? No, thank you. I fear that in managing finances, I might end up in debt to you. Dasky squinted at Nami, a glimmer of rivalry flashing in her eyes. This woman, Saitama, did not need to worry about subsequent tasks. Whether in Cocoa Village or elsewhere, life would improve as long as there were no tyrannical dragons to oppress them. Surprisingly, Nami actually boarded the ship, and honestly, both Dasky and Tina were puzzled. Despite Saitama's notorious subordinates, including Dasky, Tina, and Ain, who currently oversees the Navy in Rogatown, the entire crew comprises elite individuals. Whether combatants, medics, or chefs, they're all the best of the best. Should they rebel, their bounty would start at 1 million. Yet now, a newcomer with apparent ties to the Dragon Pirate crew has unexpectedly joined. Dasky pouted, and Tina furrowed her brow, but neither said much. Saitama is a general. He has the authority to promote others. However, Saitama himself was uncertain about how this would unfold. Dasky shook her head, hesitating to voice her concerns. The dragon, with a bounty of 20 million berries, is considered strong in the East Blue, yet in the New World, he is nothing remarkable. However, after being defeated and captured by Admiral Kazu, the dragon was subsequently released by that warlord of the sea. Being captured and even mutilated is not a significant issue. But would that warlord of the sea remain silent if the dragon were killed? The sea hero Jimby? Dasky fell silent for a moment before a smile suddenly graced her lips. What does it matter if the pirates are dissatisfied? Saitama has never been one to show mercy. Chapter 247. Again seeking history in Rogatown, East Blue, Nami looked around with curiosity. She was not unfamiliar with Rogatown, as it is a renowned town in the East Blue that she had visited before. However, she was intrigued by the Navy, the naval base, and the information repositories within the Navy. These are not accessible to outsiders. She wondered what it would ultimately become. Zhao Su cast a discreet glance at her. This pirate world had indeed become chaotic under her influence. Initially, he had only caused a stir in the New World and the Grand Line, but recently, news broke that a new student named Monkey D. Luffy had joined the school in the Goa Kingdom. Zhao Su's lips twitched at the thought. Thankfully, Luffy had skipped school before it even began and had not been caught since. Otherwise, he would be a loss for words. However, Luffy's situation might not have changed significantly. It seems that the school members in the Goa Kingdom had yet to uncover his true identity. His guardian, a woman named Dayton, worked as a laborer on a construction contract in the Goa Kingdom. Well, there are no mountain bandits here. The security in Goa Kingdom is exceptionally good. However, Luffy's minor influence can be considered negligible, while Nami's situation might improve. The Navy possesses comprehensive hydrological data and climate records from various regions. Although pirates enjoy the freedom to roam and gather information, they cannot rival the accumulation of knowledge the Navy holds. Zhao Su contemplated giving her a note to allow her to take a military ship to explore the East Blue. Nami's dream is to draw a map of the entire world, requiring her to traverse various seas continually. To be honest, the Navy is also engaged in this endeavor. While many navigators may not match Nami's skills, their basic abilities yield a low error rate. However, Nami likely desires a map with 0 errors, which poses a challenge that necessitates first-hand exploration. Nevertheless, the Navy's maps are still quite good. At least the maps of the 4 seas are relatively complete. He thought to take her to the Grand Line for exploration later. Compared to the maps of the 4 seas, the maps of the Grand Line are truly lacking. Nami's inclusion in the Straw Hat crew and her direct journey to the Grand Line is precisely due to this issue. The maps of the 4 seas are not problematic, but the ever-changing skies of the Grand Line are rarely documented. Even the Navy only possesses a rough map with a considerable error rate. Perhaps it would be prudent to consider sending her to Skypiea to study sky science, but that is a matter for the future. For now, Zhao Su squinted his eyes. 3 days later, in the East Blue, Goa Kingdom, Zhao Su gazed at the kingdom bustling with construction sites and sighed. As a descendant of Uchiha Madara, or Zhao Su, he has fully absorbed the wisdom of his homeland. When faced with uncertainty, one should embark on large-scale infrastructure projects. Construction sites abound, and knowledge gained from the void pertaining to agriculture and technology is beginning to be researched and implemented. It is expected that a new era will soon unfold, not only for the Goa Kingdom, but also for the 2 small islands behind it, which are also embarking on significant construction initiatives. This is the reason why even a female mountain bandit like Dayton has begun working on construction sites. Opportunities abound. If it weren't for the pirates lacking a GDP concept, many would clearly see the rapid economic growth of the Revolutionary Army's nation. However, although no one is collecting such data, the populace is largely unaware of what constitutes an economy. Yet everyone understands that conditions have improved compared to the past. In times past, the individuals residing near the garbage mountain did not choose to dwell there of their own volition. Rather, they found themselves reliant upon it for survival. Nowadays, even the most destitute do not dare to claim that they have meat for every meal, yet the consumption of meat has ceased to be particularly rare, even during festive seasons when indulgence is typically expected. As the living conditions of the populace improve, various sectors stabilize, and support for the Revolutionary Army continues to grow. Some who have arrived in the Goa Kingdom through maritime trade have felt the prevailing atmosphere and have opted to disembark and embrace citizenship. The lifestyle within the Goa Kingdom has spread across the East China Sea, with some even beginning to sell tickets for voyages to the kingdom. Currently, Saigu is maintaining a semblance of tranquility in the East China Sea, allowing residents of various nations to experience an ameliorated existence. However, as a general, Saigu cannot remain here indefinitely. Zhao Su, with a subtle smile gracing his lips, has caught wind of rumors suggesting that the naval headquarters intends to reassign Saigu back to the Grand Line. The warring states have long sought to recall him, and the incessant complaints from the East China Sea nobility regarding Chiyu have become a source of significant annoyance. Within a month or 2, Saigu will likely be summoned back, so it is prudent to resolve matters here before that occurs. Zhao Su chuckled softly and made his way toward the municipal hall. The municipal hall, previously damaged during discussions between Saigu and Zhao Su due to an unexpected confrontation with CP0, has since been restored. Although it lacks the opulence of the noble buildings, it possesses a refined simplicity and an appealing exterior. Upon entering, Zhao Su casually acknowledged several officials passing by before heading directly to Robin. 2 years have passed, and Robin has matured considerably, exuding an air of sophistication. She, adorned with elegant black-framed glasses, was engrossed in her documents when she sensed his presence and looked up with a curious smile, inquiring why Zhao Su was visiting the municipal hall. Among the Uchiha brothers, Uchiha Ban has long neglected administrative matters, focusing solely on combat. While Zhao Su has occasionally offered valuable suggestions, He has never concerned himself with implementation, leaving all responsibilities to Robin. Is it not permissible for me to check on you? Zhao Su smiled as he casually settled into a seat beside her. It had been a long time, and he could faintly catch the scent of her presence. But Robin was accustomed to it and paid no heed. She removed her glasses and stretched, revealing her graceful figure, while expressing her discontent. I advise you to refrain from visiting too often. My work is already quite taxing, and I cannot endure seeing someone in a higher position idly passing time while I handle everything. Zhao Su chuckled, but remained silent. After a moment, he suddenly spoke, suggesting that she prepare to hand over her current tasks to her subordinates. What has prompted this sudden change? Robin asked, surprised by his unexpected remark. Nothing in particular. While the calm persists, let's take this opportunity to pursue the historical texts further, Zhao Su replied with a smile, a glint of significance flashing in his eyes. Otherwise, in due time, it may not be so leisurely. He knew it was time to take action. Chapter 248, Soaring with Robin, side by side with the sun. A vessel quietly approached Guaya Island within the Grand Line. What do you mean by not so leisurely? Robin pressed, her teeth clenched in frustration. Who knows? Zhao Su zet ponde non chalen. Reclining comfortably in his chair. Cannot you share with me? Robin exclaimed, nearly exploding with exasperation. They were currently in pursuit of new historical texts. But Robin's thoughts were also occupied by Zhao Su's earlier words about seizing the moment to seek the historical texts, for soon it would not be so easy. What did that mean? Were they on the brink of a significant event, such as a confrontation between the Revolutionary Army and the Navy, or an assault on Uchiha Ban? The uncertainty left Robin in a state of agitation, feeling as though Zhao Su was playing with her emotions. What a tease, she muttered through gritted teeth. Zhao Su's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, it was quite amusing. Robin's flustered demeanor was entertaining, particularly when she occasionally employed her charm, shaking Zhao Su's hand playfully. The two soft areas of her form danced in tandem, adding to the humor and joy of the moment. It was no wonder that many novels depict protagonists questioning others only to maintain a facade of mystery, allowing them to enjoy the spectacle of others' impatience. The narratives often suggest that withholding information is due to a lack of strength on the protagonist's part, as absorbing too much information could dampen their fighting spirit. Alternatively, it could stem from the author's own uncertainty about future plot developments. However, Zhao Su's reason for withholding information from Robin was simple. He simply preferred not to share. That is all there is to it. You should focus on what comes next, he said, seemingly unconcerned, as they still had to ascend to the Sky Island. Zhao Su did not conceal the fact that the historical texts awaited them on the Sky Island, which loomed 10,000 meters above them. Robin took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling, and gradually regained her composure. So the Sky Island, she murmured, squinting at the clouds above. How does one reach it? The Sky Island exists 7,000 meters above the White Sea, and the inhabitants, known as Sky People, typically possess small wings. After joining the Revolutionary Army, Robin's knowledge and perspective had broadened significantly. Though the Sky People were relatively obscure in the earlier parts of the Grand Line and the Four Seas, they were not entirely unheard of in the latter sections and the New World. The issue, however, lay in the fact that it was situated at the rear end of the Grand Line, where access to the Sky Island was available. Robin gazed into the sky for a moment before casually stating that she had visited Guaya Island, where people were skeptical of the existence of the Sky Island. In truth, when she posed her inquiry, she was met with laughter as though it were a joke. You believe in the Sky Island? Huh. Who would have thought that in this day and age, there are still fools who buy into such legends? Just think, how could there possibly be islands in the sky? I have spent 10 years in Guaya and have never heard of anyone reaching it. The derisive remarks continued, but Robin had no desire to argue with such short-sighted individuals. Nevertheless, she gleaned a piece of information from their words, that even if the Sky Island existed, there was no known route to reach it. Yet, this could not be definitively concluded. Nolan, that man, claimed that one could ascend using the upward currents, Robin muttered softly. As an adept information gatherer, she had also encountered the descendants of the notorious liar, Nolan. Indeed, it is possible, Zhao Su affirmed with a nod. The upwelling current is a phenomenon where seawater surges into the sky. Some attribute its formation to underwater explosions, yet the precise mechanisms remain shrouded in mystery, as no one dares to approach and observe these currents during their occurrence. According to Winbulankuli Kai, navigating a vessel along the upwelling current should allow one to ascend. However, the dangers are evident. Robin, having spent only a short time here, recognizes the formidable nature of such currents, which would be deemed a catastrophe in normal navigation. It is absurd that anyone would dare to set sail under such conditions. What if the ship plummets from the sky? Moreover, even if his proposed method were plausible, it would still take 3 months to reach the upwelling current he speculates about. Robin solemnly remarked that it was impossible for them to linger here for 3 months. This period is not insignificant. She had hastily arranged matters back in the EC, but could not afford to be away for long. Besides, did their previous voyage not require time? Upon reaching the Sky Island, would they not need to investigate and seek out historical texts, which would also take time? Suddenly, Zhao Su smiled and stood up. No worries. We need not rely on the upwelling current. We have other means. Other means? Robin gasped, as Zhao Su lifted her effortlessly, their bodies mere inches apart. Before she could utter a word, Zhao Su's form unexpectedly transformed. A dark staff materialized in his hand, producing a chime, while his attire morphed into a snow-white six-path feather garment that accentuated his striking features. His eyes transformed into mesmerizing six-path ripple pupils, capable of swallowing one whole, as 6 black orbs hovered behind him. Six-path mode. Let us ascend and soar alongside the sun. Zhao Su exclaimed with laughter, lifting Robin into the air. Chapter 249. Is there someone behind Enel? They were indeed soaring into the sky, and Robin stared, dumbfounded, as they reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. However, Zhao Su's transformation bore a resemblance to the abilities of Uchiha Madara. He had exhibited a similar stance during their previous battles. It was astonishing how powerful these brothers were. It's just flying. It's not particularly difficult. Zhao Su shrugged nonchalantly. I find that hard to believe, Robin retorted, casting him a skeptical glance. How long do you intend to carry me? I wish to observe the clouds. Well, my arms are currently wrapped around your legs, he replied. While it was reasonable to be held during flight, Robin felt an unusual sensation, as if multiple hands were brushing against her. Is that merely a figment of my imagination? Zhao Su explained it away as changes in air pressure, but Robin pondered the implications. If he could manipulate gravity, then perhaps he did not need to hold her at all. Feeling increasingly uneasy, she glanced at Zhao Su. Sensing her discomfort, set her down. She scrutinized the clouds, which appeared to be composed of moisture and airborne particles. Yet here, the clouds seemed to possess a tangible quality, soft and fluffy, but despite her attempts to jump through them, nothing changed. The world is filled with incredible phenomena, Robin mused. Indeed, there are likely even more wondrous sights, Zhao Su replied. I believe it is quite challenging to explain these occurrences through science. Robin shot him a glance. You are no different. During their ascent, she had felt the moisture in the air, reminiscent of seawater, which left her somewhat weak. Yet, Zhao Su seemed unaffected, suggesting he was not a user of a devil fruit. Robin had witnessed Uchiha Madara's formidable abilities firsthand, and it was perplexing how he wielded such diverse powers without being constrained by sea stone. In the pirate world, where only devil fruits and haki were known, one could only wonder how Madara had circumvented the weaknesses of devil fruits to consume multiple powers. Let us move forward and take a closer look, Zhao Su said, glancing into the distance. Robin followed suit, spotting a town-like area with people bustling about, unsure of their landing site. Robin noted that the Sky Island likely had entry regulations and gates. However, Zhao Su seemed disinterested in the formalities and proceeded directly. Upon exchanging glances, they continued toward the town. Although Zhao Su had mentioned the location of the ruins, Robin understood the necessity of orienting herself first. You handle the information gathering, Zhao Su suggested casually. Of course, Robin replied, resolute as she strode ahead. Yet as they walked, her brow furrowed. While the town was populated, it was predominantly filled with elderly, women, and children. Able-bodied men were scarce, and those present appeared injured or frail. Excuse me, we have just arrived from the blue sea below, Robin hesitantly inquired of somewhat hunched elder. What is this place? The elder, slightly hard of hearing, responded after Robin repeated her question. This is Angel Island. Did a war recently occur here? Why are there so few men? Robin pressed, noting the dire conditions, which seemed worse than the oppressed villages in the EC. Nothing quite like a war, but it is close enough, the elder sighed. Wait, another individual interjected, alarmed. Do not speak carelessly, or you may find yourself in danger. The elder remained unfazed. Let it be. I have lost both my eldest and second sons to the deity's ship repairs. Who knows if they're alive or dead? At my age, I have little strength left. Robin frowned, casting a curious glance at Zhao Su. Is this truly the Sky Island you mentioned? Zhao Su appeared equally perplexed. This is indeed the Sky Island. Or so I recall. Why does it seem so different from my recollections? Robin pondered aloud. What transpired here? Should you encounter any troubles, feel free to seek us out. We are part of the Revolutionary Army, she added, hoping to gather more information. Revolutionaries are the allies of the common people and will not stand idly by. However, after spending considerable time in the Revolutionary Army, Luobin had become accustomed to its propagandistic style. Yet, upon hearing Luobin's words, the elder shook his head in resignation. It is futile. The deity is too powerful, especially with that monster behind him. If you resist, you will surely perish. You must leave quickly. If you are captured, you will never escape. With a feeble arm, he pushed Zhao Su as if to urge them away. Zhao Su squinted his eyes. Is the deity Enelu? And who is that monster behind him? He asked suddenly. The elder, along with those nearby, was taken aback. Do the people of Qinghai know of our deity? Zhao Su furrowed his brow. Indeed, it is Enelu. But who is behind him? Is there anyone? At this moment, even Luobin frowned. Zhao Su had shared considerable intelligence with her, particularly regarding the appearance of Enelu in the historical account of Sky Island. Yet, in Zhao Su's recounting, Enelu was merely a figure who claimed to be a god. His rule, while indeed harsh, had not reached the extremes of merciless exploitation. Furthermore, there seemed to be no one backing him. The information is lacking, Luobin sighed softly. However, such intelligence can never be entirely accurate. We can only gather as much as we can while remaining vigilant. Confirming the strength of the enemy with absolute certainty is exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, Luobin was not overly concerned about the lack of information. Zhao Su's strength was formidable, and she herself was not weak. Dealing with an Enelu would not pose a significant challenge. As for who was behind Enelu, they would observe further. Zhao Su, recalling the power he had displayed during his flight, considered the formidable might he had shown against Uchiha Madara and the Warring States figures. Perhaps he could not rival Uchiha Madara, but he was certainly not weak. Rest assured, Elder, leave this matter to us. We are the Revolutionary Army, ready to confront those tyrannical rulers and nobles. A smile graced Luobin's face as she exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Su and nodded. In truth, their intention upon arrival had been to claim this land for the Revolutionary Army. Isolated from the world, Sky Island, rich in gold, could become a stronghold for the revolutionaries. Transporting resources might pose a challenge, but it was not insurmountable. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached from the horizon. Zhao Su and Luobin looked up to see a group of Sky Islanders wearing berets racing towards them. Oh no, it is the deity's guard. The elder's expression changed dramatically as he urged Zhao Su and Luobin to flee. You must leave. It will be disastrous if you are captured and forced to serve the monster behind the deity. Yet, how could he possibly push them away? Before long, the deity's guard surrounded Zhao Su and Luobin. Are you two the trespassers who entered the country without permission? The leading soldier scrutinized them before waving his hand to take them away. We are in need of laborers for the deity, he declared, and immediately, soldiers unceremoniously produced ropes to bind the two. It's over, the elder lamented, collapsing helplessly to the ground. The village was already sparsely populated, with only a few unable to serve as laborers. Now, even the two newcomers were to be taken away. Zhao Su exchanged a glance with Luobin. Shall I handle this, or will you? I'll take care of it, Luobin smiled. With that, she crossed her arms, and petals began to swirl around her. 6-petal flower anchor. In the next moment, the deity's guard found 6 arms sprouting from their bodies, which then seized their necks, arms, and legs, pulling them violently backwards. With a crack, bones dislocated, and within seconds, a dozen members of the deity's guard lay sprawled on the ground. Although Luobin was not widely known, she held a significant position within the Revolutionary Army and had made considerable progress alongside Zhao Su. They certainly found us quickly, Luobin remarked with a smile as she withdrew her hands. Is this what you call the heart network? Zhao Su note that? The entirety of Sky Island lay under his watchful gaze. A single island must have a radius of at least several kilometers. What a formidable ability, Luobin sighed. Enelu, the user of the Thunder Fruit, possessed a formidable mastery of observation haki. In the words of the Sky Islanders, he could hear the thoughts of others. By combining the heart network with the abilities of the Sound Fruit, he significantly enhanced its capabilities and range, allowing him to hear the voices of the entire population of Sky Island. In other words, his observation haki enveloped the entire island. Although Luobin was no weakling and had encountered many powerful figures since joining the Revolutionary Army, she had never come across an observation haki of this magnitude. This was still a supplementary ability of the Thunder Fruit, a powerful natural-type devil fruit. However, since he could sense their presence, Luo Bin narrowed her eyes and suddenly looked up. Zhao Su followed suit as a massive bolt of lightning appeared in the sky, descending with incredible speed and thickness, approximately 10 meters in diameter, radiating blinding white light. The next moment, it was poised to engulf both Luo Bin and Zhao Su. Yet before it could strike, a hand surged forward to intercept it, swiftly absorbing the lightning. The energy of the thunder from the devil fruit is quite similar to that of ninjutsu, Zhao Su said, unperturbed as he continued to consume the lightning. Seeding technique, absorption. At this level, one cannot truly be called a deity, Luo Bin remarked with a hint of a smile. The gods I know are far more powerful. Oh, is that so? A voice, somewhat cold, interrupted. A man adorned with a white headscarf and long earrings, his upper body bare, suddenly appeared before them. He bore a thunder drum on his back, golden rings on his hands, and wielded a golden staff, his gaze icy. Ignorant fools. I shall see who else dares to claim the title of deity besides myself. His appearance was abrupt, as if he had materialized out of thin air. Imanating Ashidinyoha. The villagers' faces turned pale. Even the elderly man who had wished for death was struck with fear. The deity, Enelu, looked down with arrogance. His divine-like power and abilities represented the divine punishment of thunder. His self-proclaimed title of God was far superior to that of the previous elder. Yet in the next moment, his expression shifted. Just as he prepared to dodge, he was suddenly blasted away. Zhao Su yawned and retracted his fist. This deity is rather weak. This sealing technique can undoubtedly achieve its objective. The Buamoda Bajir of Ji, or Gameshur, can also transform elements to the ion level with a single punch. Indeed, it seems somewhat inadequate. Robin, with her composure intact and a subtle smile gracing her lips, exuded elegance. She did not regard the abilities of the natural-type users with any concern. In this world, while there are many wielders of natural abilities, only a select few have truly developed their powers to the level of a general. Figures like Xiaoluo, Ling Ling, and Kaido have numerous ability users among their ranks, yet most do not possess natural abilities. Beyond the scarcity of natural capabilities, it is also due to the necessity of development and application to unleash their true potential. The Revolutionary Army comprises several users of the Devil Fruit, and Robin has encountered many. Compared to these adept individuals, this so-called god, while not weak and arguably strong, is ultimately lacking. It would not be an exaggeration to label him as skilled, yet he is undeniably too weak. Anairu was sent flying by Zhao Su's punch, landing several meters away. His expression dark and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Infuriated by Robin's words, he shouted in rage, "Foolish mortals!" Thunder rumbled across the sky as he declared, "Now I shall show you the power of God." He struck the thunder drum behind him, and in an instant, lightning flickered, coalescing into a massive lightning dragon that roared and ascended into the clouds, transforming the sky into a dark tempest of rolling thunder and lightning. It surged toward Zhao Su, far more formidable than the initial flashes of lightning. However, Zhao Su, seemingly indifferent, merely yawned and did not even extend hand. When the thunder struck him, it dissipated instantaneously, as if an unseen force surrounded him, endlessly devouring energy. The lightning dragon proved ineffective. Zhao Su shook his head, remarking, "Why would you think it would work now when the previous strikes were futile? Perhaps it is due to your foolishness." Robin chuckled from the side, adding, "Indeed, that seems to be the case." Anairu, nearly driven to madness, felt the veins on his forehead throbbing as lightning crackled around him. "You mere mortals dare to challenge a god," he roared, snatching up a golden staff beside him. Lightning danced upon the staff, which rapidly transformed under the electric glow, morphing from an ordinary stick into a trident. Through the manipulation of high-voltage electricity, Anairu melted gold to shape it as he desired. His mastery of the lightning fruit was not to be underestimated. However, Robin, with a sly smile, hurled a hidden weapon towards him. Upon closer inspection, it resembled handcuffs. Anairu furrowed his brow, narrowly dodging the object. He thought such an attack could not harm him. Yet in the next moment, his expression shifted as the handcuffs clamped around his wrists. "I clearly dodged that," Anairu exclaimed, eyes widening in horror as an additional hand sprouted from his back, securing the other half of the handcuffs around his own wrist. A wave of weakness washed over him, causing him to stagger, unable to support his own body. They were handcuffs made of sea stone, and Robin smiled with satisfaction, noting they were specially crafted. One side sea stone, the other ordinary steel. "With your divine perception, you failed to recognize this?" She mused. "Sea stone, a rare mineral found only in Haji, is formed from the crystallization of the sea, akin to a solid state of ocean essence, capable of nullifying the powers of devil fruit users. Originally, sea stone was quite expensive, but with the opening of the mines in Haji, its price has significantly decreased. As a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army, Robin was able to procure it. This became Robin's weapon. Her ability allowed her to sprout limbs from various locations, enabling her to execute joint techniques to incapacitate foes. However, this ability is often ineffective against devil fruit users, especially those with natural powers, as they can simply elementalize and render her abilities moot. Against elements such as lightning or magma, it could even harm Robin herself. Yet now, she proudly raised her head with a smile, declaring, "I am indeed formidable." "You are quite strong as well," Zhao Su replied, shaking his head with a smile. "This fellow has quite the inflated ego. Are you worried you won't measure up to me?" Zhao Su mused, effortlessly crafting a perfect excuse. Although Robin was unaware of his inner thoughts, she shot him an exasperated glance before turning to Akainu, asking, "What shall we do with him? Do we eliminate him?" Zhao Su nodded, affirming that the resources here would serve as a valuable asset for the Revolutionary Army. With a flurry of petals, Robin seized Akainu's body, preparing to execute a devastating joint technique. Such a maneuver required minimal strength, yet could deliver lethal damage. Akainu's eyes widened in alarm. Even without a net, he could acutely sense the imminent danger and shouted, "Wait! I am now in service to the Golden Lion. By doing this, you are provoking him." Zhao Su and Robin exchanged surprised glances. "Golden Lion?" Akainu, seated on the ground, seemed unperturbed. "If you were unaware of the Golden Lion's reputation, you might have killed me without hesitation. But now that you know," Zhao Su pressed, "how did you come to be associated with the Golden Lion?" The Golden Lion Shiki is the captain of the flying pirate crew and the admiral of the Golden Lion fleet, known as the Sky Pirates. He possesses the ability of the Fua no Mi and is, apart from Ji Urgame Sure, the only individual to escape from Impel Down. His strength and status are comparable to that of the four emperors, even rivaling Roger in battle. In fact, during the Battle of Itver, had it not been for a sudden storm, Roger's crew might have been annihilated by him. However, the storm struck and the majority of the flying pirate fleet was sunk, compounded by an unfortunate incident where a ship crashed into Shiki's head. The steering wheel remains embedded there to this day, significantly hampering his strength. Nevertheless, he remains powerful. After Roger's capture, Shiki, in a fit of rage, single-handedly stormed the Marine headquarters, killing a large number of Marines before being apprehended by Garp and Sengoku, causing considerable destruction in Marineford. His escape from Impel Down caused quite a stir. Despite the repeated assurances from the Navy that he had escaped due to the amputation of his feet, and that his strength was unlikely to stir any significant turmoil, many remained skeptical. However, what puzzled everyone was that after his escape, Jin Shirji had vanished from the public eye for over a decade, only to suddenly reappear in this place. "I have been subservient to him for half a year now," Anilu whispered. "The scarcity of villagers is primarily because he commanded me to mobilize considerable manpower and resources to assist him in constructing Sumerial Island." The notion of subservience sounds simple, yet in reality, it was a source of great humiliation for AI Nilu. Jin Shirzi had coerced him into submission. Of course, AI Nilu harbored no genuine intention of loyalty. He was constantly scheming, subtly plotting his revenge. Nevertheless, he was not foolish. He understood the benefits of leveraging Jin Shirzi's reputation. "What do you think?" Robin inquired, turning her head. They had originally intended to cultivate this area into a stronghold for the Revolutionary Army. However, if Jin Shirzi was also present, he was no weakling, comparable to the likes of Roger and Whitebeard. "Where exactly is Jin Shirzi now?" Zhao Su stroked his chin. Anilu replied quietly. "He still wants me to gather provisions in preparation for the pirate army. In 3 days, Jin Shirzi is to hold a banquet on the floating island. The floating island will arrive at the Sky Island soon, and you will see whether I am deceiving you." He did not conceal anything in his desperation for survival. Although Jin Shirzi had forced him into submission, he was not stingy, recognizing AI Nilu's formidable strength and usefulness, particularly in monitoring the entire island with his potent lightning abilities. Were it not for this, a treacherous individual like him would have long been eliminated by Jin Shirzi. "Oh, I see," Zhao nodded. "Then you can die." "Huh?" Anilu was taken aback. The next moment, he felt the world shake violently. Then everything faded into silence as Zhao Su effortlessly snapped his neck. "Notify Dragon. he instructed Robin, and await our opportunity to deal with Jin Shizi. Understood, Robin shrugged. I will be prepared. She had sensed Zhao Su's intentions when he inquired about Jin Shizi's location. Can you handle Jin Shizi? Should we call for reinforcements? Robin questioned, aware that he was no minor figure like Analu. Zhao Su, Indai, Stetladili. No need. 3 days later, a colossal flying ship gradually approached. It was the personal vessel of Jin Shizi, accompanied by several other islands, layered and drifting closer. The rivers on the islands flowed serenely, cascading from the edges and forming a beautiful rainbow, reminiscent of a fairy tale. Truly astonishing. Robin gazed at the distant islands, her eyes filled with wonder. Is this the power of the Piao fruit? All these islands seem as if they were forcibly ripped from the earth. Indeed, Zhao Su nodded. Your task will be to manage them once they arrive. Robin, with a wry smile, responded, of course. I will complete the work and then explore the ruins. During these 3 days, the two were not idle. They liberated the villagers oppressed by Analu, spreading revolutionary propaganda, reconstructing a new political framework, and calming everyone, including the Shandians. Through their considerable strength and Robin's eloquence, they successfully accomplished these tasks. Just as they were about to take a break and admire the ruins of the Sky Island, Jin Shizi arrived. The ruins of Sandora on Jaya Island were renowned as the Golden Country, with most structures built from gold, now overrun with green vines. 400 years ago, the ocean's currents had thrust half of Jaya Island into the sky, isolating it and preserving its ruins from destruction, only visited by exceptional individuals like Pirate King Roger. Such ruins were an irresistible temptation for Robin. Let us go, she said, pursing her lips. Zhao Su nodded as they approached. They could not attack immediately. Once Jin Shizi perished, the floating island would lose its buoyancy and plunge into the sea. Thus, they had to first relocate these islands to the floating island, utilizing its buoyancy to support them. Otherwise, the islands would have ascended in vain. These numerous islands represented vast territories. Though the inhabitants of the floating island had various uses for clouds, the earth remained the ultimate aspiration for most people. Even Analu yearned for endless land, let alone others. This was also highly beneficial for the Revolutionary Army, as it would expand their territory and significantly increase their resources. Transporting islands was a cumbersome task unless Jin Shizi facilitated it. Zhao Su could manage it, but moving them from their current location to the floating island would be exhausting to contemplate. Now that Jin Shizi was delivering them to him, he would not hold back. However, this also delayed Robin's archaeological pursuits. Once the islands are relocated, you must swiftly eliminate him, Robin stated expressionlessly. The sooner he meets his end, the better. Chapter 253. He is the younger brother of Uchiha Madara. Jin Shizi hosted a banquet filled with new pirates. His crew inquired about the preparations on the floating island, and the response, as instructed by Robin, sufficed. Analu's discontent with Jin Shizi was evident, and a bit of tension was to be expected. After all, Robin and Zhao Su did not anticipate maintaining the charade for long. A mere diversion would suffice. The pirates on the islands remained boisterous, while Zhao Su seamlessly blended in. Initially, he had intended to sneak in, but it proved unnecessary, as these pirates hardly recognized one another. The gathered pirates under Jin Shizi were not particularly strong. They were merely mediocre in the grand scheme of the New World, destined to become fodder. One could only imagine how the Navy and Revolutionary Army could remain oblivious if he had amassed formidable allies. To gather such a crowd without detection was likely because they had discreetly soared into the sky. Flying in the sky was far more inconspicuous than on the ground. Navigating through the bustling pirates, Zhao Su arrived at a vast chamber filled with countless pirates laughing heartily and raising their glasses. At the forefront stood a man with cascading golden hair. Jin Shizi, true to his name, had golden locks flowing, sporting what resembled a rooster comb atop his head. And below his knees, instead of legs, were two sharp swords, Ku Mu and Ing. Interestingly, this individual was also notable. Zhao Su took a moment to settle into a spot. Perhaps I should play this role for too long, he mused. Robin had already gone to persuade those controlling the islands. Jin Shizi could not possibly transport several islands around daily. There must be personnel managing the movement of the islands. The Piao fruit's ability only altered gravity, not other aspects. However, the Piao fruit was formidable. It allowed Shizi to maintain multiple islands suspended high in the sky indefinitely. While his strength played a role, it was evident that the consumption of the Qing Piao fruit was minimal, allowing for an almost perpetual enchantment. This ability proved to be invaluable. Once the Golden Lion was dealt with, Zhao Su contemplated searching for locations that might yield new Qing Piao Piao fruits. After all, Ace's flame fruit had appeared in Dressrosa not long after his demise. It was likely the Shikis would follow suit. With Zhao Su's current power, he might be capable of acquiring such formidable devil fruits. The abilities of devil fruits varied greatly, some being powerful while others were weak. Zhao Su had been on a quest for these fruits, but he did not intend to absorb them all. He planned to preserve some of the more precious ones, such as the most promising among his collection, the Cengzhong fruit and the Huasuan fruit. Although he also possessed natural-type fruits, he regarded them with indifference. In truth, aside from the likes of Enel's Rumble fruit and Kizaru's Light fruit, he did not pay much heed to other natural-type devil fruits. He dismissed the ice fruit and magma fruit wielded by the other two admirals as mere ordinary powers. It was the admiral strength that made their abilities appear formidable. The Rumble fruit could expand the heart network, while the Light fruit could achieve effects bordering on instantaneous movement. The other two admirals' devil fruits, however, were primarily combat-oriented, lacking in versatility. Nevertheless, Zhao Su did not lack means in battle. It was only those devil fruits possessing unique abilities that captured his attention. Zhao Su casually found a place to sit, seemingly unnoticed by the surrounding pirates, who were accustomed to such sights. At the forefront, the Golden Lion roared with laughter, addressing the crowd. "It is indeed my honor that you have traveled great distances to answer my call. Let's raise our cups together." With that, he lifted his goblet. Given his status and identity, delivering such words to a group that barely surpassed fodder was undoubtedly exhilarating. Without hesitation, they drained their cups. Shiki, too, joined in, exclaiming, "As you all know, the East Sea is the weakest of all oceans, so let us engage in fierce battles. Let's turn the world upside down, starting from the East Sea." He bellowed with laughter, raising his goblet high. Countless voices echoed in fervor, celebrating the Golden Lion. "Raise your cups. Once we drink this toast, we shall be brothers," he proclaimed, encouraging the crowd to fill their goblets anew. As they awaited the Golden Lion to speak, they prepared to down their drinks. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the Golden Lion held his cup aloft, but did not drink. 1 second passed, then 10, then a full minute. The atmosphere in the hall turned eerily silent. The Golden Lion's expression darkened as he withdrew his raised arm, his voice cold as he spoke. "It seems there are still those who refuse to acknowledge me, Shiki. Is there someone who thinks being my brother is beneath them?" His icy gaze radiated a palpable killing intent. The crowd instinctively followed his stare, landing on a calm man who had not even touched his cup. It was the lack of a raised goblet that prompted Shiki to halt. After a moment of scrutiny, he inquired, "Who are you?" "It seems the captain of the pirate crew I invited is not among you." Although he had not specifically memorized the names of those he had invited, he had no recollection of the face before him, indicating something amiss. "Indeed, I am not," Zhao Su replied with a smile. "Thus, I'm not your brother." "Ah, no need to lift the cup then." Upon this remark, the expressions of the surrounding pirates shifted dramatically. A stranger among them, what a jest! One by one, they drew their weapons, their faces contorted with menace as they glared at Zhao Su, as if ready to strike him down at any moment. Shiki narrowed his eyes. "Then who are you? I am curious to see who dares to disregard me." "My name is Zhao Su. You may not have heard of me," Zhao Su replied, chuckling lightly before resuming his meal. "Zhao Su? Who is Zhao Su?" The pirates murmured in confusion until one individual's face turned ashen. "Zhao Su, he is Zhao Su, the brother of Uchiha Obito." The room erupted in astonishment. Chapter 254. "Come, become my right hand, Zhao Su." Fourth update requested. The revelation that Zhao Su was the brother of Uchiha Obito, the Avenger, sent shockwaves through the crowd. Even the Golden Lion's pupils dilated, followed by a hearty laugh. "So, you are the brother of Uchiha Obito. No wonder you have the audacity to step into my banquet. Someone, bring wine for my brother Zhao Su." Others around him beamed with smiles, while a pirate beside Zhao Su displayed an expression of utmost honor. Only Zhao Su felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Indeed, my reputation is overshadowed by that of my brother." At Shiki's command, a server approached with drinks, revealing wings on her back, suggesting she was from Sky Island. She was petite and remained silent, lowering her head. Is she one of the ones Enel brought? Zhao Su thought. He had heard that Enel had plundered many strong men and women from Sky Island, but he did not require so many for the construction of his golden ship. "Thank you. I prefer to drink wine," Zhao Su stated, not bothering to look at the bowed server. The atmosphere froze instantly. The Golden Lion squinted at Zhao Su for a prolonged moment before waving his hand. If you do not wish to drink wine, then any other beverage will suffice. Juice, water, drinks, choose freely. Here, treat it as your own home. Do not stand on ceremony. Then I shall have some juice, please, Zhao Su replied calmly. The tension in the air eased slightly at their exchange. But the gazes of those around still carried a hint of jealousy. Despite there being over 70 pirate crew captains and nearly 50,000 subordinates present, none received the same treatment Zhao Su did. Who could refuse the Golden Lion's offer of wine, only to have him offer something else again? These individuals were nominally brothers with the Golden Lion, but in reality, they were merely his subordinates, lacking the weight of even his former followers. They were far inferior to Zhao Su. Observing Zhao Su calmly sipping his freshly served juice without a hint of discomfort, many pirate leaders internally admired him. Indeed, he was Uchiha Obito's brother, exuding steadiness and confidence befitting a general. In truth, in terms of attire, demeanor, and appearance, Zhao Su bore no distinction from the others. Even among the pirate captains, there were those audacious enough to stand out. However, despite their similar demeanor to Zhao Su, these individuals could never receive the same treatment as him. In fact, even a mere refusal to drink could result in their immediate demise. For might is the law of the land. Zhao Su himself, though not widely recognized, has only ever faced a single renowned figure, Kelokitier, and even then he did not make a personal appearance. Thus, one could say he holds little fame upon the vast ocean. Otherwise, he would not have remained unrecognized at first. Yet, the individuals supporting him are indeed figures whose influence even the likes of Jin Shurzi would consider carefully. With a hearty laugh, Shurji descended from the stage, his legs having been replaced by 2 swords, producing an odd metallic sound with each step. He approached Zhao Su without ceremony, pulling a chair over and seating himself. Zhao Su, you possess quite an interesting aura, Shurji remarked, his narrowed eyes betraying a hint of intimidation emanating from Zhao Su. Nevertheless, this sensation was not particularly alarming, lacking any sense of fatality. Thus he extended his hand, saying, "Come, Zhao Fu, be my right-hand man." Zhao Su was momentarily taken aback, as were those nearby, who immediately cast envious glances at him. Being the right-hand man of Jin Shurzi is a coveted position, one that they all yearn for. Shurji's gaze held a trace of seriousness. His invitation to Zhao Su was not solely due to his connection with Uchiha Madara, but also because he sensed an underlying threat from Zhao Su. Although this feeling was not overwhelming, few could instill such a sense of caution in Jin Shurzi. With a booming laugh, Shurji declared, "I am Jin Shurzi, and you are the second person I extend this invitation to." Upon hearing this, the onlookers exhibited even greater envy, for they were all aware that the first individual invited by Jin Shurzi was the Pirate King, Roger. The battle at Itwar was, after all, the most renowned conflict in Roger's storied life. Had it not been for a stroke of misfortune that brought forth a sudden storm, Roger may have perished, and the age of great pirates would have never dawned. The man who cornered the Pirate King to such an extent was none other than Shurji. "So, Zhao Su, what is your answer?" Shurji inquired with an air of arrogance. Zhao Su hesitated for a moment before breaking into a smile. "I am afraid I am here to kill you." "Kill me?" Jin Shurzi was momentarily stunned, as were the others. Then, a chorus of laughter erupted. "Ha ha! You dare to speak of killing me?" Shurji laughed heartily, but his expression soon darkened. "Do you truly believe that because you are the brother of Uchiha Madara, I will spare you? Of course not. But you cannot defeat me, so why should I be concerned?" Zhao Su replied with a calm smile. At this, Jin Shurzi was momentarily taken aback. Where did this fellow derive such confidence? Although Zhao Su had not demonstrated much of his strength, Shurji could sense an implicit threat from him, indicating that his power must be formidable. However, such a level of power was only marginally superior to that of his subordinates. In a vast new world, a bounty of 3 to 5 billion was hardly a match for him. Others joined in the laughter, mocking Zhao Su for being the brother of Uchiha Madara, suggesting he was utterly arrogant and would surely meet his demise. Yet Zhao Su merely smiled before he made his move. Chapter 171. I dare not flee what transpired? Why has a CPQ member been brought to this state, bleeding profusely? Has the operation failed? Doflamingo's face changed dramatically, his heart filled with unease. Despite his own considerable strength as a warlord and a formidable force in his own right, he felt utterly powerless before the man who nearly decimated Charlotte Linlin with a single sword. With a series of footsteps echoing, a tall figure emerged. Katakuri. And everyone immediately recognized him. "What do you want?" he inquired, his tone calm yet tinged with menace. "I can show mercy and spare your lives. Are you seeking death?" Doflamingo's voice rose, though internally he quaked, for he was uncertain of who would prevail in a confrontation with Katakuri. And he did not know how many of his siblings had been released. "Calm down," Katakuri said, his voice steady. "I neither intend to flee nor resist." He pointed at the CPQ member lying on the ground, bloodied. He suddenly arrived at my cell and opened both my cell door in handcuffs, seemingly attempting to facilitate my escape. His voice remained composed, devoid of any panic. However, the pirates exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide. "So, you mean to say that Doflamingo wished to let you go, and you instead nearly beat him to death?" Doflamingo could not help but interject, incredulous. Katakuri nodded. "Do you not wish to flee?" "Why? To escape would mean death," Katakuri replied calmly, casting a dispassionate glance at Doflamingo. "I have already defeated my shackles. What you choose to do with me is of no concern to me." With that, he turned and began walking back, right before everyone's eyes. After a moment of hesitation, some followed him back to the prison under Doflamingo's gaze. Moments later, they returned, their expressions filled with disbelief. "What happened?" Doflamingo inquired. "He truly returned obediently," one pirate said in a daze. "He locked the prison door himself, reattached the sea stone handcuffs, and even tossed the key to me. He produced a set of keys, which included not only Katakuri's cell key, but also those of other prisoners. This is the one that CPQ stole," he added. "I also checked the other cells, and there were no signs of their handcuffs being removed," the pirate continued. "So Katakuri only eliminated those who sought to set him free before locking himself back up." The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances. Placed in Katakuri's position, they were certain they would have fled, even if it meant abandoning their siblings. Yet here was someone who did not even consider escape. As their gazes gradually fell upon the injured CP member, Doflamingo suddenly bellowed. "Are you the one who attempted to secretly release members of the Bigman Pirates?" One CP0 member coughed up blood, ready to speak, but Doflamingo cut him off. "Do you wish our efforts to have been in vain?" he shouted angrily. "Do you want our blood to have been shed for nothing?" Without waiting for the CP0 member to respond, he struck out. 5 colored threads shot from his hand, grasping like a beast. The already bloodied CPQ was swiftly severed into multiple pieces, his final words trapped within him, never to be uttered. Doflamingo took a deep breath, his racing heart finally beginning to calm. Although the execution had been rushed, potentially leaving numerous traces, he cast a glance at those around him. Despite the anger radiating from the surrounding pirates, a few individuals displayed glimmers of doubt in their eyes. He acted with such swiftness that he left CPQ no opportunity to speak, as though he intended to silence any potential witnesses. Given his recent actions, it was evident that someone could deduce the truth. However, Doflamingo was powerless to compel CP to divulge anything. He would undoubtedly reveal everything about himself, rendering any subsequent measures to eliminate him futile. The reason Doflamingo believed the other party would inevitably expose him was that Gilgamesh had already ascended to the level of the 4 emperors, both in strength and influence, and was on the brink of a significant surge in power. If he did not create some doubts within his team, how could he possibly restrain him? Exposing Doflamingo in this context was hardly consequential. Meanwhile, Katakuri's brother, Charlotte Joscarpone, could not restrain himself from speaking up, questioning why Katakuri had re-entered. Indeed, Charlotte Opera expressed his dissatisfaction, noting that Katakuri could have left. "It is quite uncomfortable to be in handcuffs," Charlotte Zekit remarked. Even Perispero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, could not help but express his concern, lamenting that Katakuri had been given a rare chance to escape, which he should not squander. Although his strength was not the most formidable among the Charlotte progeny, as the eldest son, his words carried weight. Suddenly, Katakuri spoke, drawing the attention of all. Sitting on the floor of the cell, he wrapped his arms around himself, trembling slightly. "You are aware of my observation haki, correct?" Everyone nodded in acknowledgement. For Katakuri's observation haki was immensely powerful, reaching a level where he could foresee the future. Not only could he see, but he could also hear sounds. In a mere moment, he could perceive the unfolding events, akin to predicting the future. "I saw that after our Mother-S defeat, Daifuku, Oven, and Cracker all joined forces," Katakuri stated solemnly. Daifuku, Oven, and Cracker were among the most elite members of the Charlotte family, their strengths varying, but each possessing bounties in the billion range. "And then?" inquired Smoothie, the only female among the 4 sweet commanders. Katakuri's arm trembled, and after a brief silence, he continued, "Then I saw that we were all slaughtered by that man in a single stroke. It is not that I cannot escape. It is that I do not dare to." A profound silence enveloped the room. The commotion gradually subsided. The following day, Gilgamesh received news without further elaboration, summoning Doflamingo and Katakuri. "You did not escape yesterday," Gilgamesh observed with keen interest, focusing on Katakuri. "There was no possibility of escape," Katakuri replied gravely. "With you here, we had no chance of fleeing." He spoke candidly, omitting any flowery compliments. The implication was clear, with a being of his caliber suppressing them. Escape was simply impossible. How intriguing, Gilgamesh mused, narrowing his eyes at Doflamingo. "He appears far more interesting than you, Doflamingo." "Indeed," Doflamingo responded, secretly breaking into a cold sweat, yet maintaining a facade of composure. "Such a man at my side bodes well for my ambitions." "Is that so?" Gilgamesh continued, scrutinizing Katakuri. "Do you desire anything? In consideration of your intriguing nature as a subject, I am not averse to displaying a bit of my mercy." Without hesitation, Katakuri requested, "Might you remove the handcuffs for my siblings? They are unaccustomed to such restraints." Although the Charlotte family was not universally favored by Charlotte Linlin, even the less favored Brûlé had never experienced being bound in handcuffs, for few would treat the children of an emperor in such a manner. "Very well. I grant this request." Gilgamesh acquiesced with a nod. "You may leave and inform your guards." Katakuri nodded in acknowledgement, turning to depart. As he approached the door, he remarked, "The one who opened the door bears a resemblance to someone from the world government." With that, he exited without further concern, leaving behind Gilgamesh and a visibly anxious Doflamingo. Gilgamesh's gaze bore down on Doflamingo, imposing immense pressure. Doflamingo swallowed hard, realizing that his actions had been far from discreet. His decisive measures had inevitably drawn suspicion, yet he felt he had no choice. In that moment, silence reigned. Just as Doflamingo contemplated whether to act preemptively, he heard Gilgamesh inquire, "What is the status of the artificial devil fruits?" Doflamingo, as if granted reprieve, quickly replied, "There is no issue. Caesar has already arrived in Dressrosa. The research facility we constructed is complete and will commence operations within 7 days at the latest." "Did you retrieve my devil fruits from the black market?" Gilgamesh asked calmly. Doflamingo gritted his teeth, stating, "When you return to Dressrosa, I promise you will see at least 5 devil fruits." "Too few. I require a minimum of 10, Gilgamesh replied, his demeanor unyielding. Doflamingo clenched his teeth and nodded in agreement. "Understood." Gilgamesh then nodded, the tension in the air easing. Doflamingo exhaled deeply, realizing that this matter had been settled. However, he remained oblivious to the dangerous glint in Gilgamesh's eyes. Unfortunately, the cool-down period for the heavenly demon is still in effect, Zhaosu remarked, observing Doflamingo with keen eyes. He was not naive. He could easily surmise Doflamingo's role in the prison break. Yet, he understood that he still needed Doflamingo's expertise in acquiring devil fruits from the black market. The cool-down for the heavenly demon would last another 2 months, so he would allow Doflamingo some respite for now. Zhao Su's eyes glinted dangerously, aware that while the actions of his subordinates might have issues, the big MOM pirates were indeed a formidable threat. Although Doflamingo let out a sigh of relief, he hesitated for a moment and said, "My king, are you not concerned that Charlotte Linlin may overshadow you with the formidable might of her pirate crew upon awakening?" While he had just committed an offense, his words did carry a semblance of truth. The mid-tier combat strength of the Bigmum pirates indeed surpassed that of the team formed by Gilgamesh, and their upper echelon was equally impressive. It could be asserted that, excluding the innate power of Gilgamesh himself, even if Charlotte Linlin were to surrender, 2/3 of the forces on Gilgamesh's side would still be composed of the opposing faction. This constitutes a perilously alarming ratio, one that could have easily led to a corporate takeover in Zhao Su's previous life. However, Gilgamesh furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "Do you not trust in my charisma? It is the rightful duty of a vassal to remain loyal to their king. What is Charlotte Linlin but a mere rabble, incapable of rivaling my authority?" Doflamingo was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape. To be honest, he acknowledged Gilgamesh's charisma, yet could it truly be so simple? How could the crew of an emperor be so easily swayed to loyalty? They were the subordinates of an emperor, after all. Charisma alone was not enough to command unwavering allegiance with a mere show of dominance. At that moment, a report came in, announcing, "My king, the warlord crocodile has arrived." Doflamingo froze, taken aback. "What brings him here?" Surely it is to express his fealty to you. Gilgamesh spoke calmly. As a warlord of the sea, it is rather unbecoming for him to visit me only now. Let him in. Doflamingo's lips twitched. If not for the remnants of rationality in his mind, he would have directly questioned Gilgamesh. What gives you the confidence to think Crocodile has come to pledge his allegiance? He is also a warlord of the sea. Do you think he is here to feign loyalty as I am? 3 minutes later, Doflamingo stood in stunned silence, observing Crocodile bowing before Gilgamesh, his expression vacant. Could it be that such a commanding presence truly existed? Chapter 173. The response of Charlotte Linlin, of course. Gilgamesh possessed a significant charisma. Others, such as Uchiha Madara and Saitama, also exuded a similar allure. To take a step further, even Sengoku had his own charm, particularly with women. However, no matter how compelling Zhao Su's charisma may be, he could not emulate the omnipotent authority found in fictional narratives to compel others into submission. Crocodile was undoubtedly under the control of the divine beings, summoned by Zhao Su's command to appear before Gilgamesh. If not for the absence of additional orders, Crocodile might have believed he was merely dispatched as a spy. It seemed likely that all the warlords of the sea could soon be gathered. Zhao Su narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at the astonished Doflamingo, who was awaiting the divine being's command. With Crocodile having submitted, 2 out of the 7 positions of the warlords of the sea had already been claimed. The remaining ones were not without their vulnerabilities, nor were they inscrutable. The jest he had made, claiming the warlords of the sea were merely his subordinates, was gradually becoming a reality. You may return to Alabasta for now, Gilgamesh said. Currently, I have no need for you. Crocodile, upon learning that one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, had been defeated by this man, nearly lashed out at the dismissive tone. Yet, the fact that even a 4 emperor had been so effortlessly vanquished by Zhao Su left him pondering the latter's true intentions, though he kept his thoughts to himself. Ultimately, he nodded and prepared to depart. Gilgamesh watched Crocodile leave, aware that the timing of his arrival could be advantageous, and might serve as a prelude to an uprising against the world government. However, his own side was rife with spies, such as Doflamingo, who could easily leak information. Yet, given that Doflamingo had slain CP agents for a justified reason, re-establishing contact with the world government would require considerable time. A slight manipulation would suffice to delay matters until the cool-down period of the divine beings had ended. Meanwhile, following Katakuri's return, the prisoners of the Charlotte family had experienced a marked improvement in their conditions. Freed from the shackles of sea stone, each felt a sense of relief. Naturally, some harbored resentment and plotted an escape, but Katakuri swiftly quelled any such ambitions. As the strongest member of the Big Mom Pirates aside from Charlotte Linlin, and endowed with the foresight of observation hockey, he possessed the authority to suppress such discontent with ease. On the other hand, Bruley occasionally visited the prisoners, engaging with the sisters of the Charlotte family to discuss strategies for seducing men. She seemed to believe she had discerned Gilgamesh's preferences and was preparing for the eventuality of Charlotte Linlin's awakening, hoping to preserve her own life. To her, sacrificing her virtue was a trivial matter. The Charlotte family often engaged in alliances with outsiders and seldom indulged in matters of the heart, adhering instead to the dictates of their matriarch. What was the loss of chastity if it ensured survival? After all, it provided the opportunity for a new beginning. Many of the Charlotte women envied Bruley's resolve. Such a handsome, charming, and wealthy man, were it not for the current circumstances being entirely at odds with their expectations. They would likely be pleading with Charlotte Linlin for favor. Most of the men in the Charlotte household remained silent, and Katakuri had little to say as well. Now, all awaited the awakening of their matriarch. 3 days later, Charlotte Linlin finally regained consciousness. So I have failed, she murmured, disbelief clouding her eyes. Indeed, you have been defeated, Gilgamesh replied calmly, sipping his drink with an air of superiority. You are left with but 2 choices, submit or watch your children perish alongside you. Beneath them, the pirates of the Big Mom crew swallowed hard, awaiting the verdict of fate. Bruley stood quietly behind Gilgamesh, still adorned in her maid outfit. Yet her overall appearance had been significantly enhanced. Earrings, rings, necklaces, and various embellishments showcased her exquisite charm, even lending a hint of allure to her youthful visage. These ornaments had been borrowed from her sisters. Bruley had claimed that she would captivate Gilgamesh to plead for their favor, garnering assistance from some of her aesthetically inclined sisters to craft such an ensemble. However, Mama, please promise me, Bulin's heart raced as she spoke. Although I have prepared how to entice him, there is still a chance of failure. Promise him promised the eldest son of the Charlotte family, Perispero, who was equally tense, and thought, "Mama, please do not lose your composure at this moment." Katakuri's expression was stern, and he remained silent, merely gazing intently at Charlotte Linlin. Others similarly fixated on Charlotte Linlin, awaiting her response. What benefits would there be in surrendering? Charlotte Linlin scoffed. "For instance, my Tado land kingdom will return to me." Gilgamesh replied calmly. His blunt words startled everyone. Charlotte Linlin's eyes were bloodshot as she declared that the fantastical homies created by my abilities must obey my commands. Gilgamesh responded with unwavering calm. "My deserts." Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes. "I do not care." Gilgamesh's tone remained steady. "Yet by aligning with me, you naturally relinquish many of your rights and demands. Even if you can still enjoy the food you desire, its quality will inevitably decline from what it once was." Bulin clenched her fists tightly, swallowing hard, while Katakuri appeared calm, yet upon closer inspection, his eyes were narrowed to their limits. The situation was precarious, and conflict was about to erupt in the next moment. However, at this juncture, Charlotte Linlin suddenly spoke. Chapter 174. Gilgamesh acquires numerous maidens. Fourth update requested. Chapter 114. Gilgamesh acquires numerous maidens. Fourth update requested. All right, I understand, so I shall temporarily concede to you. Charlotte Linlin sighed, uttering words that astonished everyone. Surrender. The four emperors surrendering once again. Moreover, Mama, you had previously stated several conditions, all of which he has rejected. Gilgamesh nodded, indifferent to whether the other party was deceiving him, and with a wave of his hand, countless weapons materialized, shattering the prison door of the big MOM pirates and releasing them. Is it truly impossible for the four emperors to surrender? Perhaps not. The four emperors are human. Being human means they have attachments. Charlotte Linlin's attachment is her family. To be precise, she is someone who yearns deeply for familial bonds. Even having her subordinates call her Mama. When encountering formidable foes, her first thought is to use her daughters to forge alliances. Although Charlotte Linlin possesses a fierce nature, she, too, has aspirations and emotions. For instance, even now she still thinks of that nun, Galmero. And in order to fulfill the childhood dream of the young nun for a place where all races can thrive, she created the 130,000 nations. In this realm, everyone is treated equally, with diverse races coexisting without discrimination, at least not overtly. She longs for a utopia where all races and species can harmoniously coexist. This dream, initially instilled by the nun, has been realized under her leadership. Although that nun was, in reality, a wicked trafficker of orphans, Charlotte Linlin, despite her brutality, discerned certain truths from Gilgamesh's words. "I treat everyone equally, whether they are your subordinates or you. I remain unconcerned. Everything belongs to me, and I shall bear the weight of it all." Thus, the foundation for her surrender was laid. The dignity of the four emperors indeed presents some complications. Yet it is crucial to understand that the four emperors are not inherently stubborn and unwilling to bend. Among the four emperors, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin were once members of the Rocks Pirates, while red-haired Shanks had once been in the company of the Pirate King. This indicates they are not born with an innate pride that prevents them from yielding. Kaido serves as a clear example. Although he was ultimately defeated by Kazuki Oden, his subsequent submission was nonetheless genuine. Regardless of the issues involved, surrender is surrender. The four emperors can indeed submit to someone. Yet, this notion has never crossed anyone's mind, including Bulin, who stared wide-eyed at Charlotte Linlin, especially Doflamingo, whose eyes nearly bulged out. "You are a four-emperor. How can a four-emperor surrender?" "First, focus on recovering." Gilgamesh stood up, stating that if you can demonstrate sufficient value, I may not be averse to showing my benevolence and restoring your arm. Just an arm. Though in the world of pirates, even Zephyr ultimately had to settle for a mechanical arm. However, before Gilgamesh, an ample amount of treasure signifies considerable power. "Oh, by the way," Gilgamesh suddenly halted, turning his head and instructing, "You all go to the nations and bring the treasures within to Dressrosa for me. In light of your sincere surrender, I permit you to keep a quarter of it, which you shall distribute among my subordinates. Of course, the devil fruits and other treasures belong to me." This leniency, based on Katakuri's actions, allowed the big MOM pirates to exhale in relief. Although defeated, they could at least retain something. Gilgamesh's subordinates raised little objection, fully aware of who truly determined the outcome. "Then let us disperse," Gilgamesh declared. "It is time for us to depart. This small island has received too many favors from me, and it cannot bear any more. The subsequent matters require little elaboration. The nations and some vassal territories need to change flags. The IgM pirate flag of Charlotte Linlin will become a relic, unless Gilgamesh falls and Charlotte Linlin betrays him. This flag is unlikely to reappear. Gilgamesh set sail once more, this time heading directly back to Dressrosa. With so many new territories acquired, he clearly did not intend to visit each one. However, Doflamingo could not resist expressing a few concerns regarding the big MOM pirates returning to the nations, such as what would happen if they rebelled again. Before Bolin could frantically defend her family, Gilgamesh merely scoffed, stating, "Then I shall crush them like an ant beneath my heel. Those who disregard my mercy possess no value for survival." Upon hearing this, Bolin's heart skipped a beat, resolving to connect with her siblings later. Meanwhile, Doflamingo's heart raced. He felt as if Gilgamesh's words held a deeper meaning directed at him. However, given his severed ties with the world government, he could not dare to reach out to Gilgamesh. After a moment of contemplation, Gilgamesh said little more, simply gazing steadily at the calm sea as the ship continued to sail. Navigating the Grand Line requires ordinary sailors to constantly monitor the wind direction, adjust the sails, and maintain a balance to enhance sailing speed. However, for Gilgamesh, such concerns were irrelevant. It had been a long time since he had experienced such leisure. Zhao Su mused to himself that if he were alone, like Gilgamesh, life would be infinitely more relaxed. However, Zhao Su found himself in quite a predicament, needing to portray Gilgamesh effortlessly, while simultaneously relying on a doppelganger to maintain his original form, all while rushing to another template to assume a different role. It had been a long time since he experienced such ease. Once they brought the devil fruits from the myriad nations for absorption, he would have to change locations again. Zhao Su Muset in Wano, Genmu Kinpachi had also requested a batch of devil fruit from Kaido, while Satama's template was quite accommodating. However, Madara was likewise gathering them. Fortunately, several major factions were simultaneously gathering intelligence, allowing Zhao Su to keep abreast of various developments and not squander opportunities indiscriminately. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed with tenfold more work. Presently, this could be considered a rare moment of respite, prompting Zhao Su to cast his gaze upon the several young ladies before him. Speaking of which, Gilgamesh had indeed amassed quite a number of maidservants. Chapter 175. They truly do not know. First update requested automatically. Chapter 115. They truly do not know. First update requested automatically. What better way to pass the time than by admiring the maidens? Conveniently, Gilgamesh happened to be the character under Zhao Su's guise with the most maidservants. Bryn, for the sake of survival, currently served as Gilgamesh's maid. Princess Violet was sent by her father, Li Ku, to serve as a maid, while Princess Rebecca was delivered by her grandfather, King Li Ku, for the same purpose. The Ghost Princess, Perona, became one of Gilgamesh's subordinates after he defeated the Moonlight Moria, currently holding the position of headmaid. Among Zhao Su's circle, only Robin was close, as the other members of the Revolutionary Army were not particularly familiar. Yet Gilgamesh, without a hint of shame, had gathered so many maidservants. Indeed, ruling as a monarch seems to be the ultimate aspiration of a man. The only issue was that these maidservants were rather young. The eldest, Perona and Violet, had just escaped the 3-year death penalty threshold. Wait a moment. Zhao Su suddenly stroked his chin. It appeared that the legal framework of the world of One Piece was not quite aligned with that of his previous life, resembling more the laws of Neon. For instance, women could marry at the age of 16. Considering this, although Rebecca and Bryn were still too young, the remaining two, no, as a ruler, one inherently possesses the authority to establish laws within the realm. Should I take the opportunity to amend some laws? Zhao Su pondered, realizing that even if he were to take them as wives, it wouldn't be a matter of concern. Being a king, having multiple wives would be expected. Although the legends of Gilgamesh did not explicitly state how many wives he had, such inquiries could easily be resolved by me. Gilgamesh was the king of ancient Uruk. In such mythological times, how many would bother to document whether he had a wife? If one had the time, why not record his great deeds instead? Excluding figures like Xian Yuan, who allegedly consorted with 100 women by night and ascended by day. It seemed the maidservants had noticed Gilgamesh's gaze and turned to look at him. Bryn quickly flashed a smile, having learned to read others' thoughts and tread carefully since childhood due to her eyes. Still immature, she had yet to transition from merely guessing others' intentions to deceiving them with a facade of kindness, appearing only pitiable and not detestable. Violet, too, sensed Gilgamesh's attention. Although unaware of why he was looking at her, she knew how to respond. Humph! Violet snorted disdainfully, standing with her arms crossed, displaying an air of defiance. This was her preferred posture to express dissatisfaction, displeasure at being sent here by her father, ignoring Gilgamesh's dismissive attitude, and resentment towards her father for sending her niece later on. Rebecca, with her innocent demeanor, observed her aunt's huff and decided to mimic her, placing her hands on her hips and puffing adorably. Although unsure of the reason behind her huff, she simply felt compelled to do so. Perona looked bewildered, glancing between Violet and Rebecca before turning back to Gilgamesh. What is happening? Zhao Su felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and gently shook his head, dismissing it as mere eye candy. After all, he did not expect much from them. Though they were labeled as maidservants, they were more akin to ornamental figures, as none of them were suited for serving others. Wait a minute. Bryn seemed to find it amusing to exploit a girl who was not even 10 years old. A familiar smile crept across Zhao Su's face. However, upon reflection, the character of Gilgamesh did not seem to be one who would be easily swayed by beauty. Although he had pursued Saber, it was less about her beauty and more about an interest in her fortitude and character. The problem was that how many pirates had a woman like Saber, independent and capable of ruling as a queen? Charlotte Linlin? Ultimately, Zhao Su resigned himself to the realization that the characters he was portraying were not particularly adept at wooing women. Gilgamesh valued temperament. Saitama felt indifferent towards women. Genmu Kenpachi preferred combat, and Uchiha Madara cherished his friendship with Senju Hashirama. As for Chungu, well, he had only recently made his appearance. It would be best to let him wait a bit longer before facing the axe. The ship continued its voyage, encountering various individuals at sea, pirates, merchant vessels, and navy ships. The crew was no longer novices and had grown accustomed to occasionally crossing paths with other vessels. Regardless, most would steer clear upon seeing the flag of Gilgamesh of Uruk. Yet, there were exceptions. "My king, a fleet is approaching us," Doflamingo reported with a grin. "Who is it?" Gilgamesh inquired without lifting his head. "From the flag? It appears to be Germa 66, Doflamingo replied. Germa 66, also known as the Germa Kingdom, is a unique maritime nation without a fixed territory, typically operating through dozens of ships. When combined, they form a kingdom. Germa 66 refers to the military of the Germa Kingdom, although people often use the name of the army to refer to the nation itself. This kingdom is renowned for its formidable military, often serving as mercenaries and war profiteers. With its powerful forces capable of swiftly dispatching enemies, this constituted a significant portion of Germa's income. What do they want? Gilgamesh yawned. It seems they intend to attack us. Doflamingo hesitated, unsure. Attack? Does that little Germa kingdom dare to confront us? They must not be aware that we have just defeated the Yonko Charlotte Lean's pirate crew. Meanwhile, aboard Germa's warship, Father, is it wise to attack directly? Reiju hesitated. What, are you afraid? Ichiji scoffed. They are merely a group of infamous pirates. What is there to fear? Niji coldly snorted. Reiju was about to say something when the supreme commander of Germa, Vince Smoke Judge, waved his hand. We are here at the invitation of Charlotte Linlin to attend her banquet. Seeing the pirates who dared to provoke her remaining utterly unmoved could easily invite gossip. Jiaji narrowed his eyes. The Germa sought to re-establish dominance over the North Sea and required the aid of the four emperors. We must act. How marvelously intricate the world is. They remain blissfully unaware that the assistance anticipated by Vince Smock Jiaji has just been obliterated by Gilgamesh. Chapter 176. We are the ones who shall ultimately prevail. In this vast ocean, the transmission of information has never been an easy endeavor. The Den Mushi is not a true telephone. Its frequency is limited and cannot achieve global communication. Even in Zhao Su's previous life, maritime communication relied on satellites, land-based stations, and vessels. Compared to land, where mountains and other obstructions complicate signal transmission, the sea presents its own challenges. While numerous kingdoms have established reasonably complete communication systems through newspapers, at sea, one can only depend on the uncertain arrival of newsbirds to glean information. Unfortunately, following the battle with the four emperors, despite the diligent efforts of many informants to relay the developments, newspapers and other establishments genuinely recognized the upheaval brought about by the fall of the four emperors. However, even with their prompt efforts to disseminate the news by the following day, the people of the Germa were still unable to receive sufficiently fresh updates, leading to a grave miscalculation. It cannot truly be called a mistake. Who could have anticipated such an outcome before this battle? Jiaji himself had harbored plans to reclaim supremacy over the North Sea by aligning with Charlotte Linlin. Now, with an opportunity to approach Charlotte Linlin presented, how could he refrain from seizing it? Under the pretense of ignorance regarding the battle's circumstances, his actions were indeed justifiable. If he were to gradually engage with Charlotte Linlin, even if both parties were inclined, the process of mutual adaptation would inevitably consume a great deal of time. Jiaji contemplated that seizing this opportunity to confront Gilgamesh would swiftly bridge the gap between them, a risk worth taking. In truth, he was not mistaken. Jiaji had long aspired to gain Charlotte Linlin's support to seize the North Sea, but it would take years to orchestrate a union with Xiangji. The collaboration of two formidable forces is fraught with various complexities, and the period of adjustment often breeds considerable conflict. Perhaps Charlotte Linlin initially desired to ally with Jiaji, akin to Kaido's collaboration with Wano, but ultimately opted for a direct approach due to a lack of effective rapport during the adjustment phase. Of course, such contemplations are futile now. With a decisive wave of his hand, Jiaji commanded Germa's ships to open fire. The thunderous roar of cannons erupted. As a figure with both the qualifications and confidence to ally with the four emperors, Jiaji indeed possessed substantial leverage. Vince Smock Jiaji had previously collaborated with Dr. Vegapunk as a scientist in an illicit research team. Vegapunk discovered the blueprint of life and bloodline factors, leading the world government to dismantle the organization and take Vegapunk and his team away, while Jiaji managed to escape. Ultimately, Vegapunk unlocked the conditions for the transmission of devil fruit abilities, enabling objects to acquire such powers, while Vince Smock Jiaji developed replicants, modified humans, and combat suits. Despite his rugged appearance, he is an exceptionally formidable scientist, wielding his technological prowess to bolster Germa's military strength. The unwavering loyalty and combat awareness of the 7 soldiers under his command, equipped with his self-developed weaponry, form an indomitable army. Even if Gilgamesh is strong, Jiaji mused, we could retreat. Aligning with Charlotte Linlin would provide further justification for growing closer to her, a risk with no drawback. The cannon fire continued to rain down. Battles at sea often commence with a thunderous roar of cannonballs. Compared to ships and artillery, Jiaji was confident he would not be defeated. And indeed this was the case. As the artillery battle began, Gilgamesh's vessels began to sway, and many ships carrying other sailors were struck. How audacious they were to retaliate. Gilgamesh momentarily paused, but quickly remembered his responsibilities. Doflamingo, Shiryu. My king, we stand ready, they announced. Dichide. Soon, a figure soared through the air towards Germa's ships, while another navigated a small boat, braving the waves to charge ahead. Jiaji furrowed his brow. It was the formidable Doflamingo and Shiryu of the rain. Fire. Do not let them approach. He was acutely aware of the reputation these powerful figures held in the maritime world. Of course, Jiaji pondered whether to allow them to board first. Meanwhile, aboard Gilgamesh's ship, aren't you going to join the fray? Perona inquired, unable to contain herself. Join the fray for what? Gilgamesh leisurely sipped from his goblet. Your subordinates are in battle, Perona exclaimed. If such trivial skirmishes require my personal involvement, then I have no need for such subordinates, Gilgamesh replied calmly. Perona tilted her head in confusion, her adorably naive demeanor evident. However, 3 minutes later, she noticed the cannon fire had diminished. After another 5 minutes, the sounds of battle gradually ceased. 2 minutes later, Shiryu and Doflamingo returned to the ship. My king, the matter has been resolved. Gilgamesh nodded. What were the results? It is rather embarrassing. We left some of their ships behind, but Jiaji and his companions escaped unscathed. Doflamingo shrugged. They dispatched a horde of reckless soldiers to entangle us, seizing the chance to flee. We could have pursued them, but I'm not foolish enough to risk my own life to create opportunities for others. Gilgamesh remarked casually, did we not eliminate the enemy entirely? Considering you refrained from allowing the blood of the lowly to spill before me, I will let it slide. This situation does not warrant excessive concern. Meanwhile, Jiaji's expression darkened. What a tremendous loss. A significant loss indeed. He had brought over 20 ships, yet half remained behind. Were it not for his swift decision to abandon several vessels and soldiers to the cannon fire, he feared all would have been captured. While the lower-tier combatants of Germa posed no issues, the upper echelon, including Shiryu and others, could easily overwhelm them, especially as the likes of Reiju had yet to fully develop their strength. Gilgamesh had yet to personally intervene. Indeed, he was a renowned figure of the seas with exceptional prowess. Jiaji sighed deeply as he gazed at his somewhat disheveled children, offering words of encouragement. Do not worry. They will not remain arrogant for long. Soon, we shall ally with Charlotte Linlin, and even she intends to confront Gilgamesh. We shall be the ones who ultimately prevail. Jiaji clenched his fists, his eyes glimmering with determination, and his children nodded in unison. After the day had passed, Jiaji stood in a daze, staring blankly at the news in his hand, his expression vacant. How could this be possible? Chapter 177. Jiaji felt a twinge of sorrow. The news announced the defeat and surrender of the fourth emperor, Xiaqite Ling, to Gilgamesh. Upon receiving this news, people around the world were engulfed in an eerie silence. Another fourth emperor had fallen, and yet again, one had surrendered. The older generation found it hard to comprehend this world. How could a fourth emperor surrender? The title of fourth emperor was one bestowed upon those who reigned over the seas. It signified invincibility, a status that should only be challenged by another fourth emperor or the elite of the navy. Yet here they were, defeated, and not just defeated but also subservient. Zhangguo's expression grew grave as he summoned numerous vice admirals and generals to the Navy headquarters for several days of meetings. At the beginning of the meeting, his first words were, "The seas are about to be tumultuous once again." Zhangguo was no weakling. He was seasoned with experience and adorned with honors that could fill multiple walls. He would not engage in idle chatter about how a fourth emperor could be defeated. After all, it was known that once revered as a fourth emperor, a notorious pirate had been vanquished by red-haired Shanks, who subsequently ascended to become a new fourth emperor. Even the fourth emperors could fall. Moreover, Kaido had often sought thrills within the Navy headquarters, having been captured and executed on more than one occasion. Although not truly defeated, being captured still counted as a loss. However, the defeat and subjugation of a fourth emperor was unprecedented and had now occurred twice in succession. Zhangguo took a deep breath and asked, "Do you know what this reminds me of?" Beside him, Carp, unusually somber, interjected with a flash of seriousness in his eyes. "Roger." Zhangguo nodded. After Roger's demise, Whitebeard, Charlotte Lingling, and Kaido took turns eliminating several powerful pirates, solidifying their positions. He hesitated, not finishing his thought, but those present understood what he meant. The age of pirates had been tumultuous, with various powerful pirates venturing out into the seas, competing for supremacy like a contest for the king of insects. This turbulence had yet to fully dissipate, and now a new round of competition was underway, particularly with the emergence of Kenmu Jianba and Gilgamesh, who had both eliminated Kaido and Charlotte Lingling to become the new contenders for the title of king. On one side, they would face challenges from pirates aspiring to become kings, while on the other, Whitebeard and other veteran kings would also contend with incoming challengers. The pirates, previously suppressed by the three great powers of the four emperors, the seven warlords, and the navy, were once again becoming invigorated. More powerful individuals would undoubtedly rise, presenting the navy with even greater challenges. Zhangguo took a deep breath and glanced at the seemingly indifferent Saitama, who was chewing gum and blowing bubbles, finally lightening his serious demeanor. There are individuals like Gilgamesh among the pirates, but we in the navy also possess formidable counterparts. We may not necessarily lose in this competition. Zhangguo lifted his head and began to organize the navy's efforts for the upcoming competition for the title of king. On a small island in the New World, a sharp blade pierced a man's body, blood pouring forth. Really, do they think our captain, being one of the younger fourth emperors, is easy to deal with? Beckman scoffed, toppling a pirate to the ground. They were engaged in a battle with a group of pirates, and the battlefield was decisively in their favor. "Ha ha! Our captain is underestimated." Jesus Burgess laughed heartily, casually shooting down a pirate. "Yes, our captain is indeed underestimated," Locky Lu chimed in, firing his weapon while munching on meat, adding humorously, "Captain, you really lack authority. It's a pity we worked so hard." The others joined in the laughter as they dispatched their enemies. Shanks, unfazed, laughed heartily. "If I were one of these little pirates, I might even consider challenging him. The seas have never lacked skilled individuals. Perhaps one day, someone will take down Whitebeard and become the next fourth emperor." The group burst into laughter, but refrained from saying anything like, "Why not take down our captain?" They were confident that as long as they were present, no one could defeat their captain. However, Shanks squinted at the newspaper, perceiving the battlefield as insignificant. Recently, explosive news had been rampant, with many rising to prominence. In truth, Whitebeard faced similar challenges from pirates, who were also swiftly eliminated. Just like Shanks' subordinates, the captains under Whitebeard never believed anyone could defeat their captain. Although the New World was rife with powerful pirates, the reason the four emperors held their titles was due to their unparalleled strength. Even with two of them defeated, the reputation of the four emperors remained formidable. The pirates found it difficult to cause any disturbance to Whitebeard and Shanks. Yet, while this upheaval meant little to Whitebeard and Shanks, it was a different story for others. For instance, Jiaji's complexion drained of color as he repeatedly scanned the newspaper, even traveling to several islands to verify the news. Finally, he raised his head in front of his children, who also bore troubled expressions, and spoke in a voice tinged with impending tears. It seems we may have provoked the wrong person. Chapter 178. We must seek Kenmu Jinba. Jiaji's face was frightfully pale. Reiju also looked distressed, while Ichi and Niji burst into laughter. What a colossal blunder. Father initially intended to curry favor with Charlotte Lingling, but now she submitted to him. They guffawed. Thank goodness Gilgamesh didn't take action himself. Otherwise, we would have been utterly doomed. Jiaji's expression darkened at the sight of his sons laughing. Indeed, they were all modified beings devoid of fear, but he and Reiju were not. As a scientist and warrior, Jiaji understood the consequences of offending the Emperor of the Seas. Gilgamesh had not even lifted a finger. His subordinates had merely repelled them. What did this signify? Previously, with Charlotte Lingling as a psychological anchor, he had not been overly concerned. But now, it was important to remember that Charlotte Lingling was merely a subordinate of Gilgamesh. Jiaji was acutely aware that he had yet to establish any relationship with Charlotte Lingling. While he had ideas, transforming those ideas into reality required time. What shall we do, father? Reiju inquired gravely. Although the Germa is a kingdom, it has been vanquished by the four emperors on numerous occasions. What is most crucial is that Germa's income primarily relies on mercenary work, necessitating travel across various nations. Interaction with the sea is unavoidable. Unless Katakuri desires the downfall of Germa, he must address this dilemma. With a grim expression, he inhaled deeply several times, contemplating the situation. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and stated that Gilgamesh has essentially replaced Charlotte Lingling as one of the four emperors. Therefore, we ought to seek refuge with another emperor. Charlotte Lingling's son, however, furrowed his brow and questioned whom they should align with. Kaido has just been defeated, and while Whitebeard and Shanks are known as pirates, they conduct their affairs with remarkable moderation. As mercenaries, it is likely that they have shed more blood than these two pirates combined, making any alliance with them a challenging prospect. Furthermore, let us not forget that Katakuri aims to utilize the power of the four emperors to conquer the North Sea. Would they lend us their strength? Absolutely not. The individual who defeated Kaido is likely as formidable as Gilgamesh. It is evident that Katakuri has pondered this issue and decided without hesitation. Moreover, he has the land of Wano at his disposal. Thus, our alliance with him is not surprising and would not provoke the world government as much as an alliance with Charlotte Lingling. I believe that Kinemon would likely surpass Gilgamesh in combat. We must rely on his strength, Katakuri silently resolved. Jiaosu, of course, remains oblivious to Katakuri's intricate maneuvers and is unconcerned. Unless he acquires a research-type template akin to Orochimaru or Urahara Kisuke, his abilities hold little value to Jiaosu. Why resort to technology for issues that can be resolved with basic attacks? He simply reclined on the ship, calmly preparing to receive the legacy of the B.I.G. MOM pirates in Dressrosa. According to recent communications, Charlotte Lingling has shown no inclination toward betrayal. She returned to Whole Cake Island with some of Gilgamesh's dispatched personnel, seemingly gathering wealth to transport to Dressrosa, as if she had genuinely surrendered. Doflamingo has temporarily lost contact with the world government. Although Khalifa, appointed as the overseer of the black market by Gilgamesh, has attempted to reach Doflamingo multiple times, her efforts have been rebuffed. He presently has no intention of re-emerging, as doing so would likely lead to his demise. Meanwhile, in the holy land of Mariehua, 5 elderly men with white hair sat in a chamber, their gazes intense and contemplative. Charlotte Lingling has once again been defeated. She is likely to submit. According to CP's intelligence, she has been remarkably compliant. Even her illness seems dormant. It appears she has indeed capitulated to Gilgamesh, who is undeniably strong. We have always known his strength. Yet the unexpectedly emerging Kinemon is also formidable, having managed to defeat Kaido. The 5 elders wore grim expressions. They had initially prepared to maintain the balance of power at sea, yet one after another, powerful individuals have disrupted their plans. According to CP's intelligence, Whitebeard has been provoked by 3 rival pirate crews, and red-haired Shanks faces challenges from 4 or 5 other formidable pirates. The seas are in turmoil, all due to the sudden emergence of these experts. Yet, the Navy Saitama hardly listens to orders, which is infuriating. The emergence of so many powerful figures has inadvertently provided us with opportunities to maneuver. Let us remain calm, the sword-bearing elder spoke gravely. We must consider the situation optimistically. The other 4 elders frowned as they looked towards the sword-bearing elder. Indeed, he affirmed, what is our most pressing concern at present? The 4 exchanged glances and replied in unison, Uchiha Madara. Pirates are but a minor nuisance. The Revolutionary Army is the primary adversary of the world government. Precisely. It is Uchiha Madara. The sword-bearing elder nodded, then revealed a smile. What if we employ certain tactics to pit Uchiha Madara against others? Uchiha Madara is undeniably powerful. However, if he could engage in a mutual destruction scenario with others, it would be ideal. The Navy and the world government could then act gradually, reaping the benefits as bystanders. But who should be sent to confront Uchiha Madara? The elders exchanged glances. The curly-haired elder hesitantly suggested Gilgamesh. The sword-bearing elder shook his head. From the intelligence gathered, Kinnaman appears to be more manageable. Let us dispatch a warship to contact the land of Wano and seek Kinnaman's assistance. To be candid, Kinnaman is indeed an excellent candidate. His temperament is straightforward and brutish. Although he has isolated Wano, even the slightest information would be sufficient for the experienced world government to discern his character. A berserker who thrives on combat above all else. Such a person would inevitably charge into battle, even without provocation. Moreover, the world government could leverage its relationship with the land of Wano to exert pressure. This time, the 5 elders were fortunate. They did not send Saitama again, but instead dispatched a series of world government officials and a naval vice-admiral. It was indeed a rare occurrence. When Zhao Su learned of this news, he finally nodded in agreement. It had been a long time since he encountered a situation that did not require him to act out his own drama. He remained unconcerned, continuing to stay in Dressrosa, awaiting the return of Charlotte Linlin and her crew. There was no need to rush. The conditions in the land of Wano were notoriously harsh, with bizarre marine environments that had fostered prolonged isolation. Even the world government would find it challenging to penetrate, especially without the knowledge of their impending arrival. Approximately half a month later, Charlotte Linlin and her entourage finally arrived in Dressrosa. The Kingdom of Fairies? Charlotte Linlin squinted her eyes, her thick lips conveying an inscrutable expression. Katakuri stood beside her, his demeanor calm yet serious. During this time, he had intercepted numerous attempts by others to persuade Charlotte Linlin to betray Gilgamesh. The reasons were self-evident. No one appreciates the emergence of an additional contender. However, Katakuri had ruthlessly executed those individuals, and the few who had genuinely met Charlotte Linlin did not see the dawn of the following day. It seemed as though Charlotte Linlin had truly submitted. How are things with Bruley? Charlotte Linlin inquired melodiously. Still the same, Katakuri replied calmly. Gilgamesh has made no moves, and Bruley has not found an opportunity. Katakuri understood the underlying implications of Charlotte Linlin's words. The Charlotte family has a tradition of marriage alliances with their subordinates. Although she has been subdued, it seems that Charlotte Linlin wishes to continue this practice. For instance, forming an alliance with Gilgamesh would be advantageous. If she cannot seize the opportunity, she might as well consider alternatives. Charlotte Linlin sneered disdainfully. Katakuri spoke evenly. While it is likely that your sisters have influenced the situation, I hope you will refrain from pursuing that course of action. In certain subtle ways, she may not measure up to Bulin. He is well aware of his sister's honest thoughts. Urgamish requires both strength and beauty. He discerned their sentiments long before the onset of the great battle. After the conflict concluded, when his sisters were confined, it was fortunate that they had not yet succumbed to their trivial desires. Jealousy towards Bulin and a burgeoning aversion towards her led some to entertain fanciful notions of persuading their mother to reclaim the maid position from Bulin and bestow it upon themselves. However, mother, do you truly believe that Urgamish is the sort who can be easily swayed by women? Katakuri maintained a calm demeanor. Although there were issues with his statement as the elder brother, he felt his sisters were overly optimistic. Could an ordinary man defeat their mother? Furthermore, his sister Bulin is undoubtedly the pinnacle of beauty, exhibiting prudence and composure that far surpass the unreliability of many. They have grown accustomed to being princesses and have yet to adjust their mindset. Katakuri mused that they are merely subjects. Subjects are distinctly different from monarchs. Their mother is but a subordinate now, Why do they still delude themselves into thinking they're princesses? Naturally, he could not voice such thoughts as the elder brother and could only address the matter through TheUchiha, ensuring her imagination did not run wild with reckless ideas. TheUchiha nodded and spoke, "I understand. Let us go and meet our king." Upon their arrival at the palace, they discovered others were already present. "Fear not, your majesty. You can entrust the research to me," declared a man with deep purple-blue hair adorned with horn-like ornaments, thumping his chest in assurance. "No one is my rival in research. The concept of artificial devil fruits is indeed an excellent idea. Hand it over to me, and with sufficient funding, I guarantee results not only in devil fruits, but also in countless large-scale destructive weapons. This is my forte." This was Kaisa Kalong, a former scientist in the Navy's scientific division, expelled and wanted for conducting inhumane experiments. Previously, TheUchiha had proposed the 820 project for research on artificial devil fruits, and the chosen candidate back then was Kaisa Kalong. Now that TheUchiha had entangled himself with the world government, he could no longer afford delays. Kaisa Kalong had arrived, and upon seeing him, TheUchiha immediately reacted. Her voice was cold and laced with menace, causing Kaisa Kalong to instinctively recoil. "How do you know TheUchiha?" he asked calmly. "Of course, I know him," replied TheUchiha with a sneer. "Few dare to swindle my money." After falling out with the giant clan, she sought to develop a potion that could enlarge individuals to serve as soldiers and enrich the myriad races. The researcher responsible for this was Kaisa Kalong, who, upon realizing the near impossibility of the research, fled with a significant amount of funding. Ultimately, that money was spent on comforting young ladies to mend his wounded heart. Faced with the pressure of the four emperors, TheUchiha felt the need to offer him some solace. Overall, this scientist is indeed a remarkable talent. Chapter 180, The Surge of Energy. Zhao Su's intelligence capabilities are actually quite commendable. The Revolutionary Army's intelligence is relayed through Yu Zhibo clones, which transfer memories to him upon disappearing. Information regarding Kaido is obtained from Gungmu Jinba, although he is not particularly meticulous regarding intelligence details. Occasionally inquiring about formidable foes proves beneficial. On Saitama's side, relying on the Navy's intelligence network and the world government's information is also quite adequate. While Saitama often only inquires about pirate-related intelligence, it remains a valuable acquisition. In terms of intelligence capabilities, few dare to claim superiority over the world government and the Navy. TheUchiha also possesses a commendable intelligence network. TheUchiha has significant connections within the dark underworld, and TheUchiha has been recognized by Kaido as an adept intelligence operative. Through the alternating efforts of several clones, Zhao Su is virtually well acquainted with maritime affairs. Among the information about Kaisa Kalong, there are numerous reports, including one indicating that when TheUchiha located him, he was engaging in conversation with young ladies at a bar. Moreover, on their way, TheUchiha specifically sought out several young ladies to soothe his wandering spirit. This gives Zhao Su the impression that Kaisa Kalong enjoys a more fortunate existence than himself. Upon hearing TheUchiha's words, Kaisa Kalong instinctively recoiled, wishing to hide. The residual authority of the four emperors and TheUchiha's imposing presence far surpassed that of a mere scientist. However, Kaisa Kalong, being astute, quickly recognized the presence of TheUchiha and the fact that TheUchiha had become his subordinate. He cleverly countered, "This is not my fault. I have done my utmost. But what you propose is simply unattainable. It is entirely normal for me to fail. Transforming someone into a giant overlooks countless critical factors, such as volume and mass increase. How could I possibly achieve that?" "You didn't say this when we spoke before." TheUchiha narrowed her eyes, filled with menace. Kaisa Kalong protested. "Wasn't it you who forced me into this? If I do not say this, you will strike me down." The true reason was his greed for research funding. But such an excuse could never be uttered in front of the new master. "Enough," TheUchiha gently waved his hand. "I did not come to listen to your trivial conversations." Turning to Kaisa Kalong, he inquired, "Can the artificial devil fruits I seek be realized?" "Of course, it is possible," Kaisa Kalong replied without hesitation. "In fact, during my time in the Navy, I conducted similar research. Vegapunk has also made experiments that align with certain theoretical aspects. Provide me with sufficient funding, and I shall accomplish this objective." Although there was a hint of scheming for research funds, Kaisa Kalong was indeed speaking the truth. Vegapunk had already discovered a method for non-living entities to consume devil fruits and had conducted extensive research on the life design schematics related to them. This knowledge was well known to him, a defector from the Navy's research division. Very well, TheUchiha nodded. Then it shall be as such. I will provide you with ample funding and time. However, should you fail, Kaisa Kalong's lips curled in trepidation. If you fail, TheUchiha Lingling, I command you to kill him, regardless of the heavens or the earth, TheUchiha calmly stated. TheUchiha Lingling let out a cold huff and nodded in acknowledgement, while Kaisa Kalong turned pale with fear. Being personally hunted by the four emperors is an experience that few can endure. It seems that unless one seeks refuge within the Navy headquarters or the Holy Land, Mary Geos, there is little hope for safety. However, can a person wanted by the world government truly find sanctuary in either of those places? Fortunately, he granted me the time to refrain from uttering any foolish words I had researched over the past few weeks. Kaiser Ku Lang swallowed hard, realizing that with effort, he might still escape. Regrettably, this meant I had no time to engage in conversations with the ladies. Charlotte Ling Ling, indeed, possesses an impressive stock of treasures. Not counting the other precious items, Zhao Su is indifferent to them. When it comes to the devil fruits alone, she has contributed 14, each worth at least 100 million. The ease with which she procured these rare items is astonishing. Though they may not belong to the formidable natural category, they are far from weak. It is estimated that most could be appraised around 500 million berries. Zhao Su, without hesitation, seized the opportunity to enter the treasury under the guise of Gilgamesh, absorbing all the devil fruits within. He then accessed the system template, identifying himself as the host Zhao Su. He possessed character templates: 1. Uchiha Madara, 84-2. Saitama 75-3. Gilgamesh 74-4. Itamakoto 49-5. Zaraki Kenpachi 61. The major templates had seen little significant gain, as most were already at high levels, except for Itamakoto. Among them, the highest, Uchiha Madara, had reached an astonishing authenticity of 4, surpassing the peak of his original era. Besides the Koto Mitsukami, he had also acquired several other formidable ninjutsu, even enhancing the relatively weaker water techniques of the original Uchiha Madara. Zhao Su estimated that once the Uchiha Madara template reached 100, he would be capable of mastering all ninjutsu in the Naruto world. Achieving an authenticity of 80 would grant him the power of Madara at his zenith, while surpassing 80 would bestow abilities beyond the original template. Zhao Su was indeed curious about what others might gain upon exceeding this threshold. Nevertheless, he shook his head and decisively allocated the energy from the recently acquired devil fruits into the Zaraki Kenpachi template. The higher the authenticity, the lesser the influence of the devil fruits on it. Zhao Su's eyes gleamed with determination as he recognized that allocating points to templates with lower authenticity would yield the greatest benefits. Moreover, he was about to utilize this template's identity. Chapter 181. The world government's envoy arrives in Wano Kuni. In Wano Kuni, Kaido had indeed amassed considerable territory. After acquiring Zaraki Kenpachi, the protection of the 11th Division expanded to cover all territories. The New World was originally a realm divided among the four emperors, along with their vassal nations and other pirates occupying scattered territories. The lands under the four emperors' dominion accounted for over 80% of this area. In other words, the nominal territory of the 11th Division now encompassed 1/5 of the New World. Wano Kuni had previously held significance for the 11th Division, but following Kaido's surrender, its importance diminished greatly. Fortunately, many samurai from Wano Kuni resided within the 11th Division and held considerable influence. However, everyone understood that the true decision-maker was that man. What a bore, Zaraki Kenpachi sighed, turning his head and suggesting, "Hey, how about we have a spar with that guy named Jin? I'll let you strike me first." The others, including Kaido, were left speechless. In truth, Zaraki Kenpachi had made such proposals before, previously convincing Drought Jack, who foolishly believed him. After striking Zaraki Kenpachi once, Jack nearly met his end in their ensuing battle. This monster was not one to be trifled with. However, something fell amiss. Kaido squinted, feeling that Zaraki Kenpachi seemed weaker than before, yet recently that sensation had vanished, replaced by an impression of increased strength. Is it merely my illusion? Zaraki Kenpachi glanced at Kaido's expression and silently shook his head, understanding that it was not an illusion. The previous Zaraki Kenpachi was merely a clone, which naturally lacked the strength of the original. Now, with Zhao Su's return and the energy acquired from the devil fruits, his authenticity had naturally surged. Simultaneously, with his original body returned, he had also harvested the devil fruits stored by the beast pirates. The clone, a wood clone of Uchiha Madara, was perceived by Madara himself as a former adversary. Yet, even Madara could only discern this through his ocular prowess. In the pirate world, unless there existed a particularly unique fruit, it was nearly impossible to see through such transformations. Nonetheless, lacking such insight does not detract from the clone's combat prowess compared to the original, unless one possesses overwhelming strength, in which case it could only be utilized for reconnaissance or to confuse the enemy's vision. However, Zhao Su did possess overwhelming strength. With Saitama's physical prowess, Uchiha Madara's ninjutsu, Zaraki Kenpachi's spiritual pressure, and Gilgamesh's treasures, even if the clone was significantly weaker than the original, it had already reached a level comparable to the elite in the pirate world. Unless engaged in a full-scale battle with the four emperors, the likelihood of exposure remained minimal. Even so, Kaido had begun to harbor suspicions. Is it intuition? Zhao Suisquin, Inwali Saiging. The four emperors are indeed formidable. Yet, despite his vague sense of unease, Kaido refrained from acting, allowing himself to continue shrouded in mystery. As my strength grows, his instincts should become increasingly unreliable. In the pirate world, there are few foes stronger than the four emperors, and Zhao Su remained composed, unperturbed. The unification of Wano Kuni continued unabated. Although Kazuki Oden had restored his identity to lead the Kazuki clan, his feminine form presented its own challenges. Fortunately, many pirates from the Beast Pirates had joined the 11th Division, suppressing some of the malcontents and intimidating the dissatisfied populace. Nevertheless, even with this support, Kazuki Oden had not fully secured control over Wano Kuni. Issues of gender, age, and the residual problems left by Kaido plagued her, particularly the critical issue of food. Kaido had monopolized all the finest food in Wano Kuni, leaving the ordinary citizens with no choice but to consume food contaminated by factory waste. Now that Kazuki Oden held power, she could not act as Kaido had. Yet, the arable land available for cultivation was limited, and productivity could not be swiftly augmented. Kaido had not stored much food, and in the face of the hungry populace, Kazuki Oden found herself deeply troubled. Fortunately, the world government had arrived. Kazuki Oden squinted at the massive ship, a vessel the likes of which Wano Kuni could never construct. It was said that the world government's arrival pertained to discussions about Wano Kuni joining their ranks. Uncle Sakazuki, how do you know this? Kazuki Oden inquired, her voice tinged with curiosity. Zhou Qianwan felt a flush rise to his cheeks as he turned his head away. Could he claim that he had learned this from certain members of the original Kaido pirates, now part of the 11th Division? The Kaido pirates held a deep-seated grudge against Wano country, primarily directed towards the shogun, Kurizumi Orochi, but there were other grievances as well. Upon seeing Zhou Qianwan's expression, Kazuki Hayori immediately grasped the situation. After all, Wano had been isolated for many years, despite the decision to open the country. Establishing connections with the outside world was hardly a simple task. The shogun needed to exercise caution. Zhou Qianwan's face was crimson. Yet he whispered that their prolonged absence from the world might mean that any visitors could bring traps with them. Kazuki Hayori nodded, a flicker of pressure crossing her eyes. The weight of the entire nation rested upon her shoulders, a burden too great for a young girl. However, she instinctively turned her head and caught sight of a familiar figure. Fortunately, she was not without allies. Kurosaki Kenpachi, observing the world government's envoy, was momentarily taken aback to find a familiar face. The leader of this envoy was none other than Spandam, son of Spandine, the director of the Secret Intelligence Agency, CP9, who had received the order to activate the buster call from Admiral Sengoku over a decade ago, annihilating Robin's hometown of O'Hara. He was also the first to place a bounty on Robin. What could the world government be thinking by sending him? Zhao Su contemplated, feeling a sense of helplessness. This time, the world government had surprisingly devised a clever strategy, unwittingly placing Yamato in a position of authority. Zhao Su's intelligence network could never penetrate CP9, and it was unclear whether Spandam had been promoted or demoted, as he now presented himself as a government official. Upon disembarking, he revealed a sycophantic smile. This is the Queen of Wano, referred to as the Shogun, Kazuki Hayori. Truly, as the leader of a nation, her personal charm and femininity far surpass those of an ordinary ruler. You must be Zhou Qianwan, whose loyalty has spread throughout the nations under the world government. Many kings have lamented why they lack a warrior of your caliber. And this must be Kurosaki Kenpachi, the man who defeated the legendary Yonko. Before Kazuki Hayori and the others could respond, he unhesitatingly began showering them with various compliments, his expression utterly obsequious, his eyes brimming with admiration. Had Zhao Su not known his true nature, he might have nearly been deceived. Truly, he was a lackey. Zhao Su's mouth twitched at the insincerity, while Kurosaki Kenpachi wore an expression of disdain, completely ignoring him. It seemed he was accustomed to ingratiating himself with others, fervently praising Ueno and even extolling Kaido's subordinates. Kazuki Hayori, being relatively young and inexperienced in external affairs, felt her cheeks flush under the barrage of flattery and invited Spandam to return to the capital, Flower Capital. This time, the Navy did not enter through the only safe passage in Ueno, the hidden cave behind the waterfall, but rather via the method of a gigantic koi fish, which was quite troublesome and still left some distance to the capital. The journey took considerable time, during which Spandam's stream of flattery never ceased, showcasing his extensive vocabulary. Upon reaching the castle in the capital, Spandam finally revealed the purpose of the world government's envoy, to invite Ueno to join the world government. Joining the world government was not merely a nominal affiliation. It entailed a series of rights and obligations, including trade, communication, taxation, and protection of the kingdom. Although the world government often played the role of villains, many nations aspire to join, as it could significantly boost their economy and politics. However, the drawback was the imposition of the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons resided in Mariewa, occasionally causing trouble for nations, but this was usually a minor inconvenience. From a broader perspective, joining the world government offered substantial benefits. So why couldn't all nations join the world government? The answer was simple. Joining required the payment of a hefty tribute known as the Heavenly Gold. This tribute, ostensibly for the celestial dragons, also funded the Navy and CP agencies, compelling the Navy to heed the celestial dragons' commands, even requiring admirals to act on their behalf. The amount of heavenly gold was substantial. For economically disadvantaged nations like Alabasta, it often required dedicating a third of their national revenue. This was still manageable for Alabasta, given its vast territory. It was not that other nations did not wish to join. They simply could not afford the exorbitant tribute. Even though Fishman Island had many fishermen slaves, it still joined the world government because the benefits outweighed the burdens, even after excluding the massive tribute. Kazuki Hayori and Jiotien exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with delight. They had long discussed the future of Ueno and had considered the prospect of joining the world government. To open the country, joining the world government was essential, especially now that Ueno was facing a food shortage and could benefit from the world government's aid. Kazuki Hayori kept her composure while negotiating with Spandam. Contrary to what many expected, even with some conditions, she boldly made her demands, yet Spandam readily acquiesced. Included among the favorable conditions were the world government's assistance in establishing a complete diplomatic system for Ueno and an exemption from the heavenly gold tribute for 10 years. Such advantageous terms felt as if a feast had been laid before Ueno. However, they were not entirely without conditions. In return for our agreement to these terms, we would appreciate it if you, Kurosaki Kenpachi, could assist us with a small task, Spandam said with a smile. What assistance? Reacted Kazuki Hayori, who had just been moved by the world government's advantageous conditions, her expression changing in an instant. We would like to invite Mr. Kurosaki Kenpachi to participate in our next extermination operation, targeting a dangerous individual. Of course, this is merely a trivial matter for someone of your caliber, Spandam continued. His gaze fixated on Kurosaki Kenpachi. Kaido and Jiotien narrowed their eyes. So, the world government was here for him. Chapter 183. Let me go assault. The objective of the world government is the Gungmu Jian, or more precisely, the entirety of the 11th Division, which includes Gungmu Jianba. Powerful figures, such as Kaido and the Three Disasters, have joined the 11th Division, effectively merging the previously formidable 100 Beast pirate crew into it. It would be a squander of such strength not to utilize it. In the eyes of the world government, although Kaido is formidable, he is merely comparable to Sengoku. However, before Uchiha Bito, he would undoubtedly pale in comparison. Yet, if Gungmu Jianba could be enlisted to subdue Kaido, the support could include provisions for Ueno and assistance from its officials in joining the world government, thereby exempting them from 10 years of heavenly gold. Ultimately, isn't it all about money? In the presence of the world government, what does money truly signify? They can print their own berries. If they could use money to vanquish Uchiha Bito, the world government would not hesitate to choose this solution. However, before Gungmu Jianba could respond, Kazuki Oden suddenly stood up. Who do you want Gungmu Jianba to confront? Spandam hesitated for a moment before smiling. It is merely an individual who has occupied a territory. Please, General, do not be anxious. Who exactly is it? Kazuki Odin pressed further. Could an inconsequential person warrant an invitation from the world government? Uchiha Obito, Spandam admitted without further argument, attempting to reassure, rest assured, our navy will accompany you. And Gengmu Jianba will not face him alone. Before he could elaborate, Kazuki Odin's expression darkened, and he interjected. Although their contact with the outside world had been brief, both he and Momonosuke had investigated various external powers and strong figures, including the legendary Uchiha Obito. The Revolutionary Army's ideals bore little relation to Kazuki Odin, a newly appointed general, but even she recognized the man's legend. Powerful indeed, having defeated the Navy multiple times and even captured an admiral known for being the strongest. You want Gengmu Jianba to battle such a person? Kazuki Odin's eyes reddened as she vehemently declared, No, absolutely not. Spandam frowned and warned, General, if we cannot proceed as discussed, we may have to renegotiate the treaty. Renegotiate? Very well, Kazuki Odin replied coldly. At worst, we will not join the world government. What then? While joining the world government could benefit the nation, she questioned, Do you truly dare to invade Wano? Spandam's expression faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. It was his first encounter with a queen who would disregard such an advantageous opportunity to protect her subordinates. Spandam's understanding was flawed. Wano and the 11th Division were not part of the same organization and had no hierarchical relationship. After all, Wano had been isolated for many years, leaving him unaware of many details. However, Kaido and the others were acutely aware, waiting for Gengmu Jianba's response. Only he could command Gengmu Jianba. Are you asking me to confront Uchiha Obito? Gengmu Jianba's voice was raspy yet brimming with eagerness. If the world government is willing to offer additional rewards, I may consider it. Spandam was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, Of course. Gengmu Jianba nodded affirmatively. Very well. Is that true? Spandam's face lit up with surprise. However, Kazuki Odin frowned, showing concern. Kaido and the others exchanged glances, showing no doubt about this outcome. Gengmu Jianba was inherently a warrior seeking combat. As long as there was a fight, he would engage, regardless of monetary compensation. However, unexpectedly, Gengmu Jianba shifted the conversation. Are you planning to accompany me to confront this Uchiha Obito? Of course, Spandam replied without hesitation. Our navy will exert every effort to assist you, including your commander, admirals, and the warlords of the sea. We will gather to confront him, ensuring that you do not face this peril alone. Spandam's last statement was fervently earnest. Yet, Gengmu Jianba furrowed his brow. If I'm to fight, I want you to keep your distance. Let me handle it alone, otherwise I might take you down with me. His blunt words left everyone momentarily stunned. Kaido, however, appeared to understand, realizing that Gengmu Jianba did not engage in mob assaults. He would not permit anyone to interfere if he could handle it alone. He sought not victory, but the thrill of battle, a stark contrast to the world government's desires. Spandam's eyes widened in disbelief. Gengmu Jianba's insistence on a one-on-one confrontation was entirely at odds with his intentions. The notion of keeping his distance was also unacceptable. What if you fail? What if you are defeated? The world government sought victory. Even if Gengmu Jianba severely injured Uchiha Obito, what if he managed to escape? They were not concerned about the land of the Goya kingdom. Their primary worry was Uchiha Obito himself. This is something the world government cannot agree to, Spandam stated resolutely. I will not participate in a mob assault. How can I enjoy the battle that way? Let me fight until I am dead, and then you can join. Gengmu Jianba replied without reservation. Internally, he was even more forthright, thinking, You expect me to engage in a mob assault? I would never agree to that. Chapter 184. Spandam remains unaware the world government has previously coerced individuals like Zhao Su to confront Uchiha Obito. The earlier incident with Saitama was a case in point, as he resisted orders to face Uchiha Obito. To maintain his persona, Zhao Su's portrayal of Saitama provided a commendable excuse, justice. The Navy indeed exists to uphold justice. But the justice they protect predominantly aligns with that of the world government. Sengoku and others were well aware of this, which is why they did not impose severe consequences on Saitama. Moreover, at that time, their confidence in their assembled forces led them to believe they could defeat Uchiha Obito, sparing Saitama from any undue hardship. In time, after Sengoku's defeat, Saitama would shine during the meteor incident, effectively erasing the repercussions of his earlier defiance. Gengmu Jianba could not adopt Saitama's reasoning. However, he had his own justification. A one-on-one battle, without a mob assault, against that despicable foe. Does he even comprehend how formidable Uchiha Obito is? Spandam silently cursed while outwardly continuing to persuade, exaggerating Uchiha Obito's prowess. If not for Kazuki Oden's sudden interjection, questioning why they would send Gungmu Jianba to confront such a formidable adversary, Spandam might have exaggerated Uchiha Obito's strength to the heavens. Each punch capable of shattering the sky, and each kick annihilating the earth had become routine for him. In the presence of Suindayan, Uchiha Ban was on the brink of obliterating the Red Earth continent along with billions of innocent civilians. Zhao, in disbelief of his own formidable strength, twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth before adopting the characteristic impatient tone of Kenpachi Zaraki to deflect the conversation. After a period of evasion, he made it abundantly clear that his resolve was unshakable. Finally, in a moment of exasperation, Kenpachi Zaraki suggested, "How about this? If your world government can send someone to defeat me, I will comply with whatever you desire. Until you manage to win, I will heed your commands." Keidu and Kazuki Oden exchanged glances, a hint of recognition crossing their features. This certainly seemed like Kenpachi Zaraki's style. Suindayan, observing the exchange, felt a flicker of intrigue. The world government required assistance. It was unwise to expend valuable combat strength on a mere whim. Besides, who could forget that it was this very man who had subdued Keidu? The notion of fighting such a formidable opponent was daunting. Did they truly intend to pit him against Uchiha Ban? Suindayan furrowed his brow, yet he listened intently as Kenpachi Zaraki continued. "Your world government is quite powerful, I hear. The Navy has its share of skilled fighters." His eyes sparkled with excitement as he proclaimed, "Whether it be one person or 1,000, I am ready to engage. If you can defeat me, I will comply with your every request." Suindayan's interest was piqued, and he responded affirmatively. "Do not underestimate the world government. Its strength is formidable. Within the Navy, there are renowned figures such as Sengoku, Garp, and vice admirals like Momonosuke and Tsuru. While I cannot guarantee victory in a one-on-one confrontation, should you allow them to surround me, Kenpachi Zaraki is merely Kenpachi Zaraki. You cannot expect him to compare with Uchiha Ban," Suindayan thought disdainfully. However, he was not a fool. "In that case, I propose that Kenpachi Zaraki face off against one of our men," Suindayan suggested with a smile, glancing toward the Navy Vice Admiral escorting them. "Perhaps today we can reach a conclusion." Naturally, a Vice Admiral who had escorted the world government's envoy to Wano, facing one of the 4 emperors, would not be an ordinary opponent. While the Vice Admiral may not match the might of an admiral, he was undoubtedly among the elite of his rank. "Very well," the Vice Admiral replied. "Let's find an isolated location." He understood Suindayan's intentions. This was a test. If the opponent proved too powerful, they could easily rescind their agreement, as no formal contract had been signed. Even if a treaty existed, it was merely a piece of paper subject to the cost-benefit analysis of the involved parties. If Kenpachi Zaraki were capable of defeating the Vice Admiral in a single blow, the treaty would be nullified immediately. Suindayan mused that an individual with such overwhelming power would render any conditions unacceptable. However, if Kenpachi Zaraki proved to be less than that, or if there were weaknesses to exploit, an agreement could be finalized that very day, earning him accolades from the 5 elders upon his return. Unbeknownst to Suindayan, Kenpachi Zaraki had always sought thrilling battles, often restraining himself solely for the joy of combat. In the ensuing moments, they found a patch of open ground near the flower capital, where Kenpachi Zaraki unsheathed his sword and engaged in a fierce clash with the Vice Admiral. Though not as powerful as an admiral, was nonetheless among the top tier of Vice Admirals. Both wielded swords, and the Vice Admiral, utilizing the 6 powers, manifested 6 spider-like arms formed from his hair, complemented by his 2 natural arms, creating a striking resemblance to a spider. As they fought, Kenpachi Zaraki's smile morphed into a more manic expression, and he struck without hesitation. After a brief exchange of blows, the Vice Admiral managed to land a cut on Kenpachi Zaraki, a testament to his prowess. Keidu observed, as expected, the captain is holding back. Just like with Jack, he allows them a few strikes. Zhao, witnessing this, felt a shift in perspective. The ease with which the Vice Admiral had wounded Kenpachi Zaraki led him to conclude that perhaps this warrior was not as formidable as he had thought. While he excelled in political maneuvering, his combat skills seemed lacking. Suindayan assessed the fight based on a few critical criteria: the duration of the battle, who sustained injuries first, and who ultimately fell. Although the fight had not reached its climax, it was evident that the vice admiral held the upper hand. Suindain contemplated Kaido's submission. It indicated that Kenpachi Zaraki must have employed some form of trickery. The existence of fruits that could enslave or dominate, such as the slave fruit or conqueror's fruit, seemed to be a stroke of fortune for him, enabling him to command subordinates of such caliber. Had he possessed such a fruit, Suindain mused, he would undoubtedly compel the celestial dragons to submit and indulge in a harem of beautiful slaves. As the battle progressed, Kenpachi Zaraki grew increasingly exhilarated, swinging his sword with reckless abandon, indifferent to the potential repercussions. In this frenzy, after several more exchanges, the vice admiral finally faltered, nearly cleaved in two by Kenpachi Zaraki's relentless assault. However, he survived as Wano's forces promptly dispatched medical personnel. Kenpachi Zaraki, after all, was not one to slay those on the brink of death. Suindain remained unconcerned. From the outset, he had intended for the vice admiral to probe Kenpachi Zaraki's capabilities. The fact that the vice admiral would require treatment but would not suffer long-term consequences was already a satisfactory outcome. Su Pandayin pondered for a moment, observing the blood-soaked figure of Gungmu Jianba as he returned, nonchalantly shouldering his sword. A smile blossomed on his face as he resumed discussions with Zhu Tianwan and others regarding the impending contract. Gungmu Jianba, while not particularly weak, also did not possess overwhelming strength. He was likely at the level of a general, perhaps slightly stronger, considering he had defeated the demon, Guei Zhizhu, and despite his injuries, he still retained considerable combat prowess. However, such a level of strength would ultimately lead to his defeat at the hands of the elite sent by the world government, who would come to besiege Uchiha Madara. Furthermore, with Kaido as his subordinate, he held sufficient value to be courted by the world government, allowing discussions of the treaty to progress smoothly. Thus, a gentle smile graced Spandam's face as he made enthusiastic concessions in negotiations with Zhu Tianwan and the others. As for Koyuki Hiyori, she went to tend to Gungmu Jianba's wounds. After amicable discussions and exchanges, Wano country joined the world government, culminating in a series of treaties. Following this, Spandam boarded a vessel and slowly departed. They could now enter Wano through a safe, hidden passage under the waterfall, avoiding the risks they had previously faced. Wano would also open its doors to welcome assistance from the world government, especially in terms of food supplies. Meanwhile, Guei Zhizhu gradually opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze as he realized his surroundings. The military medical bay, fully equipped with a variety of personnel. The warship that Spandam had secured was particularly well-staffed in terms of medical care. While Spandam might be stingy in other matters, he was always generous when it came to medical personnel as it pertained to preserving one's life. Guei Zhizhu was fortunate enough to benefit from this high-level medical care. "Awake, are you?" Spandam remarked, observing Guei Zhizhu regain consciousness. "What are you doing here?" Guei Zhizhu squinted, not assuming that Spandam had come specifically to see him. True to his expectations, he immediately heard Spandam grumble, "I have no choice. Who knows how many pathogens exist in a primitive world like Wano? How can I be at ease without proper checks?" "Oh, right," Spandam said, momentarily taken aback as he produced a report. "Since you're awake, please sign this." Guei Zhizhu glanced at the document, which primarily outlined the work of their group, with more than half of it detailing how Spandam had tirelessly toiled and how he had been thwarted by the people of Wano. While it was not to the extent of the legendary 72 trials, it was not far off. Guei Zhizhu, disinterested in Spandam's petty thoughts, found himself narrowing his eyes at the conclusion of the report. "Isn't your assessment of that man's combat ability rather low?" Guei Zhizhu furrowed his brows. "Low or not?" Spandam responded with dissatisfaction. "Though you were defeated, you still drew blood from him. My description of his combat prowess is already quite adequate. Wouldn't you agree?" Hearing Spandam's words, Guei Zhizhu hesitated, choosing not to continue the conversation. He sensed that the man known as Gungmu Jianba might be concealing something. "Fine, I understand." Guei Zhizhu finally sighed, signing the document. Chapter 186. Admiral Akainu decides to resign. The news of Wano's accession to the world government swiftly spread across the globe. Yet, in truth, most people remained indifferent. The membership of the world government was continually expanding, with some nations withdrawing due to internal issues, which was not particularly significant. Nonetheless, the world government took great pains to publicize Wano's opening after years of self-imposed isolation, emphasizing its previous reluctance to join. Now that it had finally opened, albeit with a limited relationship with the world government, It could certainly be showcased as an achievement for the latter, as officials of the world government also sought accomplishments. Consequently, Spandam was even personally received by the Gorosei, who praised him for his comprehensive and convincing report. Thus, the Gorosei began to strategize on who should challenge Gengmu Jianba. While on the other side, a fleet arrived at Wano country. We wish to join the 11th Division, Gaji stated plainly, adding that he also sought the protection of the 1st Division for his nation, although they had departed before the world government. If not for the latter's disclosure of Wano's geography and ingress methods, Gaji suspected it would have taken much longer to find his way. After all, the Germa Kingdom and the world government were entirely different entities. Oh, Gengmu Jianba smiled. Are you strong? Moderately so, Gaji responded with a smile, though he instinctively recoiled upon noticing Kaido beside him. I cannot compare to you, but our soldiers are undoubtedly exceptional compared to ordinary individuals. Reiju, Ichiji, Niji, and others slightly lower their heads, focusing intently. Well, let's set aside strength for now and discuss the soldiers, Gaji continued. In truth, he was not weak. His children belonged to a formidable lineage. While they may not measure up to the 3 calamities or the 4 commanders under the Yonko, they could hold their own against lesser foes. Nevertheless, in the presence of Gilgamesh and Gengmu Jianba, it was wise to remain humble. Gilgamesh had subdued Charlotte Linlin, while Gengmu Jianba had tamed Kaido. Although both had been branded with the stigma of defeat, Gaji was not so naive. Through careful calculations, he had concluded that securing Charlotte Linlin's support could lead to the unification of the North Sea. Now, however, with her strength diminished after losing an arm, Kaido remained intact. Gengmu Jianba stroked his chin and, without hesitation, replied, "Then you shall join my 11th Division." The 1st Division was still engaged in combat, yet it aligned with the purpose of protecting the Siriidii and the nation, thus naturally facilitating the acquisition of resources from the nation. However, safeguarding a country required not only elite warriors, but also a sufficient number of reliable soldiers. Gaji's artificial soldiers, undeterred by sacrifice and cost-effective, were prime candidates for the role of soldiers. While their upper limits of strength may not be high, as soldiers, they were unparalleled. Currently, the 11th Division had taken over the various vassal states once under Kaido, urgently needing soldiers to confront pirate challenges. Upon hearing Gengmu Jianba's response, Gaji finally exhaled in relief. This arrangement should alleviate his worries about a possible attack from Gilgamesh. Although he would lead some soldiers and a few of his children into the 11th Division, he could not bring all his soldiers. His mercenary work could continue to generate funds for the nation. By the way, Captain, Gaji quickly shifted his tone. I have had some conflicts with Gilgamesh. He did not conceal anything, detailing his disagreements with Gilgamesh comprehensively. In truth, one might hesitate to conceal matters of such gravity. For is he not courting the ire of the 2nd of the 4 emperors? Nonetheless, Gengmu Kenpachi, in his casual demeanor, reassured, "Fear not, should that individual named Gilgamesh approach. I shall promptly dispatch him." After all, Gengmu Kenpachi was well aware that Gilgamesh would never issue a bounty. Indeed, Gengmu Kenpachi embodied Gilgamesh himself. Thus, he embraced the opportunity to earn Kaji's gratitude, perhaps contemplating a shift in strategy. While touched, Kaji's mind schemed quietly. From my observations over this period, it appears that the 11th Division is entirely under Gengmu Kenpachi's dominion. Neither Wano nor Kaido can influence this power. They can only affect it without control. If I were to garner Gengmu Kenpachi's support, could I not unify the North Sea? Kaji squinted, contemplating that he would not hesitate to defect from the world government to ally with Charlotte Linlin in his quest for dominion over the North Sea. Presently, it seemed the plan could be revised to also involve Gengmu Kenpachi, perhaps through a strategic marriage. Subconsciously, he glanced at his eldest daughter, Reiju. With her tall stature and graceful demeanor, she was indeed elegant and poised. Perhaps I should devise a meticulous plan. 3 months hence, 2 of the 4 emperors would yield, unsettling the seas and stirring ambitions in the shadows. Yet, as time passed, and countless challengers faltered against the 4 emperors, the seas gradually regained their stability. Although the ambitious had not relinquished their hopes, their actions shifted underground. The public seas appeared markedly more tranquil. At this juncture, a piece of news from the Navy reignited excitement across the oceans. The mightiest force of the Navy, Admiral Akainu, once captured by Uchiha, submitted his resignation to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, citing his disgrace as a captive as the reason for his decision to relinquish his rank and begin anew. This announcement reverberated throughout the world, creating considerable waves, most notably within the Navy. In the Navy headquarters, Sengoku's voice was grave as he queried Akainu. Are you certain about this course of action? Indeed, Fleet Admiral. I have pondered this for a considerable time, Akainu replied, his tone equally somber. As the Navy's paramount force, I must not harbor any blemish. Previously, I refrained from voicing this request due to the tumultuous state of the seas. But now, I can articulate my intention. Taking a deep breath, he declared, I wish to resign from my position as Admiral and start anew as a recruit. In truth, this thought had crossed Akainu's mind more than once. He was a proud individual, adhering to an unwavering sense of justice. Such justice must remain untainted. He was not the type to cling to the Admiral's position after multiple defeats. We have all faced defeat. Why must you be so resolute? Inquired Kizuru, shaking his head. That man was never easily vanquished. You merely faced defeat, while I was captured and redeemed by the world government. Akainu clenched his fists, inhaling sharply. We are not the same. In the last great conflict, others could withdraw, but I alone was captured. This is a burden I cannot bear. Sengoku sighed, recognizing this as Akainu's internal struggle. As Akainu noted, had he not returned from Uchiha Madara's clutches, had he not taken time to recuperate from his injuries, he would have resigned long ago due to the ceaseless disturbances on the seas. I am willing to start as a recruit to serve in the new world, Akainu stated again, and I hope to partake in the next mission against Uchiha Madara. As an admiral, he was well aware of the Navy and the world government strategies against Uchiha Madara. Naturally, he did not wish to miss such a significant event. Once I have eliminated Uchiha Madara, I shall accumulate merits once more and regain my position as admiral, Akainu asserted, his gaze intense and his voice steady as a mountain. Sengoku remained silent for a moment before sighing. Are you truly not reconsidering? I have given this considerable thought, Akainu replied with conviction. From the moment I was captured, I began to contemplate this. I have long since made my decision. His unwavering words conveyed his determination to those present. Very well, I respect your choice, Sengoku conceded. Albeit with a sigh, Akainu had not abandoned the Navy. He continued to serve it. Thus, they would honor his decision. Thank you, Fleet Admiral, Akainu nodded slightly, his tone tinged with formality. Sengoku sighed again, realizing he could not sway him. If you wish to be a recruit, do not rely solely on your past status and achievements. This did not concern Akainu, for he understood that despite his intentions to start anew, his standing and accomplishments would ensure he faced no hardship and that superiors would treat him as an equal. Given his prowess, even starting as a mere recruit, he would swiftly ascend once more. After a prolonged silence, Sengoku resumed, since you are resigning as admiral, have you considered who might succeed you? Although the appointment of an admiral rests with the world government and the fleet admiral, as a former admiral, Akainu held some privilege in nominating successors. Akainu regarded Sengoku with a knowing glance. Are you suggesting I nominate Saitama? Saitama, a rising star within the Navy, was formidable and possessed a steadfast sense of justice that even the veteran Carp and Zephyr commended. He had participated in numerous battles, having single-handedly defeated the world destroyer, Valdo. Akainu recognized Sengoku's intention to solicit his assistance, but retorted, I do not favor his demeanor. He unreservedly critiqued, regardless of the rationale, commands are commands. Those who defy orders are unworthy of being soldiers. His stern character led him to disfavor Saitama's laid-back nature. Is that so? Sengoku sighed. Yet, after your resignation, who else could fill your role? Tosaka and Chafun are considerably weaker than Saitama. Akainu remained silent for a moment. Among the Navy's promising newcomers, Tosaka and Chafun were indeed the strongest, yet they did seem ill-suited for the rank of admiral. Casting a glance at Kizuru, he finally nodded, very well. I will recommend Saitama. Kizaru, why do you look at me as I nod? The news of Akainu's resignation spread swiftly within the Navy, leaving many to lament the decision. Despite his strictness, Akainu was respected, regarded as the most diligent and ambitious compared to the lethargic Akiji and Kizuru. While there may have been some negative perceptions, such as his sternness, many hawkish Navy members admired and idolized this admiral. However, with Akainu's resolute resignation and Sengoku's agreement, there was little room for dissent. Soon, discussions began regarding who would succeed Akainu as admiral, and those well-informed were already privy to his recommendation. Congratulations, Saitama Zhongjiang, Dasky exclaimed with palpable excitement upon hearing the news of your impending promotion. It has not been definitively decided yet, Tina interjected with a slight huff, though her eyes betrayed none of her former defiance. In recent times, Saitama appeared to have refrained from participating in significant operations, yet he relentlessly pursued and apprehended pirates. He had captured those with bounties in the tens of millions, and even those with bounties exceeding 1 billion. However, he had yet to encounter the formidable four emperors. Regardless of the caliber of the pirates, or even if they were not pirates at all, Saitama would charge forth to apprehend them. His demeanor seemed adorably naive, resembling a cotton ball, yet he never wavered when confronted with issues of justice. This steadfastness often led to Sengoku having to address the troubles he caused, such as reports from high-ranking officials of the world government. Nevertheless, none of this had ever compelled this man, who appeared anything but a soldier, to relent. The position of admiral is of little consequence to me, Saitama remarked nonchalantly. After all, it's merely about capturing pirates. There shouldn't be a hierarchical distinction among heroes. Besides, it's not settled that I will be promoted. There could be complications. How could not be you, Saitama Zhongjiang? Dasky replied with a sweet smile. Tina rolled her eyes in response. Who else could possibly assume the role of admiral? Yet, it turned out that Saitama was indeed correct. Complications had arisen. The world government proposed an alternative candidate. Chapter 188, World Recruitment. Second update requested, the Marine Headquarters. What are you all thinking? Sengoku's expression darkened, and he erupted in rare anger. We are the Marines, and you dare to dismiss a vice admiral who has fought valiantly for the Navy in favor of nominating someone unheard of? Elder Stars, what are you truly contemplating? Sengoku proposed that Saitama take over the position of Akainu, who, after contemplation, nodded in agreement. After all, aside from Saitama, the Navy had only 2 other candidates remaining, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig. While they had been in the Navy longer than Saitama, their capabilities paled in comparison to his, and their achievements were significantly lesser than those of someone who had been in constant battle like Saitama. However, the Elder Stars surprisingly rejected Sengoku's proposal and suggested an alternate candidate. What joke? The individuals you mentioned, I have never even heard of, Sengoku asserted. We're not here to negotiate with you. The voice from the transponder snail was cold and resolute. Our decision has its rationale. This is our command. You need only obey. Is it not because Saitama is the only one who does not comply with commands? Sengoku bluntly pointed out the root of the Elder Star's orders. Saitama was not a conventional soldier. In his own words, he was first and foremost a hero, and being a soldier held little importance to him. He merely aspired to be a hero. Thus, he refrained from intervening in the battle against Uchiha Madara, believing it did not align with the essence of heroism. The Revolutionary Army and the world government are, at their core, 2 opposing forces. I won't delve into whether the royal system is flawed or if the Revolutionary Army constitutes a just government. Simply put, the conflict between these 2 factions has little to do with justice. Matters unrelated to justice should not involve me. Yet, this was precisely what the Elder Stars and the Celestial Dragons required. A soldier who would obey orders akin to Koku and Garp, who understood the meaning of obedience. Are you certain you wish to defy the higher-ups? Enough, Sengoku. The voice from the transponder snail was icy and unyielding. As a soldier, you must not defy your superiors. However, Sengoku was not easily intimidated and replied coldly. As a crucial force supporting the world government, I expect the Navy to be treated with respect. If you wish to select individuals of exceptional strength and character as admirals, I have no objections. However, the names you propose are those I have never even heard of. How can you appoint someone most Navy soldiers have never even heard of as an admiral? You must be joking. In reality, this is the fundamental reason for Sengoku's opposition. If you do not wish for Saitama to become an admiral, I can understand that. The Navy is ultimately a subordinate of the world government, and it is normal for you to exert some influence. It is not unusual for such influence to affect the selection of an admiral. But please, provide me with a more reasonable candidate, someone who has never even served a day in the Navy as an admiral. Don't speak of me. The subordinates will surely be discontent. The voice from the transponder snail fell silent for a moment before finally responding. I understand. After a while, I will provide you with an explanation. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Sengoku snorted disdainfully, setting the transponder snail aside. Ha! Sengoku, stop frowning so much. Garp chuckled heartily, offering a pack of senbei. Have a sunbae to lighten your mood. The world government has pulled such tricks before. Why concern yourself so? Sengoku, sitting down with a huff, bit into the sunbae as if it were an enemy. In truth, he was well aware that the world government frequently engaged in actions they disapproved of, leaving him with little recourse. Not to mention, The atrocities of the celestial dragons had already incited considerable anger among many Navy soldiers. Yet, what could be done? Ultimately, Sengoku had to grin and bear it, gradually soothing the Marines. Given the celestial dragon's affairs, Sengoku sometimes found it difficult to speak of justice with conviction. In my view, not becoming an admiral is not a significant issue. Holding the position may bring about numerous problems, perhaps even a life that Saitama does not desire. Garp laughed heartily while munching on senbei. Why bother with such trivialities? Isn't it better to be a vice admiral than to be an admiral? Sengoku glanced at him, but remained silent. In truth, Garp had every right to voice such sentiments. He was the one who, 38 years prior, single-handedly held back the onslaught of the Rocks pirates at God Valley, joining forces with Roger to obliterate the entire crew, thereby earning the title of a naval hero. However, his alliance with the pirates stemmed from a desire to protect the celestial dragons and slaves. Due to certain events, he harbored a profound aversion to the role of admiral. After all, when the celestial dragons were harmed, it necessitated the intervention of an admiral. Thus, he remained a vice admiral, not because the Navy withheld his promotion, but because he himself was reluctant to ascend. This time, however, Sengoku stated coldly, Saitama's achievements, strength, and character qualify him for the role of admiral, and currently, we cannot find a second candidate within the Navy. Peach Rabbit and T-Pig possess sufficient qualifications, and their strength is somewhat comparable, but if we can have the best, why opt for the inferior? Yet, the Navy remains a subordinate entity of the world government, and soldiers must obey their superiors. Sengoku ultimately sighed deeply, pondering how the Elder Stars would respond. Approximately an hour later, Sengoku received another call from the Elder Stars. Upon hearing the response from the transponder snail, Sengoku's expression transitioned from a frown to a gradual relaxation. 3 days later, Saitama glanced at the smiling Zephyr approaching him, while simultaneously observing the promotional flyer Zephyr had just handed to him, in order to compensate for the loss of the highest combat power at the Navy headquarters. A selection of formidable individuals was decided upon to join the Navy, with the ultimate goal of potentially becoming an admiral. Saitama frowned as he gazed at the words on the promotional flyer. Zephyr laughed heartily, assuring him, "Do not worry, I have already submitted your name. You should express your gratitude to Garp and Sengoku, as we have exerted considerable effort to enable your participation." His expression suggested that the position of admiral awaited Saitama. However, Saitama maintained a perplexed demeanor, quietly contemplating that this was essentially a global conscription. Chapter 189. Saitama's wig originally. The global conscription was a remedial measure taken by the world government to address the vacancies left by the powerful admirals, Akiji and Akainu, who had risen to the rank of fleet admiral. Through a tournament based solely on strength, outstanding warriors would be directly appointed to the Navy. Notable figures like Fujitora and Green Bull had ascended to the rank of admiral through such appointments. Now it seemed this initiative was being expedited. Zhao Su blinked, and then heard Zephyr casually remark that the Gorosei might be unnecessarily concerned about preventing Saitama from ascending to the position of admiral. If a martial art competition could resolve the issue, they would have already found a way to deal with the likes of Boa Hancock and Kuro. Zephyr was filled with confidence regarding Saitama, and indeed, there was little cause for concern. Saitama tilted his head, pondering the martial arts competition. I suppose there will be some masters in martial arts and swordsmanship, Zephyr commented nonchalantly. Do not underestimate them, Saitama blinked, questioning if they were indeed formidable. They are quite strong, Zephyr affirmed, nodding. If they were weak, the Gorosei would not bother with such competitions. They would have already suppressed us with orders. Saitama's eyes brightened. I suddenly find myself intrigued. You seem to have claimed that your strength renders you uninterested in much, Zephyr laughed heartily. After all, you have defeated so many pirates. Has that changed? Saitama nodded slightly, adding internally that with the increasing realism of the global conscription news, it rapidly spread throughout the world. With the world government's influence, disseminating the news was not difficult, and it garnered considerable attention. The world government, despite its internal decay, presented a facade of splendor. The current global conscription, which directly granted positions of power to the strong, attracted many. It was an opportunity to become an admiral without the need to accumulate merit, hunt down pirates, or toil for superiors. One merely had to be sufficiently strong. Of course, this event could not be convened immediately. A gradual selection process was necessary to avoid overwhelming the Holy Land, Mariehua, with an influx of applicants. Saitama, being a vice admiral and a representative of the Navy, naturally possessed certain privileges, allowing him to enter the finals directly. Others, such as Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, shared similar circumstances. After all, since it was a competition, why not include a couple more participants? If they performed well, even if they could not be promoted, it would be reasonable to assign them greater responsibilities and increase their salaries. This was the thought process of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Saitama, however, was indifferent to the emergence of global conscription, as the outcome would likely be similar regardless of its presence. On the contrary, Dasky expressed her displeasure, questioning why everyone should compete when this opportunity rightfully belonged to Vice Admiral Saitama. Tina, with a more relaxed demeanor, comforted her, "Do not worry. He is so strong that he will certainly prevail." Dasky pouted, contemplating before nodding in agreement, acknowledging Saitama's strength. "Strength is not everything," Saitama remarked, stretching lazily as he gazed at the remnants of pirates he had just dealt with and the distant fragments of pirate ships, reflecting that sometimes being excessively strong could lead to its own set of troubles. "Oh," Dasky inquired curiously, "even with such immense strength, are there still things that trouble you?" "Of course," Saitama replied casually. "Even with great power, some matters remain insurmountable." "What kind of matters?" Dasky asked, intrigued. Saitama paused for a moment, his expression becoming slightly awkward. "Hair." Tina and Dasky exchanged glances, and 3 seconds later, both erupted into laughter, their shoulders shaking uncontrollably. "We can't laugh. Mocking an officer is a grave sin, and we might find ourselves on the receiving end of Vice Admiral Saitama's wrath." Yet, they struggled to contain themselves. "Come on, don't hold back. Your faces are turning red," Saitama smirked. In the next moment, "Ha ha. I'm sorry, Vice Admiral Saitama. I truly cannot hold it in." The two women laughed exuberantly, filling the ship with a joyful atmosphere. The preliminary rounds of the global conscription commenced across various regions, and registration was straightforward. As long as one had no criminal record, anyone could apply. Even minor offenses were typically overlooked, provided they were not serious crimes like robbery or murder. In fact, this was standard practice for joining the Navy, as conscription was fundamentally meant for enlistment. Various strong individuals emerged from different locales, competing in national tournaments before converging on the island of Marineford for the finals. Saitama only needed to participate in the competition, significantly saving time. However, this led to increased busyness within the Navy. Those participating in the finals, including Saitama and Peach Rabbit, originally held positions within the Navy. Their absence necessitated others to take over their responsibilities. Furthermore, with numerous strong warriors gathering at Marineford, the Navy was compelled to allocate considerable strength to maintain order. Consequently, several vice admirals were dispatched to various locations, and Zephyr even ventured into the New World to combat pirates, unable to attend Saitama's match. Now, the finals had finally commenced, with a plethora of powerful contenders converging. Peach Rabbit, tall and graceful, with striking features and a sword at her side, surveyed the assembled opponents with narrowed eyes, noting the presence of many formidable foes. "Vice Admiral Saitama, what is your perspective?" she inquired, turning to look at him. However, upon seeing Saitama, her expression shifted to one of confusion. "Vice Admiral Saitama, is something the matter?" Saitama replied calmly. "What about my appearance?" Peach Rabbit hesitated, stating, "It seems somewhat different from what I previously understood." Saitama paused, quietly touching the wig atop his head. Do not concern yourself with such trivial details." Chapter 190, Green Bull, 4th Update Request. The wig worn by Sayu was a gift from TheUchiha, seemingly out of sense of guilt for laughing excessively at Sayu. Consequently, TheUchiha made a special trip to the Shambadi archipelago a few days ago to purchase a high-end wig. Crafted from the finest materials and designed by a professional stylist to perfectly fit the scalp. This single wig cost TheUchiha, who had recently attained the rank of sergeant, a month's salary. She appeared to intend this as a gesture to show that Sayu's hair issues could indeed be resolved. Whether or not that was true remained uncertain. However, Zhao was aware that maintaining a poker face was sufficient. Taotu blinked her beautiful eyes, remaining silent. Indeed, Sayu was rather peculiar. After a moment's contemplation, she broke into a smile, requesting Sayu to show mercy in the upcoming competition. As a capable, middle-ranking officer, it was impossible for her to lack any competitive spirit or desire to seize the position of general. Yet, after witnessing Sayu's battle records a few times, she wisely abandoned such trivial aspirations. For what she understood, Cha Tun shared similar sentiments. The kind of strength Sayu possessed was certainly not something ordinary individuals could wield. Will you show mercy? Sayu maintained an adorably blank expression. If only there were a few skilled fighters around. Rest assured, there are indeed skilled fighters. TheUchiha replied with a smile. To my knowledge, many masters of swordsmanship and martial arts have been attracted by the rewards offered by the world government. Swordsmanship and martial arts? Sayu Dlinket. Isn't General Sayu a master of martial arts? TheUchiha smiled, asking, who do you think is stronger? I don't practice martial arts. TheUchiha was taken aback, seemingly surprised by this revelation. You don't practice martial arts? If you're interested, you could simply consult teacher TheUchiha, who has extensive knowledge of martial arts and possesses considerable strength. He seems to hold you in high regard. What kind of talk is that? Sayu's tone remained lazily indifferent. How could I trouble the old man? The old man? You mean the one who recently called Zhangguo to boast about defeating another wave of pirates? TheUchiha's lips twitched slightly. No worries. There are many martial arts experts in this competition, and you will likely encounter them soon. The World Recruitment Tournament is more akin to a martial arts competition. Its primary selection criterion is strength. As long as there are no criminal records, everyone competes based on their abilities. Even the decaying world government rarely engages in any underhanded dealings in such matters. Nevertheless, while it is a recruitment event and not a sports meet, the world government has dispatched several hosts and even sold audience tickets. It is said that many celestial dragons are eagerly attending. Zhaosus Gop Inwali, questioning the distinction from a sports meet. The host enthusiastically introduced the powerful contenders. However, Zhaosu paid little attention until they called upon our Navy Vice Admiral, Sayu. Sayu, appearing utterly lethargic, took to the stage, listening as the host exclaimed, Vice Admiral Sayu, it is our honor to witness your participation in this competition. Do you have anything to say to the formidable contenders below? Sayu glanced at the array of experts gathered below, their impressive physiques and intimidating gazes fixed upon him. Rumor had it that some members of the world government had approached certain powerful individuals with promises of rewards, such as being directly promoted to general for defeating Sayu. Sayu blinked and absent-mindedly touched the wig atop his head. I hope you won't strike my head during the match, he stated. The host, the competitors, and the audience reacted in disbelief. Are you here to fight? Sayu's thoughts wandered to the wig that the TheUchiha had purchased with a month's wages. It wouldn't do to have it damaged. After a brief silence, a commotion erupted. Although the island of Marineford was home to the Navy headquarters, most spectators were personnel from the world government. Naturally, Sayu's request not to strike his head elicited various reactions. In contrast, TheUchiha, who had spent considerable money on audience tickets, was clapping enthusiastically, nearly producing afterimages with her hands. Go, Vice Admiral Sayu. Beside her, Tina pondered whether she should keep her distance from this little fan. As the competition commenced, Sayu and TheUchiha took their seats among the participants. Observing the battles below, the two combatants were not Navy personnel, but rather experts recruited from around the world. However, the disparity in their strengths was significant. With a mere 3 punches, one opponent fell. The victor is Leopold, announced the host. Leopold yawned, expressing his disdain for the prolonged recruitment process. He disregarded the host and walked toward the contestants' area. Sayu was taken aback as Leopold approached him. TheUchiha squinted, recognizing the man's formidable presence. This individual undoubtedly possessed a bounty exceeding 100 million, yet he could not withstand Sayu's 3 moves. Was he seeking something from Vice Admiral Sayu? I'll defeat you and claim the position of general, Leopold boldly declared. I've heard someone refer to you as Sayu. Leopold, Sayu replied calmly, his demeanor unchanged. Though we have no grievances, I am afraid I must claim the general position. Sayu responded with his usual tranquility, seemingly unfazed. Leopold, unconcerned, yawned once more and turned to leave, casually remarking, by the way, what title should I adopt once I become a general? Boris Lino is known as Kizuru, Kuzan as Akiji, Sakazuki as Akainu. How about Green Bull? Since Green Bull had yet to appear in the original work, including his name and abilities. All of this was created by the author. Chapter 191. Just don't strike my head. First update request. So, he is Green Bull, Zhao Su mused, observing the retreating figure. Green Bull would later rise alongside Fujitora to become a general in the Navy headquarters, hailed by Doflamingo as an exceptionally powerful anomaly. Seeing him now, it was evident he possessed the capability befitting a general. He defeated an opponent with an extraordinary bounty in just 3 moves, showcasing that even current generals pale in comparison. It seems I shall inevitably cross paths with this Green Bull. The competition continued, with skilled fighters emerging from all corners, even TheUchiha herself participating in a battle. Sayu and TheUchiha exchanged glances. Did you win, TheUchiha? Sayu inkurit gasuoli. Did you not see? TheUchiha blinked her beautiful eyes. I went to the restroom, Sayu replied, appearing as nonchalant as ever. You truly are a marvel, Peach Rabbit. As she now comprehends why her dear friend Tina consistently writes into lament about this rear admiral. However, Saitama, you must remain vigilant against your next adversary. Peach Rabbit squints her eyes at the figure on stage, the bounty hunter Gari, who has previously captured pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions. The challenges of apprehending pirates and vanquishing them are starkly different. Survival necessitates formidable strength. I observed his prior battle against another opponent. Peach Rabbit narrows her eyes, recognizing his exceptional prowess and ruthless tactics. The opponent's arms and legs were shattered. Saitama appears oblivious, advancing while inspecting his shoulder. It seems I have not donned this cloak properly. Alas, if only I had consulted Dasky on how to wear a navy cloak. Are you even listening? Peach Rabbit's eyes twitch in response. Indeed, Tina's words hold considerable weight. This rear admiral is truly infuriating. Upon taking the stage, the host exuberantly stirs the atmosphere, announcing the imminent arrival of the Navy's Rear Admiral Saitama. How will Rear Admiral Saitama respond to Gari's tempestuous onslaught? What manifestation of Gari's terrifying assassination techniques will unfold upon the stage? Will this contest devolve into yet another overwhelming display of strength? It is evident that the host has received certain directives from the world government. Saitama's strength is genuine, and his achievements are undeniably clear. Yet, the host entirely neglects to acknowledge Saitama's prowess, instead lavishing praise upon Gari as if it were a foregone conclusion that Gari would triumph over Saitama. Under such a host's guidance, should Saitama indeed face defeat, the victor could easily assert dominance over Saitama, fortifying his claim to ascendancy. Will Gari once again dispatch his opponent to the hospital with absolute force? The host vocally ignites the crowd's enthusiasm. I merely intend to teach a lesson to some who lack awareness. Gari responds with a stern demeanor. Listen well, battle is not a sport, but a deadly contest between warriors. Are you even paying attention to my words? Saitama, with an expression of unwavering focus, concentrates on adjusting his cloak. Damn, why is this navy cloak so difficult to wear? It feels like the buttons I fasten are amiss, and it is quite uncomfortable. I suppose I must endure it. Saitama sighs, releasing his grip. I will obliterate you. Gari's forehead bulges with veins as the host loudly announces the commencement of the battle. Gari squints, contemplating that despite his internal thoughts, the opponent is indeed a rear admiral of the Navy, renowned for his strength. He cannot be weak. However, he is riddled with vulnerabilities. Gari scrutinizes Saitama, pondering what thoughts occupy his mind. Does he perhaps already know of the world government's maneuvers and feels despondent enough to forfeit? Does he truly wish to engage? In the next moment, Gari strides forward. The two combatants gradually close the distance, Gari's imposing physique allowing him to look down upon Saitama. Hey, are you not going to fight? Hurry and assume your stance. What stance? Saitama raises his head. The martial stance, Gari scoffs. Since you have not drawn your sword, you must rely on martial arts. Do not tell me you are merely an outsider. I'm quite curious to see what martial arts you practice. Fine. Gari's forehead brims with veins as he suddenly bends down, gripping Saitama's hair. Kid, I will now enlighten you, bang. Before he can finish his sentence, Saitama unleashes a punch of unparalleled swiftness, the force generating flames from the friction with the air. Gari is sent hurtling through the air, soaring nearly 100 meters high. Do not touch my head, Saitama remarks with his characteristic lethargy, lamenting Dasky's meager salary, as saving money is quite challenging for her. Having spent so much on a gift that you have damaged, I cannot explain it to her. Bang! Just as Saitama finishes his words, Gari begins his descent, crashing heavily outside the arena. The earth quakes slightly, enveloped in dust. All present stare dumbfounded at the scene. One punch, simply one punch, has felled Gari, a formidable bounty hunter. The arena is engulfed in silence momentarily. Eventually, the host regains composure, shouting that the outcome has been determined. Gari is defeated. Subsequently, cries for an ambulance and a doctor erupt as chaos ensues. Meanwhile, Saitama stands bewildered for a moment before adjusting his wig. How unfortunate. I have yet to witness what martial arts truly entail. Next time, I shall indeed observe the martial arts before taking action. As long as the next opponent does not mess with my hair, I shall proceed accordingly. Chapter 192. The host feels like crying, second update. Chapter 192. The host feels like crying, second update. Is he truly this powerful? Peach Rabbit's pupils dilate as she instinctively touches her arm. She even feels a tremor. Indeed, he is remarkably strong. It is no wonder that Zephyr and Sengoku wish to recruit this man into the Navy. If his formidable reputation holds true, his sense of justice is undoubtedly unquestionable. He is indeed deserving of Sengoku's and the five elders' attention. This man possesses such value that even Green Bull narrows his eyes slightly. It is no surprise that the world government has offered such favorable terms. However, this complicates matters. Green Bull exhales softly, expressing his frustration. TheUchiha squeaks, the corners of his mouth curling upwards, his expression unchanged. Saitama, oblivious to the sentiments of others, strides back to the contestants' area and removes the wig. Wearing it has made my scalp unbearably itchy. Did Dasky purchase a counterfeit? Or is it that wigs inherently irritate the scalp? This is an unsolvable dilemma. Fortunately, he does not need to wear the wig continuously. Once this world recruitment concludes, Dasky will not require him to wear it regularly. Will she? Saitama's mouth twitches as he sighs. Competing in a tournament is one thing, but wearing this normally is quite bothersome. Meanwhile, in a room within the training hall, he is genuinely formidable. A man squints, his lips pressed together slightly. How shall we accomplish the task assigned by the five elders? The bounty hunter Gari is already among the strongest participants in this world recruitment. To say he possesses strength akin to that of an ordinary rear admiral is no exaggeration. He is indeed a major contender in this world recruitment. Yet, he has been eliminated by Saitama with a single punch. The remaining candidates are hardly reliable. Among those we have prepared, only Leopold, Tyler, and Elsie can rival the bounty hunter Gari. The rest are far from being capable. A middle-aged man's expression darkens. We must ensure his failure. We cannot allow anyone to intervene. Another person interjects. For a moment, the room is steeped in silence. Following the quiet, everyone nods in agreement. It seems we must resort to some underhanded tactics. The world recruitment continues. While the competition lasts long, true masters will inevitably not be eliminated. Intense battles continuously erupt in the arena, with martial arts, swordsmanship, and even the powers of those who have consumed devil fruits all taking center stage. However, the brow of Tao Tu furrows slightly, sensing that the world government is up to its usual tricks. She notices that whenever a strong fighter is matched, it is invariably against a weaker opponent. Essentially, there are no clashes of titans. The issue lies in the fact that, for the sake of fairness, all matchups in this competition are randomly drawn. Out of hundreds of battles, none of the formidable contenders seem to have the misfortune of facing equally strong adversaries, resulting in one-sided victories. While this arrangement may benefit the Navy, it raises concerns about fairness. The ultimate prize for this competition is, of course, a promotion to general, but there are also various positions beneath that, such as vice admiral, rear admiral, and others, all of which depend on one's strength and ranking in the global recruitment. Presently, the exclusion of fortuitous matchups seems advantageous for the Navy, ensuring that only the truly strong are rewarded, preventing an undeserving individual from ascending to a high rank. However, Tao Tu scoffs at the notion that the world government could be so benevolent. As she glances at the screen displaying the matchups, the outcome becomes evident. Saitama versus Cha-Tan. Both possess considerable strength, making them the only formidable opponents matched against each other. Tao Tu's eyes narrow slightly, and just as she is about to voice her frustration, Cha-Tan suddenly declares, "I forfeit." The host is taken aback. "I said I forfeit," Cha-Tan repeats calmly. "I cannot defeat Lieutenant General Saitama, so I surrender." The host stumbles over his words. All right then, Cha-Tan forfeits and Saitama wins. Cha-Tan smiles faintly. A righteous grin directed at Tao Tu, who breathes a sigh of relief, thankful that internal strife within the Navy has been averted. Although Cha-Tan would likely not have won, this spares Lieutenant General Saitama from unnecessary exertion. "Tao Tu, won't you even glance at me?" Cha-Tan asks. Saitama remains oblivious to the concepts of martial arts or swordsmanship in the meeting room of the training arena. Damn it, Cha-Tan actually withdrew. Adjust the combat strategy. Tao Tu might also withdraw. Do not give Saitama an opportunity. The next match should be against the arms dealer, Taylor. Yes, I want to see how he rests. The host must continue to suppress Saitama, preventing him from gaining a favorable reputation. Let us not forget that this event is being broadcast worldwide. Thus, the subsequent arrangements are fraught with changes as the host, under orders from the world government, strives to diminish Saitama's reputation. For instance, Taylor attempts to exploit his remarkable speed, circling Saitama in search of a flaw. Lieutenant General Saitama possesses commendable strength, but his speed may not be as impressive. Taylor has a chance here. With a resounding boom, Taylor is instantly caught and eliminated by Saitama. You circling around me is causing my wig to flutter, Saitama quips. Additionally, Elsai draws a deep breath and unleashes a fierce sword strike. Elsai is charging his attack. This is not something a strong fighter should instinctively do, the host remarks. Lieutenant General Saitama's strength is decent, but he appears overly complacent. With another boom, Saitama obliterates both the sword and Elsai in one punch. Why is Saitama making such sharp wins? He has already cut off 2 strands of my wig, the host laments in an attempt to salvage the situation. This opponent is not ordinary, he insists. Another boom echoes as Saitama continues his rampage, leaving the host in tears. Who can tell me how to speak to lower this man's evaluation? Chapter 193, Green Bull vs. Saitama. Third update requested. Saitama sweeps through his opponents, dispatching each with a single punch. In truth, there is little more to say. Saitama's current prowess has reached an astonishing 75, signifying his peak form. What does Saitama's peak entail? He can leap from the moon and land back on Earth. His punch capable of obliterating enemies with enough force to shatter the very surface of the planet. Destroying a meteor with a single blow is merely a fundamental feat for him. Saitama embodies a conceptual dilemma. His character is defined by the ability to defeat even the mightiest of foes with a single strike. In his world, he represents absolute invincibility. Strength is a certainty. Damn it, how can he be this strong? The onlookers lament, their hair nearly pulled out in frustration. Every opponent is dispatched with a single punch. Who remains? One voice inquires. Leopold. Leopold, also known as Green Bull, has similarly triumphed without employing his abilities thus far. Calm down. I heard from CPQ that among the participants, Leopold is purportedly the strongest. A middle-aged man replies solemnly, having proven this in previous battles. Although he has not fought seriously, his victory over Tao 2 certainly attests to his strength. Since Tao 2's defeat, we have not assigned him formidable opponents, likely ensuring he remains at full strength. While Saitama has consistently faced powerful adversaries, regardless of the thoroughness of his victories, which inevitably incurs some degree of fatigue. This reasoning does seem plausible. Yet the gathering cannot help but cast skeptical glances at one another. Are you certain that this man, who has dispatched every opponent with a single punch and remains unscathed, is truly fatigued? It's just one punch. How taxing can that be? I've heard that Lieutenant General Saitama defeats anyone with just one blow. Someone interjects. Perhaps he employs some combat technique. The crowd turns their attention towards the speaker. Indeed, he nods. For example, the swordsmanship technique of drawing the sword, which seeks to deliver a lethal blow in one strike. The strength of a drawn sword is unparalleled. As he speaks, his confidence grows. Perhaps Lieutenant General Saitama's strength lies solely in that punch. Once he uses it, he may have no power left. The crowd exchanges glances, nodding in agreement. That must be it. Otherwise, how could this man, Saitama, surpass so many renowned strongmen of the sea? Even admirals cannot eliminate a bounty of over 100 million in a single move. Indeed, that must be the case. So what now? An employee suddenly inquires, running to the middle-aged man, who frowns seriously. What now? He replies, his brow furrowed. The situation has become difficult. It is nearly impossible to suppress Saitama's evaluation. No matter how we force it, the audience will not believe it. At this moment, as the finals approach, the host has already earned the dubious title of the most oblivious host in history. Had it not been for the influential figures he dared not offend, he would have long since altered his course. Each time he uttered Chiyu, a wave of discontent rippled through the audience, not only tarnishing his reputation, but also piercing his heart. Continuing to suppress the middle-aged man, he let out a cold snort, exuding an air of superiority, informing him that in the decisive battle, Chiyu would undoubtedly lose. This could serve as a foundation for creating suspense, and without hesitation, he would shatter that suspense, transforming his evaluation into reality. This impending reality was sufficient to rectify his prior mistakes. The staff, momentarily taken aback, nodded and stated they would inform him at once, striding out with determination. Meanwhile, on the competition stage, Chiyu maintained his characteristic nonchalant demeanor, while Lun Yo shook his neck and ascended the platform. This was the final showdown. With all others eliminated, it could be said that the victor here would ascend to the position of admiral in the Navy. At this juncture, The host received a prompt from his superiors, and his gaze shifted. It was not as clear as the upper echelons had analyzed. Instead, he conjured an alternate narrative in his mind. Had he secretly made a deal with the world government? Deciding to forfeit this match might be prudent, as it would spare his reputation. He mused inwardly before summoning his energy to declare loudly. The world's military recruitment competition had reached its final juncture. On one side stood Rear Admiral Chiyu, and on the other, the sole remaining contender of this recruitment, the formidable Leopold. Would the Navy continue to hold the admiral position? Or would the previously obscure Leopold rise to shatter the Navy's monopoly and become the new pinnacle of combat power? TheUchiha and other Navy elites frowned. The host was indeed showing a lack of respect for the Navy, directly positioning them against the majority. However, the reality was that the admiralty ought to be occupied by someone from the Navy. At this moment, Cha Tun, standing beside TheUchiha, whispered that a mere host dared not speak so freely. It was the influence of those behind him. Who could those individuals be? It was unnecessary for TheUchiha to guess. It was undoubtedly the world government. The world government was the superior to the Navy, and they would not easily defy its authority. Yet, a mere host remained oblivious to these intricacies, loudly announcing the finals, filling the venue with anticipation for the outcome. Of course, he believed our hero would not falter. And who was that hero? It was none other than Liu Shang, whose humble beginnings and lack of notoriety resonated with the majority. Standing face to face with Chiyu was a tall, robust man with a thick mane. From his elevated position, he gazed down at Chiyu. Did he intend to target Daisuke's purchased wig? Yet, this was the final battle. Should he hold back to witness the so-called martial arts? In Chapter 194, we delve into Lu Nyo's abilities. Zhao Su, however, was not particularly intrigued by martial arts. Despite Chiyu's apparent lack of skills, it did not imply that others were similarly unskilled. Take Yamamoto, for instance. He mastered the sword art, albeit after just one day of training. Uchiha Madara excelled in physical combat. Though not strictly martial arts, they shared similar principles. However, Chiyu's storyline included an arc of curiosity about martial arts, prompting Zhao Su to feign interest. Therefore, he resolved to hold back, secretly contemplating that he often allowed his adversaries to unleash their full potential before ultimately defeating them, as denying them the opportunity to fight was rather pitiable. Lu Nyo, towering over Chiyu, displayed a grin. Seizing the moment, the host announced Leopold was smiling. Was victory assured? Conversely, Chiyu, perhaps to ease tension or for another reason, wore a somewhat vacant expression. This fellow truly exuded confidence, fearlessly declaring his intentions. Deep down, he was convinced Chiyu was destined to lose. Otherwise, why would he maintain this expression from the very start? Chiyu, devoid of emotion, stated, "Let the match commence." Yet, neither participant made a move at first. "Ah, Rear Admiral Chiyu, your gaze seems devoid of any pursuit for fame or status," Lu Nyo remarked with a grin. "So, why not grant me the victory? Engaging in a meaningless brawl is quite troublesome." Chiyu fell silent for a moment before responding, "I apologize, but I have no intention of losing." "Why?" Lu Nyo inquired, puzzled. "Your eyes reveal no desire for fame or status." Chiyu paused again before stating, "An admiral's salary is double that of a rear admiral's. That's enough to buy quite a few fries." Lu Nyo pondered the implications of salary. In truth, whether from the government or the Navy, salaries were relatively modest. Most naval officers earned a middle-class income, while admirals fared better, yet still could not compete with the wealth of merchants. However, it was common knowledge that they wielded power, and with a modicum of effort, they could easily secure incomes far exceeding their salaries. Furthermore, most of these methods were not even deemed illegal. And yet, Chiyu spoke of salaries as if they held significant weight. After some thought, he declared, "I would prefer to observe the so-called martial arts. However, in previous encounters, I ended the fight as soon as I struck. At this rate, it seems I will have wasted my time waiting for them to act." Lu Nyo was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Indeed, it would be a waste of time otherwise. However, he wore a serious smile, declaring, "I want to allow you to feel your time is wasted. Let's begin." In a flash, Lu Nyo charged forward, his foot striking the arena, causing cracks to form. He unleashed a powerful kick, and Chiyu simply watched until the moment it was about to connect, then swiftly raised his guard. The immense force sent Chiyu hurtling across the arena, halting only at the edge. Quickly, the host exclaimed, "Leopold's speed has clearly surpassed previous encounters." Lu Nyo, unrelenting, rushed in again, delivering a series of kicks aimed at Chiyu. Then, with a final upward kick, Chiyu was sent soaring into the air, desperately clutching his wig. Damn it. This wig is about to fall off. It seems Dasky was deceived by that wig shop. He resolved to take her to confront the shopkeeper later. Lunyo showed no mercy, relentlessly pursuing Chiyu, landing another kick that sent him crashing into the arena. Have we determined a victor? The host shouted. Is it over? Lunyo squinted, contemplating. Moments ago, you nearly startled me. A languid voice emerged as Saitama calmly ascended from the pit. Indeed, he almost frightened him. His wig was on the verge of slipping off. The green-eyed man's pupils contracted. It was evident that this man was formidable. However, this only justified the trouble I took to reach the finals. He laughed heartily, and suddenly, a flash of electricity flickered around him. With a crouch, he lunged forward, and in an instant, a silver-white streak of lightning crossed the arena, appearing right before Saitama. Boom, 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 his fists relentlessly struck forth, each punch crackling with thunder. This was the power of the electric fruit. The rabbit girl, Chahut, narrowed her eyes. She had long heard of Leopold's devil fruit abilities, but she never expected it to be the fruit of lightning. Yet, something felt amiss. The green-eyed man laughed heartily, delivering a punch that sent Saitama flying far away. However, before Saitama could hit the ground, he extended a hand. With a special magnetic field, Saitama's body, not yet fully airborne, suddenly decelerated under an unseen force and was abruptly drawn back. It wasn't electricity, it was magnetism. Saitama blinked, feeling a faint tingling sensation within his body, realizing that the magnetic field could not only attract but also generate electricity. Electricity creates magnetism, and magnetism generates electricity. This was basic power. Fujitora possessed gravitational force. Was he wielding magnetism? Yet, Eustace Kid also utilized magnetism. Had Zhao Su's arrival in the pirate world altered so much that the devil fruits changed their masters? Or was one truly a magnet fruit and the other a magnetic force fruit? Regardless, it was undeniable that this was a powerful adversary. In the next moment, he was pulled back to the Green Bull's side. Saitama, allow me to elucidate what martial arts truly entails. The green-eyed man suddenly raised both iron fists. It is precisely this. Bang! Chapter 195. Thus, he was still defeated in a single punch. Each punch crackled with lightning, slicing through the magnetic field and generating immense electric currents. The faster the speed, the greater the power, and the stronger the electric current produced. Meanwhile, the magnetic field's pull was sufficient to prevent the enemy from escaping. Indeed, he was a formidable opponent. Bang, 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 bang. The Green Bull unleashed a powerful punch, causing Saitama to float momentarily before being drawn back again. With a sudden twist of his body, the Green Bull spun like a whirlwind. The air hummed with violent lightning that flickered and intensified, resembling a tornado infused with increasingly potent thunder. Then, with a thunderous release, each punch struck Saitama without reservation, the rapid rotations creating a vortex of relentless hits. The host excitedly shouted for the barrage to cease, declaring that the outcome seemed certain. What outcome? An outsider wouldn't understand. The Green Bull's expression darkened. He had landed countless punches on Saitama, yet his techniques appeared utterly ineffective. With one last punch, he refrained from drawing Saitama back immediately, but instead leaped, crashing down with tremendous force. The arena shattered into 5 pieces. Taking a deep breath, he resumed his stance, preparing to unleash a punch as if it were a cannonball, his body slightly angled, muscles rhythmically relaxing and tensing. The Green Bull's eyes widened suddenly. The powerful magnetism manifested around him, making the ground tremble as if it were a magnet in turmoil. Kulme. In the next moment, a tremendous pull surged forth. Saitama was momentarily stunned as he was propelled forward, rapidly gaining speed until he nearly formed an illusion. Chahut, Dasky, Tina, and others collectively held their breath, their years of combat experience informing them that an enemy rushing in at such velocity would significantly amplify the power of their subsequent attack. As Saitama drew near, the Green Bull inhaled sharply and unleashed a punch. In the next heartbeat, lightning flashed, resembling a miniature sun, the blinding white light compelling everyone to shield their eyes. For an instant, even the sun struggled to compete with its brilliance. Only those with considerable strength, like Chahut, could see that the Green Bull's punch had struck Saitama. Boom! The atmosphere trembled as Saitama was sent flying. Is he unresponsive? The Green Bull's eyes flickered with shock. He had held nothing back. His full-force strike had merely sent Saitama soaring, yet he landed steadily. I believe I have grasped something, Saitama mused, stroking his chin. Do you comprehend what martial arts truly is? The green bull squinted. Indeed. Saitama nodded earnestly, stating, martial arts is essentially a rather stylish endeavor. The green bull, TheUchiha, and others stared wide-eyed at Saitama. They were all experts, possessing keen hearing. Although only Saitama and the green bull were present in the arena, many could overhear their dialogue. Yet, if given the choice, they would have preferred not to hear Saitama's utterance. After enduring so many of my attacks, you reach such a conclusion? The green bull's eyes widened, his expression stiffening. Indeed, it seems martial arts holds little significance. Saitama nodded. You twirled around so many times, yet it bore no meaning. However, I have experienced enough. Suddenly, Saitama raised his fist. This was a simple lift with no martial arts posture, merely a casual raising of his hand. The green bull's pupils constricted, his face solemn. Is he going to attack now? The host also sensed the shift, exclaiming that after enduring countless punches from Leopold, Saitama was finally preparing to counterattack. However, having withstood so many assaults, did he think it was now the opportune moment to retaliate? Surely, it was a tad late. With his strength, he couldn't discern the true state of the situation in the arena. Yet as a host, reading the room was fundamental. Nevertheless, preoccupied with the directives from the higher-ups, he brushed aside his misperception, continuing to hype the event. Up until now, Saitama has defeated every opponent with a single punch. His strength is indeed worthy of a Navy Vice Admiral, a title well-deserved. Now, with his fierce intent to counterattack, will he also vanquish Leopold in one blow? Is Leopold about to fall? The host attempted to create suspense and elevate the atmosphere. He spoke quickly, building tension, then shifted gears, stating, of course, that is impossible. Leopold is a top-tier expert in this world recruitment, with extensive battle experience and formidable devil fruit abilities. Others might succumb to Saitama's single punch. But this man certainly will not. He can effortlessly handle it. Before he could finish his sentence, Saitama suddenly unleashed a punch. Boom! A powerful gust of wind erupted, the sonic boom echoing as if a dragon roared, surging forth with the force of his punch. Suddenly, a powerful sense of suffocation surged within Lu Sheng, and before he could evade, he was struck by a fierce punch. The impact sent him flying a considerable distance, creating a deep human-shaped void in the audience section of the arena. The violent rush of the punch swept across the venue, yet not a single voice was heard. The crowd remained silent, their expressions blank and speechless. Only the host, acting on instinct, managed to finish his earlier statement. Thus, Leopold was unexpectedly defeated with a single blow. Chapter 196. Sudden news, second update request. At the height of the global enlistment frenzy in the kingdom of TheUchiha, Mr. Bond presented recent intelligence acquired by our Revolutionary Army alongside our actions. Robin, acting as a diligent secretary, handed over a document. Despite Uchiha Bond seemingly being solely focused on combat, he was in fact the true leader of this kingdom. All actions taken by Robin and the other officials would ultimately be determined and directed by him. Uchiha Bond nodded as he accepted the document. Following Zhao Su's introduction of 2 historical texts, Robin's mindset became considerably more relaxed, shedding the previous sense of urgency and instead adopting a steady, methodical approach. Although aware that Zhao Su possessed a wealth of historical information, he remained silent, diligently working with an air of elite professionalism. Uchiha Bond glanced at the report presented by Robin, first examining the movements of the Revolutionary Army. Although the Revolutionary Army had established a complete political system within the kingdom of TheUchiha, their activities extended beyond its borders. The prior treaty had stipulated matters of trade between the kingdom of TheUchiha and the world government. Yet both parties had conspicuously refrained from imposing restrictions on the Revolutionary Army's ability to incite revolutions in other nations, nor on the world government's response to encounters with the Revolutionary Army elsewhere. They both understood that such agreements would be futile. As Uchiha Bond scrutinized the report, he furrowed his brow, realizing that Dragon intended to take action against the kingdom of Shinlan. Robin, having also reviewed the report submitted to Uchiha Bond, recognized that the kingdom of Shinlan was neither large nor small, yet it differed significantly from the nations previously overthrown by the Revolutionary Army. This nation was situated near the Grand Line, but was not part of it. The Revolutionary Army had been developing, albeit for a relatively short time, and had previously targeted economically disadvantaged small nations along the Grand Line. Now they had shifted their focus. It seems he is not content merely to observe our triumph in the kingdom of TheUchiha, Robin remarked. This was indeed the case. When the incident in the kingdom of TheUchiha occurred, Dragon had originally decided to forego punishment against the kingdom's higher-ups. However, Uchiha Bon, in his single-mindedness, had succeeded, resulting in the kingdom of Iya becoming the most economically prosperous territory within the Revolutionary Army's domain, characterized by abundant resources and the highest living standards, alongside the most thorough reforms. It is worth noting that other territories were less favorable. The sacred land of revolution was the island of Baitu, which was entirely desert. Furthermore, the kingdom of Iya was not located on the Grand Line, but rather in the Four Seas. The Grand Line was notorious for its pirate activity and variable climate, whereas the Four Seas offered a more stable environment, with detailed maritime information facilitating trade. Thus, it can be said that the kingdom of Iya was currently the most prosperous territory for the Revolutionary Army, despite being a territory that Dragon had initially chosen to abandon. Even now, Dragon lacked the face to enter the territory of the kingdom of Iya, despite being one of its own. Nevertheless, he was not one to concede defeat easily. He promptly began plotting for another island in the Four Seas, the kingdom of Shinlan. Of course, he did not act blindly. The kingdom of Shinlan was not significantly smaller than the territory of the kingdom of Iya, and it was situated in the notoriously lawless West Sea. Perhaps the world government would not deploy excessive forces there. Uchiha Bon frowned, but said nothing further. After all, Dragon was the leader of the Revolutionary Army. He continued to read, first examining the movements of the Revolutionary Army before reviewing the various intelligence collected by them. The Revolutionary Army had managed to secretly oppose the world government with commendable intelligence efforts. Especially after Zhao Su's optimization, the Revolutionary Army's ideology was highly appealing, attracting many individuals who, even without formally joining, would discreetly provide intelligence to the Revolutionary Army. Under these circumstances, the Revolutionary Army's intelligence network could be considered quite comprehensive, second only to that of the world government. As a senior member of the Revolutionary Army, Uchiha Bon naturally had the right to access all intelligence, including the actions of the world government, the movements of pirates, and the fates of various kingdom rulers. Suddenly, Uchiha Bon let out a soft exclamation. "What's the matter, Mr. Bon?" Robin inquired, leaning closer to investigate. "This is intelligence regarding pirates. Zephyr's expedition to the New World to combat pirates must be a result of the Global Enlistment Initiative. The world government cannot operate without formidable forces, and among them is Key, who is well versed in these matters," she explained before asking, "Is there an issue with this?" "None at all," Uchiha Bon replied slowly, setting the report down while slightly narrowing his eyes. "This matter requires notification to the main body in Marineford's training ground." Thus, Leopold was unexpectedly defeated with a single blow. The host stood there, stupefied, unsure of what to say. "Minister, you promised he would lose. You are a deceiver," exclaimed Sayu. "Will the results not be announced?" The host, taken aback, glanced toward the backstage, but received no response, leading him to declare, "The victor is Sayu." Cheers erupted from the audience, and Tina displayed a smile. Tao, too, chuckled, relieved that no outsider had usurped the position of our Navy's 36th Admiral. Such a position should not be filled by someone without merit. Otherwise, where would the Navy's dignity lie? Nevertheless, Leopold's prowess was impressive, and integrating him into the Navy for training could yield substantial benefits. As the backstage ministers provided no further orders, the host proceeded with the protocol, requesting that Sayu, the Major General, pause momentarily as an award ceremony for the global enlistment competition was forthcoming. At that moment, Sayu abruptly halted, a rare glimmer of clarity and gravity flashing in his eyes, only to vanish as quickly as it appeared, returning to his usual nonchalant demeanor. It seemed that he would not be able to participate in the award ceremony. Zhao Su Sai Internali, Chapter 197, Edward Weevil. Third update request. The Global Enlistment Initiative, being a large-scale event, required extensive time to unfold. The preliminary rounds held across various locations had not yet concluded, and even the finals could not commence immediately, as it would take time for all the formidable contenders to take the stage. The influence of the world government is undeniable. In the future, figures such as Fujitora may instantly command respect, even if they ascend to the rank of admiral without any notable achievements. This is largely due to the efforts expended by the world government to ensure that all are aware of the extraordinary prowess of the victors of the world conscription. The resources devoted to this recruitment drive are staggering, and the worldwide broadcast is unprecedented, aside from the eventual ambush of Whitebeard. Consequently, Saitama made his appearance, and when the ministers reported this to the Gorosei, they could only sigh resignedly and decide to proceed with the planned rewards. Although the world government often acts shamelessly, it is essential to discern right from wrong. While Saitama's rise might cause discomfort among the Gorosei, it is preferable to fostering discord within the Navy. Furthermore, even though the world government may not concern itself with notions of shame, avoiding humiliation is always preferable. They intended to grit their teeth and accept Saitama's position as admiral. However, the situation took a turn when Saitama vanished, leaving the Gorosei wide-eyed as they listened to the report from the ministers through the Den Mushi. Indeed, the minister, sweating profusely, relayed that despite deploying a significant number of personnel, they had been unable to locate him. The irate, curly-haired elder exclaimed that he had always suspected that this rogue was not to be trusted, and now it seemed that he wished to bring disgrace upon the world government. They urgently commanded an investigation into Saitama's whereabouts and intentions. The swordsmen among them also bore a grim expression. It was only 3 hours later that they learned Saitama had already traversed the Red Line with his forces towards the New World, seemingly leaving behind a note that indicated he was impatient with their slow actions and intended to pursue the pirates alone, requesting that his reward be set aside for him. This further incensed the Gorosei, who immediately shattered the Den Mushi in frustration. Meanwhile, Major Saitama, why did you suddenly set sail? Dasky inquired, perplexed, given that the awards ceremony was imminent. Tina, too, cast a curious glance at Saitama. Was it truly wise to abandon so many people just before such an important event? Saitama, with a grin, produced a newspaper. The two women leaned in to glance at it. It was merely another report of a typical pirate attack, a commonplace occurrence on the seas. The accolades were of little consequence compared to the need for assistance. Thus, he felt compelled to act. Saitama smiled, asserting that one could not allow a trivial award ceremony to impede the urgent need to save lives. However, numerous other Navy personnel were present, and Dasky hesitated to voice her concerns. Moreover, the report of the world conscription had come from the Gorosei themselves. Wasn't he effectively trampling their dignity? Saitama shrugged nonchalantly, stating that he was merely interested in playing the role of a hero, and positions were inconsequential. The two women fell silent, and then quietly turned off the Den Mushi, severing communication with Major Saitama. A hero? Tina mused, narrowing her eyes as she contemplated the term. Meanwhile, Saitama returned home with a grave expression, hoping he would still have time. The award ceremony for the world conscription had been delayed repeatedly. Had it not been for Sengoku's resolute opposition and the reluctance of Green Bull, the Gorosei would have stripped Saitama of his title and bestowed it upon Green Bull. Yet the pressure was mounting as Sengoku attempted to contact Saitama through the Den Mushi 100 times in a single day, only to be met with silence. Days passed, and Sengoku, at a loss, reluctantly reached out to Zifa, who was intimately acquainted with Saitama. Zifa, being the one who had brought Saitama into the Navy, might have an inkling of his whereabouts. However, Zifa himself was unresponsive. What could be happening? Sengoku felt a surge of panic, while Saitama might be untraceable. Zifa was not the type to disregard orders, unless, of course, his Den Mushi had been destroyed. Sengoku, familiar with Zifa's character, understood the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Zifa was preoccupied and unable to respond as he was under attack. Damn it! Zifa gasped, struggling to rise, but found himself unable to stand. Behind him, countless students lay lifeless in pools of blood. He gritted his teeth, nearly biting through his gums. This vessel, originally a training ship for the Navy, had been commandeered under the pretense of his own strength. Believing he could handle the situation without concern as he led the training recruits to suppress the pirates in the area. After all, he possessed the strength of an admiral, and his recruits, though in training, were far superior to ordinary soldiers. However, given another chance, Zifa would not have brought this group of trainees into such perilous waters. How could he have found himself in this situation? Zifa's eyes widened as he beheld the imposing figure before him, a man of considerable stature and girth, with hair cascading to his legs, braided on either side, and most notably, two crescent-shaped mustaches resembling those of Whitebeard. This was Edward Weevil, the son of Whitebeard. Chapter 198. Just in time, fourth update request for automation. On the Navy training ship, Zifa gasped, tears welling in his eyes. They're all dead. He watched helplessly as his students perished at the hands of this man. Damn it! Zifa gritted his teeth as another flash of steel cleaved through the air. Another rookie recruit fell, bisected by the massive blade, blood splattering across the deck. Were it not for the relentless waves washing over the deck, The stains of blood would surely become permanent. Mama, it seems we're going to win this time. Edward Weevil chuckled foolishly. Of course, with Mama by my side. How could we possibly lose? Miss Backen scoffed. I'm a woman of Whitebeard, and you are his son. Zifa's eyes widened as he realized that the pirates who had attacked them were orchestrated by them. This battle was not merely a singular conflict. In fact, Zifa had been engaged in fierce combat with numerous pirates long before Edward Weevil intervened. He was utterly exhausted. Edward Weevil was merely reaping the benefits of the chaos. This, it seemed, was also the result of Miss Backen's plotting. We are pirates. Using underhanded tactics against the Navy is perfectly normal, Miss Backen remarked disdainfully. Indeed, it is quite normal, Zifa retorted through clenched teeth as he struggled to rise. At least have the courage to kill me. What do my students have to do with this? Yet, before he could fully rise, a wave of blade energy struck him, sending him flying. Edward Weevil is indeed a formidable opponent, despite his current condition not being particularly favorable. This former admiral possesses considerable strength, although he has also sustained significant injuries. Nevertheless, given his youth and robust physique, Edward Weevil's endurance surpasses that of Zifa by a considerable margin. Why doesn't Team Mother simply eliminate him? Edward Weevil inquired with curiosity, casting a glance at Zifa. How could one be so direct as to kill him? Miss Backen scoffed. That would only benefit him. He was nearly the cause of my beloved son's demise. I cannot allow him to witness the death of all his subordinates, only to meet his end. That would be a pity. However, this reasoning was merely a facade. The true concern for Miss Backen lay in the fact that Zifa, now in his 60s, has suffered considerable physical depletion from prior battles. Yet Zifa possesses another weapon, Haki. In his prime, Miss Backen would never have dared to provoke him with her foolish son. The current recruitment crisis within the Navy has led Zifa to become somewhat complacent, allowing for a lone venture into enemy territory. Otherwise, she would never have intervened. Even now, despite his injuries, Zifa retains formidable combat capability, primarily due to his Haki. Haki is a latent power inherent to all humans, a natural ability that manifests as aura, killing intent, and fighting spirit, which can be wielded as a weapon when one's will is strong. Zifa's Haki is extraordinarily potent. Like Carp, he possesses no devil fruit abilities, but has triumphed over numerous formidable foes through sheer willpower. He was once known as Black Arm Zifa, having vanquished countless pirates without ever taking a life, earning him the title of the Merciful Admiral. Yet, ultimately, Haki is merely a manifestation of willpower. When one's resolve weakens, so too does the strength of their Haki. At the age of 42, Zifa's family was murdered by pirates harboring a grudge against him, prompting his resignation from the Admiralty to become an instructor. The reason for his resignation was compounded by his feelings of inadequacy, as a murderer had once been captured by him, but was subsequently released for various reasons. This failure to eliminate a foe led to the death of his family, causing Zifa to grapple with self-doubt. Although it did not drastically impair his abilities, it undeniably left its mark. Ultimately, through the urging of Sengoku and others, he became an instructor. Now, Edward Weevil is a pirate who has survived due to Zifa's mercy, yet he now slaughters his own students. This will inevitably undermine Zifa's resolve and weaken his Haki. Miss Backen narrowed her eyes, contemplating that soon she might just be able to sever his head. After all, Edward Weevil's strength is not to be underestimated, and given his formidable stamina, it would not be difficult for him to dispatch those students. Haki is a power capable of rendering the flesh as resilient as steel. Even if Zifa were to clash his arm against Edward Weevil's massive sword, he would sustain no damage. Therefore, rather than confronting Zifa's potent Haki directly, it would be wiser to undermine its very essence. With a swift stroke, Edward Weevil's blade struck down, causing blood to flow. Zifa, tears streaming down his face, mourned the loss of those who had just moments ago shouted their desire to protect their teacher, charging forth in a futile assault. Now, only a handful of his students remained, the ground littered with corpses and fallen soldiers. The root cause of this tragedy lay in his past adherence to a non-lethal philosophy, which had prevented him from swiftly eliminating a pirate. Unbeknownst to him, the black Haki coiling around Zifa's wrist began to fade, gradually dissipating. At that moment, Miss Backen issued a sudden command for Weevil to attack. Yes, mother, Edward Weevil bellowed, bringing his sword down with ferocity. Zifa instinctively turned, but the blade still aimed for his arm. Zifa felt a fleeting thought cross his mind. This arm may very well be the end of the line for him. Yet, Despite the anguish, he felt no nostalgia. It was his own misguided beliefs that had led to this outcome for his students and himself. Thus, whether or not he retained his arm seemed inconsequential. However, the anticipated pain never arrived. When he lifted his head in confusion, he beheld a bald man clad in a cloak standing before him. It appeared that help had finally arrived. Saitama smiled. Chapter 199. Continuous Ordinary Punches. Zaosu Smai. Relieved to have arrived in time. Indeed, he did not seek any reward. His motivation for racing directly to the New World was Zifa. The intelligence from the Revolutionary Army indicated that Edward Weeble had been spotted in Zifa's vicinity, prompting Zhao Su's immediate alertness. Edward Weeble was the very individual who had severed Zifa's arm. Following that incident, he had joined the Seven Warlords, leading Zifa to become utterly disillusioned with the Navy and the world government, ultimately defecting to establish a new Navy. Thus, he hurriedly made his way to the scene just in the nick of time. "You're fortunate," Zhao remarked with a hint of irritation. "I wouldn't have gone through this trouble to save you otherwise." He shot a glance at Zifa, clearly exasperated. It should be noted that he would never have hastened to the scene without a compelling reason. Although the Navy possesses an intelligence network rivaling that of the Revolutionary Army, it is uncertain whether they were aware of Zifa's potential defeat at Weeble's hands. After all, Edward Weeble had nearly been captured by Zifa in the past, rendering such reasoning insufficient to convince Dasky and the others. Consequently, Saitama had to remain vigilant as the pirates were rampant, and he could not afford to stay idle while directing them toward the New World. He could not directly approach Zifa, but had to capture pirates while pushing them in Zifa's direction. Thankfully, he received the intelligence early enough, and Edward Weeble did not immediately assault Zifa. Otherwise, approaching Zifa could have posed significant risks. Zifa was not inflexible. Many of his students had already sought assistance from nearby Navy forces. Although their communication devices were down, other ships were en route to Zifa's location. Saitama merely needed to gather some intelligence from them to pinpoint Zifa's whereabouts and hasten toward him. The complications involved were far from trivial. How did you end up here?" Shefe exclaimed in astonishment. "Aren't you supposed to be receiving rewards for your enlistment in the world military and becoming a general?" "Oh, I found those ceremonies too tedious, so I decided to come here and deal with the pirates first," Saitama replied. "I received a distress signal from you all. Having been away on expedition for quite some time, Zefe was naturally unaware of Saitama's situation. However, upon hearing Saitama's words, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. To prioritize the eradication of pirates over receiving his rewards speaks volumes about his noble character. Yet, a trace of melancholy soon crossed Zefe's face. Saitama was a good person, but regrettably, he had arrived too late. The students on his ship had nearly been slaughtered, and the culprit was none other than the individual standing before him. Saitama gazed at the imposing figure of Edward Weevil, who wore a displeased expression. "Who are you? And why are you interrupting me?" "Be cautious. That is Vice Admiral Saitama, known as the Bald Cape Hero," Miss Bajin warned, her expression shifting slightly. "His strength is formidable. Be careful, my son." Saitama's lips twitched at the title Bald Cape Hero, which felt both familiar and peculiar, as it had been deliberately propagated by Zhao Su himself. Hearing it now, however, evoked a sense of ambivalence within him. Should he feel pleased that his efforts bore fruit? Or should he be disheartened by the title? "Be careful, you," Zefe suddenly interjected, realizing the strength of his opponent. Although he was unsure of the truth behind the claims of Edward Weevil being Whitebeard's son, it was evident that he possessed the strength reminiscent of Whitebeard in his youth. While Edward Weevil may not match Whitebeard in overall prowess, in terms of raw power, he likely surpassed the older man in his prime. With arms thicker than most and a long blade reminiscent of Whitebeard's, there were undeniable similarities, despite their vastly different appearances. Miss Bazin Fithawen, while her son bore some injuries, they were not significant enough to hinder his robust youth. Though he may not be at full strength, he was certainly not weak. The Saitama before her, despite his inexplicable absence from the World Military Awards, was capable of defeating a former admiral like Zefe. What chance did he stand against him? She silently scoffed, adding to herself that if it came to a dire situation, they could always retreat. If they couldn't kill Zefe, it was not the end of the world. There would be other opportunities. "Mother," Edward Weevil exclaimed, suddenly raising his massive sword to strike at Saitama. The force was tremendous. Even before it approached, the wind generated by the blade was nearly piercing. Saitama slightly shifted his body as if to evade. Humph, do you think dodging will help? Edward Weevil bellowed, intensifying his attack. For Saitama, retreat was not an option with ZFA at his back. He had to endure. Though Edward Weevil was not the brightest, he had commendable combat instincts. ZFA's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom being viewed as a vulnerability to threaten another. Well, I never intended to dodge, Saitama stated, taking a deep breath. Turning his body sideways, he clenched his right fist and unleashed a flurry of rapid punches. In an instant, his fist became a blur, creating the illusion of multiple arms. In a heartbeat, his overwhelming punches obliterated Edward Weevil's blade, and then his fist collided with Edward Weevil's body, which, despite its resilience capable of withstanding cannon fire, shattered like a fragile biscuit. The impact sent waves crashing across the sea, and silence enveloped the scene. In this moment, the strength reminiscent of Whitebeard in his youth had effortlessly defeated the former Admiral ZFA. Nothing else mattered in the face of such might. Saitama dusted off his hands and turned to ZFA. So, old man, do you have a bit more faith in me now? Zephais lips tvitchet. He had always believed in Saitama, but this was simply outrageous. The enemy who nearly obliterated him and the entire naval training ship had vanished in an instant. Oh, there's still remnants left, he remarked, noting the 2 legs that remained, starkly contrasting Edward Weevil's robust physique. Yet, what difference did it make? If I recall correctly, Edward Weevil's bounty is 300 million, right? ZFA shook his head with a wry smile. In truth, this was Edward Weevil's current bounty, after defeating a former admiral. It would undoubtedly increase significantly. Despite his vicious nature, he had not followed the typical pirate path of pillaging and forming large crews, meaning his bounty was uncharacteristically low compared to his actual strength. This was not uncommon, as many of the warlords of the sea were in similar situations. These individuals tended to pose less of a threat to the world, while still being powerful enough to be chosen as warlords. In terms of pure strength, Edward Weevil would not be far from the billion-class level. Yet now, all that remained were those 2 legs. ZFA gazed at Saitama's seemingly nonchalant demeanor, which bore an absurdly relaxed and almost silly quality. Yet, it instilled a sense of confidence in everyone around him. Though my approach has led to numerous tragic outcomes, at least it has brought forth a trustworthy expert, ZFA thought, taking a deep breath and standing tall. His arms regained their dark hue. Haki was back. Haki represented the manifestation of will. A strong will equated to powerful Haki. While he had not returned to his peak form, he was certainly ready for battle. Beside Edward Weevil stood another individual, presumably his mother. ZFA took a deep breath and spoke. She is also a pirate. Oh really? Saitama replied, pointing in the distance with an innocent expression. No wonder she suddenly started to flee. ZFA's lips twitched as he spotted Misbah, Jean, furiously rowing a small boat in the distance. Despite her short stature, she appeared to glide across the water with astonishing speed, seemingly fleeing from the battleship. She is the mastermind behind the numerous pirate attacks against us. Yet she manages to escape. ZFA's eyes flashed with regret, which quickly morphed into determination. Next time, I will ensure her demise to honor the sacrifices of my fallen students. He gritted his teeth, abandoning his previous belief in not killing. Saitama blinked innocently. Let's not wait until next time. Sign. ZFA was taken aback as Saitama raised his fist once more. With a resounding boom, Saitama unleashed a punch that sent wind howling. The atmosphere and sea recoiled under the force of his strike, crashing into Miss Ba Jin's small vessel. In an instant, splinters flew, and the boat, along with the surrounding water, vanished. ZFA stood there in a daze, a bittersweet smile creeping across his face. Well, I no longer seek revenge. Meanwhile, Saitama waved at the approaching warships in the distance. Dasiki, we have many injured here. Quickly summon our ship's medic. He had come here on his own, and the vessel was still far off. 2 warships sailed in parallel, with numerous medics carrying stretchers to transport the severely wounded back to Saitama's ship. Unfortunately, the medical facility aboard ZFA's training ship had been nearly destroyed and was rendered unusable. It would be more practical to utilize Saitama's medical room. Shefa, Dasiki, and Tina stood at attention, saluting. It's you too, ZFA sighed. Both Dasiki and Tina were his students. Dasiki was fortunate, having only followed Saitama after a brief period of training, while Tina was a talented elite he had personally trained. You have all matured, ZFA remarked, glancing at the medals adorning their shoulders. Dasuki had already achieved the rank of lieutenant, and Tina had swiftly ascended to commodore. These ranks were typically awarded only after several years of service, yet they had obtained them with remarkable ease. The reason being, Saitama had been tirelessly engaged in combating pirates throughout the year. Although they had little opportunity to showcase their own skills, they managed to accrue some merits. Promotions for lower-ranking officers were generally straightforward, and the two had risen through the ranks like rockets. Recently, while at Navy headquarters, they had almost made some acquaintances envious. ZFA looked at them and sighed deeply. They had matured, yet many of his other students were lost, while many had already perished. There remained several who could still be saved. Rest assured, teacher, Tina reassured him. I examined their injuries. This attack should have resulted in the deaths of everyone except Ein and Benzi. ZFA himself had lost an arm, but with Saitama's timely arrival and the assistance from the medical personnel aboard his ship, we can undoubtedly save more lives. I hope so, ZFA sighed. In truth, he himself bore minor injuries. Although Saitama had arrived just in time to prevent him from losing an arm, he still had a multitude of small wounds. It's nothing, old man, Saitama said with his characteristic cheerful smile as he approached to ease his worries. This is not your fault. You seem to be quite at ease. ZFA replied with a wry smile. This is clearly my fault. If it weren't for my naivety. The atmosphere around them fell into silence once more. ZFA sighed heavily and suddenly looked up at Saitama. You appear to be utterly unaffected. Regardless of the gruesome scenes witnessed or the experiences endured, Saitama's expression remained unchanged. ZFA could not help but inquire. Even I, a former admiral, would be shaken by such circumstances. Aren't you at all concerned? Concerned that your sense of justice may falter? Concerned that your decisions might lead to unavoidable losses? Concerned that your choices might disappoint those who follow you? Every high-ranking officer in the Navy bears such weighty pressures. Saitama, aren't you even a little worried? After all, I am merely a hero driven by interest, Saitama replied, flashing his iconic grin. ZFA was taken aback, then broke into a bittersweet smile. Indeed, driven by interest. If only I could grow old and be a Navy officer motivated solely by interest, just like you. Chapter 201. Return to Navy headquarters. Driven by interest. Thus one need not worry excessively. Driven by interest. Thus one need not concern oneself with the consequences. Driven by interest. Thus one need not heed the opinions of others. Unfortunately, ZFA was not such a Navy officer motivated by mere interest. He was reliable and steady, having grown accustomed to being a pillar of support for others. As such, he found it difficult to confront the harsh reality of his students' tragic fates. However, it was not the complete disaster depicted in the original narrative. He had not lost an arm, nor was he left with only 2 students. Upon returning to Navy headquarters, he should still have the opportunity to regain his footing. At least not like the original portrayal where he swung a heavy iron fist, relying solely on haki to combat devil fruit users. This matter must be reported to Sengoku. All right, ZFA sighed. May I borrow your den mushi? Dasuki and Tina exchanged glances, yet had no choice but to nod. I'll head to the communications room and prepare, Dasuki called out, swiftly departing. Their communications had remained semi-restricted. If all went well, ZFA would use it. Prepare at least a doctor to prevent the old man from fainting from anger. ZFA found this somewhat strange, but chose not to comment further. He was a competent former admiral. Although his rank was not low, he would never overstep his authority. After all, he was no longer an admiral, and such actions could easily complicate matters for others. Thus, as he prepared to borrow Saitama's den mushi to report to Sengoku interrupted him before he could speak. Saitama, where the hell have you been? Sengoku's furious voice boomed before ZFA could utter a word. Do you have any idea how much the Gorosei despises you right now? I am furious as well. The world conscription was broadcast live. The awards ceremony has been stalled because you fled the scene. If it weren't for my insistence, the Gorosei would have handed your prize to the runner-up. Where are you? Get back here immediately. Sengoku's wrath echoed through the den mushi, his spittle flying, his eyes bulging with rage. If not for the limitations of the den mushi, one might think Sengoku had drawn his sword. Such abandon of the Gorosei was not something the Navy could afford, especially for someone about to be appointed as an admiral. Before Sengoku could express his frustration over the prolonged silence on the other end, he suddenly recognized ZFA's voice. Shefa, what are you doing on Saitama's ship? Sengoku paused, realizing who was speaking. If he hadn't been so furious moments ago, he might have recognized it earlier. ZFA grimaced and responded, Yes, it's me. I heard from you that Saitama did not go to accept the award. Why is he on Saitama's ship? I thought you were looking for him? You don't know? Sengoku replied, puzzled. No. Zfa sighed and glanced around. Dasiki, Tina, and Saitama. None of them are here. No wonder those little rascals fled so quickly. There was a reason after all. However, the truth is, I nearly couldn't return, Zfa admitted with a heavy sigh. He began to recount the events. Zfa was injured, and many students had suffered severe casualties. Such injuries could not be resolved aboard the ship with just the ship's doctor. In reality, the medic on Saitama's ship was not equipped to handle their critical conditions. The battles fought by Saitama were swiftly concluded, with Dasiki and the others having little opportunity to fight themselves. As a result, Saitama bore the brunt of the combat alone, which naturally minimized casualties. Thus, the medic on Saitama's ship had only occasionally dealt with minor issues, such as indigestion or constipation. This was the first time they were responsible for such serious injuries. Although the medics trained by the Navy were quite competent, the sheer number of casualties this time and their lack of experience rendered them somewhat helpless. Ultimately, the situation could only be temporarily stabilized before leading everyone back to the Navy headquarters. In fact, this is the most common approach in dangerous situations. The Navy possesses a comprehensive medical system. Although individual medical skills may not rival those of experts like Xiaoba or Hogobaku, the complete medical infrastructure and advanced equipment are sufficient to resolve any issues. Thus, Saitama, who had not been gone for long, returned to the Navy headquarters. Sengoku silently gazed at Zephyr, who lay on the hospital bed. Initially, Zephyr's injuries were not severe, but due to the limited number of doctors available, Saitama allocated medical resources to other students. As a result, after a few days, his condition had worsened somewhat. Nevertheless, Sengoku felt a sense of relief. It was good that he had returned. After a moment of silence, Zephyr spoke. Sengoku, is Saitama all right? There are some troubles, Sengoku replied after a brief pause. In truth, if it weren't for Zephyr's injuries coupled with the many wounded, he would genuinely believe that Zephyr had undermined himself for Saitama's future. After all, Saitama's actions this time were substantial. While it appeared that he merely fled from an awards ceremony, at its core, it was a defiance of orders. Coupled with his previous acts of insubordination, the Gorosei had already considered using the most severe means to negate Saitama's position as a general. However, rest assured, his act of saving you is a merit. I will not allow him to bear the brunt of the Gorosei's wrath, Sengoku consoled. By saving you, he has sufficiently compensated for his evasion of the award ceremony. The position of general is rightfully his. At this point, both men understood that Saitama had merely been compelled to act against the pirates' rampage. Dasiki and Tina reported, theoretically, this could also be classified as insubordination. However, since Saitama had saved Zephyr, that which was initially unjustifiable would have to be rationalized. That is good, Zephyr exhaled, yet both men's eyes still bore traces of concern. Would it truly be so simple? The Gorosei would not let two instances of defiance against orders slide easily. Chapter 202, General Saitama, as both men suspected. At the highest point of Mariewa, the Gorosei deliberated. Why should Saitama become a general? He has defied orders multiple times, the elderly member with curly hair scoffed. Sengoku, do you intend to condone a navy that continuously defies orders? Sengoku remained impassive, responding, he saved Zephyr. That is a significant merit. And what of it? The curly-haired elder retorted. He defied orders. Even if it is proven right in the future, merits do not grant one immunity. Rather, it results in punishment. Sengoku's lips twitched as he countered. No one from the Gorosei issued a command mandating his attendance at the award ceremony. Sengoku, do you find this amusing? The elder with a sword suddenly interjected. Do you think our dignity is so easily disregarded? Sengoku fell silent, acknowledging the truth in the statement. Although no direct command had been given to Saitama to remain in place for the award ceremony, the world conscription was an initiative ordered by the Gorosei, with the general's position as the reward. Saitama's sudden flight, after the Gorosei had decided to compromise by allowing him to ascend to the position of general, was a blatant act of defiance that truly incensed them. He saved Zephyr, who is a general-level force for the Navy, Sengoku murmured. Can we not be lenient in this matter? However, the Gorosei merely regarded him coldly. Sengoku, whose dignity holds more weight, yours or Zephyr's? Naturally, Zephyr's mattered more. This thought lingered in Sengoku's mind, yet he refrained from articulating it. The Gorosei prioritized their own dignity above all else, even that of the celestial dragons. When the news of Don Quixote Doflamingo relinquishing his position as a warlord spread, the then Admiral Akainu had furiously sought out the Gorosei, resulting in considerable disputes. Yet, what was the outcome? Ultimately, nothing was resolved. One must not forget that Doflamingo was merely a former celestial dragon who had become a pirate, whereas the Gorosei represented the pinnacle of the celestial dragons, occupying the highest echelons of power within the world government. Sengoku pondered for a moment. Saitama would not yield, and the Gorosei would not forsake their dignity. Thus, he sighed, let them take my dignity. He raised his head and diplomatically stated, esteemed Gorosei, during the world conscription, we had already announced the final reward of the general's position. Are we to deny that now? Or shall we elevate a man who has been defeated by Saitama to the rank of general? Upon hearing this, the Gorosei fell momentarily silent, contemplating the issue. To those outside the celestial dragons, the thoughts of the Gorosei would not be considered. In the eyes of the majority, Saitama was undeniably formidable, having vanquished all opponents. Thus, he rightly deserved the rewards due to him. The matter of not attending the ceremony was not trivial. How could one penalize a man who saved a former admiral over such a minor issue? What do you propose? The elder with long hair glanced at Sengoku. Perhaps we should appoint Saitama as a general and then impose some form of punishment? Sengoku feigned nonchalance, suggesting, how about a salary deduction? The Gorosei immediately frowned, displeased with Sengoku's suggestion. Is our dignity worth merely a pittance? The long-haired elder scoffed. What do you suggest then? Sengoku replied, revealing a smile. It was a sign of negotiation. Politics is the art of compromise. You yield a little, I yield a little, and ultimately, we arrive at a resolution acceptable to both parties. As admiral, Sengoku adeptly balanced between the Gorosei and the navy, continuously striving to enhance naval strength while possessing considerable political acumen. However, as he listened to the Gorosei demand punishment for Saitama, a flicker of melancholy crossed Sengoku's eyes. The world government and the celestial dragons, our navy, should be pursuing justice. Unlike Sengoku, who directly confronted the Gorosei, Saitama continued his routine of eating and sleeping without a care in the world. Occasionally, he would bring bananas to visit Zephyr, casually consuming not only his bananas, but also the fruit gifted to Zephyr by others. He appeared utterly unconcerned about the unfolding events. In truth, he genuinely did not care. Zephyr, observing Saitama's demeanor, could only smile wryly. It was indeed driven by interest. Whether in success or failure, it mattered little. This was merely a pursuit of interest. There was no pressure, nor was there much ambition for promotion. In Saitama's eyes, the primary distinction between a general and a colonel likely resided solely in their respective salaries. Nevertheless, it was precisely due to this that Zephyr felt compelled to support Saitama's ascension to the rank of general. Unlike Akainu and others, Saitama's sense of justice was refreshingly innocent. Although Zephyr lay recuperating in his hospital bed, he continued to exert influence through the various naval officers he had trained, advocating on Saitama's behalf. Sengoku, while managing the Gorosei, also summoned the three military branches leaders and the Steelbone Admiral. Coupled with the Navy's appeals and the outcome of the world conscription, they ultimately succeeded in persuading the Gorosei to relent. Feng Yi, the former vice admiral of the Navy, has been appointed as the admiral of the Navy headquarters, becoming the paramount force of the world government. He wields the golden Den Mushi, possessing the authority to issue the demon extermination order. Sengoku, without hesitation, swiftly arranged a simplified ceremony, aware that he could not allow Yi to remain idle. If this continued, there was a risk that he might venture out to engage with pirates again, which could provoke the wrath of the five elders. Nonetheless, even a simplified ceremony required a certain level of formality. The square in front of the Navy headquarters was filled with officials from the world government, and countless Navy soldiers stood at attention. Even the five elders were present, signifying respect for the newly appointed admiral. Sengoku presided over the ceremony without reservation, discussing Yi's ideals, accomplishments, and the number of defeated pirates, not to mention the formidable foes he had faced. Admiral Yi, do you have anything to say to them? Sengoku inquired, handing the Den Mushi to Yi with a smile. Akainu, Kizaru, and Fujitora stood nearby, observing this man with interest. Zifa wore a satisfied smile, recalling the day he brought Yi into the Navy, pondering whether such a day would come. Now he was witnessing it. Admiral Dasky was moved to tears. Tina scoffed, though her eyes betrayed a hint of approval. Admiral, That position is now mine as a newly appointed Rear Admiral, Green Bull thought, gazing at E with a spark of ambition. The other soldiers looked at E with admiration. E was no ordinary figure. He had shattered meteors and saved countless lives. Boasting an impressive record, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he finally lifted the den mushy and spoke. Sengoku, thank you for your kindness. Fellow comrades, I appreciate your hard work. E maintained his usual nonchalant expression. Well, I've said my piece. Can I leave now? Today is a day of great discounts at the supermarket, and meat is quite cheap. Sengoku, Akainu, Zifa, Daski, and Tina, along with many other Navy personnel, were taken aback by his nonchalance. Is that all you have to say? Sengoku's expression darkened, and he felt a wave of embarrassment. Chapter 203. E heads to the East Sea. E's financial situation was always a cause for concern. Although the salary of an admiral was substantial, the expenses were also considerable. Well, I'm just a habitual miser. Not that the Navy's salary is too low, E mused. Why is Admiral E still in such a state? Daski sighed helplessly. The Navy does provide a decent salary along with various benefits. Why is he like this? Tina expressed her dissatisfaction. Where does all of Admiral E.'s money go? It seems he has only bought several sets of clothes and hasn't spent much elsewhere. Daski pondered. Indeed, E often purchased clothing, wearing his iconic yellow hero suit instead of the standard Navy uniform. Given his strength, it was not unusual for him to accidentally tear his clothes during combat, especially if they were of mediocre quality. However, such expenses could easily be reimbursed by the Navy headquarters. Why is he like this? Discount items at the supermarket are something even I, a mere ensign, would he consider buying, Daski remarked. Wait a moment. The two women exchanged glances and suddenly paused. Sister Tina, has Admiral E ever submitted a reimbursement request to you? Daski asked. Aren't you in charge of the finances on our ship? Did you receive any requests from Admiral E? They both spoke simultaneously, then turned their attention to E at the front. It turned out this fool truly had no knowledge of reimbursement procedures. Let us not tell him for now. Otherwise, the financially struggling Admiral E might take it out on me. The two women silently reached an agreement, completing a rather underhanded transaction. Meanwhile, Zifa was fuming, his teeth grinding. What is this nonsense? He is saying such things now? What has he done to be in such a state? The Navy's salary was quite decent, after all. Zifa grumbled. Then his thoughts began to wander. If ES' salary was indeed substantial, then why was he in such dire straits? Had he donated his money to the wounded soldiers? Or perhaps he had fallen victim to some stock scheme? Or was it some deceitful woman who had taken his money? Maybe he should find a financial manager for him. Zifa quickly concluded that having a woman manage his finances could save him quite a bit. As for whom to choose, he thought of a few suitable girls among his students. However, for the moment, Sengoku was feeling extremely awkward and forced the ceremony to continue. Regardless of what was said next, he unequivocally omitted E from the proceedings. He could not risk further embarrassment. The five elders left early, their faces flushed with anger. If it weren't for their predetermined course of action regarding E, they might have considered killing him on the spot for his earlier remarks. I'm going to the East Sea, E remarked, bewildered. Is that so? Sengoku nodded. This is the conclusion I reached in consultation with the five elders. The East Sea is the weakest of the four seas, particularly in terms of pirates. However, its weakness also signifies safety. Simultaneously, the resources and interests of the Navy in this region are relatively meager. Assigning an admiral-level figure to the East Sea is tantamount to exile. This was the punishment decided upon by the five elders and Sengoku. Nevertheless, Sengoku did not consider it a punishment per se. After all, he did not seem like someone who would concern himself with power or luxury. To him, this was not a true punishment, but rather a nominal exile. Moreover, although E would be in the East Sea, he could easily be called back to headquarters or even directly to the New World after some time. Ultimately, the five elders only cared about the appearance of punishment, not its outcome. After a while, Sengoku could conveniently find an excuse to summon E back, claiming that some pirates were wreaking havoc. The East Sea is the weakest sea, right? You want me to go there? E frowned. There aren't too many pirates there, right? Sengoku shook his head. In fact, pirates were everywhere. It was just that there weren't many strong ones. Wait a moment, E, Sengoku intentionally asked. You're not going to refuse to act just because the pirates in the East Sea are weak, are you? Of course not. Whether strong or weak. As long as they commit crimes, I will take action, E replied without hesitation, then hesitated before asking about the other pirates. What about the pirates in other regions? We will handle them, Sengoku replied in a solemn tone. The world conscription has brought forth many strong individuals, and Akainu has also been reassigned as a soldier. They will engage in combat. He nodded at this, reassured that someone would deal with the wrongdoers. Then I shall go. Sengoku nodded, squinting his eyes. The East Sea, while the weakest, was still relatively peaceful on the surface despite the presence of numerous pirates. However, in reality, the decay is beyond recognition, for the pirates are not formidable. Countless high-ranking officials and nobles have indulged themselves in reckless behavior. Take the situation in the Guia Kingdom, for instance. Even Sengoku is not entirely oblivious to it. There are numerous individuals within the Navy who have succumbed to corruption. Saitama's journey to the East Sea is not solely aimed at pirates. It targets all individuals engaged in wrongdoing, whether they be pirates, Navy members, or even some agents of the world government. His mission in the East Sea might very well foster a realm of justice and purity. Chapter 204. Gamu Kenpachi is merely average. The East Sea is the weakest of the seas, and consequently, it harbors the weakest navy. The strong navy would never squander their efforts in the East Sea. They could easily encounter numerous formidable pirates elsewhere to bolster their records. The most powerful pirate in the East Sea is a bounty hunter known as the Magician Mondo, with a bounty of 30 million. In the Grand Line, such a pirate is insignificant. While he may not be regarded as a joke in the other seas, he is certainly not considered a formidable adversary. After all, in the North Sea, where lawlessness reigns, bounties exceed 100 million. Yet in the East Sea, this is deemed top-tier strength. Thus, when Sengoku learned that Saitama intended to go to the East Sea, Zephyr could not contain his anger and chastised Sengoku for quite some time. Although he understood Sengoku's reasoning for dispatching Saitama to the East Sea, Daisuke and Tina, though reluctant, refrained from voicing their complaints. It was a matter of eliminating monsters, regardless of strength. Zephyr was quite frank, stating that Sengoku was a fool for not daring to confront the Gorosei. What purpose did he serve as an admiral? As long as he could eradicate monsters, the Navy would suffice. Saitama, with a carefree smile akin to a slacker, paid little heed to the conversation. Zephyr gazed at Saitama with a mixture of complexity, reflecting on his simplicity and sincerity. He could hear that Saitama was genuinely unconcerned, which only deepened his sense of lamentation over the inefficacy of their nation. Ultimately, he could only mutter a few words before donning a smile once more. Saitama, since you are heading to the East Sea, allow me to assign you a few individuals. Saitama paused in surprise. Daisuke and Tina exchanged glances. They were to venture to the East Sea, but were they in need of reinforcements? Was the East Sea truly a place where even an admiral like Saitama required assistance? Zephyr ignored their thoughts and simply clapped his hands, calling for the others to enter. With rhythmic footsteps, a group approached and saluted sharply. We have the honor of meeting Admiral Saitama. This caught Saitama off guard. They're all my students. Zephyr's expression subtly shifted as he revealed that these were the remaining students from the training ship. Saitama was surprised to see Ein and Binz among them, under the attack of Edward Weevil, should have perished but had survived thanks to Saitama's timely arrival and subsequent treatment. Saitama surveyed the group. All moved with steady steps, their eyes brimming with vitality. Having undergone only brief treatment, they had evidently regained their strength and were not weaklings. They were ready for deployment. Zephyr spoke softly. However, my mindset is currently unstable, so I plan to entrust them to you. As an admiral, you cannot operate with just 1 or 2 ships. You require subordinates. It is best to have them under your command rather than leaving them without purpose. Yet, despite this assertion, Zephyr's disciples were scattered throughout the Navy. The original admirals, Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji, were all products of his tutelage. Would such a figure truly leave his students without a place? It was merely a modest statement. If you have any grievances, feel free to voice them. Then I shall accept them, Saitama replied, appearing nonchalant. The others echoed in unison, their voices resonating like a well-rehearsed military chorus. This exemplified the quintessential demeanor of a soldier. Saitama nodded, his gaze inadvertently falling upon Ein. Her devil fruit, the retreat fruit, is indeed quite powerful. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He would observe how things unfolded. Without lingering, Saitama set sail. Although it was considered banishment, no one could overtly restrain an admiral. He anticipated that he would follow his usual pattern of sweeping through pirates while heading toward the East Sea, ultimately anchoring at Lodetown, the location closest to the entrance of the Grand Line. This would become Saitama's base for the foreseeable future. Holy Land, Mariewa. Has he departed? The curly-haired elder seemed to possess the ability to see through space to the naval headquarters. It certainly benefits him. The long-haired elder scoffed. What use is a navy that cannot obey orders? Do not be so dismissive. They still hold value, the sword-wielding elder replied without lifting his head. For instance, sending him to the East Sea to confront Uchiha Obito. At this, the 5 individuals erupted in laughter. Indeed, that individual resides in the East Sea. Does that old fool truly believe we are unaware of his intentions? The blonde-haired elder scoffed. I am eager to see what happens if Saitama and Uchiha Obito cross paths. As for whether they will encounter each other, while Saitama harbors a sense of justice and disregards commands, they cannot orchestrate a confrontation between the two. Otherwise, what purpose do the CP spies serve? Speaking of Uchiha Obito, preparations must be made to deal with him, the sword-wielding elder remarked, narrowing his eyes. Sengoku, their injuries have healed. Nearly a year has passed, and the warlords are once again approaching the time for assembly. It is prudent to proceed with caution. The curly-haired elder spoke softly. Another failure would be too great a loss of face for us. Let us teach the Revolutionary Army a lesson first. The bald elder pondered for a moment. As for Wano, Gamu Kenpachi is also a considerable force. We should bring him along. Saitama, Gamu Kenpachi, and the admirals, if we produce a few more experts, we can effectively reconstitute our team. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. However, they had yet to resolve the issue concerning Gunmu Kenpachi. Let us send someone to Wano. How about Akainu? He has just stepped down from the admiral position and requires achievements. He is also someone who dares to fight and respect us, unlike Saitama. This could be a good opportunity for Akainu to accumulate merit. If all goes well, he may quickly return to a high-ranking position, even surpassing Saitama and regaining his position as a vice admiral. That sounds reasonable. According to Spandam's report, Gamu Kenpachi is merely of average strength. Akainu, being among the top tier of admirals, should suffice for this task. Chapter 205, Template 6, Empty. The strength has once again surged, coupled with the fact that the Red Dog has transformed into an ordinary naval soldier, making it an opportune moment for him to accumulate merit. Dispatching him now is the best decision. Although Kenpachi Zaraki boasts that he can handle any number of opponents, the world government still values its reputation. It would never resort to a mob attack if it could showcase its power through a one-on-one confrontation. Thus, a command was swiftly issued by the 5th Division, and the Red Dog raised no objections. His style of action is resolute, yet he does not possess the insubordination characteristic of Saitama. Moreover, he is merely a rookie who has just joined the Navy and should obediently follow the orders of his superiors. Although no one, apart from the Red Dog, would regard him as a novice, Zhao Su squinted his eyes, suspecting that he had once again attracted the attention of Kenpachi Zaraki. He was still aboard the warship, heading towards the East Sea. The actions of the world government are not shrouded in secrecy, and thus, it was straightforward for him to detect their movements. These individuals made no attempt to conceal their intentions, and Zhao Su paid them no mind. After all, Wano country lies ahead, and he merely needs to devise a way to approach it. Unfortunately, Uchiha Madara has yet to acquire the space ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. Otherwise, he wouldn't even need to run. Zhao Su sighed, expressing his dissatisfaction. The Flying Thunder God is a technique that enables the user to traverse through space. Although it requires prior setup, nevertheless, it is certainly more convenient than traversing on foot. Currently, Zhao Su relies on Gilgamesh's Vimana, a flying throne capable of rapid movement. However, even at high speeds, time is still required. Additionally, he must constantly remain vigilant to avoid being seen by others, which inevitably consumes a considerable amount of time and energy. Other characters possess an abundance of treasures, and the fastest mode of transportation Zhao has found so far is indeed this Vimana. While Saitama boasts extraordinary physical prowess, he lacks any other special abilities. His speed is remarkable, capable of leaping to the moon. However, any resultant impact is impossible to conceal. Kenpachi Zaraki seems to have a similar mode of movement, primarily relying on running, with the occasional use of Shinigami Shuinpa, although that skill is not intended for travel. As for Uchiha Madara, he has not yet obtained summoning techniques, but does possess a method for spatial movement, known as reverse summoning. By leaving behind a summoned beast, such as a toad, he could then summon himself to that location. However, Zhao Su is reluctant to summon anything in this world. Despite being at the pinnacle of his power, Uchiha Madara possesses a 9-star summoning contract and could summon the 10 Tails, yet he has never utilized such abilities. This raises the question of whether summoning other beings to this world would truly pose no issues. Zhao Su's eyes darkened. He would never easily expose himself. Even if the summoned entity were an unknown existence from the world of Hokage, he decided it would be better to continue flying. After all, the Vimana could reach the destination in a few days if he exerted enough effort. Though it would be arduous, he would certainly arrive on time. Suddenly, a notification chimed, congratulating the host for unlocking the 6th character template. Zhao Su was indifferent and casually remarked that it was indeed random. Currently, the realism of the Itu Masakazu template had approached 50. Had it not been for the fact that he had yet to formally engage with his female classmates, it might have already surpassed that threshold. However, the 6th template had only just unlocked. To his surprise, it was even more challenging to embody than Itu Masakazu. The 5th template is Sora from No Game No Life, the elder brother of Shiro. No Game No Life is a narrative about the blank siblings, whose gaming prowess is so formidable that it has become a contemporary legend. They traverse a world where victories and defeats are determined solely by games. The protagonist, Sora, possesses commendable negotiation skills alongside exceptional mind-reading abilities. However, his long-standing immersion in gaming has rendered him socially inept, a gaming recluse. While these attributes may not seem significant, the crux of the matter lies in how Zhao Su is to portray such a character. Sora, in the modern world, is a reclusive gamer. However, while he can solve the issue of being a recluse, where is he to find a network game? There's also another dilemma. In the alternate world, Sora is regarded as a king with strategic foresight and deep insight. However, he once made a remark about the real world that resonates. The chaotic nature of 7 billion players acting capriciously without order leads to excessive victories and defeats, incurring punishment without the right to forfeit. Speaking too much results in estrangement. A world devoid of parameters is, in essence, a flawed game. Indeed, his ability to thrive in the alternate world stems from the clear rules governing games that dictate victories and defeats. In reality, however, losing is inconsequential. One can simply refuse to acknowledge it. You present me with data, I dismiss it. You speak of sentiment, I counter with rules. As long as one does not wish to concede, excuses can always be found, and if all else fails, one can resort to coercion. Thus, the blank siblings in a modern realm merely exist as gamers. Zhao Su contemplated how to embody such a character. How could he conjure a world that adheres strictly to rules? Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that Sora possesses communication barriers and awkwardness. Without his sister Shiro by his side, he would merely curl up in fear. Where could he possibly find a cute and endearing sister? Frustrated, Zhao Su shook his head. Fine, he decided he would merely utilize transformation techniques to alter his appearance and achieve a basic level of realism. For now, he would head to Wano Country. Chapter 206, the 11th Division's Development. 4th Update Request. Host Zhao Su. Character Templates Owned. 1. Uchiha Madara, 84-2. Saitama, 77-3. Gilgamesh, 74-4. Itu Masakazu, 49-5. Kenpachi Zaraki, 65-6. Sora, 27, merely relying on a transformation technique to achieve a realism of 27 is already the limit. After all, even the most realistic appearance can only go so far. A single character can evoke entirely different feelings depending on whether portrayed by a seasoned actor or a novice. However, Sora does not seem as ineffectual as Zhao Su initially imagined. He narrowed his eyes, absorbing the newly acquired knowledge. Due to inherent limitations, Sora excels at interpreting human language and psychology, adept at analyzing opponents' mental states and predicting their behaviors. His ability to anticipate changes in battle dynamics approaches premonition, allowing him to devise strategies that exploit hidden loopholes in the rules. Naturally, this knowledge is of limited utility to Zhao Su, as no matter how cunningly crafted the character may be, he must personally design the scenarios. Nevertheless, the other aspect proves to be quite convenient. Kong has integrated a significant volume of encyclopedic knowledge into his mind for the purpose of engaging in strategic games and answering various questions within those games. If it were not for the presence of a young lady beside him while playing at home, he might have been able to carve out a remarkable career in the real world. At the very least, he could have played a role in the Revolutionary Army under the identity of Zhao Su. A smirk played upon Zhao Su's lips as he contemplated this notion. Of course, the current situation involving Kenpachi Zaraki and Wano Kuni is as follows. Jiu Tianwan whispered that the pirates from Kaido's faction were successfully delivering provisions without issue. Kenpachi Zaraki, leaning against a wall in a state of ennui, waved his hand dismissively, expressing a lack of interest in such tedious matters. However, should you wish to engage in a duel with me, I would be more than willing to oblige. Jiutian-wan's lips twitched, and he fell silent. Yet his eyes betrayed a hint of relaxation. Wano Kuni has officially opened its borders. While many of the conditions set by the world government remain unfulfilled, the initial shipment of provisions has arrived, providing a lifeline to the citizens of Wano. The food supplies were rapidly depleting, for General Kurizumi Orochi had no intention of nurturing those who refused to submit to his will. Everything was tainted, the fruits, the rivers, thus leading to the unifying result of all hearts yearning for light. The first course of action for Kazuki Oden was to secure food for the people of Wano. The agreement with the world government prioritized food supply above all else, leaving no room for delay. Kaido perceived this necessity, commanding his pirate crew to transport provisions from their territories to Wano. As one of the 4 emperors of the New World, Kaido's domain encompasses nearly 1/5 of the New World, and with a single command, he delivered substantial quantities of food. Consequently, Jiu Tianwan and the people of Wano had little to say regarding his integration into the 11th Division. The support of this 4th emperor was a significant factor in General Kurizumi Orochi's unchallenged authority. At the same time, Kaido's subordinates were not particularly amicable toward the citizens of Wano. Although Jiu Tianwan and others outwardly displayed no hostility toward Kaido, underlying resentment and scrutiny were omnipresent. For instance, Jiu Tianwan meticulously inspected every grain of rice delivered by Kaido, who seemed unconcerned, simply following orders and occasionally indulging in drink. It was as if he had truly been subdued by Kenpachi Zaraki. Currently, the food supply appears stable, and environmentally sustainable farms have begun to be cultivated. If this year passes without incident, the situation in Wano will significantly improve. After all, this is a nation rich in resources. Without Kurizumi Orochi's peculiar policies, Wano would not be in such a state. Not to mention the sea stone, a unique mineral capable of emitting energy akin to the ocean that can restrain those with abilities, would yield immense benefits for Wano. Wano is the original source of sea stone and remains the only known source necessary for crafting prisons, handcuffs, and military equipment capable of traversing the Calm Belt. In the contract signed with the world government, aside from Kenpachi Zaraki himself, the supply of sea stone is of utmost importance. Naturally, none of these matters concern Kenpachi Zaraki directly. What could one expect from a man skilled solely in the art of combat? However, there is one point Jiutian one needs to report. We have currently located over 30 craftsmen, led by Tengu Yamamoto, who are in the process of forging swords for the 11th Division. Jiutian one reported that it is estimated that soon, the members of the 11th Division will be equipped with superior swords. Tengu Yamamoto hails from a renowned sword-forging family in Wano, tracing his lineage back to the master of the 2nd generation, and he himself is a commendable craftsman, with him overseeing the forging of the 11th Division's swords. The quality is assured. It is anticipated that the new products will surpass the weapons currently held by the Beast Pirates. The 11th Division is set to undergo a transformation. Kenpachi Zaraki remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent. Jiutian one was likewise unconcerned, merely hoping that Kenpachi Zaraki would keep a watchful eye on that former 4th Emperor Beast. Everything else was secondary. As for the issue of Wano's newly appointed female general, Jiutian one's lips twitched. Suddenly, Kenpachi Zaraki lifted his gaze, and Jiutian one paused, following suit. Kazuki Hiyori came running toward them, her graceful figure concealed beneath a splendid kimono. Her hairstyle reminiscent of an Edo period princess, appearing somewhat disheveled as she sprinted. "General, what troubles you?" Jiutian one could not help but inquire. Kenpachi Zaraki also raised his head, questioning what was amiss. Kazuki Hiyori, having rushed in urgency, fell silent for a prolonged moment upon standing before Kenpachi Zaraki. Ultimately, she bit her lip and spoke. "The people from the world government have arrived. It is the former Admiral Akainu." Chapter 207. Come, let us battle. First update. Seeking automatic support. Chapter 208. Come, let us battle. First update. Seeking automatic support. So this is Wano Kuni? To think they would ally with pirates. Wano is not much different after all, Akainu declared, striding forth with a frigid gaze. After all, he is an admiral, having dealt with the 4 emperors on more than one occasion. For instance, he has clashed with the drought-inducing Jack on multiple occasions. Admiral Akainu, a world government official beside him, smiled. "I'm no longer an admiral. I'm merely a soldier of the Navy now. Before the official could finish speaking, Akainu interjected. I am required to obey higher commands and remain with the other soldiers in one location. Without regard for the official's displeasure, he made his way directly to the deck of the warship, aligning himself with a group of new recruits. Despite the peculiar expressions of the new soldiers and the officers beside them, this was a former admiral standing obediently alongside the latest recruits. Akainu did not waver, participating in the basic physical training and enduring the menial tasks of scrubbing decks without complaint. In contrast, Vice Admiral Tsuru, responsible for the Navy contingent, nodded approvingly at Akainu's demeanor. Now that is what an admiral should embody. If one can maintain their dignity at the bottom, then Akainu should never have resigned. He does not deserve to enhance his strength through spiritual purification after stepping down. She paid no further mind to Akainu's actions, commanding the troops to prepare for disembarkation. The new recruits formed lines and disembarked in an orderly fashion. Even after demoting himself to a recruit, Akainu could not be cast aside to gather dust. Tsuru, along with Sengoku and Zephyr, belong to the same generation and hold positions within the Navy's high command, not inferior to that of an admiral. Furthermore, considering her seniority, Akainu's presence under her command did not diminish his reputation. Certainly, Akainu harbored no such thoughts. He unhesitatingly obeyed the commands of his superiors. This prevailing attitude also influenced the soldiers around him. An official from the world government smirked as he observed Akainu, who was dutifully acting like a new recruit, and cursed under his breath, "Serves you right for stepping down from the position of admiral." He then approached Vice Admiral Tsuru, stating, "We will need your assistance this time." Tsuru. Akainu contributed his strength. Tsuru calmly replied, "I am merely here to fill a quota." Is the individual you speak of truly as weak as the world government's report suggests? I find myself intrigued by that man, named Ginmu Kenpachi. Although I have never had direct dealings with him, he is known to be a formidable adversary of the Yonko Kaido, frequently barging into Marine headquarters without hesitation. The Marines, despite their might, have managed to repel him each time, yet they have never succeeded in eliminating him. He always manages to escape with a nonchalant demeanor. How could such a person submit to Ginmu Kenpachi? Yet the reports state that Kenpachi is weak. Are you jesting? Our world government's reports are consistent with those of your Marines Vice Admiral Kimo. The official retorted, both reports align, leaving no room for doubt. Furthermore, according to our intelligence, Kenpachi likely possesses some form of formidable ability. Therefore, I urge you to exercise caution, Admiral Akainu. Tsuru nodded, refraining from correcting the official's erroneous reference to Akainu as admiral. Suddenly, Tsuru raised her head sharply, and Akainu, who had just disembarked from the ship, did the same. In the distance, a figure charged forward without reservation, colliding with obstacles and scattering people while maintaining an ever-increasing speed. Ha ha ha! Are you the elite dispatched by the Marines? A tall, menacing man with a scar on his left cheek and jagged hair tied in bundles, adorned with bells, approached. Both Tsuru and Akainu simultaneously thought of one name, Ginmu Kenpachi, the first man to subdue a Yonko. The official from the world government forced a diplomatic smile and approached, introducing himself. However, Kenpachi completely disregarded him, striding past with an air of indifference, heading straight for Tsuru. The official's face flushed crimson, as if ready to explode. An old woman is surprisingly strong. The world government does not exaggerate, Kenpachi remarked with a grin that appeared almost sinister. So, are you the one sent to fight me? He turned to face Akainu. Or perhaps, Kenpachi laughed heartily, resembling a demon. Let's do this together. Akainu furrowed his brow, while Tsuru calmly closed her eyes, recognizing that an elderly woman would not engage recklessly. The one you will fight is another. Step forward, Akainu. Kenpachi's gaze sharpened, revealing his white teeth. After a moment of silence, Akainu stepped out from the ranks. With his superior's directive, a spark of battle intent ignited within him. Let's fight. Suddenly, the world government official, visibly distressed, exclaimed, "We have just entered the country and must submit documents to your nation and deliver the agreed-upon provisions. Set your matters aside." A powerful spiritual pressure erupted, overwhelming the official, causing his eyes to glaze over and nearly lose consciousness. Such trivialities pale in comparison to combat. Kenpachi smiled. Let us fight first, and we shall address the remaining matters later. Chapter 208. Akainu versus Ginmu Kenpachi. Ginmu Kenpachi is a straightforward individual, thriving in battle and slaughter. Everything else is secondary. After a moment's contemplation, Tsuru acquiesced to this proposal. After all, the provisions supported by the world government are minor concerns. The real issue lies with this man. Kenpachi smiled broadly, unceremoniously leading Akainu to a more secluded location. Akainu made no objections, quietly observing his opponent. Did he not concern himself with the consequences of defeat? Should he fall, he would be compelled to confront Uchiha Madara on behalf of the world government. Although such a task might not be daunting for him, the state of the Wano country would surely decline without the world government's backing. The fundamental reason the world government agreed to various conditions with Wano was their need for Gunmu Kenpachi's combat prowess. While they would not breach their agreement immediately, they would not provide excessive favors either. Did he truly possess such confidence in himself to initiate combat without first negotiating terms? Akainu squinted, pondering. However, Kenpachi, or Zhao Su, remained blissfully unaware. Defeat was not an option. Putting aside Kenpachi's berserker nature, Zhao Su would not engage in any other actions. Like a card game, he always went all in, confident that he would emerge victorious. "Let's begin," Kenpachi declared, stepping into a clearing with a grin. Before Akainu could respond, he unsheathed his sword and swung it mercilessly toward Akainu. Akainu sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the strike as the sword struck the ground, creating a small crater. The pure killing intent made Akainu's pupils constrict. That blow had been aimed directly at his life. Kenpachi truly intended to kill the former Marine Admiral, disregarding even the world government officials and admirals. Tsuru sighed softly, glancing at the official being supported by a fellow officer. In that moment, both Akainu and Tsuru reached a mutual conclusion. This man, Gunmu Kenpachi, was a madman. "Ha ha ha. Come on, let us revel in battle." Kenpachi laughed maniacally, lunging forward with his sword. Akainu's expression darkened. He retaliated with a powerful punch, his molten arm extending rapidly toward Kenpachi with astonishing speed, eliciting a hint of admiration from Tsuru. Akainu had grown stronger. After enduring captivity, he had gained a deeper understanding of himself. Originally, he was the strongest among the three admirals, even capable of crippling Aokiji. Now, he possessed strength that matched, if not surpassed, his previous encounters. "Interesting," Kenpachi chuckled, excitement flickering in his eyes. "So this is the power of a devil fruit user. Truly fascinating." Without flinching, he met Akainu's molten fist with a direct sword strike. The sword aura surged violently, dividing even the molten lava beneath its strike into two parts. Akainu's pupils contracted as he hastily withdrew his hand, only to find a wound inflicted upon it. Could this sword truly disregard the capabilities of a Logia-type devil fruit? A shadow of gravity flickered across Akainu's eyes. The Logia-type devil fruit grants its user the ability to transform their body into an element. However, transformation does not equate to disappearance. Haki can seize the physical form of a Logia user, and it seems that the sword possesses a similar ability. It appears that Kumo no Tsutsumi was unable to perceive this due to lacking a devil fruit power. Akainu, having reviewed Kumo no Tsutsumi's report prior to his arrival, noted that Kumo no Tsutsumi's 8 sword-wielding arms were reliant on the ability of Rokushiki Soru. In that battle, Yamamoto Jinryusai had not utilized Haki, leading him to conclude that his opponent had not mastered it. After all, it would be illogical to learn Haki, yet refrain from using it. Thus, Akainu was dispatched, not only due to his own formidable strength and the need to accumulate merits, but also because the Gorosei intended to leverage his Logia powers for an advantage. Unexpectedly, this sword, akin to a Zanpakuto, seems capable of severing my very soul. Akainu pondered, having been in Wano for some time. He had developed an extensive network of intelligence and learned much, including the nature of Yamamoto Jinryusai's blade. Most people merely regarded it as an ordinary sword, never suspecting otherwise. In truth, a Zanpakuto is the weapon wielded by Shinigami, shaped and empowered by their own souls. A Shinigami channels power through understanding the name of their Zanpakuto and engaging in a mental dialogue with it to attain Shurkai and Bankai. This is not merely a sword, but the very embodiment of Yamamoto Jinryusai's strength. The glimmering silver blade left a gash across Akainu's face, blood trickling down his cheek. "Interesting. It appears we have underestimated you," Akainu remarked coldly. "Who authored the world government's report? Was that person's head buried in excrement when they wrote it? And what is Kumo no Tsutsumi doing? How can such an individual even sign that report? This man is exceptionally powerful." However, Akainu's expression remained impassive as he wiped away the blood. In the next moment, a wave of heat surged forth. the molten lava glowing a fierce red as Akainu's arm transformed entirely into lava, the air around him warping under the intense heat, moisture evaporating. Then it erupted violently, unleashing a torrent of flames. Against an enemy of this caliber, victory is assured. Chapter 209. This man, has he been holding back? Had the battle already commenced? A group of individuals clad in the standard kimono of Wano hurried over, with Tsuru glancing slightly sideways, having recognized the foremost figure, Kazuki Oden. It was evident they were in a rush. Greetings, General, Tsuru nodded, acknowledging him. However, Kazuki Oden did not spare even a glance in Tsuru's direction. His focus fixed solely on the figure of the man wielding the sword with wild laughter. Yet, Sakazuki's corner of his mouth turned up as he addressed Tsuru. Good day. Are you the envoy from the world government? Envoy. Tsuru's lips twitched as she glanced aside. Right here. Sakazuki and the others followed her gaze, spotting an unconscious individual being carried by a naval officer. Dressed in attire reminiscent of world government personnel, Sakazuki's brow furrowed. What is a world government official doing here? Unconscious. Is he drunk? Surely, the world government cannot be this unreliable. He was merely overwhelmed by the aura of Captain Yamamoto. He will recover soon, Tsuru replied calmly. She was quite familiar with such situations. Although Yamamoto Jinryusai's overwhelming presence differed from that of Conqueror Haki, the outcome was no different. It is normal to faint under such pressure. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki's face flushed with embarrassment as he coughed. I apologize. I believe Captain Yamamoto meant no offense. After all, he is not a professional official and lacks the capacity for the world government's level of deceit. However, Tsuru smiled amiably. No matter. It is not a grave matter. Not a grave matter? To have the envoy dispatched fainted is hardly trivial, Sakazuki mused. Nonetheless, once this battle concludes, we will still require Captain Yamamoto's cooperation with our Navy's actions. Tsuru replied. We are always amicable towards our allies. The implication was clear. The outcome was already determined. Sakazuki squinted. You are correct. The defeat of Yamamoto Jinryusai is all but evident. Yet, amidst the chaos, Yamamoto Jinryusai continued to laugh maniacally, brandishing his sword relentlessly. In contrast, Akainu's previously volatile demeanor had transformed into calm composure. The powers of the magma fruit unleashed devastation, continually inflicting damage upon the frenzied man before him. The searing lava altered the very environment around them, creating a landscape riddled with molten lakes. Yamamoto Jinryusai's eyes sparkled with madness. He bore multiple burn wounds. His clothing charred in several places. Yet he pressed on, laughing maniacally as he charged forward. It is futile. Your attacks are too simplistic, merely slashing repeatedly. While your speed may be commendable, it is not beyond my perception, and let alone your bells in your hair. Such a straightforward assault cannot hope to defeat me. Kimono Tsutsumi had also engaged in direct combat with Yamamoto Jinryusai and had gleaned numerous insights, including the bells tied in Yamamoto Jinryusai's hair. These bells were specifically intended to alert opponents to his advantageous state. Such a flaw was not lost on the battle-hardened Vice Admiral Kimono Tsutsumi, who duly reported it. Akainu, having reviewed that report, was far more experienced than Kimono Tsutsumi. He naturally recognized the utility of the bells. Although he did not understand why Yamamoto Jinryusai had said such a thing, Akainu was not one to afford his opponent any warnings in the name of fairness. He sought only victory. With a resounding boom, a massive lava fist struck forth, forcing Yamamoto Jinryusai to retreat several dozen paces as he defended with his sword. Surrender. Akainu proclaimed haughtily. You will need to fight again. Your strength is nowhere near what the rumors suggest. Weak. Too weak. It was not that Yamamoto Jinryusai was fundamentally weak, but the disparity between his capabilities and his accomplishments, such as subduing the Yonko Kaido and slaying Kaido no Oden, was stark. Akainu himself was arguably at the pinnacle of the admirals, now having further refined his strength. Even a Yonko possesses the confidence to engage in a one-on-one battle. However, this individual, who claims to have subdued the Yonko, is merely a shadow of his reputation. Akainu's icy gaze drifted sideways. On the side of Kazuki Oden, Kaido and his companions have finally arrived. How do you compel them to obey? Akainu directed his gaze towards Kaido, questioning whether Kaido is merely a figurehead. Subdued by your sword. Kaido's formidable strength is an anomaly. He bears the title of the strongest creature, implying he should not be regarded as merely human. His extraordinary destructive power and immortality render the Marines exceptionally troubled. If this man's sword indeed holds him in check, Perhaps his subjugation is not unfathomable. Akainu was aware that his thoughts bordered on irrationality, yet he could conceive of no alternative notions. Upon hearing Akainu's voice, Kaido remained expressionless, while the three calamities displayed anger. Not directed at the opportunistic Gungmu Kenpachi, who sought to subdue Kaido, but rather aimed at Akainu. Jotaro remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to Akainu's words, whereas Kazuki Oden maintained her worried demeanor. The expressions of these individuals showed little significant change, as Gungmu Kenpachi shrugged his shoulders, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. You are indeed formidable. It appears the world government harbors several individuals of considerable strength. If I were to face you, I could unleash my full power. He suddenly removed his eye patch. In the next moment, a tempestuous aura erupted from him, soaring skyward. Akainu and Tsuru's expressions drastically shifted in surprise. This man had been holding back. Chapter 255, I simply did not wish to kill you. In the next instant, Zhao Su took action. He employed no special skills, but rather executed a straightforward physical attack. A punch was thrown, yet the Golden Lion evaded a few steps back. However, it seems you truly desire death. A flicker of rage ignited in the Golden Lion's eyes. Then let it be, he commanded, gesturing for the surrounding pirates to exchange glances before charging forth without hesitation. In this scenario, offending the Golden Lion is unforgivable. Otherwise, their reputation as sworn brothers would be tarnished. As for Uchiha Madara's retaliation, it would also fall upon the Golden Lion. Zhao Su smiled as he surged forward to meet the oncoming tide of foes. At the moment of collision, countless pirates were sent flying. A pirate swung his right fist, but Zhao Su merely sidestepped, avoiding the attack without wasting an ounce of energy, and countered with a punch to the pirate's abdomen, launching him out of the hall, his fate unknown. Strikes and kicks, though simple, proved 7 parts effective. The Golden Lion, Shiki, squinted. Zhao Su's actions were devoid of any superfluous movements, precise and unwavering, swiftly incapacitating his adversaries. Some lay dead, others alive, yet none could continue fighting. His strikes were accurate and remarkably swift. Zhao Su's brother, Uchiha Madara, seems even stronger than I had anticipated, Shiki mused inwardly. This extraordinary combat prowess was something he had only witnessed in seasoned veterans who had endured lifetimes of conflict against the Marines. It wasn't merely a matter of speed or strength. The underlying factor was technique. This signifies a legacy. Every combat skill must be derived from experience. Without the gradual accumulation of insights gained from constant battle, individuals of such age could not possess so many combat techniques. For instance, the renowned training camp of Zephyr is celebrated not solely due to his status as a former admiral, but also because he emerged as a formidable warrior from the ashes of countless battles. Possessing rich combat experience and skills, experience and technique transcend strength and speed. They embody the essence of combat. While pirates abound with formidable experts, most rely on sheer strength. Currently, the most comprehensive combat techniques are predominantly found within the Marines, the world government, and the giant kingdom of Elbaf. Their strongholds derive knowledge from their battles and continuously refine that knowledge into skills, ultimately amassing a wealth of expertise over time. The renowned Six Styles originated in this very manner. His combat techniques are strikingly clean, with a distinct elegance in both offense and defense. Where did he and Uchiha Madara acquire such techniques? Shiki pondered with narrowed eyes. This, too, is a conundrum for the world government. For where did they learn? How did they develop combat skills that rival and even surpass the legacy of the Marines? Is there an organization that has participated in more battles than the Marines in Elbaf? If Zhao Su were to hear these musings, he would undoubtedly reveal that the clan of the Hokage has been battling for centuries, with legendary heroes possessing unparalleled combat prowess. As for Gungmu Kenpachi, he has been wielding his sword for centuries. Such accumulated combat artistry is beyond comparison to others. Countless pirates surged forward, only to be violently repelled in rapid succession. Blood splattered. Yet Zhao Su remained unchanged, a smile gracing his lips, untouched by a single droplet of blood. The surrounding pirates displayed expressions of terror. This man is indeed extraordinarily powerful. The individuals present were primarily captains seeking alliance or the strongest subordinates beneath their ships. Their strength, while not exceeding 1 billion, still ranged in the tens of millions. Yet now, over 100 of them lay fallen. The once crowded hall had become sparse. Enough. The Golden Lion recognized this issue, his expression darkening. Though these pirates may not be inherently strong, They are still his subordinates, and such losses are intolerable. Step aside. He snorted coldly, exerting force beneath his feet to propel himself forward, launching a downward strike. Shiki's foot had already been severed while attempting to escape from impelled down, yet at that moment, he was wielding two exquisite swords. This was not merely a foot technique, it was swordsmanship. The swords beneath his feet traced an arc, unleashing a colossal wave of sword energy. The onlookers were captivated. Not all of them had initially intended to submit to the Golden Lion, but they soon found themselves utterly compelled. Many had witnessed Shiki's sword. A single strike possessed the power to cleave through hundreds of kilometers of ocean. It was strength that truly compelled their submission. The fierce sword light approached, and Zhao Su smiled faintly as a violet skeletal arm manifested around him. Susanoo. In the next moment, the sword light descended violently upon the skeletal armor, producing a shrill sound. The skeletal structure groaned under the pressure, yet ultimately endured. The clang of metal resonated as Shiki strode forward, a proud expression upon his face. Did you withstand it? Yet, this is where your journey ends. Zhao Su, I offer you one final chance to submit to me, otherwise. Zhao Su smiled slightly as the Susanoo surrounding him began to dissipate. You are quite confident. Why do you believe I cannot kill you? Because of strength, the Golden Lion Shiki declared proudly. Indeed, Zhao Su was formidable. He could effortlessly fend off Shiki's blade without even shifting his stance significantly. However, Shiki sensed no substantial threat emanating from Zhao Su. Just as Zhao Su was about to speak, his phone bug vibrated on his arm. Upon answering, Robin's voice resonated. Zhao Su, I have completed my task here. Oh, I see, Zhao Su responded softly. In the next moment, Shiki's expression changed dramatically, retreating swiftly as a fierce killing intent surged from Zhao Su, amplifying the previous sense of danger exponentially. Zhao Su stood calmly, a smile gracing his lips. I merely refrained from killing you earlier, but now, it is time. Chapter 256. The world fell silent. Second update requested. Powerful beings possess an innate sense of awareness. Those who emerge from the blood-soaked seas often develop a sixth sense regarding threats to their existence. In that moment, Shiki felt an overwhelming, life-threatening danger radiating from Zhao Su. Impossible. Shiki's face paled as he retreated frantically. I'm going to die. His nerves screamed at him, filling him with a sense of humiliation and fury. I am the Golden Lion. Even with a ship's helm on my head and my legs severed, I am still the Golden Lion. Now, he found himself aged legless, and with his head as a fatal weakness. He even needed to ally with pirates he once scorned to disrupt the seas. Nevertheless, his strength remained above average. In terms of pure attack power, he surpassed many admirals. Yet, at this moment, he sensed an imminent, lethal threat from Zhao Su. Zhao Su smiled, his eyes narrowing. He had been waiting for Robin to manipulate the floating island's control before relocating it to a secure location. That was his greatest achievement. Now that Robin had completed her task, he no longer needed to hold back. Amaterasu. The Tomo in Zhao Su's pupils transformed into an unusual shape. In the next instant, black flames erupted upon the pirate he was observing. Fire! Fire! How do we extinguish this? In an instant, countless pirates screamed in terror, with some desperately pouring water over themselves in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. Within mere moments, the black flames consumed the unfortunate soul, turning him to ashes. All the remaining pirates were swiftly annihilated. This is better, Zhao Su remarked with a smile, for he wished to eliminate any potential loose ends. Zhao Su's reputation in the pirate world was not well known, and this was by design. Being inconspicuous suited him. Playing the role of Uchiha Obito was already taxing enough, and adding his true identity as Zhao Su would only invite trouble, especially since Zhao Su was Obito's brother, his abilities closely mirroring those of Obito. Such a revelation would greatly impact Obito's performance. Although Obito had achieved over 80 realism, Zhao Su never believed his own semblance to be overly convincing. Time to clear the field, Zhao Su said with a faint smile, preparing to deal with the remaining pirates outside. The news of his defeat of the Golden Lion would likely spread only partially among the revolutionary army, with little chance of leaking beyond that. Now it's your turn. Zhao Su chuckled, lifting his gaze to the Golden Lion soaring in the sky. You insolent boy. Shiki's expression darkened. Once a top-tier powerhouse, he was no stranger to fear. Witnessing the demise of the pirates he had painstakingly gathered fueled his rage. Even if Uchiha Obito were here, he could not save you. Shiki bellowed. How dare you speak such words, you worthless fool. Zhao Su loget sopti. Shiki's anger flared at the insult. Despite the helm on his head posing a danger, it did not diminish his strength significantly. As a former swordsman, losing his eyesight greatly impacted his abilities, and he was acutely aware of his decline, which was why he had only summoned ordinary pirates. Yet, hearing such words from an enemy, especially from someone he once regarded as a junior, was intolerable. I may have lost my hands and feet, but I am still the Golden Lion. Shiki roared, embodying the wrath of a lion. You shall not underestimate me. With that declaration, he extended his hands as if seizing something, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The aura of the lion surged forth, and the surrounding winds coalesced into a tangible force, shattering the walls around them. A powerful storm erupted, visible even to those far on the floating island, shaping the air into the form of a lion. In the next instant, this air-formed lion charged toward Zhao Su, roaring and carrying a tremendous shockwave. Even Uchiha Bito would not remain unscathed before my assault. Shiki thundered. Though he had weakened considerably, his offensive power remained formidable. With two renowned swords in hand, he transformed his strikes from slashes to kicks, yet the potency of his attacks remained undiminished. Nonetheless, Zhao Su's eyes gleamed with disdain. Uchiha Bito? That is merely one of my disguises, he retorted. Obito is powerful, as are Gilgamesh, Zaraki Kenpachi, and Saitama, but none surpass me, for I embody their combined essence. Zhao Su smiled, raising his fist casually. Now that there are no witnesses around, I intend to clean up everything. Suddenly, Shiki's expression shifted. Despite controlling the attack aimed at Zhao Su, he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. I'm going to die. A wave of fear surged through him, an emotion he had not felt since setting sail. Flee. Almost instinctively, Shiki activated his Fuwa no Mi, attempting to escape as quickly as possible, seeking distance from that man. However, Zhao Su merely smiled before unleashing a single, unremarkable punch. Boom! In an instant, the world fell silent. Chapter 257. News regarding the historical landmark. Chapter 250. News regarding the poneglyphs. The ground trembled. The once cloud-covered island now bore a newly forged passage on a floating isle. The sun's rays cascaded down, imbuing the atmosphere with warmth, leaving everyone in a perplexed state. What has transpired? How could this be so powerful? Robin, concealed in a shadow, furrowed her brow. Having spent considerable time with Zhao Su, she was aware of his formidable strength, yet she had never anticipated it to be this extraordinary. However, this method of combat seemed somewhat distinct from that of Uchiha Madara, prompting Robin to shake her head. If not for the passage originating from the air lion created by the Golden Lion, she would have truly doubted if it was indeed the Golden Lion's doing. After all, he was a seasoned powerhouse with considerable prowess. Yet, having penetrated the Golden Lion's defenses, could Zhao Su be the sole combatant? Might there be others lurking nearby? She pondered for a moment before deciding to investigate further. The floating island had not descended, contrary to her and Zhao Su's estimates that after defeating the Golden Lion Shiki, the islands would plummet without the support of his abilities. Yet, the floating isle remained suspended in the sky, defying gravity and rendering her efforts seemingly futile. This was misaligned with their plans. Robin, contemplating, stealthily approached the island where the battle had erupted. As someone who had evaded the world government's pursuit for over a decade, her skills in subterfuge were indisputable. The chaos on the island provided her with an opportune moment to advance unnoticed, traversing the palace corridors and stepping over countless corpses, ultimately arriving at the hall that had fallen silent following the sudden upheaval. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Zhao Su, you have captured the Golden Lion? Not precisely a capture, Zhao Su replied, glancing down at the Golden Lion, whose body was severely damaged. He is merely alive. Zhao Su had not held back in defeating the Golden Lion. If he could manage to subdue him without inflicting further harm, that would indeed be excessive. Such a reputation would inevitably spread, regardless of Zhao Su's desires. However, defeating the Golden Lion was not an insurmountable feat, especially considering the world government had long propagated the narrative of his declining strength, and over the years, his notoriety had waned considerably. Therefore, Zhao Su had not exerted excessive force nor sought a capture. The Golden Lion, a veteran powerhouse, had somehow survived Zhao Su's punch. How had he managed to endure? Had he retreated to a safe distance beforehand? Or had he instinctively evaded Zhao Su's strike? Zhao Su was uncertain, yet deemed it a trivial matter. Leave the Golden Lion to me. I will proceed to cleanse the remnants of those pirates. You focus on reassuring the inhabitants of the floating island. Stretching his limbs, Zhao Su recognized the Golden Lion's severe injuries and wished to avoid the sight of a surviving adversary. The earlier punch had been reminiscent of Saitama's strikes, entirely different from Uchiha Madara's combat style. He had initially believed he would dispatch the Golden Lion, but the latter had endured. Thus, the Golden Lion was destined to perish, though interrogation for intelligence could be beneficial. Perhaps he might divulge the whereabouts of any treasures he had amassed during his maritime escapades. Zhao Su contemplated the potential of employing the Golden Lion to test the capabilities of his Shinra Tensei technique. He had previously utilized this ability on several formidable pirates, such as Doflamingo and Shiryu, but had refrained from employing it on Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. The four emperors were enigmas, who could ascertain whether they would succumb to his control. Consequently, Zhao Su remained cautious, merely employing Shinra Tensei to subdue a few of Gilgamesh's subordinates. The Golden Lion, once a formidable figure among the four emperors, despite his diminished combat capability, retained a fierce will. If he could be controlled, it would imply the potential to dominate others like Charlotte Linlin. I understand, Robin nodded. Although the notion of capturing the Golden Lion seemed peculiar, most matters aligned with the original plan. Zhao Su, please find a moment to bring our personnel from the ship. They had arrived with a cadre of revolutionary officials, intent on consolidating control over the floating island. I comprehend, Zhao Su replied, acknowledging that with Robin's presence, the island would swiftly integrate into the revolutionary framework. In due course, the officials brought up by Zhao Su adeptly assumed governance over the floating island's politics. The island had long been subjugated, oppressed by Enel and the Golden Lion. Although the revolutionary policies had yet to fully manifest their effects, the inhabitants recognized that the revolutionary governance was significantly more benevolent than that of their previous oppressors. The floating island boasted numerous native resources, regrettably. Transportation between elevations was exceedingly inconvenient. With Zhao Su's assistance, passage was feasible, yet without him, reliance on the island's octopus hot air balloons would be paramount. Regardless, this remained a robust support for the revolutionary forces, especially considering the abundance of gold on the island, washed ashore by the ascending currents. While its value on the floating island was negligible, it held substantial worth below. Such resources would greatly accelerate the development of the revolutionary army, particularly in the region governed by Uchiha Madara. As Robin diligently attended to her administrative duties, she also found time to thoroughly peruse the historical records of the floating island, immersing herself in its archaeological significance. At last, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Though she had only recently taken charge of the floating island and faced myriad complexities, her plans in the East Blue had commenced. However, Zhao Su, with narrowed eyes, had not intended to remain on the floating island for long. After all, the political affairs there were rather routine, and he held little concern. Yet he had unexpectedly uncovered a piece of information regarding the poneglyphs from the Golden Lion's mind. Chapter 258. Women are all big pigs. Robin immediately furrowed her brow. Zhao Su, not that. It is with Whitebeard. The Golden Lion had once been a formidable force upon the seas, a man who aspired to capture Roger. Although Roger ultimately surpassed the Golden Lion in strength, becoming the Pirate King, it did not diminish the latter's prowess or standing. His ability to command thousands of pirates, even while deprived of his legs and adorned with a ship's helm, attests to his remarkable strength. Such an individual certainly warranted access to knowledge regarding the poneglyphs. While it is more precise to refer to them as the road poneglyphs, Zhao Su mused internally. The road poneglyphs are indeed a type of poneglyph, but unlike the historical records documenting the past, they solely denote the location of the ultimate island, Raftel. The historical records of 4 road signs mark the location of the island, which is known as Laftelou, a profound enigma within the world of pirates. According to the intelligence from Jean Sheetsy, there exists a road sign of historical significance in the possession of Whitebeard. The mere mention of Whitebeard and that man elicits a grave expression from Robin. Among the 4 emperors, Whitebeard boasts the highest bounty and is revered as the strongest man in the world. Is your information reliable? Why would Jean Sheetsy utter such words? Robin analyzed rationally, suggesting that it might be a trap to lure one into a mutual demise with Whitebeard. Concern was evident in her eyes. The Whitebeard pirates are indeed the mightiest among pirate crews, reigning since the disappearance of Roger. Jean Sheetsy, let me see. Robin took a deep breath. He is dead. Zhao Su shrugged, admitting to having employed some underhanded tactics resulting in his demise. Therefore, there is no need for concern regarding the accuracy of his information. Torture is an essential skill for ninjas, with specialized techniques for such purposes. Uchiha Obito possesses many of these ninjutsu. However, these techniques predominantly consist of illusions or specific secret arts. The assertion that Jin Shitsi died due to Zhao Su's subtle manipulations is indeed a falsehood. The simplicity of his death lies in the fact that Jin Shitsi could not resist the influence of the genjutsu known as Baishinshin. This form of illusion can control adversaries. Yet the realm of pirates lacks the existence of genuine illusions, leaving most unaware of how to guard against such tactics. However, this does not imply that they are entirely defenseless against illusions. The most straightforward method of resistance relies on willpower, and as a former sea overlord, Jin Shitsi possessed formidable willpower, perhaps as well as comparable to that of the four emperors, capable of surpassing Zhao Su's Baishinshin. It is also plausible that Jin Shitsi's experiences have hardened his resolve, having endured numerous humiliations and losses, including the escape of his rival Roger and the loss of his legs. In such circumstances, while his strength may have waned, his resolve could have been strengthened. It seems unwise to underestimate the existence of individuals at the four emperor level with such ninjutsu. Zhao Su reflected, realizing that Baishinshin is not an insurmountable skill. Otherwise, Uchiha Itachi could have effortlessly resolved matters with Uchiha Obito or Kurizetsu. There are methods to counteract it and ways to guard against it. Yet these have not been prominently demonstrated in the original Naruto narrative. If Jin Shitsi can break free from illusions through sheer will, it is conceivable that the other four emperors might also do so. Perhaps Jin Shitsi's willpower is indeed stronger than that of the other emperors, while they may falter against Baishinshin. However, Zhao Su deemed it unnecessary to gamble on such possibilities. Nevertheless, acquiring the historical records remains paramount. And a smile graced Zhao Su's face. There are a total of 4 pieces of historical records. One resides with the Fur tribe of Zhou country, an ally of Wano country, while another is held by Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, and has been sent to Gilgamesh. If Jin Shitsi's information proves accurate, obtaining the piece in Whitebeard's possession would leave Zhao Su with just one more to complete the collection of all historical records. You intend to seek out Whitebeard? Robin, adept at reading people, immediately discerned Zhao Su's intentions. Indeed, Zhao Su nodded. Laughed Toodaloo. I too am somewhat curious. In truth, no one is devoid of curiosity regarding the treasures concealed within the One Piece. Is that not problematic? After all, this is Whitebeard we are discussing, not some diminished figure like Jin Shitsi. Concern flickered in Robin's eyes. Zhao Su, aware of her apprehensions, had previously downplayed Jin Shitsi's weakness to Robin. Such a stance could easily lead to Zhao's reputation being jeopardized, potentially affecting his performance as a performer. Yet, how weak could Jin Shitsi truly be? How strong is Whitebeard? Am I to be fearful of him? Of course, one cannot profess such thoughts openly. Thus, Zhao Su smiled reassuringly, stating that he had no intention of confronting Whitebeard directly. He merely planned to discreetly observe the historical records and procure a copy for her. This was indeed his true intention. He had no desire to flaunt his search, as a mere copy would suffice. The historical records are merely text, not treasures. I will also bring you the records from Charlotte Linlin and the Fur tribe. Zhao Su added, recalling his previous discussions with Robin. Unlike the situation with Whitebeard, he could retrieve these without issue. Surely, it is feasible to examine the historical records of Wano country. After all, Gilgamesh has already received the original documents from Charlotte Linlin. He also intended to inquire about the whereabouts of the final piece of historical records from Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. It is only natural that Jin Shitsi possesses information regarding the historical records, and those two would surely have it as well. Ultimately, undertaking the journey poses no significant challenge. Undoubtedly, one cannot regard it so lightly. Therefore, I'm quite curious about what Laugh Toodaloo truly entails. Zhao Su smiled warmly at Robin, assuring her that he would procure whatever she desired. As he spoke, he nearly felt a shiver run down his spine. Yet, Robin, upon hearing his words, radiated warmth, as if melting into water. Indeed, Zhao Su realized that women could be quite demanding. Chapter 259, Infiltration. The Moby Dick. Each of the 4 emperors seems to possess a distinct personality and preferred domains. For instance, Kaido enjoys his solitary revelries. Despite collaborating with Wano and even gifting an island to the country as his stronghold, he often wanders aimlessly in various locations. Charlotte Linlin, on the other hand, relishes treasures, and welcomes ambassadors from all corners of the world as if she were a queen. Whitebeard, however, stands apart from both. He prefers to remain aboard his ship. Found it. Zhao Su stood atop the ocean, gazing at the immense vessel in the distance, reflecting inwardly. The flagship of Whitebeard, the Moby Dick, is not difficult to locate. The government is understandably concerned, as these notorious pirates often have surveillance ships nearby. While pinpointing the precise location of the Moby Dick is virtually impossible, establishing a general area is quite straightforward. Of course, this general area can be challenging to navigate, especially in the perilous waters of the Grand Line, where even compasses are rendered useless. As for the rampant pirates in the New World, their troubles need not be mentioned. The absence of traces on the sea complicates matters. Otherwise, I would have found him long ago. Zhao Su chuckled quietly as he stealthily approached. The Moby Dick is an enormous vessel, resembling a whale with its white, elongated bow, reminiscent of teeth, akin to the expression of Whitebeard when he laughs heartily. Zhao Su stealthily advanced from beneath the water. Though few would dare provoke Whitebeard, there are always lookout professionals aboard the ship. The safest route is undoubtedly underwater. Relatively speaking, whether the TheUchiha Haki can detect me is uncertain. Zhaoshan quietly approached the ship, then surfaced, lying at the edge of the vessel. The primary objective of this infiltration was to locate the historical text. Everything else was secondary. Though problems could be resolved through violent means, such an outcome would inevitably lead to a confrontation with the Revolutionary Army and Whitebeard, which was not the result Zhaoshan desired. Thus, his aim was to execute a covert operation, swiftly locating the historical text and making a copy of it. Attempting to infiltrate the vicinity of a member of the four emperors to search for their treasures was an arduous, if not impossible, endeavor. However, for Zhaoshan, it was not an insurmountable task. His initial template, Uchiha Madara, though characterized by a domineering and flamboyant style, was fundamentally a ninja. Ninjas were ancient special forces assassins and spies, adept in stealth, thievery, assassination, and intelligence gathering, skills in which Zhaoshan excelled, arguably unmatched in the entire pirate world. He lay quietly against the side of the ship, calming his thoughts as he gradually ascended. He could faintly hear the sounds of merriment above. "Hey, Ace, look at a circle going." A familiar voice called out. "How about we catch a lion once we reach the next island?" This was a suggestion that brought laughter, and Zhaoshan squinted, realizing that Ace had already joined the Whitebeard pirates. It was not surprising. Zhaoshan was aware of Ace's departure, especially since the Goa Kingdom had been reorganized by the Revolutionary Army, prompting Ace to set sail earlier than expected. Their primary strategy relied on pilfering from uncertain destinations to accumulate pirate treasure. However, with the uncertain destinations now gone, replaced by bustling construction sites, the efficiency of the Revolutionary Army had led to repeated arrests during thefts. If they didn't set sail soon, they would not only fail to replenish their pirate funds, but also risk losing their original assets. They seemed to be hosting a feast, the sounds loud and chaotic. Zhaoshan paid little mind to the pirates' revelry, which was a common occurrence. Even Shanks, that rascal, seemed to revel in daily debauchery. Regardless of any lack of celebration, they indulged in feasting and merriment. "Who bought this wine? It's terrible. Let us switch to something better next time." Zhaoshan's eyes narrowed as he recognized the voice of Edward Newgate, better known as Whitebeard. His robust, thunderous voice exuded a sense of vigor. However, it was met with the scorn of numerous crew members. "If you think the wine is bad, then buy your own. Don't keep stealing ours. And aren't you in poor health? Why drink it all?" Whitebeard laughed heartily, dismissing their concerns. "My sons can drink whatever they please. How could it be bad for my health? Besides, what's the harm in enjoying my son's wine?" He was unperturbed by their jests. "Indeed, this wine is subpar. We must find a better one next time," followed by another round of laughter. Born in a poverty-stricken village on an island in the New World, Whitebeard was unable to join the world government due to financial constraints and was thus part of a non-allied nation. Such nations often succumb to piracy and human trafficking, becoming lawless islands. After the fall of such nations, many children became unfortunate orphans, Whitebeard being one of them. He had always cared for the land of his birth, secretly sending dirty money and supplies back to the island throughout his life. Although he had no family, he considered his crew as family, believing that family need not be overly formal. Zhaoshan squinted, resolutely taking to the air. Now was the perfect time to infiltrate during their feast. Chapter 260. The Treasure Vault of Whitebeard. Suddenly, while the revelry unfolded on the deck of the Moby Dick, Edward Whitebeard furrowed his brow. His formidable stature and muscular arms were complemented by his crescent-shaped white mustache, which lent itself to his moniker. Despite being in a weakened state, he was unable to resist the allure of alcohol. His expression shifted as he scanned his surroundings with a wary gaze. "What's wrong, Dad?" Ace asked curiously, noticing the change in Whitebeard's demeanor. The towering figure of Whitebeard, as captain, naturally drew attention, making it easy for others to notice his unease. "It's nothing," he replied, shaking his head. "It must be my imagination." Moments ago, he had sensed a chill, as if an assassin lurked nearby. Yet upon closer inspection, he found nothing amiss. "It must be a delusion. Who could possibly assassinate me, Whitebeard?" He scoffed at the notion. After all, he was one of the 4 emperors, proclaimed as the world's strongest man. Even among the world government's CP agents, renowned for their assassination skills, none could hope to take him down. "Come on, Dad. You're getting old. I think it's time you passed the captaincy to me." Someone jested. Laughter erupted among the crew. Whitebeard, unfazed, chuckled along. However, Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, hesitated before approaching Whitebeard. "Dad, did you sense something?" "There's a strange feeling, but it's probably just my imagination," Whitebeard replied nonchalantly. After all, in this world, no one could evade his Kinbunchika haki. His confident words were unwavering. Marco did not contest this, casually leaning against Whitebeard, joking, "The seas are quite turbulent now. 2 of the 4 emperors have fallen, and you still remain so confident?" Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, but remained silent. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido were familiar adversaries, while Sengoku and Garp were old friends with whom he had spent a lifetime. Yet, the newcomers had managed to defeat them. "But I am Whitebeard, Edward Newgate," he declared with a hearty laugh, raising his cup. He possessed the unwavering confidence of the world's strongest, a sentiment that Marco and the others firmly believed. No one could surpass Whitebeard on this ship. "I can," Zhaoshin thought, concealed in the shadows, his body nearly merging with the darkness. Even if someone were to look his way, they would be unable to perceive his presence. He surveyed the assembly of renowned powerhouses, many of whom were familiar faces. With the ability of the Akuma no Mi, Ace, resembling a firework, raised his wine glass while Blackbeard, Thatch, leaned against Whitebeard, who was also accompanied by the prominent figure of Marco. Zhao Su shook his head, acknowledging the grandeur of the Moby Dick. The subordinates of Whitebeard frequently boarded a warship that was akin to the Moby Dick, albeit slightly smaller, which had become their emblematic vessel. In truth, even the smaller ships were considerably larger than average vessels, with the Moby Dick being immensely colossal. In comparison, the future Thousand Sunny seemed like a mere child. Currently, the crew of Whitebeard was reveling on the deck, and while the captain-level warriors remained within the ship, there was certainly no shortage of formidable fighters. Yet infiltrating was undeniably much easier than before. Perhaps Whitebeard could sense something with his status as one of the 4 emperors, but it was impossible for anyone else to detect Zhao Su. Of course, the task of locating the historical texts was quite troublesome. A typical spy would require extensive time to investigate and ascertain the whereabouts of treasures. Although Zhao Su did not need to steal the historical texts, but rather just make rubbings, the difficulty was comparably similar to pilfering the entire historical document. However, it was evident that he could not afford to take too much time. Nevertheless, this posed no significant challenge for him, as he had an abundance of methods at his disposal, particularly those of Gilgamesh and Uchiha Bito. By utilizing various reconnaissance tools, ninjutsu, and the renowned ocular abilities of the Uchiha clan, coupled with intelligence regarding the depth of footprints, he could accurately identify the location. Upon finding the desired spot, a smile graced Zhao Su's face as he ventured into the depths of the ship, arriving at a particular chamber. The room was constructed entirely from sea stone, including the entrance. Yet this material could not deter a ninja. In the world of pirates, the primary concern was the Akuma no Mi, yet Zhao Su, having never utilized such powers, fast no hindrance, he merely transformed into a more ethereal form and confidently entered. The treasure vault contained relatively few items, likely because Whitebeard had converted much of his income into currency for his homeland, leaving behind only those treasures unsuitable for sending back. Among these were indeed historical texts, both the road poneglyphs and other historical documents. This was quite ordinary, considering his status as one of the 4 emperors. Zhao Su, indifferent to the quantity, merely sought to make rubbings, as multiple copies held no difference to him. However, his gaze shifted to a nearby shelf, where he noticed another category of treasures that could not be sent home, Akuma no Mi. These fruits represented formidable combat abilities, especially those with unique powers, and were highly coveted by various factions, with few willing to sell them. Zhao Su stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes. The quantity was considerable, 20 fruits in total. Thus, he pondered whether to modify his original plan. Initially, Zhao Su intended to stealthily make a single rubbing of a historical text and depart. After all, the historical texts merely served as vessels for recording history, with the written word being the true treasure. However, upon seeing the nearby Akuma no Mi, he felt a sudden temptation. 20 Akuma no Mi represented a value far exceeding that of other four emperors. Under the circumstances where Zhao Su's various identities were simultaneously collecting these fruits, their price surged dramatically. Originally, one could acquire the least expensive Akuma no Mi for a mere 100 million berries, but now, sellers would not even consider a transaction without tripling the price. Consequently, these 27 Akuma no Mi symbolized at least 10 billion berries, as they were all of exquisite quality, far from an exaggeration in the outside world. As a collection belonging to one of the four emperors, there was no need for Whitebeard to possess inferior Akuma no Mi. Indeed, Zhao Su felt inclined to take action. His initial intent was to arrive quietly and depart without a trace, completing his task in silence. However, now that he aimed to seize the Akuma no Mi, discretion was no longer an option. Naturally, Zhao Su would employ subterfuge for an extended duration, but the number of individuals capable of stealthily absconding with Akuma no Mi from Whitebeard's ship was exceedingly limited. Among them, Uchiha Obito stood out. Having once been hailed as the world's strongest assassin after eliminating celestial dragons in Mariehua. Though he later engaged in direct confrontations with figures like Sengoku and gradually faded from notoriety. Yet, should a treasure theft occur aboard Whitebeard's ship, it might once again evoke associations with Uchiha Obito. Zhao Su shook his head, recalling that his original intention was to avoid causing significant repercussions. Nevertheless, he resolved to act. The value of the Akuma no Mi, which could amount to hundreds of billions, was sufficient to warrant his intervention. He merely sought to avoid repercussions. Not that he could not bear them. At worst, he could offer some form of compensation. With unwavering resolve, Zhao Su activated the system to absorb an Akuma no Mi, a smile creeping onto his lips. The banquet aboard continued unabated, with none noticing the fleeting shadow as it departed from his ship. Marco, flushed from drink, staggered back into the ship, as the alcohol on deck had nearly been consumed, necessitating a replenishment. Despite complaints about the quality of the drink, hardly a drop remained. Marco, having lost a drinking game, resigned himself to fetching more liquor. However, his demeanor abruptly shifted. The previously befuddled expression turned grave. Something felt amiss. Squinting, Marco surveyed his surroundings with heightened vigilance. It was eerily quiet. How could there be no one aboard? While most were engaged in revelry on deck, it was implausible for the ship to be completely deserted. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as he spotted an unconscious crew member. Damn it, there are enemies aboard. Marco bellowed without hesitation. Moments later, crew members rushed in from the deck. What is happening? Who has dared to provoke our Whitebeard pirates? Even Whitebeard himself bears a grave expression. Could it be that someone has infiltrated us? In that case, I was not mistaken in my instincts, he thought, his expression growing even more solemn. How terrifying is a man who can evade the senses of the four emperors? Who could it be? Uchiha Madara, just as Zhao Su had surmised, was the first thought that crossed Whitebeard's mind. After a moment of contemplation, he lowered his head and inquired about Marco's condition. Fortunately, he had merely fainted. Marco whispered that the assailant had acted with great restraint. However, I find it peculiar that someone capable of eluding you would need to strike down an ordinary crew member. The one who fainted was merely a common sailor, strong enough in other circumstances, yet the assailant was a formidable force, undetectable even by you, old man. In any case, let us search for answers. Whitebeard gestured with anger, declaring that he would uncover the identity of anyone bold enough to trespass upon his ship. With that, he strode forward, and the other crew members began their search. The granary, armory, ammunition depot, and even the quarters of each sailor were scoured by the captains. Ultimately, they arrived at the treasure vault. There, they immediately discovered shelves that had been completely ransacked of their devil fruits. Additionally, a message was inscribed on a shelf, warning them to beware of Teach. After the 4th Division Captain, Sachi, obtained the Yami Yami no Mi, he would eliminate Sachi, seize the devil fruit, and then capture Ace, whom they had dispatched to pursue him, ultimately relying on the powers of the Yami Yami no Mi to absorb your abilities. Upon hearing these words, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates was instantly filled with fury, cursing vehemently. Damn thieves, sowing discord within our ranks. They deserve nothing less than death. Foolishness. Do they think we can be so easily divided? Even Whitebeard's face darkened with rage as he smashed the shelf that bore the calumny and scoffed. How dare they attempt to sow discord between my son and me? Such audacity is truly reckless. Yet only Blackbeard, Teach, appeared astonished. Who could it be? Who has discerned my plans? Chapter 262. The Gathering of Historical Texts. Zhao Su's inscription incited a torrent of curses from the Whitebeard pirates. In truth, the familial atmosphere aboard the Whitebeard pirates was quite profound. The crew members were genuinely regarded as family. Even Blackbeard Teach initially intended to follow Whitebeard for life if he could not find the Yami Yami no Mi. Thus, there was no room for exposure. Although he was now drenched in cold sweat, he joined in the cursing alongside his fellow crew members, his heart icy. Zhao Su paid no mind to whether Whitebeard and the others were cursing him. Regardless, once the Yami Yami no Mi was located, the true situation would unfold before them. He had acted without guilt, having already provided the reward. The one who had fainted was merely someone he had deliberately incapacitated, as treasures capable of attracting the attention of the four emperors were rare. Should Whitebeard not encounter such treasures in the near future, delivering his reward to the other party would become quite troublesome. Meanwhile, Zhao Su had long distanced himself from the Moby Dick. With a historical text in hand, he narrowed his eyes, knowing that the other two should soon make their move. Approximately a week later, in the land of Wano, also known as the Furry Country, within the whale forest surrounding the largest whale tree, this was where the historical text lay. Gungmu Kenbai, sword in hand, gazed at the crimson historical text, proclaiming boisterously, "Indeed, this is the historical text left behind by the Kazuki clan." Kazuki Hiyori nodded, her heart filled with deep emotion. The stone tablets of the historical text were engraved by the Kazuki clan using a long-lost technique renowned for its resilience, allowing them to endure through time while preserving historical records. Alas, we have failed to honor our ancestors. Kazuki Hiyori shook her head, lamenting that the method of interpreting the historical text had been lost since her forebear's generation. Even the creators of these texts, the Kazuki clan, no longer knew what was recorded therein. Similarly, he was unaware of the crafting method. By the way, Kenbai, what prompted you to seek this out? Kazuki Hiyori inquired with curiosity. It was indeed Gungmu Kenbai's desire to view the historical text that led her to contemplate visiting the land of Wano. Otherwise, despite being allies of the Kazuki clan, she had plenty on her plate and had not yet reached the point of needing to visit foreign lands. Suddenly, curiosity struck. Gungmu Kenbai laughed heartily. I merely heard that this item is quite valuable, and it seems many are searching for it. Do you think that if I produce this, someone would come to kill me? Kaido, Kazuki Hiyori, Duke Inuyarashi, and Captain Nekomamushi? Is that why you came to see this? The new shogun sighs, I have no choice. The Navy is too incompetent to send anyone else. It has been a long time since I had a proper battle. The Navy is not foolish. After the defeats of Admiral Akainu and Warlord Mihawk, they would be foolish to send more personnel. Although both individuals are still alive and have not been slain by Gungmu Kenbai, who would seek a fight for no reason. The next time they come, they will certainly come in force. Gungmu Kenbai stroked his chin, showing a hint of intrigue. Kazuki Hiyori smiled wryly. Apologies, Kenbai, but you think too highly of yourself. Even if word gets out that you possess such a thing, no one would dare to come after you. You are far too formidable. As she spoke, her face reflected a sense of wonder. Why was the opening of Wano so smooth? Despite being tormented for so long by the former shogun, Kurizumi Orochi, it quickly regained vitality. This was because the world government had a vested interest in this man. Even at his weakest, he was of the four-emperor level. Such a person could possess even the most precious of treasures without attracting envy. Those who covet must first consider how many heads they possess. Gungmu Kenbai bore a look of disappointment, then pondered, by the way, this seems to relate to what you mentioned about the One Piece treasure. Indeed, the former pirate, Kaido, nodded. What Roger said must be true. As one of the four emperors, he had dealt with Roger on numerous occasions. Even among the four emperors, the One Piece treasure was not without its allure. Kaido cast a glance at the historical text before him, shaking his head. Unfortunately, he did not know how to interpret it. Gungmu Kenbai, however, appeared quite interested. If I were to gather all of these, do you think someone would come after me? This, Kazuki Hiyori hesitated to answer. A master of the four emperors indeed had the qualifications to claim a historical text, but they might not be entitled to the One Piece treasure. The historical text merely contained coordinates to the One Piece treasure and represented only a quarter of the coordinates, while the treasure itself was genuine. Oh, now that piques my interest. Gungmu Jinba revealed a hint of joy in his smile. Kaido, do you know where else I might find such a thing? With 4 road sign historical texts, someone should be coming to kill me soon, right? After contemplating, Kaido responded, I have another piece here. Would you like to take a look? Oh, then let's have a look, Gungmu Jinba casually replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. 2 historical texts are equivalent to half of the treasure of one piece. Is there anyone who would come to kill me for this? In Dressrosa, Gilgamesh squinted at the road sign historical text before him. With no one around, he took a moment to examine the text and, confirming his solitude, began to create a rubbings. This was already one piece. With this addition, he had collected them all. Chapter 263, at least 3 days apart. The expression of genuine joy illuminated Robin's eyes as she gazed at the large sheet of paper, her focus fixated on the symbols inscribed upon it, as if something had ensnared her gaze. Zhao Su, how did you manage to gather so many historical texts? Before her lay a stack of over 10 large sheets, all adorned with the symbols of historical texts. You know, I visited Whitebeard's ship. Zhao Su shrugged nonchalantly. Since I was already there, I thought I'd take a stroll around Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. It's not surprising that the Yonko possess these historical texts. In fact, they indeed hold some of Whitebeard's road sign historical texts. Kaido has privately collected some historical texts too, albeit not the road sign ones. As for Charlotte Linlin's historical texts, Zhao Su didn't need to be as discreet as he was with Whitebeard. He could view them openly. Upon hearing this, Robin was filled with emotion. You ventured into 3 of the 4 Emperor's territories. Aside from Shanks, you visited all the others. They are the 4 emperors. One wrong move could pit you against these top-tier powerhouses. And all this for my small wish. That's not so exaggerated. Whitebeard is still considered Yonko, while the other 2 no longer hold that title. Zhao Su remarked dismissively. That's indeed true. The 4 emperors are like kings ruling the seas. If the emperors have already yielded to others, can they still be deemed as emperors? Although it isn't explicitly stated, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have effectively been removed from the ranks of the 4 emperors. However, Robin shook her head, her lips moving slightly. They indeed no longer count as 4 emperors. Yet, the danger on their side surpasses that of Whitebeard, for there exists a monster capable of defeating even Yonko. If discovered, one could face a combined assault from the former Yonko and this monster. That peril is far greater than that posed by Whitebeard. Zhao Su, you are truly kind to me, Robin whispered, her face a canvas of gratitude. Zhao Su blinked. Actually, I need you to help me translate the historical text as well. I have a modicum of interest in the treasure of One Piece. As the ultimate entity guiding the pirate narrative, I am quite curious. Robin shook her head. Your interest and my dedication to these historical texts are fundamentally different. One is mere curiosity, while the other is a lifelong pursuit. Can they be equated? Is such interest worth risking so much? Zhao Su replied, in truth, there is not much risk. The worst that could happen is Whitebeard discovering me and confronting him. But I'm not afraid of Whitebeard. As for Kaido and the others, their leader happens to be my alter ego. However, such matters were not something he could divulge to Robin. So he simply smiled, his hand gently resting on Robin's slender waist as he murmured, for you, risking a little is nothing. Such cliched sweet talk, Zhao Su thought, feeling goosebumps rise. Yet, Robin, the subject of his affections, blushed slightly, turning her head away, seemingly acquiescing to his touch without objection. Seeing this, Zhao Su's eyes lit up as his hand slowly ventured deeper, taking his time. Suddenly, Robin seemed to recall something and abruptly pushed Zhao Su away. I need to get back to my archaeological work. Let's set your matters aside for now. After I finish here, we can chat slowly. With that, she took a few strides, found a table, put on her glasses, and began to scrutinize the historical text rubbing Zhao Su had provided. Perhaps archaeologists are not the best choice for girlfriends. If they uncover something akin to historical texts, they might switch from intimacy to work in an instant. Zhao Su shook his head, refraining from interrupting the earnest Robin. In any case, it's all mine eventually, he thought, stepping out to grant Robin some quietude. However, the moment Zhao Su exited, Robin's cheeks flushed crimson. Without hesitation, she set aside the historical text rubbing and leaned back in her chair, taking deep breaths. The book says one shouldn't give a man too much too soon. At least 3 days must pass. In the days that followed, Robin seemed to slip into a state of fervent dedication to her archaeological pursuits, neglecting both food and drink, all for the sake of her work. Zhao Su could only steal brief moments of intimacy while delivering meals, though those moments gradually escalated from mere embraces to more passionate encounters. Damn it, The book warned against allowing a man to gain too much too quickly. Yet why have I succumbed so easily? Robin felt both embarrassed and restless, unable to voice her thoughts to anyone. She could only repeatedly use her archaeological endeavors as an excuse to push Zhao Su away, leaving him with a sense of having shot himself in the foot. As for Robin's absence in matters concerning Sky Island, Zhao Su took charge. Though unfamiliar with politics and governance, he managed to stabilize the situation using the accumulated knowledge of the template along with his strength and the experience of the Revolutionary Army's members. In fact, the state of Sky Island had stabilized, and they began to provide substantial support to the Revolutionary Army. Sky Island was rich in gold. Dorado, renowned as the Golden City, was even noted for constructing ships entirely out of gold. Although gold was difficult to utilize on Sky Island, it held immense significance below. The Revolutionary Army, unreservedly accepting this generous funding, began to significantly expand their ranks in exchange for belly. Even Gil D. Tazolo, the so-called master of 20% of the world's belly, who had only recently submitted to Gilgamesh, sensed something amiss. In such circumstances, the Revolutionary Army seized control of a nation, and not just any nation, but a substantial one, rivaling and perhaps surpassing the Kingdom of Goa. Chapter 264. Uchiha Bido can no longer be tolerated. Chapter 264. No longer tolerating Uchiha Madara, another great nation, has fallen to the Revolutionary Army's assault. Although this was part of Zhao Su's grand strategy, he found himself forced to navigate the situation with his notorious sense of direction, due to the world government's assistance in hastening Eagle Eye's arrival at Guamu Jianba. This grudge has been firmly etched in Zhao Su's memory. However, the sheer magnitude of the world government makes retaliation a complex endeavor, as any retribution would require substantial justification. Zhao Su remained unhurried, instead opting for a methodical approach, laying his plans over the course of a year. His scheme culminated in a focal point at a location known as Tianshangjin. This term refers to the tribute gold paid by various nations to the celestial dragons, akin to a form of protection money. The world government has maintained control over the Navy primarily due to its grip on this financial power. Indeed, the financial lifeblood of the government can be traced back to Tianshangjin. This revenue, along with other streams, sustains the Navy, the lavish lifestyles of the celestial dragons, and the intelligence agencies like CP9. It is evident that Tianshangjin holds immense significance, not solely in relation to the wrath of the celestial dragons, but also as a cornerstone of the world government's financial foundation. This year, however, the tribute from the Kingdom of North was seized by pirates. The infamous Don Quixote da Flamingo had once ascended to the position of warlord by appropriating Tianshangjin, a necessity that must be paid regardless of its seizure by pirates. This predicament stems from the celestial dragon's insistence, as some nations have attempted to evade this hefty financial obligation by clandestinely collaborating with pirates. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Tianshangjin must be delivered to the holy land of Mariehua. If it is taken by pirates, the expectation remains for it to be reclaimed. If the identity of the perpetrators is unknown, the only recourse is to compel the nation to remit another sum. Consequently, the Kingdom of North, driven to desperation, issued a frenzied bounty, urging the Navy and pirates alike to search for the missing tribute. Yet, no information surfaced, as if the escort vessel had vanished from existence. Reluctantly, the Kingdom of North was left with no choice but to pay a new tribute. However, given that Tianshangjin constitutes roughly 30 to 40% of a nation's fiscal revenue, it is an insurmountable burden to produce such an amount on short notice. National revenues are allocated for fixed expenses, including soldier salaries, provisions, and officials' remunerations. Even if the king and nobility possessed some savings, they would be loath to part with them. This left only one option: to extract funds from the citizenry. In an instant, the Kingdom of North was beset by discontent, with the populace experiencing dire straits, while the soldiers were compelled to enforce exorbitant taxes. Particularly, some nobles seized the opportunity to amass great wealth. It was at this juncture that the Revolutionary Army intervened, swiftly rallying the citizens to incite a large-scale uprising. In less than half a month, under the guidance of the Revolutionary Army's skilled leaders, they overran the royal city and promptly declared allegiance to the Revolutionary Army's cause. Uchiha Madara wasted no time, dispatching his clones to oversee the situation. The swiftness of these actions left onlookers astounded, as if it had all been meticulously orchestrated in advance. Indeed, the one who seized Tianshangjin was none other than Zhao Su's clone. The East China Sea was once again in turmoil. with various nations turning their attention to Logtown. Meanwhile, Saitama remained unfazed, remarking that this was merely democracy in action, were it not for his merciless eradication of numerous pirates, including those who claimed allegiance to the Revolutionary Army. The kings of the various nations might have mistakenly believed him to be one of their ranks. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. The kingdom of North had utterly collapsed, with nobles beneath the king finding no refuge. The citizens rejoiced, quickly restoring tranquility under the guidance of Revolutionary Army officials. The world government, however, remained paralyzed, daunted by the presence of Madara, who stood quietly at the shoreline. No one could ascertain whether he was a clone or the original, but all understood that neither would be easily dispatched. Even a clone possessed the combat prowess of an admiral, rendering the distinction between a clone and the original negligible. The world government was ill-prepared to confront Madara, despite having the resources to muster a force far exceeding their previous endeavors. However, the question lingered. Could they truly vanquish Madara? The five elders were hesitant to gamble, fully aware that failure would spell disaster. Enough. We cannot allow this to continue, the sword-wielding elder exclaimed in fury. If this persists, the very foundation of the world government will be shaken. The stability of the world government rests upon the support of various nations, the integrity of the Tian-Shangjin system, and the formidable navy that rules the seas. Yet now, the Tian-Shangjin system has encountered a crisis. The Kingdom of North's plight, arising from its obligation to collect taxes due to Tian-Shangjin, signals a deeper issue. If other nations were to suffer a similar fate, they would inevitably share the same downfall as the Kingdom of North. Panic spread among the great nations, with the world government's authority wavering. The five elders were acutely aware of this precarious situation, yet they understood that the Tian-Shangjin system must remain intact, lest they face even greater turmoil. We must eliminate Madara, the sword-wielding elder declared coldly. Indeed, the balding elder concurred. Agreed, nodded the long-haired elder. The other two members voiced their agreement without hesitation, as the five elders swiftly coalesced in their resolve. Yet, the formidable strength of Madara posed a daunting challenge, as the gathered forces of the world government, while not weak, felt uncertain in confronting him. Unless we engage directly, the danger of the battlefield is well known, the curly-haired elder murmured. Shall we call upon that individual? In unison, the five men seemed to arrive at a shared realization, casting their gazes toward the depths of Mariewa, before withdrawing their stares. That individual must not be disturbed. The sword-wielding elder cautioned, but we need not act ourselves. Is there not another useful ally in Wano? Upon hearing this, the other four elders' eyes brightened. Indeed, they are prepared to cooperate with us in Wano. Guamu Jianba is undeniably strong, yet he cannot possibly contend with so many opponents. We shall defeat Guamu Jian and then deal with Madara. Chapter 265. The dragon has made his decision. In the tumultuous era of the warring states, the formidable figures such as Kapu, Qingji, and Huanyuan swiftly received orders to assemble. Even Saitama was summoned to command the New World. Though Saitama harbored reservations about engaging in such unjust battles, he was told that he could merely stand guard and uphold the order of the seas. Upon receiving the command, Saitama, without hesitation, led Dasky and others towards the New World. With this order, his exile effectively came to an end. Nami and Dasky, upon learning the details, voiced their grievances, lamenting how they were discarded to the East Sea when they were deemed unnecessary, only to be hastily recalled without even a moment to regroup after having just eliminated the last significant pirate of the East Sea. However, Saitama, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor, remarked that with pirates causing trouble, it was only fitting for a hero to intervene, a matter unrelated to the world government. He simply engaged in heroic endeavors. The others were deeply moved by his words, even as Saitama maintained a seemingly indifferent expression, his eyes glimmering with determination. This news needed to be communicated to the main body swiftly. Nevertheless, time was still on their side. The vast world under the Navy's control was omnipresent, making the task of gathering powerful allies a monumental challenge, one that could not be concealed. It was evident that they had no intention of hiding their actions. Such brazen maneuvers were a direct response aimed at the Revolutionary Army. The greater the display of force, the more reassurance it provided to other nations, simultaneously instilling a sense of pressure upon the Revolutionary Army. At the Revolutionary Army's headquarters on Baiduzadeo, the members felt the weight of the world government's actions pressing down on them. Some could not restrain their complaints, questioning why Uchiha Bito had to provoke the Gorosei, unaware of the severe ramifications this posed to their revolutionary cause. Yet, none of the high-ranking officials dared voice such discontent. It was simple. The Revolutionary Army was inherently opposed to the world government, and such confrontations were inevitable. Their true dilemma lay elsewhere. Dragon sat in contemplation, his expression tinged with disappointment. Ivankov leaned in and whispered, inquiring if he was still pondering. Dragon nodded, his gaze reflecting a hint of melancholy as he mused that he was indeed not as competent as Uchiha Bito. Obito had successfully expanded the Revolutionary Army's influence to such an extent, while under his leadership, they had faltered. Before Zhao Su's intervention in the North Kingdom of the East Sea, Dragon had also attempted to make a move against the nation, but ultimately faced a crushing defeat at the hands of the Navy. To avoid casualties and preserve their revolutionary force, he was compelled to order a retreat. This was not unusual. The Revolutionary Army often acted in such a manner. The oppressed populace would rally against the nobles. The Revolutionary Army would intervene, pacifying the masses and punishing the aristocrats, and then retreat before being encircled by the Navy and world government. They could not afford significant losses. Their foundation was too fragile, and their economy was underdeveloped. However, with the emergence of Uchiha Bito, the Revolutionary Army suddenly found its footing. The kingdom of Goya was captured, followed by two other islands, the Sky Island and the North Kingdom. One after another, they incorporated these economically prosperous nations into their ranks, becoming a robust supplement to their cause. Economically speaking, the Kingdom of Goya alone equaled the entirety of the Revolutionary Army's previous territories. Now, with several more nations under their banner, particularly the gold-rich Sky Island, the Revolutionary Army experienced rapid growth. Their strength had multiplied at least fivefold since Uchiha Bito's involvement. A significant number of reserve talents were cultivated, and even Dragon could not help but initiate a revolution in the West Sea, albeit suffering a severe setback at the hands of the Navy. Nevertheless, the Revolutionary Army's improved economy bolstered their resilience. A year later, Dragon launched another revolution against a nation in the early segments of the Grand Line, only to face defeat yet again. Uchiha Bito's revolutions were all successful, while Dragon's endeavors ended in failure. He smiled bitterly, shaking his head as he spoke to Ivankov, questioning the vast chasm between himself and Uchiha Bito. They had victories, such as the one at Baiduzadeo. Ivankov consoled him. Dragon, however, shook his head. While he had indeed managed to secure Baiduzadeo, it was located in the remote regions of the Grand Line, a place even the Navy had to traverse. Such nations were far inferior to the Kingdom of Goya, and it had taken him several years to fully establish control over it. Do not dwell on it too much. Drakon, Fishman Haku Inkarit. Building from scratch is a different endeavor than subsequent development. Uchiha Bito's success is also attributed to the foundation you laid. Dragon remained silent, merely offering a bitter smile and shaking his head. Uchiha Bito may have initially relied on officials sent by the Revolutionary Army, but he had never sought assistance thereafter. Instead, he continuously provided funding and manpower to the Revolutionary Army. Without his support, they would still be nursing wounds from a year prior, rather than attempting another coup. With Uchiha Bito's involvement, the Revolutionary Army's cause had flourished exponentially. In contrast, Dragon was enveloped in silence, contemplating the disparity, until even Ivankov and the others began to feel uneasy. Suddenly, he stood, a look of relief washing over his face. Ivankov, I have made a decision. I shall transfer the leadership of the Revolutionary Army to Uchiha Bito. Chapter 266, Revolutionary Leader Uchiha Bito. In the government building of the Kingdom of Goya, Uchiha Bito gazed at Dragon, who stood before him without hesitation, affirming, "So, you wish to hand over the leadership of the Revolutionary Army to me? Is this what you intended to convey since your last visit?" "Indeed," Dragon replied, nodding resolutely. "Under your leadership, I believe the Revolutionary Army will thrive." The last time Uchiha Bito visited the Kingdom of Goya was during the Great Fire Incident. Since then, even with him stationed there, the Kingdom of Goya had remained the economic hub of the Revolutionary Army, yet he had not returned, not even once, despite it being his birthplace. Dragon exhaled deeply, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. The pressure had been immense, especially in the presence of someone like Uchiha Bito. It is worth noting that within the original Revolutionary Army structure, he should have been a Bito's superior. However, who could effectively lead above Uchiha Bito? It was an impossible task. Perhaps some thick-skinned officials of the world government could cling to their positions, but Dragon was not one of them. He had resolved to abdicate. Uchiha Obito, observing the sudden shift in circumstances, understood that his role was to fulfill his part. A wise decision, he remarked, a proud smile gracing his features. Very well. From this moment forth, I shall assume command of the Revolutionary Army. Upon the utterance of these words, the expressions of the high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army varied significantly. Ivan Ku and others displayed visible dissatisfaction. Regardless of whether Long intended to abdicate, his acceptance seemed rather precipitous. Conversely, the new high-ranking officials who had fought alongside Uchiha Ban appeared elated. Initially dispatched to the Goya Kingdom by Long, they had subsequently aligned themselves with Uchiha Ban, harboring an underlying disdain for the long-established leadership of Long and his associates. They pondered, having achieved numerous victories, why those who had accomplished little still held positions of power. While not everyone entertained such thoughts, it was undeniable that some had experienced similar sentiments. In fact, during Long's recent revolutionary failure, he had faintly overheard his subordinates expressing analogous grievances. Uchiha Ban had successfully conquered numerous nations, while they had faltered in their attempts to subdue a minor state. Such comparisons could easily arise in anyone's mind. Though they might have merely spoken in jest, the emotional turmoil within Long was beyond what anyone could fathom. Perhaps the shift might prove beneficial. Long sighed inwardly, relieved that he no longer had to worry about internal strife within the Revolutionary Army. Uchiha Ban, with his immense accomplishments, had ushered a multitude of newcomers into positions of authority. Meanwhile, the older faction continued to follow in Long's footsteps, experiencing consecutive defeats. Although both the new and old leadership belonged to the Revolutionary Army, a sense of mutual disdain lingered. The newcomers believed the veterans were too weak to handle even the simplest of adversaries, while the veterans contended that the successes of the newcomers were merely built upon the foundation laid by their predecessors. This sentiment had fostered a sense of division. But with Long's relinquishment of power, such discord was destined to dissipate. Long sighed once more, swiftly assuming his role as leader. Now what shall we do? He inquired. What do you mean? Uchiha Ban slightly turned his head. How shall we respond to the actions of the world government? Long whispered. I trust you are aware that the world government's recent expedition to Wano is aimed at countering our revolutionary army. How should we retaliate? Should we ambush them or relinquish control of the Goya Kingdom? Upon hearing these words, even the previously displeased veterans turned their gaze toward Uchiha Ban. Regardless of the internal morale, the world government remained an eternal adversary of the revolutionary army, and they were eager to hear the new leader's resolution. Uchiha Ban remained silent for a moment before speaking. In due course, I shall pay a visit to Mary Geos. With that proclamation, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, in Wano, Zhao Su let out a soft sigh. So, Uchiha Ban has become the leader of the revolutionary army, he mused, finding this development beyond his calculations. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The distractions were being handled adeptly. What did it matter who the leader of the revolutionary army was? As long as he played his role well, he need not concern himself with anything else. Unless faced with his own disguise, maintaining his persona was all that was required. Speaking of which, his disguise seemed rather peculiar. Zhao Su's lips twitched. The leader of the revolutionary army, Uchiha Ban, was merely one of his many facades. The Admiral Saitama was another, while Gilgamesh, despite not engaging in piracy, was perceived as a pirate due to his subordinate's image. Kenpachi Zaraki was the epitome of a national figure. It now felt as though all battles between factions were inherently tied to his various personas. The Navy versus pirates, pirates plundering nations, and pirates clashing with the Navy. Zhao Su could now proudly proclaim, everyone seated here, do not engage in conflict. We are all allies. At this thought, he couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing about? Inquired Kazuki Oden, his exquisite features tinged with curiosity. It seemed that Kenpachi Zaraki's smile was unlike any he had exhibited before. Kenpachi Zaraki paused, then revealed his pearly white teeth. I am simply filled with joy. Joy, he continued. Indeed, soon the elite of the world government shall arrive, and I will soon have the opportunity to confront them. Surely, that brings me joy. Kenpachi Zaraki displayed his signature wild grin, hand resting on his Zanpakuto, gazing into the distance with anticipation, uttering what appeared to be casual yet profoundly meaningful words. Come, I have awaited you for a long time. Synopsis. Transcending into the world of pirates, Zhao Su acquires a supreme role-playing system. The more he embodies the original characters, the stronger he becomes. Uchiha Ban, Aizen Bone King. Deathwing, Saitama. Believe it or not, the newly appointed admiral, the second pirate king after Roger, and the new leader of the Revolutionary Army are all merely my disguises.